In the world of ninjas, slaughter is ubiquitous. The law of the jungle prevails, leaving no room for retreat. The strong possess everything, while the weak are regarded merely as cannon fodder. This narrative unfolds shortly after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Along the border shared by the Rock Village and the Leaf Village, a handsome young man named Lin Yuan lies in ambush behind a large boulder. Memories from his past life have begun to fade, yet in this current existence, he vividly recalls entering the ninja academy at the tender age of 6, where he became a ninja apprentice. Unexpectedly, the chakra paper failed to reveal any chakra attributes within him. Indeed, he possesses no chakra attributes. Without such attributes, he is unable to wield jutsu that require chakra, a fundamental truth of the ninja world. He has come to accept the reality of his situation, and after careful consideration, he resolves to pursue a path as a taijutsu ninja. Simultaneously, he remains particularly attentive to jutsu that do not necessitate chakra attributes. He recalls graduating from the ninja academy at the age of 12, subsequently becoming a genin, just as the Third Great Ninja War erupted. Alongside his fellow graduates, he was thrust into the chaos of battle. Now, 3 years have passed, and at the age of 15, he has miraculously survived and successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin, patrolling the border. In the ninja realm, the majority of ninjas are but fodder. The task of patrol ninjas is to signal the presence of enemy incursions by releasing fireworks into the sky, thereby alerting their comrades in camp to prevent surprise attacks. At times, a patrol ninja may react too slowly, falling prey to overwhelming foes. After all, patrolling the perilous border inevitably invites unforeseen dangers. Suddenly, a fodder chunin from the Rock Village encounters Lin Yuan. Instinctively, Lin Yuan turns and flees, while the Rock Village chunin pursues him relentlessly. The Rock chunin unleashes a crank earth release technique, crack the earth, but Lin Yuan's agile maneuvers render the powerful jutsu ineffective. Realizing the futility of his chase, the Rock chunin attempts to retreat, but Lin Yuan decisively turns to engage in combat. With a flurry of 3-leaf great whirlwinds, he strikes with ferocity, landing each blow. The Rock Village's fodder chunin meets his demise, eyes wide open in death. Lin Yuan, drained yet victorious, suddenly feels an instinctive urge to glance back. His pupils constrict as he beholds an Umbu ninja adorned with an animal mask. Where did this Umbu ninja come from? Could it be that the Rock fodder chunin had a bodyguard from the Umbu? Despite his exhaustion, Lin Yuan steels himself, gripping a kunai, ready to attack. However, he soon discerns that the ninja is from his own ranks. Do not be alarmed, your performance just now was commendable. The Umbu ninja lowers his mask slightly, revealing the Leaf Village forehead protector on his brow before raising it. Again, did Tio think it was an ally? You startled me. Lin Yuan exhales in relief, though his guard remains partially intact. I come on the orders of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to inform you that the commanding officer of the border operation camp, Jonin Hanada, has received reports of an enemy orchestrating an attack by the Nine-Tails Fox on the village 5 nights ago. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, valiantly battled the Nine-Tails Fox. Ultimately, he triumphed over the beast, yet tragically lost his own life in the process. The third Hokage summoned the ninjas stationed outside the village to pay their respects to Minato. The Umbu ninja, masked with an animal visage, spoke openly, revealing the grim tidings that had befallen the village, all while casting a serious gaze upon a young Chunin whose expression bore a hint of wariness. The Nine-Tails attacked the village? Minato is dead? How could this be? Minato, the illustrious fourth Hokage, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, suddenly perished? He was known as the Yellow Flash. Those from Iwagakure fled in terror upon encountering him. The Third Great Ninja War has nearly concluded, and we should be in a time of celebration for our victory in Konoha. How can it be that Minato has fallen at such a moment? As a humble member of Konoha, I find this unbearable. Lin Yuan's face was filled with disbelief and sorrow, his voice raspy as his body trembled. He fixed his gaze intently on the Umbu ninja before him. Minato's demise is an undeniable fact. A dreadful enemy lurks in the shadows, having exploited the Nine-Tails to wreak havoc upon the village, inflicting considerable losses. You have been patrolling the borders, and it has become increasingly difficult to guard against such threats. Prepare to gather your belongings and return to the village without delay. This is the direct command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu ninja, observing the sorrowful expression of the ordinary Chunin, felt a pang of empathy and offered a few words of comfort before leaping onto the nearby trees to inform others, "Steady yourself, contain your grief. We must not reveal any weaknesses." As Lin Yuan watched the ninja depart, he could not suppress a sigh of relief. Having encountered this storyline in a previous life, he felt no tumult, yet standing face to face with these combat-ready and Jnin was a different matter entirely. The pressure was immense. Should they harbor any suspicions, the consequences would be far beyond what a mere Jnin could endure. He bid farewell to the departing Lin Yuan silently processed the situation. The stark reality diverged from the animated portrayals he had witnessed. He had seen the illustrious form of Minato, the Golden Flash, in action now. The legendary hero had met his end. As foretold in the narrative, he felt the need for a calming cup of tea to steady his nerves. Ding! The prize pool is now open. Use your kill points to participate in the lottery. Detection confirms the death of the shadow-level figure, Minato Namikaze. The skill card pack of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has been added to the prize pool. Flying Thunder Goddess. Probability of acquisition 0.1. Rasengan A. Probability of acquisition 4.9. Others B. Probability of acquisition 95. Current lottery consumption of kill points 1. New year reset name Lin Yuan. Age 15. Level Chunin 30110000. Affiliation Konoha. Bloodline Nunchakra 1301. Kill points 0. Items none. Ninjutsu Leaf Great Wind C. Transformation Technique E. Substitution Technique E. Shadow Clone Technique E. Excellent. It is the system. The system. How does one acquire these kill points? After a moment of joy, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the panel, and he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. There was no doubt that in order to draw from this prize pool, one must possess kill points. Unfortunately, his current tally stood at a disheartening 0, rendering the situation rather awkward. He could only gaze longingly at the Flying Thunder God technique in the prize pool, his mouth watering silently. Suddenly, a wealth of detailed information flooded Lin Yuan's mind. Killing a Chunin grants 1 kill point. Eliminating a Jnin awards 10 kill points. Slaying a Kage yields 100 kill points. Defeating a 6 level opponent bestows 1,000 kill points. Lin Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The acquisition of kill points was indeed straightforward. To think that killing a Chunin would only yield a single point, while a Jnin would grant merely 10, not to mention the staggering points attributed to Kage and 6 level foes. Who among them would bother with a lottery when they possessed such might? The probability of drawing in strength ninjutsu was a mere 1 in 1,000, a daunting task indeed. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Lin Yuan received the system prompt, his expression brightening with anticipation. This was precisely what he had hoped for, a beginner's gift pack. He wondered just how many kill points it would contain, especially given that he was currently a destitute Chunin, lacking any significant prowess. His strongest technique was merely the mediocre Leaf Great Wind. Even against the cannon fodder Chunin of the Rock Village, securing a kill would not be an easy feat. The possibility of being countered by slightly stronger rock ninjas loomed ominously. After years of being a mere pawn, he could no longer endure this fate. Beginner's gift pack opened successfully. You have received an immortal medal. Immortal medal. Upon death, the soul is protected, allowing resurrection at a specified location within the same faction while also granting a random precious bloodline limit. An immortal medal. It grants me an additional life. Truly, this is the essence of a beginner's gift pack, a commendable gesture from the industry. Now, even if Uchiha Madara were to ambush me, I could survive. Upon discovering the immortal medal within the beginner's gift pack, Lin Yuan's heart surged with exhilaration. In the brutal and treacherous world of this anime, being a Chunin devoid of ninjutsu or bloodlines left him utterly vulnerable. A single misstep could result in his demise at the hands of hostile ninjas. Even the formidable 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had fallen victim to Uchiha Madara's machinations, illustrating the perilous nature of this existence. Chapter 002. The daffodil that will slim down later. Lin Yuan returned to the operational base quite early. After a considerable amount of time passed, the sun was high in the sky at noon. The remaining shinobi, who were merely cannon fodder, gradually returned to the camp. However, the camp leader, Jonin Huatian, arrived even later, well past midday. Lin Yuan did not catch sight of the ninja. It seemed he had departed after delivering the orders from above. After all, the distinction between ninjas and the border fodder ninjas lay in their patrol locations. Umbu ninjas typically took charge of patrolling near the village and seldom lingered at the border unless pursuing rogue ninjas. Most of the time, they resided within the village. Everyone, gather around. I have received the latest orders. The village has requested us to return immediately, Jonin Huatian announced with a serious demeanor, summoning the group without further ado. The others quickly moved to their tents to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. The prospect of leaving this perilous and austere border was met with a sense of relief among the cannon fodder shinobi, who secretly yearned for it. A smile involuntarily spread across their faces. Lin Yuan, why would the village suddenly want us back? But this is indeed good news. We can finally return to the village. The snacks I brought are all gone. If I stay any longer, I might lose weight, mused the cannon fodder ninja, Chodao Shuexian, as she adjusted the forehead protector of the leaf village on her forehead, reflecting on the words of the jonin who had just addressed them. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan with a questioning gaze. Perhaps there is something urgent in the village, Lin Yuan replied casually, not wishing to elaborate. It appeared that Chodao Shuexian had not encountered the Umbu ninja during the morning patrol. Otherwise, he would have likely made an appearance to inform them. Despite being a female ninja from a prominent clan, Chodao Shuexian was also a significant asset to the camp, being a direct descendant of the Chodao family. Known for their bloodline abilities, her technique of amplification far surpassed that of the typical cannon fodder shinobi. Once we return to the village, will you come find me? Chodao Shuexian inquired, her gaze filled with hopeful anticipation as she looked at Lin Yuan. She harbored a budding affection for him, having shared the hardships of the border together. Given that female ninjas often matured earlier, she seized this opportunity to express her long-standing feelings. Shuexian, you know I prefer solitude, Lin Yuan replied. His eyes cast upon the slightly plump figure of Chodao Shuexian, feeling a twinge of difficulty. Although associating with a bloodline family was a rare opportunity for a cannon fodder ninja, his pride as a transmigrator prevented him from becoming dependent on others. I understand, Lin Yuan, that you enjoy your solitude. So, I will come find you when you are not busy. Chodao Shuexian took a deep breath. Her gaze wavering as uncertainty flooded her mind. She felt a flicker of fear that Lin Yuan might reject her. Make sure to bring snacks, Narcissus. You are aware of my impoverished state and slight malnutrition, Lin Yuan said with a hint of resignation, excluding any notions of unrequited affection. He actually held a rather favorable impression of Akadu Narcissus, a remarkable warrior who could shield her comrades on the battlefield, a woman who could rival men in prowess, is always deserving of respect. Coupled with the uplifting mood from the activation of the reward pool, he was inclined to cherish this bond forged in the crucible of war. All right, as you say, Akadu Narcissus replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. After the assembly of ninja had concluded their packing, led by the camp's responsible but expendable jonin, they hastened back to the village overnight. Under the cloak of darkness, the ninjas flitted through the trees. Their vision remained sharp even at night, capable of discerning faint glimmers of light, save for the obscured darkness wrought by ninjutsu. Lin Yuan, upon our return to the village, there may be individuals seeking to trouble you on my behalf. I will do my utmost to thwart them, Akadu Narcissus said hesitantly to Lin Yuan, who was positioned at the rear of the group. Understood, Lin Yuan replied, a trace of surprise evident in his tone, yet he smiled, fully comprehending Akadu Narcissus's intent. The prominent clans of Konoha, particularly the bloodline-empowered ones, held their offspring in high regard. They would undoubtedly inquire with the camp leader regarding Narcissus's performance and circumstances. Should they discover her interest in a commoner, they would likely intervene to thwart any budding romance. Although Lin Yuan may not have harbored such intentions, it was indeed normal for most to have such thoughts. After several days and nights of traversing, their return to the village occurred a week later. Upon presenting their passes to the inquiring Umbu ninja, they were granted entry and promptly dispersed to their respective homes. In the Hokage building that night, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engrossed in his duties, appearing considerably worn. The devastation inflicted upon Konoha by the Nine-Tails assault was profound. The loss of his most valued successor, Namake's Minato, weighed heavily on him, as did the death of his wife, Sarutobi Biwako. The events surrounding the Nine-Tails incident had become painfully clear. During the time when the second host of the Nine-Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, was nearing childbirth, a formidable enemy lurking in the shadows had targeted her. Accompanied by Biwako, she ventured beyond the village's protective barriers for the delivery, resulting in their tragic demise. In a single night, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair turned white as he was compelled to shoulder the village's burdens anew. A crucial lead regarding the hidden enemy was their ability to manipulate the Nine Tails. This was no simple feat, and the Uchiha clan among Konoha's ninja was uniquely capable of achieving it. With the Uchiha's Sharingan cultivated to a profound level, the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan would enable them to command the Nine Tails in battle. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, meticulously documented the clandestine intelligence regarding Uchiha clan's former leader, Uchiha Madara, and his confrontation with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, at the Valley of the End, where he manipulated the Nine Tails. However, the number of individuals within the Uchiha clan capable of mastering the bloodline limit, the Sharingan, to such an advanced degree, awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, is exceedingly scarce. Only Uchiha Madara and his brother, Uchiha Izuna, were able to achieve this, yet both have long since passed away. The remaining suspects include the former clan leader, Uchiha Kagami, and the current leader, Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, has always been a proponent of peace and mysteriously vanished over a decade ago. This recent orchestrated attack by a hidden hand, which led the Nine Tails to assault the village and brutally assault Kushina Uzumaki and his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, is unlikely to have been executed by Uchiha Kagami. As for Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, the Umbu have yet to gather any intelligence indicating his use of the Mangekyou Sharingan in battle. According to private discussions with clan members, he has not awakened the Mangekyou thus far. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku appears to have inherited Uchiha Kagami's penchant for peace, controlling the Nine Tails. The foremost among the tailed beasts is no simple feat, achievable only through the Mangekyou Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Yet, the prominent leaders of the Uchiha, Madara, Izuna, Kagami, and Fugaku, have all been exonerated from suspicion. Could this merely be coincidence? Sarutobi Hizashi harbored his own doubts. Chapter 003. The third Hokage who doesn't grant any techniques, are you Lin Yuan? Sarutobi Hizashi, with a weathered gaze, scrutinized the Nin before him. I have met the Hokage, sir, Lin Yuan replied, feigning a mixture of excitement and trepidation as he faced the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi. According to your file, you are merely 15 years old and already an exceptional ninja at the border. What techniques do you possess? Hizashi inquired, his eyes encouraging. In response to the Hokage, I can perform the Leaf Great Whirlwind, Lin Yuan stated. Sarutobi Hizashi pondered for a moment, recalling the technique. Although he prided himself as a scholar of the ninja world, possessing knowledge of nearly all techniques aside from bloodline limits and secret arts, his focus on the Leaf Great Whirlwind, a commonplace technique for Nin, was rather limited. Oh, the Leaf Great Whirlwind, a commendable technique indeed. As a taijutsu practitioner, you have a promising future, he remarked, gazing gently upon the seemingly fervent Nin. Perhaps inspired by his admiration for the village or reverence for his Hokage. Slightly bending down, he retrieved a scroll from the adjacent drawer and solemnly addressed Lin Yuan. You have become a Nin of Konoha, now a vital pillar of our village. I have great faith in you. You hold the potential to be among the village's future elite. This scroll contained a precious taijutsu technique. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I hold great expectations for you. Hokage-sama, I assure you I shall not disappoint your hopes. Lin Yuan feigned excitement as he accepted the scroll, unaware of the jutsu it contained. After departing from the Hokage's office, Lin Yuan greeted the remaining genin gathered below. Amidst envious glances from his peers, he returned home clutching the scroll. The other genin also took turns meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen, each receiving a jutsu scroll. After a morning of expressing his faith in them, Sarutobi felt weary. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan, filled with anticipation, unrolled the jutsu scroll. Shadow Dance Leaf, with incredible speed, rushed towards the enemy, sending them soaring into the air before delivering a fatal blow. Chakra cost, 100. To his dismay, it was merely a C-rank jutsu. How disappointing, Sarutobi, Lin Yuan thought, his heart heavy with disappointment. However, he restrained his emotions, wary of potential surveillance by Umbu agents, and silently criticized the situation in his mind. Yet, he could not entirely fault Sarutobi. After all, if every genin received a C-rank jutsu, they would soon become commonplace. C-rank jutsu corresponded to the skills of a jounin, and as a civilian genin, after resting in the village for a few days, he would inevitably return to the border to continue his role as a mere patrolman. Even among the genin of the ninja clans, not all could remain in the village. The Akimichi clan, for instance, had dwindling numbers, necessitating the dispatch of some of their young to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. However, with the war's conclusion, it was likely that those like Water Lily could stay in the village, while he, as a civilian ninja, would have to return to patrol the border. Lin Yuan understood the harsh realities of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Under the pressure of war, the lines between the ninja clans and civilians blurred as they fought side by side. Yet, with the advent of peace, the distinctions would once again become stark. One need only look at the fate of Naruto Uzumaki, the prince of the Uzumaki clan, who faced hardship after the clan's fall from grace. By the end of the manga, the remnants of the Uzumaki and Senju clans were nowhere to be found in Konoha. With the Shadow Dance Leaf scroll in hand, Lin Yuan began his silent study. Once he had grasped the basics, the next challenge would be to learn how to apply it in real combat. There are no utterly useless jutsu in this world. Rather, it is the ninja who struggle to find the appropriate circumstances to utilize their skills. Even Naruto could disrupt a 6 paths level opponent with his seduction technique. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 302-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Nun chakra. 301 302 kill points. 0 items. Death exemption token X1 jutsu. Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Transformation technique, C rank. Body replacement technique, C rank. Clone technique, C rank. Having learned a new taijutsu, he continued his journey. Lin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Realizing that it was around mealtime, he decided to treat himself to a bowl of ramen. His residence was situated in a remote area beyond the 5th ring of Konoha village. Following the incident involving the Nine Tails, it remained livable, although the areas within the 4th ring had largely turned to ruins. Nevertheless, given the efficiency of the ninjas, reconstruction would not take long. Stepping out of his home, Lin Yuan gazed at the desolate remnants at the village's center. Even after witnessing it numerous times, he was still struck by a sense of awe. The immense power of ninjas capable of wreaking havoc was not to be taken lightly. Without some means of self-defense, one would merely be cannon fodder. "Handmaid, please. I'd like a bowl of seafood ramen with an egg," Lin Yuan said to the somewhat busy ramen shop owner. After placing his order, he quietly settled into a corner, anticipation etched on his face as he waited for his ramen. "Your ramen," announced the owner's daughter, Ayam, whose delicate features caught Lin Yuan's attention as she served him the freshly made seafood ramen. Noticing the ninja headband atop his forehead, her curiosity piqued. "Are you a genin?" "Hello, miss. Actually, I am a chunin. My name is Lin Yuan," he replied, slightly taken aback to hear himself referred to as a genin by such a charming girl. "A chunin at this age? Quite impressive," Ayam remarked with a light laugh. "Not too remarkable, really. I prefer to keep a low profile," Lin Yuan responded, a hint of shyness in his tone. "Do you know Kakashi? I've heard he's returning to the village," she inquired, her face lighting up with a smile. In truth, Ayam harbored a secret admiration for Kakashi. "Kakashi, a chunin at 6 and a jounin by 12? I don't know him," Lin Yuan replied, his interest in the girl waning as she spoke of Kakashi, a figure who overshadowed him. After all, the beautiful girl seemed to be enamored with Kakashi, and here he was, a mere footnote in the narrative. It was worth noting that Kakashi was of the same age as Lin Yuan, yet they had never crossed paths at the Ninja Academy, for Kakashi had already attained the rank of chunin by the time Lin Yuan had enrolled. Kakashi was the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, and had trained under the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His chakra affinity encompassed fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yang, and yin, showcasing an exceptionally versatile talent capable of mastering nearly all jutsu. Had it not been for the world known as the Legend of the Eyes, Kakashi might have seamlessly ascended from jounin to Hokage, perhaps even reaching the level of Sage of 6 Paths. Alas, due to unforeseen circumstances, after receiving Obito's Sharingan, he became stagnant at the jounin rank, becoming engrossed in the power of his eyes and evolving into a copycat ninja, amassing an array of techniques without any significant advancement, earning merely a compliment from the formidable Zabuza Momochi. Outside the ramen shop, a breeze stirred the windsock hanging from the entrance, while the robust figure of Akimichi Mizuki observed the establishment ahead. Hearing from the clansman, the common ninja, who harbored intentions towards the daughter of Narcissus, ventured forth to the Ichiraku ramen shop for a meal. He hastily made his way there. The village had been quite unsettled during this period. Following the incident with the Nine-Tails Fox, the estrangement of the Uchiha clan was palpable. Various ninja clans felt a simmering anger that they dared not voice, creating an atmosphere thick with impending turmoil. Chapter 4. The Test of the Female Protagonist's Father in the Aftermath of the Nine-Tails Incident. The major ninja clans exhibited a certain aversion towards the Uchiha clan. After all, rumors suggested that Uchiha Madara was the puppeteer behind the Nine-Tails attack. However, given the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan, even the third Hokage would not act against them lightly. Should the Uchiha indeed conspire to seize control of the village, it would pose a significant threat to their existence. One could only hope that it would not adversely affect the Akimichi clan. Akimichi Mizumi, the younger brother of the current clan leader of the Akimichi, enjoyed the privileges and bounties of the ninja world, and thus was deeply concerned about the state of affairs in the village. Upon entering the ramen shop, his gaze was immediately drawn to Lin Yuan, who sat in a corner. He could not help but let out a disdainful snort. A mere common ninja, residing beyond the village's outskirts, devoid of talent or wealth, had little chance of ever becoming an elite nin. To covet his family's prized daughter was the height of folly. Perhaps a member of the Uchiha clan would be a more fitting match. After all, within the various ninja clans, only those of nin rank could truly be considered upper echelon. The Uchiha clan, blessed with the bloodline limit of the Sharingan, could easily reach the 3 Tomo level, placing them on par with nin. Thus, the probability of the Uchiha clan producing nin was exceedingly high, with some particularly talented individuals even brushing against the threshold of the Hokage. These common ninjas, lacking resources and status, had produced but a single prodigy, Namake's Minato, who astonished all clans. Yet this Lin Yuan, an ordinary nin with mediocre talent and a practitioner of taijutsu, dared to harbor designs on Narcissus. Such aspirations were utterly delusional. As a direct descendant of the Akimichi clan, Narcissus had every prospect of becoming a nin. Marrying a common ninja was simply out of the question. As Lin Yuan savored his steaming bowl of seafood ramen, he suddenly noticed the table tremble slightly. He looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as he beheld a robust ninja, unmistakably from the Akimichi clan, sitting directly across from him. Such rudeness. 10 bowls of seafood ramen. Akimichi Mizumi ordered without hesitation, swiftly establishing his dominance over the rather insignificant nin, Lin Yuan. As 10 grand bowls of seafood ramen were placed upon the table, the display was extravagantly ostentatious. The rich aroma of the seafood wafted through the air, igniting one's appetite. Even Lin Yuan, as a traveler from another world, could not suppress his internal reproach for such ostentatious behavior. Indeed, the Akimichi clan was lavish, consuming 10 bowls of seafood ramen in a single sitting, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of bankruptcy. "You must be Lin Yuan," he remarked. "I heard my daughter mention you. At such a tender age, you have already become a patrolling nin at the border. Truly, a young prodigy has emerged. Would you have any interest in joining the Akimichi clan? Our clan possesses numerous enterprises within the village, and several smaller ventures require management. Should you choose to join us, the remuneration would be quite generous." Akimichi Mizuki, leisurely savoring a bowl of seafood ramen, discreetly cast a glance at Lin Yuan. "Are you hailing from the Akimichi clan?" he inquired. "Indeed. The Akimichi clan is a significant force in the village, rivaling even the Uchiha clan in stature. If I were in your position, having just become a genin at the age of 9, I would certainly have considered it. However, I am now a patrolling nin at the border, fighting to safeguard the peace of our village. Even if my contributions are but a mere drop in the ocean, I shall not falter. I appreciate your kind offer." Without further ado, Lin Yuan feigned excitement and responded to Akimichi Mizuki. Nearby, several Uchiha clan members, indulging in their ramen, shot Lin Yuan a disapproving glare upon hearing his words. This mere border patrol nin dares to assert that the Akimichi clan holds a status comparable to the Uchiha clan. Truly, a common ninja lacking in discernment. While the Akimichi clan is respectable within the village, it pales in comparison to the Uchiha, akin to a carpenter brandishing an axe before a master craftsman. Though the Uchiha members contemplated voicing their indignation, they restrained themselves, mindful of Akimichi Mizuki's presence and the recent exhortations from their leader, Fugaku, urging them to maintain a low profile. With a cold snort, they exited the ramen shop. The Uchiha members were indeed insufferably arrogant. Akimichi Mizuki sighed inwardly, his gaze towards Lin Yuan now tinged with admiration. He mused that although this young man was merely a border patrol nin, his perceptiveness was commendable. Should he advance to the rank of nin, he might indeed prove formidable. If he could ascend to the elite nin within the year, I shall permit him to interact with Suisun. Alas, the heart of a parent is ever compassionate. Having contemplated this, Akimichi Mizuki addressed Lin Yuan. I am not one to impede the union of lovers. If you can successfully rise to the rank of elite nin within a year, as Suisun's father, I shall grant you the opportunity to engage with her. However, entry into the Akimichi clan is not easily attained. Are you attempting to delay my advancement to elite nin? Lin Yuan gazed at Akimichi Mizuki, utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had merely expressed his heartfelt ambition for Konoha and inadvertently offended a few Uchiha clan members. Yet this esteemed figure from the Akimichi clan had presented him with a challenge. I have faith in you. Put forth your utmost effort, young man, Akimichi Mizuki remarked, observing Lin Yuan's perplexed expression with a smile before preparing to take his leave. Upon the table lay 10 bowls, impeccably adhering to the standards of the Clean Plate campaign. Completely emptied. Saving food begins with the Akimichi clan. The elder one who just left was a renowned jonin of the Akimichi clan, indeed remarkable in his appetite. SHBU observed the departing figure of Akimichi Mizuki, then approached to clear the tableware. Halfway through her task, she noticed Lin Yuan had also finished his meal and stood up, prompting her to smile and invite. You are always welcome to return. I certainly will, Lin Yuan replied. His sunny smile leaving SHBU momentarily taken aback. His expression evoked thoughts of Kakashi, who had turned gray overnight due to the loss of his father, White Fang, leaving her with a complex array of emotions. As Lin Yuan exited the ramen shop, he silently shook his head, anticipating his imminent return to the border to resume his role as a mere patrol ninja. At that time, this delightful ramen would be out of reach. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remained undeterred. He understood that only by acquiring kill points could he draw forth a powerful ninjutsu to alter his fate. According to the knowledge in his mind, the ninjutsu drawn from the reward pool would be directly learnable. If he could obtain the Flying Thunder God technique, attaining the strength of an elite jonin would be effortless, and even methodically ascending to jonin rank would pose no challenge. Until the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, achieved the rank of genin at 12, the village was predominantly represented by jonin, with very few at the level of Kage. Upon returning to his home beyond the 5th ring, Lin Yuan was taken aback to see a familiar figure standing at his doorstep, burdened with numerous packages. He instinctively gasped and hurried to open the door. I just stepped out for lunch and lost track of time. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mizuki, he said, ushering her inside. I'm sorry, Akimichi Mizuki replied, placing down her hefty bags of snacks. She looked at the young man before her and said, Mizuki, what has happened? Please, take your time to explain. I understand this may be urgent, but don't rush. Lin Yuan noticed the hint of distress in her eyes as she apologized, leaving him momentarily perplexed, yet cautiously inquisitive, bracing himself for potentially bad news. After all, in life, one can always look back and find a way through obstacles. I cannot go to the border anymore, Mizuki said, her bright eyes gazing at Lin Yuan, unable to hide her sorrow. My family has informed me that the war has ended, and I am no longer needed to risk my life for the ninja clan. They want me to stay in the village and work as a doctor in the medical department, forbidding me from serving as a patrol ninja at the border. Lin Yuan instinctively responded, this is a good thing. Being a patrol ninja is not an enviable position. Why do you feel nostalgic about it? Who would wish to endure the harsh conditions of the border as a mere cannon fodder patrol ninja? Although the major war had concluded, skirmishes at the border would not cease. In times of relative peace, things were manageable. In the event that a ninja from an enemy village stealthily launches an attack, a mere chunin would be insignificant, easily dispatched by the foe and left to perish on the battlefield. In his heart, he could only harbor a quiet envy. However, he had made a pact with you, to return to the border and fight side by side. The voice of Akimichi Suisun grew increasingly faint. The thought that she could not fulfill the promise made with Lin Yuan due to his own shortcomings weighed heavily on her heart, rendering even the snacks provided by her clan tasteless. I will strive to advance to elite chunin and return to the village as soon as possible. For him, ascending to elite chunin posed no challenge. Once he successfully applied to return to the village as an elite chunin, he could seek a position anew. Achieving the rank of elite chunin would afford him a slim hope of becoming a jonin. The major ninja villages dispatching expendable chunins to patrol the border is ultimately aimed at cultivating more elite chunins, thereby increasing the potential future jonin count. Attaining the status of elite chunin would allow for positional adjustments. For an entire afternoon, Lin Yuan endured the throes of concern while comforting Suisun, until she regained her spirits and departed. Only then did he take an interest in the assorted snacks before him, which were luxurious treats exclusively supplied by the village's flagship snack store. Typically, Suisun would not indulge in such fine offerings, and as an expendable chunin, he could scarcely afford them either. As he savored the snacks, Lin Yuan silently vowed that once he attained prosperity, he would never betray the genuine camaraderie of his valiant comrade, Akimichi Suisun. The Akimichi clan's territory is situated in the third ring of Konoha village. Akimichi Suisun, wielding large scissors, tended to the vegetation behind their home, feeling quite cheerful. Although the assault by the Nine Tails had inflicted considerable damage upon the village, the timely return of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, coupled with the fact that the direction of the Nine Tails attack was opposite to that of the Akimichi clan, meant that they suffered minimal casualties. The loss of the fourth Hokage was indeed lamentable. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, upon being compelled to return, had publicly expressed his regard for the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans on several occasions, starkly contrasting with the more subdued attitude towards the Uchiha clan. It can be said that as Konoha embarks on its post-disaster reconstruction under the leadership of the third Hokage, the future of the alliance among the Ino, Shika, Cho clans appears promising. Akimichi Suisun admired the neatly trimmed vegetation and exclaimed, "A masterpiece, flawless in execution. I should call Suisun over to take a look." Upon hearing footsteps, Akimichi Suisun turned to see his daughter, Akimichi Suisun, returning with a smile to complete her homework. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. A servant reported, "Suisun took snacks to seek out that expendable civilian ninja while you were away at noon. I initially thought it was a case of severing ties, but it seems something is amiss." Akimichi Suisun promptly sought out his daughter's companions within the clan to gather intelligence. Upon receiving the information, he furrowed his brow deeply. Did that boy truly say such things? He is certain to become an elite nin upon returning to the village. The sky over Konoha is exceptionally azure. Following the Nine Tails attack on the village, the post-disaster reconstruction efforts are progressing swiftly. Of course, this has little to do with Lin Yuan, a mere cannon fodder nin residing in the remote outskirts. To relocate his home to the inner circles of the village, one must at least attain the rank of elite nin to apply. Konoha stands as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. The number of cannon fodder nin exceeds 1,000, yet the elite nin are scarcely in the hundreds. After purchasing a wreath from a flower shop, Lin Yuan paid tribute at the grave of Minato Namikaze, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he already ascended to the rank of Kage, he would not have allowed Minato to perish so easily. However, even if he were to become a Kage, whether he could withstand the formidable Uchiha Madara remains uncertain. Minato's potential was such that even Madara feared him. Rising to his feet, Lin Yuan shouldered his bag, preparing to gather outside the village. After spending several days within, it was time to return to the borders and fulfill his duties as a cannon fodder nin. A life of ease is not something one in his position can afford. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: nin 315-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline Nun Chakra. 315 killing points. 0 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Shadow dance level. Konoha Great Whirlwind level. Transformation jutsu level. Substitution jutsu level. Clone jutsu level. Possessing a status panel. With diligent training, he can enhance his experience incrementally each day. He estimates that transitioning from nin to nin will take a mere 2 years. The father of Akimichi Setsu looks down upon commoners, deeming it impossible for him to become an elite nin within 2 years. Yet, little does he know that even achieving the rank of nin would require no more than 2 years for Lin Yuan. An elite nin would be a trivial matter. With a smile on his face, Lin Yuan stepped out of his home, gazing at the tranquil village, feeling no attachment as he walked toward the village's entrance. Even the mighty Yu, a strong figure, could pass by his home thrice without entering. What of his own status as a cannon fodder nin patrolling the borders? At the village entrance, a group of cannon fodder nin assembled, exchanging glances. Yet the absence of Akimichi Setsu was conspicuous. Everyone understood. Indeed, It is unseemly for a young girl to venture into the perilous borders of Konoha and Awagakure. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted to the village center. Over the past few days, he had wished to see the infant Naruto Uzumaki, but as a cannon fodder nin, he could not risk drawing the attention of the third Hokage or Danzo. He could only wait for another opportunity. As for other notable figures like Kakashi, they predominantly reside within the inner circles. Life as a cannon fodder nin is fraught with challenges. He must simply await the next chance. Before long, the elite jonin responsible for patrolling the border between Konoha and Awagakure arrived, casting a glance at Lin Yuan. After presenting his credentials to the members of the Uchiha Guard stationed at the village entrance, he gestured for the others to follow. As the group made their way towards the border, this jonin walked silently at the rear of the formation, eventually addressing Lin Yuan. Upon your return, have you perhaps offended the Akimichi clan? The deputy clan leader has requested that I promote you to the position of deputy commander at the border patrol camp. This role is reserved for elite chunin. Lin Yuan's heart sank at these words, realizing the implications of the request. Chapter 006, Challenge. When he was in the village, a member of the Akimichi clan had approached him, insisting that he achieve elite chunin status within a year if he wished to maintain his friendship with Akimichi Suisun. Lin Yuan could only respond honestly. Ah, I see. The jonin, Hatake, shook his head. Despite being a jonin, he belonged to a once mighty clan that had now declined. He was, in fact, the clan leader, but he felt powerless against the still thriving clans within the village. He cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yuan, offering words of solace. There are countless flowers in the world. Why must one seek the Akimichi? The transient nature of middle-ranking shinobi was such that once appointed as deputy commander of the border patrol camp, even achieving elite chunin status would not allow for a change in position. Even if one were to request a brief respite in the village, they would ultimately be compelled to return to the border. It was evident that the Akimichi higher-ups had a ruthless agenda, effortlessly undermining a young man as future, one who was merely an ordinary civilian. Lin Yuan observed the jonin ahead, silently retracting his gaze. The fact that the jonin could offer him a word of advice was already a kindness. He could hardly expect anyone to confront the Akimichi clan on behalf of a mere cannon fodder chunin. Even beneath the surface of Konoha, which symbolized the will of fire, there existed dark undercurrents. Such is the nature of the world. As a low-ranking chunin without a voice, Lin Yuan found himself compelled to comply with the arrangements. Seemingly a promotion to deputy commander, he returned to the border between Konoha and Awagakure. The group set up their operational camp and engaged in casual conversation. They had hoped for an extended stay in the village, but upon confirmation that the shadowy figures behind the scenes would not cause further disruption in the near term, they were once again dispatched to the border. Though tinged with regret, they resolved to treat this as a brief holiday. Subsequently, jonin Hatake announced Lin Yuan's appointment as the deputy commander of the camp. In an instant, the others looked at Lin Yuan with puzzled expressions. All were commoners. Why had he, upon a mere return to the village, so quietly ascended to the rank of deputy commander? The position of deputy commander was typically reserved for elite chunin. Could it be that Lin Yuan had already attained such status? Surely, time was insufficient for such a transformation. Other chunin exchanged uncertain glances, questioning one another. This was a village decree. It is not for you to question. The dignified Hatake looked upon the gathered crowd. Once the whispers subsided, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, since the village has appointed you as the deputy commander of the camp, it is your turn to address everyone with your inaugural remarks. Upon hearing Hatake's words, Lin Yuan, under the inquisitive stares of the crowd, felt a surge of embarrassment as he approached Hatake's side. He addressed the assembly, saying, "We are the patrolling ninjas of the border. In the face of the covert ambitions harbored by the ninjas of Iwa village towards our Konoha, it is imperative that we unite as one. We must ensure that no comrade perishes easily." The group of mid-level ninjas regarded Lin Yuan's sincere demeanor, exchanging glances as they quelled their doubts and broke into applause, expressing their support. However, one mid-level ninja could no longer suppress his discontent. Rising to his feet, he directed his gaze towards Hatake, declaring, I vehemently oppose this. Lin Yuan is merely an ordinary mid-level ninja. I fear he is ill-equipped to bear such a weighty responsibility. Hatake's expression remained inscrutable, seemingly unopposed to the murmurs among the crowd. In an instant, the assembly exchanged glances once more, and whispers arose anew. Lin Yuan is indeed brave in battle. Being a taijutsu ninja, have we not all fought valiantly? What merits his sudden elevation to deputy commander? Shadows of conspiracy loomed. There must be ulterior motives at play. Yumechuanai's prowess was likely on par with that of an elite mid-level ninja. If anyone in the camp were deserving of the deputy command, it would be him. Indeed, Yumechuanai is approaching elite mid-level status, while Lin Yuan is merely an ordinary mid-level ninja. Why should the village designate him as deputy commander? Lin Yuan shares a close bond with that member of the Akimichi clan, who, incidentally, failed to attend this time. How could the village insist on appointing Lin Yuan as deputy commander? Such ninjas are not trustworthy. The Akimichi clan members are not malevolent. Surely they would not resort to such tactics. You do not understand. Should we truly encounter a ninja force dispatched by IWA village? Who do you think will lead the charge, the deputy commander or us? The mid-level ninjas continued to chatter, acknowledging that while the position of deputy commander may not be grand, it could nonetheless significantly enhance their chances of survival at the border. Even a mere 1% increase in survival probability could mean the difference between life and death. Lin Yuan observed this scene with a tranquil heart. After all, being a ninja is a profession steeped in conflict. Compared to the trials of combat, being subject to a few words of reproach hardly seems consequential. The harsh reality of the world is, after all, far less harmonious than depicted in animation. Many unpleasant truths are glossed over in such tales, such as the demise of Shigekuni Hitaki, a formidable assassin of shadow-level prowess whose inner strength is self-evident. A mere mention of his death as a suicide hardly does justice to the gravity of the situation. Hitaki cast a glance at Lin Yuan, noting the young man's composure in the face of adversity, which garnered a measure of admiration within him. He then turned his attention back to the standing Yumechuanai. Yumechuanai, you believe that Lin Yuan is incapable of shouldering this significant responsibility. Pray, enlighten me. Who do you think in this camp is worthy of the position of deputy commander? It is none other than Hanada, the seasoned jonin. Although my prowess as Meichuan Nei-ku may not be remarkable, I will not permit an ordinary chunin to ascend to the role of deputy commander. I implore you to grant me permission to duel with Lin Yuan. Should I emerge victorious, I shall take on the mantle of deputy commander. Conversely, if I am defeated, I shall end my own life. At this moment, Meichuan Nei-ku gritted his teeth, for how often does one have the opportunity to fight for such a position? If I were to secure the deputy command, it would be a triumph indeed, unlike the other expendable chunin, who are but cowards. Thus, let us engage in battle. Hanada, the jonin, promptly accepted on behalf of Lin Yuan, a glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes. The crowd quickly parted to form a space, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan and Meichuan Nei-ku. Lin Yuan, we are both chunin patrolling the borders, constantly facing the pressures from IWA Ninja Village, risking our lives to confront their formidable ninjas. Let us determine who shall assume the role of deputy commander based on our professional abilities. Rest assured, once I become the deputy commander, I shall compensate you accordingly. Upon witnessing Hanada's swift agreement to the challenge, Meichuan Nei-ku felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, the village's interference in appointing the deputy commander had left Hanada quite discontented. His gaze turned sharply towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, defeat him, and I shall teach you a high-level ninjutsu. Hanada regarded Meichuan Nei-ku with admiration, simultaneously conveying a message to Lin Yuan. Upon receiving Hanada's transmission, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring a high-level ninjutsu was enticing. After all, such techniques correspond to the jonin level, and one must have sufficient contributions to earn the right to learn them. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, only rewarded the expendable chunin with high-level ninjutsu, indicating its significance. Chapter 007. The outcome is foregone. In truth, I hold little interest in the matter of combat. Lin Yuan silently shook his head. To be frank, he would rather avoid the position of deputy commander altogether. Furthermore, winning would not yield substantial benefits, and Meichuan Nei-ku would not genuinely commit to seppuku if defeated. His agreement to such a notion was merely self-destructive for the sake of another. However, faced with Hanada's request, he, as an expendable chunin, found himself with no grounds for refusal. He could forego the deputy commander role, but should he provoke Hanada, he might find himself dispatched to patrol the most perilous areas. In that case, defection from the village would become a consideration. Yet, with Konoha's 12 strong, the prospects in the other 4 great ninja villages appeared bleak. Thus, With no other choice, he reluctantly consented to engage in this duel. Hanada nodded as Lin Yuan stepped forward, his gaze shifting towards Mei Chuan and Iaiku. Given that the Akimichi clan had exerted their influence, leading the village to appoint Lin Yuan as the deputy commander, it seemed only fitting to facilitate this appointment seamlessly. To avoid inciting the displeasure of the Akimichi clan, it is noteworthy that Meichuan Naiku is 3 years senior to Lin Yuan. He should have already reached the threshold of elite Chunin. It is likely that I will need to intervene discreetly. The Jonin from Hanatani nodded at me. If I manage to defeat Lin Yuan this time, I may earn the Jonin's recognition. With the Jonin's guidance, I could strive diligently to truly break through to elite Chunin. At that point, I would become the second most significant figure in this combat camp, compelling Lin Yuan and his associates to curry favor with me. It is infuriating that if Akimichi Suisen were not so arrogant and dismissive, I might have been able to establish a connection with the Akimichi clan and possibly remain in the village. The more Meichuan Naiku pondered, the more irritated he became, glaring viciously at Lin Yuan. Could this person be harboring a grudge against me? Lin Yuan, noticing Meichuan Naiku's intense gaze, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Although I am a transmigrator, I must not underestimate these ninjas from the legendary eyes. Currently, I may be a Chunin, but I would undoubtedly struggle against a younger Gaara or even Lee Rock. Perhaps Meichuan Naiku possesses some hidden prowess as well. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Meichuan Naiku executed a basic ninjutsu taught during his apprentice days, the clone technique, forming a mere illusionary duplicate with a minimal expenditure of chakra. Subsequently, 2 clones of Meichuan Naiku swiftly brandished shurikens, charging towards Lin Yuan. A physical confrontation? Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. While taijutsu is indeed a subset of ninjutsu, it benefits from the user's physical attributes. Though I have trained extensively since childhood, Meichuan Naiku's age may grant him an advantage in physical techniques. Ultimately, success will hinge upon our respective reflexes in this moment. Swish. The 2 shurikens came flying from opposite sides. Bang. Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a wooden log, a basic substitution technique taught during our apprentice training. 2 Lin Yuans materialized behind Meichuan Naiku, simultaneously unleashing the Chunin-level technique, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Their legs spun like the blades of a fan, striking towards Meichuan Naiku. Remarkably, Meichuan Naiku also initiated his own Leaf Great Whirlwind. This is the awkward reality of being a mere pawn. Both parties wield the same techniques. The 2 Leaf Great Whirlwinds passed each other by, neither inflicting harm. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15 level. Chunin: 320-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. None chakra: 154,320 killing points. 0 items. Immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Shadow Dance of Leaves. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Transformation technique. Level. Substitution technique. Level. Clone technique. Level. Due to the journey, a considerable amount of chakra has been consumed. The remaining chakra could only sustain the use of 1 high-level ninjutsu. Thus, it fell upon you, Shadow Dance Leaf. In but an instant, Lin Yuan had formulated his combat strategy. With a swift rotation of his body, he firmly planted his left foot into the grass and dashed towards Meichuan Naiku, who had just turned around, his expression one of astonishment. With a powerful kick, he sent Meichuan soaring into the air, decisively determining the victor. The Jonin of Huatian observed with slight surprise and immediately halted Lin Yuan's pursuit. As he watched Meichuan tumble awkwardly from the sky, he addressed the crowd. Since this battle has clearly established a victor, from this day forth, Lin Yuan shall serve as the deputy commander of the camp. In my absence, Lin Yuan will oversee the camp. Yes, Jonin. The crowd regarded Lin Yuan with a mixture of respect and awe, astonished that he had effortlessly employed a brand new level of ninjutsu to defeat Meichuan Naiku. It was indeed remarkable, considering that as patrolling Chunin, they were primarily versed in the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Mastering the new ninjutsu, Shadow Dance Leaf, bestowed by the 3rd Hokage, was no simple feat. Meichuan Naiku's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuan would not only match him in timing the release of ninjutsu, but also surpass him in mastering a new technique. Now, the position of deputy commander was undeniably out of his reach, and he feared the reminder of his earlier promise to commit seppuku upon defeat. Had the Leaf Great Whirlwind struck Lin Yuan, it could have resulted in mutual destruction. Huatian Jonin. I beseech you to pardon Meichuan Naiku for his earlier declaration of seppuku upon losing to me. Both Meichuan Naiku and I are border patrolling ninjas. It is imperative that we unite to face the covert threats posed by the IWA ninja village against our leaf. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly, his gaze steady on Huatian Jonin. Indeed, as border ninjas, your unity is also what I and the village have long desired, Huatian Jonin replied. Signaling for the crowd to disperse and leading Lin Yuan to the commander's office to prepare for the awarding of prizes. How infuriating. Everyone had seemingly forgotten. Yet Lin Yuan still insists on bringing it up. Truly vexing. Meichuan Naiku muttered in frustration. Little did he expect that the duel he initiated would conclude with Lin Yuan as the victor. Was Lin Yuan's strength nearing that of an elite Chunin? No wonder that member of the Akimichi clan had shown no disdain towards Meichuan Naiku while forming a closer bond with Lin Yuan. He must have seen through Lin Yuan's potential long ago. Both were commoners, yet Lin Yuan had suddenly ascended to the position of deputy commander. In this border region, the deputy's role merely afforded a slight increase in survival probability. In large-scale ninja conflicts, even Jonin could fall. It was wise for them to focus on their training. As the crowd witnessed the dramatic conclusion of this duel, they began to converse amongst themselves, aware that as border patrolling Chunin, they could easily meet their demise if they were not cautious. This is also the fate of most expendable ninjas. They looked on with envy as Lin Yuan and Jonin Huatian headed towards the captain's office. It seemed that this duel had reached its conclusion. Lin Yuan had truly entered the gaze of Jonin Huatian, earning his esteem. Unexpectedly, among this group, it was the consistently unassuming Lin Yuan who first began to escape the destiny of being a mere pawn. This realization brought a certain pressure. Chapter 008. The mysterious disappearance of Meichuan Naiku. Lin Yuan and Jonin Huatian arrived at the captain's office within the combat camp. To Lin Yuan's surprise, Jonin Huatian remarked, "You have already mastered the Leaf Great Whirlwind and Shadow Dance Leaf, two of our esteemed techniques. Even if I were to teach you another advanced ninjutsu, it would merely burden your chakra at the Chunin level." After speaking, there was a glimmer of admiration in Huatian's eyes. "I have a special technique to teach you." Jonin Huatian had not anticipated that Lin Yuan would triumph so decisively in his duel against Meichuan Naiku. In an instant, this low-profile Lin Yuan had emerged as the most outstanding among the expendable Chunin in the camp, which earned Huatian's respect. "Thank you for your kindness, Jonin Huatian," Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. Speaking of ninjutsu, aside from forbidden techniques, other ninjutsu varies from level to level. As for what constitutes a special technique, I cannot think of one at the moment. After all, the power of ninjutsu often differs from person to person. The stronger the individual, the greater the potency of the technique. Only bloodline limit-related secret arts possess truly remarkable effects. This ninjutsu scroll, which I have kept for a long time, is now entrusted to you. Jonin Huatian rummaged through his drawer and produced a mysterious ninjutsu scroll, handing it to Lin Yuan. "Now that you have become the vice captain of our combat camp, you must shoulder half of the complex daily affairs of the camp. I eagerly anticipate your performance." With the ninjutsu scroll in hand, Lin Yuan returned to his tent. After organizing his belongings, with the assistance of several amicable expendable Chunin, he moved his possessions to the long-vacant office of the vice captain. Ever since the previous vice captain tragically fell in battle against the Rock Ninja Village, this border combat camp had finally welcomed a new vice captain. As Lin Yuan gazed at the ninjutsu scroll and opened it, he was immediately taken aback. The scroll contained records of one of the advanced body techniques, the art of invisibility. Although this advanced technique was merely a level ninjutsu, its exceptional effectiveness meant that only elite Chunin and Jonin could hope to learn it. It seemed that he had struck gold. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a crimson sun slowly rising on the horizon. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 321-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Nun chakra: 290,321 kill points. 0 items. 1 life-saving token. Ninjutsu: Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique: level. Transformation technique: level. Substitution technique: level. Clone technique: level. Stealth technique: beginner. Lin Yuan felt a sense of joy. Although this advanced technique was not particularly exceptional, it certainly provided a distinct advantage at the Chunin level. As long as he did not encounter opponents with Byakugan, Sharingan, or highly perceptive ninjas, it could prove to be quite effective. As the days passed, Lin Yuan gradually familiarized himself with the camp's affairs and began to discern the likely areas where rock village ninjas might appear. Based on the clues he collected, he assessed the potential military strength of those regions, noting to himself that at least Jonin-level rock ninjas were likely present. Even for the sake of kill points, he could not recklessly venture into those territories and risk his life. After all, he had only 2 lives. Losing one would leave him with but a single chance remaining. Lin Yuan was not inclined to take unnecessary risks, for he believed in the wisdom of a steady and cautious approach. However, unforeseen events began to unfold. As news of incidents in Konoha spread, the once dormant for major ninja villages stirred with renewed interest. During the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha had undeniably triumphed against several other villages, yet the victory was not substantial. At the most perilous moments last year, they had even been pushed to their doorstep. Should another large-scale conflict arise, the outcome remained uncertain. After all, the illustrious Konoha hero, White Fang, had taken his own life following the Second Shinobi World War. And in the Third War, the famed Konoha hero, Minato Namikaze, also perished. Even if Konoha managed to produce a new hero of equal stature in each war, the curse of their untimely demise left the other ninja villages feeling somewhat vindicated. Konoha was bound to experience periods of diminished strength. The rock ninjas appeared to be restless once more. The expression of the high-ranking ninja from the flower field was grave as he gazed at the map, harboring a foreboding sense of dread. The village's upper echelons were still seeking the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. Rumors suggested that the Uchiha clan had covertly intervened in the matter. In light of this, the village would likely be unable to allocate sufficient resources to fortify the borders against potential threats. The camp's strength might prove inadequate. The rock ninjas typically employed strategies centered around small-scale probing. Once an opportunity arose, they would deploy large forces en masse. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, rose to prominence with astonishing speed, employing the renowned Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate numerous Ch-nin and J-nin from the rock village. Nonetheless, the IWA shinobi, under the leadership of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, remained fiercely aggressive. Should the IWA shinobi launch a large-scale offensive, it would be impossible for us to withstand their assault. Lin Yuan had perused the intelligence regarding the IWA shinobi available in the camp. However, reading it was not strictly necessary. After all, every great ninja war invariably involves the participation of powerful leaders from each village. The mere presence of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, poses a significant threat, especially with the 4th Hokage, Minato, no longer at the helm. Now, only the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could personally intervene. Or perhaps he might dispatch the legendary Sannin to assist. Alternatively, the leaders of various prominent ninja clans within the village could be summoned. While they might not possess the strength of a Kage, elite J-nin should suffice. A contingent of 4 or 5 elite J-nin could potentially hold off Inoki. However, IWA still boasts other J-nin, and Konoha, situated at the heart of the ninja world, must also contend with threats from Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. Captain, Vice Captain, we have a situation. Meichuan Niku has gone missing. An anxious Ch-nin among the camp's expendables reported. He went out on patrol this morning and has yet to return even after lunchtime. Did anyone observe any signal flares? Inquired the J-nin, Hanatani, hastily. As a Ch-nin stationed at the border, it was imperative to signal the camp upon discovering any unusual circumstances. Whether seeking assistance or preventing needless deaths at the hands of the enemy, sending a signal was essential. If a signal were to be seen, it would confirm that the IWA shinobi had indeed made a covert move. Captain, no signal flares have been detected, the expendable Ch-nin replied. Lin Yuan marked Meichuan Niku's patrol area on the map, pondering, should we not send some individuals to investigate? We could ascertain the situation before making further plans. I shall go personally. Lin Yuan, you must conceal the camp's shinobi. If I have not returned by nightfall, it would indicate trouble. At that time, you must find a way to inform the village. Regardless of the circumstances, the village must be made aware of our situation, the J-nin, Hanatani, stated with a serious demeanor. Chapter 009. The Clash of J-nin. The selflessness exhibited by Hanatani, willingly facing danger to investigate, exemplified the will of fire. Lin Yuan and the other expendable Ch-nin, having witnessed Hanatani's departure, felt a surge of respect. They swiftly divided into 7 teams of 3 and departed the camp. The disappearance of Meichuan Niku suggested he might have been captured by the rock shinobi. Should he divulge the camp's location, it would spell disaster for them. This urgency was precisely why Hanatani had summoned everyone. Vice Captain, is it possible that something has happened to Meichuan Niku? One of the expendable Nin inquired of Lin Yuan as they gathered provisions for their retreat to a safer location behind the camp. If Meichuan Niku had not encountered misfortune, then Hanatani Shonin would undoubtedly not have been so solemn. Presently, amidst the throng of expendable Chunin, a sense of oppression lingers in their hearts. The border has never been devoid of conflict, so there is no need for concern. We must place our faith in Hanatani Shonin. It may merely be a coincidence. Perhaps Meichuan Niku stumbled upon some treasure while on patrol, which caused him to return late. Lin Yuan sought to bolster morale, casting his gaze toward the direction of IWA, Shinobi Village. Although his recollection of the manga's narrative had faded, he still remembered the incident involving Hinata Hyuga's abduction by the Cloud Village during her childhood. This implies that, at that time, Konoha was experiencing tension with the Cloud. As for whether IWA had clashed with Konoha after the Third Shinobi World War, it likely occurred. Albeit the subsequent stability allowing Naruto and others to graduate from ninja apprentices to genin suggests that no major warfare ensued, nor did it pose a threat to the village. However, the extent of casualties among the expendable ninja due to minor skirmishes remains uncertain. In the rear, after the group had temporarily stationed, Lin Yuan assigned several expendable Chunin to rotate in observing enemy movements. If they spotted a firework signal, they were to alert the others immediately. Concurrently, he, along with several other expendable Chunin, set about laying ordinary traps and surveying the surrounding terrain. For everything else, they would have to await Hanatani Shonin's return. At the border, near IWA Shinobi Village, several IWA ninja, adorned with the village's forehead protectors, gazed at Meichuan Niku, bound to a tree. At that moment, Meichuan was battered and on the brink of collapse. Upon receiving intelligence that Konoha might be in peril, IWA Shinobi Village hastily resolved to capture a Konoha patrolling Chunin for interrogation. Little did they know that this Konoha ninja was utterly oblivious to any significant information, which incited their ire. After a vigorous interrogation, this expendable Chunin, named Meichuan Niku, soon divulged details regarding the location of his operational camp and personnel configuration. However, IWA had no intention of launching a proactive assault, for even if they did, the likelihood of capturing a Konoha Jonin was slim. Instead, they opted to use Meichuan Niku as bait, remaining nearby to await the enemy's approach and spring their trap. Indeed, Konoha's Jonin displayed remarkable audacity by coming to investigate. They had indeed lured a significant catch. Two IWA Jonin emerged from their concealment, swiftly pursuing the fleeing figure. This individual, who leapt away in haste, was none other than Hanatani Shonin, sent to search for Meichuan Niku. Following the capture of Meichuan, it was evident that IWA had established a perimeter. Anticipating Hanatani Shonin's arrival to ensnare him, the IWA forces had cunningly positioned two Jonin, presenting a 2-to-1 scenario. The Konoha Jonin was fated to meet his demise. The IWA ninjas wore expressions of excitement. Typically, unless war was imminent, the number of Jonin stationed at the border would not be substantial. The Hidden Stone Village and the elite shinobi dispatched by Konoha Corps to guard the borders are each represented by a single ninja. The primary objective of the elite shinobi sent by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, was to apprehend the Konoha Corps border patrol ninjas and extract intelligence through interrogation, leading to the involvement of a 2nd elite shinobi from the Stone Village. In the absence of war, there would be no need to deploy additional elite ninjas. The elite shinobi Hinata found himself pursued by 2 elite stone ninjas, his expression grave. Both were of elite status, in a one-on-one confrontation. A Konoha elite shinobi might hold the advantage. However, in a 2-on-1 scenario, the odds of survival would be perilously slim. Moreover, the terrain of the Hidden Stone Village is characterized by rugged mountains and treacherous waters, giving stone ninjas a significant advantage in physical combat. Even with similar physical techniques, the side with the greater physical prowess would undoubtedly unleash a more formidable display of strength, as the ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village often possess superior physical attributes. Once engaged in close combat, Hinata would unequivocally be outmatched by the 2 elite stone ninjas. Thus, upon realizing he was ambushed, he prepared to flee, prompting the 2 stone elite ninjas to pursue him, resulting in the current predicament. Nevertheless, Hanada possessed certain advantages, at the very least, in the realm of ninjutsu. Konoha ninjas typically excelled. After all, Konoha boasts the most extensive array of ninja clans, formidable warriors, and diverse techniques among the 5 great shinobi villages, endowing its elite shinobi with a formidable reputation in the shinobi world. Only the elite from the Hidden Mist could rival them. However, due to the Mist's self-destructive policies of bloodline discrimination, persecution, and the massacre of various bloodline clans that led to their near extinction, coupled with the implementation of the Blood Mist policy which encouraged young ninjas to kill one another until only one remained, the number of elite Mist ninjas has significantly dwindled, and they seldom venture out. The Third Great Ninja War also saw little involvement from the Mist. You stone ninjas seem to have forgotten the illustrious reputation of our Konoha. The Golden Flash, Hanada stated bluntly. Despite his awareness of the demise of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the news had spread only recently, and the Hidden Stone Village might still be unaware. For the stone ninjas, the most daunting figure from Konoha would undoubtedly be Minato, whose ghostly speed in battle sent shivers down their spines. It is said that he possessed the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, a technique that even the 3rd Hokage, Inoki, acknowledged with deference. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the 2 elite stone ninjas at the mention of Konoha's Golden Flash, who had once trampled over the rising strongmen of the Hidden Stone Village during the Third Great Ninja War, casting a long shadow over them. What formidable physical prowess could withstand the Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Then, one of the stone elite ninjas snorted disdainfully and retorted, "That 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is probably dead. What has happened in your Konoha that requires us stone ninjas to inform you? How preposterous to think that the names of the deceased could intimidate us. The Leaf Village truly becomes a laughingstock. How could this be possible?" Hanatani, the Jonin, was taken aback. The Rock Ninja Village had learned of the 4th Hokage's demise so swiftly. Maintaining his composure, he addressed the 2 Rock Jonin behind him. "Have you lost all sense of reason? How dare you malign our esteemed 4th Hokage? Is your ancient 3rd Hokage, Inoki, already deceased? Has he been sent for cremation? What nonsense! To curse our 3rd Hokage." The 2 Rock Jonin were enraged, brandishing their kunai and lunging towards Hanatani. Chapter 010. Danzo's defiance against the 3rd Hokage. At the back of the camp, on the earthen slope, Lin Yuan and the other expendable Chunin patiently awaited Hanatani's return. However, as dusk approached, Hanatani had yet to appear. Sharing uneasy glances, a sense of foreboding settled within them. If something had befallen Hanatani, the remaining expendable Chunin would undoubtedly lack the strength to defend this border. Given the prolonged absence of Hanatani in retrieving Meichuan Naiku, the likelihood of an encounter with the enemy was alarmingly high, even a confrontation with a Rock Jonin. In such a case, it would be improbable for Hanatani to rescue Meichuan Naiku easily, and there existed a genuine risk of Hanatani's own fall. Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet, as a mere expendable Chunin, he felt powerless. After all, Chunin could only contend with genin. The Third Great Ninja War had concluded, and the genin had returned to their villages to study diligently. The weakest stationed at the border were of Chunin rank. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Leaf Village. Bloodline: Nun Chakra. 310-325. Killing points: 0. Items: 1 life-saving metal ninjutsu, Shadow Dance of Leaves. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Body Replacement Technique. Level: Shadow Clone Technique. Level: Have any other teams reported any activities? Lin Yuan inquired of the 2 relatively familiar expendable Chunin nearby. To avoid being overwhelmed, they had divided into 7 groups, scattered across various locations. The nearest were separated by mere tens of meters, while the farthest were over 100 meters apart, all lying in wait and concealed. They communicated through gestures to prevent being caught in a surprise attack by the enemy. In the meantime, there was no better course of action. Deputy Commander: No unusual activity has been reported from the other groups, the 2 expendable Chunin said anxiously, glancing at Lin Yuan and the distant road. If any movement were to occur, they were the most likely to encounter it first, given their position at the forefront of all the groups. Being in such a precarious situation left them feeling uneasy. Lin Yuan nodded, taking note of the apprehension reflected in the eyes of the 2 expendable Chunin. Unable to refrain from offering a few words of comfort, A sense of caution lingered in his heart. The audacious initiative he displayed undeniably left an impression on the ranks of the expendable Nin, swiftly earning their recognition of him as the deputy commander of the camp. Yet, such arrangements are fraught with peril. In the event that a Nin from a Wagakure were to approach, the formidable strength of such an opponent would render these Nin utterly defenseless. One could only hope that the esteemed Nin, Hanatani, would successfully rescue Meichuan Naiku. Even if the rescue proved futile, it would be wise not to engage the enemy recklessly. In these times, as long as one preserves the mountains, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Lin Yuan mused quietly, casting a glance at the twilight sky before continuing his patient vigil. Should this delay persist, nightfall would inevitably descend. Fortunately, for border ninjas, enduring the elements is commonplace, and even in these desolate hills, one can endure. As a Nin, he harbored no fear of being carried off by wild beasts. Meanwhile, Nin Hanatani leaned against a rock, clutching his wound as he coughed, blood escaping his lips. His gaze was fixed in the direction of a Wagakure, panting slightly. Driven by a moment of decisiveness, he resolved to strike back. After evading a Wagakure Nin, he endeavored to return and rescue Meichuan Naiku. However, he was unprepared for the fact that a Wagakure had already affixed explosive tags to Meichuan Naiku, tags powerful enough to rival high-level fire release techniques. Additionally, several expendable Wagakure Nin, armed with explosive tags, launched themselves at him in a suicidal charge. Despite his rapid reflexes as a Nin, he managed to eliminate those Wagakure ninjas, yet sustained significant injuries in the process. This was truly unfortunate. He had not anticipated that the Hidden Stone Village could afford such an abundance of explosive tags. Hanatani smiled wryly, then focused his gaze. Before him and behind, two Wagakure Nin emerged partially from the earth. Without a doubt, their pursuit was relentless. Even at his peak, he would have been uncertain of his victory against them, let alone in his current injured state. The two Wagakure ninjas had effectively cut off his escape route. "We've found you," the two Wagakure Nin said with sinister expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the Konoha Nin. One spoke with a malevolent tone, "Konoha Nin, you shall pay the price for the lives of the Wagakure ninjas you have slain. You dare to kill us? When our reinforcements from Wagakure arrive, you too will meet a gruesome end." Unmoved by their threats, Hanatani brandished his kunai and charged at one of them. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned his Hokage hat, his eyes obscured beneath its brim as he smoked a pipe. His colleague, Shimura Danzo, sat across from him at the desk, his expression dark and filled with disappointment and discontent. "Hiruzen," he began, "the Uchiha clan is nothing short of a menace to Konoha. When one fails to act decisively, chaos ensues. Hiruzen, I want to see your resolve. Show me that you have not transformed into a cowardly, ineffectual, and selfish individual over the years." Tuanzong cast an impatient glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the current leader of Konoha's root, he was notorious for his cold-blooded ruthlessness, embodying the decisive temperament of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. However, as a former friend of Hiruzen, he could no longer tolerate the situation. The attack of the Nine Tails on the village had no connection to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi remained silent, indifferent to Tuanzang's outburst, despite the fact that his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, had perished in the Nine Tails assault. As the third Hokage and arguably the most formidable figure in Konoha, he had to maintain his composure. The hidden hand behind the Nine Tails attack harbored a blatant animosity towards Konoha, likely anticipating chaos within the village. Aside from the Uchiha clan Sharingan, what other powers could manipulate the world's foremost tailed beast, the Nine Tails? "You, Hokage, are weak and incompetent. Perhaps I should take the mantle and lead Konoha towards prosperity," Tuanzong exclaimed, his anger boiling over at Hiruzen's words. It was evident, even to a fool, that the conspirators were closely linked to the Uchiha clan. Yet Sarutobi, in his role as Hokage, seemed to take no action after the incident. "Enough of this, Tuanzong. Your behavior will only drive our allies into the arms of our enemies. As long as I am Hokage, I will not allow your reckless actions. It is time for you to leave." Sarutobi took a puff from his cigarette, slightly raising his head, his eyes peering from beneath his hat at Tuanzong. "Sarutobi, you disappoint me. Since you insist that the Nine Tails attack has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, I have no further comment." I hope your indecisiveness and open favoritism towards the Uchiha truly honors those who have died in our village. Regardless, I, Tuanzong, will find evidence of the Uchiha clan's betrayal against Konoha in my own way. I hope, at that time, you will not obstruct me. With that, Tuanzong turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused and said, "The latest intelligence I have gathered indicates that the news of our fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's demise, has already been leaked by foreign spies. Several major ninja villages are likely aware of it now. Sunagakure and Kirigakure are not immediate concerns, but Awagakure and Kumogakure may prove troublesome. I shall handle Kumogakure, while you take care of Awagakure." Chapter 011. J. Nin 12, Deputy Commander. Those IWA Nin are coming. Over a dozen of them. A CH Nin among the expendables suddenly spoke up. Though this particular CH Nin was not a sensory-type ninja, his vision was quite sharp. Inspired by Lin Yuan's leadership, he volunteered to join the most perilous group, positioning himself in the front lines to assist the J. Nin, Hanada. Lin Yuan cast his gaze in that direction. At the far end of the road, a cluster of black dots was observed, bouncing with an unsettling energy. One could not help but think how audacious the rock shinobi were to have tracked us this far. Our situation appeared dire. It seemed our camp's intelligence had been compromised. Furthermore, the flower field J. Nin must have encountered their superior opponents and found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. It was only under such circumstances that the enemy would dare to pursue us. Given the breach of our camp's intelligence, the audacity of these dozen rock shinobi to pursue over 20 of our CH Nin indicated they possessed a significant trump card. Regardless, we must not succumb to the enemy's intentions. It is prudent to retreat and avoid confrontation for the time being. A strategic withdrawal is imperative. For now, it seems the flower field J. Nin has not encountered misfortune. Otherwise, the rock shinobi would not have dispatched such a limited force to pursue us. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: CH Nin, 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Nun chakra 324-325. Killing points: 0. Items: Death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu. Shadow dance of leaves. Leaf great whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Substitution technique. Level: Clone technique. Level. Lin Yuan assessed his capabilities. His profile was that of a typical expendable CH Nin. Even with impeccable timing in the use of ninjutsu, defeating 2 or even 3 opponents was beyond his reach. There was a greater likelihood that he would fall victim to a barrage of strikes from a seasoned adversary. In terms of numbers, they had 21 ordinary expendable CH Nin on their side, which provided a numerical advantage. However, given the potential leak of their intelligence, the audacity of the rock shinobi to pursue them indicated substantial confidence. It was prudent for them to avoid confrontation and retreat. Lin Yuan signaled to his comrades. Even if these rock shinobi were somewhat overconfident, they might not pursue too far, as long as they were careful not to give the enemy any opportunities. Retreating to a safe location to await the return of the flower field J. Nin should not be too challenging. As an expendable CH Nin, Lin Yuan had done his utmost. The intricacies of battle should be left to the J. Nin. Suddenly, the cluster of black dots representing the rock shinobi vanished. It appeared they had sensed something amiss. Lin Yuan felt a surge of alarm. Had they been exposed? Observing this strange behavior from such a distance shocked him. Could it be that there was a J. Nin among them? Regardless, hesitation could spell disaster. They needed to retreat swiftly. Thus, Lin Yuan led the group of expendable CH Nin cautiously backward, intent on retreating another 10 miles. In short order, they had just concealed themselves when numerous rock shinobi CH Nin emerged, armed with kunai. After a brief inspection, a one-eyed rock shinobi remarked, "They have allowed the Konoha patrol CH Nin to escape. It appears that these Leaf Jonin are exceedingly cautious. However, the fate of their elite is uncertain, and they dare not recklessly abandon the border or stray too far from their positions. You shall continue to pursue me. It is imperative to eliminate them." Within the ninja world, the Leaf ranks first, while Sunagakure sits at the bottom, with Awagakure trailing closely behind. The shinobi of Awagakure seldom have the opportunity to hunt Leaf ninjas, particularly considering that during the Third Shinobi World War, Awagakure suffered significant losses. Upon hearing the command from the one-eyed IWA ninja, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the IWA shinobi, who swiftly gave chase. After all, this one-eyed lord is a formidable jonin. This predicament highlights the vulnerability of the Leaf. They must defend 4 borders, while a Wagakure only needs to secure 2. Furthermore, the neighboring Sunagakure endured devastating losses in the Third Shinobi World War, alleviating any external threats from them. Thus, the Wagakure can seize this opportunity to mobilize more ninja forces against the Leaf. On another front, 2 Iwa Jonin are besieging Hanatan Jonin. In a battle of this caliber, determining a victor can be both easy and difficult. Should it devolve into a fight to the death, a conclusion could be reached in mere moments. However, Hanatan Jonin possesses a strong will to survive and shows no inclination to engage in a desperate struggle against these 2 Iwa Jonin. Instead, relying on his jutsu advantage, he seeks every opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, the 2 Iwa Jonin are not inclined to let their prey slip away easily. Meichuan once informed me that beyond the 2 known Jonin, there is a special Jonin hidden among them, who is likely leading the other Iwa shinobi in pursuit of Lin Yuan and his companions. Regardless, I must ensure my escape. The grand display from a Wagakure indicates they are intent on launching another offensive against the Leaf. I must relay this intelligence back to the Leaf. Hanatan Jonin's gaze fixated on the 2 Iwa Jonin when he suddenly sensed a wind approaching from the west. Quickly, he employed a concealment technique and dashed westward. While the 2 Iwa Jonin experienced some interference from the concealment jutsu, they were still able to track Hanatan Jonin's movements. Upon reaching the west, Hanatan Jonin abruptly turned to reveal his entire form, swiftly forming hand seals and preparing to unleash a technique. The pupils of the 2 Iwa Jonin constricted as he invoked fire release, Ashen Blaze. Completing his hand seals, Hanatan Jonin blew towards the 2 Iwa Jonin, unleashing a torrent of chakra that transformed into explosive ash, engulfing their position. For Jonin-level shinobi, such techniques can seldom determine a victor. Only the power of high-level jutsu can intimidate an adversary. Ashen Blaze belongs to the realm of high-level fire release techniques and demands considerable chakra, limiting its use even for Jonin. In response, the 2 Iwa Jonin dared not hesitate. They swiftly pressed their hands to the ground and invoked Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, a towering earthen wall erupted from the ground. Blocking the path of 2 Iwa Jonin, he directly obstructed the oncoming flames of ash. The terrain here provided a distinct advantage to the Iwa. Hanatani Jonin contemplated silently. Had this encounter occurred in a barren land, even the formidable Iwa Jonin would find it challenging to employ the Earth-style wall defensive technique with ease. Nonetheless, the initial objective had been accomplished. The extensive dispersion of the explosive ash had successfully obscured the vision of the 2 Iwa Jonin. It was time to enter the second phase of the Ashen conflagration. By igniting these encased flames of ash, he intended to demonstrate the exquisite power of Konoha's fire release techniques to the 2 Iwa Jonin. If executed proficiently, it could potentially inflict severe damage upon them. Hanatani Jonin mused inwardly, recognizing that eliminating the 2 Iwa Jonin was an unattainable goal, especially considering their use of the formidable Earth-style wall defensive jutsu, which posed a significant challenge. In an instant, the area erupted with a deafening explosion. Chapter 012. Caught up yet again, they found themselves pursued. Lin Yuan and the cadre of expendable Chunin exchanged glances, beholding the Iwa from a Wagakure who had caught up. Halting 100 meters away, these Iwa exuded an aggressive aura, relentless in their pursuit. At this juncture, retreat without conflict appeared nearly impossible. However, the absence of their own Jonin raised concerns. Should a battle ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. The imposing one-eyed Iwa at the forefront was evidently formidable. The gazes of the Chunin in the camp turned towards Lin Yuan, awaiting the orders of the vice-captain. Everyone, stay calm. Do not panic, Lin Yuan urged. Though anxiety brewed within him, he was merely an expendable Chunin. However, as the vice-captain of the camp, he could not afford to display any signs of weakness, for it could severely impact the morale of his comrades and potentially lead to their utter defeat, an outcome that was undeniably intolerable. After steadying his emotions, he turned his attention to the Iwa. The Iwa gazed hungrily at the Konoha ninjas who had finally come to a halt. The one-eyed Iwa, bearing scars that told tales of past battles, was a testament to the arduous struggles he had endured, having lost an eye in the process. Such a ninja, regardless of location, was exceedingly difficult to contend with, and could very well be a special Jonin or even a Jonin. The term special Jonin refers to those ninjas who, possessing unique skills, ascend to Jonin status through extraordinary achievements. For instance, in the manga, there is a Biki, renowned for his exceptional interrogation techniques, which instilled fear in his enemies through his unique jutsu. Yet, his overall prowess was rather ordinary, only slightly surpassing that of elite Chunin. Confronted by the formidable summons of Orochimaru, he could only watch helplessly, leading to merciless taunts from Jiraiya. You Konoha ninjas certainly know how to flee. I advise you to surrender peacefully, allowing us to bind you and escort you back to Konoha. Otherwise, once the battle commences, we cannot guarantee that our jutsu will not cause collateral damage. Missing limbs and broken bones will be on your hands if you do not heed our warning. The one-eyed Iwan surveyed the Konoha ninjas with a predatory gaze. Gazing at Lin Yuan, the suspected intelligence officer, he scrutinized him for a moment before revealing a hint of disdain. He remarked with a certain ferocity, "He appears to be merely an elite Sichnin at best." The one-eyed Iwa ninja observed Lin Yuan, a bloodthirsty grin creeping onto his lips. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had lost an eye to a Konoha ninja. Although he ultimately eliminated that leaf ninja, the cost of his lost vision was undeniably heavy. Unlike that Konoha technician, he had no one to provide him with a new eye. Ordinary eyes held no appeal for him. Iwa ninja, have you trespassed across our Konoha borders to incite the Fourth Shinobi World War? Lin Yuan brandished his kunai, and the Nin from his camp followed suit, all vigilantly eyeing the Iwan. The intentions of the newcomers were far from benign. Those who come with good will do not arrive uninvited. Should a battle ensue, the casualties could be substantial, affecting both sides depending on their resolve. We in Konoha are the foremost village in the shinobi world. The recently concluded Third Shinobi World War declared our victory. You Iwan have voluntarily surrendered. Now, you dare to cross our borders, questioning the strength of our fourth Hokage. Minato Namake's flying thunder god technique? Lin Yuan declared firmly, "If it is war you seek, then let it be so. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail." We in Konoha stand as the pinnacle of the shinobi world. As Lin Yuan spoke to the assembly of Iwa ninjas, a palpable tension filled the air, mirrored by the surge of determination evident on the faces of his comrades. The morale among the Nin from his camp visibly soared. The foremost of the shinobi world. The foremost of the shinobi world. Their faces shone with pride. As ninjas of Konoha, the leading village, why should they fear the pursuing Iwa ninjas? Should a clash occur, the outcome remained uncertain. In an unexpected twist, it was the Iwa ninjas who began to feel anxious. The dynamics had shifted quietly. Without the intervention of the Kage, what significance does Konoha hold in the Third Shinobi World War? The one-eyed Iwa ninja's eyes flickered with irritation. Were it not for the Kage's ability to sway the battlefield, Konoha, renowned as the cradle of Kage, might not have emerged victorious. The geographical advantage of Konoha had fostered a plethora of powerful Kage-level shinobi, particularly Minato Namake's. The reason our Nin are Nin is simply due to their age. Your Iwa Nin are so because of a lack of talent. Since you, Iwa, have brazenly violated your surrender agreement, when our legendary Sannin arrive, it will mark the end of your village, Lin Yuan stated without reservation. What? The legendary Sannin? The legendary three ninjas of Konoha may indeed have emerged during the Second Shinobi World War, having gained renown for defeating the demigod of ninjas, Hanzo the Salamander. These illustrious figures, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, are rumored to be approaching our Iwagakure and the borders of Konoha. A sense of alarm ripples through the ranks of the Iwa ninjas. The echoes of fame and shadow loom large. Hanzo the Salamander, once hailed as a demigod, single-handedly elevated the Rain village to a stature equal to that of the 5 great shinobi villages. The legendary trio from Konoha, during the Second Shinobi World War, vanquished the so-called demigod, causing him to concede and willingly label them as the legendary ninjas. One can only fathom the grandeur of these legendary 3 ninjas. It has been quite some time since they last graced the battlefield, and even during the Third Shinobi World War, they were notably absent. Should they truly arrive with intentions to annihilate our Iwagakure, it would be a fool's dream. Our third Tsuchikage is no less formidable than the former demigod, Hanzo. The one-eyed Iwa ninja's demeanor is fierce and unyielding, though deep within, a flicker of anger and concern stirs. Words may be spoken. Yet if the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha truly seek vengeance upon Iwagakure, it remains uncertain whether our third Tsuchikage, Oenoki, could withstand their might. The possibility of our village's demise looms ominously. How infuriating it is that we have just received news of the potential demise of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. Even if this news holds truth, Konoha still possesses the legendary 3 ninjas. Their strength is simply beyond what a Wagakure can contend with, unless, of course, the Kumogakure also decides to launch an offensive against Konoha. The one-eyed IWA ninja casts a deep gaze upon the Konoha ninjas, his heart wavering with indecision about whether to confront them directly. Tension thickens the atmosphere. Let us engage in battle. No ninja fears combat. Lin Yuan observes the hesitance among the IWA ninjas, caught in indecision between attacking and retreating, and he realizes that this confrontation is inevitable. He turns to the ranks of expendable ninjas beside him, declaring, "Prepare for battle. I shall take the lead." In narrow encounters, the brave prevail. Lady Tsunade of the legendary 3 ninjas is en route. The ninjas of a Wagakure shall not triumph over us. For the sake of Konoha, we shall fight. The ninjas in the camp feel their spirits uplifted by Lin Yuan's words. Regardless of whether the legendary 3 ninjas truly offer support, surrender is not an option. "We will eliminate these Konoha ninjas," vows the one-eyed IWA ninja with a menacing glare. Chapter 013. Confrontation with the Special Jonin. Would the legendary 3 ninjas come to a Wagakure to exact revenge merely because a few Chunin have perished? We, the IWA ninjas, have never subscribed to such notions. The one-eyed IWA ninja wears a smirk of mockery as he assesses the situation, and, having come to his conclusion, he swiftly advances, drawing a kunai aimed directly at Lin Yuan, while simultaneously commanding the other IWA ninjas to attack the remaining Konoha shinobi. It is imperative to keep these leaf ninjas here. The one-eyed rock ninja, wielding a kunai, led a group of rock ninjas in an assault, initially setting his sights on Lin Yuan. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuan, as the vice-captain, stood out prominently among this cadre of leaf ninjas, rendering him the primary target of the one-eyed rock ninja's aggression. A glint of ferocity flickered in the rock ninja's eye. Capturing the leader before subduing the rest was a strategic priority. Should Lin Yuan fall, the remaining leaf ninjas would inevitably crumble, and even the legendary Sannin would have little recourse to intervene. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Wagakure had similarly claimed many leaf ninjas, which facilitated their advance to the very doorstep of the leaf village. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the so-called legendary Sannin of the leaf remained conspicuously absent, indicating that they had long since retired and would not easily intervene unless the village faced an existential threat, necessitating a formal plea from the leaf leadership. Otherwise, they might as well indulge in idle luxury. The speed of the rock ninja was astonishing. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, recognizing that this foe far surpassed the speed of an ordinary rock ninja, prompting an immediate surge of caution within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the leaf Great Whirlwind. Although this technique was merely a mid-Chunin level taijutsu, its potency was not to be underestimated. It would compel the opponent to employ at least an equal level of ninjutsu for effective counteraction, thus allowing Lin Yuan to gauge his adversary's strength. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Leaf, Bloodline, Nun Chakra. 225-325. Killing points: 0. Items: Immunity Token X1 Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Stealth Technique, Level. Transformation Technique, Level. Body Switch Technique, Level. Clone Technique, Level. Take this. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Lin Yuan expended 100 points of chakra to swiftly execute the advanced taijutsu. His robust form leaped into the air, legs spinning like the blades of a fan, generating a fierce gust as he charged at the one-eyed rock ninja. Should an ordinary genin be struck, they would undoubtedly sustain severe injury. And even a Chunin of equal rank could lose their combat capability if caught unprepared. Only those of Jounin caliber could withstand such a physical assault with their body. Here it comes. Earth Release, Decapitation Technique. The one-eyed rock ninja faced this assault with unwavering composure. With a mere step back, he formed hand seals, and in an instant, his entire being sank beneath the earth, leaving only a fissure on the surface. This earth release technique allowed him to attack from below. If he ensnared his opponent, he could swap positions, emerging above ground while trapping the weaker enemy beneath. This was indeed a rare ninjutsu, albeit seemingly only at the level of a low-ranked genin. lacking in considerable power. Lin Yuan observed as the one-eyed rock ninja employed a low-ranking ninjutsu to evade, seamlessly redirecting his own leaf great whirlwind attack. He skillfully employed the sprinting techniques of Shadow Dance Leaf, swiftly delivering a kick towards a nearby rock ninja, who was currently engaged in combat with one of Lin Yuan's patrolling chunin. The unsuspecting chunin, embroiled in battle with the one-eyed rock ninja, was taken by surprise as he found himself under simultaneous attack. Although he attempted to react in time, effectively countering the assault proved difficult, and he was directly sent flying by Lin Yuan's leaf great whirlwind. The ordinary rock ninja, now injured, was soon pursued by the patrolling leaf chunin, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. A kunai pierced his chest, causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. Just then, Lin Yuan, unable to watch the scene unfold, casually threw a shuriken that struck true, ending the rock ninja's life instantly. Kill points. 1. Please grant me a lottery, Lin Yuan stated with an indifferent expression. Prize pool. Flying Thunder God, probability of selection 0-1, Spiral Sphere, probability of selection 49, Others, probability of selection 95. Current lottery consumption of kill points. 1. New Year Reset. Congratulations, you have drawn the Flying Thunder God. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 325-1000. Affiliation, Leaf Village, Bloodline, None Chakra. 225-325, kill points. 0. Items. Life-saving Metal 1 Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Invisibility Technique, Level. Transformation Technique, Level. Substitution Technique, Level. Clone Technique, Level. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. This is a tremendous gain. With the Flying Thunder God as a foundation, my future survival is assured. Even if this life is forced to be used, it wouldn't be a significant loss. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, completely taken aback by the unexpected delight of this casual lottery. However, upon seeing the newly refreshed tier rewards in the prize pool, he couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, this prize pool also allows for the direct drawing of bloodline limits. This realization pained him, as acquiring a bloodline limit was exceedingly difficult. Prize pool, Corpse Bone Bloodline Limit, probability of selection 0-2, Spiral Sphere, probability of selection 98. Others, probability of selection 90. Current lottery consumption of kill points. 2. New Year Reset. Damn it, how dare you kill our rock ninjas in front of me? I will make you pay. The one-eyed rock ninja emerged from the ground, his expression filled with fury as he glared at Lin Yuan. He never anticipated that the leaf ninja he was battling would abandon him to attack others, even going so far as to slay a rock chunin. As a special jounin, he was momentarily taken aback by the turn of events. After all, once he delved underground, it was impossible for him to remain fully aware of the events transpiring above. Little did he anticipate that within such a brief span, this leading Konoha patrolling nin would launch a surprise attack, slaying an IWA ninja. This truly was a blow to his pride as a seasoned nin. Die! The one-eyed IWA ninja charged towards Lin Yuan with fervor. This time, he had no intention of retreating underground. He sought to confront this detestable Konoha ninja head-on. Chakra surged continuously within him, gathering in his hands, clearly manifesting as a technique of nin caliber. He struck forcefully towards Lin Yuan's position. Earth Release, cracking Earth Palm. Boom. Lin Yuan swiftly activated the body replacement technique, narrowly evading the IWA ninja's earth-cracking palm. It was undeniable that engaging directly with the Konoha Great Whirlwind would result in mutual destruction. More crucially, the IWA ninja possessed a chakra reserve far surpassing his own. To engage in a contest of chakra would be an unwise endeavor. The IWA ninja's palms collided with the wooden substitute created by the body replacement technique, causing it to explode into splinters. Had the strike connected with flesh and blood, the consequences would have been dire. Seeing his jutsu fail to connect, a shadow of despair flickered in the IWA ninja's eyes as he witnessed Lin Yuan appear at a distance. Without hesitation, he surged forward once more with remarkable speed. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra reserves were all formidable advantages, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary Konoha nin to withstand. Chapter 014, Flying Thunder God. Having exhausted his prepared substitute, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. To withstand another attack using the body replacement technique, he needed to quickly prepare an appropriate substitute. In the heat of battle, it would be exceedingly difficult to carve out time for a second use of the technique. Yet, Lin Yuan did not feel disheartened. Seizing the opportunity, he delved into the knowledge of the flying thunder god stored in his mind. If he sought to turn the tide, hope rested upon the flying thunder god. Flying thunder god imprints space onto an object, allowing oneself to instantly traverse to the vicinity of the object. The greater the distance, the more chakra consumed. Fortunately, the flying thunder god was not a high-powered offensive jutsu, thus it would not demand an excessive amount of chakra. Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. Were it a technique of the caliber of the heavenly star destruction, the chakra expenditure would be astronomical, beyond even the endurance of an ordinary Kage, let alone his current status as a mere nin. The flying thunder god, being a supportive technique, had its chakra consumption linked to the distance traversed, providing ample operational flexibility. However, he realized that his chakra reserves were dwindling. Lin Yuan cast a glance at his attribute panel, contemplating silently. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 325-1000. Affiliation, Konoha. Bloodline limit, None chakra, 225,325. Kill points, 0. Items. Death immunity medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, shadow dance leaf. Konoha. Great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level, transformation technique. Level, substitution technique. Level, clone technique. Level. It appears that we are at a disadvantage here. Compelled to engage with over a dozen IWA ninjas, Lin Yuan observed that among the 20 expendable chunin on his side, they were visibly faltering. A smirk involuntarily graced his lips. He had overestimated their strength. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Although Konoha is renowned as the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages and boasts the most abundant ninjutsu resources, much of that strength is concentrated among elite forces. This does not imply that the ordinary expendable ninjas of Konoha possess formidable power. Otherwise, during the Third Great Ninja War, before the rise of Minato, Konoha would not have been pushed to its doorstep. This situation is indeed troublesome. Damn those Konoha ninjas. Earth release, Earth split palm. The one-eyed IWA ninja swiftly charged towards Lin Yuan. Channeling chakra into his hands, he aimed to strike Lin Yuan. Should he succeed in landing a hit, victory in battle would be assured. He doubted that a chunin could persistently resist a special jonin. Shadow dance leaf, first stage, charge. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan evaded the attack of the one-eyed IWA ninja with remarkable speed. The entire shadow dance leaf technique can be segmented into several stages. The first stage involves quickly closing the distance to the enemy and delivering a kick that sends them airborne. Currently, Lin Yuan employed the first stage of shadow dance leaf as a means of escape, an innovative application. Although it still consumed some of his chakra, it was significantly less, half the amount compared to executing the full technique. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 325-1000. Affiliation, Konoha. Bloodline limit, None chakra, 175,325. Kill points, 0. Items. Death immunity medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, shadow dance leaf. Konoha. Great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level, transformation technique. Level, substitution technique. Level, clone technique. Level. The one-eyed IWA ninja's hands heavily struck the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. His gaze fell upon the earth, a surge of anger bubbling within him. He had not anticipated that this Konoha ninja could evade his attack, especially with such sudden acceleration. As a special jonin leading this operation for the IWA, his inability to subdue Lin Yuan was frustrating, particularly as the adversary had just seized the opportunity to eliminate one of their own chunin. This had significantly dampened the morale of the IWA side, a reality difficult for the one-eyed IWA ninja to accept. He resolved to strike at your comrades first. A glint of malice flashed in the one-eyed IWA ninja's eyes as he charged toward the other Konoha ninjas. The one-eyed rock ninja gathered his chakra to unleash the earth release technique, cracking earth palm, which landed directly on the leg of an unfortunate leaf ninja. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as the leaf ninja's face contorted in agony. Eliminate him, commanded the one-eyed rock ninja, gesturing to the surrounding rock ninjas before charging towards the next leaf patrolling ninja. Having used the earth release technique 3 times in quick succession, the one-eyed rock ninja had already expended a significant amount of chakra. However, for a special jonin, such depletion was still manageable. His brutality served to intimidate the assembled leaf ninjas. How could they contend with such a ruthless rock ninja? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the one-eyed rock ninja's disregard for martial decorum. Not only did he hold an advantageous position, but he also relentlessly targeted other ninjas on their side. This disparity in raw strength was glaringly evident. Although they had the numerical advantage, their techniques were largely similar, rendering them unable to suppress the fewer but more ferocious and battle-hardened rock ninjas. Lin Yuan shouted, "Let us all join forces to besiege this special jonin of the rock. Taking him down will be worth our effort. Follow me. We must die with honor if we are to perish." Leading the charge with kunai in hand, Lin Yuan fearlessly advanced towards the one-eyed rock ninja. The other camp's expendable ninjas, gritting their teeth, fell back against their opponents and surged forward to attack the one-eyed rock ninja. Clearly, if they were to face annihilation, taking this ruthless one-eyed rock ninja down with them would be the only gain. In that moment, the expendable ninjas united in shared animosity, their spirits ignited with fierce determination. Yes, they were mere pawns on the chessboard, but through solidarity, they could yet prove their worth. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they shouted in unison, charging at the ferocious one-eyed rock ninja. For a moment, the one-eyed rock ninja was caught off guard. Upon regaining his senses, his expression shifted, even as a special jonin. It was impossible for him to simultaneously fend off the onslaught of so many middle ninjas. His gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, the first to charge, and a flicker of anger sparked in his eyes. It was all the doing of these leaf ninjas. At that moment, the closest expendable patrolling ninja, resolute in his approach, leaped towards the one-eyed rock ninja and executed the leaf great whirlwind technique without hesitation. In that instant, this expendable ninja performed beyond expectations, compelling even the one-eyed rock ninja to take notice. With a grim expression, the one-eyed rock ninja retaliated with his own earth release technique, cracking earth palm, striking the leg of the leaf ninja. Despite the attack from the leaf great whirlwind, the one-eyed rock ninja was forced to stagger back a few paces, while the leaf ninja fell to the ground in pain. Yet, the one-eyed rock ninja was still confronted by a multitude of unrelenting leaf ninjas rushing to attack him. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he prepared to throw shurikens. Lin Yuan drew forth 5 shurikens, casting them directly at the one-eyed rock ninja. Among them, one bore a spatial mark. He fixated intently on this formidable opponent, knowing that his ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver a lethal blow was paramount to the safety of his companions. It could very well be a singular opportunity. Contemplating the possibility of vanishing from the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God, Lin Yuan ultimately dismissed the notion. Without vanquishing the one-eyed rock ninja, his thoughts would remain unfulfilled. The 5 shurikens whizzed toward their target. The one-eyed rock ninja, noticing the impending threat, swiftly dodged, simultaneously employing earth release techniques to counter the Konoha patrolling ninjas who had launched a leaf great whirlwind attack. He shouted at the surrounding rock ninjas, demanding their assistance with exasperation. "Hurry up and support me. Are you all fools? Why are you moving so slowly?" Prompted by his urgency, the rock ninjas hastened their pace, aiming to repel the relentless Konoha ninjas obstructing their path. Unperturbed, the latter brandished their kunai, determined to thwart the advancing rock ninjas, striving to secure an opportunity to eliminate the one-eyed rock ninja. A shared conviction ignited within the ranks of the patrolling ninjas. Chapter 015. The killing intent of the night with a series of leaf great whirlwinds striking the one-eyed rock ninja. Even he, a special jonin of a Wagakure with formidable physical prowess, sustained considerable injuries. After withstanding this assault, he sought to exploit a fleeting moment to deploy his earth release technique. Burrowing underground. Now is the time, thought Lin Yuan, his eyes glinting with resolve as he gripped his sharp kunai, recklessly expending his chakra. In an instant, he appeared at the one-eyed rock ninja's flank, thrusting the kunai swiftly toward him while simultaneously layering the technique of Shadow Dance Leaf. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom as the kunai pierced the one-eyed rock ninja's skull. You. The one-eyed rock ninja staggered, attempting to turn and confront Lin Yuan, but the grievous wound rendered him incapable, and he fell to the ground, bloodied and defeated. With the collapse of their leader, the rock ninjas disintegrated into chaos, scattering in all directions, fleeing in disarray. "Do not pursue the desperate," Lin Yuan panted, gazing down at the fallen one-eyed rock ninja before surveying the remaining wounded comrades in the camp. He exhaled with relief, signaling for the cleanup of the battlefield. This victory felt somewhat fortuitous. The rock ninjas were no easy prey. After the battlefield was cleared, the group withdrew with over a dozen severely injured comrades. The battle had resulted in a near-even split of light and serious injuries, while the rock ninjas suffered the loss of one chunin and one special jonin. Lin Yuan's swift action had indeed been crucial. Had the skirmish continued longer, the exhaustion of chakra among his allies could have led to dire consequences. The occurrence of death has become inevitable. Several severely injured individuals have lapsed into unconsciousness. After receiving rudimentary bandaging and treatment, they are barely clinging to life, seeking refuge in scattered hideouts while remaining vigilant. Should any rock ninja pursue them, timely signals must be dispatched. Lin Yuan swiftly orchestrated the arrangements. After vanquishing the one-eyed rock ninja, his stature as a deputy commander was notably elevated, although none could fathom how he had suddenly materialized behind the foe. The plethora of jutsu within the realm of legendary eyes, combined with a technique imparted to him by the esteemed Jonin Hanatani, provided him with ample cover. This time, his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving Lin Yuan somewhat fatigued. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, none. Chakra 3,325. Kill points: 1 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, shadow dance leaf. Leaf great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: clone technique. Level: the restoration of chakra is a challenging endeavor. Lin Yuan consumed some rations before he could begin to recuperate his chakra. Chakra is synthesized from the essence, vitality, and spirit of a person. Once synthesized, the expenditure of one's essence and vitality is substantial. For instance, after Kakashi Hatake battled Zabuza, he collapsed for several days, underscoring the arduous nature of recovery. In the legendary eyes, apart from powerful clans endowed with bloodline limits, which significantly enhance chakra capacity and recovery speed, only the assistance of tailed beasts can achieve such feats. Like Naruto Uzumaki, who upon activating his bloodline limit, also harnessed the power of a tailed beast, allowing him to expend chakra liberally in battle. In the dead of night, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling in relief. Having regained some chakra, he felt somewhat more prepared to face any resurgence of the rock ninja rather than succumbing to despair. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before complete recovery, and his current situation remained precarious. Only upon returning to the village would circumstances begin to improve. Although the patrolling ninjas along the border were prohibited from leaving until receiving orders from the village, the fact that they had slain a special jonin from the rock-hidden village provided them with substantial merit, which should facilitate their passage. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, none. Chakra 203,325. Kill points: 1 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, shadow dance leaf. Leaf great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: clone technique. Level: suddenly, a flicker of movement in the distance caught Lin Yuan's attention, igniting a sense of unease within him. Instinctively, he lowered his breathing rate and concealed himself. Not long after, he beheld a shadow abruptly manifest before him. In the shadow's grasp lay a bloodied kunai, droplets of crimson cascading down as the moonlight illuminated its sinister glint. This eerie spectacle caused Lin Yuan's pupils to constrict in alarm. The shadow that emerged at this hour was undoubtedly an enemy, one that had stealthily infiltrated their midst. As the shadow scanned its surroundings, it made its way towards a nearby tree, unmistakably a rock ninja, having evaded the notice of others. Lin Yuan surmised, with a growing sense of dread, that this was likely a jonin-level rock ninja. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. It was evident that their predicament had worsened considerably. The strength of a jonin surpassed that of the previous special jonin they had encountered, and their own forces were currently scattered and recuperating, rendering them incapable of immediate resistance. How could they possibly withstand this approaching rock ninja? It was entirely plausible that their comrades within the camp had already fallen victim to the shadow's lethal intent. If action was not taken swiftly, the specter could indeed extinguish them all. The shadow brandished the kunai, aiming it at a spot beneath the tree where a middle-ranking ninja from the camp had chosen to hide. The unsuspecting ninja, lost in slumber, felt the blade pierce his chest, eliciting a muffled groan. Believing himself to have evaded danger, he was tragically unaware that death awaited him in his dreams. The shadow withdrew the bloodied kunai and slowly rose, seemingly sensing something amiss. It turned, locking eyes with Lin Yuan. A low, sinister chuckle escaped the shadow's lips as it swiftly approached. In that instant, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Realizing he had been detected, he acted without hesitation. With a flick of his right hand, he launched a signal flare into the night sky, while his left hand hurled a shuriken inscribed with a spatial mark into the distance. Meanwhile, the shadow seized the opportunity to close in on Lin Yuan. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuan activated the body replacement technique, transforming into a mere wooden block, successfully deflecting the shadow's initial assault. He reappeared some distance away as the signal flare ascended, enough to rouse the remaining ninjas in the camp. Yet Lin Yuan was unconcerned with anything else. He sensed that the shadow had fixated its attention on him. He swiftly employed the chakra-enhanced sprint of Shadow Dance Leaf, dashing away into the distance. The shadow, however, merely smirked in disdain and pursued him with terrifying speed characteristic of a jonin. In the face of such overwhelming velocity, Lin Yuan could hardly gain any ground. The shadow swung the kunai down with force, and in an instant, Lin Yuan vanished. The shadow's expression shifted to one of shock. The prey it had thought to ensnare had inexplicably escaped. Scanning the vicinity, the shadow's demeanor changed abruptly, attempting to flee, but it was too late. A massive serpent, as thick as a building, surged forth and engulfed the shadow whole. Chapter 016. The arrival of Orochimaru under the night sky. A full moon hung high, and Lin Yuan's figure materialized beside the shuriken he had previously cast away. Utilizing the technique of Flying Thunder God, Lin Yuan successfully evaded the assault of the IWA ninja jonin. However, he remained vigilant, discreetly hurling another shuriken into the distance. Even if the IWA jonin pursued him again, he would still have a means of escape, albeit his chakra reserves may not sustain multiple attempts at fleeing. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha Core Bloodline. Nun Chakra 103,325. Killing points 1 items. Death Reversal Token X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Shadow Dance. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Substitution Technique. Level: Clone Technique. Level: Should his chakra be depleted, resorting to the Flying Thunder God would necessitate a sacrifice of his vitality. The aftereffects are not significant. Relinquishing this life should suffice for recovery. Lin Yuan pondered, acutely aware that the imminent threat emanated from the IWA jonin. The disparity between the jonin and chunin ranks is monumental. A fundamental criterion for ascending to jonin is the mastery of a transformation in chakra nature. Once such a transformation is grasped, a ninja's physical constitution receives considerable enhancement. While this improvement may not be utterly transformative, it is far from negligible, effectively bridging the gap between those below the jonin level. For instance, a ninjutsu-oriented ninja who attains jonin status after mastering a chakra nature transformation would experience significant augmentations in their physical and illusionary abilities. Conversely, a taijutsu-oriented ninja would see their ninjutsu and jinjutsu talents and resistances bolstered upon reaching jonin rank. In essence, attaining jonin status generally eliminates any substantial weaknesses. The IWA jonin was undeniably overstepping his bounds. Lin Yuan concealed himself, inwardly cursing. It was outrageous that the IWA side had dispatched both a special jonin and a true jonin to hunt down a mere group of expendable chunin. Their intentions were evidently to eliminate witnesses and sever all ties. However, the world of ninjas is inherently one governed by might, and the expendable often find themselves at the mercy of fate. Only by becoming a jonin can one hope to possess the means of self-preservation. Boom! An explosive sound erupted from Lin Yuan's previous position, casting a long shadow that danced beneath the moonlight, leaving him momentarily astonished. What transpired? Had the IWA jonin encountered a formidable adversary? Might it be that their camp's captain, Jonin Hanada, had returned safely? What could that elongated shadow signify? Perched on a distant branch, a middle-aged man clad in a conical hat stood silently. His gaze, cold and piercing from beneath the hat, surveyed the scene below as he involuntarily inhaled the scent of blood in the air. Orochimaru sighed softly. Am I perhaps a tad late? It seems these border patrol ninjas have met with misfortune. Allow me to avenge them by eliminating this IWA Jonin. Orochimaru adjusted his hat, gazing at the moonlight illuminating the fierce struggle between his summoned serpent and the IWA ninja's elite shinobi. For the moment, he had no desire to intervene directly. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, possessing true shadow-level prowess, he could effortlessly dispatch a mere J-Nin with just a single ordinary summon. Should additional IWA J-Nin join the fray, he might be inclined to engage. The colossal serpent, feeling discomfort, regurgitated the IWA J-Nin and lunged at him once more. Although this summoned beast could not rival a shadow-level entity, its immense form was more than capable of contending with an ordinary J-Nin. As the serpent slithered, it crushed numerous trees under its weight, forcing the IWA J-Nin to retreat in disarray. He began forming hand seals to launch a counterattack. Bewildered by the appearance of such a monstrous creature, with a serious expression, he watched the approaching serpent and, after completing his seals, unleashed a powerful earth release technique. This technique, suitable for J-Nin level, wielded considerable might. Above this lay even more potent forbidden techniques, which demanded a tremendous amount of chakra, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary J-Nin. Hence, they typically resorted to techniques of the J-Nin tier. Earth release, earth flow wall. Upon finishing his seals, the IWA J-Nin slammed his hands into the ground, and in an instant, a formidable wall of earth, approximately 10 meters long and 5 meters high, surged upward. Its impressive thickness was enhanced by the nature transformation of earth chakra, granting it astonishing defensive capabilities, which justified its status as a J-Nin level defensive technique. Otherwise, a typical earthen wall would offer little resistance against an enemy's assault, shattering easily upon impact. The gargantuan serpent, measuring over 40 to 50 meters in length, collided mercilessly with the earth flow wall, producing an earth-shattering roar. The serpent momentarily saw stars, having been halted by the wall. Fortunately, this collision did not incapacitate it. Regaining its senses, the serpent prepared to launch another offensive against the IWA J-Nin. Earth release, earth spear. Without hesitation, the IWA J-Nin continued his hand seals to unleash another J-Nin level offensive technique. While a J-Nin level technique could still inflict significant damage upon the serpent, had he possessed the means to exchange for a higher tier technique, it might have dealt a fatal blow. Alas, his status did not grant him the privilege to acquire such powerful techniques from IWA Village, and even if he had managed to obtain one, he lacked the chakra necessary to execute it. Suddenly, a massive earthen spear erupted from the ground before the IWA J-Nin. Taking advantage of the serpent's momentary disorientation from its collision with the earth flow wall, the spear pierced through the serpent's lower jaw, causing it to writhe in pain, its massive body thrashing violently. Trees were ruthlessly cleaved in twain, culminating in a resounding explosion as they dissipated into ethereal smoke. The IWA J-Nin maintained his hand seals, poised to unleash another earthen spear should the initial strike prove inadequate, prepared to continue until the colossal serpent that had emerged was utterly vanquished. Yet, as the serpent transformed into vapor, the J-Nin's pupils constricted, a chill surging through his heart. Could it be that this serpent was a product of summoning jutsu? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. If summoning was indeed the case, it was clear that the true adversary had yet to reveal themselves. Merely conjuring a spirit beast had already caused him considerable distress, and the strength of the genuine enemy was now all too evident. Surely, the individual must be a Konoha ninja, at the very least, another J-Nin. Who could it be? This formidable ninja utilizing a snake as their spirit beast? Could it be Orochimaru? As the IWA J-Nin deduced the identity of the Konoha intruder, his fighting spirit waned, and he swiftly initiated the advanced Doton, Dori Heki, transforming the earth beneath him into fine sand, intent on burrowing away to escape. In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru, adorned with a conical hat, materialized silently, delivering a powerful kick that sent the J-Nin flying. The J-Nin was propelled through the air, only to be seized by a formidable hand around his throat before he could even touch the ground. He gasped for breath, his visage turning a deep crimson as he was slowly lifted into the air. His gaze met the pale countenance of Orochimaru beneath the hat, confirming his suspicions with a jolt of despair. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Beneath Orochimaru's feet lay another immense serpent, rivaling the one he had just defeated, its green eyes fixated upon the J-nin. Orochi-sama, spare me, he pleaded. The third great ninja war has concluded, and peace has been restored between Konoha and Iwagakure. Our friendship shall endure. I bring greetings from Lord Tsuchikage. The J-nin was engulfed in dread, gazing fearfully at the legendary ninja before him, devoid of any inclination to resist, for the disparity in power was insurmountable. Even in the vast Iwagakure, only the formidable third Tsuchikage, Noki, could hope to confront such a legendary figure. Others would scarcely stand a chance. Orochimaru-sama, Orochimaru-sama. I am Lin Yuan, the vice commander of the Konoha border operations camp. My comrades and I have been relentlessly pursued by these vile IWNen. Thankfully, you have arrived just in time, for they seek to reignite the great ninja war. Just then, a ninja clad in a Konoha forehead protector rushed forth from the distance, halting in fear as he encountered the colossal serpent that had suddenly appeared before him. Yet, with a gaze still tinged with excitement, he looked at Orochimaru, causing the latter to momentarily pause. It's you. The Rock Village Jonin recognized Lin Yuan, confirming him as the Leaf Ninja who had mysteriously vanished moments ago. A flicker of surprise and anger crossed his features. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he spoke up. Our Iwagakure has no intention of instigating the Third Shinobi World War. This is a misunderstanding. Our third Tsuchikage, Lord Inoki, has always sought to foster friendly relations with the Hidden Leaf Village. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru inquired about the border patrol ninja who seemed to admire him. Upon learning the general circumstances, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he nodded. I am already aware of the disappearance of your comrades and the uncertainty surrounding the lives of those in the camp. I shall take responsibility for what follows. Those rock ninjas dared to invade my leaf-controlled territory. I shall return their affront in kind. As for this sneaky rock jonin who has followed us, let us dispose of him directly. The rock jonin's pupils constricted as he attempted to struggle, but found himself firmly grasped by Orochimaru's hand around his neck, rendering him speechless and utterly powerless. Lord Orochimaru, I wish to personally slay this rock jonin to avenge my fallen comrades from the camp, Lin Yuan declared, his gaze fixed on the struggling rock jonin, filled with wrath. This jonin had stealthily infiltrated their ranks, likely taking the lives of several of his fellow ninjas. Were it not for his flying thunder god technique, Lin Yuan might have lost his own life as well. This fueled his desire to exact vengeance on the rock jonin himself. Very well, Orochimaru adjusted his hat, not refusing the request of this seemingly admiring fellow ninja. Considering that the jonin recognized him at a glance and displayed courage in approaching him, Orochimaru channeled his chakra and performed a sealing technique to suppress the jonin's chakra, preventing any chance of escape. He then unceremoniously tossed the captured jonin at Lin Yuan's feet. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan grasped a kunai and thrust it towards the rock jonin's face, piercing his eye and blinding him instantaneously. He continued to stab at non-vital areas of the jonin's body, believing that to kill him outright would be too merciful. The kunai struck repeatedly, and after a while, the rock jonin lay dead, his eyes remaining open in a final, unseeing gaze. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 325-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline, Nun chakra, 103-325. Killing points, 11 items. Death exemption token, X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Shadow Dance of Leaves, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique, Level, Transformation Technique, Level, Substitution Technique, Level, Clone Technique, Level, 10 killing points. Another opportunity to enter the lottery pool awaits. However, for now, I shall refrain from it. I shudder to think of the possibility of drawing the corpse bone pulse. The affliction of bone hyperplasia is indeed troublesome. The manifestation of the corpse bone pulse in the legendary eyes can only be described as mediocre and rather conspicuous, making it easy for the villagers to detect, thus rendering it an unsuitable choice. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique is currently at hand, providing ample utility in the short term. After successfully acquiring 10 kill points from vanquishing the rock ninja jonin, Lin Yuan exhaled with relief, recognizing the near miss of this almost free opportunity. Obtaining kill points from slaying a jonin is no simple feat. Prize pool, corpse bone pulse limit break, probability 0. 2 Rasengan, probability 98 others, probability 90 current lottery consumption, 2 kill points, new year reset. Orochimaru cast a glance at the utterly lifeless rock ninja jonin before producing a scroll to seal the jonin's corpse within. After discarding the scroll into the maw of his snake as a trophy, he turned to Lin Yuan and declared, "I am now off to rescue the Jonin of Flower Field. The value of a Jonin should not be so easily extinguished." He instructed Lin Yuan to remain behind and account for the surviving members. With that, Orochimaru's figure stepped onto the head of the snake, propelling himself into the night. Continuing onward. Midway, Orochimaru casually released several small white snakes to monitor the surrounding circumstances. The white serpents coiled around distant trees, occasionally casting glances toward Lin Yuan. Unbeknownst to him and the remaining ninjas in the camp, all of this transpired unnoticed. Upon seeing Orochimaru depart, Lin Yuan immediately began to signal the surviving cannon fodder ninjas with a whistle. The earlier fireworks signal had successfully roused the remaining camp ninjas, but the fireworks indicated an emergency, causing them to hesitate. Only when they heard the whistle, now serving as a code, did they slowly gather. The deputy camp leader, along with 7 camp ninjas, approached, 3 of whom were gravely injured but managed to regain some mobility. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, they appeared to have found their anchor, a flicker of safety washing over them. At the same time, they gazed in awe at the direction Orochimaru had departed, unaware of the identity of the ninja who rode away on the Great Serpent. Even if they harbored suspicions, they dared not confirm them, for this individual held a fearsome reputation. Had it not been for Minato Namake's superior prowess, he might have ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage. Are we left with just 8 of us? Lin Yuan pondered gravely, noting the absence of any additional arrivals. The camp had successfully evaded the initial wave of rock ninja pursuers and even managed to counterattack, taking down a special Jonin. They had believed they were safe, only to be pursued by another Jonin in the dead of night, resulting in the deaths of 12 comrades. Had it not been for Orochimaru's timely intervention, their entire force might have fallen. We are now safe. That was Lord Orochimaru, the most powerful among the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He has gone to rescue the Jonin of Flower Field. We need only await news. Lin Yuan reassured the remaining patrolling ninjas. Suddenly, the living individuals were filled with excitement, simultaneously releasing a sigh of relief. Chapter 018, The Lottery. If I could accompany Orochimaru, perhaps I could obtain some valuable points for killing. Given Orochimaru's current strength at the level of a Kage, it is likely that only the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, could contend with him in a Wagakure. Moreover, at this time, Orochimaru had not yet defected and should pose no threat to his fellow villagers, ensuring safety. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of regret as he remembered the more than 10 fallen Chunin from the camp. He resolutely decided that he must escape the fate of being cannon fodder as soon as possible. At the very least, he needed to achieve the rank of an elite Chunin and then strive to become a Jonin. The Chunin rank was simply too weak. He decided to draw from the lottery pool. Currently, it appeared that the points required for each draw were exponentially increasing, with a reset occurring after the new year. With only 2 or 3 months remaining until the new year, he resolved to make a few draws while he could still afford it. Lin Yuan contemplated this. He had initially planned to save up for a larger draw, but reconsidered. With an increase in strength, acquiring points for killing would become even swifter, yielding greater rewards. If he simply hoarded his points, it would take an eternity to rise in power, especially given his mediocre ninja talent, which paled in comparison to Kakashi's abilities. Lottery pool. Shikatsumiyaku, Kekei Jinkai probability of drawing 0. 2. Rasengan, probability of drawing 98. Others, probability of drawing 90 current lottery cost. 2 points, reset on new year, current points. 11 drawing once or twice should not be an issue. However, succumbing to gambling tendencies was unwarranted. Thus, he decided to draw only once to test the waters. If he received a good reward, he would continue. If not, he would cease further attempts. Lin Yuan gazed intently at the rewards within the lottery pool, understanding that the tiered rewards were predetermined. New tiered rewards would only appear when drawn or refreshed. Lin Yuan fervently hoped for good fortune. Without hesitation, he made a decisive draw. Congratulations. You have drawn Shikatsumiyaku, Kekei Jinkai. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 325-1000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Kekei Jinkai. Chakra, 103-3250. Killing points, 9 items. Golden Life Token X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Invisibility Technique, level. Transformation Technique, level. Substitution Technique, level. Clone Technique, Level. What on earth? Is this a joke? Lin Yuan was somewhat bewildered. He had merely drawn twice casually and astonishingly obtained 2 high-tier rewards. What could this possibly mean? Had he transformed from an utterly unlucky individual into a paragon of fortune? It was simply beyond comprehension. The corpse bone pulse bloodline limit. The bones transform into an organ capable of consuming chakra for infinite regeneration. With the chakra limit multiplied by 10, Lin Yuan instinctively sensed a change within his bones. They brimmed with vitality. He felt that by consuming chakra, his bones could continuously grow, including those of his hands, ribs, and other bones aside from the skull. The hardness of these bones was naturally formidable, especially after becoming a bloodline limit organ, their strength surpassing even that of weapons like kunai. However, Lin Yuan was cautious not to overuse this ability, aware of the potential side effects. In the comics, the Corpse Bone Pulse clan had only one remaining ninja capable of awakening this bloodline limit, Kimimaro, who did not live long thereafter. Nearby, several ninjas from the camp, engaged in arranging the remains of their fallen comrades, observed Lin Yuan, who seemed to be in a state of cultivation, their admiration growing. His achievements, from defeating the special jonin of the rock village to signaling their comrades with smoke signals, and swiftly contacting one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to aid in the defeat of the rock ninja, all underscored his prowess as the vice-captain. The village's decision to promote Lin Yuan to this position was undoubtedly well considered, earning him respect among the patrolling ninjas. Though reluctant to embrace this bloodline limit, he recognized there was little choice, for they resided in a world steeped in ocular legends, where eye-related bloodline limits were the most formidable. The corpse bone pulse merely provided an added layer of self-preservation, and the chakra enhancement it conferred was not to be underestimated. It seemingly elevated his chakra to the level of a jonin, and when he eventually reached that rank, his chakra reserves would correspond to that of a Hokage. A true ascent to greatness, he mused. However, in comparison to Naruto, who could freely employ the high-level shadow clone technique with just his newly acquired Genin forehead protector, the disparity in chakra levels was stark. Lin Yuan assessed that Naruto possessed at least thousands of chakra, enhanced by his Uzumaki lineage. When factoring in the immense chakra provided by the Nine Tails, Naruto's reserves were practically inexhaustible. Rewards pool, Byakugan bloodline limit, probability 0. 4. Rasengan, probability 19. 6. Others, probability 80. Current lottery consumption, 4. New Year reset. To his astonishment, Lin Yuan beheld the newly revealed reward in the pool, the Byakugan bloodline limit. His heart swelled with anticipation. Although the most potent ocular power in this world was the Sharingan, which could evolve into the formidable Rinnegan, the Byakugan was by no means inferior. With exceedingly challenging conditions, it could evolve into the powerful Tensigan, rivaling the Rinnegan. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan declared his intent to draw. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Congratulations. You have drawn the summoning technique. Summoning technique consumes chakra for random summoning. The more chakra expended, the stronger the summoned spirit beast and the longer its duration. Prize pool, Byakugan bloodline limit, probability 0. 8 Rasengan, probability 39. 2 others, probability 60. Current lottery cost, 8. New Year reset. The summoning technique is somewhat better than nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head. Among the most formidable spirit beast clans in the world of legends, each clan boasts spirit beasts with strength comparable to that of a Hokage. However, these clans have already established summoning contracts with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. The summoning contract scrolls from these 3 clans are now entrusted to the legendary 3 ninjas, leaving ordinary civilians without any opportunity to engage. The only characters in the manga with such an opportunity are Naruto, Kabuto, and Sakura. There remain 5 killing points, insufficient for another draw. If a few more draws were to be made, obtaining a mid-tier Rasengan should not be difficult. Yet, acquiring the Byakugan, with its mere percentage chance, would likely depend on sheer luck. The Rasengan can be gradually learned in daily practice. After all, it begins with the basic water sphere. This is not a significant challenge. It would be ideal to have the opportunity in the future to examine the sealing techniques in the Forbidden Scroll, thus alleviating any concerns about lacking ninjutsu. Lin Yuan glanced at his now vastly improved attribute panel, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Looking back, becoming an elite chunin or even a jonin no longer seemed particularly daunting. Chapter 019. A great commotion. Lin Yuan sat up, consumed some rations, and immediately commenced his training to recover chakra. Having unexpectedly drawn the Shikatsu-miyako bloodline limit significantly raised his chakra capacity. Once fully replenished, he would no longer need to worry about depleting his chakra after executing several leaf great whirlwinds. However, refining chakra requires considerable expenditure of one's vitality and spirit. Given the current subpar conditions and his less-than-ideal state, he cannot extract too much chakra at once, lest he completely exhaust himself, a rather awkward predicament. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Level: Chunin, 325-1000. Faction: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsu-miyako Bloodline Limit: Chakra, 350-3250. Killing points: 5 items. Death Exemption Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning Technique: Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Substitution Technique. Level: Clone Technique. Level. As dawn gradually brightened, light emerged in the forest. The bodies of the camp ninjas lay in an orderly fashion. 13 camp ninjas had been silently ambushed and killed in their sleep by an IWA ninja last night. In the vast campsite, only Lin Yuan and 7 other camp ninjas remained, with no further survivors. The camp leader, Jonin Hanatani, was currently unaccounted for. If it were merely a matter of becoming a captive of the rock shinobi, there would still be hope for rescue by Orochimaru. Let us bring our fallen comrades back to Konoha for a proper burial. Lin Yuan, too, could not bear to leave them outside the village. After conferring with the others, it was decided to return to the camp to excavate the supplies buried underground. Among these were scrolls capable of sealing items, which would allow for the effortless return of our deceased comrades to the village. 3 individuals would remain behind, awaiting Orochimaru's return. It was anticipated that there would be no significant obstacles. After all, the rock shinobi had lost both a special jonin and a jonin in quick succession, making it unlikely for them to muster additional forces in the short term. Moreover, Orochimaru had ventured there the previous night. Deputy Commander, you should have attained the strength of an elite chunin by now, given your remarkable contributions. Upon our return to the village, you should be able to request a transfer and enjoy a period of recuperation, remarked one of the 4 chunin accompanying Lin Yuan to gather supplies. They all gazed at Lin Yuan with a hint of envy. For the aspiration to become an elite chunin and secure a transfer away from this perilous border had long been a cherished dream. Yet, few among them had the opportunity to realize that ambition. No, I would rather remain at the border to avenge our fallen comrades, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head with a mix of emotions. On one hand, as the deputy commander of the border combat camp, even if he advanced to elite chunin status, he would find it difficult to request a transfer. On the other hand, the acquisition of kill points was far more feasible in such a treacherous locale. Thus, despite possessing the strength of an elite chunin, the notion of residing in the village felt like a distant fantasy. It would be wiser to relinquish such impractical thoughts. If he truly wished to stay in the village, he would likely need to cultivate connections with Orochimaru. However, in a few years, it was likely that Orochimaru would defect from Konoha due to his experiments on human subjects. Seeking connections now could lead to irreparable consequences later. It would be better to lead a stable life at the border for a few years. After all, Naruto had only just been born, and there was ample time before the main events unfolded. If he could amass sufficient strength by then, he might even involve himself in the unfolding narrative, eventually shedding the identity of a mere pawn from Konoha. The 4 chunin exchanged glances, astonished that Lin Yuan wished to remain at the border. In that moment, they felt inspired, their gazes towards him infused with newfound respect. If the deputy commander were a shinobi of a prominent clan, he would likely ascend to the rank of jonin in the future, becoming a significant figure within the village. Alas, the deputy commander hailed from a common family in the village, and the secrets to becoming a jonin were tightly held by the clans. It would not be an easy path for him. The 4 chunin felt a twinge of regret, for the transformation of chakra nature had thwarted many elite chunin and even some special jonin. Numerous ninjas aware of the requirement to master chakra nature transformation in order to elevate to jonin status remained stuck at this critical juncture. However, what must one do to achieve the transformation of chakra's nature? It seems that only those of the ninja clans can provide more detailed information. For ordinary ninjas, obtaining such knowledge is virtually impossible, as it remains a closely guarded secret among the clans. The supplies of the camp lie buried here, a considerable distance from the encampment. It appears that they have not attracted the attention of the rock ninjas. Otherwise, the loss would be significant. Lin Yuan observed that the burial site remained intact, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He began to dig with several ninjas from the camp. Inside, there were not only sealing scrolls, but also tents, clothing, and various supplies. Extracting and reorganizing everything proved to be quite a task. As time passed, Lin Yuan and his companions became increasingly busy. The morning sun gradually ascended, and the environment at the border visibly brightened, presenting a rather monotonous yet serene scene. Vice Camp Leader, we have finished, reported the four ninjas, presenting a large collection of organized supplies with expressions of delight. With these provisions, at least their sustenance and lodging would improve, sparing them from eating on the go and allowing for a hearty meal. They could catch a few fish and gather some dry leaves to start a fire with flint for roasting. Even dry rations would taste much better when warmed. Lin Yuan smiled at them, saying that if a ninja skilled in fire release were present, starting a fire would be remarkably swift. Unfortunately, most ninjas on the border excelled in taijutsu and lacked the ability to wield fire release techniques. Among those proficient in taijutsu, how many could rival someone like Rock Lee, who trained under a master of taijutsu? Most merely played the role of ordinary cannon fodder. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Yuan and his companions prepared to return, a thunderous noise erupted from the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The source seemed to be in the direction of a Hokage. It was unclear what event could provoke such a commotion from so far away. For a moment, Lin Yuan and the four ninjas exchanged glances, uncertain whether to investigate. That direction led to a Hokage, and this disturbance might be related to Lord Orochimaru. One of the ninjas hesitantly suggested whether they should provide support to the legendary figure. After all, they were merely ordinary nin. Assisting the renowned powerhouse, Orochimaru, would be akin to a lesser entity aiding a greater one. The force capable of creating such a ruckus must be formidable, and for ordinary nin, merely approaching the combat zone could result in death from the residual shockwaves. The only adversary of Orochimaru's caliber in a Hokage would likely be the third Hokage, Inoki. Both are shadow-level figures, with Inoki's strength even surpassing that of Orochimaru. After contemplating, Lin Yuan addressed his companions directly. You all return with the supplies. I possess a technique for stealth and will quietly investigate. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, you are to return directly to Konoha without delay. In the next moment, Lin Yuan vanished, stealthily making his way towards the border. The remaining shinobi in the camp exchanged anxious glances, ultimately retreating with apprehension. Chapter 20. The risks of observing the battle quickly assist Lord Hokage. Hurry to support Lord Hokage. A multitude of rock shinobi surrounded the battlefield, eager to enter and provide aid. However, witnessing the fierce clash between Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha, and their own third Hokage, Inoki, they were filled with awe. The chaos of flying sand and booming sounds left them hesitant, for getting too close could result in being obliterated by the residual shockwaves of their combat, an occurrence that would leave no room for discourse. The third Hokage, Inoki, though diminutive in stature, floated in the air, wielding the formidable dust release, a combination of wind, water, and earth chakra transformations. Every movement he made exuded extraordinary power. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having removed his conical hat and secured it at his waist, summoned 3 colossal snakes, each measuring 50 to 60 meters, to besiege the third Hokage of a Hokage. His expression was solemn, for one does not attain the position of a village leader without strength, especially not the Hokage of the esteemed Hokage. Even Orochimaru could not afford to be careless, for defeating Hanzo of the Salamander did not grant him license to act with impunity before Inoki. You dare to slay my Hokage Jonin, even if you are the infamous Orochimaru of Konoha? As the third Hokage, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Prepare to meet your end. Inoki's demeanor betrayed no emotion, yet the 3 snakes charging at him were swiftly repelled. Beneath his aged and diminutive exterior lay immense power. Oh no. You Hokage ninjas initiated the attack on my Konoha's border patrol first. I am merely here to thwart your restless ambitions at the behest of the third Hokage. Orochimaru retorted fearlessly, fixing his gaze upon the figure of the red-robed Inoki. Both Inoki and the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were contemporaries of Orochimaru's former master, having risen to prominence even before the legendary Sannin. In an instant, the 3 serpents lunged toward Inoki, their jaws agape wide enough to engulf an entire building. revealing elongated fangs capable of swiftly dispatching prey with venom. Yet, Inoki remained composed, soaring through the air with the aid of dust release. As he witnessed the impending attack, he calmly rubbed his hands together before spreading them apart. At that moment, a beam of light, as thick as a grain of rice, erupted from his palms, sweeping towards the ground like a celestial pillar. The earth erupted in response. The dust release, original world separation technique. This formidable technique could reduce any matter it came into contact with to its molecular state, a testament to the immense power he wielded, akin to that of his master. Thus, Noki was able to smoothly inherit the position of Tsuchikage from his master, the second Tsuchikage of Awagakure. The colossal summoning serpent, stretching between 50 to 60 meters, was relentlessly struck by beams of light, causing its serpent body to vanish in segments. Once its formidable state became unsustainable, it dissipated into smoke. Meanwhile, the beam generated by Naki's dust release technique remained potent, directing its course towards Orochimaru. The ground beneath the beam erupted into craters, sending dust swirling into the air. Even formidable shadow-level warriors would find themselves compelled to retreat in the face of such a technique. Orochimaru swiftly performed hand signs, activating a high-level defensive ninjutsu known as the Triple Rashomon. This defense was astonishingly robust, capable of withstanding the majority of high-level ninjutsu assaults. From the earth emerged 3 towering gates adorned with ghastly patterns, crafted from exceptional materials, standing resolutely in front of the beam. In the astonished gaze of all present ninjas, the beam swept across the Triple Rashomon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The gates could not withstand the onslaught of the light. Following the obliteration of the Triple Rashomon, the beam, a manifestation of the dust release technique, continued its relentless advance towards Orochimaru's location. The dust release, renowned for its destructive capability, effortlessly overwhelmed the defenses of the Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru, recalling the intelligence on the third Tsuchikage, was acutely aware of the formidable might of the beam that had just annihilated the gates, finding himself in a precarious situation. With limited time to react, he swiftly dove into the gaping maw of the serpent beneath him. As the beam passed over the serpent, it was reduced to mere molecular particles. The light dissipated, and Noki, with his hands behind his back, hovered in midair, observing the cloud of dust surrounding Orochimaru's position. He remained vigilant. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha, a distinguished ninja of great renown. To perish so easily in a single strike would be a disservice to his legacy. Although the attack was immensely powerful, there remained a possibility of evasion. Suddenly, a gigantic serpent, adorned with purple stripes, surged forth from the swirling dust, rapidly closing the distance to Noki. Atop this majestic creature stood a somewhat breathless Orochimaru, his gaze fixed intently on Noki. He addressed the purple serpent beneath him. "Manda, it is time for us to fight side by side once again. Our adversary is the third Tsuchikage, Noki." The purple serpent, named Manda, was Orochimaru's contracted spirit beast and the leader of the Takigakure's serpent clan, boasting strength surpassing that of an elite Genin, second only to the legendary White Snake Sage of the same clan. The power of the White Snake Sage was formidable, truly a being of shadow-level prowess. And even Orochimaru found himself unable to summon such an entity in his current state. The myriad serpents possess strength that surpasses that of elite shinobi, drawing perilously close to the might of a Hokage, capable of engaging in battles of such caliber without succumbing easily to the assaults of Kage-level adversaries. This time, their opponent is the formidable third Tsuchikage, Inoki, a renowned powerhouse in his own right. Orochimaru declared, "Following our confrontation, I demand 100 living sacrifices." The mouth of the myriad serpents gaped wide, revealing eyes devoid of fear. After laying forth his conditions, the venomous fangs lunged swiftly toward Inoki. "No problem," Orochimaru asserted. "This opponent is not to be taken lightly. If I can vanquish him, the sacrifices shall be no issue." With haste, Orochimaru formed hand seals. And as the myriad serpents surged towards Inoki, he unleashed his ninjutsu. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku bloodline. Limit: Chakra 450-3250. Kill points: 5 items. Death immunity. Metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Invisibility technique: level, transformation technique, level, body replacement technique, level, shadow clone technique on the fringes of the battlefield, Lin Yuan. Concealed by the invisibility technique, observed the fierce clash between Orochimaru and Inoki at the center. He became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was the third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, a master of the dust release, a powerful Kage-level technique, who had ventured to the border. The ninjas of a Wagakure were certainly unpredictable. Lin Yuan pondered whether Orochimaru could defeat this third Tsuchikage, but he believed that Orochimaru would not struggle to preserve his own life. A gathering of over 50 IWA ninjas bore witness, their combined strength capable of waging a small-scale war. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed danger as one of the IWA shinobi detected his presence. It was undoubtedly an elite shinobi. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan retreated, for his invisibility technique, though effective, was merely a basic-level ninjutsu with numerous vulnerabilities, likely to be uncovered by a formidable opponent. In the distance, an IWA Jounin's gaze shifted. As a rare sensory-type ninja, he sensed an unknown presence lurking. After discreetly employing his sensory technique, he discerned that it appeared to be a Chunin, who seemed to be attempting to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave chase. Chapter 021. Weakened and fainting being pursued? Lin Yuan sensed the impending danger and halted in his tracks. His eyes locked onto the IWA Jounin who had suddenly appeared before him, causing his heart to sink. A serious expression settled upon his face. The IWA Jounin accompanying Inoki was undoubtedly no weakling. Moreover, the fact that he had perceived Lin Yuan from a distance and pursued him without hesitation spoke volumes of his confidence. The Shikatsu Miyaku bloodline limit, drawn from the prize pool, endowed Lin Yuan with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. When unleashed fully, it could rival that of elite shinobi, and he wielded it with remarkable proficiency. However, excessive use could lead to potential complications, such as skeletal hyperplasia. Moreover, there remains a considerable distance before my chakra is fully restored. Slaying this IWA ninja J-nin will not be an easy task. Lin Yuan retrieved a kunai, gazing intently at the IWA ninja J-nin, hesitating whether to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape immediately. He was, of course, exceedingly cautious. Along the way, he had left behind a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, allowing him to teleport directly at this moment. The Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu capable of disregarding all barriers. A mere IWA ninja J-nin could hardly impede him. Still, there was no urgency to flee at once. Are you a Konoha ninja? The IWA J-nin fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's concealed position, muttering to himself. How audacious for a mere Chunin to creep over here. Shall I call it reckless bravery, or an invitation to demise? Quickly reveal yourself, and lay down your weapons. Surrender quietly, or else I shall take matters into my own hands, and you will surely suffer. Before a J-nin, a Chunin is but an insignificant insect. Shall I repeat myself? The IWA J-nin brandished his kunai, emanating a formidable aura. Any ordinary genin would undoubtedly be intimidated to the point of losing their will to fight. After all, every J-nin has risen through a sea of bloodshed, amassing a killing intent that few ninjas can withstand. Consider the elite J-nin Kakashi, who had already completed 42 A-rank missions before encountering Zabuza, which was merely a B-rank task. This underscores the might of J-nin, who have endured countless A-rank battles. It seems you are determined to provoke me, the IWA J-nin remarked, as he observed Lin Yuan's continued concealment. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Grasping his kunai, he instantly performed the body flicker technique, appearing before Lin Yuan in a heartbeat. The kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yuan. Even in his hidden state, Lin Yuan was not beyond the reach of this formidable J-nin. Not all powerful J-nin are sensory types, but all sensory type J-nin are undeniably strong. And he was surely not far from that elite caliber. Lin Yuan drew forth his kunai, empowered by the bloodline limit of the corpse bone pulse. His strength was formidable enough to withstand the IWA J-nin's assault. The two kunai danced in a deadly ballet. The IWA J-nin retaliated with a kick aimed at Lin Yuan, which he effortlessly evaded by sidestepping. In a swift counterattack, Lin Yuan delivered a powerful kick to the J-nin's chest. The J-nin's pupils constricted as he staggered back several paces, absorbing the force of the blow. His gaze now filled with astonishment as he regarded the revealed Lin Yuan. Once combat commenced, the concealment technique was automatically dispelled. Lin Yuan, noticing the Nin's astonished expression, felt a twinge of regret. Had he been able to maintain his invisibility throughout the battle, it would have certainly conferred a significant advantage. Alas, such a feat is beyond the capabilities of ninjutsu, unless one were to change their lineage. The Nin continued to regard Lin Yuan with disbelief, stating, "You are but a mere chunin. To think that one could stand toe-to-toe with me, a jonin, in taijutsu is quite remarkable. It's no wonder you have the audacity to approach and spy. Clearly, you possess some exceptional talents. However, today shall mark your demise. I intend to demonstrate the true might of a jonin. Taijutsu is merely the aspect in which I am least proficient as a jonin." As Lin Yuan prepared to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, a familiar figure emerged before him. It was none other than the missing Hanatani jonin, bearing numerous scars upon his visage and clad in a tattered green vest, evidence of the harrowing trials he had endured. Fortunately, he had been rescued in the nick of time by the hastily arriving Orochimaru, preserving his life, a most fortunate outcome. "Lin Yuan, you must leave. I shall follow shortly," Hanatani jonin said, his gaze fixed on the jonin before him, not turning back to Lin Yuan. After being saved by Orochimaru, he had sought a safe haven to recuperate, but to his dismay, Orochimaru had encountered the swiftly approaching third Hokage, Inoki. While observing from the shadows, Hanatani jonin noticed the jonin departing and hesitated before deciding to pursue. Upon arriving, Hanatani jonin witnessed the jonin preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. Without hesitation, he revealed himself to intervene. After instructing Lin Yuan to depart, he brandished his kunai, appearing evenly matched against the jonin. Suddenly, Hanatani jonin felt a sharp pain in his waist, a remnant of the torture he had endured during his captivity by the IWA. Although Orochimaru had rescued him and provided medical aid, a full recovery would require time. The jonin narrowed his eyes, keenly aware of this vulnerability. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hanatani jonin flying. Realizing that this newly appeared Konoha jonin bore injuries, the jonin deduced that he was the same one captured by his comrades. Were it not for the knowledge of their capture, the third Hokage would not have hurried over without even taking a meal. One Konoha jonin and a chunin. This will be a remarkable achievement for me. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan, you must flee. I will hold him off, Hanatani jonin declared, regaining his footing after being kicked aside. Though his injuries had not yet healed and his chakra was at a nadir, he resolved to delay the jonin for as long as possible. If this provided Lin Yuan, an exceptional chunin of the camp, an opportunity to escape, it would be worth the sacrifice. Ninjutsu, Earth Release. The jonin began to form hand seals without hesitation. Ninjutsu, Fire Release. Hanatani jonin also commenced his hand seals. Halfway through the sequence, an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, causing Hanatani jonin to tremble and collapse to the ground, losing consciousness. In his weakened state, attempting to forcibly draw upon his chakra proved futile, resulting in a backlash that rendered him unconscious and incapable of combat. It appears that the jonin of Konoha are not as formidable as they claim. The Rock Village jonin observed the unconscious Flower Field jonin, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. His gaze then shifted to Lin Yuan. "Now, it is your turn, Flower Field jonin." Upon witnessing the collapse of the Flower Field jonin, Lin Yuan's heart sank in alarm. He had not anticipated that the Flower Field jonin had become so feeble. He hurriedly rushed forward to support him, guiding him to a relatively safe location. The Rock Village jonin made no attempt to intervene, recognizing that no unexpected events would occur at this moment. "Then, allow me to confront this Rock Village jonin." Lin Yuan felt a surge of courage as he looked at the fallen Flower Field jonin. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 325-1000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 500-3250. Killing points, 5. Items, Death Immunity Token X1 Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Summoning Technique, Shadow Dance Leaf, Konoha Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique, Level, Transformation Technique, Level, Body Replacement Technique, Level, Clone Technique, Level, Chapter 022, Explosive Release, Earth Release, Earth Spear. The Rock Village jonin fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan and swiftly formed hand seals. The ground trembled noticeably as a 5-meter-long, half-meter-wide earth spear erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Lin Yuan's position. The spear's speed was nearly instantaneous, arriving before Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye. As a powerful ninjutsu, it was exceedingly difficult to withstand. In response, Lin Yuan evaded the incoming earth spear almost simultaneously, unleashing his signature taijutsu, Konoha Great Whirlwind. He darted forward, his legs spinning like fan blades, striking at the rock village Jonin, enhanced by the formidable power of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline. The might of the Konoha Great Whirlwind was significantly amplified, rivaling the full force of an elite Chunin's attack. What a swift reaction! A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the rock village Jonin. He had not expected this Konoha Chunin to not only evade the earth spear, but also execute a taijutsu maneuver simultaneously. The audacity of a mere Chunin to challenge a Jonin-level warrior was remarkable. In that instant, Lin Yuan's Konoha Great Whirlwind struck the rock village Jonin, producing a resounding impact. His form dissipated into smoke, revealing only a piece of wood. This was the body replacement technique. As the smoke cleared, the rock village Jonin's figure had vanished. However, Lin Yuan felt no hesitation. After all, ninjas from the rock village were adept at earth release. Once they disappeared, it was highly likely they had retreated underground. Swiftly, he moved to the side, attempting to evade the impending attack from the rock village Jonin emerging from beneath. For a brief moment, the rock village Jonin refrained from immediate action, leading to a stalemate. Meanwhile, the ground near the fallen flower field Jonin began to shift ominously. This is bad. Lin Yuan instinctively glanced towards Hanatani's direction, where he noticed the ground beneath him. The rock shinobi Nin emerged from underground, turning his head with a playful glint in his eyes as he cast a glance at Lin Yuan. He then reached out towards the unconscious Hanatani, clearly intending to take action against him, as the latter was in a state of utter defenselessness. The cunning nature of the rock village Nin ignited a spark of anger within Lin Yuan. Without hesitation, he brandished his kunai and rushed forward. As a Nin of the camp, Hanatani had generously gifted Lin Yuan a scroll of the invisibility technique. From the injuries he bore, it was evident that he had faced formidable challenges while searching for Meichuan, ultimately falling prey to the rock shinobi. After being rescued by Orochimaru, he had revealed himself to save Lin Yuan. Such camaraderie must be cherished. He could not allow the rock Nin to seize Hanatani at this vulnerable moment. If you dare harm Hanatani, once Lord Orochimaru defeats Noki, you will not escape retribution, Lin Yuan declared, intent on buying time. After all, Orochimaru had arrived just in time to save Hanatani, and that victory was part of his merit. If, after his battle with Noki, he learned that Hanatani had perished, he would surely not tolerate the continued existence of this rock Nin. Otherwise, what honor would remain for one of the legendary three shinobi of Konoha? Lin Yuan executed the shadow dance leaf's sprinting technique. From the earth, two hands emerged. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan darted forward, his feet landing upon the hands that had suddenly erupted from the ground, sensing an unusual occurrence. He could faintly hear the sound of the rock Nin inhaling sharply from beneath. Lin Yuan quickly leaped back, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded the hands he had just stepped on, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features. A suspicion began to form in his mind. The rock Nin must have been hiding underground since he activated the substitution technique. Waiting for Lin Yuan to rush towards Hanatani in order to seize his feet and exchange positions through the earth technique, burying Lin Yuan underground. Suddenly, the figure of the rock Nin, approaching Hanatani, transformed into a cloud of smoke. Indeed, it was a mere shadow clone. With a fraction of his chakra, he had created an insubstantial doppelganger to distract his foe. Clearly, the rock Nin had devised a clever scheme to eliminate this Konoha Nin. But he had not anticipated Lin Yuan's sudden acceleration, which thwarted the jutsu's execution and left him with a painful foot. Emerging from the ground, the rock Nin regarded the Konoha Nin with dissatisfaction. He had assumed that a Nin would easily overpower a Nin. But it appeared this Konoha Nin was more troublesome than expected. He hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash a large-scale, powerful ninjutsu. The advanced ninjutsu requires a substantial amount of chakra. Even with the amplification provided by his bloodline limit, he can only perform it a few times. Moreover, he intends to eliminate these two Konoha ninjas before heading to the battlefield to assist the Tsuchikage, Inoki. Boom, boom, boom. The distant battlefield where Orochimaru and the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, are engaged in combat reverberates with tremendous sounds, suggesting that the clash has intensified. The IWA, and Ninja Jounin, realizing the urgency, decided not to delay any longer. It seemed imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. Before the serious Jounin, the mere Chunin stood no chance whatsoever. The IWA Jounin fixed his gaze upon Lin Yuan, extending his hands as chakra subtly gathered within them. His palms began to glow a deep crimson. This peculiar sight immediately captured Lin Yuan's attention. A bloodline limit? Lin Yuan deduced the Jounin's trump card, his expression turning grave. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The Jounin accompanying Inoki must undoubtedly hail from the esteemed clans of Awagakure. The likelihood of him being a civilian Jounin is virtually non-existent. To belong to a ninja clan, one must possess at least a bloodline limit. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that this IWA Jounin wields such a power. However, this complicates matters significantly. While the bloodline limit may not possess the peculiarities of bloodline limit organs nor the overwhelming strength of bloodline elimination, it is undeniable that the abilities showcased in the manga, such as Haku's ice release or Maitarumi's boil release and lava release, are remarkably potent. Even the 12-year-old prodigy, Sasuke, was unable to match Haku when he activated his Sharingan. Suddenly, the IWA Jounin unleashed explosive release and ground-shattering punches. Moving with a velocity that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, his fist struck Lin Yuan directly with a resounding thud. In an instant, Lin Yuan's form transformed into smoke, leaving behind a wooden substitute, a clever use of the substitution technique. The Jounin's fists continued their trajectory, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater 5 meters wide, akin to a landmine explosion, with dust billowing into the air. Such speed and power, this is what explosive release entails. It appears that eliminating this IWA Jounin will not be an easy feat. Lin Yuan could not help but glance at his attribute panel. His chakra reserves were insufficient. If he were at full capacity and could utilize the Shikatsumiyaku to its fullest extent, there might be a glimmer of hope in vanquishing this IWA Jounin. However, for now, it is best to withdraw from this confrontation. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 350-3250. Killing points: 5 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Substitution technique. Level: Clone technique. Level: Chapter 23. The Return of Orochimaru observing the Restless Rock Shinobi Jonin. Lin Yuan approached the unconscious Hanada Jonin without hesitation. Although he had previously left a shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God space technique near Hanada, it had not come into play. After helping Hanada to his feet, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the formidable rock Shinobi Jonin. To think you possessed such a powerful bloodline limit. I suppose I must take my leave with Hanada, he declared. Take your leave? You mean to say you can slip away right under my nose? You are merely a Chunin, the rock Jonin replied, his expression a mixture of incredulity and intrigue. But seeing Lin Yuan's earnest demeanor, he felt a sudden jolt of concern. Could this seemingly ripe opportunity truly evade his grasp? Gradually, the Jonin spoke again. To achieve Chunin status at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Why not join our Awagakure? Remaining in Konoha, you would only be cannon fodder. However, if you join us, should you prove yourself, I could impart some techniques from the explosive core. From cannon fodder to a suicide squad, Lin Yuan mused. Scrutinizing the rock Jonin, sensing he was not jesting, he found himself at a loss for words. Staying in Konoha as a mere patrolman was tolerable. It merely required defensive tasks. But joining the Awagakure's suicide squad would likely lead him into perilous confrontations. It was hardly preferable to being cannon fodder. Although the lands of Awagakure are not as desolate as those of Kumogakure, they pale in comparison to Konoha. You propose I abandon Konoha for your village when you could just as easily leave Awagakure for us. As a Jonin, you would fare well anywhere, Lin Yuan countered, hoping to entice a powerful Jonin to join Konoha, which could earn him significant merit and a promotion to special Jonin to retire comfortably in the village. Since you refuse to recognize your fortune, then perish. Let me see what confidence you possess as a Konoha Chunin to escape my grasp while carrying an unconscious Jonin. With our third Tsuchikage present, not even Orochimaru could save you, the rock Jonin scoffed, his demeanor growing colder as he began to form hand seals rapidly. Chakra surging around him, ready to unleash a formidable attack. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, supporting the unconscious Hanada, prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, and make his escape. Suddenly realizing that something was amiss, I instinctively braced myself. Should I truly encounter peril, I would not hesitate to employ the powers of the corpse bone bloodline limit, even if it meant exposing myself. With the augmentation of the corpse bone bloodline limit, I could swiftly activate the flying thunder god technique to escape unscathed, even amidst a fierce clash involving shadow-level warriors. In an instant, the ground split apart, and a colossal purple serpent erupted from beneath. Its upper half revealed as it lunged forward, jaws agape, targeting the rock ninja J-Nin. The serpent's head towered 2 stories high, exuding a menacing aura. Upon locking eyes with the serpent's cold, luminescent green gaze, the rock ninja J-Nin felt a jolt of fear, prompting an immediate shift in strategy. He unleashed a ninjutsu towards the purple serpent, Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. After forming the necessary hand seals, he promptly activated this formidable technique, which possessed the ability to alter the terrain. In an instant, the ground beneath the serpent surged, transforming into a chakra-infused mire. The purple serpent found itself sinking halfway into the quagmire. Witnessing this, the rock ninja J-Nin's eyes brightened with hope as he began forming seals for a counterattack with Earth Spear. It appeared that he had not mastered the explosive release bloodline limit to its fullest potential. Otherwise, he could have conjured a vast, high-temperature volcanic swamp, a technique that would rival even the most powerful ninjutsu. However, if he had reached such heights, he might have had a chance to ascend to shadow-level status himself. Lin Yuan mused quietly, skeptical of the rock ninja J-Nin's ability to ensnare the purple serpent with his ninjutsu. After all, the serpent had already appeared, and its summoner, Orochimaru, could not be far behind. The rock ninja J-Nin could not possibly contend with Orochimaru. Curiously, Lin Yuan pondered the outcome of the battle between Orochimaru and the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who had emerged victorious. As the rock ninja J-Nin completed the hand seals for Earth-style, Earth Spear, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the purple serpent. While an ominous premonition gnawed at him, he felt an unsettling apprehension. There were no serpents in Awagakure, as they were summoned by Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Could it be that Orochimaru had also arrived? The 5-meter-long Earth Spear struck the serpent's head, inflicting only superficial damage. The rock ninja J-Nin began to contemplate retreat. The purple serpent's icy gaze fixated on him, slowly parting its jaws. A figure, reminiscent of Orochimaru, emerged from the serpent's mouth, elongating as its upper half materialized directly before the rock ninja J-Nin, face to face. Orochimaru extended both hands, aiming for the J-Nin's head with a technique, Shadow Snake Hands. In a moment of desperation, the rock ninja J-Nin struggled to react, once again resorting to the explosive release bloodline limit. Regrettably, it appears to be somewhat too late. After all, the moment the purple serpent opened its jaws, Orochimaru emerged like a specter, launching his Shadow Snake Hands with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding explosion, Orochimaru was directly struck by the explosive release, resulting in a hasty retreat back into the serpent's maw. Despite the IWN's use of explosive techniques, he was repeatedly struck by the Shadow Snake Hands, ultimately sent flying and left on the brink of collapse. A flicker of inspiration ignited in Lin Yuan's eyes as he dexterously hurled a kunai that accurately struck the IWN's head at an astonishing speed, earning him a kill point of 10. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: CH Nin, 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra. 350-3250. Killing points: 15 items. Death Immunity Token X1 Jutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning Technique: Shadow Dance. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Substitution Technique. Level: Clone Technique. Level. Well done, Orochimaru remarked upon witnessing this scene, a faint smile breaking through his pale demeanor. This impressive kunai throw demonstrated that Lin Yuan, a CH Nin patrolling the borders, possessed commendable foundational skills. Having experienced the decline of the Serpent Clan at a young age, Orochimaru harbored no ill feelings towards these ordinary ninjas hailing from common backgrounds who had to rely on their own efforts. Orochimaru-sama, the Hanada J-Nin has been engaged in battle with the IWNin for some time and has now lost consciousness. Without medical assistance, he may not endure until we return to the village. Lin Yuan urgently conveyed the situation to Orochimaru. Coughing softly, Orochimaru, despite his injuries, utilized the summoning technique to call forth a large serpent. He retrieved a vial of medicine from his attire and tossed it to Lin Yuan. Administer this to Hayashi Gen. Lin Yuan, you should assist him onto the serpent's head. It is unwise to linger here any longer. I will guide you away from this perilous location. Upon hearing Orochimaru's instructions, Lin Yuan acted swiftly. After administering the medicine to Hayashi Gen, he helped him ascend to the top of the serpent's head. While he felt a sense of novelty, he quietly assessed that the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Inoki, would likely end in mutual devastation. Otherwise, Inoki would have pursued them without hesitation. Chapter 024. Inoki's Fury U and Hayashi Gen performed admirably to withstand the assaults of the IWA Shinobi's explosive team for such an extended period, Orochimaru praised, though his injuries rendered him unable to maintain the summoning of the myriad snakes. Relinquishing the summoning, he settled onto the head of a regular serpent and quickly consumed a vial of medicine before slowly speaking. The IWA Shinobi's explosive team? Who is that? Lin Yuan inquired. A hint of confusion evident in his expression. A faint impression lingers in my mind, albeit a meager one. The character known as the Hunter from the Iwagakure explosive demolition team, despite possessing strength akin to that of a high-ranking jonin, is likely to be a mere supporting role in the narrative. Even in the present, within the realm of ninjas, he has met his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. He has entirely forgotten that it was he who delivered the finishing blow with a kunai. This individual is a renowned jonin from the Iwagakure, wielding formidable explosive release techniques. Should he manage to evade this calamity, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ascend to the rank of Kage in the future. Orochimaru wore a rare smile upon his face. Successfully eliminating this hunter would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. More importantly, the diversion of the hunter during the battle allowed him to negotiate a truce with Inoki, which is why he could not help but commend Lin Yuan and his companion. Had the hunter remained present, Inoki would have performed even more effectively. Orochimaru, what transpired between you and the third Hokage, Inoki? Orochimaru, noticing Lin Yuan's curious expression, coughed a few times. He recalled the critical moment when Inoki utilized dust release, performing the technique of disintegration to form a blindingly white cube that he hurled directly at him. Even with his swift evasion, he was struck, losing nearly half of his body. Were it not for his regenerative abilities, he might have perished. Fortunately, the opportunity arose for the Great Serpent to inflict severe damage on Inoki, allowing him to escape the battlefield successfully. Coughing again, Orochimaru noted that Inoki's current state was far from optimal. Lin Yuan, seated nearby, grasped the situation upon hearing Orochimaru's brief reply. Indeed, it was a mutually destructive outcome. The ninja world is replete with powerful warriors, yet Inoki stands as a benchmark. Should Orochimaru succeed in defeating Inoki, his reputation among the Kage would be formidable, potentially even leading to Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication. Although the Kage are already considered top-tier warriors, the brutal skirmishes instigated by Uchiha Madara render their battles even more vicious than those of ordinary jonin. The Akatsuki organization, founded by Uchiha Madara, gathers the most formidable Kage-level ninjas from the ninja world. Its leader, Pain, has attained the pinnacle of Kage-level strength, firmly surpassing Inoki. It is worth noting that Pain's awakening of the Rinnegan abilities occurred just last year. Danzo orchestrated a collaboration between his root subordinates and Hanzo of the Salamander to eliminate Pain and his associates, inadvertently leading to Pain's true awakening of the Rinnegan powers and the downfall of Hanzo. In the past, the legendary Sannin united to defeat Hanzo, yet now Danzo has directly caused Hanzo's demise through his machinations, showcasing Danzo's influence exceeds even that of the Sannin. Had Danzo possessed Kage-level strength on his own, rather than relying on the subsequent acquisition of Uchiha bloodlines and their Sharingan, the consequences would be dire. Presently, my chakra capacity is comparable to that of a Chunin from the ninja clans, and I can even rival some ordinary jonin, though such common jonin are exceedingly rare. As for the potency of my ninjutsu, certainly, it pales in comparison to those true elite shinobi who have mastered the transformation of chakra nature. One can only rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to regain some ground. Lin Yuan possesses a rough understanding of his current strength. He should not be able to contend with AJ Nin, yet he ranks among the top of the CH Nin. This, in itself, is commendable, for every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Once he ascends to the rank of J Nin, the acquisition of killing points will accelerate. He felt an impatient stir within him. Prize pool, Byakugan bloodline limit, probability 0. 8 Rasengan, probability 39. 2 others, probability 60 current lottery cost in killing points. 8. New year reset, nevertheless. He decided against drawing now. He resolved to strive anew next year. With merely 2 or 3 months remaining until the new year, the prize pool would reset, and the probabilities would be recalibrated. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan ultimately relinquished the notion of further draws from the prize pool. After all, accumulating 8 killing points is no trivial feat. A single J-nin yields 10 killing points, while a special J-nin grants merely 1. The J-nin of each village are not easily vanquished. It would be wiser to conserve these 8 killing points for the coming year, enabling him to draw 3 times post-reset. Subsequently, he began to recover his chakra. With Orochimaru nearby, he felt little trepidation. At least for now, Orochimaru had not defected. Moreover, he had rescued the J-nin from the flower field and eliminated Sh Ritsu, thus earning significant merit. He appeared to be a distinguished talent of Konoha, unlikely to turn against him. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Ch Nin, 325-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Chakra: 400-3250. Killing points: 15 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Substitution technique. Level: Shadow Clone technique. Level. Orochimaru proceeded onward, pausing once en route to gather the 7 Ch-nin left behind in the forest, and then continued directly towards the village. The interior of Orochimaru's head was relatively spacious, providing a pleasant experience as they sped along. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Noki floated above the ground, surrounded by a throng of rock ninjas. At this moment, Naki's demeanor was grave. He had previously employed the dust release and the boundary removal technique to create a transparent cube, confident that he could vanquish Orochimaru and the purple serpent with this maneuver. However, Orochimaru's response was swift. He had separated from the purple serpent in advance and simultaneously launched an assault from 2 directions. Faced with this dilemma, Noki directed the transparent cube towards Orochimaru, which resulted in the obliteration of half of Orochimaru's body. Yet, he was unable to evade the strike from the purple serpent. Witnessing this, the now 70-year-old Noki promptly executed the rock fist technique, enveloping his arm in stone. Simultaneously utilizing the earth release technique, he enhanced the rock fist technique with the super heavy rock technique, aiming to strike the purple serpent. However, the serpent adeptly evaded the blow, seizing the opportunity to abduct Orochimaru. Due to excessive chakra consumption and almost twisting his waist, he was compelled to remain in place and regain his composure. The fact that Orochimaru could withstand a dust release technique without perishing suggested he was not easily vanquished. Thus, he decided to let him be. Yet, he pondered the absence of Shikari. On this matter, Noki furrowed his brow. According to other rock ninjas, Shikari had left a remark about discovering a weak prey and would return shortly. Noki merely shook his head, harboring no resentment towards this outstanding junior of the village. Lord Tsuchikage, we have found traces of Lord Shikari's blood, reported a rock ninja swiftly after reconnaissance. Shocked, Noki personally led a team to the scene, momentarily rendered speechless. Shikari had encountered the fleeing Orochimaru, causing a heavy weight to settle in Naki's heart. Chapter 025. Humiliation at the village gate in the Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the leader of Konoha's route, Shimura Danzo, stood in the corridor of the Hokage building. Their gazes were fixed upon the faces of past Hokages carved into the cliff opposite, while they engaged in conversation. How is the situation with the Cloud Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, wearing the iconic red Hokage hat, his eyes fixed on his own likeness on the cliff. Since the night the Nine Tails attacked the village, leading to the demise of his disciple, Minato Namikaze, he had been compelled to step back into the fray, seldom removing the hat. It symbolized the honor of past Hokages, serving both as motivation and a reminder to lead Konoha back to its former glory. There should be no issues with the Cloud Village. However, what about the Rock Village? Did you dispatch Orochimaru? Danzo replied, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen closely. When it came to intelligence work within the village, Root's capabilities surpassed those of the Hokage Zanbu. Root operated throughout the ninja world, while the Umbu typically only ventured out during missions to hunt down rogue ninjas from their own village. This dynamic led Danzo to feel like the shadow behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru's involvement reassures me, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. One of his greatest sources of pride was having trained the renowned legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. While becoming a formidable ninja brought joy, the distinction of being the mentor of powerful ninjas was equally gratifying. This satisfaction surpassed even the recognition he received as a ninja arts doctor for his extensive knowledge of jutsu. Orochimaru, indeed, is quite remarkable, Danzo concurred, surprisingly aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen's sentiments. Years ago, he had played a significant role in elevating Hanzo the Salamander to fame alongside the trio, a feat of great merit, albeit one to be kept discreet. As for why Hanzo would agree to this, it was partly due to his advancing age. On the other hand, there is the title of the demigod of the ninja world from that year, which is also attributed to his contributions. After Shimura Danzo turned and departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to be deep in thought. Outside the barrier that enveloped the entirety of Konoha, a colossal serpent gradually came to a halt. Perched atop it were none other than Orochimaru and the Jonin from Hanatamachi, along with Lin Yuan and 8 other Chunin from the camp. Returning to the village was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. However, it remained uncertain whether there would be a need to resume border patrols. It was highly probable that the village would reassign a contingent of Jonin and Chunin to deal with the watchful and covetous Awagakure. There was still a reserve of ninjas available. I shall report to the 3rd Hokage first, Orochimaru declared. His cordial demeanor over the past few days had won over the camp's ninjas. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, proved to be a formidable ninja without any air of unattainability. In that moment, many began to think that should the village select the next Hokage, choosing Orochimaru would not be a bad option at all. Lord Orochimaru, please take care, several ninjas from the camp said with trepidation. They expressed their profound gratitude towards Orochimaru for his life-saving intervention. Lin Yuan and the Jonin from Hanatamachi gazed at Orochimaru with immense appreciation. Had it not been for his timely arrival on 2 occasions to fend off Inoki, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Whether it was the Awagakure Jonin who launched night raids or that huntsman, both were formidable adversaries for ordinary ninjas to confront. In truth, it is your steadfast resolve to protect the village's borders that enabled me to arrive in time to assist you. When I meet with the 3rd Hokage, I shall advocate for a reward for your commendable efforts. You are all truly exceptional, and I look forward to your future breakthroughs on the path of a ninja. Orochimaru smiled. After Orochimaru departed, Lin Yuan and the Hanatamachi Jonin made their way toward the village entrance. As an elite shinobi, Orochimaru was not required to report his whereabouts. However, ordinary ninjas, including Jonin, still needed to do so. Members of the Uchiha Konoha Guard stationed at the village entrance observed the group returning merely a month after their departure with a hint of astonishment. Aren't these the cannon fodder assigned to patrol the borders? It hasn't been long since they last went out. Why have they returned instead of properly guarding the borders? What of the safety of the village? The number of these cannon fodder seemed fewer than before. Perhaps some had perished due to inadequate defense. One Jonin appeared to be in a rather poor state. If it were one of our Uchiha clan members, they would not be so disheveled, mused one. Do not speak recklessly. After all, he is a Jonin with some accomplishments on the path of a ninja, and he is still of some value to the village. In my view, it is those Chunin who only excel in physical techniques that are merely a burden and have dragged everyone down, whispered several Uchiha ninjas. They soon ceased their discussions and proceeded to register the approaching individuals for entry into the village. A few Uchiha ninjas observed the border ninjas with a knowing glance. Being responsible for the village's defense was considered an honorable position. After all, those who guard the doors of the Prime Minister are of stature. As for those responsible for border patrol, they are merely cannon fodder. Lacking any chakra attributes and without the support of a clan, they are left to patrol the borders. If they can eliminate a ninja from an enemy village, it would not be in vain. Their gazes filled him with discomfort. Upon entering the village, a camp ninja could not help but whisper. After enduring life and death trials at the border, he had hoped to return to the village and become a respectable person, only to find his hopes dashed. The ninjas of the clan still exhibited their vile nature, making him wish to leave the village and return to the borders immediately. This had always been the case, he lamented. A ninja from the flower field spoke to console him. Despite being of samurai origin, in the eyes of the ninja clan, There was no distinction between samurai and commoners. Moreover, the most formidable samurai, Kakashi Hitaki's father, the White Fang of Konoha, had already passed away, diminishing the warriors standing within the village. With their leader deceased, what could the remaining warriors hope to accomplish? Ultimately, the world of ninjas is governed by the law of the jungle. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 3301000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 3253,300 kill points. 15 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, summoning technique. Shadow Dance, Konoha Great Whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Body replacement technique. Level: Clone technique. Level. In the evening, several members of the Uchiha clan changed shifts and headed towards the village's nightlife district. One of them remarked, during this time, "Clan leader Fugaku has instructed us to return to the clan grounds as soon as we finish our shifts. It feels quite stifling. It is merely the malicious villagers who suspect our Uchiha clan's involvement with the Nine Tails attack on the village. Those villagers only dare to speak such words behind our backs. Yet we, the Uchiha, are expected to consider their feelings. We must endure." Clan leader Fugaku is also cautious. It is said that the village's higher-ups harbor negative sentiments towards our Uchiha clan due to the Nine Tails assault and may seize any opportunity to exploit this. We cannot afford to give them any leverage. During this time, the clan has been quite generous with our allowances. Let us first unwind at the club. Perhaps entertain a few female ninjas and return to the clan grounds in half an hour. This will not hinder our duties. In my opinion, with clan leader Fugaku, brother Shursui, and the esteemed Jonin elders in our midst, who in the village would dare to target the Uchiha clan? I see no reason for concern. From a distant eve, Lin Yuan leisurely sat, observing these individuals. At the Hokage tower, in the Hokage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed into a crystal ball that displayed Lin Yuan's image. With a pipe in his mouth, he pondered what this young martial artist, aligned with the Uchiha, intended to do. Did he harbor ulterior motives? Chapter 026. The battle at the club. This time at the border, I nearly fell victim to the rock shinobi. Upon returning to the village, I must confront the despicable nature of the Uchiha clan. It truly leaves one in a state of discontent. I must teach them a lesson to relieve my frustration. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Regardless, I will eventually return to the border. The Uchiha elite cannot pursue me for retribution. I can bide my time for a few more years until Uchiha Itachi annihilates the Uchiha clan, which will resolve matters entirely. This place seems to be a venue. Lin Yuan observed several Uchiha shinobi entering an opulently decorated establishment that was not open to the public. He was taken aback as a scantily clad female shinobi emerged to greet them. To think that such a lavish den of iniquity existed within the village was truly unexpected. However, the prices must surely be exorbitant, perhaps even beyond the means of those at the elite shinobi level. Only the offspring of shinobi clans could afford such indulgences. Lin Yuan hesitated slightly, then descended to the ground and approached the establishment. Two elite chunin tasked with security noticed Lin Yuan, who was not on their list of elite shinobi. They scrutinized his attire, confirming that he was not a member of the Uchiha clan, and promptly barred his entry. With a serious demeanor, they stated, "This is the property of the Uchiha clan. We only serve members of the Uchiha clan or elite shinobi. We cannot accommodate other chunin or genin. Please find another place." The slender, scantily clad female shinobi within lost interest upon hearing that the newcomer was neither a village elite nor an Uchiha. They averted their gazes from Lin Yuan. "Isn't this one of those border patrol fodders?" They whispered. "What brings him to our Uchiha clan's private club? Can he even afford the fees? Surely he won't be thrown out." The Uchiha shinobi who had just exited paused briefly upon seeing Lin Yuan. Recognizing him, they could not help but mock. "A border patrol fodder dares to enter such a high-class venue. I'm sorry, but I must remind you that only members of the Uchiha clan and elite shinobi are permitted here. Despite your audacity in coming to such a place, I regret to inform you that you lack the qualification to indulge here. Even wealth cannot grant you entry. This establishment does not cater to those of lower status." After delivering their scornful remarks, the Uchiha shinobi cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan and gestured for the two security personnel to take action. The elite chunin, now filled with a sense of pity for Lin Yuan, approached him. Acknowledging the Uchiha clan's authority, they spoke in unison, "You are not welcome here. If you possess any sense, You should leave at once. Do not compel us to take action. As a ninja, one must maintain self-awareness. Though I remain unaware of how you, the expendable pawns patrolling the border, have found an opportunity to return to your village, I must advise you to refrain from wandering about if you wish to avoid humiliation. Our village does not accommodate the reckless antics of such expendable ninjas. Enough said. We shall enter now, and you, mere pawn, would do well to vacate promptly. The three Uchiha clan ninjas could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of acknowledging a border patrol pawn. It was indeed a degradation of their stature, causing them to lose interest and signal the two security personnel to take action. Meanwhile, several female ninjas gazed at the Uchiha clan members with admiration, while casting disdainful glances at Lin Yuan, the seemingly dashing young ninja, who was, in fact, a mere border pawn with no prospects. Truly, one cannot judge a ninja by appearances. It was laughable. The border ninjas guard the periphery and protect the village. How dare these Uchiha pests speak so brazenly in this domain? I must teach them a lesson. Lin Yuan's gaze burned with fury. Although he had already intended to deal with these Uchiha ninjas, his anger surged even more fiercely at this moment. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Ch Nin, 330-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku chakra, 3250-3300. Kill points: 15 items. Death exemption metal X1 ninjutsu. Hiration, summoning technique, shadow dance leaf. Great whirlwind of Konoha, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: clone technique. Level: did I hear correctly? You, a border pawn, intend to teach us, the Uchiha clan ninjas endowed with the Sharingan, a lesson? Security, remove him at once. The Uchiha ninjas were equally displeased. When did the border pawns gain the audacity to act so arrogantly? Who truly belongs to the lineage of the ninja clan here? The two elite Ch Nin responsible for security regarded Lin Yuan with a twinge of pity. Such a young ninja. They were certain he was not a J Nin. Moreover, one could only be assigned to such a cursed place as the border if they were neither a special J Nin nor particularly esteemed. Thus, he could only be a Ch Nin or a Genin. In the eyes of these elite Ch Nin, there was little distinction between a Ch Nin and a Genin when it came to administering punishment. Without further ado, the two elite Ch Nin executed the great whirlwind of Konoha, launching swift kicks towards Lin Yuan. In the realm of Konoha's taijutsu, the great whirlwind was a common technique, often practiced by many ninjutsu-oriented ninjas for self-defense. A crucial aspect of advancing to elite Ch Nin status is the ability to easily defeat ordinary Ch Nin, which grants elite Ch Nin a psychological edge and allows them to perform beyond their usual capabilities. This is precisely what secures them high-paying positions in security. The great whirlwind of Konoha. Lin Yuan understood the situation at hand. He similarly employed the Leaf Great Whirlwind to launch an assault against the two elite Ch Nin. Although he had only returned to the village for less than a day and had not applied for the elite Ch Nin promotion examination, the enhancement from his Kekai Genkai, the bone and bloodline limit, had significantly elevated his physical prowess. While he may not have reached the level of a taijutsu specialized J Nin, he was undoubtedly capable of dealing with taijutsu-oriented elite Ch Nin. It was evident that these two elite Ch Nin assigned to security were not specialized in physical combat, as they too resorted to the Leaf Great Whirlwind against him, revealing their underestimation of his abilities. With a resounding crash, the aura of chakra enveloped the scene as three human-shaped whirlwinds collided. The three combatants' feet locked in midair, and at that moment of strength contestation, the initially relaxed expressions of the two elite Ch Nin shifted dramatically, their gazes filled with disbelief directed at Lin Yuan. In the next instant, they felt an overwhelming force surge forth, propelling them swiftly through the air and crashing them into the ground, shattering the wooden floor and leaving two human-shaped craters in their wake. The expressions of the three Uchiha clan members turned serious. Without a moment's hesitation, they activated their Sharingan, revealing one or two tomo. They swiftly brandished kunai, charging toward Lin Yuan. Although not every member of the Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan, those assigned to the Uchiha security team, tasked with guarding the village gates, were undoubtedly individuals who had awakened their eyes. Witnessing the defeat of the two elite Ch Nin at Lin Yuan's hands, they could only conclude that these security personnel were utterly inept, unable to best even a mere border skirmisher. How could this be? One of them exclaimed. This young ninja has defeated both me and another security officer with a single move. We are truly elite nin. Even if we are not adept in taijutsu, it is inconceivable to be vanquished in one strike, unless this young ninja's true identity is that of a taijutsu specialized special nin. From within the craters in the floor, the two elite nin struggled to rise, grappling with the incredulity of their predicament. The only plausible explanation for Lin Yuan's effortless victory was that he was at least a taijutsu specialized special nin. They had previously clashed with elite nin specializing in physical combat, but had never encountered anyone as formidable as Lin Yuan. The three Uchiha clan members, their Sharingan activated and expressions filled with hostility, charged toward Lin Yuan with kunai in hand, forming a triangular formation before him. At that moment, they harbored no thoughts of one-on-one combat. Their sole objective was to overwhelm and defeat Lin Yuan together. Even if Lin Yuan could dispatch two elite nin with a single move, he could not possibly contend against the combined might of three distinguished members of the Uchiha clan. After all, they too were genuine elite nin with the power of the Sharingan at their disposal. Possessing the Sharingan, they wield power that surpasses that of ordinary elite nin. These expendable pawns from the border dare to provoke us repeatedly, oblivious to their own insignificance. Are they even aware of the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan? They, lacking any bloodline limit, presume to call themselves ninjas. Three Uchiha shinobi brandished their kunai and launched a fierce assault on Lin Yuan. The single and double Tomo Sharingan in their eyes whirled, enabling them to perceive all of Lin Yuan's movements and swiftly calculate effective countermeasures. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the Sharingan. As the Sharingan evolves, it can manifest immensely powerful abilities, potentially granting Uchiha ninjas the strength of a Hokage. Although it is exceedingly challenging for the Uchiha clan to attain the advanced evolution of the Sharingan, one cannot dismiss the possibility of such formidable beings existing within the clan. This is the Uchiha's greatest source of intimidation. Lin Yuan, gripping his kunai, experienced a significant enhancement in his taijutsu, bolstered by the powers of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Even without employing the extraordinary ability to extract bones and transform them into weapons, he could still sweep aside the majority of mid-level and elite ninjas. After all, the enhancements provided by his bloodline limit organs are unparalleled by ordinary bloodline limits. The Shikatsumiyaku is certainly on par with the mid-stage Sharingan. With a cacophony of clashing kunai, Lin Yuan stood his ground against the trio of direct descendants of the Uchiha clan, showing no signs of yielding. This astonishing scene left the two elite nin responsible for security, who had just regained their footing, utterly speechless. In the background, several slender female ninjas, dressed provocatively, gazed at the spectacle with disbelief. A mere expendable border patrol ninja was matching the prowess of three Uchiha clan members, even gaining a slight upper hand. How could this not astonish them? Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: nin. 330-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bloodline limit. Chakra 3000 and 53,300 killing points. 15 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god. Summoning technique. Shadow dance. Leaf great whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level. Transformation technique. Level. Body replacement technique. Level. Shadow clone technique. Level. You have truly provoked my wrath, you expendable pawn. The three Uchiha clan members seethed with rage. Given their status, it was utterly humiliating to engage in combat on par with an expendable border patrol nin. The thought of their clan members discovering this would surely bring them ridicule. Fire release, great fireball technique. After exchanging glances, the three Uchiha nodded in unison, unleashing this signature high-level ninjutsu of their clan. Although it appeared simple, however, the colossal fireball unleashed immense power, complemented by the accompanying effects of intense heat and searing burns. Its potency was by no means inferior to high-level ninjutsu. When released in confined spaces, it could deliver a devastating strike to any adversary. Furthermore, the high-level fireball technique serves as a precursor to the even more formidable high-level fire extinguishing technique, which, even among elite ninjas, remains a formidable asset. While the spiral sphere is classified as high-level ninjutsu, its range of attack is considerably smaller. As the three members of the Uchiha clan completed their hand seals, they brought their hands to their mouths and unleashed a fierce blow. 3 fireballs, each with a diameter of 3 meters, coalesced, and surged toward Lin Yuan's position. The wave of heat engulfed the entire establishment, leaving the two elite security ninjas and several slender, scantily clad female ninjas behind them in a state of shock. They began to silently mourn for Lin Yuan, pondering why he had chosen to provoke the formidable Uchiha clan in such a manner. To unleash a fireball in this place was truly audacious. Upon witnessing the fireballs approaching, Lin Yuan wasted no time and dashed swiftly outside the establishment. Although utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique would have been more advantageous, he had only left a kunai inscribed with the technique's spatial mark back at home. At that moment, he deemed it unwise to squander this opportunity. Once outside, he turned to look back and beheld the private establishment, funded by the Uchiha clan, engulfed in roaring flames. From a distance, commotion arose as passing ninjas discovered the inferno and began employing water release techniques to extinguish the flames. However, the lack of nearby bodies of water rendered their efforts arduous. The private establishment appeared to be entirely wooden, and the sudden onset of the fire, coupled with its ferocity, caught those still inside unawares, resulting in widespread chaos. Far away in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene through a crystal ball and immediately signaled to the nearby Umbu to mobilize for firefighting efforts. He murmured to himself, "Did that taijutsu brat start the fire?" Yet, this flame seemed to harbor chakra. Could it be that those Uchiha youngsters used fire release techniques? It was no wonder that the taijutsu brat had fled in such a panic. Although the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, employed the telescope technique daily to observe various scenes around the village through the crystal ball, he was unable to penetrate obstacles, leaving him ignorant of the events that transpired after Lin Yuan entered the establishment. However, given the brief span of time and the eruption of chakra-infused flames immediately upon Lin Yuan's exit, it was highly probable that a confrontation had occurred. This thought prompted Sarutobi Hiruzen to raise an eyebrow. After all, it was no trivial matter to incite 3 elite Uchiha ninjas to recklessly employ fire release techniques within the establishment. This taijutsu brat was indeed not to be underestimated. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, several Umbu swiftly made their way to the site of the fire with buckets in hand. With water to assist them, employing water release techniques would become more manageable. Thus, the firefighting efforts intensified considerably within the blazing establishment. The 3 ninjas of the Uchiha clan quickly regained their senses. As the scorching flames of the 3 great fireballs dissipated, they hastily fled towards the exit of the establishment. After all, ninjas are flesh and blood. They, too, can fall victim to the searing flames of chakra. Yet, as they beheld the raging inferno, a flicker of irritation crossed their minds. The life of that expendable ninja was of little consequence. However, it was he who had compelled them to resort to fire release techniques. Should this establishment be reduced to ashes, they could only imagine the reprimands awaiting them from their clan leader. These expendable ninjas ought to remain at the borders. Yet they incessantly plotted to return to the village for personal gain. With a loud crash, the 3 Uchiha ninjas cooperatively burst forth from the establishment, inhaling the fresh air with a sense of relief, eager to return to their clan's territory. However, as they turned, their gazes fell upon the figure of Lin Yuan, causing their pupils to constrict in disbelief. "You, the expendable ninja from the border, are still alive?" one of them exclaimed incredulously. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan launched himself forward with a leaf great whirlwind. Chapter 028. The third Hokage's orders the 3 Uchiha ninjas sought to retaliate, invoking their fire release, great fireball technique to strike Lin Yuan down. In the world of ninjas, the law of the jungle prevails. Every nin, and even elite nin, has been battle-hardened, having taken the lives of ninjas from other villages to varying degrees. Moreover, the scars of the third great ninja war were still fresh, with countless ninjas from Konoha having perished. In this context, the Uchiha ninjas were naturally spurred to rekindle their murderous intent upon witnessing Lin Yuan's audacity. Yet, Lin Yuan's execution of the Leaf Great Whirlwind was swifter still. Ordinary taijutsu requires no hand seals, and given the proximity of both parties, he reached the 3 Uchiha ninjas in the blink of an eye. Their Sharingan activated. The Uchiha ninjas remained vigilant against Lin Yuan's assault. Though they perceived his movements clearly, they found themselves unable to keep pace. With a series of resounding impacts, Lin Yuan seized upon their vulnerabilities, decisively delivering a kick to each, sending the 3 Uchiha ninjas tumbling back into the establishment. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15 rank, ch nin, 3301000. Affiliation, Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 29403300. Killing points, 15 items, life-saving metal x1 ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, summoning technique, shadow dance leaf, leaf great whirlwind, stealth technique, level, transformation technique, level, substitution technique, level, clone technique, level. From the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, a look of surprise crossing his features. The speed and power with which this boy executed the leaf great whirlwind rivaled that of some ordinary taijutsu specialists. He certainly possessed considerable talent. However, it seemed he had attracted the ire of the Uchiha clan over a moment of pride. For an ordinary ninja, this is hardly a prudent course of action. Kakashi, you are tasked with retrieving this young taijutsu practitioner. After all, the Uchiha clan is a prominent and formidable force within the village. Should they capture this youth ahead of time, even as Hokage, I would find myself at a loss for recourse. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze aside, and in an instant, a silver-haired youth materialized from the air. This young man, despite his tender age, was a bona fide jonin, having demonstrated remarkable prowess during the Third Great Ninja War. He was none other than Hatake Kakashi, the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. Understood, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied without hesitation, proceeding towards the site of the inferno. Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, he returned to Konoha, resuming his role as a member of the Umbu. However, he unexpectedly garnered the favor of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to spend more time within the Hokage Tower and relieving him of his usual Umbu duties. Solely required to heed the commands of the third Hokage, he accepted this without objection. In the underground base of Root, Danzo squinted his eyes. Upon learning of the fire at the Uchiha clan's headquarters from his subordinates, he felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Yet, considering the Uchiha's considerable strength, he harbored some dissatisfaction. Sarutobi had been overly indulgent towards the Uchiha clan. Over the years, the Uchiha had amassed substantial territory and prospered within the village, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe that Konoha was predominantly an Uchiha stronghold. What of the interests of other ninja clans? The Shimura clan, which supported Danzo, had not been remiss in voicing their grievances. In years past, the Shimura were also a formidable clan, rivaling even the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, with the sacrifices made by previous generations, most of their elite perished in the First and Second Ninja Wars, leaving the Shimura clan devoid of any shadow-level power. The strongest among them was merely an elite jonin, reduced to a state where they could not even sustain their clan's interests. Is the intelligence regarding the capture by Orochimaru reliable? Danzo mused with a smirk before inquiring about Orochimaru's activities. Compared to the remarkably powerful Minato Namikaze, he had always held a greater regard for Orochimaru. He believed that Orochimaru's fervent passion for ninjutsu research would eventually lead him to become a powerhouse on par with the first and second Hokage. If Konoha could produce another individual of such caliber, unification of the ninja world would be within reach. Following such unification, he would not oppose peace-loving ninjas. According to the intelligence from our spies in Iwagakure, the reports of Orochimaru capturing the renowned jonin, Kuro, from the Iwagakure demolition team are undoubtedly accurate. Furthermore, Orochimaru engaged in combat with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, resulting in a suspected mutual defeat. Inoki has since threatened us to surrender Kuro or face the resurgence of war in the ninja world. As you see, the Root ninjas reported to Danzo. Inoki is cunning and shrewd. Without a reasonable assurance of victory, the Iwagakure is unlikely to take action. Now, let us observe whether the hidden Cloud Village will be fickle in its decisions. The Cloud ninjas residing amidst the chaotic rubble, along with their fourth Raikage, are not to be underestimated. Danzo remarked with profound significance that the hidden Cloud is indeed a warlike entity. It was Cloud that instigated the Third Shinobi World War. And just 2 years ago, the third Raikage fought valiantly against 10,000 IWA ninjas, ultimately meeting his demise. However, due to the barren nature of the land in the hidden Cloud Village, the IWA ninjas, under the command of Inoki, chose to abandon their assault on Cloud and redirected their efforts towards Konoha. Now, 2 years later, it is likely that the strength of the hidden Cloud Village has significantly recovered. Adding to this, the fourth Raikage, as the son of the third, possesses a similarly impetuous and volatile temperament, bolstered by the presence of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, which suggests that they might indeed dare to reignite the flames of war. If only Minato were still alive. Sarutobi, too, has grown old and somewhat fearful of death. Danzo could not help but scoff. According to the intelligence records of the route, Minato had once clashed with both the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, managing to subdue them with his prowess. Thus, had Minato been alive, the likelihood of the Hidden Cloud daring to wage war against Konoha would have been considerably diminished. Yet, with Sarutobi Hiruzen at the helm, such deterrence is lacking. Although Sarutobi is renowned as the strongest among the Hokage, the Uchiha clan's headquarters has erupted into flames, a sight both alarming and formidable. The thick smoke billows ominously. Any ordinary person trapped within would surely be in peril. However, inflicting significant harm upon ninjas in such a scenario is improbable. Initially ignited by chakra-infused flames, the fire gradually transformed into ordinary flames as the chakra supply was interrupted. Even a standard genin could muster the effort to escape, especially considering that the flames only engulfed the entrance, while other exits remained unscathed. After Lin Yuan had kicked 3 Uchiha ninjas back into the headquarters, he was not inclined to linger. After all, this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. As an ordinary chunin, confronting the formidable Uchiha clan, known for their powerful bloodline limits, presents a daunting challenge. Even if he currently possesses strength comparable to a special Genin, the Uchiha clan boasts a cadre of genuine Genin, creating a stark disparity. He might be capable of besting an Uchiha ninja, akin to how the fourth Hokage, Minato, rose from humble beginnings. Yet he could never hope to eliminate a member of the Uchiha clan outright. Should the Uchiha clan regain their composure and dispatch a few Genin, his demise would be inevitable. Chapter 29. Joining the Umbu Lin Yuan. The third Hokage wishes to see you, Kakashi stated, observing the dashing youth preparing to depart. The uncovered eye behind his mask glimmered with curiosity. Were it not for his own eyes, he would never have guessed that this young man before him was a prodigious ninja, capable of defeating 3 direct descendants of the Uchiha clan, all of whom possessed the Sharingan, at such a tender age. In comparison, he had already attained the rank of Genin. The young man currently appears to be merely an ordinary chunin from the border. The third Hokage wishes to see me? Lin Yuan was taken aback, his expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Upon encountering the white-haired ninja whose forehead protector obscured his left eye, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Wasn't this Kakashi? Hearing Kakashi mention that the third Hokage sought his presence only deepened his astonishment. His mind instinctively wandered to the telescope technique. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already begun employing a crystal ball to observe events from afar. Fortunately, he had not carelessly revealed any of his secrets. Techniques such as the Flying Thunder God and the Shikatsumiaka bloodline limit were matters not to be disclosed within the village, as they stemmed from exclusive reward pools unattainable by ordinary ninjas. Explanations for such abilities would be futile. Lin Yuan was certainly cautious about this. Follow me, Kakashi instructed, leading Lin Yuan towards the Hokage building. They swiftly leaped along the rooftops beside the streets. As they approached their destination, Kakashi paused, glancing at Lin Yuan. You recently clashed with a member of the Uchiha clan. They will not take this lightly. If you encounter any trouble, you can find me at the Hitaki clan's territory. Lin Yuan pondered. Is the Hitaki clan located within the Sannin? Both Hitaki Shimosuke and Kakashi were formidable figures, yet they resided within the confines of the Sannin. It seemed that those dwelling within this area were indeed ninjas, such as the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan and the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan. You are the genius ninja Kakashi, aren't you? We are from the same graduating class. Although you had already graduated by the time I enrolled, Lin Yuan feigned ignorance, his expression one of great astonishment. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. At that moment, Kakashi brimmed with confidence in his abilities, believing he was on the cusp of reaching the level of a Kage. However, this sentiment would later wane as he discovered the burdensome repercussions of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan bestowed upon him by Obito, which, with prolonged use, began to drain his chakra excessively, compelling him to abandon the path of combat for the pleasures of adult manga instead. After all, his original right eye had been blinded by an enemy Jonin during the Third Shinobi World War, and Obito's gift of the Sharingan, meant as a bond and a congratulatory gesture for his promotion to Jonin, was something he could never forsake. Once the two entered the Hokage building, Members of the Uchiha clan had already arrived at the site of the fire. Under normal circumstances, the Uchiha clan would not concern themselves with a mere fire incident. However, upon hearing from 3 direct relatives that a low-ranking ninja responsible for border patrol had ignited the flames, a surge of fury ignited within the eyes of the Uchiha ninjas. When did even such expendable ninjas dare to provoke the wrath of the Uchiha clan? What audacity! Today, they had the gall to set ablaze the Uchiha clan's establishment. Tomorrow, a reckless act of violence dares to unfold boldly within the territory of our Uchiha clan. If we do not exact a severe punishment upon this expendable ninja, where shall we find our clan's honor? The elder of the Uchiha clan, a powerful figure, expressed his wrath. As an elder, his prowess was at least that of a Nin, enhanced by the Sharingan, capable of contending even with elite Nin. Yet, upon hearing of an expendable Nin's provocation, he was immediately filled with fury, eager to dispatch someone to capture this Nin without delay. Esteemed elder, we have discovered that the Nin named Lin Yuan has just been summoned by Lord 3rd Hokage to the Hokage Tower, reported the Uchiha ninja responsible for intelligence. Despite the Uchiha clan's strength, confronting the deeply experienced 3rd Hokage posed a challenge. The 3rd Hokage himself was a formidable ninja, not to mention the numerous powerful figures within the ranks of the Umbu. Could this matter possibly be connected to Sarutobi Hiruzen? The elder of the Uchiha clan hesitated upon hearing the report. After instructing his subordinates to prepare for the reconstruction of the clan's meeting place, he swiftly returned to the clan's territory. This matter must be conveyed to Fugaku. Sarutobi and Danzo might be plotting against our Uchiha clan. At the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Kakashi Hitaki escorted Lin Yuan to the Hokage's office, where fellow ninjas regarded Kakashi with a measure of respect. They admired his choice to prioritize his comrades over the mission, even as he endured slander for the failure of an important task, which led to the tragic suicide of the Leaf's White Fang, Kakashi's father, Minato Namikaze. They also recognized Kakashi's significance in the eyes of the 3rd Hokage, believing that the future of the Hitaki clan was promising. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Nin 330-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bone limit. Chakra: 29603300. Killing points: 15 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Shadow Dance of Leaves. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level. Transformation technique. Level. Replacement technique. Level. Clone technique. Level. Come in. Kakashi knocked on the door, and the voice of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resonated from within, its tone ambiguous. Kakashi then led Lin Yuan into the Hokage's office. This marked Lin Yuan's second visit to the office. The first had been during the memorial for Minato, when the 3rd Hokage gathered the border patrol ninjas for a moment of consolation. On that occasion, Lin Yuan had received a relatively valuable scroll for the body technique. Shadow Dance of Leaves, from the 3rd Hokage. Border Ninja, Nin Lin Yuan, pays his respects to Lord Hokage. Lin Yuan gazed at the figure of the 3rd Hokage, who sat beneath a straw hat, pipe in mouth. The gaze shifted to one of profound reverence, as various scenes replayed in Lin Yuan's mind, depicting Sarutobi Hiruzen's sacrifice for the protection of Konoha at the hands of Orochimaru. Under the weight of such repeated psychological impressions, Lin Yuan's look towards Sarutobi was imbued with sincerity, as if he truly regarded the 3rd Hokage as an extraordinary figure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the admiration in Lin Yuan's eyes, found himself momentarily taken aback. He had devoted his life to Konoha, serving diligently and faithfully. Although he had not achieved monumental feats, his unwavering dedication to the village was evident for all to see. The fact that even a mere border patrol ninja could sincerely hold him in such esteem brought him great solace, significantly enhancing his initial impression of Lin Yuan and ensuring that he would remember this ninja from the village. Having grasped the entire context of the situation, Sarutobi spoke. You have guarded the borders for 3 years, haven't you? Since the onset of the 3rd Shinobi World War. You have been ordered to protect the frontier between Konoha and Owagakure as part of a combat unit, and you have never faltered. This time, you successfully repelled the assault from Owagakure, despite suffering considerable losses. No one in Konoha should question your contributions. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I extend my apologies to you and your comrades. Later, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. As for this identification token, it is my personal compensation to you. Sarutobi's expression turned serious as he continued, from this day forth, you shall serve as a ninja of the under the Hokage. His tone carried a weighty significance. The are an elite force directly under the Hokage's command, tasked with completing covert missions in exchange for rewards that grant access to rare jutsu and equipment. More importantly, ninjas embody the Hokage's prestige. They may only fall in the line of duty, and no clan dares to recklessly harm an member. Following the Hokage's orders, Kakashi escorted Lin Yuan to his doorstep before returning to the Hokage office, sharing friendly insights along the way that Lin Yuan found immensely beneficial. The Uchiha ninjas who had been surveilling Lin Yuan, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly hesitated, opting instead to report back. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku seeks an audience, Kakashi announced shortly after returning to the Hokage office. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of humility, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. Fugaku, please take a seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen invited, instructing Kakashi to retrieve his treasured collection of sake to entertain Uchiha Fugaku. Unlike the hardline elders of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was more of a moderate leader. Remarkably, when the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, departed, not a single clan member chose to follow him. Thus, within the Uchiha clan of the village, the moderate factions hold greater sway. However, as the younger generation of Uchiha members increases, they feel that the clan's influence within the village is insufficient, which has given rise to the more radical elements. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku began. I have come specifically to apologize on behalf of those 3 disgraceful clan members. Not only did they fail to uphold the honor of our esteemed Konoha, but they also carelessly harmed that border ninja. We have already imposed severe penalties on the 3 of them, and the clan has gathered 3 million ryo to compensate the young ninja. What do you think? Typically, the reward for a standard mission does not exceed 1 million ryo. So 3 million ryo is akin to the maximum reward for a high-level mission. Compensating a chunin with such a sum is indeed a gesture of sincerity. In that case, clan leader Fugaku, let us consider this a one-time exception. I have arranged for the young chunin named Lin Yuan to join the Perhaps he will grow to be a formidable ninja in the future. As you rightly stated, Konoha is hard-earned. Countless ninjas sacrificed their lives to establish this village, and we must cherish it deeply. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku take the initiative to seek reconciliation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, decided to handle the matter with leniency, choosing not to pursue further grievances against the Uchiha clan, prioritizing the greater good. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned home, gazing at the identification token in his hand with a sense of wonder. He had unexpectedly acquired the status of an ninja. Members frequently undertake missions. Thus, their efficiency in accumulating points for kills is comparable to that of patrolling the borders. Furthermore, while not on missions, members can remain in the village and utilize their accrued merits to exchange for rare ninjutsu and equipment. This is undoubtedly a superior arrangement compared to border patrols. As Lin Yuan prepared to rest, he suddenly heard a knock at the door, causing him to furrow his brow. He placed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique by the window and proceeded to open the door. There stood 2 Uchiha clan ninjas, adorned in their clan's distinctive fan-patterned attire, each holding an elegantly crafted box and regarding him with an unfriendly demeanor. Where are the 3 individuals? Lin Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. The clan leader has ordered that the 3 brothers be confined for 10 days and has sent us to deliver compensation to you. This consists of 101,000 ryo notes and a deed for a house within the 5th ring. Accepting this compensation will signify the resolution of this grievance, and it shall not be mentioned again in the future. After delivering their message, the 2 Uchiha clan members simply stared at Lin Yuan. Very well. Let us consider this matter resolved. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan accepted the Uchiha clan's compensation. After all, in the world of ninjas, where violence reigns and the strong prey upon the weak, refusing the compensation might incite retaliation from the Uchiha clan. Accepting it, however, would ensure his safety. Even if the Uchiha clan seeks revenge, they will likely act covertly, avoiding any overt confrontation. As for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it is unlikely that he would take decisive action against the Uchiha clan due to this matter. After all, it has been 7 years since the death of his wife, Bawako Sarutobi, at the hands of the Uchiha clan, who were ultimately responsible for the massacre. Given Naruto Uzumaki's tragic childhood, it is evident that Hiruzen harbors deep resentment towards Kushina Uzumaki, the cause of his wife's demise. Yet, under such intense hatred, he managed to endure for 7 years against the very clan responsible for his suffering. This illustrates the depth of his patience and resilience. It is likely that the Uchiha clan's annihilation was instigated by Danzo, who could no longer bear their actions, while Hiruzen continued to endure. After Lin Yuan accepted the compensation, the two Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances and departed. Lin Yuan stood at his doorstep, extracting the items from the box before discarding it and entering his home, closing the door behind him. Shortly thereafter, a figure with crimson Sharingan emerged, retrieving the discarded box from the trash. He swiftly extracted the explosive tag hidden within the box's compartment, glancing disdainfully at Lin Yuan's humble abode. Despite the caution displayed, he deemed it unfortunate to provoke the Uchiha clan. An explosive tag, while unlikely to kill a Chunin, could still serve as a significant deterrent. Regrettably, since the box was discarded by Lin Yuan, it was imperative to retrieve the explosive tag set to detonate at night. After the Uchiha ninja departed, Kakashi's silhouette quietly appeared, observing the trash can and the box within it, remaining silent. It is unwise to provoke the Uchiha clan. Inside the house, after organizing the property deed, Lin Yuan took out 84 of the 100,000 Ryo bills, dividing them into 7 portions to distribute among the remaining Chunin at the camp the following day. 100,000 Ryo is not a trivial sum for the expendable ninjas. Fortune has smiled upon them. In the world of ninjas, those of greater strength possess the authority to eliminate weaker ones. In contrast, wealth holds limited significance. No amount of money can prevent the fate of being robbed, even if one could afford to hire Jonin or even a Kage. As for the property deed, it serves no purpose. Lin Yuan wonders if Tsunade can assist him. Yet she has not arrived, likely due to the Akimichi clan's restrictions. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of frustration. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 3301000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 30503300. Killing points: 15 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, summoning technique. Shadow dance leaf, leaf great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: body replacement technique. Level: shadow clone technique. Level: chapter 31. Umbu captain level. The next day, in the afternoon, Lin Yuan was scheduled to report to the Umbu. Taking advantage of the free time in the morning, he visited 7 other Nin from the camp, all of whom were considered expendable ninjas. With the unexpected windfall of silver notes, it was anticipated that their significant survival pressures would be alleviated. Although these 7 Nin did not receive the rare opportunity to join the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made commendable arrangements to assist them in finding positions within the village. In essence, it could be viewed as an early retirement. Even Irika, who was reputed to be the weakest Nin in the manga, possessed 3 chakra attributes and had developed a profound friendship with Naruto during his youth. At Naruto and Hinata's wedding, he made a cameo as Naruto's father. Naturally, a Taijutsu-focused Nin devoid of chakra attributes could not expect such treatment. Both he and the 7 Nin were merely fodder in the ninja world. It was only through an unexpected stroke of fortune that he had the opportunity to alter his destiny. Lin Yuan reminded himself to cherish this rare chance. After bidding farewell to the 7 Nin, he gazed at the azure sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. For a ninja, retirement was no easy feat, and even more so for Umbu operatives, who worked tirelessly throughout the year. Perhaps it would be best to return home. Lin Yuan initially intended to visit the Akimichi clan to inquire about his comrade, Akimichi Shirdori, who had previously brought him snacks. However, considering Shirdori was a direct descendant of the Akimichi clan, it was likely that he would receive favorable treatment as long as he did not interact with someone like Lin Yuan, an expendable ninja. Thus, he abandoned the idea of visiting the Akimichi clan. Perhaps, when his strength reached the level of a Nin, he could earn the respect of the Akimichi clan. He understood that merely being an elite Nin would not truly sway their opinions. His contributions to the Akimichi clan had already made him the deputy commander of the combat camp. Had it not been for the Iwagakure attack, which resulted in significant losses for the entire camp, he would have remained stationed at the border, unable to exert any influence, and would have returned to the village with Orochimaru. Under normal circumstances, even if he became an elite nin, he would still be patrolling the border, finding it exceedingly difficult to request a transfer. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Lin Yuan decided to visit Ichiraku Ramen. After greeting the lovely Ayam, he ordered 5 bowls of pork rib ramen from the noodle master and began to eat. Following the acquisition of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, his physique had undergone a remarkable enhancement, and his appetite had significantly increased. In the manga, Naruto could consume dozens of bowls of ramen in one sitting, indicating that the stronger the ninja, the greater their appetite. Within the ramen shop, patrons were discussing the recent fire at the Uchiha clan's facility, some expressing a sense of schadenfreude. The anecdote had already spread widely, yet many of the underlying details remained undisclosed. The Uchiha clan had constructed a facility within the village, accessible only to their clan members or J-nin. One could only wonder if the female ninjas inside were wielding golden shovels. The diners brimmed with fantasies. Their identities were neither that of the Uchiha clan's ninja nor of the village's elite shinobi, rendering them unable to enter and behold the wonders within. Even in Konoha, the number of elite shinobi was exceedingly scarce. For the various clans, possessing even 1 or 2 elite shinobi was considered remarkable. The Hyuga clan, for instance, boasted only the 2 brothers, Hisashi and Hayashi, as their acknowledged elite shinobi. Attaining such a rank was a formidable challenge. Many ninjas remained stuck at the Chunin level throughout their lives, with scant prospects of advancing to elite status. Indeed, numerous ninjas languished at the Genin level, finding it difficult even to attain Chunin rank. It is worth noting that during the era of war, ascending to Chunin was somewhat easier. Yet the path to becoming an elite shinobi remained arduous. The notion of achieving elite status one day only to be eliminated the next was undeniably humiliating. Thus, the elite shinobi of the various ninja villages were devoid of weakness. Yesterday, I witnessed Kakashi, who stood like a proud sentinel beside the 3rd Hokage, exuding an air of formidable authority. Lin Yuan observed the enchanting SHBU as she deftly placed bowls of ramen on the table with her delicate hands, prompting a recollection. Upon hearing tales of Kakashi's exploits, SHBU's face illuminated with a smile, and she returned from the kitchen with a precious tea egg for Lin Yuan before resuming her tasks. The noodles retained their delightful elasticity, and the tea egg was exquisite. Lin Yuan picked up his chopsticks, slurping up the noodles before skillfully peeling the shell off the tea egg to savor its contents. Once satiated, he settled his bill and departed the ramen shop, making his way directly to the Hokage building. The Umbu's base resided in the lower levels of the Hokage building, with dedicated outposts scattered throughout the village and its outskirts. A new chapter of life was to commence today. Entering the Hokage building, he traversed the designated passage to the 2nd floor, where the offices of Umbu captains were situated. Lin Yuan spotted a captain adorned with a fierce tiger mask diligently filling out forms. While ordinary Umbu members were typically elite Chunin, donning smaller animal masks, the captains were all elite shinobi, distinguished by their larger animal masks, unless on a mission. The distinction of masks symbolized the varying ranks within the Umbu. Upon joining the Umbu, one's previous identity became inconsequential. All was measured by strength and merit. The more formidable the Umbu member and the greater their accomplishments, the sooner they would have the opportunity to ascend to the position of the 6th Hokage of Konoha, much like Kakashi Hatake. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: CH Nin, 331-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku chakra, 3310-3310. Kill points: 15 items. Death immunity medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, summoning technique. Shadow dance leaves, Konoha, great whirlwind. Invisibility technique, level. Transformation technique, level. Substitution technique, level. Clone technique, level. Condition, excellent. Survival is not a concern beneath the J-nin rank. Lin Yuan glanced at his attribute panel, feeling quite pleased with his promising start. He gently tapped on the already opened door. Upon receiving a prompt to enter from the formidable tiger of the Umbu, he stepped inside, embarking on his professional journey. Lin Yuan graduated as a genin at the age of 12 and ascended to CH Nin at 15. Thus far in his ninja career, he had undertaken 0 missions and served as a border ninja. The tiger of the Umbu briefly recounted Lin Yuan's past experiences before solemnly stating, "Once you enter the Umbu, your previous experiences hold little significance. From this day forth, you shall guard the village under the identity of an Umbu member. The merits you earn from mission completion can be exchanged for any jutsu or items that facilitate your growth. This is your Umbu mask. I am your direct superior. Throughout your Umbu career, you are to heed the orders of myself and the third Hokage. Always be mindful to conceal your identity. The tiger of the Umbu handed Lin Yuan a pristine, specially designed mask resembling a small yellow duck. Upon donning it, Lin Yuan instantly transformed into a bona fide Umbu rookie. Now, as the Umbu codename Tiger, I shall assign you your first task. Proceed to the adjacent room and familiarize yourself with your two Umbu companions. This is a D-rank mission, the Tiger announced. Curious about his fellow Umbu members, Lin Yuan entered the nearby room, where he encountered two masked Umbu members, one adorned with a white wolf mask and the other with a red monkey mask. Both appeared to be elite nin, with Lin Yuan sensing that the one in the wolf mask might possess greater strength. Wearing his small yellow duck mask, he greeted them, saying, I am the new Umbu member, codename Yellow Duck. I look forward to your guidance. The two Umbu members, codenames White Wolf and Red Monkey, regarded Lin Yuan with scrutiny. After observing him, they found no remarkable qualities in their new teammate, leaving them somewhat disappointed. In the Umbu, camaraderie among team members is essential. The dynamics resemble a small wolf pack, where any member's weakness could become the team's Achilles heel, while a member's strength could enhance the group's overall prowess. Code name White Wolf, from the Uchiha clan, he introduced himself. The blood wheel I has successfully been awakened. Although we belong to a covert unit, should your performance fail to meet my expectations, I shan't entrust my back to a mere wastrel. The Dark Division's White Wolf spoke slowly, a fleeting crimson gleam of his three-tomo Sharingan illuminating his gaze. The ability to awaken the formidable Uchiha bloodline limit, the Sharingan, undoubtedly enhances one's capabilities across various dimensions, rendering one no weakling among the ordinary members of the Dark Division. Codename, Red Monkey, hailing from the Sarutobi clan, expressed his pleasure at your inclusion in our team, Yellow Duck. Should you encounter trivial matters, feel free to seek my assistance at any time. Compared to the more reserved White Wolf, the Dark Division's Red Monkey exuded a warmer demeanor, albeit with its limitations. Especially considering that the renowned Konoha White Fang had perished 7 years prior. While most ninjas generally agree on the importance of not abandoning comrades, when faced with exceedingly crucial missions, the grim reality may necessitate forsaking allies to complete the task. Codename, Yellow Duck. A taijutsu practitioner skilled in the art of throwing ninja tools, felt compelled to reintroduce himself upon observing the solemnity of his two teammates. However, upon learning that Lin Yuan was merely a taijutsu ninja with a penchant for throwing weapons, both White Wolf and Red Monkey found their expectations thoroughly dashed. Allowing such a weak ninja to join the unit seemed almost counterproductive. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat oppressive. After a brief interval, the Dark Division captain, Tiger, entered upon completing a form. White Wolf, Red Monkey, have you both acquainted yourselves with Yellow Duck? He possesses the strength of a special jonin, which should provide considerable assistance when our team undertakes missions. Special jonin? A flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of both White Wolf and Red Monkey as they gazed incredulously at Lin Yuan. Although a special jonin does not possess the full rank of a jonin, their status is markedly superior to that of an elite chunin. In specific scenarios, the contributions of a special jonin can rival those of a true jonin. For a 4-member Dark Division team with only one jonin, the addition of a new member with special jonin capabilities undoubtedly represents a significant enhancement. Captain Tiger offered no further explanation, as the information was sourced from the Hokage's office and thus carried no doubt of its authenticity. Additionally, border ninjas would not exhibit cowardice. Typically, such a member would be considered ideal for the team. The arrival of a newcomer is classified as a high-level mission with a reward of 5,000 ryo, which is perfectly suited for treating you all to a meal outside, fostering camaraderie. Shortly thereafter, on the rooftop of a private residence, the group savored a delightful feast of purchased meat slices and sausages, complemented by the specialized grilling equipment they possessed. This private residence, situated in the 4th ring, had been specifically designated by Captain Tiger as a secure point for team members to communicate. It is indeed a fine establishment, as only those of special jonin rank and above can apply for housing in the 4th ring without the backing of a ninja clan. Although Lin Yuan's strength is sufficient, he has yet to undergo an assessment, rendering it inconclusive. Having satisfied his hunger, Umbu's White Wolf suddenly turned to Lin Yuan and remarked, You are a special Jonin. I am also a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, possessing the bloodline limit of the Sharingan. Theoretically, we should not differ significantly in power. Why not take advantage of this moment of leisure to spar and deepen our understanding of one another? If you emerge victorious, you shall assume command of our team should our leader, the Fierce Tiger, be absent during future missions. Not all special Jonin excel in combat, and I possess the mightiest bloodline limit in the ninja world, the Sharingan. Engaging in a true battle with this yellow duck is not without its possibilities. White Wolf mused inwardly. In the realm of ninjas, there exists a hierarchy, and where there is a hierarchy, there must be a distinction of prowess. While scholars wield their pens as swords, ninjas rely solely on their combat abilities to establish their superiority. Only the strong possess autonomy, much like in the manga, where Minato Namikaze dashes across the battlefield, leading his team, only for Kakashi's squad to suffer casualties. The oddity lies in the fact that just as Obito was about to be crushed by a boulder, he fortuitously encountered Uchiha Madara, who had been hiding underground. Upon hearing the proposal for a duel from White Wolf, the Umbu captain, Fierce Tiger, did not intervene. It is indeed essential for members of the Umbu to spar and gauge each other's strength. In the ninja world, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. In times of peril, it is often the stronger ninjas who take the lead. Conversely, if one is merely a genin, they are unlikely to be thrust into battle unless a war of monumental scale engulfs the entire ninja world. This, in itself, serves as a form of protection. As White Wolf is a member of the Uchiha clan and has already awakened his Sharingan, even a mere sparring session would pose a challenge for me. However, Yellow Duck has been directly endorsed by Fierce Tiger as a special Jonin and should be capable of holding his own against White Wolf. Red A pondered. While recognizing that not all special Jonin are adept in combat, the voice suggested that Yellow Duck is relatively young. Such a young special Jonin would likely not be lacking in martial prowess, akin to the renowned Uchiha Shursui and Hitaki Kakashi, both of whom displayed extraordinary talent at a young age. Thus, let it be. In the world of ninjas, one is often compelled by circumstance. Lin Yuan could not decline this opportunity for amicable combat, and, with a sense of resignation, rose to his feet. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 331-1000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 3310-3310. Kill points, 15 items. Death Exemption Medal X1 Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Summoning Technique. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Wind, Stealth Technique. Level, Transformation Technique. Level, Body Replacement Technique. Level, Shadow Clone Technique. Level. Let us proceed to the courtyard, spoke the Umbu captain. The Fierce Tiger. As the sole Jonin-level combatant of the group, he designated the battlefield for the two combatants, Huangya and Bai Lang, while harboring a sense of curiosity about the outcome of this friendly spar. Once both parties took their positions, the friendly match commenced without delay. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. Bai Lang swiftly formed hand seals, placing his hands to his mouth and unleashing a torrent of flames. The inferno surged forth, coalescing into a massive fireball of 3 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Lin Yuan. With the Jonin captain, Tiger, observing the match, there was little concern for potential casualties, as he stood ready to intervene in case of unforeseen events. Chapter 033. Let us begin with Summoning Technique, Shadow Dance Leaf. Lin Yuan effortlessly initiated the first half of Shadow Dance Leaf's charge, evading the oncoming fireball. With over 3,000 chakra at his disposal, he could employ the charging technique multiple times throughout the battle, given that each use consumed merely 50 chakra. After deftly dodging the fireball, Lin Yuan produced a shuriken and hurled it towards Bai Lang. The shuriken flew with remarkable speed, yet Bai Lang, utilizing his Sharingan, successfully intercepted it, failing to be struck. Could mere physical prowess account for such swift shuriken? The Umbu, Bai Lang, initially intended to replicate Lin Yuan's shuriken throwing technique with his Sharingan, only to realize the attempt was futile. He quickly deduced that this must be a manifestation of Lin Yuan's innate talent, as physical constitution, bloodline limits, and certain secret techniques are beyond the Sharingan's replicative capabilities. The Sharingan is only able to imitate conventional ninjutsu, and such replication is but a minor ability of the Sharingan prior to its evolution into the later stages. After this initial round of probing, both combatants recognized that their opponent was not to be easily dispatched. Consequently, Bai Lang began to take the encounter more seriously. The prowess of the three-tomo Sharingan is indeed remarkable. Awakening such an ability at the Chunin level is a testament to the genius of the Uchiha clan. This signifies that he had reached a critical stage before evolving to the Mangekyou Sharingan, potentially attainable through mere fortuity. Lin Yuan pondered strategies to defeat this Bai Lang, but realized that aside from brute force, he had little recourse. The dynamic visual acuity of the Sharingan was formidable, augmented by a plethora of additional effects, endowing the Uchiha clan with an unrivaled confidence among their peers, with only a select few clans able to rival their might. Unless one exposes the Shikatsu Myaku or the Flying Thunder God technique, it is indeed quite challenging to defeat the Umbu's White Wolf solely with physical prowess. Lin Yuan glanced at his attributes panel after contemplating the idea of utilizing his accumulated kill points for a gamble in the lottery pool. His attention then shifted to the summoning technique and the stealth technique. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Level: Chunin 331-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsu Myaku, chakra 32603310. Kill points: 15 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, summoning technique, Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: clone technique. Level: summoning technique. Lin Yuan decided to first experiment with the summoning technique. He immediately began forming hand seals. Due to the absence of a prior summoning contract with a spirit beast, this would be a random summoning, consuming an enormous amount of chakra, up to 1,000 points. If he had a summoning contract with a designated spirit beast, it would likely require only 100 chakra points. The Umbu team leader, Tiger, and the Umbu Red Ape, who were observing, became alert upon seeing Lin Yuan's hand seals. The Red Ape pondered silently. Could it be the summoning technique? How could he possibly possess such a rare ninjutsu? I wonder what his contracted spirit beast will be. Could his rise to special jonin be attributed to a spirit beast? At the Chunin level, he possesses an impressive amount of chakra, rivaling that of the clan's science. As an elite Umbu jonin, Tiger's keen perception allowed him to discern that the chakra consumption for Lin Yuan's summoning technique was substantial, likely comparable to that of an advanced offensive ninjutsu. Employing such high-level offensive techniques would indeed pose a significant burden even for ordinary jonin. The Umbu White Wolf chose not to interrupt the summoning process, as it is a swift action that cannot be easily disrupted. Moreover, using the three-tomo Sharingan for hypnosis requires direct eye contact. Thus, he silently observed Lin Yuan's summoning, curious about what this Umbu comrade, known by the codename Yellow Duck, would conjure. With a sudden burst, smoke enveloped Lin Yuan, clearing to reveal a rather peculiar creature. Its body resembled that of a caterpillar, yet it bore beautiful, colorful wings akin to those of a butterfly. The eyes on the caterpillar's head radiated intelligence, suggesting it belonged to a sentient race. The spirit insect turned to Lin Yuan and spoke. Did you summon me from the Emerald Wonderland? Henceforth, the spirit insect clan shall fight alongside you. A surge of information flooded Lin Yuan's mind, revealing that this creature hailed from the Emerald Wonderland. Though it could not speak human language, it was capable of communicating through thought. Through an unexpected encounter with the art of spirit summoning, a pact was forged with the ethereal insect tribe. Henceforth, a mere fraction of chakra would suffice to summon these mystical creatures. Naturally, the more chakra expended, the more formidable the summoned beings would be. Alongside this newfound ability, he also acquired the skills mastered by the ethereal insects. A 1-meter-tall ethereal insect flitted beside Lin Yuan, ready for battle. It activated a skill known as Guardian Shield, bestowing upon Lin Yuan a protective barrier that offered a slight chance to reflect incoming attacks. In the realm of ninjas, this skill could counteract ninjutsu and weapon strikes, providing a slim chance for survival amidst the onslaught of techniques and projectiles. Additionally, the ethereal insect possessed a skill capable of blinding its target, aptly named blindness technique. However, such a skill was best reserved as a trump card, unnecessary to reveal during a mere sparring session. Thus, Lin Yuan communicated telepathically with the ethereal insect, ensuring it maintained the Guardian Shield while temporarily suppressing the idea of using the blindness technique against the Umbu's White Wolf. The Umbu captain, Tiger, observed this scene and quickly deduced that the spirit beast summoned by Lin Yuan might serve a supportive role, akin to the enigmatic slug that possessed unparalleled healing abilities and had formed a contract with Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Lin Yuan's spirit beast, however, was undoubtedly inferior in its supportive capabilities compared to the top-tier slug. The Umbu's red ape discreetly noted this information. Generally, supportive spirit beasts could indirectly enhance a ninja's combat efficiency without limitations on numbers, making them more advantageous than singularly offensive beasts. Yet, they paled in comparison to tracking-type spirit beasts unless they were of the highest caliber, like the slug. Thus, tracking spirit beasts remained the preferred choice for most ninjas. Akin to the ninja dogs trained by the Inuzuka clan, adept at tracing enemy scents, granting them the upper hand in both combat and retreat. As the White Wolf, concealed beneath his mask, scrutinized the unfolding events with his Sharingan, he was skeptical that a teammate of exceptional J-Nin caliber, known as Yellow Duck, would summon anything less than extraordinary during a sparring match. However, he could not find any information on this spirit beast in the comprehensive compendium of summoning beasts, a treasure meticulously curated by the Uchiha clan over the decades, accessible only to those like him who possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. After a moment's hesitation, the Umbu's White Wolf resolved to test the waters once more with a fire-style, Great Fireball technique. It was undeniable that the Great Fireball, as a high-level ninjutsu, was exceedingly practical, consuming chakra comparable to the leaf's Great Whirlwind while delivering far greater destructive potential. Stealth technique. Lin Yuan swiftly darted to one side, simultaneously cloaking himself. What? The Umbu member, known as White Wolf, found himself momentarily taken aback by this scene. Chapter 034. A single move dominates all. The art of invisibility. One of the advanced techniques of the three-body technique is rendered ineffective before my Sharingan, White Wolf murmured. The activated three-tomo Sharingan sought out Lin Yuan's whereabouts after he had vanished from sight. If the Byakugan could perceive the flow of chakra and thereby disregard invisibility, the Sharingan, much like a magnifying glass, could detect minute changes to uncover the flaws of the hidden. This is the renowned power of the legendary eye. Can you withstand the combination of invisibility and rapid ninja tool assaults with the Sharingan at your disposal? As Lin Yuan approached White Wolf, he found an opportune position and hurled a shuriken at him. The flow of chakra caused him to automatically dispel his invisibility after the attack. However, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, reactivating his invisibility technique to cloak himself once more. After all, the consumption of chakra for this advanced ninjutsu was merely 10 points per use. The shuriken appeared abruptly, catching the attention of White Wolf, who swiftly turned to face it. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as he drew a kunai to intercept the shuriken. After deflecting it, White Wolf charged towards Lin Yuan, kunai in hand. Yet, he soon witnessed Lin Yuan once again activate his invisibility technique, vanishing from view once more. This frustrating turn of events compelled White Wolf to pause and focus. If one move proved effective, then it should be employed repeatedly, the principle of a single technique reigning supreme. Lin Yuan quickly distanced himself from White Wolf, opting to change direction. With a shuriken in each hand, he launched them simultaneously with a swift whoosh, his form once again slipping into invisibility as he did not glance back. He then directed his gaze toward White Wolf, eager to assess the outcome of his latest assault. With a whoosh, 2 shurikens flew forth. White Wolf furrowed his brow, using his kunai to block the incoming projectiles. He instinctively took a few steps back, acknowledging the considerable power behind the throws of this new ally, codenamed Yellow Duck. It was evident that his proficiency in throwing concealed weapons was commendable. He recognized that the sparring match likely limited his opponent's full potential. After all, possessing invisibility alongside the ability to launch powerful hidden weapons rendered Lin Yuan most formidable during ambushes. Yet, White Wolf was determined to counter this strategy. With his Sharingan revolving, White Wolf charged toward Lin Yuan's previous location, seeking to close the distance and catch him the moment he attempted to throw another concealed weapon. At this juncture, reflexes were paramount. Halfway through his charge, White Wolf suddenly began forming hand signs, invoking wind release, great breakthrough. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, forcefully whipping Lin Yuan's garments and dispelling his invisibility. At this point, the distance between the two had narrowed significantly. With his Sharingan locked onto Lin Yuan, White Wolf surged forward with remarkable speed. The opportunity for Lin Yuan to re-enter invisibility was utterly denied. In an instant, a close-quarters battle erupted. A glimmer of combat intent flashed in the eyes of the Umbu White Wolf. The The power behind the thrown shuriken was formidable. Your forte lies in taijutsu, does it not? I shall defeat you in your strongest domain. Without a robust physique, no matter how many techniques one masters, it is impossible to hone the use of shuriken to a level that poses a genuine threat to ninjas of equal rank. The wealthy heiress from the manga may possess an abundance of ninja tools, yet her displayed prowess ranks low among her peers. This illustrates how a lackluster taijutsu can significantly hinder the effectiveness of shuriken. Thus, it was swiftly dispelled by the wind release technique. Lin Yuan found himself somewhat speechless, though not overly surprised. After all, while the technique of invisibility is an advanced form of the body flicker technique, it ultimately remains a basic ninjutsu. It only yields extraordinary results when applied in suitable circumstances. It is certainly incapable of withstanding higher-tier ninjutsu in a direct confrontation. Wind release, particularly the Great Breakthrough, qualifies as an advanced ninjutsu. When unleashed with full force, it can even send a lower-ranking ninja flying, demonstrating its potency. The clash of kunai resonated in the air as they engaged in close combat. The Umbu White Wolf maintained a serious demeanor, whereas Lin Yuan appeared to be at ease. After all, taijutsu was indeed Lin Yuan's forte. Though somewhat unorthodox, he lacked the formal training of elite taijutsu masters like Might Guy from the manga. He also did not possess the advanced 8 gates technique, which could elevate a lower-ranking ninja to the level of a shadow. However, in the years preceding the opening of the reward pool, he had relied on his taijutsu to face the dangers of the border, having dispatched more than 3 rock ninja underlings with his own hands. Although he excelled in evasion, his offensive and defensive capabilities were equally commendable. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 331-1000. Affiliation: Konoha. Bloodline limit: Shikatsumiyaku. Chakra 3200-3310. Killing points: 15 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug. Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Invisibility technique: Basic. Transformation technique: Basic. Substitution technique: Basic. Clone technique: Basic. Excluding the Flying Thunder God and Shikatsumiyaku, which are unnecessary to reveal, as well as the invisibility technique, which serves little purpose, it seems that victory will rely on 2 basic taijutsu techniques. Lin Yuan silently resolved this in his heart. Although these 2 taijutsu techniques are quite common in Konoha, the enhancement provided by the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit would significantly amplify their effectiveness, granting him an advantage in this sparring session. After a series of exchanges in close combat, the Umbu White Wolf found himself somewhat astonished. The opponent's taijutsu had undoubtedly surpassed the level of elite chunin specialized in taijutsu. No wonder he bore the title of Special Jonin. The White Wolf did not expect to uncover this new teammate's battle secrets through a mere sparring session. However, if they fought for an extended period without allowing the opponent to employ a single taijutsu technique, he would find it difficult to accept. The Yellow Duck's mastery of chakra manipulation is remarkable. The Umbu captain, Tiger, nodded subtly in acknowledgement. During close combat, the flow of chakra throughout the body undeniably reveals a ninja's proficiency in chakra control. However, this is also an advantage of taijutsu-type ninjas. After all, taijutsu practitioners do not expend time honing ninjutsu or performing hand seals, allowing them more opportunity to refine their chakra manipulation. Although the chakra of taijutsu-type ninjas lacks elemental attributes, this very fact renders it easier to control. The particularly skilled J-Nin, adept at throwing ninja tools, seems to possess many concealed techniques. The Umbu member, Red Ape, pondered thoughtfully. Up to this point, the Yellow Duck had yet to employ a single taijutsu technique, which seemed somewhat excessive. He surmised that the prideful individual from the Uchiha clan, White Wolf, would not easily concede in this sparring match. As anticipated, the Umbu White Wolf suddenly retreated in the opposite direction, creating a considerable distance before turning back to face Lin Yuan. He began to form hand seals with remarkable speed. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. But that was not the end. After unleashing the Great Fireball, the Umbu White Wolf swiftly executed additional hand seals, releasing Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The wind augmented the flames, resulting in a powerful combination of ninjutsu executed in rapid succession. The Great Fireball surged toward Lin Yuan at an incredible speed, even spreading some flames to the sides, thereby enlarging the area of the attack and making it increasingly challenging to evade. Chapter 035. Victory. As the sparring continued, The Umbu White Wolf gradually recognized the strength of his new companion and unveiled a trump card. While it may not rival true combined ninjutsu, it constituted a formidable series of techniques. First, he executed Fire Release, Great Fireball, followed by Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, significantly increasing the speed of the Great Fireball's flight. In response to this maneuver, Lin Yuan's countermeasure was audacious in its artistry. He initiated the first half of Shadow Dance, dashing upward. In an instant, Lin Yuan leaped over 10 meters high, evading the incoming Great Fireball and landing fluidly on the ground. He then launched himself toward the Umbu White Wolf once more, using the first half of Shadow Dance to propel himself forward. In a brief span, Lin Yuan's speed was astonishing. After dodging the Great Fireball, he sprinted toward the Umbu White Wolf, gripping a kunai and thrusting it forward, utilizing the instantaneous effect of Shadow Dance. Although he only employed the initial phase, the Umbu captain, Tiger, a J-level powerhouse, easily discerned the technique's exceptional nature. Nonetheless, it bore significant flaws. The essence of Shadow Dance lies in transforming the force of the charge into a powerful kick that sends the enemy airborne. Relying solely on the first half diminishes its power, even though chakra consumption is reduced. It proves advantageous only when evading an enemy's ninjutsu. The clash of kunai echoed resoundingly. Due to Lin Yuan's exceptional prowess in physical techniques, he stood as a genuine special jonin, second only to the true masters of taijutsu. The Umbu member, White Wolf, found himself at a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly under the force of Lin Yuan's skill. Nevertheless, White Wolf's eyes brimmed with combat fervor, his crimson Sharingan spinning rapidly as he endeavored to capture the nuances of Lin Yuan's movements, seeking the swiftest opportunity to counterattack. I possess the Sharingan, and you do not. This is my undeniable advantage, he thought, his fighting spirit unwavering. The Uchiha clan was indeed a formidable challenge. Umbu Red Ape could not help but scoff. As a distinguished member of the Sarutobi clan, his status should have risen significantly following the return of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to oversee the affairs of Konoha. However, the overwhelming strength of the Uchiha clan rendered them cautious. Young Uchiha Shisui had already gained renown in the ninja world as the Shunshin of Shisui, possessing talents rivaling that of Minato Namikaze, and he was expected to grow even stronger in the future. Thus, even the Sarutobi clan held reservations about provoking the Uchiha. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed his most proficient and favored taijutsu technique, the Leaf Great Whirlwind. As his body spun rapidly, his legs whirled like propellers, striking directly at Umbu White Wolf. The speed and power were formidable, and the timing was impeccable, landing a solid kick to White Wolf's chest. With a resounding impact, White Wolf was sent flying 10 meters away. Observing this, Lin Yuan halted, knowing that this was merely a friendly spar, and thus there was no need to pursue. After all, a forced confrontation without restraint could yield dire consequences, whereas a friendly match should remain within certain limits. Furthermore, he had tempered the final kick of his Leaf Great Whirlwind, for had he unleashed his full strength, bolstered by his Kekai Genkai, even an elite Chunin would have suffered severe injury from such a blow. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 331-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 31003-310. Killing points, 15 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Shadow Dance, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Invisibility Technique, Level, Transformation Technique, Level, Body Replacement Technique, Level, Shadow Clone Technique, Level. Upon landing, Umbu White Wolf gasped for breath, relieved to see that Lin Yuan did not pursue further. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of humility. Indeed, ninjas specializing in ninjutsu faced significant disadvantages against close combat specialists, especially considering the gap in their ranks. If the opponent were merely an elite Chunin skilled in taijutsu, he could have managed. However, facing a special jonin, even in a friendly exchange, proved to be quite overwhelming. I concede, Umbu White Wolf spoke slowly, acknowledging his defeat. The small contest of camaraderie has come to an end. Although he still held some deadly techniques in reserve, it was clear that such lethal moves would not be employed in a friendly spar. Moreover, as a special jonin, the opponent undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths. His proposal for the contest was merely to gauge the other's capabilities, not a matter of life and death. After all, Members of the Umbu must operate in teams, often encountering one another. The Sharingan is formidable, and you, being a ninjutsu-type ninja, possess even greater potential than I. Lin Yuan observed that the Umbu member, White Wolf, did not engage in a relentless pursuit, appreciating his character. Since it was White Wolf who suggested the spar, it would have been excessive had he insisted on prolonging it. Recognizing this quality, Lin Yuan felt inclined to exchange some polite words. Huangya, you truly live up to your reputation as a taijutsu specialized special jonin. Your strength is remarkable. It seems I can only rank fourth within the group now. The Umbu member, Red Ape, stepped forward with a smile, having acknowledged Lin Yuan's prowess after witnessing the spar with White Wolf. It appears you two have grown acquainted. After a few days of rest, we shall prepare for our next mission. The difficulty of the upcoming task is anticipated to be considerable, with opposing ninjas likely to appear. Huangya, make sure to prepare adequately upon your return, stated the Umbu captain, Fierce Tiger. While Lin Yuan's abilities were commendable, the combat environment at the border would undoubtedly differ from that of the Umbu, which demanded a higher level of skill. Now, let us disperse and return to our respective homes. Remember to find an unoccupied alley to remove your masks on the way back. Do not reveal your identity lightly. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Baisui removed his mask, still reflecting on the spar with Huangya. The latter, a taijutsu specialized special jonin, appeared to be quite young, while Baisui was one of the most outstanding prodigies of his generation within the Uchiha clan. He believed he could hold his own against a true jonin, but found himself somewhat on the back foot during their encounter, particularly in taijutsu, which was difficult for his pride to accept. After all, the Uchiha clan is renowned for its versatility, and he must continue to enhance his skills. Young Master Baisui, you have finally returned. As a long-standing powerful clan in Konoha, the Uchiha naturally had numerous enterprises, allowing them to indulge in acquiring maids. The maids, graceful and pleasing in appearance, greeted Uchiha Baisui with delightful enthusiasm upon his return, presenting him with fruit and pastries. What of the others? As a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Baisui did not dwell on the maids, but rather became curious about something else. He had a few clan companions, and typically, upon returning from an Umbu mission, they would promptly gather to celebrate. They have been placed under house arrest by the clan leader, a maid replied. The duration of your recent mission was not extensive, yet what has transpired in the village? Never mind. Once again, I shall personally investigate. Uchiha Hakusui instinctively recalled the pressure inflicted upon their clan by the Nine Tails assault on the village. Should some high-ranking officials seize this opportunity to target the Uchiha clan, it would indeed pose significant complications. In the confinement chamber, 3 Uchiha ninjas rejoiced upon seeing Uchiha Hakusui. Cousin, you must avenge us, they exclaimed. That despicable border fodder ninja dared to set fire to our Uchiha clubhouse. You must make him pay. After listening to their animated recounting, Uchiha Hakusui's expression shifted to one of surprise. According to their account, this individual, though not a jonin, had effortlessly subdued the 3 of them using merely basic taijutsu, specifically the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Could this person possibly be? Chapter 036. The threat from the cloud-hidden village. The Akimichi clan had established a formidable presence within the village, especially with the alliance of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans. The Akimichi clan, represented by the boar, was known for achieving victory through strength. However, as time progressed, certain anomalies emerged. Instead of bolstering the Akimichi clan's martial prowess, Akimichi Mizumi preferred to pursue the wisdom of the Nara clan. She aimed to enhance the Akimichi's stature by marrying her daughter, Akimichi Suisen, into a prominent family. In comparison to the current clan leader, Akimichi Dingza, Akimichi Mizumi also exhibited considerable talent. With the resources of the Akimichi clan at her disposal, she successfully attained the rank of jonin and married a female ninja from the village, giving birth to their daughter, Akimichi Suisen. Meanwhile, Akimichi Dingza, responsible for the clan's martial strength, only recently married and had children. Akimichi Dingji, 15 years junior to Akimichi Suisen, was consequently named Akimichi Dingji. Cradling the infant Akimichi Dingji, Akimichi Dingza wore a gentle expression. Observing his brother, Akimichi Mizumi, drinking in discontent, he remarked, "It seems Suisen has found someone special. That is a good thing. Why must you interfere with their mutual affection? Our Akimichi clan stands as a reliable pillar in the village, maintaining good relations with the major ninja clans. There is no need to forge alliances through our children." Though he spoke thus, The thought of a mere fodder chunin attempting to court his precious daughter filled Akimichi Mizumi with unease. He felt a sense of frustration. Despite the estrangement that had arisen between him and his daughter after their last heartfelt conversation, he remained convinced he had acted rightly. His intentions were merely to secure a better future for Akimichi Suisen, ideally with a promising young man from another ninja clan, rather than a mere chunin. Akimichi Dingza shook his head, choosing to dismiss this troublesome brother. Instead, he gazed fondly at the infant Akimichi Dingji. Master, the chunin you were concerned about, Lin Yuan, returned to the village yesterday morning, a clan member hurriedly reported. What? That fodder chunin left the border and returned to the village? Akimichi Mizumi exclaimed in astonishment, quickly following the clan member to investigate the news. Upon learning that only 9 individuals, including the esteemed Nin Hanada, had returned from the border, Lin Yuan's heart sank with foreboding. It seemed that the Nin among them had fallen victim to an ambush by the IWNin, resulting in devastating losses, likely more than half. The border, it appeared, would soon descend into turmoil once again. However, this unfortunate reality might instill a sense of self-awareness among them. If they could not even defend the border, they should abandon any delusions of grandeur. Time swiftly passed, and with the dawn came a meeting at the Hokage building, summoned for all Nin of the village. Yet, for the clans of shinobi, only one Nin was required to represent their interests. Once the assembly of Nin was complete, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered the conference room, accompanied by the prodigious Nin Hatake Kakashi and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Hiruzen first delivered disconcerting news. Intelligence from the Yunin reported that under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, a Yunin village was preparing to declare war on Konoha. After taking his seat and surveying the assembled Nin, he spoke directly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a dire revelation. Given Konoha's current condition, it was imperative to recuperate and consolidate strength, especially in light of the significant losses endured during the Third Great Ninja War. The recent demise of Minato Namikaze during the Nine-Tails assault on the village had further compromised their elite fighting capacity. The Nin reacted with shock to this news, with some more informed shinobi voicing their concerns. Lord Third, isn't this under Danzo's purview? Can't his roots prevent Yunin from waging war against us? They questioned. Recognizing the formidable nature of Yunin's shinobi, Hiruzen responded calmly. Danzo and I had anticipated the possibility of Yunin not adhering to the treaty, and he is already in the midst of formulating a contingency plan. In truth, Danzo had previously assured Hiruzen that everything was under control, that Yunin posed no threat. Yet, the present circumstances proved otherwise, and Danzo had not even attended the meeting. Hiruzen felt the weight of the situation, aware that formidable figures such as Hokage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki were not to be underestimated. The high-end combat strength required at least 2 Orochimarus to counteract. However, containing the remaining Yunin Nin and Nin at the border would not be an easy task. Hiruzen harbored his own uncertainties. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Yunin was known for its arid territory and fervor for conflict. They had long sought to initiate a change in the balance of power. Had Konoha been in a position of strength, Yunin would likely have confined their ambitions to Iwa and Kiri. Yet, given Konoha's precarious state, both Hiruzen and Danzo were bound to the village, needing to remain vigilant against the lurking threat of the Nine-Tails and the Uchiha clan, who were the primary suspects in this manipulation. With limited high-end combat capabilities, it seemed that any reinforcements would have to be drawn from the various clans of shinobi. Hiruzen pondered this dire predicament, weighing his options with a heavy heart. After Sarutobi Hiruzen discussed the potential need for everyone's efforts in response to a possible attack from the Cloud Village with several elite jonin, he rarely broke into a smile. As for the Rock Village, there was no immediate cause for concern regarding their potential collaboration with the Cloud Ninja in an offensive. This was linked to the subsequent good news. Recently, Orochimaru, accompanied by Umbu ninjas, ventured to the borders of Konoha and the Rock Village, successfully capturing the renowned jonin from the Rock's explosive core, known as Katsu, and engaged in a stalemate with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. We should not feel pressured regarding the Rock Village. What? Lord Orochimaru has indeed captured the esteemed jonin Katsu from the Rock. That gives us a formidable trump card against them. The jonin expressed relief, recognizing that Inoki held significant regard for Katsu and would never disregard his life, thus refraining from a reckless assault on Konoha. One Jonin sighed in relief. Lord Orochimaru actually fought Inoki to a standstill. Truly, he is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. His progress is astonishingly rapid. He possesses the capability to become our 5th Hokage. The news of Orochimaru's parity with Inoki astonished many Jonin, sparking admiration in their eyes. Inoki is indeed a seasoned powerhouse in the ninja world, recognized for his unparalleled strength, surpassing even Hanzo of the Salamander. Regardless, the threat from the Rock Village has significantly diminished. As for the Sand Village, there is no need for excessive concern. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Sand Ninjas suffered the greatest losses, depleting their high-end and mid-tier combat capabilities, leaving them at the bottom among the 5 great ninja villages. Regarding the Mist Village, they did not exhibit any remarkable performance throughout the Third Great Ninja War. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were decisively defeated by our hidden Jonin, Might Guy, and are unlikely to possess the audacity to attack Konoha. Narashikaku, Konoha's strategist, contemplated before speaking. Thus, the only adversaries we must confront are the 4th Raikage A of the Cloud Village and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen, under the Hokage hat, exhibited no fear, stating that it is imperative for all ninjas of Konoha to unite and deliver a crushing blow to the Cloud Village. Meanwhile, at home, outside the village's 5 rings, Lin Yuan was resting. With many matters resolved, he finally had time to enhance his own abilities. The foremost priority was undoubtedly to understand the origins of the summoned beast he had automatically contracted. After some inquiries, he discovered it belonged to the Spirit Bug clan. Tell me, Spirit Bug, what level of strength does your strongest clan member possess? Lin Yuan inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze as he regarded the fluttering Spirit Bug. The Spirit Bug appeared puzzled, seemingly unaware of the precise classification standards of strength, which left Lin Yuan somewhat speechless. How does it compare to the strongest beings in the Wetbone Forest or the Waterfall Cave? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, the Spirit Bug exhibited a look of understanding and began to convey thoughts directly to Lin Yuan. The clan leader must be stronger than them. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Ch. Nin, 333-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 33303330. Killing points, 15 items. 1 death immunity token ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique, Spirit Bug, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique, level. Transformation Technique, level. Body Replacement Technique, level. Clone Technique, level. Chapter 037. The objective of the Land of Sound. It turns out that the heritage of the Spirit Bug clan surpasses that of the Wetbone Forest and the Waterfall Cave. After listening to the Spirit Bug's narration, Lin Yuan felt a surge of hope within. If he could elevate his rank and increase his total chakra, he could summon the clan leader of the Spirit Bug with a substantial amount of chakra. Wouldn't that endow him with formidable power? After all, the strength possessed by the clan leader of the Spirit Bug is guaranteed to be at least on par with that of a Hokage. However, advancing in rank is no simple feat. It requires experience. The source of that experience remains elusive to him even now. Sometimes, inspiration would lead to an increase in experience points, while at other times, even after enduring numerous battles, his experience would remain stagnant. In contrast, enhancing one's strength seems to be somewhat easier. Lin Yuan has always struggled to understand the acquisition of experience points. Nonetheless, if all goes according to plan, once his experience points are full, he would directly advance to J Nin, with no transition through the ranks of Elite Ch Nin or Special J Nin. He wonders if there will be any rewards upon such advancement. Perhaps he should seek advice from those J Nin adept in physical techniques on how to attain J Nin level in that discipline. However, physical type J Nin in the village are exceedingly rare, if not non-existent. The only reliable figures are Might Due and his son, Might Guy. Yet at this point, Might Due has already fallen, and Lin Yuan is uncertain whether Might Guy has achieved the rank of J Nin. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan reflects. After all, Might Guy is the same age as him and Kakashi. At this age, becoming a Ch Nin should be feasible. But achieving the rank of J Nin is considerably more challenging. 2 more days have passed. Soon, it will be the day when the designated Umbu team officially sets out to carry out their mission. Lin Yuan slowly makes his way to the team's base located in the 4th ring. Umbu Red Ape had already arrived early, busily tending to the grill. Seeing this, Lin Yuan stepped forward to lend a hand. According to Red Ape, it is customary for the team to enjoy a hearty meal before departure to ignite their fighting spirit. Lin Yuan naturally found this development quite agreeable. Before long, the Dark Division's White Wolf arrived in haste, casting a glance at Lin Yuan that was laden with meaning. Shortly after, the Dark Division captain, Fierce Tiger, appeared, carrying 2 large bags of roasted meat. In an instant, everyone became busy, placing the meat slices methodically onto the grill. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Fierce Tiger began discussing the upcoming mission related to Cloud Hidden Village. The objective was to eliminate 2 rogue ninjas within the Land of Sound. Although this small nation lies to the north of Konoha, its proximity to the northeast direction of Cloud Hidden Village makes it a crucial point for any ninja from Cloud Hidden Village intending to attack Konoha. Given that the situation in Cloud Hidden Village may be tumultuous of late, a swift resolution was imperative. The mission promised a reward of 100,000 Ryo, which was quite decent, as Captain Fierce Tiger quickly noted. Upon hearing the mention of the Land of Sound, Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall the manga featuring Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, which led to turmoil in Sound Village and among its ninjas. During Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to its knees, the Sound ninjas had allied with the Sand ninjas to assault Konoha, revealing their capabilities to be rather mediocre. However, if the Land of Sound is situated along the route for Cloud Hidden Village's assault on Konoha, then venturing there now seemed exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, as this mission was chosen by Captain Fierce Tiger, Lin Yuan, being a novice in the Dark Division, had no grounds to refuse. On the subject of Cloud Hidden Village, White Wolf could not restrain himself from speaking. Being a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, he was privy to more intelligence. He was almost certain that military tensions between Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha would escalate. Therefore, undertaking a mission near the Land of Sound at this juncture was indeed fraught with danger, necessitating caution. The choice of this mission was also sanctioned by the Hokage, who hoped to leverage the opportunity to gather intelligence on the situation in Cloud Hidden Village. The concerns you hold have already been contemplated by the Hokage, yet we must proceed with vigilance to ascertain the truth. Should any real peril arise, I shall serve as the rearguard, Captain Fierce Tiger stated candidly. As a formidable ninja who had undertaken numerous missions, he understood that if the task were truly simple, the client would resolve it independently rather than seek aid from Konoha. Danger, after all, is an inevitable aspect of missions. While S-rank missions typically do not involve jonin, there are instances where clients, unable to afford the commission for high-level tasks, may intentionally conceal critical information. Thus, one must remain vigilant. As for this mission, the 2 rogue ninjas only rank as chunin, which does not pose much difficulty. Captain Red Ape remarked with a relaxed demeanor. Despite the Land of Sound's proximity to Cloud Hidden Village, they were merely tasked with confronting 2 chunin from a foreign village. What challenges could possibly arise? Within the entire ninja world, the ninjas from the 5 great villages are of one caliber, while those from lesser villages belong to another. It is akin to the former toyed with the latter. Huanya, this is your first mission. Do not bear too great a psychological burden. Captain Fierce Tiger encouraged Lin Yuan. Subsequently, the group deliberated on the details while Lin Yuan calmly munched on the roasted meat, lost in thought. In any case, one life is guaranteed. An unexpected calamity does not instill fear. It is merely a matter of extending one's limits through the essence of one's own flesh and blood. If one does not fear the maximization of bone hyperplasia, even a true jonin would find it challenging to contend with oneself. Furthermore, if one conceals their true strength, accompanied by the formidable captain of the Umbu and 2 equally capable comrades, the completion of this mission should pose little difficulty. As the Fierce Tiger aptly remarked, the key is to depart early and return swiftly. As the afternoon approached, the group set off with only minimal provisions. Their destination undoubtedly the Land of Sound to the north. Upon leaving the village, they swiftly progressed northward. For ordinary individuals, traveling from Konohagakure to the Land of Sound would be a considerable endeavor. However, at the speed of ninjas, the journey became significantly expedited. After all, ninjas possess chakra, and even a mere application of chakra to their feet can drastically enhance their speed. Moreover, ninjas typically exhibit keen eyesight and quick reflexes, making traversing through the night while stepping on branches child's play. Before long, the quartet traversed the lengthy distance and arrived at the diminutive Land of Sound. A melodious flute resonated in the distance, where a young man was playing a wind instrument. Within the notes, a faint chakra fluctuation was discernible, not intended to create destruction. but rather to amplify the sound's reach. Witnessing this, the Umbu member, White Wolf, could not help but exclaim, "So this is the ninja of the Land of Sound." The ninjas of the Land of Sound are few in number, lacking the strength to form a ninja village. Nevertheless, their unique method of infusing chakra into musical instruments to create enchanting melodies sets them apart within the ninja world. However, this does not alter the inherent weakness of the Land of Sound. The phrase "distracted by trifles" instinctively crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Yet, the practice of the sound ninjas likely holds significant benefits for enhancing chakra control. After Orochimaru's defection, he specifically chose these sound ninjas to establish a ninja village, which was not without its reasons. Chapter 038. Capture and interrogate according to the mission intelligence commissioned by the Land of Sound. The two rogue ninjas have recently been sighted in this vicinity. Captain Minhu of the Umbu circled the location on the map, indicating that there was still some distance to cover. After procuring some supplies, he continued, Chunin in the Land of Sound can be considered relatively strong combatants. However, these Chunins do not submit to the authority of the Land of Sound. Instead, they forcibly occupy a territory. Consequently, the daimyo of the Land of Sound has turned to us for assistance. It is possible that these sound ninjas have the backing of the Hidden Cloud Village. We cannot afford to linger for too long. After all, they are merely two Chunins. While they may reign supreme in the Land of Sound, they would undoubtedly be no match for us. The tone of the Umbu member, Red Ape, was imbued with confidence as he surveyed the locals of the Land of Sound. The commoners, upon seeing the masked figures, instinctively lowered their heads and hurried away. In the Land of Sound, such attire is solely donned by ninjas, whose status far surpasses that of the ordinary citizens. As a commoner, one must tread carefully when crossing paths with the esteemed ninja. A minor transgression could lead to a severe beating from the noble shinobi, while a grave offense might even result in the loss of one's life. It is prudent to remain vigilant. The difficulty of this mission likely lies in the two rogue ninjas backed by the Hidden Cloud Village. If these two miscreants lacked any support, they would hardly dare to provoke the feudal lord of the Land of Sound. Conversely, if they were easily dealt with, the Land of Sound would not resort to exorbitant fees to assign this task to us. Surely, the Land of Sound would not be incapable of hiring even a single jonin. The Umbu member, White Wolf, spoke up. As a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, his insights were naturally more profound. If the Hidden Cloud Village were indeed planning any movements, they would certainly extend their reach towards the small nations situated between them and the Hidden Leaf. Should these two rogue ninjas have allied themselves with the Hidden Cloud, it would explain why the Land of Sound hesitates to take action. Such caution is commendable. However, before the Hidden Cloud reacts, we would have already departed with ease. Red Ape from the Umbu listened, somewhat skeptical. Engaging with the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud would surpass the mission's scope. Would the Land of Sound truly compensate us extra for our confrontation with the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud? We should swiftly eliminate these two rogue ninjas and return to the village, allowing us a period of respite. The prospect of battle is indeed exhilarating. Observing his two companions' relaxed demeanor, Lin Yuan felt a sense of ease within himself. While patrolling the borders, he remained cautious, but upon returning to the village, he had let his guard down. After joining the Umbu and embarking on missions, he felt a surge of excitement, reflecting on his own tireless nature. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Chunin, 335-1000. Affiliation, Hidden Leaf, Bloodline. Corpse Bone Bloodline Limit, Chakra, 3350-3350. Kill points, 15 items. Life-saving token X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique, Spirit Insect, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique, Level, Transformation Technique, Level, Body Replacement Technique, Level, Clone Technique, Level. Upon completing this mission, he anticipated a swift return to the village before the new year. Next year would mark the 52nd anniversary of the Hidden Leaf's establishment, and he would be turning 16. Lin Yuan mused quietly as the group made their way along the relatively tidy roads of the Land of Sound towards their destination. The two target rogue ninjas appeared rather menacing, wielding spiked clubs, a configuration typical of physical combat ninjas. The likelihood of ninjas from these small nations excelling in ninjutsu was rather slim. At most, they might possess a few basic techniques. They arrived at a moderately prosperous town bustling with pedestrians, albeit occasionally glancing with trepidation towards an inn. There, numerous burly men stood guard. while several ninjas indulged in hearty drinks and feasts above. At the head of the table sat two rather fearsome-looking Chunin-level ninjas, while the remaining four were merely genin. Nonetheless, genin commanded a significant presence in this small town, easily overpowering ordinary townsfolk. The group had just finished their meal, preparing to collect debts from merchants who had borrowed at exorbitant interest rates. They expected nothing less than tenfold repayment, for they were not to be trifled with. Armed with spiked clubs and 2-meter-long sabers, they wondered if their intimidating presence would compel the merchants to show them respect. The two fearsome Chunin, indulging in their drinks, boisterously declared, casting disdainful glances across the entire tavern. The tavern owner, trembling with apprehension, acknowledged their might. Our esteemed leader and second-in-command are formidable, he thought. Even the Chunin dispatched by the daimyo of the Land of Sound are no match for them. They have been effortlessly decapitated and used as playthings. Who in the Land of Sound would dare provoke us? Once we settle our affairs in this town, we shall move on to the next. The wealth of the entire Land of Sound shall belong to our two leaders, who are the wealthiest figures in the region. The four genin, exhilarated by their newfound audacity, reveled in the freedom granted to them since aligning with these Chunin leaders. They no longer felt the need to pay heed to the official ninjas and even heard whispers of formidable ninjas backing their leaders, rendering them unconcerned about potential retribution from the authorities. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his companions halted in their tracks. After inquiring with a passerby, they learned that the two notorious ninjas were indeed present. Their expressions brightened with delight, given the overwhelming strength of their entire covert team. Defeating the two villains should not pose a challenge. However, locating them had been a more arduous task. Now that they had discovered their whereabouts, there was no need to squander any further time. They resolved to eliminate the two nefarious ninjas without delay. With determination, the four made their way towards the tavern. As they approached, the burly guards stationed outside swiftly blocked their path, demanding, "What do you want? Do you think donning masks will allow you to act with impunity? We advise you not to stir trouble. Our leaders are inside." Disturbing their revelry would be tantamount to courting death, even if you had 10 lives. Leave now, and do so quickly. Amused by the situation, one of the Umbu members, the Red Ape Ninja, could not contain his laughter. He immediately launched an attack, propelling himself forward and delivering a swift kick that sent one of the burly guards flying. With relentless ferocity, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the remaining guards, who cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated by the pain. This ruckus soon captured the attention of those inside the tavern. The two fearsome ninjas, upon hearing the commotion, grabbed nearby spiked clubs and peered over the railing to investigate. Upon spotting the four figures adorned in animal masks, a glimmer of recognition sparked in their eyes, swiftly replaced by terror. It seemed they recognized the masks. These individuals must have encountered the Umbu ninjas from the hidden cloud before. Seize them and inquire for the truth. The shadowy figure of the Red Ape swiftly ascended to the second floor, then leapt to the third floor of the tavern, charging directly towards the two designated targets. Meanwhile, the form of the White Wolf flickered and appeared on the third floor as well. With both of them joining forces, success was virtually assured. The two rogue ninjas would stand no chance against their combined might. Observing this, Lin Yuan promptly followed suit and leapt to the third floor. Chapter 039. Amateur Interrogation. The two rogue ninjas, wielding formidable wolf fang clubs, attempted to flee. However, upon witnessing four masked figures ascend the stairs at an astonishing speed, they immediately realized escape was futile. With a desperate resolve, they swung their clubs towards Lin Yuan and his companions, creating an impressive display. Ninjutsu, superhuman strength. The Red Ape, utilizing his exceptional chakra control, concentrated his chakra into his fists and unleashed this rather rare technique. It inevitably drew Lin Yuan's attention. If the core taijutsu of the Leaf Village's elite J-Nin was the 8 gates, then the core taijutsu of their Chunin was undoubtedly superhuman strength. This technique amplifies the power of all taijutsu. It is said that the superhuman strength ninjutsu originated from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, tailored specifically for his brother Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade. For an ordinary Chunin specializing in taijutsu, mastering this technique is exceedingly difficult, and even the ninjas of the Senju clan may not achieve it. Thus, the fact that the Red Ape has mastered this ninjutsu indicates his extraordinary status. After all, his codename contains the character for ape. Could he be from the Sarutobi clan, associated with the legendary Hiruzen Sarutobi? Lin Yuan pondered, Following the fall of Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi re-emerged to take charge. And the Sarutobi clan undoubtedly gained prominence, allowing its members to learn intricate ninjutsu without difficulty. With a resounding impact, the Red Ape's fists sent the Wolf Fawn clubs flying, leaving the two rogue ninjas in shock. To witness a ninja confront a Wolf Fawn club with bare hands was nothing short of astonishing. The two rogue ninjas stumbled back a few steps, only to be met with two more punches from the advancing Red Ape, striking their abdomens. In an instant, they curled into a shrimp-like position. Were it not for their Chunin strength and the fact that the Red Ape refrained from delivering a lethal blow, they would have surely sustained severe injuries. Even Lin Yuan did not anticipate that within his Umbu team, the most ferocious fighting style would belong to the usually carefree Red Ape. One cannot afford to hold back in battle, remarked the White Wolf disdainfully upon witnessing the scene. The Red Ape's display had already revealed his capabilities but had not fully subdued the two rogue ninjas, which was evidently detrimental to their mission. Should the rogue ninjas possess any escape tactics, they might bolt at lightning speed upon realizing they were outmatched, thus complicating the group's chances of successfully completing the task. It would be prudent to keep them alive. Perhaps some valuable intelligence could be extracted from them. Upon hearing the White Wolf's words, the Dark Operative, the Red Ape, expressed his dissatisfaction. He was fully aware that the White Wolf was reproaching him for not incapacitating the two rogue ninjas in one fell swoop. However, this was done in preparation for the impending interrogation. One could only conclude that the Uchiha clan's ninjas were excessively fastidious. Were it not for their prolonged association within the same dark squad, he might have felt quite irked. The two rogue ninjas struggled to rise, their expressions tinged with fear as they beheld the ninja adorned with the red monkey mask before them. They glanced nervously at the one donning the White Wolf mask, as well as the figure behind them, wearing a yellow duck mask, and the elder ninja with a tiger mask. In that moment, they comprehended that these individuals were indeed formidable, akin to the infamous Cloud Ninjas, and they promptly knelt before them. Spare us. Spare us. We are but humble working ninjas. Please, grant us our lives. If there is anything you wish to know, we shall divulge it all without reservation. The two rogue ninjas repeatedly bowed, desperate to exchange their lives for mercy amidst the chaos of the world. After all, in the realm of ninjas, the law of the jungle prevailed, and violence was a common occurrence over the slightest disagreement. It was evident that these masked individuals were here for them, likely connected to the Cloud Ninjas who had hired them months prior. When gods clash, mere mortals suffer the consequences. They were unwilling to be slain by these masked figures over such matters. There are many eyes and ears here. Let us conduct the inquiry outside the town, declared the Dark Squad leader, the mighty tiger, casting a glance at the Sound Ninjas who appeared hesitant to act or flee. Lin Yuan, seizing the opportunity, advanced decisively, swiftly incapacitating the four Sound Ninjas. The group then escorted these individuals beyond the town's confines, preparing to interrogate the 6 terrified ninjas from the land of sound to extract vital information. Red Ape and White Wolf are not adept at interrogation. Yellow Duck, why don't you give it a try? The mighty tiger suggested to Lin Yuan, who had been assigned to their squad by the third Hokage to assess his capabilities. Even without a special directive from the third Hokage, he would evaluate the members of his team to ascertain their abilities and styles for future dark missions. Upon receiving the leader's sudden instruction, Lin Yuan felt compelled to comply. With a serious gaze fixed upon the 6 Sound Ninjas, he began. Who sent you to wreak havoc in the land of sound? You would do well to provide a straightforward account. Should you choose to be dishonest, I shall not show mercy. Remember, those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will face severe consequences. It was the Cloud. The two rogue ninjas admitted without hesitation. Months ago is not specific enough. Speak clearly, Lin Yuan interrupted, his dissatisfaction evident as he noted their vague responses. The two rogue ninjas' lack of clarity was clearly an attempt to obfuscate the facts, hindering their ability to assess the situation accurately. Such malice undoubtedly indicates a lack of good intentions, causing him to lose patience immediately. 3 months prior, a Cloud Ninja adorned with an animal mask approached us, proposing a deal. He instructed us to plunder wealth from town to town, promising us a 50-50 split upon completion. With the backing of him and the hidden village of clouds, even the feudal lord of the land of sound would hesitate to confront us. The two rogue ninjas spoke unequivocally. After absorbing the information provided by these two miscreants, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the 4 subordinate ninjas nearby. eager to ascertain whether they possessed any knowledge of the underlying circumstances. "We are uncertain, my lord. We are merely ordinary henchmen, collecting payments and averting disasters for others to earn our keep," the four subordinates hastily replied upon being questioned by Lin Yuan. They were acutely aware that the two rogue leaders had encountered troubles, and thus dared not involve themselves further, hastily attempting to clear their names before Lin Yuan. "You are utterly oblivious to such a significant matter. You deserve to perish." Without uttering another word, Lin Yuan advanced, chakra flowing as he swiftly dispatched each of the four subordinates from the land of sound with a single kick. His gaze then returned to the two rogue ninjas, who cast awkward looks at their own attribute panels, realizing they had overlooked a crucial detail. Eliminating subordinates does not yield any points for slaughter, rendering their actions somewhat futile. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Level: Chunin 3, 351,000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bone manipulation. Chakra: 33, 503. 350 slaughter points. 15 items. Death exemption token X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god technique. Summoning technique. Spirit insect, shadow dance. Leaf: Konoha great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: shadow clone technique. Level: witnessing Lin Yuan's brutal interrogation method, the Umbu member White Wolf's pupils involuntarily constricted, while Red Ape from the Umbu stood in stunned silence. The gaze of the Umbu captain, masked as a fierce tiger, was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Chapter 040. The true cause of death. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan eliminate four subordinates from the land of sound, the Umbu captain, Tiger, nodded discreetly, instinctively evaluating the situation in his mind. It seems that Huangya possesses the awareness befitting a ninja in this tumultuous ninja world. Such awareness entails showing no mercy towards ninjas from other factions. However, mere awareness is insufficient. The ability to accomplish missions stands as the paramount criterion for a ninja. Only those capable of fulfilling the tasks assigned by their village are not cast aside. In the Captain Tiger's mind, he recalled the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. Had Tsukumo completed his mission prior to rescuing his comrades, even the most despicable individuals would find it impossible to tarnish his reputation with slander. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that Hatake Tsukumo had failed to complete his task. Ultimately, Hatake Saku was driven to take his own life, epitomizing the dire consequences for a ninja who fails to complete his mission. The world of ninjas is indeed one where the strong prey upon the weak. Without a doubt, Senior Hatake Saku had reached a pinnacle of strength. Even the formidable Jinjutsu of the Waihai clan, which instilled fear in the mightiest of the Uchiha clan, could not subdue him. Yet, the machinations of those behind the scenes, fueled by insidious rumors, ultimately led to his demise. Despite having earned the title of Hokage through his accomplishments, and with his son Kakashi already a prodigious Ichnin at the tender age of 6, the Umbu captain, Tiger, found himself momentarily disoriented. He noted that the year following Hatake Saku's death saw the eruption of the war between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone. Initially, this conflict did not impact Konoha, but eventually, the village was compelled to become embroiled in the Third Great Ninja War. At that time, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had yet to rise to prominence, leaving Konoha bereft of high-level combatants. The memory of their once dominant force, which had instilled awe throughout the ninja world, lingered painfully in the minds of the villagers. Captain Tiger received intelligence confirming their exchange of information with the Hidden Cloud Ninja at a specific location marked on the map. After successfully extracting information from two notorious rogue ninjas, Lin Yuan proceeded to report to Captain Tiger. As for those two vile rogues, they had been swiftly dealt with, earning him 2 kill points. His gaze shifted to his status panel. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Ch. 335-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bone manipulation. Chakra: 3350-3350. Kills: 17 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god technique. Summoning technique: spirit insects, shadow dance. Leaves: Konoha great whirlwind. Invisibility technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: clone technique. Level: is it already so fast? Umbu Captain Tiger remarked, glancing at the map in his hand, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity at how swiftly Lin Yuan had procured the intelligence. How did you persuade them? Lin Yuan recounted. I told them, confess quickly, or I shall make you suffer to the point of death, enduring 1,000 cuts. If you do confess, I will grant you a swift end. Red Ape quickly interjected, having witnessed the entire interrogation process. His expression behind the mask was somewhat peculiar. They confessed just like that? Captain Tiger expressed his astonishment. In truth, there is little distinction between a ninja and a mercenary. Without a readiness for death from the outset, survival is nearly impossible. Even the most brutal torture may not compel a ninja to divulge secrets. Thus, among the 5 great ninja villages, the unspoken rule for gathering intelligence is to behead the target and utilize ninjutsu to extract their soul. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, 2 malevolent ninjas initially attempted to desperately deny their wrongdoing. However, Huang Ye swiftly produced a kunai and thrust it into the 2 miscreants. Before long, they capitulated. The member, Bai Lang, feeling somewhat sheepish, spoke up. As a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, he had intended to avenge his 3 clan brothers who were confined. Yet, he soon relinquished that thought, realizing that Lin Yuan had already exhibited considerable restraint. Had he acted otherwise, those 3 impudent clan members might have met their demise on the spot. The 2 nefarious ninjas, emboldened by greed, could not genuinely possess the resolve to face death. I merely exploited this fact to prevent their ruse from succeeding. Lin Yuan, speechless, directly remarked that those consumed by greed inherently fear death. Indeed, he would not be deceived by the 2 wicked ninjas. Ultimately, he obtained the intelligence he sought. Without further delay, let us set forth immediately. The captain, Meng Hu, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, conceived a notion. In the future, should they encounter a target from whom intelligence must be extracted, it would be prudent to strike relentlessly without hesitation. He then gestured for the 3 to accompany him to the next destination. In his mind, he inexplicably recalled the suicide of Hatake Saku. Do those who cling to life truly fear death? At the Hokage building, Kakashi had just concluded a long day of work. Being esteemed by the 3rd Hokage was both an indescribable honor and a considerable burden. As Kakashi prepared to return home, he suddenly noticed a fleeting black figure in the distance. A glimmer of confusion appeared in his left eye behind the mask. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely pursued the figure. After all, this was Konoha village, and he was a Nin of the village. Kakashi followed the figure, which was not slow, until he finally caught up in a narrow alleyway. Coming to a halt, he fixated on the shadowy figure and declared, "This is Konoha village. Might you be a spy from another village, lurking about? Do you know how Hatake Saku met his end? If you wish to find out, follow me." Before the black figure could finish speaking, Kakashi's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he lunged forward with a kunai. With a resounding thud, the figure transformed into a piece of wood. I am a root ninja, codename A. Kakashi, I mean you no harm. Although the shadowy figure had evaded Kakashi's direct assault using a substitution technique, he did not dare to underestimate the genius ninja of Konoha. He promptly revealed his identity to avert further confrontation. Root? Kakashi frowned. The Root organization was under the command of a formidable individual named Shimura Danzo, a contemporary of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although rarely seen in action, his reputation for strength was well known. It was even rumored that while the sunlight of Konoha belonged to the 3rd Hokage, the shadows of the village were under Danzo's dominion. However, Kakashi did not forget the words spoken by Root's ninja A at the outset. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to accompany this enigmatic figure to meet Danzo. Upon arriving at a nearby Root stronghold, they descended the staircase, which was no trivial depth, yet they maintained a swift pace. Soon, they reached the underground hall at the end of the corridor, where Kakashi encountered Shimura Danzo. "Kakashi, you have arrived," Danzo greeted with a benevolent smile. "I too have only recently come to learn of this intelligence. The one who truly orchestrated the insidious rumors that led to your father, Tsukumo Hatake's demise is none other than Fugaku Uchiha," Danzo asserted with conviction. Chapter 041. Investigating the Manor Lord Danzo. Are you implying that the true architect behind the rumors that drove my father to his end is Fugaku Uchiha, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi's pupils constricted at the revelation, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Do you possess evidence to support such a claim? I had always believed my father's death was a result of suicide. Yet you assert that the culprit was Fugaku Uchiha. How absurd. Your father, Tsukumo Hatake, renowned as Konoha's White Fang, was among the top 3 jonin in terms of strength. Even I and Hiruzen would not necessarily be a match for him. Not even the strongest genjutsu of the Yuhi clan could affect an Uchiha, let alone your father. With such formidable power, why would he choose to take his own life? Danzo brushed off some dust and fixed his gaze upon Kakashi. Because he failed to complete his mission, choosing instead to save his comrades, he became the subject of ridicule from the entire village, including the very comrade he rescued. Unable to endure such humiliation, he took his own life. Kakashi had once struggled to understand his father's suicide, perceiving it as an act of cowardice. It was only after he, along with Obito and Rin, failed a mission during the latter stages of the Third Shinobi World War, unable to save a companion, that he began to grasp the predicament his father faced. Kakashi, given your father's mastery of taijutsu, his body was harder than steel. Could he truly have committed suicide by hanging? A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Danzo's eyes. He had not anticipated that this prodigious ninja from Konoha would fail to see through the underlying flaws despite his obvious hints. The notion that Tsukumo Hatake could take his own life through hanging was utterly implausible. This realization sparked a fierce light in Kakashi's eyes. Indeed, after mastering chakra nature transformation and ascending to the rank of Jonin, a ninja's physical prowess would dramatically enhance. Moreover, his father, Konoha's White Fang, was reputed to be even more formidable than certain Kage-level shinobi. A true phantom, he merged seamlessly with the night, embodying the essence of the most formidable assassin ninja. This is the intelligence I recently acquired. Take a look. Danzo tossed a confidential document to Kakashi, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Had he recognized the discord between the Uchiha clan and Shobaku sooner, perhaps he could have saved Shobaku's life. With an additional formidable warrior on their side during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha may not have found itself in such a passive position. Alas, it is too late to lament such matters. The Uchiha clan possesses profound strength. However, it was a grave mistake to manipulate the Nine Tails to attack the village with the Sharingan. Such power had only been witnessed in the legendary Uchiha Madara. Mere rumors could hardly sway your father, Shobaku, but had there been a Uchiha of comparable might to Madara wielding the Sharingan to influence him, the situation could have been different. Danzo's expression grew serious. Although he was not the Hokage of Konoha, he would not allow the Uchiha clan to harbor such a threat against the village. Kakashi's gaze was deep. While he had faith in his father Shobaku's strength, he could not believe it rivaled that of the legendary Uchiha Madara, who could even control the Nine Tails. The rumors at the time were overwhelming, and only the Uchiha could orchestrate such a spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his group approached the rendezvous point mentioned by the 2 deceased rogue ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Exercising extreme caution, they refrained from advancing directly and instead sent the Umbu member, White Wolf, to activate his Sharingan and assess the situation. Though the Sharingan could not perceive events several kilometers away like the Byakugan could, its dynamic vision and detail-capturing abilities were formidable, making it ideal for detecting potential hidden cloud ninjas. The group remained patient. However, after a considerable time, no anomalies were detected. Umbu member Red Ape, noticing White Wolf as prolonged observation yielding little, grew restless. To avoid alerting any potential foes, observing from a distance was proving tedious. Why not simply approach? It is a manor. After all, there must be someone inside. We could infiltrate and interrogate someone to gain clarity. The longer they waited, the greater the chance that the cloud ninjas might learn of their fallen comrades and flee. Lin Yuan gazed at the distant manor, observing no peculiarities. After all, the Byakugan was still within the prize pool, and he had yet to draw it. With only the vision of an ordinary ninja, he could not discern the layout within the manor. However, the fact that the cloud ninjas could acquire such a sizable estate suggested that the impoverished lands of the Hidden Cloud Village did not hinder its higher-ups. I will enter first. If there is nothing amiss, you may follow. If there is an issue, be prepared to provide support. If the adversary possesses 2 or more elite ninjas, you should flee without hesitation. I shall prepare myself for action. The captain of the Umbu, the fierce tiger, has also resolved to conduct a close-range reconnaissance. After conversing with the trio, he executed the technique of invisibility and stealthily approached the estate. This scene left Lin Yuan utterly astonished, for he had not anticipated that the captain, the fierce tiger, would wield the art of invisibility as well. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 3401000. Affiliation, Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bone release. Chakra, 3,400 kill points. 17 items. Death exemption metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god technique. Summoning technique. Spirit insects, shadow dance leaf. Konoha, great whirlwind. Invisibility technique. Level. Transformation technique. Level. Body replacement technique. Level. Clone technique. Level. I shall take a look as well. Lin Yuan declared, promptly employing the invisibility technique and making his way towards the estate from another direction in order to avoid a chance encounter with the captain. The fierce tiger, which might startle them both. His audacity stemmed from his remarkable skills. Even if he were to encounter an elite ninja from the cloud, he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed. After all, no one would jest with their own life. The world of ninjas is fraught with peril. The Umbu members, the Red Monkey and the White Wolf, wished to intervene upon witnessing this, yet they reconsidered, acknowledging Lin Yuan's exceptional elite-level strength, believing he would be fine. Each ninja grows through the continuous fulfillment of missions. This particular task was perilous, reminiscent of past missions that bore similar risks. Were it not for the necessity of having someone remain for support, both of them would have liked to explore the estate themselves and see if they could contribute. They prepared a retreat route. After placing 2 shurikens marked with the flying thunder god space seal on a large tree nearby, Lin Yuan felt a surge of confidence before swiftly advancing towards the estate. Chapter 042. Yuki, the wooden man within the estate. Yuki regarded the intel in her hands. Numerous reconnaissance agents from the cloud had infiltrated the land of sound, and news of the incident involving those 2 rogue ninjas had reached her post-haste. As the host of the Two Tails and a member of the hidden cloud village, Yuki appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with her chestnut hair tied back and large, gentle eyes, embodying a queenly aura. She was renowned as the beauty of the hidden cloud. Who could have slain those 2 rogue ninjas? Was it the daimyo of the land of sound, or perhaps ninjas from other villages such as Konoha or Iwagakure? Yuki pondered silently. The daimyo of the land of sound must be aware of the cloud's maneuvers and would not dare to act against those rogue ninjas allied with the cloud. After all, the cloud merely sought to acquire some wealth. Should the daimyo dare to oppose, it would not be difficult for the cloud to dispatch formidable forces to obliterate the land of sound. It certainly would not be Iwagakure, based on the intelligence she had received. A month ago, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, and Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, engaged in a fierce clash that seemingly resulted in mutual destruction. Considering Inoki's cunning nature, it is improbable that he would strike at our Kumogakure without provocation. When the mention of Inoki and Orochimaru crossed her mind, Yuki, as the host of the Two Tails, felt little trepidation. After all, in a certain sense, her prowess was on par with that of Inoki and Orochimaru. Although her youth prevented her from reaching her full potential, she undoubtedly possessed the strength of an elite jonin. In a few years, she would certainly rise to become an undisputed powerhouse at the Kage level. Furthermore, apart from her, the 4th Raikage, A, and the 8 Tails host, Killer B, also boasted genuine Kage-level strength, signifying the formidable nature of Kumogakure. Suddenly, Yuki's gaze sharpened, sensing a disturbance. 2 blue, flame-like tails materialized behind her, a testament to the formidable abilities bestowed upon her by the Two Tails. As a creature engulfed in blue flames, the Two Tails infused Yuki with its essence, manifesting its traits when she harnessed its power. While less skilled hosts might experience conflict with their beasts, both hosts in Kumogakure were perfect vessels, adept at wielding the tailed beast's strength without fear of backlash. This made each host an invaluable asset to their village, with even typical elite jonin unlikely to stand against them. Indeed, many hosts could achieve Kage-level strength, marking them as the mightiest within their respective ninja villages. With a decisive leap, Yuki burst forth from the hall, momentarily suspended in midair. Her keen eyes soon alighted upon the Umbu captain, Tiger, who had just slain a Kumogakure chunin. Clutching a bloodied kunai, the captain regarded Yuki with incredulity. The sight of her 2 blue, flame-like tails instilled a sense of unease within him. An idea seemed to dawn upon him as he looked at Yuki, and he slowly inquired, "Are you the tailed beast host of Kumogakure?" In an instant, Yuki's entire being surged with blue chakra, enveloping her in a protective layer. Her hair lifted slightly, and her eyes shimmered with newfound intensity as she expertly channeled the chakra of the Two Tails, significantly augmenting her abilities. Under such circumstances, Even minor injuries could be swiftly healed by the overwhelming chakra of the tailed beast. She dashed toward the incoming threat, parting her lips as a blue rat-like flame streaked toward the Umbu captain. He utilized body flicker technique, narrowly evading the assault, initially believing he had successfully dodged her attack. However, the fire mouse jewel unleashed by the wooden figure fragmented into a multitude of azure flame tracking projectiles, which surged forth from all directions. The leader of the Umbu, known as the Fierce Tiger, quickly formed hand seals upon witnessing this. With his fingers curved at his lips, he executed a high-level ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the mouth of the Umbu leader, sweeping away the delicate azure flame projectiles. Who is this Jonin that has appeared? The wooden figure was slightly taken aback, having discerned the strength of the newcomer. To be capable of dispelling his fire mouse jewel with a mere wind release technique of such caliber, this individual must possess at least the strength of a Jonin. Only the 5 great ninja villages could effortlessly summon such formidable power. A smile curved upon the lips of the wooden figure. It seems you are the ninja responsible for the deaths of those 2 individuals. Without waiting for a response, the wooden figure unleashed the mouse tail ball technique, releasing numerous azure chakra orbs. With her slender fingers deftly manipulating chakra threads, she directed the azure spheres towards the Umbu leader, Fierce Tiger. His pupils constricted as he beheld the rapidly approaching azure orbs, prompting him to retreat in evasion. In an instant, one of the azure chakra orbs detonated above him, unleashing a torrent of blue flames. The wooden figure's hands and fingers morphed into claws, materialized from chakra. Seizing the moment of chaos created by the explosions of the mouse tail balls, she surged forward like the wind, her eyes glinting with a veiled murderous intent. Regardless of the village this Jonin hailed from, having dared to offend her backing from the hidden cloud village, there would be no chance of survival. She intended to rend him asunder with the claws of blue chakra formed by the 2 tails. Upon hearing the explosions in the distance, Lin Yuan's expression hardened. Undoubtedly, the leader, Fierce Tiger, was encountering a formidable adversary, most likely another Jonin. The detonations had undoubtedly alerted all enemies within the estate. Stealth had become futile. Thus, he could only draw his kunai and prepare for a cautious skirmish, hoping to eliminate a few Chunin from the hidden cloud to earn some points for his efforts. It wouldn't be easy. Lin Yuan maintained his invisibility technique, contemplating his next move. Rather than heading directly to the site of the explosions, he opted to circumvent it, seeking to uncover any treasures that might be hidden within the estate. In a head-on confrontation, the leader, Fierce Tiger, should be able to hold his ground for a while. His presence would only complicate matters further. Instead, he seized the opportunity to raid the enemies, hoping to acquire a greater share of spoils, ensuring his journey would not be in vain. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 3401000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 33903400. Kills: 17 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, summoning technique, spirit insect. Shadow dance. Leaf, Konoha great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: substitution technique. Level: shadow clone technique. Level: outside the manor, members of the Umbu. The white wolf and the red monkey heard the sound of an explosion. Their gazes shifted, and they felt an irresistible urge to move forward, instinctively wanting to enter the manor to join the fray. However, someone had to remain behind to provide support. They exchanged glances and came to a decision. I will go. You stay. After failing to reach an agreement, the white wolf stated bluntly. Why should it be you? The red monkey retorted, clearly displeased. The white wolf merely snorted and revealed his crimson Sharingan. I possess the Sharingan. My participation in the battle will undoubtedly be more impactful than yours, and my chances of survival are also greater. Chapter 043. Jinchuriki. As the explosion echoed, the cloud ninja within the manor swiftly mobilized in response. This location served as a vital stronghold for the cloud village in the land of sound, personally guarded by the stunning Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, Muta, along with more than 30 elite Chunin tasked with ensuring her safety. The defenses were by no means lax. Lin Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, observing the rapid deployment of Cloud Chunin towards the site of the explosion. He pondered what ninjutsu the Cloud Ninja might employ in their assault. Lightning release techniques were notably rare in the anime, and those that did appear were typically formidable. For instance, the lightning release chakra mode. While seemingly aligned with the Jonin level, could unleash devastating power after consuming vast amounts of chakra, rivaling even the 8th gate. However, the complete form of the lightning release chakra mode demanded an enormous chakra reserve and accompanied excruciating pain, rendering it unworthy of pursuit. Lin Yuan instinctively shook his head. The most effective ninjutsu in the ninja world undoubtedly entails low consumption with high potency. Techniques such as the 8 gates, which unlock the potential of the human body to grant immense strength, are ideal, provided one avoids opening too many gates at once, particularly the final, lethal gate. Recovery merely requires a period of rest, allowing one to return to full strength. This is the epitome of desirable ninjutsu. If one possessed vast chakra reserves and was unafraid of pain, then any technique would suffice. The lightning release chakra mode is certainly not the top choice. The manga also scarcely features lightning release techniques of the same caliber. The distinction lies merely in melee versus ranged attacks. It seems unlikely that a cloud ninja could condense lightning chakra into weapons for assault. However, lightning chakra could be employed to enhance physical attributes, suggesting that the cloud ninjas excel in physical combat. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan pondered further. A solitary cloud-hidden nin rushed forth, and with resolute determination, he decided to act. This was not only for the sake of accumulating points, but also to alleviate some of the pressure from his leader, the formidable tiger. The increasing number of nin could pose a significant threat to the nin and should not be underestimated. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: nin 340-1000. Affiliation: Konoha Core Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra 3390-3400. Killing points: 17 items. Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning Technique: Spirit Insect, Shadow Dance. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Substitution Technique. Level: Clone Technique. Level: The Cloud Hidden nin, filled with excitement, hastened towards the source of the explosion. He aimed to support the renowned beauty of the Cloud Village, Yuki, who was not only the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, but also regarded as a younger sister by the 4th Raikage, A, and Killer Bee. He could not allow Yuki to suffer even the slightest harm, even if it meant risking his own life. Suddenly, a powerful kick struck his head, delivering a heavy blow that left him dizzy, nearly concussed, as his body was hurled against a wall. Just as he attempted to regain his composure, a kunai pierced directly into his heart. 1 killing point gained. Lin Yuan had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. Enemies lay in ambush. 2 cloud-hidden nin appeared behind him, shouting loudly. Without a doubt, they had witnessed his recent actions. With a brief exchange of glances, the 2 cloud ninjas, their eyes sharp, brandished kunai and charged towards Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan wasted no time and fled in the opposite direction of the explosion. The 2 cloud-hidden nin hesitated briefly before pursuing him, intent on eliminating this masked assassin. Lin Yuan, maintaining his composure, embedded a shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God technique into the wall. He swiftly darted past, and as the 2 cloud ninjas rushed forward, he reappeared behind them using the Flying Thunder God technique. Armed with 2 kunai, he executed the Shadow Dance, Leaf, catching the 2 cloud ninjas off guard and swiftly eliminating them. Their eyes reflected deep confusion. How had this assassin suddenly appeared behind them? 1 killing point gained. Another killing point gained. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Yuan had merely tested the waters. Without hesitation, he reclaimed the 2 kunai and made his way towards the source of the explosion. It was time to support his leader, Tiger. Although the clan leader, as a nin of the Umbu, possessed strength beyond that of an average nin, the Cloud Village was home to many skilled warriors. Moreover, with numerous cloud nin hastening to offer support, unforeseen circumstances could very well arise. The captain of the dark forces, known as the Fierce Tiger, nimbly maneuvered, evading the relentless attacks from the wooden figure. He made several attempts to close the distance and deliver a decisive strike, utilizing his instantaneous movement technique. However, the one successful opportunity he seized resulted in injuries that were almost instantaneously healed by the wooden figure. The Fierce Tiger inwardly mused. That blue chakra, it's no ordinary tailed beast chakra. My chances of victory seem exceedingly slim. The wooden figure, observing the tenacity of the Fierce Tiger, recognized the formidable opponent before him. With a swift exhalation, he unleashed a colossal fireball that blazed a fiery trail, forming an elongated pillar of flames. Yet, unsurprisingly, it failed to deliver a crippling blow. The wooden figure remarked, "Which village do you hail from, Dark Ninja? To withstand my onslaught with such resilience indicates your prowess. Are you from the sand, the leaf, or the rock? With your techniques, you cannot possibly be from the mist. I never anticipated that the cloud would dispatch a warrior of your caliber to guard this place. What secrets lie hidden here?" The fierce tiger chose not to respond to the wooden figure's inquiries, instead contemplating whether to retreat immediately. However, escaping would prove challenging. He needed to devise a strategy to delay the pursuit. After all, the opponent was a Jinchuriki, possessing an almost limitless reserve of chakra, and his combat capabilities were formidable. The pursuit would only become more troublesome. "You are from the Leaf's dark forces, aren't you?" The wooden figure probed, his eyes glinting with curiosity. The Third Shinobi World War had only recently concluded, and besides the Cloud Village, the other villages were predominantly in a state of dormancy. If any village had the capacity to deploy ninja for reconnaissance, it would undoubtedly be the Leaf. Despite the death of the fourth Hokage, renowned as the Yellow Flash, the remaining strength of the Leaf still commanded respect, exemplified by the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who had fought to a stalemate with Inoki. At that moment, Cloud Nin swiftly arrived, encircling the masked assassin, the fierce tiger. Upon witnessing this, his pupils constricted in alarm. "So many Cloud Ninjas," he murmured. "This complicates matters." The presence of so many Cloud Ninjas in this estate indicated that his pursuit of the two rogue ninjas had led him directly to a crucial stronghold of the Cloud. Moreover, a Jinchuriki was also present. Suddenly, a loud warning echoed from a distance as a Cloud Ninja shouted, "Enemies are lying in ambush." The wooden figure furrowed his brow upon hearing this and signaled 5 of his Nin to provide support. Turning back to the fierce tiger, he stated, "It seems you are not the only dark ninja here. Your companions have arrived. However, I doubt your ally is AJ Nin. I'm unsure how long he can hold out. This situation is becoming precarious." The fierce tiger, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anxiety within. Chapter 044. 5 kills. Another Cloud Hidden Ninja approached? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, halting his steps, a flicker of surprise evident in his gaze. It appeared that the loud warning from the 2 deceased Cloud Hidden Ninjas had alerted those nearby. Nonetheless, this served to alleviate some pressure on the team leader, Mighty Tiger. Of course, the worst-case scenario would be if the leader had already fallen in such a short span of time, in which case the remaining Cloud Hidden Ninjas in the manor would converge upon him, leaving him with no choice but to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Before long, 5 Cloud Hidden Nin appeared in Lin Yuan's line of sight. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades, their expressions turned fierce with murderous intent as they sought to capture the hidden assailant and avenge their fallen brethren. Lin Yuan, concealed in the shadows, found himself in a precarious situation. The 5 Cloud Hidden Nin were not dispersing, denying him the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. This posed a significant challenge. With his current strength, it would be manageable if he could pick them off individually, but facing them 5 against 1 certainly carried its risks. "Come out, you damned assassin." The 5 Cloud Hidden Nin cautiously scanned their surroundings, their gazes filled with vigilance. The ability to slay 2 of their comrades indicated that this assassin was no ordinary foe. Fearing the possibility of isolation leading to peril, they swiftly formed a united front to counter any potential threats. "You will pay dearly for provoking us, Cloud Hidden. Lord Raikage will not let you go unpunished." Such bold threats. Lin Yuan smirked, retorting, "What is Lord Raikage compared to our Tsuchikage, Inoki? He is but a trivial opponent easily vanquished in our presence. Perhaps you should send your Raikage and these feeble Cloud Ninjas back to train for a few more years. The treasures of the Land of Sound will eventually belong to us, the Rock Ninjas." What significance do the Cloud Hidden hold? Upon hearing his words, the 5 Cloud Hidden Nin were taken aback, their expressions tinged with anger. Simultaneously, they discerned the likely location of Lin Yuan through his voice. They charged forward, summoning bright arcs of lightning in their hands. In a flash, they unleashed their attacks, employing the common lightning release technique of their village. Lightning release, lightning arrow. With precision akin to drawing a bow, the 5 Cloud Hidden Nin aimed at Lin Yuan's position and released their strikes. The shimmering arrows of lightning shot forth, each explosion resonating with power that rivaled the earth release technique, crumbling earth palm. Moreover, their attack range and speed were markedly superior. Flying Thunder God. The instant Lin Yuan perceived the blinding light, he vanished, reappearing elsewhere. He glanced at the shuriken mounted on the wall, but chose not to retrieve it. Instead, opting to maneuver around for a while longer before redirecting his gaze toward the 5 cloud-hidden nin. It must be said that cloud-hidden ninjas presented a formidable challenge. Techniques like lightning release and lightning arrow, characterized by their rapid speed, were equally practical as the great fireball technique. Despite possessing the bone bloodline limit, he was reluctant to endure even a single arrow. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Level: Chunin 340-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Bone bloodline limit: Chakra 31903-400. Killing points: 20 items. Death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Insect, Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Body replacement technique. Level: Shadow clone technique. Level: Even if he were to throw all the shurikens inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark at once and attempt to emulate the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with his incredible speed, he feared his reflexes would not suffice. Furthermore, he lacked a suitable non-hand seal attack ninjutsu to complement the Flying Thunder God technique. While the Rasengan was a formidable technique, it could be practiced using water balloons, rendering the expenditure of his precious killing points a waste. Lin Yuan pondered over the most prudent method to eliminate the 5 cloud shinobi. The requirements for utilizing the Flying Thunder God to continuously shift positions while killing were considerable. The battle between Minato and Obito during the Nine-Tails assault on the village showcased Minato's extraordinary reflexes. Had it not been for the Uchiha Madara's ocular prowess lurking within Obito's Sharingan, the outcome could have been quite different. It was only after Minato's death that Madara felt secure enough to perish himself. With 5 killing points at stake, he could not afford to allow them to escape. After much contemplation, Lin Yuan ultimately decided against employing the bone bloodline limit. Although wielding bones as weapons was relatively straightforward, the issues surrounding the collection and disposal of bloodied bones were significant. If retrieved, there would be the risk of blood contamination. If not, a severe calcium deficiency would ensue. Prolonged use of this method could ultimately lead to his demise, much like Kimimaro, who would have surely perished were it not for Orochimaru's medical intervention. With no other recourse, he resolved to employ an ancient kite-flying technique. Lin Yuan hurled a shuriken towards the 5 cloud shinobi, and as they reacted and unleashed their lightning jutsu, he utilized the Flying Thunder God to reposition himself beside the wall where the shuriken had landed. He then circled around, observing their movements. Noticing that the 5 cloud shinobi remained clustered together, he threw another shuriken. After several exchanges, it became evident that their retaliatory lightning arrows were dwindling in number. Although they still remained united, their chakra reserves appeared to be waning. Recognizing this opportunity, Lin Yuan decided it was time to take a risk. He cautiously summoned the spirit insect with the summoning technique. Due to the binding contract, this summoning only required a mere 100 points of chakra. If he were to expend 1,000 points to summon a more powerful spirit insect, it might indeed prove advantageous. However, the larger size of such an insect could potentially frighten away the cloud shinobi, rendering the effort counterproductive. If there is too much commotion, it could easily attract the attention of the Yunin Jonin engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Squad captain, the Fierce Tiger. Bestow upon me a protective shield. Cast the blinding technique upon those 5, Lin Yuan commanded. Immediately, the sprite, Bug, nodded in compliance. After swiftly granting Lin Yuan the protective shield, Bug turned towards the 5 Yunin Chunin and waved a hand, unleashing the blinding technique. Although Bug was not yet capable of casting a group blinding technique, even the single target spell created chaos among the 5 Yunin Chunin. Lin Yuan's figure vanished in an instant, becoming undetectable. I can't see, cried one of the Yunin Chunin in panic. Had he not been aware of his companions nearby, he would have resorted to expending his dwindling chakra to unleash lightning arrows in a desperate bid for safety. The sudden onset of blindness instilled an overwhelming dread. This is bad. We must retreat and seek Lord Waimurin. One of the Yunin Chunin realized the peril, yet it was already too late. In the next moment, a kunai pierced through him and the adjacent Yunin Chunin. The assassin struck and vanished once more, leaving the remaining Yunin Chunin in shock. In the next breath, the assassin reappeared, delivering 2 swift strikes. Just as the Yunin Shunin decisively unleashed their lightning arrows, the assassin disappeared again. The terrifying spectacle left the Yunin Shunin filled with rage and fear. This extraordinarily peculiar ninjutsu bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Flying Thunder God. Employing golden flashes for ambushes. Shadow Dance Leaf. Lin Yuan reappeared, employing the Shadow Dance Leaf acceleration technique to swiftly subdue the 5 increasingly desperate Yunin Shunin. Achieving victory without harm. Once is a lesson, twice is familiarity. The next encounter in such a 1 versus 5 scenario would surely yield even greater efficiency. Kill points, 1. 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 Chapter 045, Tailed Beast Orb. It seems there are no Yunin ninjas to obstruct us now. I wonder how the Captain Fierce Tiger and that Yunin Jonin are faring. I must hasten my approach. I believe I overheard the Yunin mentioning something about a wooden man. Lin Yuan assessed his condition. After the battle, his chakra had diminished significantly, yet the depletion was still manageable. Had he been in a previous state augmented by a bloodline limit, he would have likely exhausted his chakra halfway through. This highlights the awkward position of most civilian ninjas in the ninja world. After finally advancing to the rank of Chunin or even Jonin, their chakra upper limits were still 10 times lower when compared to their bloodline clan counterparts. Furthermore, the disparity would be even more pronounced when compared to clans like the Senju or Uzumaki, renowned for their vast chakra reserves. Unfortunately, in the world of ninjas, the law of the jungle prevails, and during combat, such disparities are of little concern. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 3401000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 26503-400. Killing points: 25. Items: Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique. Spirit Bug. Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Body replacement technique. Level: Shadow clone technique. Level: During his time as a Chunin, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, despite the chakra consumption associated with the Flying Thunder God technique being contingent upon the distance traversed, would likely have been limited to only a few uses with the chakra reserves typical of a Chunin. Even upon achieving Jonin status, Minato could only execute the Flying Thunder God technique several dozen times at best. Furthermore, the necessity to allocate chakra for the Rasengan would only add to his constraints. It was only after reaching the level of a Kage that Minato truly ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world through his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Regrettably, he soon caught the attention of the elderly Uchiha Obito, who recognized Minato's potential and sought to thwart the future Moon Eye plan, which could have been jeopardized by a Minato who had perfected his skills. Consequently, Obito took preemptive action. Lin Yuan expressed a sense of regret, noting that Obito, within a mere year, had successfully manipulated Uchiha Kakashi into becoming an almost flawless pawn, enabling him to break through to Jonin and master the Manjiki Sharingan's technique, Kimui. However, Minato Namikaze had already reached a new threshold of combat prowess. Had he survived, transitioning from an ordinary Kage to the zenith of Kage strength, obtaining the 9 tails from Konoha would have been an insurmountable challenge for Obito. The inability to gather all 9-tailed beasts would have rendered the formation of the 10 tails impossible. Upon his revival, Obito would thus be unable to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, thwarting his efforts to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi and cast the world into a painful illusion. Thus, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze was compelled to exit the stage prematurely. What is that? Is it capable of flight? Lin Yuan arrived swiftly at the designated location, his gaze transfixed in astonishment at the azure figure suspended in midair. After a moment of bewilderment, he recalled that this was likely a manifestation of tailed beast transformation. The ninja world is home to 9-tailed beasts, with the Cloud Village possessing both the 8 tails and the 2 tails. However, he struggled to remember the name of the 2 tails Jinchuriki, as most would easily recall Gaara, the host of the weakest tailed beast, Shikaku. Yet few could name the host of the second weakest. The cerulean apparition in the air was unleashing fireballs towards the ground, where a masked Umbu captain, known as the Fierce Tiger, was adeptly maneuvering to evade the fiery onslaught, while simultaneously engaging in fierce combat with several dozen cloud shinobi, wielding kunai with remarkable skill. He appeared capable of enduring for a while longer. Meanwhile, on another front, the Umbu known as White Wolf had also joined the fray. Evenly matched against 3 Cloud Chunin in combat. In a moment, it proved challenging to discern the victor. The tailed beast ball, emanating from the figure of a wooden man, exuded an aura of aloofness. Observing the delay in subduing the Umbu Jonin adorned with a ferocious tiger mask, he found himself compelled to act. As several of his comrades from the hidden cloud village had already fallen to this adversary, resolute in his intent to end the stalemate. 2 azure tails gracefully ascended behind him, coalescing into a formidable tailed beast ball, which he then unleashed upon the Umbu Jonin. This tailed beast ball, meticulously compressed into a spherical form with an 8:2 ratio of yin and yang chakra, retained immense power even in its humanoid manifestation. In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the ground, causing the surrounding cloud ninjas to scatter in alarm, narrowly escaping the devastating blast. They could not help but marvel at the terrifying prowess of the wooden man. As the dust settled, a massive crater, 10 meters in diameter, marred the earth, a testament to the tailed beast ball's formidable strength. Were the wooden man to fully transform into his 2-tailed state, unleashing the complete form of the tailed beast ball, it could obliterate a mountain. In terms of sheer power, it could rival the most potent of forbidden techniques. Remarkably, this wooden man was merely a jonin, yet his combat prowess was already on par with that of a Kage, highlighting the unparalleled advantage of being a Jinchuriki, a vital shortcut to strength. What an awe-inspiring ninjutsu. Could that woman truly be a Jinchuriki? The Umbu member, White Wolf, engaged in a fierce skirmish with 3 cloud ninjas, found himself unable to determine the outcome, yet he remained vigilant, observing the movements of the wooden man. Upon witnessing the devastating power of the tailed beast ball unleashed by the wooden man, disbelief flickered across his masked visage. How could someone so young possess such overwhelming strength? It was nearly enough to overpower him, and even their Umbu squad leader, the fierce tiger, was struggling to secure a victory. It was worth noting that their leader's strength was comparable to that of an elite jonin. White Wolf had heard whispers of Jinchuriki legends, tales of boundless chakra that could elevate one's power to that of a Kage with only a slight enhancement. During the Third Shinobi World War, as a proud member of the Uchiha clan, had not ventured to the most perilous front lines, thus missing the spectacle of the Jinchuriki in battle. However, his cousin had seemingly taken part and earned the title of Shinsui in an instant. Let us retreat. Ultimately, the seasoned Umbu leader, Tiger, adeptly evaded the tailed beast ball using the body flicker technique, yet he found his motivation to continue the fight utterly diminished. He materialized beside White Wolf, intending to utilize the body flicker technique to whisk his comrade away. However, the surrounding cloud ninjas swiftly responded, unleashing a barrage of lightning-infused arrows toward the duo. Seeing this, Tiger had no choice but to employ Earth Release, erecting an earth flow wall for defense to shield White Wolf from harm. Yet, this fleeting moment of delay was all the wooden man required. He dove towards them, his form ablaze with the azure chakra of the 2-tailed beast. With the elongated, tangible, azure claws of a cat, the attack was launched. White Wolf, you must leave this place at once. Stay away from the estate with the red monkey. I shall arrive shortly. As for the yellow duck, it has yet to appear. It seems unwilling to approach this vicinity. I shall send a retreat signal to alert him. After conversing with White Wolf, the Umbu captain, Fierce Tiger, swiftly hurled a retreat signal into the sky. He then brandished a kunai and charged at the human-shaped tailed beast. Engaging once more with this 2-tails Jinchuriki, he found that the overwhelming firepower of the wooden figure rendered most of his attacks ineffective, occasionally causing minor damage. These hits were swiftly mended. The Umbu White Wolf, feeling a surge of trepidation, decided without hesitation that if he could not assist, the only option was to retreat. Observing the encircling, predatory cloud shinobi, he resolved to expend a third of his chakra to unleash his trump card, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, his Sharingan spun rapidly, and the hypnotic effect of his 3-tomo Sharingan ensnared the obstructing cloud shinobi. Immediately thereafter, the ferocious flames unleashed by Great Fire Annihilation surged forth, incinerating one unprepared cloud shinobi and severely wounding 2 others who were slow to flee. The results were most gratifying. You seek death, roared the wooden figure, condensing a tailed beast bomb and launching it. With a resounding explosion, despite the Umbu White Wolf's swift escape, he was still caught in the blast, which also disrupted the pursuing cloud shinobi. Seizing the opportunity, the Umbu White Wolf fled the estate. Chapter 046. Becoming the pride of the Hyuga with White Wolf's departure. Lin Yuan observed the Umbu captain, Fierce Tiger, signaling a retreat. He had also witnessed White Wolf being slightly injured and spitting blood from the blast of the human-shaped tailed beast bomb. Lin Yuan too prepared to leave. Although he possessed the flying thunder god technique, he lacked other means of attack, and given the dubious nature of the technique, he could not employ it in front of Captain Tiger. Otherwise, upon their return, Captain Tiger might report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading to an investigation of the origins of his flying thunder god. Such scrutiny would place this cannon fodder Chunin in an awkward position. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan activated the flying thunder god, appearing upon a tree outside the estate. After stowing away the 2 shurikens he had on him, he readied himself to meet up with Umbu White Wolf and the Red Monkey. All that remained was to wait for Captain Tiger to extricate himself from the grasp of the Cloud Jinchuriki before they could return to Konoha. This mission could be deemed a resounding success, having not only eliminated 2 target rogue ninjas, but also uncovered the Cloud's base while engaging with the Jinchuriki. It would not be an exaggeration to elevate the mission's final grade from a mere level to a higher tier. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 3401000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 26503-400. Killing points: 25. Items: Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning Technique. Spirit Insect. Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Replacement Technique. Level: Clone Technique. Level: Who goes there? The Umbu White Wolf had just been severely injured by the beast bomb from a wooden man. After reuniting with Umbu Red Monkey, the two patiently awaited their next move. Suddenly, Umbu White Wolf opened his crimson Sharingan, fixated on the front, noticing something amiss. The grass on the ground appeared to have been trampled. "It is I. What is the situation?" Lin Yuan dispelled his invisibility and feigned exhaustion as he sat beside them, inquiring. "I searched the estate, but found nothing. Upon hearing the explosion, I thought to investigate, and that's when I saw the retreat signal, so I came out." "White Wolf, you are injured. Did the leader of the Tiger Brigade not emerge?" Umbu White Wolf silently lowered his head, expression unchanged, wiping away the fresh trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. This time, both he and Lin Yuan had entered the estate, and he regarded it as an invisible competition. The outcome had left Lin Yuan unscathed while he bore injuries, making him feel as though he had suffered another defeat, particularly when he noticed the fresh scent of blood emanating from the kunai in Lin Yuan's hand. His pupils dilated in shock. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuan had clashed with a cloud-hidden Chunin within the estate, and the result was likely a decisive victory. Umbu White Wolf felt a pang of discomfort. Uchiha clan has never been inferior to others. You see, this estate is actually a significant stronghold for the Cloud-Hidden. It is guarded by formidable Cloud-Hidden Jonin, making it difficult even for the leader of the Tiger Brigade to emerge victorious. With a host of Cloud-Hidden ninjas present, the leader decided to allow White Wolf to retreat first. "Lin Yuan, you managed to exit the estate with ease. Surely you did not encounter any enemies. What extraordinary luck you have." Umbu Red Monkey recounted the information he had just received from White Wolf, embellishing the details. Initially envious of White Wolf's south entry into the estate, he was now filled with trepidation upon learning of the lavish enemy presence within. Although he was a proud member of the Sarutobi clan, he realized that even he might not have escaped unscathed had he ventured inside. "Fortunately, I merely encountered a cloud-hidden genin." Lin Yuan feigned a hint of trepidation. In that moment, both Umbu Red Monkey and Umbu White Wolf marveled at Lin Yuan's stroke of luck. After all, since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, there had been a scarcity of genin on the battlefield, aside from those from the smaller nations. The prospect of using a genin to bolster one's achievements was nearly unfathomable. It turned out that he merely encountered a hidden cloud ninja. The Umbu member, White Wolf, felt a sense of relief. This time, he was compelled to use the fire release technique, Great Fire Annihilation, to escape. However, he had only managed to eliminate a single hidden cloud nin. If Lin Yuan had achieved the same result solely through taijutsu, as a proud member of the Uchiha clan, White Wolf would indeed feel a bit of embarrassment. All that remained was to await the return of the team leader, Fierce Tiger. Then, their mission would be considered complete. This task had led them to a hidden cloud stronghold, where they encountered a formidable Jinchuriki, warranting a classification as an A-ranked mission. Clearing his throat, White Wolf discreetly wiped away the blood resulting from his internal injuries before slowly speaking. At that moment, anticipation filled the hearts of the three. The rewards for A-ranked missions typically exceeded 1 million Rio, even reaching tens of millions. More importantly, A-ranked missions pertain to the secrets of the 5 great ninja villages. Successfully completing such a mission symbolized honor, which was never in excess. When the time came for promotion to J-nin, the village would undoubtedly prioritize the elite ch-nin with a rich history of honors. Legend had it that above A-ranked missions existed S-ranked tasks. Should one be able to complete such a mission, they would gain immense prestige throughout the ninja world. The latter was a significant indicator of becoming the leader of 1's village. As time ticked away, however, the Umbu captain, Fierce Tiger, had yet to emerge, causing the atmosphere to grow somewhat tense. White Wolf's expression was one of hesitation. Could it be that Captain Fierce Tiger had been captured by that hidden cloud J-nin? If so, it would indeed be rather awkward. Captain Fierce Tiger, he wouldn't come to harm, would he? Umbu member Red Ape could not help but voice his uncertainty. He and White Wolf had been under the command of Captain Fierce Tiger for a year or two, during which the captain had consistently demonstrated strength befitting an Umbu J-nin. Even when facing other village J-nin, he had been able to hold his ground or even turn the tide. Yet, this time they had stumbled into a crucial hidden cloud stronghold, where the station J-nin appeared unusually formidable. Lin Yuan readily accepted this assessment, having experienced similar situations before. Previously, while patrolling the borders, J-nin Hanaka had gone missing, captured by the Iwagakure during their search for Mei Chuan's elusive target. Had it not been for Orochimaru's sudden intervention, the border ch-nin bereft of J-nin protection would likely have succumbed to the treachery of the Iwagakure J-nin's nocturnal ambush. The thought still sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, a signal flare shot up into the sky above the estate. A figure enveloped in blue chakra emerged, carrying an unconscious individual, their keen gaze scanning the surroundings. 2 luminous blue flame tails flickered behind the wooden figure. After defeating this Umbu member, she had removed the fierce tiger mask worn by the fallen J-nin. Upon seeing the Leaf Village headband he donned, a cold smirk crept across her face. Ninjas wear headbands produced by their respective villages, which is regarded as a mark of honor that is not donned frivolously. Thus, the intruders in the estate must undoubtedly hail from Konoha. A wood ninja is seen levitating the unconscious captain of the Konoha Umbu, enveloped in azure chakra, suspended in midair. Although they have captured a significant target, she yearns to lure back the smaller ones that had fled moments prior. The ch-nin capable of performing fire release, Great Fireball technique, is likely a member of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, reports indicate that a ninja, suspected to have ambushed and slain 8 Kumogakure ch-nin with kunai, is likely affiliated with the Hokage clan. The Byakugan of the Hokage possesses exceptional reconnaissance abilities, allowing one to perceive chakra flow and see through obstacles, thus enabling a series of successful ambushes against the Kumogakure ch-nin. First, an Umbu J-nin from Konoha infiltrated and wreaked havoc, followed by other Umbu members secretly executing further slaughters, leading to over a third of the Kumogakure ninja casualties. This left the wood ninja feeling quite vexed, eager to capture the few that had slipped through the net. Chapter 047. Waiting for midnight, it appears to have become somewhat troublesome. The Jinchuriki has captured the leader of the Tiger Squad and seeks to ensnare us all. Lin Yuan, with a hint of hesitation, gazed at the blue figure hovering above the estate, holding the now unconscious Umbu captain, the tiger. The situation felt exceedingly precarious. An Umbu team typically operates in units of 4, 1 J-nin paired with 3 elite ch-nin. While one cannot claim absolute camaraderie in a world governed by the law of the jungle, ninja from the same faction still uphold a sense of loyalty. Even antagonistic ninjas have formed organizations like Akatsuki for in isolation, unless one possesses the caliber of Uchiha Madara. It is nearly impossible to confront the 5 great shinobi villages directly, even at the level of a Kage. Someone must return with the intelligence. That woman is suspected to be the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, who has dispatched a Jinchuriki to the Land of Sound, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. The Umbu White Wolf spoke calmly, his hand clenched slightly, casting a glance at Lin Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Umbu Red Ape and then back to Lin Yuan, saying, "Yellow Duck, while your strength is commendable, you are still the newcomer in our team. You should take the intelligence back to the village while Red Ape and I remain to rescue our captain. Let Red Ape carry the information back to the village. If there is an opportunity to save Captain Tiger, I am confident in my abilities. Lin Yuan responded decisively. If a suitable chance arose, the likelihood of him rescuing Captain Tiger using the Flying Thunder God technique was quite high. In contrast, White Wolf and Red Ape possessed no special skills, making it nearly impossible to extricate the unconscious Captain Tiger from the grip of the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Are you certain? Umbu White Wolf and Umbu Red Ape exchanged glances, devoid of confidence. Nonetheless, preparations were made to risk everything for the sake of rescuing the leader, Mighty Tiger. Upon hearing Lin Yuan express a certain degree of confidence, it was momentarily assumed that he was merely attempting to remain involved in the endeavor to save Mighty Tiger. After a moment of contemplation, both ultimately consented to the plan of having the Red Ape return to the village with intelligence. After all, Lin Yuan, being a particularly adept J-mean skilled in physical arts, possessed greater agility and thus proved to be more beneficial. I shall proceed, declared the Umbu Red Ape, his expression laden with complexity. As a scion of the Sarutobi clan, he had initially been prepared to confront the formidable Jinchuriki. However, upon learning that such a confrontation could be avoided, an inexplicable sigh of relief washed over him, accompanied by a fleeting sense of fortune. Yet, this very sense of relief was soon followed by a pang of shame. As the son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he found himself lacking the resolute spirit of self-sacrifice for the village. Time was pressing, and thus he had no choice but to depart. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Ch. Nin, 340-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 26603-400. Killing points: 25. Items: Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Summoning technique, Spirit Bug, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth technique, level, Transformation technique, level, Substitution technique, level, Clone technique, level. The Red Ape's father was the third Hokage. After Umbu White Wolf and Lin Yuan exchanged positions to observe the estate, White Wolf suddenly spoke, with a note of significance in his voice. Few in Konoha regarded the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as a competent leader. When compared to the formidable powers of the first and second Hokages, Hiruzen fell significantly short. If one were to gauge the former leaders at a level of 110 or 115, Hiruzen barely approached a level of 11. He could only be described as an ordinary standard among shadow-level warriors, perhaps not even matching the newly appointed Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Is the Red Ape Asuma Sarutobi? Lin Yuan pondered, recalling details from the previous World's manga, and immediately deduced the identity of the Red Ape. To his surprise, Umbu Red Ape was indeed Asuma Sarutobi, who during the Second Shinobi World War was dispatched by Hiruzen to the Land of Fire to serve as one of the 12 guardian ninja under the daimyo. Hiruzen, in his quest to safeguard his second child, had pointedly remarked that what mattered most to the village was not the Hokage, but rather hope. This sentiment would later reveal itself during the night of the Nine Tails assault, when Hiruzen half-heartedly allowed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to employ the dead demon consuming seal, exposing his own self-serving motives. Observing Lin Yuan's awareness of these matters, Umbu White Wolf refrained from commenting further, choosing not to chastise Lin Yuan for his apparent lack of discernment. Despite the opportunity to return to the village unscathed, he had chosen to relinquish this chance for the sake of Hiruzen's child. The pivotal point remained that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, might not necessarily appreciate such a gesture. In a perilous mission fraught with danger, all others, including the elite shinobi, met their demise, leaving only the child of the Hokage to escape unscathed. How would the villagers perceive this? Following the precedent set by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is certain that all information regarding this mission would be meticulously suppressed, ensuring that the villagers would remain oblivious to the events that transpired. Are you truly confident in rescuing the leader of the Tiger Squad? The Umbu member, White Wolf, suddenly inquired. Frankly, he harbored no certainty. Yet, he was inspired by the noble actions of a cousin's father, who once risked his life to save the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Although both ultimately perished, in the eyes of the pacifists within the Uchiha clan, he was regarded as a paragon. If he could successfully save the second Hokage, perhaps it would alter Tobirama's long-standing disdain for the Uchiha clan. Let us give it a try. We shall search for opportunities, Lin Yuan suggested. Though he resolved to remain and attempt the rescue of the Umbu leader, Tiger, he did not intend to act recklessly. After all, the contingent of Cloud Shinobi guarding the estate was led by a genuine Jonin-level Jinchuriki, whose strength could rival that of an average Kage. Moreover, the Jinchuriki from the Land of Lightning exemplified a flawless coexistence with their tailed beasts, thus their life-preserving abilities were exceptionally formidable. Without a complete suppression of their power, the prospect of defeating them was nearly inconceivable. The Cloud Shinobi have not emerged to pursue us, White Wolf remarked, surveying the silent estate. The intention of the Cloud Jinchuriki was abundantly clear, to entice them into storming the estate. After all, she had already captured the Umbu Jonin, Tiger, and held a hostage, placing her firmly in a position of advantage. It was evident that the urgency lay with the companion of the Umbu Jonin. If they refrained from breaching the estate, the Cloud Shinobi would likely return to their homeland in a few days, making the rescue of Tiger increasingly challenging. Lin Yuan concurred, recognizing that even the Cloud Jinchuriki could not afford to wait indefinitely. Should Konoha dispatch Kage-level pursuers, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Moreover, during their previous skirmish in the estate, both he and White Wolf had revealed their capability to eliminate Cloud Chunin, a fact that the adversaries surely considered in their decision not to send Cloud Chunin after them. This Cloud Jinchuriki was no ordinary foe. Let us wait until midnight, Lin Yuan declared, having developed a certain rapport with White Wolf. The two resolved to launch a nocturnal assault, believing it would enhance their chances of success. The darkness did not significantly impair a ninja's vision, but the illumination from lightning release techniques would serve as a beacon in the night. Chapter 048. Drawing attention, the entire operational plan was delineated into three components. First, ascertain the location of the Tiger Squad leader. Second, divert the Cloud Jinchuriki. Third, rescue the Tiger Squad leader. Accomplishing this would require at least 2 individuals. Since this was my proposed strategy, I shall take charge of the most perilous task, which is to divert the attention of the Cloud Village's Jinchuriki. The Dark Operative, White Wolf, seizes the opportunity before nightfall to discuss the battle strategy with Lin Yuan. Regardless of how this strategy is devised, the Jinchuriki remains an insurmountable obstacle. Even the formidable Dark Division leader, Fierce Tiger, has fallen prey to this Jinchuriki. If they were to take on the role of bait, it would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thus, I shall undertake tasks 1 and 3. Upon hearing White Wolf's intent to handle the most dangerous task, Lin Yuan resolves to assume responsibility for the first and third tasks. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, the likelihood of escape remains significant, provided the Jinchuriki is unaware of this ability. Otherwise, no ninjutsu is invincible. Even the true master of the bloodline limit, Kagaya Otsutsuki, could easily fall victim to a sea of adversaries and the protagonist's ingenuity. As night gradually envelopes the estate, shadows deepen, and faint voices echo within the grounds. Lin Yuan cautiously infiltrates the vicinity. Although he has strategically placed numerous shurikens marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, allowing for instantaneous relocation, the presence of an authentic tailed beast Jinchuriki stirs a sense of trepidation within him. He is acutely aware that he has entered a tangible world of ninjas, devoid of the layers of dimensional barriers found in animated series. If only he could awaken the Byakugan bloodline limit, locating the Cloud Village's Jinchuriki would be effortless, and tracking down Fierce Tiger would be equally simple, as he surely lurks nearby. Lin Yuan reflects silently. The ninja world is rife with slaughter. Though he has transitioned from a border-patrolling ninja to an operative of the Dark Division, his essence as cannon fodder remains unchanged. Soon, he must confront the formidable Jinchuriki as a mere chunin. Remaining in Konoha does not seem particularly advantageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses formidable strength, yet he idles day after day in the village, doing nothing. In the manga, he was the first to fall, losing his disciples, Orochimaru's arms. Had another Hokage with equal prowess taken his place, the other 4 great ninja villages would likely have been annihilated by now, Lin Yuan muses quietly. The third Raikage of the Cloud Village led a charge, battling valiantly against 10,000 IWA ninjas before meeting his end. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen appears to accomplish little beyond spying within the village. Were it not for the later use of Edo Tensei, it seems Hiruzen could have submitted a 0-score report for his Hokage tenure. Ahead, 2 Cloud ninjas stand guard on either side, stationed at a critical juncture. The esteemed Yomi, Having captured a Konoha Umbu Jonin has achieved a significant feat. However, one must remain vigilant. Yomi has indicated that the captured Jonin's comrades will likely attempt a rescue under the cover of night. It is anticipated that these allies possess capabilities ranging from elite Chunin to special Jonin. We must exercise caution. Should any abnormalities arise, we will promptly signal with flares. Once we apprehend the target, a generous reward awaits all involved. The cloud-hidden Chunin on the right spoke with a hint of excitement, while remaining acutely vigilant. Glancing cautiously at the passages on either side, fearing that their comrades from the Konoha Umbu might be lurking nearby. The generosity of Lord Yuki was acknowledged. Yet the Umbu Jonin's companion was not to be underestimated, for it was said that over 10 Chunin had perished during that encounter, inciting the fury of Lord Yuki. In contrast, the left-side cloud-hidden Chunin did not share such a relaxed demeanor. Besides the formidable Jinchuriki, Lord Yuki, stationed at this manor, the rest were merely average Chunin from the Cloud Village. The fact that 10 had fallen signified that the remaining could meet the same fate. This group was likely just a small team from the Konoha Umbu, yet they displayed such formidable strength. Should an anomaly arise, a signal flare would be deployed. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He initially intended to throw a shuriken and then execute a swift flying thunder god technique for a lethal strike. However, should these two cloud-hidden Chunin release a signal flare upon seeing the shuriken, it would disrupt his plans for stealth. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely altered his strategy. He decided to engage directly, eliminating all the cloud-hidden Chunin within the manor, leaving only the Jinchuriki, who would be far easier to handle. Thus, he resolved to proceed with his original plan. With a swift motion, he placed one shuriken on the ground while hurling another toward the two cloud-hidden Chunin. The duo reacted quickly, evading the shuriken, and immediately released a signal flare into the sky. In an instant, Lin Yuan activated the flying thunder god technique. Appearing directly behind the two cloud-hidden Chunin, he swiftly slashed their necks with kunai, then utilized the technique once more to return to his original position. Yu. The two cloud-hidden Chunin gazed in disbelief at the enigmatic jutsu employed by the Konoha Umbu Chunin, utterly baffled by its nature. In a mere exchange, they found themselves fatally wounded. Consequently, they collapsed to the ground, some lingering in disbelief. Almost instantaneously, a powerful and unrestrained wave of blue chakra swept through the area. The beautiful Lord Yuki surged forth like a phantom. Just 2 seconds before Lord Yuki's arrival, Lin Yuan tossed a shuriken into the distance and activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from sight and reappearing outside the manor. Kill count, 1 name, Lin Yuan, age, 15 level, Chunin, 342-1000, affiliation, Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 32103-420, kill points, 27 items, death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu, flying thunder god, summoning technique, spirit insect, shadow dance leaf, Konoha, great whirlwind, invisibility technique, level, transformation technique, level, substitution technique, level, clone technique, level. Lord Yuki arrived belatedly. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the two cloud-hidden Chunin, her expression a tapestry of fluctuating emotions. The dark operative of Konoha inexplicably vanished from her chakra perception, a situation that was undeniably peculiar. What kind of ninjutsu could accomplish such a feat? Could it possibly be the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Yet, it was astonishing that a mere Umbu squad could comprise the Sharingan, Byakugan, and space-time ninjutsu. Such a configuration was excessively opulent. Her aura fluctuated, and with a slight parting of her crimson lips, she muttered, "Damn it, I've arrived just a moment too late." Although the estate was vast, her prowess as the perfect Jinchuriki of the two tails allowed her to provide support in mere moments. Her requirements from the Cloud Shinobi were merely a delay. However, the remaining Umbu Nin exhibited unexpected strength, causing her to hesitate. At that moment, on the other side of the estate, a flurry of fireworks signals shot up rapidly. She immediately soared towards it with full force. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's fireworks signals, Umbu White Wolf frowned. The plan clearly designated him to release the fireworks to attract the attention of the Cloud Jinchuriki. Why had Lin Yuan acted first? There was no time for contemplation as he was discovered by a hidden Cloud Nin. After releasing a fireworks signal, the enemy charged towards him. Umbu White Wolf, seeing this, activated his Sharingan, the Tomo spinning swiftly as he lunged forward with a kunai. Chapter 049. White Wolf captured Yuki, soared through the air, her eyelashes fluttering as she glimpsed the figure of White Wolf. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and with a slight parting of her red lips, she unleashed multiple fire rat balls, manipulating them to launch a relentless assault on White Wolf. The fire rat balls could disperse into numerous blue flame tracking projectiles, while the fireballs themselves acted as floating explosives. Under such a powerful onslaught, even seasoned Nin would struggle to escape unscathed, let alone White Wolf. Merely an elite Nin. With a series of explosive sounds, clouds of dust billowed into the air. White Wolf's crimson Sharingan revolved rapidly as he sought out the weakest points of damage. Even so, in his haste to shield his vital areas, he emerged battered and bruised. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, this was his first genuine encounter with an adversary of such caliber. Faced with the opponent's merciless saturation attack, he felt an overwhelming disparity in strength, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Was this the power of a Jinchuriki? Such formidable chakra fluctuations, even simple attacks wielded such potency. Was this the essence of despair? Yuki gazed coldly at the injured White Wolf on the ground. For reasons unknown, the sight of that wolf mask evoked memories of the scoundrel who had stealthily slain 10 Cloud Shinobi. The eerie semblance of space-time ninjutsu lingered in her mind. At this moment, the target she yearned to eliminate the most was clear. Instantly, an uncontrollable fury ignited in the eyes of Ren as she cast her gaze upon the White Wolf sprawled on the ground. Gradually, she descended to the earth, manifesting blue chakra claws in her hands. Approaching with intent, she thrust her claws forward. Fire style. The White Wolf's words barely left his mouth when Ren struck him with a single, powerful blow, sending him flying. A deep wound, several centimeters in length, appeared on his body, and in that instant, he realized that had it not been for the captain, the elite Jonin known as the Fierce Tiger, who had shared the burden with his elite strength, he would have scarcely survived their initial encounter. Now, he foolishly entertained the notion of rescuing their captured leader. The Fierce Tiger, alongside Lin Yuan from the grasp of the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village. Such aspirations were undoubtedly a display of overconfidence. The White Wolf observed Ren's proud demeanor as she advanced, a sense of despair washing over him as he closed his eyes. The Uchiha clan, after all, was not to be underestimated. Ren, witnessing the White Wolf's defeated posture, felt a flicker of disdain in her gaze. Behind her, 2 blue chakra flames danced with agility. Just as she contemplated mocking this renowned ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha, she abruptly turned her attention towards the center of the estate, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment. This was the location where she had imprisoned the Jonin from Konoha, marked with her chakra as a warning. Now, the chakra she had previously left had vanished, signifying that someone had stealthily infiltrated that area. How could this happen so swiftly? With a swift motion, Ren incapacitated the White Wolf, lifting him and hastening towards the heart of the estate, her eyes reflecting an incredulity that was difficult to accept. Not long ago, 3 elite Chunin from the Cloud Village had been stationed outside the prison cell, all of them being ninjutsu specialists. Even among the 5 great shinobi villages, those who transitioned from Chunin to Jonin were exceptionally rare. Thus, striving to become an elite Chunin before advancing to Jonin had become an inevitable progression. Typically, 1 elite Chunin emerged from 10 Chunin, and from 10 elite Chunin, only 1 would ascend to Jonin. The majority of these Jonin were predominantly ninjutsu specialists endowed with chakra. This highlights the significant value of ninjutsu elite Chunin. They possessed a 1 in 10 chance of becoming Jonin. After Lin Yuan successfully evaded the pursuing Two-Tails Jinchuriki by utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique and momentarily escaping, he quickly noticed the smoke signals illuminating the night sky from the direction where the White Wolf had infiltrated. The situation became increasingly precarious as he realized the White Wolf's exposure had occurred sooner than anticipated. Without a doubt, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki would soon converge upon the scene, and the White Wolf would be unable to withstand him. If he did not act decisively, he would soon find himself alone, unable to contend with both the Jinchuriki and a throng of Cloud Village ninjas, while simultaneously rescuing both their leader, the Fierce Tiger, and the White Wolf. Thus, he was compelled to take significant risks. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the estate. He quickly recalled the initial location of the formidable chakra emanating from the wooden man. Unsurprisingly, the cell where the group leader, the fierce tiger, was imprisoned, was surely in that vicinity. Simultaneously, he activated his cloaking technique. Although this technique could not guarantee absolute invisibility, it significantly diminished the likelihood of detection. As he sprinted through the upper corridors, he noticed in the distance a floating, radiant blue silhouette of chakra, prompting him to hasten his search. Eventually, through diligent exploration, he successfully located the cell of the imprisoned group leader, the fierce tiger. To you ninjas of the cloud, if you possess the courage, then kill me. If I were to furrow a brow or blink an eye, I would not deserve to be part of the Umbu of the rock village, thought the anxious Umbu captain. The fierce tiger. He had just sensed the rapid departure of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, propelled by the potent chakra of the wooden man, and realized that it might be his Umbu team members coming to rescue him. This realization filled him with urgency, even with his elite Jonin strength. He had been captured by a manifestation of the two-tailed beast from the wooden man. The power of this Jinchuriki exceeded his expectations. It was beyond the capability of his elite Chunin team to rescue him. Only a powerful figure from the village could accomplish this, at least someone of Orochimaru's caliber. Yet, distant aid would not extinguish imminent flames, and he feared he might soon be escorted to the village of the cloud. The frantic cries of the Umbu captain. The fierce tiger prompted the three elite Chunin guarding the cell to exchange glances, revealing mocking smiles. You, a member of the Leaf S Umbu, have your headband exposed. Do you truly believe you can masquerade as a member of the Rock? Do you think us cloud ninjas are fools? If you wish for death, wait until the wooden man brings your comrades. Then you shall perish, witnessing just how easily your Leaf Umbu falter before our magnificent wooden man. The third great ninja war has concluded. Are you of the cloud planning to wage war against the Leaf? The Rock is your true enemy. Have you forgotten how your third Raikage fell to the hands of 1,000 ninjas from the Rock? The Umbu captain, the fierce tiger, coldly interrogated. The third great ninja war has ended. All major ninja villages ought to rest and recuperate. Yet, here the cloud is, stirring trouble. Blame your Leaf village for occupying such desirable land. Upon hearing the mention of the Raikage, the three cloud Chunin recalled the imposing figure who had perished to protect the retreat of their comrades. A glimmer of remembrance flickered in their eyes. It was precisely for this reason that they were determined to fulfill the dying wish of the third Raikage, by relocating the cloud village to the lands of the Leaf. This is the moment. Let us conclude this swiftly. Lin Yuan gazed at the property panel displaying the Shikatsumiyaku, the Kekei Genkai of the corpse bone path. Time was of the essence, and to rescue the group leader, the fierce tiger, at the fastest pace. He could solely rely on the Shikatsumiyaku. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, Ch Nin, 3, 421, 000. Faction, Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 30,003. 420 kill points, 27 items. Death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, summoning technique. Spirit insects, shadow dance leaf. Leaf great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level. Transformation technique. Level. Body substitute technique. Level. Clone technique. Level. Chapter 50. The might of Shikatsumiyaku. Upon activating his Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, Lin Yuan felt an extraordinarily powerful skeletal structure within him. It was akin to a master shipbuilder instantly recognizing the robust framework of a grand vessel. The bones within him, nourished for so long by the Shikatsumiyaku, had undergone a significant enhancement. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan hurled a shuriken marked with the flying thunder god seal into the prison cell, eliciting a few startled gasps from within. The shuriken was swiftly intercepted by three elite Ch Nin from the hidden cloud village, who became alert at once. In the next moment, Lin Yuan activated the flying thunder god and materialized at the very spot where the shuriken had landed, standing almost face to face with the three elite Ch Nin. A flash of surprise and anger flickered in their eyes as they quickly reacted, summoning lightning around their fists to unleash a lightning fist technique against Lin Yuan. However, an array of sharp-boned spears suddenly erupted from Lin Yuan's body, piercing through the bodies of the three elite Ch Nin with merciless precision. The bone spears, reminiscent of savage fangs, tore them apart, claiming kill points in abundance. In that moment, Lin Yuan resembled a skeletal porcupine, its sharp spines having effectively shattered the three elite Ch Nin's forms. The proximity of their confrontation left the Ch Nin no time to evade. And given the Shikatsumiyaku's South proficiency in close combat, they had no opportunity for significant resistance before being dispatched. Despite this significant victory, Lin Yuan exhibited no visible emotion, merely gazing at the formidable, rapidly protruding bones with a sense of astonishment. Who? The captain of the fierce tiger, heard the anguished cries of the three elite Nin outside, and his expression grew grave. Bound by heavy chains and afflicted by the hidden Cloud Village's chakra sealing technique, he found himself unable to utilize his chakra, reduced to mere physical resilience. If an assailant could easily slay the elite Nin outside, they were likely not from the hidden cloud. Yet, he dared not entertain the notion that this individual had come to rescue him. With a resounding crash, a bone as thick as a bowl surged forth, shattering the prison door. A fleeting blue chakra vanished from the door as it fell. Standing outside the cell, Lin Yuan instinctively sensed impending danger. The azure chakra could only belong to the Jinchuriki of the two tails, leaving behind a sinister mark. At that moment, it was likely that the adversary had already detected the situation here. Lin Yuan hastened his manipulation of the bones, swiftly shattering the chains binding the leader, Tiger, while simultaneously incapacitating him before he could utter a word. The bones ensnared the opponent tightly, and without delay, Lin Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The two of them materialized outside the estate in an instant. Lin Yuan remained vigilant, forcefully tossing a shuriken into the distance and quickly following with the Flying Thunder God. After several cycles, as he sensed his chakra dwindling, he directed a shuriken toward a nearby river. He then placed Tiger behind a sturdy tree for safety and used the Flying Thunder God to reach the riverbank, plunging into the icy waters of December without hesitation, discarding the bloodied bones. After all, it was better to suffer from calcium deficiency than to risk the contamination of his bloodline limit by reabsorbing those tainted remains. In the next moment, Lin Yuan felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He relied on his relatively robust physique to drift downstream until he found a secure spot to rest. Given the strength of an upper ninja, Tiger would likely awaken soon after being merely knocked out. Meanwhile, it seemed White Wolf had likely been captured by the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Rescuing one hostage only to lose another created a vicious cycle. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. Were it not for the White Wolf diverting the Two Tails Jinchuriki's attention, he would not have been able to rescue Tiger in the presence of such a formidable foe, despite possessing the corpse bone bloodline limit. Currently, the depletion of his chakra was too severe, and he could only wait for its restoration before seeking another opportunity to return to the estate to save White Wolf. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Nin 342-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Corpse bone bloodline limit: Chakra 720-3420. Kill points: 30 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug, Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique. Level: Transformation Technique. Level: Body Replacement Technique. Level: Shadow Clone Technique. Level. The wooden man nonchalantly discarded the White Wolf onto the ground, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless bodies of the three elite cloud ninjas. The ajar cell door, and the remnants of chains shattered by an unknown force. A flicker of fury flashed through his cold eyes. How audacious of them! In such a brief span, they had slain 3 of their elite Nin and destroyed the chains to rescue that Nin. Could it be the stealthy ninja possessing the Byakugan? Yet, they did not seem to be of Nin caliber. It was astonishing that a mere Nin could achieve all this. When had Konoha produced such a formidable individual? Even if she were a Jinchuriki, one could not afford to underestimate her. A group of Cloud Village Nin hastily gathered upon realizing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. They were greeted by the somewhat fluctuating visage of Murin, illuminated by the azure glow of chakra surrounding him. In this light, the Nin beheld the scene within the prison, where the lifeless bodies of 3 elite Nin lay, leading them to infer the gravity of the situation. They were taken aback to discover that an enemy had brazenly rescued a Leaf Village Nin right before Murin's eyes, resulting in the demise of the 3 elite Nin. A flicker of hatred towards the Leaf Ninja passed through the gazes of the Cloud Nin. Despite their village's challenging circumstances, they had always maintained a strong sense of unity. They prepared to gather their belongings and return to Cloud Village. Murin, unable to fathom how the Leaf Nin had been successfully extracted, felt a twinge of unease and decided not to linger. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious Umbu known as White Wolf, and she employed a sealing technique to confine his chakra. She instructed the Cloud Ninja to place this Uchiha clan member, adorned with a white wolf mask, into a sealing coffin. They were set to withdraw from the estate and return to Cloud Village. The fishing plan had unexpectedly allowed the Leaf Umbu Nin to escape. Yet the path to recovery would not be so straightforward. Fortunately, they had acquired an Uchiha with the Sharingan. Murin's expression turned fervent. Cloud Village held a keen interest in the renowned bloodline limits of the Sharingan and Byakugan, as ocular bloodline limits were the most amenable to transplantation. Capturing a member of the Uchiha clan who could activate the Sharingan was indeed a significant achievement. If the transplantation proved successful, it would mean that Cloud Village could potentially possess its own Sharingan bloodline limit, greatly enhancing the village's overall strength. Additionally, it would aid in unraveling the secrets of the Sharingan. With the absence of Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Shikaka Nara, and Minato Namikaze, the Leaf Village had become a ripe target. Should the legendary Sannin of the Leaf Village also fall or depart, the Leaf would no longer have the right to occupy the most fertile grounds of the ninja world, Murin mused. Chapter 051, Uchiha sure sway as dawn broke. The cold wind howled. In a hollowed tree, Lin Yuan struggled to restore his condition, feeling somewhat revitalized, though his chakra remained significantly depleted. The most troublesome issue was the loss of calcium in his body, leaving him feeling slightly weak. However, this was a more acceptable outcome compared to the severe consequences of the bloodline disease that could arise from recovering bloodied bones. Once he returned to the village, he would ensure to replenish his strength. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing the corpse bone bloodline limit in battle. It was better suited for nurturing his physique and enhancing the power of his taijutsu for sustainable development. At present, he most urgently needed to master the 8 gates, which would facilitate his ability to contend with tailed beast Jinchuriki. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 342-1000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline Shikatsumiyaku. Chakra: 15603-420. Kill points: 30 items. Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning Technique. Spirit Insect. Shadow Dance Leaves. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Invisibility Technique. Level. Transformation Technique. Level. Body Replacement Technique. Level. Shadow Clone Technique. Level. Acquiring the 8 gates is a formidable challenge. The 2 creators of the 8 gates in the manga are Senju Tobarama and Might Dai. If one seeks to learn from the former, one must find a way to obtain the sealing book that records all forbidden techniques left behind by him. If pursuing the latter, one must approach Might Guy. However, Might Guy only taught his young taijutsu disciple, Rock Lee. Forcing an acquisition from Might Guy would not be an easy task. After Might Dai single-handedly dismantled the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others undoubtedly paid close attention to Might Guy, whose standing in the village rivals that of Kakashi. With the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit in taijutsu, the potential when paired with the 8 gates is unimaginable. Lin Yuan secretly yearned for this. Leaving a shuriken in a tree hollow, he swiftly made his way toward the manor. His first objective was to locate the team leader, the Fierce Tiger, whom he rescued the previous night. To avoid exposing the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, Lin Yuan had knocked out the team leader and left him several hundred meters away. Given the resilience of such a shinobi, the team leader would likely awaken soon without any significant issues. Upon regrouping, the second objective would be to rescue the Umbu, White Wolf. Where is he? Lin Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. After a meticulous search, he still did not find the team leader, the Fierce Tiger. After a moment of hesitation, he continued toward the manor. Upon reaching the exterior of the estate, he paused, frowning as he concealed himself. For some reason, the manor appeared rather desolate, seemingly devoid of any presence. Leaving another shuriken behind, Lin Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing inside the manor. He retrieved the shuriken he had left the night before and surveyed his surroundings. The vast estate was now cold and empty, with no bodies of the cloud-hidden ninjas in sight. There was no one in the prison either. It seemed these cloud ninjas had fled in the night, likely with the team leader, the Fierce Tiger, in pursuit. Lin Yuan felt exasperated. Instantly, he reappeared outside the manor, picked up the shuriken from the ground, and continued to use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the tree hollow. This time, he did not collect the shuriken, but hastily headed eastward. The cloud-hidden village lies to the northeast of the Land of Sound. If time had not elapsed too much, he should still be able to catch up. Before long, a young figure appeared outside the manor, then within it. After scanning the estate, the figure swiftly darted towards the direction of the Land of Lightning, home to the cloud-hidden village. This individual possesses pronounced tear troughs and sharp eyes, complemented by a round nose. Dressed in a dark, high-collared long-sleeve top and matching dark trousers of the Konoha guard. The attire bears the emblem of the Uchiha clan on the back. In his hand, he wields a small tanto. This appearance bears a striking resemblance to the renowned Shunshin. Uchiha Shursui. Several days prior, Shursui returned to the village, and upon learning that his cousin, Uchiha Haku, had been dispatched to the Land of Sound on a mission, he felt an unsettling premonition, compelling him to traverse great distances to investigate. As a well-known Shunshin within the ninja world, Shursui has spent years on the front lines. Firmly backed by the Uchiha clan, it is almost a certainty that Kumogakure is poised to engage in conflict with Konoha, with the Land of Sound serving as Kumogakure's stronghold. The potential danger facing his cousin Haku in this mission is far from negligible. The remnants within the estate suggest that Haku and his companions have indeed passed through, leaving behind a powerful chakra signature reminiscent of a tailed beast. The chances of Haku's ambush squad defeating a tailed beast are slim. Shursui pondered silently, concluding that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his cousin Haku and his team have likely fallen into the hands of Kumogakure. The subsequent actions of Kumogakure may involve transporting them back to their village, with a potential ulterior motive of seeking medical ninjas to acquire the Sharingan. Such an endeavor is utterly intolerable. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shursui's eyes as he envisioned the path leading to Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning. The two-tails Jinchuriki, accompanied by a cadre of Kumogakure shinobi and a specially sealed coffin containing the captured Umbu White Wolf, pressed forward. The Jinchuriki, now aware of a small presence trailing behind, discerned that it was likely one of the two Konoha Umbu ninjas. Recognizing that they could not approach too closely, she refrained from pursuit, knowing they would not be able to catch up. As they drew nearer to the Land of Lightning, it was the Konoha Umbu who should be feeling the pressure. Having lost a member of the Uchiha clan possessing the Sharingan, their return to Konoha would be fraught with difficulties. If they truly had the audacity, they would attempt to catch up. The Jinchuriki felt a sense of confidence. As a tailed beast host, she could fully transform into her beast form. At that stage, even confronting a true Kage would pose little challenge. The two Konoha Umbu had already revealed their limitations. One, although an elite Umbu, had previously been captured by her and was afflicted by a chakra sealing technique. Even if rescued, swift recovery would be impossible. The other, suspected to be a formidable assassin with Byakugan, was likely only at the elite J-Nin level and would not dare to confront her directly. Furthermore, she held hostages. White Wolf, Yellow Duck, and Red Monkey were likely confined within that coffin. Behind the Kumogakure convoy, a somewhat fatigued Umbu captain, Tiger, followed cautiously, unwilling to draw too near, lest he find himself without an escape route if the two-tails Jinchuriki turned her attention towards him. Yet he also dared not stray too far away. He lost the chance to rescue his three comrades, having been imprisoned by the hidden cloud ninjas. Outside, the two-tails Jinchuriki stood guard, leading him to believe that his ninja career had reached its end. Unexpectedly, a mysterious figure came to his aid. Although he only recalled that this enigmatic savior wielded something resembling bone, the fact that he emerged alive was a blessing. Upon awakening, however, he discovered that his three companions had vanished, and soon after, the entire Hidden Cloud contingent departed from the estate, escorting a substantial brown coffin. He was determined to save them. The Umbu captain, known as the Fierce Tiger, resolutely made up his mind when he suddenly noticed a figure appear beside him, startling him momentarily. Gripping his kunai, he prepared to defend himself, but upon recognizing the individual's visage, he halted his movements. You are Uchiha. Chapter 052, Joining the Battle. You are Yamanaka Kaichi, the Jonin? Uchiha Shursui gazed intently at the distant Hidden Cloud team before turning to the Umbu Jonin, who wore a tiger mask. He quickly identified the individual's lineage. Among the trio of clans represented by the boar, deer, and butterfly, the boar corresponds to the Yamanaka clan. Outsiders often mistakenly associate the boar with the Akimichi clan. However, the boar, deer, and butterfly correspond to the ultimate bloodline techniques of the three major clans. The Akimichi clan's secret techniques are actually linked to the butterfly. Uchiha Shursui. What brings you here? Yamanaka Kaichi inquired, a hint of surprise in his expression, not due to Shursui's youth, for although he was remarkably young at merely 16, his prowess was undeniably at the Jonin level. In the final years of the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Shursui had risen to prominence, commanding respect across half the ninja world as the Umbu captain and earning the moniker Shunshin Shursui. The arrival of such a formidable ally was indeed a delightful surprise. A few days ago, I completed an important mission and learned from Lord Hokage about the situation in the Land of Water. Seizing the brief respite, I decided to come and see, Shursui replied. As the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan and their most potent force deployed during the Third Shinobi World War, he bore the weight of numerous burdens due to his Umbu captaincy. Upon returning from his mission, he discovered many unsettling events had transpired in the village, such as the Nine-Tails Fox's attack, the fall of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and growing suspicion towards the Uchiha clan from Konoha's upper echelon. The depths of Konoha ran deep, and Shursui felt a profound sense of helplessness, striving to undertake more Umbu missions to alleviate the pressure on his clan. Jonin Yamanaka Kaichi. Are Shirakaze and the others imprisoned within that coffin by the hidden cloud? Their strength appears formidable, particularly the woman leading them. She resembles a Jinchuriki, Uchiha Shursui observed, his gaze fixed on the distant hidden cloud team, his hand instinctively tightening around his tanto as he beheld the beautiful woman among them. A subtle sense of unease stirred within me, prompting my gaze to shift towards Kamizuki Kaichi, seeking information. He was the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails from the Hidden Cloud Village, capable of partially transforming his body into a complete tailed beast, wielding formidable power. Jisue, as a Jonin, I must join you, he insisted. The White Wolf and the others are members of my Umbu team. I bear the responsibility of rescuing them. Kamizuki Kaichi's expression, concealed beneath his fierce tiger mask, was grave as he fixed his intense gaze upon Uchiha Jisue. The alliance of two Jonin-level warriors was promising, especially considering Jisue's prowess surpassed his own. Kaichi felt confident in their ability to rescue the White Wolf and his comrades. Without delay, they devised a strategic plan. In that case, I shall maneuver ahead to intercept them. You, Jonin Kaichi, will restrain them from behind, focusing on eliminating those cloud ninjas. Finally, we shall confront the Jinchuriki together. We must save Bai Shuei and the others. Their plan solidified. Uchiha Jisue and Kamizuki Kaichi swiftly launched an assault on the cloud team led by the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Moments later, Jisue executed his remarkable body flicker technique, appearing before the cloud squad. The group of cloud ninjas halted abruptly. Who dares to obstruct our convoy? They bellowed. Are you seeking death? They sensed the formidable presence of the ninja before them. Realizing he was not to be trifled with, only someone with exceptional strength would dare confront a large ninja village's convoy alone. Raising an eyebrow, the Jinchuriki, Yuki, stood slowly, his long right foot resting on the sealed coffin, scrutinizing Jisue's attire with a flicker of surprise and intrigue. You bear the Uchiha clan's emblem upon your garments. It appears you are one of them. Given your age, you must be a Chunin at most. We captured an Uchiha last night, and now another appears. Have you awakened your Sharingan as well? I am Uchiha Jisue of the Uchiha clan. The individual you captured last night is my cousin. If you release him, I assure you I will spare you this time, Jisue replied, his heart secretly relieved upon hearing the Jinchuriki mention capturing an Uchiha. His cousin, Uchiha Bai Shuei, was indeed in their custody. Had he not been, the search would have proven arduous. Now, all that remained was to rescue him. Are you the Shunshin Jisue? The Shunshin Jisue of Konoha? The group of cloud ninjas suddenly comprehended his identity, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they regarded Uchiha Jisue. The name resonated with them. They recognized Shunshin Jisue as a renowned Jonin recognized throughout the ninja world. His combat prowess likely only slightly inferior to that of the legendary Yellow Flash. With the passage of another year, his reputation had only magnified. The opponent's strength is likely comparable to that of the Golden Flash. One must not be careless. Immediately, he unleashed complete tailed beast transformation, morphing into a massive cat-like creature, enveloped in blue chakra, measuring 30 to 40 meters in length. It emitted a powerful roar. From behind, Ye from the Mountain Clan hurriedly appeared, employing the mental ninjutsu for which his clan is renowned, controlling several cloud shinobi. After dispatching them with kunai, he was met with the sweeping force of two thick tails that struck his body with tremendous impact. In the next moment, Ye was sent flying. spinning nearly 360 degrees before crashing into a distant tree, which shattered upon impact. Had he not possessed the superior physique of a Nin, that blow could have resulted in his demise. Struggling to rise, Ye felt his body sway, his vision blurred with golden stars. The chakra within him was still sealed, hindering its full recovery, and he had sustained considerable injuries. At that moment, the group of predatory cloud shinobi, having left 10 to guard the sealed coffin, advanced towards Ye with lethal intent. "Leader, I am here to assist you." Lin Yuan, having rushed tirelessly, finally caught up. Observing his leader, the fierce tiger, engaged in combat with the cloud shinobi, he swiftly joined the fray, wielding his kunai. With each encounter, his combat experience had significantly improved, allowing him to withstand the onslaught of nearly 10 cloud shinobi, even without relying on his Kekai Genkai or Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, with the Nin leader by his side, he seized the opportunity to claim a few lives and accumulate some kill points. Simultaneously, he noticed in the distance the fully transformed Two-Tails Jinchuriki and a member of the Uchiha clan wielding a katana. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Nin 342-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Corpsebone bloodline. Kekai Genkai chakra 16103-420. Kill points 30 items. Death immunity. Metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Insect, Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Substitution technique. Level: Clone technique. Level: Chapter 053. The Battle of Stagnation. Two-Tails Yellow Duck? Are you alright? Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Ye's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had thought that the 3 members of his Umbu team had been captured by the Cloud Shinobi, yet here was Yellow Duck, appearing unscathed, although visibly weakened. The fact that he had not been captured by the Cloud Shinobi was a relief. "Leader, I am fine. The Red Ape is also unharmed. However, the White Wolf has been captured by the Cloud Shinobi. Leader, you escaped from their grasp?" Lin Yuan declared as he activated his cloaking technique, joining the fray. Confronted by 9 approaching Cloud Village Nin, he brandished his kunai and engaged in battle alongside Yamashiro Kaichi. Observing Kaichi intermittently employing what appeared to be a mind-controlling ninjutsu to disrupt the movements of individual Cloud Nin, thus creating opportunities for him to secure kills, Lin Yuan was suddenly reminded of the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kaichi was reluctant to elaborate on the mysterious figure who had slain 3 elite Cloud Nin to rescue him. Instead, he inquired about the events of the previous night. Upon learning that 3 team members had arranged for the Red Monkey to return to the village to send word while White Wolf and Yellow Duck were tasked with his rescue, Kaichi felt a twinge of gratitude. However, his heart sank when he heard that as soon as the 2 entered the estate, they were detected by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, leading to one being captured while the other had to retreat to seek an opportunity later. Taking a deep breath, Kaichi was not particularly surprised, for the strength of a Jinchuriki was beyond doubt, and certainly not something a mere Nin could contend with. In no time, all 9 of the attacking Cloud Nin lay dead. Lin Yuan, panting slightly, held his bloodied kunai, having claimed 6 of the 9 heads, thus adding another tally to his kill count. It is worth noting that a single Nin would yield only 10 kill points, so acquiring 6 points without effort was indeed commendable. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Nin 342-1000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku chakra 11503-420. Kills 36 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug. Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Cloaking technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Body Replacement technique. Level: Shadow Clone technique. Level: Well done. Yamashiro Kaichi could not help but praise Lin Yuan's performance in the battle, disregarding the hostile glares from the 10 Cloud Nin guarding the sealed coffin in the distance. Should those Cloud Nin dare to attack, they would seize the opportunity to snatch the sealed coffin and rescue White Wolf within. Following the skirmish, Yamashiro Kaichi had come to acknowledge Lin Yuan's combat prowess. Although he could not rival a true Nin, he was undoubtedly a formidable force among Nin. Kaichi began to understand why the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had included Lin Yuan in his team. Indeed, his talent was on par with that of White Wolf and Red Monkey. In a moment of tranquility, Yamashiro Kaichi introduced Lin Yuan to Uchiha Shursui, who was currently engaged in battle with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Uchiha Shursui was renowned as one of the top 3 most gifted ninjas in the history of the Uchiha clan, possessing the legendary Kodoha Tsukumi. However, the ocular techniques derived from the Manjiki Sharingan were often intertwined with the user's intense desires. Thus, it was likely that Uchiha Shursui awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, including Kodoha Tsukumi, during a fervent attempt to thwart the Uchiha clan's coup. The question of whether Uchiha Shursui has truly awakened the Manjiki Sharingan remains open to debate. Meanwhile, on the ground, Uchiha Shursui brandishes his short blade, launching an assault against the colossal Two-Tails. Initially, he employs fire release, great fireball technique, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesces into a massive fireball aimed at the beast. Upon impact, the fireball erupts into a conflagration, engulfing half of the Two-Tails. However, the creature's immense form is enveloped in a layer of blue, solidified chakra, rendering the flames ineffective in inflicting any genuine harm. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui resorts to fire release, Phoenix fire technique, wrapping the flames around several shuriken and hurling them at the Two-Tails. This action results in multiple explosions, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Yet, as the smoke dissipates, it becomes evident that the Two-Tails remains largely unscathed, its thick layer of blue chakra providing formidable protection. To inflict damage upon the beast, it is imperative to breach this protective barrier. Thus, Uchiha Shursui channels his chakra to execute fire release, great dragonfire technique, forming a tiger seal. A significant accumulation of chakra gathers within him, highly compressed into the shape of a flame dragon. Flanking this dragon, 2 additional flame dragons materialize, and together, they strike the Two-Tails with tremendous force. The sound of 3 thunderous explosions resonates, causing the massive creature to stagger back 3 steps, even beneath the shield of its blue chakra, eliciting a roar of fury directed at Uchiha Shursui. In retaliation, a colossal tailed beast ball begins to coalesce atop the Two-Tails' elevated tails, hurtling towards Uchiha Shursui with alarming speed. The ground erupts violently, a crater of several hundred meters in diameter forming as a result. Had the Two-Tails and Uchiha Shursui not instinctively retreated to a safer distance during their clash, the repercussions of this attack would have undoubtedly harmed many innocents. Witnessing the terrifying display of the tailed beast's power instills a sense of pressure in Lin Yuan. The combat prowess of the tailed beasts is genuinely formidable. Nearby, Yamabuki, the leader of the Yamabuki clan, gasps in astonishment. Despite his extensive battle experience, he has seldom witnessed the spectacle of a tailed beast in combat. He wonders about the fate of Uchiha Shursui. Meanwhile, the 10 Cloud Shinobi tasked with guarding the sealed coffin erupt into cheers at the impressive display of strength by the woodman, their gaze filled with animosity towards the 2-leaf Umbu. They had initially believed that 9 against 1, particularly against the already severely injured Umbu, would pose no challenge. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of another leaf Umbu, resulting in the demise of all 9 Cloud Shinobi. Bound to their duty of protecting the sealed coffin, they can only watch helplessly as events unfold. Just then, the smoke clears, revealing the vast pit left behind. Uchiha Shursui stood unscathed, yet several crows lay lifeless on the ground. The corpses of the crows had fallen, victims of the technique he employed to evade the devastating attack of the tailed beast bomb. The price of his survival was the demise of the crows he had nurtured since childhood, stirring a subtle turbulence within his expression. He lifted his gaze, coldly regarding the formidable beast, the 2-tailed monster, which had taken the form of a wooden figure. Drawing a short blade with one hand, he formed seals with the other to perform a ninjutsu. Splitting himself into numerous shadow clones, he charged toward the 2-tailed beast. The 2 thick tails, enveloped in blue chakra, lashed out at the shadow clones, striking seemingly empty air. Physical attacks appeared ineffective against these clones, while Shursui's blade found its mark on the 2-tailed beast, inflicting significant damage. In an instant, crimson gashes marred the beast's body, causing it to writhe in pain, its gaze darkening with fury as it swatted at the clones with its massive claws, generating a cacophony of sound and clouds of dust. Lin Yuan observed the battle with admiration. The crow substitution technique seemed to involve summoning crows for the purpose of the substitution, but how it managed to evade the tailed beast bomb's onslaught was a mystery. Furthermore, the principle behind these shadow clones, which disregarded physical attacks, remained elusive. It resembled Uchiha Madara's spectral abilities. Or perhaps these were not mere shadow clones, but reflections akin to a mirage. Such abilities had not been seen in the manga utilized by others. It seemed he would have to wait for Uchiha Shursui to leap from the cliff to refresh the reward pool, hoping for a chance to summon such powers. Chapter 054. The Grand-Tail Beast Bomb. As the dust settled, Uchiha Shursui and his numerous shadow clones, impervious to physical assaults, continued to wield their short blades with fervor against the colossal two-tailed beast. Despite the thick layer of chakra encasing the beast, the relentless slashing caused it considerable discomfort. Suddenly, flames danced along the edges of the blades, augmented by wind-based transformations. The power of the blades surged dramatically. As the relentless strikes continued, the beast's body writhed. Yet it found no opportunity to evade. Before long, the tangible chakra layer began to quiver, its thickness diminishing. Due to their proximity, the two-tailed beast could not utilize long-range attacks, leaving it in a state of frustration. Uchiha Shursui was indeed a formidable adversary. A beautiful figure, embodying the wooden form, appeared above the massive two-tailed beast, observing the relentless assault of Shursui's clones below. Upon sensing the beast's distress through its mental transmission, she swiftly unleashed a lightning release, firing arrows of electricity. The bolts, flashing with intensity, pierced through Shursui's shadow clones at remarkable speed. Yet, despite penetrating the clone, the lightning arrows inflicted no damage, leaving the clone's attack unimpeded, a most peculiar phenomenon. As Yumu was about to proceed with her actions, she suddenly noticed the figure of Uchiha Shursui appearing before her. The swiftness of her opponent was astonishing, causing her pupils to constrict in disbelief. Uchiha Shursui, wielding his great sword, unleashed a powerful diagonal slash towards her. The immense flaming blade surged forth, propelling Yumu through the air and forcing her to spit out blood. Had it not been for the formidable chakra of the tailed beast enveloping her, this rapid strike would have inflicted severe injuries. Without hesitation, Yumu hastily retreated into the body of the two tails. She began to comprehend the origin of Shursui's title, Shunshin. His mastery of the body flicker technique was unparalleled, and in terms of speed, he could rival the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. After landing a hit on Yumu, Uchiha Shursui executed the body flicker technique once more, reappearing before the head of the two tails. In midair, he unleashed a ferocious series of strikes known as the Sword of Flames, delivering a trio of devastating blows. The compounded damage from multiple attributes, combined with the relentless attacks from several shadow clones, soon began to wear down the two tails. Even with its thick and formidable chakra cloak, it could not withstand the onslaught for long. The cloak began to tear, and the beast's body became riddled with wounds. These unique shadow clones, capable of disregarding physical attacks, paired with Shursui's swordsmanship that inflicted multi-attribute damage, proved to be incredibly effective. The relentless assault was enough to challenge even a tailed beast. Uchiha Shursui truly lived up to his reputation, displaying combat prowess nearing the threshold of a Kage-level ninja. Lin Yuan recalled that in the manga, Uchiha Shursui excelled in Genjutsu. However, due to the perfect Jinchuriki's immunity to such illusions, he resorted to using ninjutsu for his assaults. Even with just this distinctive ninjutsu, Shursui's combat strength was astonishingly close to that of a Kage-level ninja, a testament to his overwhelming power. In the ninja world, where the strong prey upon the weak, hierarchy was starkly defined. Ordinary ninjas remained at the bottom, while those of the bloodline clans occupied the middle tier. Kage-level figures stood firmly at the top of the food chain, enjoying honors comparable to the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. A Kage-level ninja could contend with a tailed beast one-on-one, while the Sage of 6 Paths level would only become relevant as the storyline progressed. In the future, Uchiha Shursui would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and acquire the most powerful ocular technique, Konoha, elevating his strength beyond that of Konoha. Had it not been for Shursui's unwavering desire to maintain peace between the Uchiha clan and the village, perhaps a member of the Uchiha clan could have even ascended to the position of Hokage. In the manga, Uchiha Shursui did not accept the harsh reality of the ninja world. While physically present in the Uchiha clan, his heart belonged to the upper echelons of Konoha. When his clansmen sought to rebel against the oppression of the village, he proactively offered to rewrite their wills using his Konoha to prevent a coup. shocking figures such as Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. He subsequently placed his trust in Hiruzen's words, believing that as long as he could buy some time, the Uchiha clan would be treated with kindness. Although the Uchiha clan lost its foremost expert after his suicide, they were left with no choice but to retreat quietly, having fought valiantly for a considerable duration on behalf of Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to fulfill his promises. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi, who firmly believed he could uphold his ideals and maintain peace between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, took matters into his own hands and annihilated his clan. He is regarded as the finest member within the ranks of Hokage. Lin Yuan silently reminisced about the storyline involving Uchiha Shursui in the manga, unable to suppress a feeling of melancholy. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Ch. Nin, 342-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 11703-420. Killing points: 36 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu, flying thunder god. Summoning technique: spirit bug, shadow dance leaf. Konoha great whirlwind, stealth technique. Level: transformation technique. Level: body replacement technique. Level: shadow clone technique. Level. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly shifted. The severely wounded Two Tails began to gather its tailed beast bomb once more, this time of an extraordinary size. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Lin Yuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Beside him, Yamashiro Hachi, seasoned and quick to react, immediately utilized the Yamashiro clan's long-range mental techniques against the 10 Cloud Shinobi on the other side. 2 of the Cloud Shinobi suddenly exerted their strength to push the ceiling coffin, attempting to distance it, but their efforts proved futile. The enraged Two Tails hurled the massive tailed beast bomb towards the coffin, showing no regard for the lives of the 10 Cloud Shinobi nearby. Uchiha Shursui's pupils constricted as he aimed to withdraw from the battlefield, but the colossal form of Two Tails blocked his path, thwarting his rescue intentions. A cold smirk appeared on the beautiful face of the wood ninja. Since the Cloud Shinobi could not carry this prize back, then neither would Konoha be permitted to claim it. The large-tailed beast bomb hurtled towards the ceiling coffin. In this critical moment, a kunai flew toward the coffin, launched by Lin Yuan, who had instantly reacted when Yamashiro Hachi first did. Seizing the opportunity while the 8 mist shinobi were perplexed by the actions of the 2 controlled Cloud Shinobi, he swiftly threw the kunai. However, just as it was about to reach the coffin, it was deflected by a Cloud Shinobi. In the next instant, Lin Yuan appeared beside the deflected kunai and hurled another kunai. As the massive tailed beast bomb approached, fear flickered in the eyes of the Cloud Shinobi. They felt abandoned by the wood ninja. The second kunai successfully pierced the ceiling coffin. Lin Yuan positioned himself next to the coffin, embracing it, and both him and the coffin vanished simultaneously. In that final moment, even Yamashiro Hachi, a Jonin-level powerhouse, had no time to search for Lin Yuan after noticing his disappearance. One can only strive relentlessly towards the outskirts to evade the colossal attack range of the giant-tailed beast bomb. With a thunderous crash, the massive bomb plummets, shattering the earth into a blinding white haze. Chapter 055. The child who requires stern guidance in midair. The collision of man and coffin occurs. Lin Yuan feels a multitude of injuries afflict his body. Gazing at the sealed coffin he had salvaged, he cannot help but release a sigh of relief. In this brutal world of ninjas, he considers himself one of the few remnants of conscience left. The cost of this was nearly depleting his chakra reserves, as utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique while carrying the sealed coffin proved excessively taxing. Not to mention, the target location was far too distant, resulting in only a partial displacement before he was compelled to stop due to insufficient chakra. After regaining some of his chakra, Lin Yuan brandishes a kunai to pry open the coffin lid. Inside lies the Umbu White Wolf, unconscious. He prepares to fetch some river water to rouse him. Just as he readies to depart in search of water, he catches sight of Uchiha Shursui's figure appearing before him. Their gazes meet, creating a moment of awkward tension. Lin Yuan did not anticipate that Uchiha Shursui would manage to follow him. Such tracking ability was indeed formidable. While part of the reason lay in the excessive chakra consumption from utilizing the Flying Thunder God with the sealed coffin, it also suggested that Uchiha Shursui had likely honed his Sharingan to a level approaching the Manjiki, enabling him to discern traces amidst the extensive destruction wrought by the giant-tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Shursui glances at the unconscious Umbu White Wolf, a clear expression of relief washing over his features. He then turns his gaze toward Lin Yuan and speaks. I am Uchiha Shursui, hailing from the Uchiha clan. I extend my gratitude for your daring intervention to rescue my cousin, Whitewater, from that tailed beast bomb's onslaught. The technique you employed is the signature ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage, Flying Thunder God, is it not? Truly impressive. Regardless, once we return to the village, I will seek you out personally. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them as a token of gratitude for saving my cousin. Lin Yuan observes Uchiha Shursui's earnest demeanor and nods, refraining from refusal. After all, Uchiha Shursui's prowess and character in the manga were commendable. He replies, I am an Umbu ninja, codenamed Yellow Duck. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation as Shursui of the Body Flicker. Saving my comrade was a duty I owed. I could not stand idly by while a teammate perished. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, let us agree to revisit this upon our return to the village. However, I prefer to keep my use of the Flying Thunder God a secret. I hope you can assist me in maintaining this confidentiality. To the outside world, let it be known that you were the one who rescued him. I merely wish to remain an ordinary Umbu ninja, avoiding undue attention. Uchiha Shursui listened to Lin Yuan's words and recognized that Lin Yuan, much like Lei Feng, took joy in performing anonymous acts of kindness. He nodded solemnly, pondering to himself that this individual, a member of the village's Umbu, was likely a ninja who cherished peace. Possessing the signature jutsu of the fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique, his prowess and talent were indeed extraordinary. Could he possibly have ties to the fourth Hokage or the Uzumaki clan? After all, this was a rare space-time ninjutsu, which even the ninja clans could hardly aspire to learn. Nevertheless, it was a positive development. Years later, he too might become a formidable shinobi, willing to sacrifice his life to protect the village's tranquility, much like my father. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Rank, CH Nin, 342-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku chakra, 203, 420 kill points, 36 items. Death avoidance metal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique, Spirit Bug, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Stealth Technique, Level, Transformation Technique, Level, Substitution Technique, Level, Shadow Clone Technique, Level. In the Hokage building of Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo Shimura stood in the corridor, gazing towards the distant Hokage rock. Danzo spoke, Hiruzen, how do you intend to cultivate Watergate's child? He is the host of the Nine Tails, and will be one of our village's vital forces in the future. Once he matures a bit more, let him join my roots. I will devote the resources of the roots to nurture him and personally instruct him, ensuring that the memory of the late Minato Namikaze is honored. Hiruzen, do not entertain any thoughts about that child. Allow him to grow up peacefully, like an ordinary person in the village. I will order the Umbu directly under the Hokage to protect him at all times. Hiruzen replied coldly, casting a sharp glance at Danzo, resolutely forbidding him from plotting against the child. Without proper sculpting, a jade stone cannot become a gem. That child must receive strict guidance, so he will not be bullied in the future. I will care for him as Minato did. As for you, Danzo, and your roots, do not meddle in his affairs. Upon witnessing Hiruzen's icy demeanor, Danzo understood that if it came to the child's matter, he would not hesitate to act against the roots. He begrudgingly shifted the topic. As for Uchiha Shursui, Hiruzen, as the current Hokage of Konoha, you should take heed. After completing his last mission, he hurried back to the village before immediately seeking out his cousin, Uchiha Shiroshui, in the Land of Sound. None of the Uchiha are admirable, yet their ninja talents are astonishing. In a few more years, Uchiha Shursui may very well become the next Minato Namikaze. The bonds between ninjas are indeed a blessing. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Shimura Danzo, his expression remaining placid, seemingly indifferent as he turned to return to the Hokage's office. Observing this, Danzo chose not to elaborate further and directly made his way back to the root base. After attending to some village affairs, Hiruzen hesitated momentarily before retrieving a ninja career profile of Uchiha Shursui from his drawer. His gaze lingered on the father's name, Uchiha Kagami, revealing a hint of nostalgia and uncertainty. Lord Hokage, Asuma has returned, an Umbu ninja hurriedly reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Hiruzen's face. Had that young man completed his mission so swiftly? He tucked away the document and prepared to see Asuma. However, when informed that Asuma had returned alone, a look of perplexity crossed Hiruzen's features. Asuma had been part of the Umbu team led by Yamashiro Aoi. How could he have returned by himself? Was something amiss? Asuma burst into the Hokage's office, urgently recounting the circumstances his team had encountered, and immediately requested his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to dispatch a powerful rescue team for their leader. Yet, after calculating the time, Hiruzen ultimately dismissed the notion of sending reinforcements. Shaking his head, he addressed Asuma. Kumo must have been prepared. If we send strong reinforcements from the village now, it may be too late. However, if Shursui can arrive in time, there may still be a chance for Aoi and the others. Chapter 056. The just Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finally, they had returned to the village. Lin Yuan and team leader Yamashiro Aoi, among others, could not suppress their smiles. He donned a yellow duck mask, while Aoi wore a fierce tiger mask. Uchiha Hakusui sported a white wolf mask, and Uchiha Shursui wielded only a short sword, exuding an air of supremacy among the four. In truth, he indeed was the strongest. After concluding their transaction, Shursui had fulfilled his promise and took upon himself the task of rescuing Hakusui. Aoi, seemingly unperturbed, expressed joy at Hakusui's survival. Regrettably, the Two Tails had unleashed a massive tailed beast bomb, momentarily hindering Shursui's advance before fleeing. Despite being severely wounded by Shursui's wrath, it was not yet incapacitated. The colossal Two Tails desperately evaded capture, leaping 2 to 3 stories high with a continuous source of chakra for protection. Shursui found it challenging to intercept. Witnessing the rapid retreat of the Two Tails, Shursui silently approached the crater created by the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, only to unexpectedly discover a spatial fluctuation. Having not witnessed the remnants of the sealed coffin, they swiftly tracked their way forward, unexpectedly discovering Lin Yuan's secret technique of flying thunder god. The group proceeded to complete the village entry formalities. Those 3 familiar elite nin from the Uchiha clan, after serving their confinement, returned once more to their posts. Upon seeing the group, particularly Uchiha Shursui, their demeanor immediately transformed into one of exaggerated deference, addressing him as Brother Shursui, as if they had encountered an unparalleled beauty. Uchiha Hakusui could hardly bear to watch, instinctively turning his face away. Had he not wished to remove his mask, he would have certainly admonished the trio to exhibit greater restraint. Lin Yuan observed this scene with keen interest, sensing that these 3 elite nin had profoundly grasped the brutal dynamics of the shinobi world, where the weak are devoured by the strong. They must carry themselves with arrogance when confronting expendable ninjas, yet bow in humility before formidable adversaries in order to ensure their own protection. After parting ways with Uchiha Shursui, Jonin Yamashiro Kaichi escorted Lin Yuan and Hakusui to the headquarters of the Umbu at the Hokage building for mission handover. Soon after, the trio was summoned by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having inquired about the situation, was soon joined by Asuma Sarutobi, who, upon seeing the group unharmed, could not contain his genuine joy at their reunion. Observing this exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with profound meaning. Once the discussions concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Yamashiro Kaichi. I have a general understanding of this mission's circumstances. Kaichi, your lack of competence and reckless ambition have put the village's elite ninjas in peril. Had it not been for Shursui's timely support, the entire Umbu team could have faced annihilation. Do you accept the consequences? Lord Hokage, Kaichi replied, quickly kneeling on one knee before Sarutobi Hiruzen. This mission encountered a crisis, and as the leader, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Please, punish me. Lin Yuan, Asuma Sarutobi, and Uchiha Hakusui were taken aback by this display. Asuma promptly interjected to his father. This mission dismantled the Hidden Cloud stronghold and defeated the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Leader Kaichi bears no blame. In fact, he has rendered great service to our Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Asuma in silence, causing the room's atmosphere to drop significantly. Despite the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation as Konoha's strongest Hokage was largely inflated, he was indeed a formidable figure. Even at over 55 years of age, past his prime, he remained a force to be reckoned with. It was said that he had displayed talents far surpassing those of the second Hokage in his youth. Mastering the 5 elemental nature transformations of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, as well as all ninjutsu of Konoha. He himself was a shinobi with complete mastery over the 7 chakra attributes of wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Lin Yuan speculated that should he further master yin and yang transformations, he could very well acquire the legendary bloodline limits of the 6 paths, which would indeed be formidable. In the manga, Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to forsake his potential to transition into advanced bloodline limits, such as lava release, magnet release, or even dust release, which amalgamates 3 chakra nature transformations. While the shift may appear facile, reverting back is considerably arduous. With unwavering determination, Sarutobi Hiruzen aspired to integrate the 7 chakra nature transformations to achieve the ultimate bloodline mastery. This ambition culminated in a significant incident when, in his 40s, Sarutobi Hiruzen and 5 other members of the second Hokage's guard confronted the formidable duo of Kin and Jin during a battle. The subsequent fall of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, alongside Hiruzen and 3 others, who fled in terror without daring to look back, remains a profound enigma within the ninja world. Lin Yuan quietly scoffed at the situation, recognizing that at their peak ages, Sarutobi and his companions possessed near Kage-level strength, engaging in a seemingly unfair fight of 7 against 2, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. It is no wonder that Tobarama's demise is often deemed a narrative contrivance. Hokage-sama, the fault lies entirely with me, and my 3 companions bear no blame. Please, impose your punishment, spoke Yamashiro Haichi earnestly. Under the overwhelming pressure of Hiruzen's formidable presence, Asuma Sarutobi trembled slightly and knelt on one knee. Meanwhile, Hiruzen silently turned, grasped a pipe, and took a puff, his gaze dismissively directed away from Asuma toward Haichi. Haichi, after consulting with the others, we have decided to disband your Umbu squad and reassign you to the interrogation department. This new appointment is both a burden and a privilege. You must perform admirably and not disappoint the village's expectations. As for Asuma and the others, the village has other plans for them, which you need not concern yourself with. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama, Haichi replied, not refusing this new role that was perfectly aligned with his expertise. The Yamashiro clan's secret techniques were exceedingly effective for interrogation. In contrast, they were less adept in combat. While not easily overwhelmed, they struggled against particularly formidable foes. For instance, the recent host of the Two Tails had easily disregarded their mental techniques, nearly leading to his downfall with a single strike. Rewards are given for merit and punishment for transgressions. Since Haichi has accepted his penalty, let us discuss you 3. Your performance this time was commendable, and the village will bestow upon you a valuable jutsu as a reward. Additionally, I shall grant you a holiday. Observing the anxious expressions of the 3, Hiruzen shifted his tone to one of gentleness. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The trio sighed with relief. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan was soon greeted by an Umbu member wearing an animal mask who knocked at his door. After accepting the scroll containing the precious jutsu from the Umbu, the figure vanished into thin air. Upon unrolling the scroll, Lin Yuan discovered that it contained the highly coveted technique of super strength. In the realm of ninjutsu, it was seemingly impossible for one in the Chunin phase to acquire forbidden techniques. However, upon unlocking the reward pool and attaining Jonin-level combat prowess, I unexpectedly found myself in possession of such abilities in no time. This perplexing turn of events truly warrants reflection. After a single evening's endeavor, Lin Yuan effortlessly grasped the fundamentals of the mighty strength ninjutsu. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15 level. Chunin, 345-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku chakra, 3, 450. 345, kill points. 36, items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god technique. Summoning technique. Spirit insect. Mighty strength. Shadow dance leaf. Leaf great whirlwind. Stealth technique. Level. Transformation technique. Level. Body replacement technique. Level. Shadow clone technique. Level. Chapter 57. A set of houses within the 4 rings. As the days passed, the inevitable occurred. Unable to contain their impatience, the Hidden Cloud Village declared war on Konoha with the year's end approaching. Faced with this imminent threat, Konoha was compelled to dispatch its ninjas to confront the adversary. A palpable atmosphere of tension enveloped the streets. To bolster the spirits of the villagers, the feats of Orochimaru against the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, and Uchiha Shursui against the Two-Tails Jinchuriki were made public. It seemed that despite the tumultuous events following the Nine-Tails assault on the village and the fall of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Konoha remained a formidable force. Yet, the aggressive advance of the Hidden Cloud and the stirring activities from the Hidden Stone hinted at a brewing storm. Under the pressure of a two-front conflict, the atmosphere among Konoha's higher-ups was notably tense. Although the Hidden Stone had not yet formally declared war, they had sent multiple requests demanding the return of the hostage, Sho. They were willing to offer formidable ninjutsu, or even substantial riches in exchange. It was clear that Inoki harbored suspicions and was not easily deceived. Konoha's attempts to conceal the truth regarding Sho's fate could not last much longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his colleagues were unwilling to take risks, resolving to deny the truth for as long as possible. After all, if the Hidden Stone were to learn of Sho's demise, Inoki might very well lead his ninjas into a decisive confrontation with Konoha. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan took solace in his residence outside the Five Rings, content to recuperate. The village had no pressing need to assign him a new post, and he was in no rush to return to duty. With the dawn of a new year approaching, he eagerly anticipated the new rewards that the reward pool might unveil. His interest in ninjutsu had waned, and he yearned for formidable bloodline limits or even the organs associated with such abilities. The reward pool, a miraculous creation, would pose no risk of bloodline conflicts. Any acquired abilities could be utilized seamlessly, often with exceptional proficiency. Uchiha Shursui once again sought out Lin Yuan, holding a finely crafted box in his hands. His expression tinged with a hint of regret as he spoke. The clan had been quite busy in recent days. I am soon to embark on another mission, which has regrettably delayed my promise to you. Herein lies the 1,000,000 taels of silver notes for the property deed within the fifth ring, as well as the deed for a residence located closer to the Ichiraku ramen shop within the fourth ring. Additionally, I present a rather commonplace technique of shuriken throwing from our clan. I hope you find these offerings satisfactory, Lin. Your generosity commands my admiration, remarked Lin Yuan with a hint of awe. The maximum cash value for property within the fifth ring is indeed capped at 1,000,000 taels, and the price offered by Uchiha Shursui is undoubtedly the highest in the market. The deed for the property within the fourth ring was a token of gratitude from Uchiha Shursui for rescuing his cousin, with the aim of positioning Lin Yuan closer to the Ichiraku ramen shop, which Shursui promptly facilitated. As for the final shuriken throwing technique, it is an additional gift from Uchiha Shursui as a gesture of appreciation. While such skills are commonplace within the Uchiha clan, they are considered rare and exquisite in the outside world. Observing Lin Yuan's satisfaction, Uchiha Shursui chuckled, expressing his hope that once the conflict between the Cloud and Leaf villages concludes, the shinobi world will usher in a prolonged era of peace. He yearned to share a drink with a ninja like Lin, who cherishes peace. He envisioned a day when the order of the shinobi world would no longer rely on violence for sustenance, even as each fought for their own sense of justice, bound to their respective stances. To me, ninjas are the unsung heroes upholding peace amidst darkness. No matter how exceptional, one should not find joy in conflict. Indeed, peace is the aspiration of all. If there were more ninjas like Shursui, the realization of peace in the shinobi world would pose little challenge. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, aware that the world of ninjas is one of survival of the fittest, rife with slaughter, where feudal lords dominate the common folk, and ninja villages exert influence over the lords. Yet, it is undeniable that many, like Uchiha Shursui, who ardently love peace, strive tirelessly to effect change, even at the cost of their lives. After an extensive conversation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Uchiha Shursui's eyes. It was time for him to head to the battlefield to fulfill his duties. As a ninja, he could never betray his village or the Uchiha clan. He must fight for his village and his clan, ensuring that no one threatens this hard-won peace. Moreover, as the foremost warrior of the Uchiha clan, he must stand at the forefront of battle against the enemy to protect everyone. Even if one day the village were to betray him, he would still have the Uchiha clan. And should the Uchiha clan forsake him, he would be supported by his cousin, Shursui, his brother Itachi, and many other peace-loving ninjas like Lin Yuan. Together, they would safeguard peace. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Shursui, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of melancholy. He then secured the deed for the property within the fourth ring, which holds a market value of approximately 10,000,000 taels of silver, a considerable sum indeed. Only the Uchiha clan possesses substantial wealth, and Uchiha Shursui, with his formidable strength, accomplishes missions as effortlessly as one might drink water. In contrast, properties located beyond the fifth ring are considerably more affordable, with even 100,000 Rio seeming somewhat undervalued. His intention to acquire a residence within the fourth ring stems merely from the ample space it offers, complete with a spacious courtyard suitable for practicing ninjutsu. Proximity to the Ichiraku ramen shop is naturally an added convenience for dining. Lin Yuan diligently observed the shuriken throwing techniques, acknowledging the impressive prowess of the Uchiha clan in this regard. After drawing parallels, his own skill in kunai throwing saw significant enhancement. Consequently, his efficiency in employing the Flying Thunder God technique will undoubtedly improve. The gift from Uchiha Shursui evidently reflects thoughtful consideration. In the manga, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, Naruto found himself bound by Sasuke, who effortlessly executed an escape technique that Naruto had never even heard of, showcasing the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 350-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, corpse bone pulse. Chakra: 350-3500. Kill points: 36 items. Death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug, Super Strength, Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Throwing technique: Level. Stealth technique: Level. Transformation technique: Level. Substitution technique: Level. Shadow Clone technique: Level. In the Hokage building, specifically within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was taken aback upon seeing Uchiha Shursui visiting Lin Yuan with a gift. After much contemplation, he could not fathom why Shursui would bring a present to someone who, despite showing some potential, was merely a taijutsu-oriented chunin with little chance of becoming a jonin. It was not until the crystal ball displayed the scene of Lin Yuan bidding farewell to Uchiha Shursui that Sarutobi Hiruzen remained perplexed. Could it be that Shursui was intervening to resolve the grievances between Lin Yuan and the three ineffectual elite chunin of the Uchiha clan? Hadn't Kakashi mentioned that someone from the Uchiha had already attempted to mediate once? However, with Shursui taking the lead, it seemed likely that the matter would be amicably resolved. Hokage-sama, we have received intelligence from Lord Orochimaru at the front lines. The Jinchuriki of the two tails from Kumogakure, along with the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, have appeared on the battlefield and are requesting support. An Umbu intelligence ninja reported urgently. We've already dispatched Hizashi, but he is yet to arrive. We should also send Shursui on his way promptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Chapter 058. Ino's full moon in the mountains in a few days. The New Year prize pool will reset. While the Byakugan's bloodline limit is quite effective, it does not guarantee a favorable draw. Even if drawn, it pales in comparison to the Sharingan or Rinnegan. Merely acquiring the advanced ninjutsu, Rasengan, would be somewhat wasteful, considering that one could learn Rasengan by simply spending some time practicing water balloons. There is no need to expend my killing points. The next most crucial step is to ascend to the rank of Jonin. Elite Chunin, and particularly Jonin, all fall within the category of Chunin, albeit with superior combat prowess and talents. It is solely the Jonin who undergoes significant physical enhancement, a threshold I must surpass. Lin Yuan glanced at the prize pool, silently calculating and formulating a rough plan in his mind. In the world of ninjas, the law of the jungle prevails. One must stand upon the shoulders of giants to venture further. Naruto, endowed with the 9 tails, still needed to master the shadow clone technique. While I pursue the 8 gates, I must also seek out the taijutsu jonin in the village for guidance to achieve my goals. The probabilities of drawing are as follows. Byakugan bloodline limit, 0. 8 Rasengan, 39. 2 others, 6. 0 current expenditure of killing points for the lottery, 8. New Year reset. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Level: Chunin 351-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Chakra 350-103-510. Killing points: 36 items. Death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug. Incredible strength: Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Throwing technique: Level. Stealth technique: Level. Transformation technique: Level. Substitution technique: Level. Clone technique: Level. The opportunity to meet a jonin is not easily granted. However, if another jonin serves as an intermediary, it is unlikely to be dismissed outright. Following this mission, the leader of the Tiger Squad informed me of his identity, Yamamoto Kaichi, the head of the Yamamoto clan. Perhaps he could facilitate an introduction to the taijutsu jonin in the village. With a plan in mind, Lin Yuan directly proceeded to purchase gifts in preparation for visiting Kaichi. After acquiring several items from a high-end Uchiha store, he arrived at the Yamamoto clan's territory, only to be halted by a guard. This is the Yamamoto clan's territory. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Do you possess an invitation? Or are you a jonin from the village? The guard scrutinized Lin Yuan's youthful appearance and the gifts he carried before dismissively averting his gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. If you lack an invitation and are not a jonin, best leave at once. Do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Many ninjas in the village seek the Yamamoto clan's assistance. Not everyone can gain entry. I wish to speak with clan head Kaichi. I have had the privilege of knowing him. Kindly relay my message. I am Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan observed the fortified entrance to the clan's territory and hastily clarified his intent. Do you not understand the ninja language? Or will you attempt to force your way in? Both of us possess the strength of elite shunin. If you can defeat us, we shall permit your entry. Otherwise, it would be wise to depart before you incur harm. The two guards exhibited growing impatience, as standing guard on this peculiar day was already irksome. To everyone's surprise, a tenacious and shameless lower-ranking ninja attempted to slyly infiltrate the clan's territory. This infuriated the other ninjas. Yet one compassionate soul cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yuan and promptly pointed out his flaws. Today marked the full moon celebration of the young lady from the Yamamoto clan, with the clan leader hosting esteemed guests inside. The absence of an invitation indicated that one's bond with the Yamamoto clan was insufficient. This lack of camaraderie suggested that he was unworthy even to be a guest. Lin Yuan pondered whether the young lady in question was Yamamoto Ino and sighed inwardly, regretting his ill-timed arrival. He refrained from further comments, leaving the gift reluctantly amidst the disdainful gazes of two clan guards before turning to depart. To acquire the secrets of advancing to a higher-ranking body technique ninja, he would need to explore alternative avenues, as the mysteries surrounding such promotions were strictly confidential, kept hidden by all major ninja villages. To gain access to these secrets, one would either require a profound bond with a senior ninja, such as a mentor-student relationship, or possess exceptional talent that allowed them to bypass the usual barriers, achieving advancement after years of diligent training. The gift he had brought was certainly not inexpensive. The two clan guards, upon inspecting it, could not help but exclaim in admiration, recognizing it as a high-end item from the Uchiha clan's boutique, valued at several 100,000 ryo. It was surprising that these lower-ranking ninjas were so generous. Yet it was a pity they lacked potential and were filled with delusions, leaving behind a gift without even being granted entry. No wonder they remained mere lower ninjas. Suddenly, the demeanor of the guards shifted as they spotted the clan leader, Yamamoto Hachi, emerging. Without hesitation, they bowed and expressed their readiness to serve, their expressions filled with excitement. What can we do for you, clan leader? Hachi's gaze swept over the area, his brow furrowing slightly as he recalled catching a glimpse of his team member earlier. He stepped back to investigate, only to find that the individual had vanished. This mission had proven perilous. He had narrowly escaped being captured by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and, in a state of disarray, had been flung away by a powerful tail strike while pursuing the Cloud Village's team. Faced with an ambush of 9 Cloud Village nin, it was only thanks to Lin Yuan's intervention that he had managed to evade disaster. He had hoped to find a moment to express his gratitude, but was taken aback to discover that Lin Yuan had departed. Do you know him, clan leader? The guards felt an ominous premonition as they cautiously inquired, raising their faces to meet his gaze. What did he say? Hachi, betraying no discernible emotion, replied. He said nothing of significance, merely left the gift. The guards immediately protested. Clan leader, shall we summon him back? Enough, Hachi said, glancing at the gift with indifference, which allowed the guards to breathe a sigh of relief. He continued, with an air of authority, tomorrow morning, both of you shall seek him out and apologize. If he is unsatisfied, you are to leave the clan's territory. Clan leader, we are utterly loyal. It is imperative to resolve this matter thoroughly. The two guards of the clan, observing the chieftain Shanzhong Yi's serious demeanor, understood that he had seen through their attempt to keep the esteemed guest at bay. Trembling slightly, they stood outside the clan's gates, their expressions more sorrowful than tears could convey. It was clear that their chieftain was indeed acquainted with the ninja they had just encountered. Unfortunately, the ninja's unremarkable attire had led to their predicament. They could not afford to leave the clan's territory, for should they do so, their status would be no different from that of ordinary civilian ninjas. After Lin Yuan departed from the Shanzhong clan's grounds, he wandered aimlessly and unexpectedly passed by the Konoha cemetery. Those interred in this hallowed ground were typically elite ninjas, particularly those of J-nin rank and above, including renowned figures such as the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and other distinguished ninjas. To his surprise, Lin Yuan stumbled upon the grave of Uchiha Obito, momentarily taken aback. Yet he dismissed it, reasoning that it was likely only the fake corpse of Obito, fabricated by White Zetsu, that Minato and his companions had retrieved. Ahead, a short elderly man, donning sunglasses and sporting a goatee, was enjoying a rice ball before an unmarked grave, the identity of its occupant unknown. Lin Yuan shook his head, preparing to leave when the old man suddenly inquired, "Young man, what brings you here?" "I have come to pay my respects to Lord Minato," Lin Yuan replied, somewhat taken aback. "Fellow wanderers in this vast world, I am here to honor my disciple," the diminutive elder responded, taking a bite of his rice ball. "May you find solace. The Third Great Ninja War was a brutal affair, claiming countless heroes," Lin Yuan remarked, feeling a twinge of empathy for the elder mourning his disciple. After offering a few words of comfort, he turned to leave, only to notice a familiar figure approaching the cemetery. "Kakashi?" he exclaimed, slightly surprised. "Lin Yuan?" Kakashi Hatake replied, his expression reflecting mild astonishment, though he refrained from elaborating further. He held 4 bouquets of flowers, which he placed before the tombstones of Shigetsu Hatake, Minato Namikaze, Rin, and Obito, before straightening up and acknowledging Lin Yuan and the elder. Kakashi greeted Lin Yuan and, with hands clasped together, addressed the elder, "Teacher Chun." The short elder quickly waved his hands, saying, "I am unworthy of such honor." Kakashi then introduced the elder to Lin Yuan. "Teacher Chun is a taijutsu specialist and a J-nin in our village. When my father was still alive, he took me to visit Teacher Chun, specifically to learn some fundamental taijutsu techniques, which have proven invaluable to me even to this day. Regrettably, the Third Great Ninja War was exceedingly fierce. Teacher Chin's disciple went to battle, and tragically, his disciple encountered dire circumstances. My own apprentice, lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, was captured by the enemy, who exploited his vulnerabilities. It was already somewhat late by the time I hurried over." The diminutive elder, feeling rather despondent, expressed his discontent and turned to leave, weighed down by sorrow. "What sort of ninja cannot even master ninjutsu or illusion techniques?" he lamented. "It's truly disheartening to see a white-haired individual bidding farewell to a black-haired one." "You are mistaken," Lin Yuan interjected. "As long as one possesses chakra, one can become a ninja." At that moment, he recalled the identity of this elder, the sole practitioner of the Leaf Dragon God technique among the physical J-nin in the comics. During the 4th Great Ninja War, he had been resurrected through impure world reincarnation and had managed to defeat Guy, who had not opened the 8 gates. This was quite an accomplishment, for had both possessed the 8 gates, the elder might still have had a chance to triumph over Guy. He was indeed formidable. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the elder paused, a flicker of dissatisfaction gleaming in his eyes. However, it was evident that Lin Yuan was a friend of Kakashi, and out of respect for Kakashi, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The elder leapt several meters high, swiftly departing from the cemetery with remarkable agility. In the comics, it appeared that this elder had been unable to teach the Leaf Dragon God technique to his disciple in time, which ultimately led to his disciple's demise. In contrast, Might Guy had taught Rock Lee the 8 gates during his tenure as a genin, and it was noteworthy that the former occurred during the tumultuous Third Ninja War, while the latter transpired in a time of peace in the ninja world. This comparison spoke volumes. Lin Yuan shook his head and directly invited Kakashi to join him for dinner. Kakashi initially considered refusing, but upon realizing it was Lin Yuan's first invitation, he acquiesced. Lin Yuan-kun, Kakashi-kun, greeted the cheerful proprietor of the Ichiraku ramen shop, who noticed that Lin Yuan had brought Kakashi along. Her demeanor softened significantly. "I never imagined Lin Yuan-kun was acquainted with Kakashi-kun. The next time Lin Yuan-kun visits for ramen, be sure to request extra toppings." The jovial uncle, observing his daughter's love-struck expression, couldn't help but shake his head as he prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Compared to the usual portion, this time the quantity was noticeably reduced by a fifth. However, upon noticing this, The daughter immediately added an extra piece of pork rib to each bowl, beaming as she served them to Lin Yuan and Kakashi. Typically, there would only be one piece of rib. This time, however, they received two. Truly, a commendable establishment. As Lin Yuan slurped the noodles, he felt that this visit was indeed worthwhile, relishing the luxurious treatment he had never experienced before. Meanwhile, upon noticing the intense gaze of the young woman, Kakashi felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Since the loss of Rin and Obito, he had lost much of his fervor, often perusing Jiraiya's Makeout Paradise, which provided him with a modicum of insight into the affections of young girls. Yet he was only 15 years old. After finishing the ramen, Lin Yuan inquired about the secrets to advancing to J-Nin. Upon hearing this question, Kakashi's expression turned serious, as if he were delving into memories. To advance to J-Nin, one must successfully execute chakra nature transformation. Different elemental chakras possess distinct properties. The physical type ninja is ill-suited for the path of chakra attribute transformation. For a physical type ninja aspiring to ascend to the rank of Jonin, amiability is essential. Beyond that, my understanding remains somewhat limited. Kakashi's expression bore a hint of regret. If this were a matter concerning the ninja clans, it would undoubtedly be regarded as confidential. However, as he found himself in solitude and having come to consider Lin Yuan as somewhat of a friend, he saw no necessity to conceal such matters. Yet, he was genuinely uncertain. After all, he too had progressed to Jonin through the transformation of lightning chakra and was not well versed in physical techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi jotted down the address of the short elder, Teacher Chun, suggesting that Lin Yuan could visit him in his name. As for the outcome of such a visit, that remained uncertain. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude to Kakashi. Holding the address, he realized that he had come full circle, but this time, his objective was far clearer. The number of physical-type Jonin in the entirety of Konoha was indeed limited. The most renowned among them were undoubtedly the Hyuga clan. Yet their strict family regulations and considerable exclusion of outsiders were well known, as they stood alongside the Uchiha clan in reputation. In the manga, they were referred to as caged birds. Lin Yuan initially intended to regard them as a final destination. Other than the Hyuga, Konoha harbored very few physical-type Jonin, perhaps not even 5 in total. With Kakashi's recommendation, it should not be difficult to meet Teacher Chun. He decided to visit the next day. As Lin Yuan walked home, he pondered Kakashi's words regarding the connection between amiability and the ascension of physical-type ninjas. He wondered what kind of chi this referred to, whether it was breath, momentum, or some other obscure force that was difficult to articulate or comprehend. Analyzing the technique of Konoha's dragon god, which could unleash a white dragon-shaped whirlwind, it was evident that it was not related to wind attributes. Ascending to Jonin appeared to be quite a formidable challenge. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Rank: Chunin 351-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bone manipulation. Chakra 351-3510. Kill points: 36 items. Death exemption metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god. Summoning technique: spirit bug, mighty strength, leaf dance, Konoha great whirlwind. Throwing technique: level. Stealth technique: level. Transformation technique: level. Body replacement technique: level. Shadow clone technique: level. As Lin Yuan contemplated, suddenly a shadow darted swiftly from the side and launched an attack. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuan's form transformed into a block of wood. Indeed, it was the body replacement technique. Having evaded the attack with this technique, Lin Yuan channeled his chakra and executed mighty strength, followed by a Konoha great whirlwind aimed at the shadow. To his surprise, the shadow opted for a direct confrontation, resulting in a tremendous crash as it was propelled backwards several meters, crashing into a wall, leaving an imprint of a human form. Lin Yuan hastily pursued. The wall was devoid of anything but a human silhouette, and the shadow had vanished at the speed of light, leaving him in silent trepidation. Was it a dark ninja, or perhaps a rude operative? Before acquiring monstrous strength, with the enhancement of the corpse bone pulse Kekkei Jinkai, the power of the Konoha Great Whirlwind could rival that of a particularly skilled taijutsu jonin. After gaining such strength, the attacks would undoubtedly reach the level of a taijutsu jonin. Yet, the opponent seemed entirely unscathed. Chapter 060. The Essence of Chi. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan prepared to depart, only to find 2 guards from the Yamashiro clan standing at the entrance, holding a box with obsequious expressions. Upon noticing Lin Yuan, they hurriedly spoke. Not long after your departure yesterday, the clan leader sought us out to inquire about the location of that ninja. It was then we realized our grave error in underestimating your status as a distinguished guest. We sincerely hope you can forgive us. We shall certainly amend our ways. Lin Yuan observed their performance for a moment, then watched as the two Yamashiro clan members reluctantly opened the box. Inside lay an order from the village's blacksmith shop. The two guards said, "This is a chakra blade we specifically ordered from the ninja tool shop in the village. It is still in the process of being forged. With this order, you can claim it once it's ready. The payment has already been made, and we hope you can forgive our offense yesterday. A chakra blade is no trivial matter. It starts at a price of 1,000,000 ryo. I couldn't bring myself to purchase one." Lin Yuan felt the vast chasm between the ninja clans and the common ninja. A weapon that a civilian ninja might never afford in a lifetime was readily purchased by these two clan disciples. This highlighted the brutal nature of the ninja world, where the disparity in weaponry alone was staggering, not to mention the vast differences in ninjutsu, resources, and connections. "Then let it be so," Lin Yuan replied. The two guards from the Yamashiro clan let out a sigh of relief and departed cheerfully. Lin Yuan, holding the box, continued on his way to visit the short, elderly master, Chun. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the residence of this taijutsu jonin. After knocking on the door, he patiently awaited a response. The short elder opened the door, and upon seeing Lin Yuan, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes before he invited Lin Yuan inside. Speaking slowly, "Ah, it's you. What brings you here? How did you know to come here? Did Kakashi inform you?" Hearing that Kakashi mentioned he was a taijutsu jonin, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I had some questions regarding taijutsu that I wish to consult you about." He then held up the box, saying, "This is a gift I brought for you, a chakra blade. I believe it is the finest weapon for a close combat ninja. I hope you will accept it." "A chakra blade? Do you not need it? Are you not a close combat ninja?" The diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, seemed to recognize Lin Yuan's considerable prowess in physical techniques. He immediately countered with a question, indicating no intention of accepting the gift. "One should not receive rewards without merit," Lin Yuan reminisced, explaining that he was accustomed to using kunai. He had no intention of engaging in combat with the chakra blade, as possessing a fine weapon often led to an instinctive urge to thrust with it. In contrast, he preferred to utilize the flying thunder god technique to seek advantages, assessing the situation before deciding to strike. After all, a chakra blade could not compare to true legendary weapons. It was prone to breaking and could not be relied upon. The elderly man was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor softening as he slowly inquired, "It appears you are a ninja who does not depend on the advantages of weaponry. Do you have any questions regarding physical techniques?" Although he considered himself merely an ordinary expert in physical arts, he was knowledgeable about common queries in this realm. Lin Yuan, seeing the elder's willingness to provide guidance, eagerly asked, "May I inquire how one advances to the rank of a physical arts elite?" "Mastering the nature transformations of chakra is the quickest pathway to becoming an elite," the elder replied. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, his expression shifted to one of disappointment, as he had not anticipated such a rudimentary inquiry. However, noticing Lin Yuan's incredulous expression, the elder furrowed his brow and added, "Both mastering chakra nature transformations and harnessing the energy of physical techniques can enhance one's physique to attain elite status. However, the benefits from both do not stack. The former is more accessible than the latter. Why pursue the distant when the near is available?" "I possess no chakra attributes," Lin Yuan stated. "Senior, please enlighten me on how to master this energy." Upon hearing the term energy again, he promptly asked, "You lack chakra attributes?" Teacher Chin's expression subtly shifted, and he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yuan. He rose hastily, entering and exiting his dwelling with urgency, a piece of chakra test paper now in hand, which he handed to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, somewhat exasperated, infused a trace of chakra into the paper, which, as expected, did not react at all. If it were fire attribute paper, it would have been incinerated. Wind attribute paper would have been sliced, lightning attribute paper would have crumpled, earth attribute paper would have shattered, and water attribute paper would have become damp. The lack of response confirmed the absence of any attributes. Since you are a physical arts ninja, why not acknowledge the reality that one must possess ninjutsu and genjutsu to be considered a true ninja? Have you not felt the chasm-like gap when facing ninjutsu and genjutsu users? Teacher Chin regarded Lin Yuan with a hint of anger. "Is it because I can utilize the flying thunder god technique?" Lin Yuan was taken aback, but ultimately refrained from responding. On one hand, it was a secret. On the other, if he had not awakened the reward pool, it would have been nearly impossible for him to learn such high-level ninjutsu. He might very well remain a mere cannon fodder nin, silently playing the role of a cog in the machinery along the borders. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan suddenly began to understand the complexity of the elder before him, Teacher Chun. The diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, observed Lin Yuan's innocent silence, and he gradually calmed his own emotions. After all, he recognized that Lin Yuan's physical prowess was indeed commendable, ranking quite favorably among physical-type ninjas. Reflecting on Lin Yuan's earlier question, he began to elucidate the concept of qi, which refers to the attribute-less chakra. While some ninjas possess chakra with various attributes, attribute-less chakra remains intact and unaffected. This attribute-less essence is the primordial form of energy, synonymous with qi. Teacher Chun extended his hand, gesturing towards a platter of assorted fruits. Each fruit boasts a unique flavor, yet a ninja devoid of taste can still enjoy the fruit in its purest form. The fruit itself embodies the essence of attribute-less energy, or qi. Evidently, Teacher Chun possessed considerable experience in physical techniques, as he spoke until dusk, even arranging a sumptuous, nourishing meal for Lin Yuan. With a sense of satisfaction, Teacher Chun remarked, "Qi is formless, intangible, and attribute-less, yet omnipresent. When integrated into the philosophy of physical techniques, it empowers them with a supernatural potency." With a swift kick, he summoned a towering tornado that spiraled into the air, transforming into a white dragon that danced gracefully before descending. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt an epiphany wash over him. It was as if he had glimpsed a new path. He recognized the limitations he faced in aspiring to become a physical-type jonin. It was truly remarkable how his experience had surged. Within his mind, his status was rendered into numerical data. Any enhancement he achieved would be reflected on his panel, which indicated a significant increase in his experience points, a testament to his fruitful day of training. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15. Level: Chunin, 552-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 5520-5520. Kill points: 36 items. Death exemption token X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug, Great Strength, Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Throwing technique: Level: Stealth technique. Level: Transformation technique. Level: Substitution technique. Level: Shadow Clone technique. Level: Chapter 061. Moving to a new home, you should have gained a substantial amount. However, the brutality of the ninja world is unforgiving. As long as there are those with ambition, war will endure. Even if you truly become a jonin in the future, you must remain vigilant in the face of the potential fourth Great Ninja War. As Teacher Chun entered the house, he retrieved a scroll detailing physical training and presented it to Lin Yuan, his expression a blend of hope and melancholy. "All that I have learned as a physical-type jonin is contained within this. Take it and study it diligently." Yet, the pinnacle of physical ninjutsu is likely embodied by the likes of the legendary Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha. At the end of the path of ninjutsu lies the legendary ninja god, Senju Tobarama, and the ninja demon, Uchiha Madara. Lin Yuan received this invaluable scroll on advanced body technique training. Observing the despondent expression of the short elder, Teacher Chun, he pondered for a moment before boldly proclaiming, "You are mistaken. The path of physical techniques is far from having an end. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a technique known as the 8 Gates of Duenjia, a method capable of maximizing the latent potential of the human body. When fully executed, it grants one the power to rival that of the ninja god for a brief period. Should one master this technique, the culmination of the path of physical arts would not merely be the esteemed White Fang." Are you referring to that legendary technique, which, upon use, shatters one's bones and is thus classified as a forbidden art? The short elder, Teacher Chun, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, initially reacted with agitation at the familiar phrase, "You are mistaken." However, as he listened further, his expression shifted to one of contemplation, clearly having heard of the unique 8 Gates technique before. The aftermath of its use is dire, as shattered bones are tantamount to becoming incapacitated. Additionally, it seems to have been lost to time, leading Teacher Chun to dismiss it in the past. Now, it appears that there may be more to this technique than meets the eye. The reason for the bone shattering lies solely in insufficient physical constitution. if one's physique is robust enough. It would merely be a matter of the ninja mastering the physical art, rather than the art rebounding upon the ninja. There are no techniques with severe side effects. Rather, there are only ninjas whose physical attributes are inadequate. Thus, I assert that the path of physical techniques is indeed boundless. Lin Yuan observed the elder's puzzled demeanor and directly articulated these profound thoughts. Noticing a glimmer of comprehension in Teacher Chen's eyes, he resolved to keep his achievements discreet and hurriedly prepare to return home with his bountiful gains. However, he was halted as the elder swiftly positioned himself in front of him, his expression conflicted behind his sunglasses as he inquired, "Do you possess any leads on the 8 gates of Duenjia? As you describe, this technique could indeed be the hope for the resurgence of physical arts. This is of great importance to me. If you truly have information, consider it a personal favor owed to you. However, if you lack any leads, then all this talk amounts to mere castles in the air, leaving me elated for naught." "Indeed, I possess some leads," Lin Yuan replied. "However, should you discover the 8 gates of Duenjia first, you must not withhold it from me. You must allow me to learn this technique as well, for it holds immense significance for me." Seeing the elder's evident interest in the 8 gates technique, Lin Yuan cautiously ventured this statement, secretly formulating a plan in his mind. After all, acquiring the 8 gates through his own efforts would be quite challenging. Yet, if it were the short elder, Teacher Chun, who sought out Mike Guy, it should pose no issue. After all, as he rightly stated, the 8 gates technique, when wielded by one with a sufficiently robust physique, significantly mitigates its adverse effects. Moreover, once unleashed, it can immensely augment the prowess of a taijutsu ninja. Indeed, this diminutive elder, Master Chun, epitomizes the ultimate aspiration for mastery in physical combat. He has been a catalyst for every dream. Undoubtedly, should the 8 gates be discovered, we could delve into its intricacies together. Perhaps you may traverse the path of taijutsu further than I ever could. Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention a lead, Master Chen's gaze softened considerably. Had it not been for the tragic demise of his previous disciple during the Third Shinobi World War, he might have been compelled to inquire if Lin Yuan would be willing to become his new apprentice. After all, Lin Yuan's accomplishments in taijutsu are far from trivial. The shadow that attacked Lin Yuan the previous evening was none other than himself. Following their parting at the graveyard, he recalled the adage that possessing chakra suffices to become a ninja, which evoked memories of his fallen disciple from the war, inciting a growing ire within him. Mistakenly believing Lin Yuan to be a ninjutsu-type ninja, he mocked taijutsu practitioners before launching a surprise attack. To his astonishment, he was repelled by Lin Yuan. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, he could discern Lin Yuan's formidable skills in taijutsu. "That's splendid. I have heard from other ninjas that a certain Mike Guy wielded the 8 gates during the Third Shinobi World War, vanquishing the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Originally, I intended to seek pertinent clues only after advancing to a taijutsu jonin. Lin Yuan has revealed little, leaving the rest to this diminutive elder, Master Chun. If all goes as anticipated, Master Chun should locate the young Nin, Mike Guy, and there exists a considerable probability that Guy's fervor for taijutsu will lead him to accept the latter as a disciple. In due course, he would impart the Leaf's Dragon God technique to Mike Guy and share the knowledge of the 8 gates. Mike Guy, I have heard whispers of him. He is indeed a successor of the 8 gates. Regrettably, I did not seek him out sooner." Master Chin found himself enlightened, for as a fellow taijutsu jonin, he could easily recognize the other's exceptional prowess. He had assumed that Guy's claim of being a perennial lowly ninja concealed a certain burden, not realizing how remarkably humble he truly was. In that moment, there was a mutual recognition, tinged with a sense of regret for having discovered it too late. Once his objectives were fulfilled, Lin Yuan took his leave from Master Chen's abode in the 3rd ring and headed toward the 4th ring area. Following the completion of his transaction with Uchiha Shursui, he had not rushed to relocate, accustomed to living outside the 5th ring. The transition to the 4th ring felt somewhat disconcerting. However, the necessity of having an expansive courtyard for practicing taijutsu rendered the move inevitable. On the following day, he sought a specialized moving team within the village. He observed these adept ninjas employing minor earth, wind, and water release techniques, swiftly revitalizing both the interior and exterior of the entire residence. To this end, Lin Yuan was compelled to pay a reward of 50,000 taels. Most of these professional ninjas had long since retired, yet they frequently undertook ordinary tasks that did not involve combat to sustain their livelihoods. The remuneration typically ranged from 5,000 to 50,000 taels. Weeding and minor repairs cost merely 5,000, while a comprehensive service could demand up to 50,000. Lin Yuan moved into his new abode and gazed with satisfaction upon the expansive courtyard spanning thousands of square meters below from his second-floor vantage point. Residential properties within the fourth ring are generally affordable only to elite jonin, with 10 million taels equating to the maximum reward for 10 high-level missions. Accumulating such wealth is no trivial feat, especially for solitary ninjas, as a single misstep could result in fatal consequences, even if the mission's remuneration remained unspent. Conversely, clans, being numerous and formidable, advance at a much swifter pace. Konoha has only been established for a little over 50 years, yet residents within the third ring are predominantly either elite jonin or clan members. In a display of skill, Lin Yuan launched an attack at 5 wooden figures without employing chakra. In an instant, the 5 figures were sent sprawling in opposite directions. As he continued to execute various taijutsu techniques, his understanding of chakra deepened, although not to the same extent as during his initial epiphany. Tomorrow heralds the dawn of a new year and a refreshed reward pool, leaving him curious about the ninjutsu he would acquire. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 15 level. Chunin: 6001000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra: 6006000. Killing points: 36 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique. Summoning technique: Spirit insect, great strength, shadow dance leaf. Konoha great whirlwind. Throwing technique: level. Stealth technique: level. Transformation technique: level. Substitution technique: level. Shadow clone technique: level. Chapter 62. Konoha's 52nd year continuous lottery. On January 1st of Konoha's 52nd year, Lin Yuan awoke, pondering the state of affairs on the front lines between Konoha and the Cloud Village ninjas. He eagerly opened the reward pool to participate in the lottery. Baika no Jutsu. Probability of acquisition 0. 1 Kong Fin. Probability of acquisition 49 others. Probability of acquisition 95. Current lottery cost in killing points. 1. New Year reset. The Baika no Jutsu allows one to accumulate vast amounts of chakra through daily practice, which can be unleashed in times of necessity to amplify all ninjutsu. Its inventor is Tsunade. Lin Yuan mused that, for most ninjutsu, the identity of the inventor is of little consequence. After all, countless ninjas perished during the Great Ninja War, and many techniques vanished alongside the corresponding clans. For these techniques to endure, they rely on their heirs. The most capable heirs who diligently collect and record these ninjutsu are none other than Hashirama and Tobirama. This legacy is what underpins Konoha's status as the foremost ninja village. As for Kong Fin, it seems to be a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, manifesting multiple chakra chains from the user's back when activated. It can serve as a weapon of attack or be utilized to create barriers and seal-tailed beasts. It is a ninjutsu whose power escalates with the strength of chakra, often deemed a universal technique. Lin Yuan found himself captivated by it. However, he doubted that his chakra could rival that of the Uzumaki clan, renowned in the ninja world for their seemingly inexhaustible chakra reserves. Only those of the Senju clan, known for their sage body lineage, could compare. The limitations of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit were evident. Lin Yuan immediately commenced extraction. The first 3 attempts only required a mere 7 points of slaughter, which was quite cost-effective. Yet, as he progressed, the price escalated. Killing a Nin yielded merely 10 slaughter points, which was indeed a considerable burden. Congratulations, you have drawn the Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique consumes 1,000 chakra to create an entity clone possessing 1/10 of the user's strength, lasting until the clone perishes or is dispelled. The 100 Healings Technique. Probability 0-2 the Adamantine Sealing Chains. Probability 98 others. Probability 90 current lottery consumption. 2 points. New Year reset. The Shadow Clone Technique is merely mediocre. Though once the plot commences, acquiring the Sealing Book will allow for the immediate learning of the multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto is still just 1 year old. A distant solution cannot quench an immediate thirst. The hidden effect of this technique permits the physical clone to practice ninjutsu. When dispelled, the memories return, granting proficiency in the corresponding ninjutsu. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. Lin Yuan washed his hands and continued to draw from the prize pool. His expectations were modest. He would be thoroughly satisfied with just a single high-level ninjutsu. Congratulations. You have drawn the Rain of Thousand Needles. The Rain of Thousand Needles consumes 100 chakra to create a multitude of phantom needles that rain down from the sky, each inflicting 1 point of damage. This ninjutsu seemingly made its appearance during the Nin exams in the manga, yet it did not showcase any remarkable prowess. One could argue that this technique is virtually ineffective, barely sufficient against a genin, let alone the Nin he would face. This technique would likely create not even a ripple. Such a draw was disheartening for Lin Yuan, who felt a hint of helplessness. With numerous attempts, one inevitably returns to the average probability line. It is implausible to maintain a streak of good fortune. The 100 healings technique. Probability 0 for the adamantine sealing chains. Probability 196 others. Probability 80 current lottery consumption. For points, New Year reset. He could only attempt to draw 1 or 2 more times at most. He would be content with a guaranteed adamantine sealing chain. Observing the relatively favorable odds, Lin Yuan felt confident that securing the minimum prize should not pose an issue. He decisively made another draw. Congratulations. You have drawn the adamantine sealing chains. The adamantine sealing chains consumes 10,000 chakra to create 5 chains of chakra that can materialize, remaining unbroken as long as the user's chakra exceeds that of the opponent. He had secured the minimum prize. The adamantine sealing chains are truly a technique that balances offense and defense, though the chakra consumption far exceeded his expectations. However, possessing full proficiency should allow for the unrestricted adjustment of the number of chakra-based entities created. The cost for a single chain would be approximately 2,000 points of chakra. Lin Yuan glanced at the refreshed reward pool and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to proceed. This year, there remains a whole year to accumulate slaying points for further draws, and the probability of obtaining a high-level reward should still be considerable. Even if ultimately a high-level reward is unattainable, securing a mid-tier reward should be quite certain. The healing palm technique is regarded as an excellent medical ninjutsu. Probability of obtaining the 100 heal technique, 0. 8 probability of obtaining the healing palm technique, 39. 2 probability of obtaining other rewards, 80 current slaying points consumed for the draw, 8. New Year reset. Congratulations. You have drawn the healing palm technique. The healing palm technique consumes a certain amount of chakra to accelerate the cellular division of the target, healing their injuries. The more chakra consumed, the faster the healing occurs. However, the number of times human cells can divide is ultimately limited, which may result in some aftereffects. Nevertheless, if one sustains severe injuries, such concerns become secondary. Lin Yuan believed that with this healing palm technique, he could qualify as a medical ninja. Medical ninjas are exceedingly rare in Konoha, or indeed in any ninja village. By mastering medical ninjutsu and treating more injured ninjas, he could amass achievements and potentially become a special jonin in the village. Probability of obtaining the 100 heal technique, 1. 6 probability of obtaining the Night Stalker technique, 78. For probability of obtaining other rewards, 20 current slaying points consumed for the draw, 16. New Year reset, let it be for now. He would consider further draws once he had accumulated enough slaying points. The Night Stalker technique is a boundary-related ninjutsu. While it can effectively deprive enemies of their perception within a certain range, it lacks additional utility. It is inferior to similarly ranked genjutsu and requires a substantial amount of chakra. Drawing it would likely offer limited opportunities for use, as its appearances in the manga are few and far between. Lin Yuan shook his head. Employing this ninjutsu against shadow-level opponents would be a considerable waste, and it serves little purpose against those above that rank. Its positioning is rather awkward. If the chakra consumption were lower, it could be more viable, but alas, it is quite the opposite. Detected that the number of ninjutsu exceeds 10. Would you like to automatically generate a combined ninjutsu? Combined ninjutsu consumes more chakra, but has faster execution. Such an opportunity? Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yuan readily agreed. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 6101000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 610061000. Killing points: 21 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Palm Sage Art, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Drizzle 1000 Leaves, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3-body technique. Level 3. Mighty Shadow Dance. Consumes 300 points of chakra to significantly enhance strength and speed, as well as increase the power of the Great Whirlwind of Konoha. Stealth Throwing Technique. Consumes 20 points of chakra to enter a stealth state, while allowing for the free throwing of shurikens without compromising stealth. Basic 3-body technique. Consumes 3 points of chakra to slightly accelerate the release speed of the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Feeling a significant boost in combat power, Lin Yuan resolved to apply for a position in Konoha's battlefield the following day. He gazed at the descriptions of his combined ninjutsu with a hint of joy, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Chapter 063. A trial at the medical department. A chain of solidified chakra coiled around the wooden figure, tightening gently. With a resounding crash, the wooden dummy shattered. The other end of the chain was wrapped around Lin Yuan's arm, providing substantial defense. Observing the destruction of the wooden figure, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The power was commendable, and as long as my chakra limit exceeds that of my opponents, the chakra chains formed by the diamond lock will not falter. Essentially, enemies below the rank of ninja pose no threat to me. Those upper ninjas lacking bloodline enhancements to their chakra will find themselves ensnared and unable to escape once caught by the chakra chains. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 6201000. Affiliation: Konoha. Bloodline: Shikatsumiyaku. Chakra: 42006-200. Killing points: 21 items. Death Exemption Medal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Diamond Lock. Palm Sage Art. Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Drizzle Thousand Leaves. Stealth Throwing Technique. Level 2. Basic 3-body technique. Level 3. Regrettably, testing this in the courtyard was not an option. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to spy using his telescope technique, it would lead to complications. Lin Yuan shook his head. After all, the diamond lock is a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, and it is best to remain discreet. After dispelling the diamond lock, he intended to visit Konoha's medical department. While joining the battlefield might be straightforward, securing a decent position is crucial. Jonin are responsible for leading Chunin, and Chunin are under the guidance of Jonin, making independent action nearly impossible. Thus, he planned to first apply for the role of a medical ninja and subsequently join the battlefield under that identity. The medical ninja possesses significantly greater freedom on the battlefield. In the Hidden Leaf Village's medical department, Lin Yuan harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding the whereabouts of the esteemed Tsunade. If one were to inquire as to which of the legendary Sannin holds the most renown, it would undoubtedly be Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju, she is recognized as the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world, possessing unparalleled strength and an ageless visage. It is no exaggeration to say that many ninjas harbor unrequited affections for her, with the most notable among them being Jiraiya and the fourth Raikage. Unfortunately, neither succeeded in winning her heart. At the onset of the narrative, Tsunade appeared to be in her 50s. Yet Lin Yuan calculated that she must have been around 39 years of age. He instinctively made his way towards the medical department, which had been established at Tsunade's behest. She had proposed the creation of a 4-person combat team model, augmenting the traditional 3-member team with an additional medical ninja. Regrettably, this initiative faltered due to the scarcity of qualified medical ninjas. Those capable of adeptly utilizing medical ninjutsu were exceedingly rare. The medical department boasts its own dedicated building. After conveying his purpose to the female ninjas within, they directed Lin Yuan to the office of the department head. He ascended the stairs, noting the absence of familiar faces, such as Shizune from the manga. Perhaps, as Kato Dan's niece, she had accompanied Tsunade on her travels around the world, a prospect that Lin Yuan found rather unfortunate. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the office of the medical department head. "Who are you?" Tsunade inquired, raising her gaze. Her golden locks cascaded around her, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. A unique mark, a manifestation of the Baiken no Jutsu, adorned her forehead, complementing her strikingly beautiful features, a petite nose and alluring pink lips. Her loose robe concealed her impressive figure as she regarded Lin Yuan with curiosity, while a 14-year-old Shizune stood silently beside her, discreetly appraising him. Lin Yuan's suspicions were alleviated. Tsunade had not embarked on her worldly journey after all. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded, and a new conflict seemed imminent. Even if she were to leave the Hidden Leaf Village, it would be imprudent to do so at such a volatile time. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya spent the least time in the village, while Orochimaru and Tsunade naturally remained longer. As Lin Yuan had surmised, upon hearing of Minato's predicament, Tsunade had been compelled to return from her mission. With war between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud on the horizon, her departure was even less feasible. Lady Tsunade, I have long regarded you as my idol, Lin Yuan declared, feigning a measure of excitement. I have come to apply for the position of medical ninja. It was worth noting that the medical department was founded with Tsunade at its core, and she was recognized as the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. Every aspiring ninja, eager to excel as a medical ninja, undoubtedly displays excitement upon encountering Tsunade, who has likely grown accustomed to such reactions. Pray tell, what medical ninjutsu do you possess? Tsunade inquires, her expression inscrutable as she gazes at the forms on her desk. She turns to Lin Yuan, reminding him that despite the dire shortage of personnel in the medical department, one lacking any medical ninjutsu would not qualify for entry. Medical ninjutsu encompasses various techniques, including bandaging, blood extraction with syringes, and surgical procedures. If your ultimate performance fails to impress me, you understand the consequences, she warns. I possess the palm sage technique, a treasured legacy of my family. I was unaware of my ability in it as a child, but I have since discovered my proficiency. Thus, I rushed here, hoping to contribute to the village by joining the medical department. I earnestly wish for your support, Lady Tsunade, Lin Yuan states with a serious demeanor. Although the backstory he concocted for the palm sage technique is riddled with inconsistencies, its reality cannot be denied. Mastery of this advanced ninjutsu would undoubtedly allow him to serve effectively as a medical ninja. Tsunade, please escort him to treat the injured. If his claims hold true, facilitate the processing of his medical ninja credentials. Otherwise, expel him from the department, Tsunade instructs, brushing her golden hair aside, casting a curious glance at Lin Yuan. The palm sage technique is no ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even among the medical department, few can wield it. And even upper-rank medical ninjas may not master it due to its exceptional demands on chakra control. Follow me, she commands. Shy yet intrigued, Shizun glances at Lin Yuan's handsome visage and leads him to the adjacent orthopedics ward. There, a lower-ranking female ninja awaits treatment. Having sustained a broken leg from a fall while on a mission to capture a cat, plummeting from the 5th floor of a high-end restaurant belonging to the Uchiha clan. Thankfully, her ninja constitution saved her life, as a regular person would likely have perished. However, due to the medical department's current overload, her case remains unattended. Although the corpse handling and beast rehabilitation teams are available, their expertise does not align with her needs. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts, the female ninja exclaims. Having waited far too long, the agony of her fracture, coupled with her sense of neglect, brings tears to her eyes, her expression a portrait of anguish. The nearby ninjas carrying stretchers appear anxious, yet their lack of medical ninjutsu renders them powerless to assist in this alarming situation. As Lin Yuan and Shizun arrive on the scene, Shizun professionally dons a pair of gloves and conducts a thorough examination of the female ninja. She has a comminuted fracture in both legs. The difficulty of treatment is exceedingly high and requires the intervention of a senior physician, she informs Lin Yuan. Shall I assign you a different target, Lady Shizun? Who is he? Why is he not dressed in the medical department's uniform? What does he intend to do with me? The young kunoichi, merely in her early teens, listened with trepidation as Shizun conversed with Lin Yuan. An unsettling premonition gripped her heart. It appeared that Lady Shizun intended for this handsome, yet inexperienced young ninja to treat her. Was that feasible? He had only just arrived as a physician. As Shizun introduced Lin Yuan, the kunoichi's anxiety escalated. Please, spare me. Don't come any closer, she implored, desperation creeping into her voice. Let us proceed, Lin Yuan mused. Observing the girl's terrified expression, he promptly invoked the healing technique, Healing Palm, to initiate her treatment. Gradually, within Lin Yuan's perception, the shattered fragments of her bones began to mend under the influence of his skill. Following the restoration of her bones, the rapid regeneration of flesh ensued, layer upon layer, closely resembling the state of her limbs prior to the fracture. The fear in the kunoichi's eyes transformed into astonishment as she beheld the miraculous scene. To her disbelief, her severely fractured legs were on the verge of recovery. The ninja assisting with the stretcher also gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. Such a catastrophic injury could be healed so swiftly? Who exactly was this enigmatic, handsome young ninja? His remarkable and potent healing abilities seemed to surpass even those of senior medical specialists. Shizun, too, watched in awe. Indeed, it is Healing Palm. Chapter 064. Tsunade's approval. You are Lin Yuan, correct? From this day forth, you shall serve as the third chief medical officer in the medical department, Tsunade declared. Appearing beside Lin Yuan, her gaze lingered on him, filled with appreciation for his successful application of Healing Palm. Witnessing the emergence of exceptional medical ninjas in Konoha had always been her aspiration. Each skilled medical ninja could significantly reduce the casualties among the village's shinobi. However, Lin Yuan was merely a chunin, yet he demonstrated such proficiency in Healing Palm that it genuinely surprised her. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I shall strive to fulfill my duties. Lin Yuan replied promptly. Gaining Tsunade's recognition and successfully joining the medical department was undoubtedly a significant credential. As long as Tsunade remained in her position, he, as a medical ninja endorsed by her, would not be underestimated. Yet, he quickly realized the gravity of Tsunade's decision to appoint him as the chief medical officer of the department. This seemed rather too easy. He felt compelled to feign reluctance. Lady Tsunade, I am but a chunin. Am I truly qualified for the role of chief medical officer? The kunoichi, now standing, tested her restored legs by taking a few steps. A sense of joy enveloped her as she exclaimed, I'm healed. My legs are perfectly restored. Thank you so much. Dr. Lin, would you join me for dinner tonight at Ichiraku Ramen? Your assistance in my recovery proves that my training in medical ninjutsu was not in vain. Next time, one must not be careless while undertaking a ninja mission, Lin Yuan remarked with a smile, surveying his surroundings. He chose not to respond to the last inquiry posed by the female genin. Subsequently, in the face of her disappointed gaze, he followed Tsunade and Shizun back to the chief medical officer's office. Tsunade, with her perceptive eyes, instructed Shizun to fetch a brand new chief physician's certificate and a medical cloak, which she then presented to Lin Yuan. He accepted it without hesitation. Within the confines of the chief medical officer's office, Tsunade regarded Lin Yuan as he donned the white cloak of the chief physician, nodding in approval. Although you are currently only a nin, the medical department places greater emphasis on medical prowess. As long as your medical abilities are exceptional, you will be able to save the injured nin and even nin. The only issue is that a nin's chakra is insufficient for prolonged healing. You still require time to grow. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, Lin Yuan acknowledged, well aware that chakra posed the most significant challenge to his role as a medical ninja. Tsunade possessed an abundance of chakra, enough that during her battle with pain, she could assign one slug to each injured leaf ninja, potentially over 10,000 slugs, resulting in an immense chakra expenditure. Although he was endowed with the bone bloodline limit, he was still undoubtedly inferior to the chakra enhancement provided by the Senju clan. Not to mention, Tsunade was likely at the level of a Kage, while he was still merely a nin. I look forward to your performance, Tsunade said, her serious demeanor suddenly transforming into a playful expression, as she brought her slender fingers to her lips and sent Lin Yuan a playful kiss. Shizun, standing beside her, widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene. Lady Tsunade. You actually. Lady Tsunade, I shall take my leave. Lin Yuan coughed politely, feigning a sunny disposition as he scratched his head. Utterly struck by Tsunade's youthful charm, he prepared to retreat slowly, exiting the medical department. As it was already midday, he decided to indulge in a meal at a nearby ramen shop. Observing the scorching sun, he opted not to linger on the streets and swiftly returned to his residence, choosing to conceal his accomplishments and name. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 16. Rank, nin, 610-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline. Bone bloodline limit, chakra, 4,256,100 kill points. 21 items. 1 death exemption medal ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique. Diamond lock, palm sage art, summoning technique. Spirit bug, shadow clone technique, mighty shadow dance. Great whirlwind, level 3. Rain dew thousand leaves, stealth throwing technique, level 2. Basic body technique, level 3. In the Sarutobi clan's territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, observed his student Asuma Sarutobi training, his eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. In the last mission, your strength was, astonishingly, the weakest in the team. That Uchiha clan member is one thing. You cannot even surpass an ordinary taijutsu ninja. which clearly indicates that your compassion has outstripped your abilities. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Asuma Sarutobi, bound with multiple sandbags, relentlessly strikes the wooden dummies, their sounds echoing as they sway chaotically, drenched in sweat. However, Sarutobi Hizashi remains utterly unmoved. After all, Asuma's performance during the last mission was abysmal. It would have been understandable if the entire Umbu team had perished, yet they returned victorious. Asuma, who did not partake in the battle, found himself in an awkward position. Although it was primarily Uchiha Shursui who defeated the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails from Kumogakure, it did not alleviate Hizashi's dissatisfaction with Asuma's conduct, leading him to arrange special training for him. As for the current battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure, your meager strength is better left untapped, lest it hinder the village. Upon finishing his statement, Sarutobi Hizashi instructed the clan members to keep a close watch on Asuma before turning to leave. Donning the Hokage hat, he clasped his hands behind his back and leaped several meters high, swiftly returning to the Hokage building. There, an Umbu member promptly reported to him. Hokage-sama, a chunin by the name of Lin Yuan has joined the medical department. Here is the gathered intelligence. As Sarutobi Hizashi perused the information, memories began to resurface. Lin Yuan was the taijutsu-oriented chunin who had previously clashed with the Uchiha clan. Initially, he was patrolling the borders, but later, during a period of friction with the Wagakure, he was rescued by Orochimaru. Subsequently, he experienced conflict with several Uchiha ninjas, prompting Hizashi to assign Lin Yuan to the Umbu team under Hachi. During a mission, this team unexpectedly encountered the Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, leading Hizashi to disband the Umbu team for the sake of his son Asuma's safety, neglecting the matter thereafter. As the Hokage had many responsibilities, to master sage arts is no small feat. Such techniques are not within the grasp of ordinary ninjas. It seems that this taijutsu ninja named Lin Yuan possesses remarkable talent. Sarutobi Hizashi, slightly astonished, mused, when the Third Great Ninja War erupted, I, along with other high-ranking officials, resolved to send many lower ninjas, lacking chakra attributes and possessing limited potential in ninjutsu, to the borders. Though it was somewhat cruel, it served as a form of training. In hindsight, it appears we may have overlooked some of the more gifted ninjas among them. Medical ninjutsu corresponds to the yang attribute, while chakra test papers can only detect conventional attributes. Perhaps this is where the oversight occurred. After further contemplation, Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head. The yin and yang attributes are significantly rarer than the 5 conventional elements of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. Generally, if one possesses the former, one would also have the latter. The occurrence of someone having yin and yang without the 5 conventional attributes is exceedingly rare. This is indeed the first time he has encountered such a situation. It is true that even the renowned Namikaze Minato, who mastered the rare space-time ninjutsu, possessed the 5 primary attributes of wind, lightning, fire, and yin-yang. Perhaps it is time to present him with a gift. Within this narrative lies my anticipation as the Hokage towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a ninjutsu scroll from his drawer. Chapter 065, 1 month later. This is a gift from the 3rd Hokage to congratulate you on joining the medical department. Do not disappoint the Hokage's expectations. Upon Lin Yuan's opening of the door, an Umbu ninja presented the ninjutsu scroll to him, expressing a hint of envy. To reside within the confines of the 4 rings, one must at least be a special jonin, and to earn the Hokage's esteem is indeed a cause for admiration among ninjas. Subsequently, the Umbu ninja departed with remarkable swiftness, indicative of an elite chunin's prowess. The gift from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ninjutsu scroll. Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable reluctance to unveil its contents, his expression turning somewhat blank as unpleasant thoughts surfaced. The last time he received a ninjutsu scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen, it contained merely a basic ninjutsu. However, this time it could not be a mere basic technique, as he had already mastered most of Konoha's foundational taijutsu. Promptly, he unrolled the ninjutsu scroll and discovered it contained the taijutsu Hana no Hayu, a relatively common jonin-level technique. Its advanced form is a forbidden technique known as wrench. This technique proves to be quite practical. As one ascends in rank, the quality of ninjutsu invariably improves, and most high-level ninjutsu possess commendable power. That evening, Lin Yuan studied late into the night, mastering the Hana no Hayu at an introductory level. It would not reach the full proficiency akin to techniques drawn from the reward pool. Nevertheless, With the foundation established by the fully mastered techniques from the reward pool, his speed in acquiring new ninjutsu would only accelerate. This technique, Hana no Hyu, has shown commendable performance in the manga, as Lee Rock utilized it to counter the wood-released dragon god of the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, albeit the latter did not exert his full strength. Nonetheless, this ninjutsu demonstrated notable effectiveness. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 620-1000. Faction: Konoha. Bloodline limit: Shikatsumiyaku. Chakra: 6,200. Killing points: 21 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Diamond Lock. Palm Sage Art. Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug. Hana no Hyu. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Rain Dew 1000 Books. Concealment Throwing Technique. Level 2. Basic Body Technique. Level 3. In the subsequent month, Lin Yuan frequently traversed between his residence and the medical department, often seeking guidance from Tsunade on medical ninjutsu. Occasionally, he would dispatch shadow clones to visit the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, to mutually explore and discuss experiences on the path of taijutsu. This was primarily while awaiting Teacher Chun's acquisition of the 8 gates. Privately, Teacher Chun had already met with Might Guy several times, returning with high praise for him, remarking, "I believe this child is a born taijutsu ninja. He possesses remarkable talent in the realm of physical techniques, a sentiment I wholeheartedly share." The future of Might Guy appears destined to reach at least the level of Kakashi, if not surpass him entirely. There lies a possibility that he may even eclipse the third Raikage of the Cloud Village. Lin Yuan reminisces about Might Guy's later feats depicted in the manga, which elicited his genuine admiration. Upon unlocking the final gate of the 8 Gates of Death, Might Guy elevated his physical prowess to an almost 6 Paths level, nearly delivering a fatal kick to 6 Paths Madara. What stands out even more is Might Guy's indomitable spirit. Despite the excruciating agony that accompanied the complete opening of the 8 gates, he persevered to execute all his techniques, only to transform into a charred husk at the moment he ceased fighting. The combination of these factors has earned him the title of the Emperor of Might among fans. To my surprise, you hold an even more favorable view of him. The short-statured elder, Teacher Chun, expressed astonishment upon hearing this. He had engaged in several sparring sessions with Lin Yuan recently, and was equally awestruck by Lin Yuan's prowess in physical techniques. In a purely physical confrontation, Lin Yuan could likely stand unrivaled among J-nin and below, which is nothing short of extraordinary. Typically, pure physical ninjas struggle against their ninjutsu-using counterparts of the same rank, as many ninjutsu practitioners also refine their physical skills. Conversely, pure physical ninjas, lacking chakra attributes, are inherently unable to learn elemental ninjutsu. This disparity is particularly pronounced in the early to mid stages of their development, making it exceedingly challenging for them to defeat ninjutsu users of equivalent rank. It is often the case that they suffer defeat in 9 out of 10 matches, with success only achievable through ambush tactics, a strategy that Shigetsu Hatake excels in. However, it is crucial to note that Shigetsu is technically a ninja skilled in both ninjutsu and physical techniques, rather than a true pure physical ninja. He possesses the lightning chakra attribute, which significantly aids in unlocking human potential, stimulating muscle and tissue growth. Over time, this naturally enhances one's physical abilities. Pure physical ninjas must fully master their chakra and advance to the J-nin rank for their physical form to be reinforced and regain their competitive edge. Upon mentioning Shigetsu, the elder's expression shifted to one of envy. Ninjas endowed with chakra attributes not only exhibit superior prowess in ninjutsu, but can also outperform those without such attributes in physical techniques. This stark contrast underscores a fundamental disparity in talent. Yet, in comparison to Shigetsu, your achievements as a true non-chakra attribute ninja are all the more impressive. Your strength surpasses that of Shigetsu during his contemporaneous period, leaving one to wonder how you have attained such a level. The elder, Teacher Chun, offered his unreserved praise. Although he, too, is a physical ninja devoid of chakra attributes, and has successfully mastered chakra to advance to J-nin, developing the formidable technique known as the Konoha Dragon God. He knows he cannot be compared to Shigetsu. Yet, within Lin Yuan, he perceives potential that may surpass even Shigetsu's prowess at the Ch-nin level, which is simply astonishing. I merely possess a close combat bloodline limit and a prize pool. Nothing more. Lin Yuan felt a sense of embarrassment and could only silently respond within his heart. Typically, upon attaining the rank of Jonin, the disparity between physical and ninjutsu-type ninjas diminishes. Once their physique receives Jonin-level enhancement, they can withstand not only physical assaults, but also ninjutsu attacks. In any case, ordinary attacks no longer pose a threat. Coupled with significantly improved reflexes and speed, evading ninjutsu and launching counterattacks becomes feasible. Consequently, physical-type ninjas naturally experience a strengthening. However, as ninjutsu-type ninjas ascend to the rank of Kage, confronting a physical-type Jonin becomes as effortless as slaying a chicken. As twilight approached, Lin Yuan's shadow clone dissipated with a definitive sound. The short old man, Teacher Chun, observed this scene and shook his head, removing his sunglasses to wipe them. He muttered to himself. After the shadow clone technique is dispelled, the memories and sensations of the clone are transmitted back to the original body, which can enhance training experiences. However, ninjas lacking sufficient willpower may suffer irreversible damage from the overwhelming impact of the clone's memories and sensations after repeated usage. This is one of the reasons so few ninjas engage in such practices. The audacity to hone one's will through this method is indeed perilous. Teacher Chun was deeply impressed, sensing Lin Yuan's unwavering determination in training his physical techniques. In that moment, his fondness for Lin Yuan noticeably increased. In the office of the third medical director of the medical department, Lin Yuan received the memories relayed from his shadow clone. It seemed that Teacher Chun had yet to obtain the 8 gates technique from Might Guy. However, there was no need for haste, as such matters were subject to fortune. If all else failed, he would have to devise a method from the Book of Seals. Lin Yuan stood up, tidied his belongings, and prepared to return to his residence. The medical department was never short of patients, and the daily workload significantly drained his chakra. The benefit, however, was that this daily grind gradually enhanced his chakra control. Concurrently, his merits within the medical department soared, which would greatly improve his standing with Tsunade. In every regard, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 066. Frontline Intelligence. Just as Lin Yuan departed the medical department, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Yamashiro Kaichi, the team leader. Although he had only executed one mission after joining Yamashiro Kaichi's Zanbu team before it disbanded, a strong camaraderie had formed among the group, especially after facing the ferocious Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, which nearly led to their collective demise. They had indeed shared trials and tribulations. However, during a subsequent visit to the Yamashiro clan, he faced an interception by the clan's guards. Though the two guards, under Yamashiro Kaichi's orders, came the following morning to apologize and gifted him a chakra blade, which he subsequently passed on to the short old man. Teacher Chun, Lin Yuan keenly felt the stark disparity in status between expendable ninjas and those of bloodline clans within the village. Following his successful integration into the medical department and being rather occupied, he had not revisited the Yamashiro clan since. As two individuals engaged in conversation, they made their way to a ramen shop named Lala. The interrogation department had been particularly busy of late, and it had taken a month for them to find some respite. Lin Yuan, what was the purpose of your visit to the clan? Asked Yamashiro Hai, his demeanor notably jovial. Due to the ongoing conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure, the department had been inundated with the task of extracting intelligence from captured enemies, a process that allowed for no delays. Once things settled down, Yamashiro Hai learned of Lin Yuan's recent induction into the medical department. Surprised yet intrigued, he made a point to meet with Lin Yuan. Hi senpai, during my last impromptu visit, I intended to inquire about joining the medical department. When the timing proved unfavorable, I mustered the courage to come directly to the medical department, and fortunately, I succeeded in my application. I am now a medical ninja, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. There was no intent to conceal anything. It was merely that the matter regarding his promotion to Jonin had been resolved, leaving only some minor details to attend to. The priority now was to publicize his identity as a medical ninja, so that should anyone suffer a severe injury, they could reach out to him promptly for treatment. To become a medical ninja is indeed a remarkable achievement, requiring not only innate talent, but also exceptional chakra control, Yamashiro Hai praised. In recent years, several members of the Yamashiro clan had been sent to study within the medical department, but unfortunately, due to the nature of medical ninjutsu, which involves dealing with the deceased and the wounded, coupled with the somber work environment, none had succeeded in becoming medical ninjas. According to his friend, Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan, this could be attributed to the fact that most direct descendants of the Yamashiro clan possessed the In attribute. After all, Only the most extraordinary talents could wield both yin and yang. Typically, individuals were either solely yin or yang, and the direct descendants of the Yamashiro clan tended to exhibit predominantly yin attributes, thus lacking the yang necessary for medical practice. Here are your pork rib ramen bowls. Please enjoy. I am quickly presented the 2 bowls of ramen. The bowl in front of Lin Yuan was unpretentious, overflowing with an abundance of toppings, resembling a small hill. In contrast, Yamashiro Hai's bowl was rather conventional. The unfairness of the situation left Hai momentarily perplexed. Once he confirmed that he was not hallucinating, he regarded Ayam with a look of bewilderment. Without offering any explanations, Ayam swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was immensely satisfied with the generous portion of pork rib ramen before him, contemplating whether he should seize the opportunity to lure Kakashi over next time. However, Kakashi was no fool. Upon realizing Lin Yuan's acquaintance with Ayam, he would undoubtedly be on guard. Lin Yuan, are you aware of the situation at the front lines? Yamashiro Hai awkwardly shifted the topic. This piqued Lin Yuan's interest, as Konoha and Kumogakure had been clashing on the battlefield for a month now. The number of ninjas each side has deployed exceeds several hundred, which is no small scale. However, aside from a few clan leaders and high-ranking officials, the ordinary villagers are unaware of which side holds the advantage. On the side of the hidden cloud, there is the 4th Raikage A, 8 Jinchuriki including Killer B, and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito Ni. Conversely, the Leaf Village is rumored to have Orochimaru, Uchiha Shursui, and Hyuga Hizashi. It can be said that both sides are evenly matched. This is primarily due to the aging of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Kinzuya, and Tintin-ko, who are reluctant to engage in battle. Otherwise, the Leaf would likely possess a crushing advantage in high-end combat power. Of course, in the aftermath of a war, the greater number of mid to low-tier combatants also plays a significant role. The front lines should pose no significant problems. Be it Lord Orochimaru, the Jonin Shursui, or the head of the Hyuga clan, all are among the most formidable warriors in the ninja world. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan remarked that by calculating the days, it is still far from Uchiha Shursui's leap off the cliff, yet the defection of Orochimaru from the Leaf is drawing nearer. Regardless of whether it's Shursui's leap in a few years or Orochimaru's subsequent defection, both events affirm that the conflict between the Leaf and the Cloud should ultimately culminate in victory for the Leaf. This is hardly surprising. As long as the main storyline has not commenced, the Leaf is unlikely to face true calamity. Once the plot begins, the Leaf will be repeatedly struck by foes within a mere few years, which is no simple matter. This battle is crucial for both Lord Orochimaru and Shursui, as not only must they win, but they must do so resoundingly, for this conflict may well determine the candidate for the 5th Hokage of the Leaf. Yamashiro Kaiyai spoke enigmatically. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's astonished gaze, he contentedly began to eat his ramen. Although the serving was particularly small, he managed to gain a victory with the information advantage of the Yamashiro clan. Returning to his residence, Lin Yuan glanced at the night sky. Contemplating the intelligence revealed by Yamashiro Kaiyai, his heart beginning to understand. If this battle indeed relates to the selection of the 5th Hokage, then many events within the manga can be elucidated. Why Orochimaru, after the exposure of his human experimentation, had to defect from the Leaf, subsequently harboring a grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why Uchiha Shursui, despite being a member of the Uchiha clan, had his heart aligned with the higher-ups of the Leaf. It is likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised the position of the 5th Hokage to Uchiha Shursui. Considering the dramatic scene where the 4 high-ranking officials of the Leaf convened specifically to hear Shursui's report regarding the Uchiha clan's impending coup, why could they trust Uchiha Shursui, and simultaneously, why did Shursui place such trust in them? If Sarutobi Hiruzen privately said, "I hope you, Shursui, will assume the role of the 5th Hokage," then everything would make sense. Uchiha Shursui would naturally assume this was the genuine intention from the 4 high-ranking officials, when in reality, it was merely a ruse. His anger neared its peak. The final step was the most crucial. It was time to enlist under Tsunade and join the battlefield. Lin Yuan silently contemplated, regardless of the path ahead. The stringent criteria for becoming a Jonin revolve around the enhancement of one's physical form to an advanced level through the manipulation of chakra. Ninja specializing in ninjutsu can significantly bolster their physical capabilities upon mastering the elemental transformations of chakra. Likewise, Those adept in taijutsu can achieve a similar augmentation once they thoroughly comprehend their own energy. This pivotal step is often the most challenging for chunin aspiring to ascend to jonin status. Many elite chunin find themselves ensnared at this juncture, unable to progress over time, ultimately becoming special jonin. Notable examples include Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko, and the individual known as Senju Ibiki. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 9901000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 99009900. Killing points: 21 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god technique, diamond lock. Palm sage art, summoning technique. Spirit insects, lotus bloom, shadow clone technique. Monstrous strength shadow dance. Great whirlwind, level 3. Rain dew thousand threads, stealth throwing technique, level 2. Basic 3 body technique, level 3. Chapter 067. Tsunade's plan. Tsunade noted that the decisive battle had yet to erupt on the front lines, and the time for her to engage had not yet arrived. Moreover, her hemophobia required further healing. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded her with a gentle gaze. Among his 3 former disciples, Jiraiya and Orochimaru hailed from fallen clans, while Tsunade emerged from the prestigious Senju clan, reflecting the trust bestowed upon him by the second Hokage, Tobirama. After all, Tsunade was but 2 or 3 years old when the first Hokage, Hashirama, perished, and subsequently, her path was shaped by Tobirama's guidance, who had personally appointed him as the third Hokage. This immense favor remained etched in his memory. When the decisive battle ignites, it would be too late for the medical unit to intervene. Tsunade struck the table with her fist, ardently advocating for her early entry into the fray. Recognizing that the ninja from the Cloud Village were notoriously hot-tempered, and a spontaneous eruption of conflict was not uncommon, Tsunade yearned to step onto the battlefield sooner. Yet she was persistently dissuaded by Sarutobi. In the manga, Tsunade, as a medical ninja, had executed an impressive 95 missions, nearly matching Orochimaru's 108, underscoring her active role and unwavering commitment to the development of Konoha, to which she felt a profound sense of belonging. What has been the recent performance of Shizune? Sarutobi inquired, his expression slightly perturbed by the sight of a few cracked tables beneath his Hokage hat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he shifted the conversation to Shizune's situation within the medical department. Shizune was the niece of Tsunade's former lover, Kato Dan, belonging to a clan that had inherited the rare spiritual transformation technique. Regrettably, with the death of the last clan member, Kato Dan, this unique technique had vanished from existence. Sarutobi had previously dispatched individuals to investigate Shizune's circumstances. The art of spiritual transformation has indeed been lost to time, and there is little that can be done about it. After concluding her conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade returned to the medical department with a rather displeased demeanor. Shortly after her arrival in the office, she noticed Lin Yuan approaching with a cheerful expression, seemingly with something on her mind. Leaning back in her chair, she casually brushed her golden hair and picked up some documents, her gaze curious as she inquired, "Lin Yuan, do you require my assistance?" To clarify, the medical department does not permit resignations. Recently, the workload within the department has been particularly burdensome. Given your current status as a CH-nin, I intend to have Shizune provide you with some living allowances. Should you have any personal needs, do not hesitate to express them. Not at all. I would never dream of resigning. Lady Tsunade, you are overthinking it. It brings me great joy to serve under your esteemed leadership. Sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, Lin Yuan hastily continued. A while back, a medical apprentice responsible for carrying stretchers hesitated to resign and approached you. Tsunade, your frustration was palpable as you struck the table with a gentle fist. The intensity of your gaze and the chaos wrought upon the desk instilled a fierce desire for survival in that apprentice, who promptly abandoned their resignation. Afterward, it was rumored that the cost of the damaged table would be deducted from that apprentice's salary the following month. Indeed, I cannot overlook that, Tsunade responded, her face illuminating with a radiant smile, causing the room's atmosphere to warm considerably. She stretched her limbs and pondered for a moment, feeling reassured. With her striking eyes sparkling, she turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "What brings you here? As long as it is not a troublesome matter, I can accommodate your request. Are you seeking to apply for a few days of leave? I could have Shizune arrange that for you." Lady Tsunade, a few days ago, you mentioned assembling a medical ninja task force for the battlefield. After careful consideration, I am here to earnestly express my desire to enlist. I wish to contribute to the village, Lin Yuan stated, feigning sincerity. This opportunity amidst the Konoha and Yuan hidden villages conflict would allow me to accumulate combat points while serving the village, a true win-win situation. Moreover, with you leading the team, the risks would be minimal. After all, the fourth Raikage has a hidden affection for you. Should this plan succeed, I anticipate acquiring a substantial number of combat points, elevating my status to that of an elite J-nin once the storyline progresses, and I hold great hopes of concealing my true strength at the level of a Hokage. Are you interested in joining the Medical Ninja Task Force? Unfortunately, the third Hokage has just rejected my proposal. The formation of the Medical Ninja Task Force may be postponed. However, I fully comprehend your eagerness to contribute to the village. Perhaps, in due time, new opportunities will arise, Tsunade said. Her gaze filled with regret as she looked at Lin Yuan. She too yearned to aid Konoha, yet all significant actions within the village required the Hokage's consent. The Hokage serves as the nominal supreme leader of Konoha, and aspiring to become Hokage is a dream cherished by every shinobi. It appears that the esteemed Hokage may have declined Tsunade's request out of concern for her safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a lamentable situation that Sarutobi Hiruzen had rejected Tsunade's application. After offering a sympathetic consolation to Tsunade, he resolved to devise an alternative plan upon his return. In a few years, the wars between the ninja villages will come to a close, and before that, it is imperative to accumulate a sufficient number of kill points. Prior to the official commencement of the narrative, he must ensure the ability to draw from the prize pool at least 3 times annually, which necessitates a substantial accumulation of kill points in the triple digits. If he aims to draw 4 times each year, the requirement for kill points would consequently double. These points can only be acquired through acts of slaughter, and missing out on this war would indeed be a regrettable loss. Lin Yuan, we shall gather at the village entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just as Lin Yuan was engulfed in disappointment, Tsunade's melodious voice unexpectedly rang out behind him. The suddenness of it startled him, prompting an instinctive turn to meet Tsunade's slightly inquisitive gaze. For a moment, he questioned whether he had misheard her. He then heard her inquire, "Is there something else?" "Nothing seems amiss." Lin Yuan hesitated, caught between wanting to speak and remaining silent. It felt less like an illusion. Yet he could not confirm it. He resolved to arrive punctually the next day to ascertain the situation, and he would certainly bring along the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, so that any awkwardness between them would be alleviated. After Lin Yuan departed, a faint smile graced Tsunade's lips. At that moment, she appeared merely 18 years of age. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 16. Rank, Chunin, 991-1000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 99109910. Killing points, 21 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, Adamantine sealing technique, Palm Sage technique, Summoning technique, Spirit insects, Lotus flower, Shadow clone technique, Mighty shadow dance, Great whirlwind, level 3, Rainfall thousand leaves, Stealth throwing technique, level 2. Basic body technique, level 3, Body technique training plan, gathering at the village entrance before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, potentially leaving the village for a while. There may also be dangers. The diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, wore a somewhat bewildered expression, uncertain of what Lin Yuan's body technique training plan entailed that warranted such seriousness and the precise timing of 8 o'clock. Fortunately, the sunglasses he wore concealed his eyes as he adjusted them and remarked, "I will bring my weapon and arrive punctually. You can rest assured to train without fear of enemies." Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded, and with a sudden burst, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, having dispelled his shadow clone technique on the other side. Chapter 068. The village departure incident. On the following morning, Lin Yuan rose early, and after having breakfast, he leisurely engaged in morning exercises in the courtyard. With elbows drawn in and knees lifted high, he moved like a soaring wild goose, stepping with the fluidity of a serpent. The sequence of warm-up exercises, including the Leaf's small whirlwind and the Leaf's great whirlwind, invigorated his entire being. Subsequently, he ventured towards the diminutive elder, Master Chun. Halfway there, he encountered Master Chun, adorned with sunglasses, a green headband atop his head, and clad in a yellow jacket, savoring a few steaming rice balls. Upon noticing Lin Yuan, Master Chun brandished the chakra blade Lin Yuan had previously gifted him, executing a series of intricate spins and rotations, exuding an air of confidence that seemed to say, "With me here, you need not worry." Lin Yuan was perplexed by Master Chen's peculiar demeanor, but chose to refrain from probing further. The duo proceeded with clear intent to the village entrance, where they noted the time approaching 8 o'clock, yet Tsunade was conspicuously absent. This realization settled uneasily in Lin Yuan's mind, suggesting that yesterday's events may have been mere illusions. Could it be that Tsunade had cast a genjutsu upon him? However, the notion of a genjutsu instructing a gathering at the village entrance at 8 the following morning seemed rather imaginative. At the village gates, 3 Uchiha clan ninjas were engrossed in a game of Pai Gao within a nearby building. Despite their roles as members of the security force, vigilance had waned. As the number of assaults on the village was minimal, only the infamous Ninetails attack last October had posed a significant threat. As the foremost ninja village in the realm, Konoha had enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility, with few adversaries possessing the strength to challenge them. Consequently, the security team faced a surplus of leisure time, often leading to complacency, even to the point of drawing a salary without sufficient duties. "Look over there," one of them remarked. "Isn't that the border fodder ninja from before? He bested us last time, resulting in Lord Fugaku confining us for 10 days. I later heard from Brother Haku that this border ninja has joined the Umbu and is purportedly quite formidable, so we should avoid provoking him." Yet, the speaker and his Sharingan could not swallow their pride. One among them, with a fierce expression, directed his gaze at his companions. "Last time, we were cornered in our own clubhouse. Who would have thought he would strike so brazenly, catching us off guard? Moreover, he reported our disdain for those border ninjas, leaving our clan unable to defend us. Infuriatingly, he leveraged that incident to secure a place in the Umbu. How dare these pawns think they are deserving of such an honor?" The other Uchiha ninja shared his discontent. Among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, only Shisui and Haku had entered the Umbu, while the rest remained confined to the security team due to the strained relations between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Attaining a position in the Umbu would undoubtedly enhance their prestige. However, they acknowledged that the border ninja's abilities were indeed formidable. If a conflict were to arise and they could not swiftly subdue him, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Instead, they considered targeting the middle-ranking ninja beside him, who appeared to be a low-ranking ninja at best. This brings to mind the perennial genin named Might Guy. If we approach him, the three of us can reclaim our honor while also sparing the dignity of that border's expendable ninja. An exuberant Uchiha ninja proposed this idea, and the trio immediately found common ground. After discussing a rough plan, they abandoned their game of Pai Gao and exited the room, hastily making their way towards Lin Yuan and his companion. The 3 Uchiha ninjas brushed past the two, creating a distance before swiftly turning around, excitement and cunning glinting in their eyes. They quickly formed seals and launched an assault on Teacher Chun, unleashing 3 powerful wind release, great breakthrough techniques directed primarily at him. This tactic served a dual purpose. Even if Lin Yuan attempted to rescue the short genin, he would undoubtedly be blown away. Conversely, if no intervention occurred, the genin would be singularly swept away, achieving a measure of revenge. The combined force of their wind release techniques was formidable. Although lacking the transformative nature of a ninjutsu, the power was nonetheless substantial, stirring up a tempest that kicked up sand and debris, creating a chaotic scene. The 3 Uchiha ninjas chuckled at the spectacle, but as the dust settled, their amusement turned to alarm when they discovered the absence of any figures ahead. Their pupils constricted, and they began to scan their surroundings with growing unease. An unsettling premonition gripped them. The sudden disappearance could suggest 3 possibilities: invisibility, earth transformation, or flight. They leaned towards the latter too. If it were flight, it typically indicated an exceptionally swift body flicker technique, often associated with J-Nin. But why would a J-Nin be here so early? Behind them, Teacher Chun had just lowered his hand from Lin Yuan's shoulder. The instant he sensed the impending attack, he had executed the body flicker technique alongside Lin Yuan, relocating twice until they found themselves behind the trio. Teacher Chen's expression darkened with irritation as he leaped into the air, proclaiming, "You 3 rascals, behold the true tempest, Konoha's dragon god." A colossal tornado, towering dozens of meters high, manifested, transforming into a white dragon that barreled towards the 3 Uchiha ninjas. As they turned to witness this spectacle, terror gripped their hearts. They had not anticipated the yellow-clad figure to possess such strength. With a series of resounding crashes, They were ensnared within the whirlwind and flung nearly 100 meters away. Had Teacher Chun infused the technique with the nature transformation of chakra, the Uchiha ninjas would have stood no chance of survival. With a thud, the three figures crashed to the ground, their heads spinning, exclaiming in pain, "How could that yellow jacket be so powerful? This is infuriating." That expendable border ninja even called for reinforcements. "Next time, we will steer clear of him. That yellow jacket is likely a Nin." On the other side, footsteps echoed as Tsunade and Shizune, adorned with veils and hats, approached the village entrance. After exchanging a confirming glance with Lin Yuan, Tsunade cast an inquiring look toward the diminutive elder, Master Chun. Lin Yuan promptly introduced, "Elder Chun is a formidable taijutsu jonin from our village, whom I have invited to serve as our bodyguard. His strength is unparalleled." "Very well then," Tsunade replied, slightly surprised yet choosing not to comment further. A free bodyguard was indeed a boon. Meanwhile, Master Chun harbored a plethora of questions in his mind, yet seeing Lin Yuan speak highly of him, he could only nod in agreement. Soon enough, with the village checkpoint unguarded and no Umbu ninjas to impede them, the four departed the village without hindrance, swiftly disappearing from sight. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 992-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, corpse bone pulse. Chakra: 99209920. Killing points: 21 items. Death exemption metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god. Adamantine ceiling. Palm sage technique. Summoning technique. Spirit bug. Lotus blossom. Shadow clone. Monster strength shadow dance. Great whirlwind. Level 3. Rain 2000 books. Stealth throwing technique. Level 2. Basic body technique. Level 3. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the corridor, adorned with the Hokage hat, and puffing on a pipe, gazing toward the village entrance. An Umbu ninja returned and reported, "Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade has just departed the village, accompanied by Miss Shizune, a chunin named Lin Yuan, and a taijutsu jonin known as Master Chun. This jonin's apprentice perished in the Third Great Ninja War." "Ah, it is he," Sarutobi nodded. His memory stirred as he recalled past interactions with Master Chun, who had pioneered Konoha's soul taijutsu with the character god in its title. "Hokage-sama, 3 Uchiha ninjas from the village's guards have just attacked Master Chun, yet he defeated them with a single strike," the Umbu continued. "Have Faye come to me," Sarutobi instructed, but then reconsidered. "No need, Faye will come on his own." The Hokage sighed, feeling a slight headache coming on. Chapter 069. Tsunade's aspirations after leaving Konoha. The four travelers advanced toward the land of sound. Due to the lack of suitable mounts, they could only proceed on foot. This circumstance reminded Lin Yuan of Orochimaru's summoning beasts, which possessed remarkable speed. In contrast, both Tsunade's slug and Shizune's pig were rather unsatisfactory in their pace. Moreover, the spirit bugs he could summon were rather awkward in terms of utility. The only one he could rely on, the diminutive Elder Master Chun, lacked any summoning beast altogether. It was no wonder he was accustomed to leaping several meters high, as the absence of mounts brought its own frustrations. After traversing various wild terrains, they soon arrived in the land of sound. "Let us take a brief respite in the town ahead before proceeding eastward. We should not be far from the battlefield," suggested Tsunade. After Tsunade calmly concluded her words, she happily took Shizune to the hot springs. In response, Lin Yuan and Teacher Chun could only seek nourishment at a local restaurant. Leading the team was relatively effortless for Tsunade, as she skillfully made contact with the Konoha intelligence ninjas stationed outside the village, acquiring pertinent information from the battlefield. According to the intelligence obtained, the Cloud ninjas had divided into 3 groups, each led by a top-tier ninja, intermittently harassing Konoha's encampment. It appeared that Cloud had seized the initiative. Therefore, Orochimaru, Shursui, and Hinata Hayashi were likely each leading their own squads to engage in combat against the 3 divisions of Cloud forces. In one-on-one encounters, unless there is a significant disparity in strength, a top-tier ninja can swiftly incapacitate an opponent. Yet if either side wishes to retreat, the other is unlikely to prevent it. It seemed that Cloud's combat strategy was quite prudent, Lin Yuan pondered. The 3rd Raikage would fight to the death alongside 1,000 rock ninjas. But the 4th Raikage might not adopt the same approach. Should a shadow-level ninja grow fatigued, they could escape, rest, and return to battle, which would yield an exceedingly formidable deterrent. Before the main events of the plot commenced, the Jinchuriki represented the pinnacle of combat power. and eliminating one was nearly an insurmountable task. Both the Eight Tails and Two Tails on the Cloud side proved to be formidable adversaries, while the fourth Raikage's strength was not in the least inferior to either. To have any chance of victory, Shursui would need to confront the fourth Hokage, as his Jinjutsu should effectively counter the fourth Raikage's prowess. Conversely, the Cloud forces would likely see Hinata Hayashi as a vulnerability. Lin Yuan contemplated. On the Konoha side, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, and Shursui was renowned as the god of Shunshin. However, Hinata Hayashi, as the head of the esteemed Hyuga clan, was perceived as the most easily defeated target in comparison to the other two. Lin Yuan surmised that Cloud would probably dispatch the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, to battle Shursui, while the Two Tails would be used to stall Orochimaru, ultimately sending the fourth Raikage, to confront Hinata Hayashi. In this scenario, Cloud's chances of success appeared substantial. If Cloud were to severely weaken the head of the Hyuga clan, the elders of the Hyuga clan would likely not remain idle. These powerful bloodline clans, aside from the clan leader-level ninjas, also boasted formidable Jounin-level elders who should not be underestimated. Should the Hyuga elders mobilize in full force, Cloud would find itself in considerable trouble. The short elder, Teacher Chun, expressed satisfaction as he sipped his drink and remarked to Lin Yuan that even among Jounin, disparities existed. Jounin possessing bloodline limits possessed combat capabilities far superior to those lacking such abilities. Even shadow-level ninjas would find them troublesome, let alone a multitude of them. This was the confidence of a powerful ninja clan, and the elders of the Hyuga clan were all bloodline Jounin, which indeed made it plausible that Cloud would hesitate to provoke them. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He subconsciously recalled the 3,000 Sarutobi from the manga. It was said that after years of diligent service in Konoha, the elite of the village had fallen, some had departed, others had defected. Yet, the Sarutobi clan quietly amassed 3,000 shinobi. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, they displayed their formidable prowess. Among the 5 great ninja villages, each possessed a force of approximately 10 to 20,000 shinobi. The Sarutobi clan's ability to gather 3,000 under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks volumes of the untold story behind it. With only a few days remaining until the battlefield, Lin Yuan was confident that breaking through to the J-Nin rank would significantly enhance his strength, making it effortless to confront the Ch-Nin of Kumogakure and earn ample points for slaughter. Lin Yuan felt a sense of assurance. After all, based on the subsequent developments in the manga, Konoha would undoubtedly remain secure until the plot truly commenced. The outcomes of localized battles were of little concern to him. Whether it was excessive for him, with his J-Nin strength, to face the Ch-Nin of Kumogakure was irrelevant. The ninja world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, where carnage was ubiquitous and the strong preyed upon the weak. When pain descended upon Konoha, he annihilated numerous lower-ranking shinobi in the process. Lin Yuan could only adapt to the prevailing customs. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Ch-Nin 996-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 996-9960. Kill points: 21 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Technique, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Bloom, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Rain Dew Thousand Leaves, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic Body Technique, Level 3. In the evening, the golden-haired Tsunade, adorned with a straw hat and accompanied by Shizune, made her appearance. Upon seeing that Lady Tsunade had finally resolved her matters, Lin Yuan and Teacher Chun, who had been waiting for some time, promptly prepared for departure once more. This time, they were likely to head straight into the battlefield, unaware of who they would encounter first. Tsunade, with a serious expression, inquired, "Have we packed sufficient supplies and provisions? There may be unforeseen dangers once we enter the battlefield. Lin Yuan, you and Shizune will stay close to me. I will ensure your safety at all times. As for you, Old Chun, your task is reconnaissance. I am adept at scouting. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade," replied the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, who was greatly inspired and astonished by Tsunade's identity. To fight alongside the granddaughter of the first Hokage was an extraordinary honor. As a taijutsu specialist J-Nin, he harbored no fear of danger. Every J-Nin could be said to have emerged from a sea of corpses. After all, no one was born a J-Nin. Mastery over chakra manipulation and the essence of ninjutsu could only be attained through the sacrifice of enemies' blood, much like newly forged weapons require testing to ascertain their potency. Ninjutsu cannot be mastered to a high degree immediately upon entering the practice. In that moment, the four individuals swiftly dashed eastward, their figures cloaked in the darkness of night, moving with the swiftness of phantoms. As they approached the battlefield, the diminutive elder, Master Chun, suddenly unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, surpassing the three and racing ahead into the distance, showcasing the prowess of AJ Nin in physical combat. Even Tsunade cast a sidelong glance, turning to Lin Yuan and remarking, "Lin Yuan, it seems your Master Chun possesses remarkable strength. You too should aspire to become AJ Nin in the future." However, Tsunade's subsequent words were somewhat muffled, and Lin Yuan could not fully discern them, but it appeared she hoped for his ascension to J-Nin status. Chapter 070. Arrival at the battlefield. In the heart of the battlefield, the under-30 Hinata Hisashi sat in the leader's tent of the operational camp, clad in a deep azure combat robe. Despite the night cloaking the area, he remained alert and scrutinized the map before him. He commanded the 3rd Ninja Unit of Konoha Corps, stationed at the western front, closest to the land of sound and furthest from the land of lightning. While this positioning reduced danger, it also diminished his chances of achieving significant accolades, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. It was acceptable for Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, to lead a force at the eastern front, but it was a source of embarrassment that Uchiha Shursui, a mere junior of the Uchiha clan, could command troops ahead of him. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he found this humiliating. "Lord Hyuga, the Union forces have launched another attack," reported a ninja from the camp, hastily approaching the tent. Hisashi had come to the front lines alone, relying on the border ninjas stationed at the long-standing boundary between Konoha and Union. The presence of Hisashi, a prominent figure from the Hyuga clan, was indeed a point of honor for the border ninjas. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong reigned supreme, these ninjas, having long defended the borders, naturally obeyed Hisashi's commands, especially after witnessing his prowess in previous skirmishes. Hisashi rose and stepped outside the tent, his gaze directed toward the Union ninja. Suddenly, he spotted a blue figure soaring into the sky, followed closely by a barrage of blue flames that streaked toward their position. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted, waking the slumbering ninjas within the camp, who were alerted by their comrades in time to evade the impending danger. However, the enemy had approached so closely to launch their attack, igniting a fierce anger within Hisashi. Just as he prepared to charge forward, he heard a melodious, mocking laughter from the opposing side. The blue figure turned and fled without remorse, and despite Hisashi's desire to pursue, he found himself unable to catch up. How infuriating! You think it's that easy to escape? He thought, activating his Byakugan with a swift motion. Chakra surged, and with a decisive strike aimed at the blue figure, he unleashed the 8 trigrams air palm, channeling chakra through his palm's chakra point. A powerful burst of air transformed into a cannon, striking the elusive blue figure in the distance. The figure swayed slightly, yet remained unscathed. Witnessing this embarrassing display, Hinata Hisashi's expression darkened. Had the enemy's nocturnal assault taken place on solid ground, he would have felt more confident in his ability to subdue them. However, with the adversaries attacking from the air, he found himself at a disadvantage. Returning to the tent, he wore a displeased countenance, and the ninjas in the camp dared not disturb him. It was not long before the detestable Cloud Ninjas launched yet another surprise attack, sending a barrage of blue flame projectiles toward the camp. Were it not for the diligent vigilance of the ninjas, who maintained a 12-hour rotating watch, the potential losses from such oversights would have been significant. The constant nocturnal harassment from the Cloud Ninjas had evidently taken a toll on the morale of the Leaf Camp. While his side struggled desperately, the Cloud Ninjas likely enjoyed peaceful slumber. Hisashi could only seethe inwardly, recognizing that he lacked the ability to soar like a Jinchuriki. Thus, mounting a counterattack proved to be a formidable challenge. As dawn approached, nearly 100 Cloud Chunin and several Jonin, led by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, initiated their assault on the camp. An overwhelming onslaught of arrows crackling with lightning rained down, and the continuous explosions echoed through the Leaf Camp. The Cloud Ninjas reveled in their success, exclaiming praises for the efforts of the esteemed Waimura. Thanks to Waimura's relentless night raids on Konoha, the Leaf Ninjas were surely worn out and weary. The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi, listened to their boasts, and felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison to Waimura's prowess. Long live Waimura! Waimura gazed upon the leaf camp, basking in the admiration of the cloud ninjas. To avoid detection by the leaf ninjas during the operation, she had deliberately approached stealthily, hoping to achieve a decisive victory that would drive Hayashi away and allow her to assist Killer Bee and the Raikage. Reflecting on her previous encounter with the instantaneous shinobi, Shursui sent shivers down her spine. His techniques were exceedingly deceptive, and his body flicker technique was remarkably potent. Had it not been for her protective chakra from the two tails, she might have met her demise at his hands. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding struck her as she realized the leaf camp was eerily vacant. There had to be an ambush. Waimura's heart raced as she unleashed her brilliant blue chakra, soaring into the sky, scanning the surroundings. In an instant, she was met with the battle cries of leaf ninjas erupting around her. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, leading the charge. With the enhanced vision granted by the Byakugan, he could see through the ranks of cloud ninjas, even discerning the flow of chakra within them. Armed with kunai, he rallied a contingent of border ninjas by his side. Rushing directly towards those clouds, one cannot help but scoff. After all, she is but a mere girl, lacking in experience. Had she persisted with her harassment a while longer, I might have been compelled to lead my team in retreat to avoid her onslaught. Yet, after only a few days of annoyance, she dares to launch a decisive battle against me. Very well, let her come and witness the formidable strength of the Hyuga clan, the premier ninja clan of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi leapt into the air, appearing before the Yukinin with an expression devoid of emotion, though a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a graceful gesture, he initiated the gentle fist technique, launching a palm strike mid-air at the Yukinin. The Jinchuriki of the Yuki clan, audacious enough to act so brazenly before me, cannot conceal any of her weaknesses from my gaze. The secret art of the Hyuga style, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams 2 palms, 8 trigrams 4 palms, 8 trigrams 8 palms, 8 trigrams 16 palms, 8 trigrams 32 palms, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Boom. The fierce strikes of Hyuga Hayashi collided with the Yukinin's exterior, which was enveloped in an intense blue chakra, producing a thunderous sound. Following their powerful clash, the Yukinin's figure plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater. While Hyuga Hayashi descended gracefully, without a moment's hesitation, rushing towards the pit. His right hand continuously gathered chakra, ready to strike down into the crater. The 8 trigrams empty palm. With a resounding crash, a massive tail erupted from the pit, launching itself directly at Hyuga Hayashi and sending him flying. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the Konoha ninjas were momentarily breathless. What manner of monster is this, bearing such a monstrous tail? Meanwhile, the Yuki ninjas erupted in cheers, celebrating their mighty Yukinin for overcoming Hyuga Hayashi. In the distance, Tsunade hurriedly approached with Lin Yuan and Shizune, while Teacher Chun made his appearance, adjusting his sunglasses, arriving just in time. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 9971000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 99709970. Killing points: 21 items. Death exemption token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Blockade. Palm Sage Art, Summoning Technique. Spirit Insect, Flower of the Lotus, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Rain 2000 Books, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic Body Replacement Technique, Level 3, Chapter 71. Driving away the Yukinin from within the deep pit came a mighty roar, and a blue feline creature, approximately 40 to 50 meters in length, leapt forth, enveloped in blue chakra, with its vertical pupils glowing eerily. It was the Two Tails Matatabi. In an instant, the surrounding ninjas were sent sprawling. Even Hyuga Hayashi, who had just regained his footing after being struck by a tail, wore a grave expression upon witnessing this monstrous entity. He understood that the Jinchuriki's most potent ability was the complete transformation into a tailed beast. The fully tailed beast transformation of a Jinchuriki bears no distinction from an actual tailed beast. However, the complete annihilation of a tailed beast is a feat that even the illustrious first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could not achieve. Nonetheless, one could employ sealing techniques to extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki's body, but this would necessitate first subduing the host. Such potent chakra Hinata Hayashi noticed the 4 newcomers on the battlefield. Through the scope of his Byakugan, he could perceive the total chakra amount within each of them. To his surprise, all 4 possessed chakra levels that rivaled that of an ordinary jonin, with one individual exhibiting an exceptionally vast reservoir of chakra. Hinata Hayashi was taken aback. Unable to utter a word before the two-tailed beast, Matatabi, swung its 2 thick tails engulfed in blue flames towards him. Swiftly, he leapt backwards to evade the assault. But Matatabi's massive tail crashed heavily onto the ground. "Where do you think you're running?" Matatabi's eyes flickered with fury as its nearly 50-foot-long body twisted and lunged forward, raising its claw to strike at Hinata Hayashi. Recognizing the difficulty in dodging, he decided to test the beast's might. He immediately assumed the stance for the heavenly spin, his form twirling rapidly until he transformed into a 10-meter-wide spherical whirlwind. Utilizing the Hyuga clan's secret technique, the 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, he prepared to counter the descending claw of Matatabi. With the assistance of his Byakugan, chakra surged from all his chakra points, rapidly rotating under the principle of the heavenly spin, forming a formidable defensive barrier. The blue chakra of Matatabi surged violently as it descended, crashing against the protective air current. The sound of harsh friction filled the air as both forces trembled in a stalemate. Such a powerful martial art. It was the Hyuga clan's most treasured secret technique. The 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, a powerful art mastered only by the elders of the Hyuga clan. At the moment of impact, it released a vast amount of gentle fist chakra from its chakra points, spinning like a top, boasting nearly invincible defense, reputed to repel all physical attacks. It was indeed Hinata Hayashi, the clan leader, who could contend with a tailed beast using this technique. The short elder, Master Chun, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. He removed his sunglasses and scrutinized the figure clad in a deep azure martial robe. "How inspiring! The strength of the Hyuga clan leader is remarkable," he remarked. Lin Yuan also expressed his surprise at the scene. The distinction between tailed beast level and below was undoubtedly a crucial criterion for assessing strength. Achieving tailed beast level combat prowess, though not quite at the level of a Hokage, was exceedingly close. Sunegakure's willingness to collaborate with Orochimaru during the Konoha collapse plan and directly dispatch Gaara was due to Gaara's complete tailed beast transformation as the One-Tails. Even though it was the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts, not every jonin can contend with this. The power equivalent to that of a tailed beast is remarkably formidable. "Lady Tsunade, can the Hyuga clan leader defeat that monster?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan and Teacher Chin praise Hyuga Hizashi's strength, Shizun's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to turn and inquire of Lady Tsunade, who undoubtedly stood as the strongest among the 4 present. Only Tsunade possesses the genuine stature of a Kage-level ninja, her prowess unquestionably surpassing that of Hyuga Hizashi. Even in the manga, when the 4th Raikage and Tsunade unleashed their full Kage-level strength in a fair contest, the former found himself at a disadvantage, resorting to underhanded tactics to regain some ground. The might of a tailed beast is challenging for ordinary ninjas to withstand. However, should the Hyuga clan leader intervene, defeat would not come easily. With her elongated figure poised beside them, Tsunade responded to Shizun's inquiry with utmost conviction, a testament to her insight as a top-tier warrior. The fabric of her expansive robe billowed in the wind, and the frigid gusts of the night could not obscure her radiant presence. As the 2 tails, Matatabi, successfully countered Hyuga Hizashi's hack rake and with its claws, both entities found themselves locked in a stalemate for several seconds before their gazes intensified. They beheld Matatabi enveloped in a surge of vibrant blue chakra, launching itself at Hizashi. Before Hizashi could retreat, Matatabi relentlessly swiped its claws at him, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. Despite Hizashi's persistent efforts to employ Hack-Raken for defense, the tailed beast's boundless chakra rendered a mere contest of strength futile. Inevitably, Hizashi faltered, seizing a moment to withdraw rapidly. Matatabi, unrelenting, pursued without hesitation, forcing Hizashi to retreat step by step. At that moment, Tsunade made her move, transforming into a gust of wind as she dashed toward the battlefield. The golden-haired warrior ascended against the current, dancing amid the breeze, and in an instant, she positioned herself before Matatabi, locking eyes with its lantern-sized orbs. Their gaze met for a mere fraction of a second, and before the hint of astonishment could register in Matatabi's eyes, Tsunade coiled her fist and unleashed a thunderous blow upon the beast's head. Instantly, Matatabi's head tilted, its body swaying precariously. Tsunade swiftly produced a kunai from her elongated thigh and, with agile strides, charged at the beast. A single thrust of the kunai met with Matatabi's writhing form, its body, cloaked in blue, repelling her attack. With a disdainful huff, Tsunade concentrated her chakra into her fist, unleashing a powerful gust that once again misaligned Matatabi's head. Following this, she accurately channeled chakra to her foot, delivering a heavy stomp onto Matatabi's skull. The ground trembled violently, as if the very mountains were collapsing, fissures threatening to split the earth beneath them. Matatabi, in pain, was overtaken by fear and hastily fled into the distance. To think it is you, cursed Tsunade. Hinata Hizashi, the short elder teacher Chun, Lin Yuan, and Shizun were all momentarily stunned by this scene. Tsunade had actually driven away the 50-meter-long two-tails with her sheer strength. Is she even human? Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure and immediately charged towards the kimonin who had been discarded by the wooden figure, shouting loudly to initiate the attack. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Ch Nin, 997-1000. Faction: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 9970-9970. Killing points: 21 items. Death Exemption Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Adamant Ceiling. Palm Sage Technique, Summoning Technique. Spirit Insects, Petal Lotus, Shadow Clone, Monster Strength Shadow Dance. Rainfall 1000 Books, Invisibility Throwing Technique. Basic 3-Body Technique, Chapter 072. Rushing to the second battlefield, that was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. What a terrifying display of martial prowess. Even the rakeage pales in comparison. The figure of the wooden man had already departed. We should leave swiftly as well. Several Kumo Jonin exchanged glances. Recognizing that staying would mean certain defeat against Tsunade, they promptly commanded the Kumonin to retreat, fleeing in haste. The remaining Kumo Ch-nin also sensed the peril and, upon receiving the clear retreat order from their superior, scattered rapidly to the east. A swift silhouette soon caught up with these Kumo Ch-nin, brandishing kunai and beginning a ruthless slaughter. As the kunai flew, one after another, Kumo Ch-nin fell lifeless to the ground. Terrified, the remaining Kumo Ch-nin banded together to retaliate against the shadowy figure, but a barrage of lightning arrows swiftly targeted the figure, all of which were effortlessly evaded. As the figure approached with unrelenting speed, another wave of brutal killings ensued, with Kumo Ch-nin dropping like wheat before the scythe. This horrifying spectacle drained the remaining Kumo Ch-nin of their courage, prompting them to flee even faster. Lin Yuan felt the flow of energy around him. Even without the Byakugan, he could already perceive the chakra fluctuations of these kimonin. His recent month of training had significantly enhanced his neural reflexes, allowing him to dodge attacks and deliver powerful counterstrikes with remarkable ease. Although his reflex speed may still not rival that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the gap had narrowed considerably, and he still had room for further improvement. How audacious of you, Konoha ninja! A gruff voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. It was a Kumo Jonin. Though they were all in retreat, witnessing Lin Yuan charging towards them alone stirred a mix of fear and defiance. Having slain over 10 Cloud Village ninjas, Lin Yuan felt an unsettling urgency. Immediately, a Cloud Village Jonin emerged, launching an assault towards him. This Jonin surged with crackling lightning. Embodying the most renowned ninjutsu of the Cloud Village, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. This technique facilitated the transformation of chakra into lightning, enveloping the user's body and accelerating neural conduction, thus enhancing both speed and physical prowess, akin to donning an activated suit of armor. However, Lin Yuan remained undaunted, knowing that Tsunade and the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, were not far behind. Their arrival was merely a matter of moments. If he could merely restrain this Cloud Jonin for a brief period, assistance would surely arrive, presenting an opportunity to claim ahead without effort. Without hesitation, he charged forward, attuned to the flow of air, deftly evading the Jonin's swift advance. He then engaged in combat, wielding his kunai with precision. The metallic nature of the kunai conducted the Jonin's lightning, imparting a slight pain to Lin Yuan. Yet, the Jonin was even more astonished. This young leaf ninja could withstand electric shocks and hold his ground in a physical confrontation, matching him blow for blow. Sensing the formidable blonde Tsunade approaching, the Cloud Jonin scoffed, using the force of their clash to leap backward, intending to withdraw. Employing the technique Rain of Needles, Lin Yuan retrieved a needle-shaped shuriken from his arsenal and hurled it at the retreating jonin. Swiftly, he executed a ninjutsu that summoned a multitude of shuriken illusions that surged toward the jonin. Observing this, the jonin raised his arm to block. Bolstered by the lightning release chakra mode, his defenses formidable. The shuriken illusions failed to inflict any damage, prompting the jonin to disregard them and make his escape. At that moment, Tsunade, with remarkable speed, closed the distance, channeling her strength into a punch that struck the jonin with such force that he, along with his lightning release mode, was driven into the ground. Lady Tsunade, allow me to deliver the final blow, Lin Yuan declared, swiftly executing a precise and powerful kunai throw that struck the jonin squarely in the head, mercifully ending his life. Killing points, 10. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 16. Rank, Chunin, 997-1000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 9970-9970. Kill points, 43. Items, 1 life-saving token ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Arts. Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Bloom, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Rain 2000 Books, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3-Body Technique, Level 3. Having slain over 10 Cloud Village Chunin and a Jounin, Lin Yuan had directly acquired more than 20 kill points. However, he was still far from reaching the 3-digit mark. 2 more battles awaited him, and he knew he had to exert himself further. Lin Yuan was somewhat satisfied with his current gains. Seeing that the Cloud Ninjas had fled too far, he deemed it unwise to pursue them any longer. Instead, he remained behind to assist Hinata Hizashi and the other Chunin in cleaning up the battlefield. The ground bore the remnants of several Konoha ninja corpses, casting a somber atmosphere over the surroundings. At that moment, a fierce blue light erupted in the distance. A fully tailed beast, a wooden figure, stood atop the two tails' massive body. Its 2 sturdy blue flame tails lifted high, condensing a colossal tailed beast ball that hurtled towards them. Observing this, Hinata Hizashi swiftly activated his Byakugan and dashed 100 meters ahead. He leaped into the air, executing the 8 trigrams palm, heavenly return, deflecting the tailed beast ball to the other side. The wooden figure let out a cold snort, continuously gathering tailed beast balls to launch in their direction. Attempting to hinder the Konoha ninjas from reaching the second battlefield to the east, particularly targeting Tsunade. Hinata Hizashi, tirelessly leaping and employing the 8 trigrams palm, heavenly return, found it somewhat taxing. Fortunately, the energy expenditure for the wooden figure to unleash the tailed beast balls was even greater. After a brief stalemate, Tsunade, Lin Yuan, and Shizun seized the opportunity to utilize medical ninjutsu to patch up their comrades' wounds. Tsunade spoke, "This Cloud Jinchuriki seeks to delay us. We must immediately head to the second battlefield to the east. We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared by this Cloud Jinchuriki." Shizun, holding a syringe, replied, "I agree. We should go to the second battlefield at once and rest later." Lin Yuan, having heard Tsunade's inquiry, readily expressed his agreement with her assessment. Since the Two Tails Jinchuriki aimed to obstruct their advance, they should press on towards the eastern battlefield. Although they felt fatigued, the state of the wooden figure was even worse, granting them an advantage. To pause and rest here, only to be intermittently bombarded by the tailed beast balls, would be tantamount to waiting for death. They could not allow that to happen. The techniques of this Jinchuriki were indeed straightforward and brutal. The short, elderly teacher, Chun, donned sunglasses. As I gazed upon the distant woods, a towering cloud of dust arose from the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, reaching heights of several meters. With a tone tinged with nostalgia, we swiftly made our way towards the eastern battlefield, accompanied by the ninjas from our camp. Hyuga Hizashi, witnessing this, promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, the wooden entity, having observed the unfolding events, predicted our movements and unleashed several tailed beast bombs in succession. However, due to excessive chakra consumption, it was compelled to release its full-tailed beast transformation and hastened towards the second battlefield in the east. The night sky gradually returned to tranquility, and as moments ticked by, dawn approached. Chapter 143, Epilogue. A new journey. The Fourth Great Ninja War had come to a close, resulting in the demise of over 2/3 of the more than 3,000 reanimated elite shinobi. These former shadows of power inscribed the name of the 6th Hokage of Konoha, Hayato Lin, in their memories, astonished that such strength could manifest in the shinobi world centuries later, rivaling even the legendary sage of six paths. With wry smiles, they were sent back to the Pure Land. Among the remaining fewer than 1,000 reanimated elite shinobi, the realization that over 2,000 of their peers had perished so swiftly led to an unsettling awareness of their predicament. They were compelled to gather at a designated meeting point requested by Konoha, which included the top-tier warriors Senju Daibonten and Uchiha Shiva. Upon encountering the 6th Hokage, they requested a friendly spar, ultimately leading to their defeat and voluntary release from reanimation. The remaining elite shinobi from the Senju and Uchiha clans, witnessing the departure of their two founders, cast a complex glance at the flourishing Konoha, a place they had never entered. They broke free from the constraints of reanimation, allowing their souls to return to the Pure Land. In a fleeting moment, more than half of the remaining elite shinobi chose to return voluntarily, while the rest were escorted away. After resolving the matter of the 3,000 reanimated elites, Lin sought out Kurizetsu, who resided deep underground. Kurizetsu, attached to Kabuto, had not anticipated Lin's efficiency in dealing with the elite shinobi before seeking it out. During Lin's attempt to seal Kurizetsu, the latter utilized the power of yin-yang release to escape, revealing its peak elite strength. The surviving Kabuto, released from reanimation, received encouragement from Lin to regain his composure before following Kurizetsu to the final battlefield, where they encountered the ailing Obito. Naruto had triumphed over Uchiha Obito and sought to persuade him. However, as Obito sensed the reanimation being lifted, he forcibly broke free from its restraints. Unwilling to return to the Pure Land, realizing the dire situation, Obito resolved to make a desperate stand, unleashing a powerful burst of chakra in an attempt to escape. In that moment, neither Naruto nor Kakashi could impede him, and Obito rendezvoused with the approaching Kurizetsu. Together, they decided to bide their time for centuries, waiting to outlast Lin before plotting their grand designs. 1 year later, the moon was inexplicably destroyed. Kaguya descended successfully, while Kurizetsu stealthily accompanied Uchiha Madara in an attempt to approach her. Soon after, Lin Yuan appeared, vanquishing Kaguya and sealing Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara within a new moon using the 6 paths, planetary devastation technique. He then set Kaguya free, albeit with restrictions preventing her from drawing near to this planet. With her pure visage, Kaguya, recognizing the futility of resistance, promptly returned to her alternate world. Reminiscent of the time she had brought the Otsutsuki clan from a distant realm to Earth in pursuit of the God Tree's fruit. At the tender age of 6, Lin Yuan entered the Ninja Academy, bewildered by the sight of thousands of peers gathered in unison. The principal of the academy, the renowned quasi-Kage-level powerhouse, Kakashi Hatake, the 7th Hokage of Konoha and a distinguished contributor to the 4th Great Ninja War, stood dispassionately on the podium addressing the new generation of ninja apprentices. Thanks to the efforts of Lord Lin Yuan, the 6th Hokage and the inheritor of the rebirth bone technique from the legendary ninjas of the ninja world, our Konoha village has successfully reformed the modernized training system for ninjas. Every young ninja will undergo a mandatory 20-year educational program at the ninja school, comprising 5 years as an apprentice, 5 years as a genin, and 10 years as a chunin. Upon completion of this 20-year obligation, each ninja will have a 10% chance of directly ascending to the rank of J-nin. This is a crucial factor for the higher-ups of various ninja villages who are eager to send you to Konoha for your growth and learning. Kakashi articulated while gesturing towards the vividly colored, three-dimensional projection of the expansive Ninja Academy, which sprawls over 1 million acres with an array of modernized buildings. Depicted to a scale of 1:11,000. The new generation of ninjas gasped in awe at this spectacle, rendered incredulous, particularly those hailing from other villages. As the size of Konoha's Ninja Academy dwarfed that of their own villages, a stark reminder of the disparity in both architecture and strength. 20 years of study, huh? Lin Yuan lamented, counting on her fingers. In the Emerald Wonderland, atop the head of the colossal spirit dragon, Lin Yuan reclined comfortably, reflecting on the passage of time. He mused that Sienna should have commenced her studies by now. Should he employ the Flying Thunder God technique to visit her? Perhaps another time. Beside him sat the graceful Akimichi Yuan, her gaze filled with warmth as she looked at Lin Yuan. Years ago, she had utilized the ultimate technique of the Akimichi clan, the butterfly transformation, converting all her fat into chakra, thus successfully captivating Lin Yuan with her stunning beauty. Their grand wedding in Konoha occurred before Lin Yuan attained the title of the 6th Hokage, a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind. Congratulations on conquering the ninja world. Your reward is the duel portal to the pet realm. Lin Yuan remarked as he grasped the portal that had suddenly appeared in the Emerald Wonderland, emblazoned with an image of an electric mouse. Chapter 073, The Eight Tails. Killer Bee in the vast wilderness, a brown, mound-like mass loomed, resembling a small hill. It remained almost motionless, with dozens of tentacle-like appendages drooping down from its summit. Each segment of these appendages was adorned with hollow, eyeball-like orbs, a sight that was rather disconcerting. On the opposite side of the mound was the upper half of a creature reminiscent of a colossal bull, sporting a single horn atop its head. This hill-like mass was indeed remarkable. It is indeed one of the 9 portions of chakra that was separated from the 10 tails by the ancient sage of the 6 paths, the mighty Tsukuyami. This gives rise to the 8 tails, a creature characterized by its formidable form, with the front resembling a colossal ox and the rear an octopus. Renowned for its volatile temperament, it is currently sealed within the host of the 8 tails, Killer Bee. At this moment, Killer Bee sits atop the head of the 8 tails, his expression somewhat pained. Uchiha Shursui, it seems, is a rather troublesome adversary. No wonder the wood release user suffered a significant defeat at his hands. He completely disregards my attacks, even dismissing the tailed beast bomb. Such an enigmatic technique. It is impossible to coordinate an assault, lest we fall prey to his illusions. These illusions can take effect in the blink of an eye. Killer Bee, all you need to do is to stall him, correct? Once that scoundrel, the 4th Hokage, resolves the matter with Orochimaru, our side in the Cloud Village can secure victory in this war. The 8 tails, in a languid tone, remarked, seemingly unconcerned with Killer Bee's discomfort. After all, it was a single horn that the 3rd Hokage had severed from him, so he harbors no fondness for the 4th Hokage. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the remarkable prowess of these Hokage. The 4th Hokage is indeed a prodigy surpassing his predecessors. Simultaneously, he bears no ill will towards the Leaf Village ninja, Uchiha Shursui. To ignore all attacks is simply absurd. That being said, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. Even the 4th Hokage might not easily dispatch him. Moreover, the wood release user must contend with the Hyuga clan leader, whose name resonates throughout the ninja world. As Killer Bee slowly rose to his feet, wielding a 2-meter-long blade, his gaze shifted westward. Suddenly, he instinctively narrowed his pupils, glancing back at the approaching figure of Uchiha Shursui, who was moving with remarkable speed. Quite swift, aren't you? Uchiha Shursui remarked with a smile. After swiftly forming a series of hand seals, several clones materialized beside him, all charging towards Killer Bee. Each clone wielded a short blade, leaping to strike at the 8 tails. In an instant, the 8 tails was filled with wrath, transforming into a rapidly spinning sphere of flesh. Yet, this maneuver proved utterly ineffective against Uchiha Shursui's clones, failing to disrupt their assault. Soon, the 8 tails bore numerous superficial wounds, forcing it to leap away to the opposite side of the mountain range. Casting a glance back at Uchiha Shursui, it intended to make its escape. Uchiha Shursui, however, pursued without hesitation. This is truly excessive, Killer Bee lamented, watching the relentless Uchiha Shursui close in. Although he felt a surge of resistance, the sight of those uncanny clones wielding short blades, impervious to all attacks, ultimately dissuaded him from leaping down from the 8 tails to confront Uchiha Shursui. At the very least, as a competent ninja, he recognized the need for prudence. Possessing a certain chance of victory rendered it unnecessary to act hastily. Understanding the situation, Kurabi decided to endure a little longer. The 8 tails, Jiwai Ki, consoled him, and with the immense chakra of the tailed beasts enhancing his abilities. Jiwai Ki's speed of movement was extraordinarily swift, capable of traversing a kilometer in the blink of an eye. This remarkable agility was the reason Jiwai Ki managed to evade the pursuit of Uchiha Shursui. Simultaneously, Kurabi and Jiwai Ki had not emerged empty-handed. Through their encounters, they had discerned a singular weakness in Shursui's enigmatic clones. Their pursuit speed was notably limited. This was, in fact, a common limitation among most clones. It was unreasonable to expect them to utilize body flicker technique with the same efficacy as their original. The Jinchuriki posed quite a nuisance, particularly in one-on-one confrontations, rendering it impossible to restrain their movements. Observing the ever-increasing speed of Jiwai Ki's escape, Uchiha Shursui felt a sense of resignation. After dispelling his clone, he employed body flicker technique to swiftly pursue. One could only commend the Jinchuriki for their formidable survival and offensive capabilities. To avert casualties among the Leaf Village ninjas, a one-on-one engagement was an unavoidable choice. Otherwise, the fully transformed Eight Tails could wreak havoc within the Leaf encampment. Even if he succeeded in driving away the Eight Tails, the cost would likely be the lives of numerous Leaf ninjas. Even if he could subsequently utilize Genjutsu to eliminate a significant number of Cloud ninjas to make up for it, the trade-off would be far from worthwhile. This is intolerable. I can bear it no longer, Karabi exclaimed upon witnessing Uchiha Shursui retract his clone. He immediately leapt from GYK's back, wielding a 2-meter-long great sword, and charged towards Shursui with great haste. After executing several rapid rotations, he channeled the force into his blade and swung it down upon Shursui with tremendous vigor. Shursui, gripping a short blade, effortlessly intercepted Karabi's assault and swiftly engaged him in combat. The clash of their weapons echoed with the sound of metal striking metal. You need not resort to clones. I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Karabi bellowed as he spun again, raising his great sword to strike at Shursui once more. Concurrently, the colossal form of GYK materialized behind Shursui, its 8 powerful octopus-like tails lashing out towards him. In an instant, Shursui vanished, reappearing behind Karabi, and with a swift motion of his short blade, unleashed a massive blade of flame aimed directly at Karabi. The fiery onslaught struck Karabi, eliciting a pained cry as injuries manifested across his body. Nevertheless, under the immense chakra of the 8 tails, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Shursui, having witnessed the formidable regenerative abilities of the tailed beast Jinchuriki before, felt no disappointment upon observing this. Instead, he deftly evaded GYK's relentless attacks, seeking the opportunity for his next strike. As soon as he employed the shadow clone technique, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, would immediately opt for retreat. Thus, he refrained from using the technique for the time being. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Shizune, Lin Yuan, Teacher Chun, and Hyuga Hisashi were hastily making their way here. Upon locating the camp ninjas led by Uchiha Shursui and inquiring about his condition, they learned that Uchiha Shursui and the 8 tails Jinchuriki were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Consequently, they resolved to provide assistance to Uchiha Shursui. Lin Yuan contemplated that a direct assault on the Cloud Ninja camp would be the most prudent course of action. However, Tsunade and her companions, perhaps wary of the potential chaos that the 2 tails and 8 tails could unleash with their tailed beast bombs, decided to first aid Uchiha Shursui in vanquishing the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Lin Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Chunin 998-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 9980-9980. Killing points: 43. Items: Death Exemption Metal X1 Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Adamant and Sealing Chains, Palm Sage Arts, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insects, Blooming Lotus, Shadow Clone Technique, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Rainfall 1000 Leaves, Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Basic 3 Body Technique, Level 3. Chapter 074. Initiating the offensive there. With his Byakugan activated, Hyuga Hisashi swiftly located Uchiha Shursui and the 8 tails Killer Bee. The sheer magnitude of the tailed beast's chakra made it exceedingly conspicuous within the Byakugan's vision. Uchiha Shursui, being a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, had already attained the rank of Jonin at a tender age, and his chakra was notably potent, rendering him equally prominent in the Byakugan's field of vision. Furthermore, the extensive range of the Byakugan allowed for easy observation of several kilometers around. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, and in the distance on the plains, he beheld a large blue cat and a massive brown bull relentlessly assaulting Uchiha Shursui. Yet, Uchiha Shursui evaded their onslaught with remarkable agility. It was astonishing that this wooden figure had located the 8 tails so swiftly. Dealing with 2-tailed beasts in tandem would prove challenging. However, with Tsunade present, the situation should not be dire. Strangely, Uchiha Shursui had not deployed his most formidable technique, the Shadow Clone Technique. Otherwise, even against 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki, he should have held the advantage. At this moment, however, he appeared to be on the defensive. "Let's move," Tsunade declared, her gaze fixed on the distance, her golden hair billowing in the wind. The relentless days of travel had left her somewhat fatigued. But the pride of a ninja forbade her from displaying any signs of weariness. After casting a glance at her companions, particularly pausing for a moment on Lin Yuan, she continued, "I shall deal with that small cat. Chun, you and the Hyuga clan leader will assist Uchiha Shisui. Lin Yuan and Shizun will remain here. Do not approach the battlefield too closely to avoid being caught in the crossfire of these two-tailed beasts." Listening to Tsunade's earlier words, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of eagerness arise within him, only to be met with disappointment as he heard Tsunade instruct him and Shizun to remain here, away from the battlefield in a place of safety. At that moment, no one present could alter Tsunade's decision. Once she had issued her orders, she dashed off alongside Hinata Hizashi and the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, towards the location where Jishui was engaged in battle with the two-tailed beasts. Lin Yuan could only watch from a distance with Shizun. Hinata Hizashi took the lead, activating his Byakugan as he swiftly approached the eight tails, Jiwai Ki. Channeling chakra and concentrating it in his palms, he executed a series of masterful strikes against the formidable beast. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2nd palm, 4th palm, 8th palm, the 16th palm, the 32nd palm, and finally, the 64th palm. Hinata Hizashi unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful palm strikes upon Jiwai Ki. With the full support of his Byakugan, each strike landed precisely on the creature's chakra vulnerabilities. The last few blows sent the towering 8 tails, standing at a height of 40 to 50 meters, staggering back several steps, creating a visually stunning spectacle. It was difficult to believe that such tremendous strength resided within the seemingly frail form of the head of the Hyuga clan. Regrettably, while the 8 trigrams, 64 palms proved devastating against human bodies, capable of slaying even elite jonin, the tailed beasts, composed of solidified chakra, could regenerate infinitely, rendering the apparent effectiveness of the attack somewhat negligible. Karabi, noting the unique white eyes of Hinata Hizashi, felt a surge of speculation arise within him. During the previous Ninja World Wars, the Leaf Village ninjas had caused significant trouble for the Cloud Village with the assistance of the Hyuga clan's long-range reconnaissance capabilities afforded by their Byakugan. Akin to having an all-encompassing map, this had incited great envy among the Cloud ninjas, who sought to pilfer these white eyes from the Leaf. However, despite their preparations for transplantation, they had yet to succeed in acquiring the Byakugan, primarily due to the Hyuga clan's implementation of the Caged Bird Seal. Should a Hyuga ninja suffer the loss of their eyes or meet their demise, the Caged Bird Seal would activate, irrevocably destroying the ninja's eyes and brain. The Hyuga clan leader, Uchiha Shisui, also recognized the identity of the individual involved and was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hinata Hizashi would come to their aid. Upon witnessing the two tails Jinchuriki arrive from the direction of the wooden figure, he had assumed that Hizashi had already fallen in battle, as it was he who had been tasked with restraining the two tails. However, it appeared that the situation was not as dire as he had feared. Who, then, were the other individuals present? The Leaf's dragon god, the diminutive elder teacher Chun, leapt into action, positioning himself at the side of the 8 tails. With a series of powerful kicks, he unleashed several whirlwinds resembling white dragons, which rapidly converged upon the 8 tails, accompanied by a fierce howling wind. The swirling vortexes transformed into fleeting white dragons as they dove towards Jiwai Ki. The direct impact struck the formidable body of the 8 tails, causing it to topple backward. The massive form of the 8 tails was brought down by the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, who unleashed several close-range leaf dragon gods. As it crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust was raised, showcasing the prowess of such a formidable taijutsu ninja. It is no wonder that they could rush to provide support alongside Tsunade. Hinata Hizashi's eyes glimmered with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Konoha harbored such a powerful practitioner of taijutsu. Moreover, it appeared that this individual was purely a taijutsu ninja, and to reach such a degree of skill was indicative of a strength surpassing that of an average J-nin. This revelation was indeed surprising to Hizashi, especially considering that Konoha's pure taijutsu ninjas were predominantly from the Hyuga clan. Even with the enhancements of the Byakugan and the clan's formidable heritage, few could achieve the combat prowess of the short elder, Teacher Chun. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from another direction, revealing Tsunade, with her golden hair, engaged in a fierce melee with the two tails, who appeared to be several dozen meters long. Amidst a flurry of attacks, Tsunade's seemingly soft fists had driven the two tails several meters into the ground. The two tails roared in fury, summoning a tailed beast ball and launching it at Tsunade from close range, resulting in a colossal explosion that shrouded both Tsunade and the two tails in a cloud of dust, making it difficult to discern the unfolding battle. "Lady Tsunade," exclaimed Ino, observing from the safety of the battlefield's edge, her hands instinctively tightening around her pet pig, Tuntan, which squealed in discomfort. "She should be all right? After all, the Jinchuriki of the two tails appears to be merely a teenager. Even with the tailed beast's seemingly limitless chakra, they must be inferior to Tsunade." Lin Yuan, on the other hand, felt little concern. Through his continued observation from the fringes of the battlefield, he had gleaned considerable insights. Ultimately, the essence of chakra lay in its application. Tsunade, Teacher Chun, and Hinata Hisashi undoubtedly excelled in their manipulation of chakra, particularly Hisashi, from whom Lin Yuan perceived the dynamic interplay of hardness and softness within chakra. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Ch. Nin, 999-1000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku bloodline. Limit: chakra, 9990-9990. Kill points: 43. Items: Death-defying metal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Adamant Sealing, Palm Sage Technique, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insects, Lotus Blossom, Shadow Clone, Monster Strength Shadow Dance, Grand Tornado, Level 3, Rainfall 1000 Leaves, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 075, Promoting to J. Nin. Indeed, if chakra possesses the properties of wind, lightning, earth, water, and fire, exhibiting both hardness and softness, then the formless nature of chakra itself must also embody these qualities. Lin Yuan felt a flicker of understanding. At its core, it was all about the refinement of chakra. To enhance the refinement of chakra, one must achieve a transformation in its properties. This transformation necessitates a continuous strengthening of chakra manipulation abilities while simultaneously seeking to augment the extensibility of the chakra itself. As the smoke dissipated, the assault from the two tails, although fierce, failed to inflict significant harm upon Tsunade. After all, in terms of overall chakra volume, Tsunade surpassed the tailed beasts. The Senju and Uzumaki clans both inherited the sage body, and since the time of Hashirama Senju, these two clans have engaged in numerous intermarriages. Tsunade thus possesses the chakra advantages of both clans, and the fusion of their powers yields a greater enhancement than mere addition. Moreover, Tsunade's extensive experience in both offensive and defensive techniques ensures she would not be easily wounded by the two tails. Seeing that Tsunade was unharmed, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. He glanced at the attribute panel and turned to Shizune, saying, "Shizune, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. Please observe the battle here for me. I shall return shortly." Shizune, taken aback, opened her mouth to respond, but Lin Yuan had already darted away. He had noticed that his experience level was full, yet he had not advanced from a Chunin to a Jonin. This realization struck him. It was likely that he had fulfilled all the requirements, but had not truly taken that final step, resulting in no actual increase in rank. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to seize the moment to complete the last stage of his advancement. As he journeyed, Lin Yuan reflected on his accumulated knowledge. Mastery of sage techniques is a privilege reserved for top-tier ninjas who possess exceptional chakra control. I have achieved full proficiency in sage techniques, which has, unbeknownst to me, elevated my chakra manipulation to the highest level. Otherwise, while my original chakra control was commendable, it still lacked years of refinement to reach the pinnacle. Lin Yuan mused to himself. The adamantine chains are, upon careful consideration, a formidable sealing technique that can only be formed through the materialization of chakra. As the signature technique of the Uzumaki clan, it grants top-tier extensibility to chakra. Now, having directly comprehended the dual nature of chakra from the techniques of the Hyuga clan leader, I merely need to integrate all these elements to break through to Jonin. Upon ascending to Jonin, my physical constitution will be significantly enhanced. If time permits upon my return, I anticipate being able to join the fray. A slight smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. In countless manga, many Jonin have endured severe beatings from the villain's cataclysmic techniques. Yet these Jonin did not perish instantly. This is partly due to the fact that their immediate deaths would diminish their worth, and also because the enhancement of their physical constitution post-advancement prevents them from dying so easily. He casually located a large tree and carved out a hollow within it. Lin Yuan then began to calm his mind, meticulously merging his chakra. Amidst the surging chakra within his body, he sought a tenuous connection that seemed almost ethereal. Chakra embodies the harmonious fusion of a person's essence, energy, and spirit. Upon the synthesis of chakra, this intrinsic connection to one's being persists, albeit in a fragile form. To harness this tenuous link requires a ninja to possess exceptional mastery over both chakra manipulation and utilization, enabling them to seize the fleeting opportunity for transformation. To enhance the extensibility of chakra falls within the realm of its application. The most effective approach is to develop a potent ninjutsu, typically at least of A-rank caliber. For instance, Kakashi has devised the Raikiri, though this demands considerable time investment. Alternatively, one may expediently reference ninjutsu of the same nature at a higher rank concerning elemental transformation. However, mere reference does not guarantee mastery over elemental change, akin to the challenges of an open-book examination. Lin Yuan persistently endeavored to adjust his chakra, with his speed of adjustment accelerating significantly, culminating in almost instantaneous modifications. Before long, all his chakra underwent meticulous refinement. In an ephemeral moment, a unique sensation surged within him. He felt an inexhaustible force coursing through his limbs, as though he had transformed into a solid block of iron, enduring relentless external pressures without any pain. This process resembled the natural growth of a seed breaking through the soil, propelled not solely by brute strength, but by the vitality of life itself. The once thin layer of flesh not only doubled in density, but also increased several times in thickness. Simultaneously, his muscles and sinews were fortified by chakra, significantly enhancing his resilience and recovery abilities. Lin Yuan casually retrieved a kunai, applying slight pressure to its tip against his flesh. Remarkably, no mark was left. Of course, should he exert full force, he could pierce the skin, as his enhanced physique had substantially amplified his strength. With the kunai in hand, breaching an iron door would pose no challenge. Lin Yuan patiently awaited the culmination of this enhancement process, which spanned several minutes. Once he sensed his body had been revitalized, he glanced at his attribute panel and was astonished to find his chakra depleted, likely consumed in the fortification of his physique. Realizing this, he had no choice but to commence his training. Soon, he recognized a marked improvement in his chakra recovery speed. Previously, he could replenish only a small amount in a minute, but now he could regain 10 points within the same time frame. This remarkable enhancement significantly bolstered the endurance of AJ Nin. After hastily recovering some chakra, Lin Yuan swiftly made his way back to the battlefield. It had likely been about an hour, and he pondered the situation with Tsunade. If the battle had concluded and she inquired about his whereabouts, it could lead to an awkward predicament. He immediately set off to return to the battlefield with great haste. It soon became evident that his speed had significantly increased. It was likely that even in the Chunin exams, his use of shadow dance would barely be comparable. It is no wonder that the Jonin are considered the absolute backbone of every major ninja village. Even the Jonin Kakuzu was capable of attempting to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Indeed, there exists a distinct disparity between Jonin and Chunin. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 100-01000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 501-0000. Killing points: 43 items. Life-saving token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Art. Summoning technique: Spirit Insect, Lotus Blossom, Shadow Clone, Monster Strength Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Rain Dew 1000 Books, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3 Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 76. Tsunade's strategy on the battlefield. Tsunade and her companions were still engaged in combat with the 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. After all, their expertise lay in physical attacks. Subduing a fully tailed beast-formed Jinchuriki through mere physical means was exceedingly challenging. Even with attribute-based attacks, only large-scale assaults stood a chance of success in restraining the Bijou, whose chakra emanated from the legendary 10 tails of the Sage of 6 Paths, boasting formidable quality and regenerative capabilities, especially when they activated Sage Mode. Simply exhausting a Bijou was an impossible task. However, once a Bijou becomes a Jinchuriki, vulnerabilities do arise, as the host cannot fully harness the Bijou's power. Even with perfect Jinchuriki like the 2 tails and 8 tails, who have found hosts they can accept, the ultimate expression of power still hinges on the individual's capabilities. Among the 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, ranks second among the 9 Bijou hosts in the anime, and should not be underestimated. Let me protect you. Just unleash the Tail Beast Bomb and bombard them relentlessly. Killer Bee declared, standing atop the head of the 8 Tails, Gyuki, who had closed its eyes, allowing Tsunade and her allies to attack from below. After all, when it comes to durability, the 8 Tails is among the top in terms of defense among the 9 Bijou, though it certainly felt some pain. Under the suggestion of the wooden figure, whenever the 8 Tails could no longer endure, it would enter a spinning mode to buy some time. Coupled with the 2 Tails Jinchuriki utilizing the tracking projectiles and bombs, they managed to stall the battle significantly. For a moment, Killer Bee felt elated. Damn it. Hinata Hyuga furrowed his brow tightly. 4 top-tier ninjas, dodging enemy attacks, is instinctual. And engaging in a battle that should be won at all costs while sustaining injuries is hardly worthwhile. Watching the 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village employ their stalling tactics was somewhat frustrating. He couldn't help but glance towards Tsunade, the dragon god of Konoha. The short elder, Teacher Chun, periodically unleashed the wood leaf dragon god against the 8 Tails, seeking to prevent the beast from effortlessly countering multiple attacks with a single rapid spin. He felt once more the dread of being dominated by pure physical ninjas, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. The Jinchuriki of this tailed beast resembled a sandbag, one that could automatically restore itself to pristine condition, especially when 2 were cooperating, causing the difficulty to escalate significantly. This was indeed reflected in the manga. Aside from Pain capturing the 6 Tails solo, the Akatsuki organization dispatched pairs to capture the remaining tailed beasts, most of which were left unprotected. Confronted with 2 shadow-level opponents, the situation was rather troublesome. A group of Uchiha Shursui wielded short blades beneath the 8 Tails, striving to cleave through its defenses. They occasionally employed powerful sword techniques, yet even when the 8 Tails sustained visible injuries, they healed at an astonishing rate, which was exceedingly frustrating. Given that the 9-tailed beasts were essentially a conglomeration of the 10 Tails chakra, their recovery was not as arduous as that of a human. Moreover, the chakra of tailed beasts was boundless. Even in death, they could resurrect. It was evident that dealing with these beasts was no simple task. It appeared the only viable approach was to incapacitate them, preventing them from stalling for time. Blonde Tsunade observed the formidable defense formed by the fully tailed beast-empowered Jinchuriki below and pondered silently. Although Shursui and his comrades had forced the 2 Jinchuriki into a desperate defensive stance, breaking through their defenses in a short span was still a considerable challenge. Therefore, she contemplated employing elemental advantages or targeting the Jinchuriki's human traits. However, overcoming the 2 Tails and the 8 Tails through elemental superiority was no easy feat. While the 2 Tails techniques bore resemblance to fire attributes, its true nature was that of ethereal ghost flames, which were not susceptible to water. Targeting the human aspect was undoubtedly simplest by striking directly at the Jinchuriki's brain, yet achieving such a feat remained challenging. Have Lord Tsunade and the others not yet resolved the enemy? Lin Yuan inquired curiously of Shizune upon his hurried return, observing the battlefield. After hearing Shizune's calm and composed account, he began to grasp the situation. With the Jinchuriki focused solely on defense, securing a rapid victory was indeed difficult. If there were only one Jinchuriki, it might hesitate to wait idly for its demise. However, with 2 present, the likelihood of them stalling for a while before escaping together was significantly higher. Lin Yuan was unperturbed. He chose to sit down and gradually restore his chakra. Opportunities favor the prepared. First, he would replenish his own chakra and then await a chance to contribute assistance if the opportunity arose. After all, while the shinobi world operates on a survival of the fittest basis, it also places great importance on experience and seniority. If one could boast of having collaborated with the esteemed Princess Tsunade of Konoha, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the most formidable taijutsu ninja in Konoha to vanquish 2 formidable Jinchuriki, such credentials would indeed be commendable. Half an hour later, the battlefield ahead abruptly encountered a turning point. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 16. Rank, Jonin, 100-01000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 3501000. Killing points, 43 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Art. Summoning Technique, Spirit Insects, Lotus Blossom, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Cyclone. Level 3, Rain Do 1000 Blades, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Perhaps Tsunade and the others, being top-tier ninjas in the ninja world, shared an almost identical level of combat awareness. Thus, after tacitly depleting a significant amount of chakra from the two-tailed beasts, all four moved in unison in that fleeting moment. Hyuga Hayashi swiftly ascended along the body of the eight tails, channeling chakra into his feet. His mastery of the essential ninja skill of tree climbing enabled him to ascend at an 80-degree angle with the ease of walking on level ground. Similarly, the diminutive elder, Master Chun, despite perpetually donning sunglasses, displayed no signs of weariness. His speed in climbing the eight tails rivaled that of Hyuga Hayashi. The two were rapidly approaching the head of the eight tails. What swiftness! Konoha's ninjas are truly formidable. Kurabi could not help but feel the urge to sing to uplift the spirits. He was about to command the eight tails to execute a rapid spin to cast the two off when, in an unexpected turn of events, Tsunade, with her golden locks, delivered a powerful punch to the eight tails. The creature's face contorted in pain, rendering it incapable of initiating the spin. In that brief moment of delay, Hyuga Hayashi and Master Chun successfully reached the summit, launching their assault towards Kurabi. Just as Kurabi intended to retreat into the body of the eight tails, a furious roar echoed from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Shursui had appeared atop the head of the two tails, summoning numerous clones to strike. Tsunade unleashed another mighty punch, forcing the eight tails to retreat. Such seasoned tactics, simultaneously confronting both Jinchuriki, it would be no easy feat for either to escape now. Lin Yuan could not help but express his admiration. Both the eight tails and Kurabi were ninjas from the Cloud Village, bound by deep camaraderie. It was unlikely they would easily abandon one another to flee. It seemed Tsunade and her companions intended to compel the two-tailed beasts to remain, and one could not deny that their chances of success were notably high. Chapter 077, Bond's Patriarch of the Hyuga Clan. Killer Bee gazed joyfully at the individual charging toward him, who promptly unleashed a series of secret techniques, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The relentless palm strikes rained down upon Killer Bee, causing him to spit blood despite the formidable protection of his tailed beast cloak. The technique, designed to strike from afar, managed to inflict internal injuries upon him even through the thick layers of his defense. However, Killer Bee chose not to evade, for he could not allow his sister, the Wooden Man, to be attacked by this cadre of Konoha ninjas. The tragic fate of Jinchuriki often follows a similar pattern. Their inherent unreliability is akin to a ticking bomb, with the potential to unleash devastation upon their village and lead to the loss of countless innocent lives. Killer Bee had grown up in an environment where villagers hurled rotten eggs at him, yet he instinctively found joy amidst adversity, even tasting the eggs thrown at him. The situation was starkly different for the Wooden Man, who, raised in the Cloud Village, a place where strength is revered and the weak are deemed insignificant, had been implanted with a tailed beast at the tender age of 2, yet managed to rise to the status of a ninja recognized by the villagers. This illustrates the extraordinary nature of the Wooden Man. Killer Bee held great respect for him, perhaps due to their shared status as Jinchuriki. Unlike the villagers who once scorned him, the Wooden Man treated Killer Bee with a degree of kindness, harboring a deep disdain for those who had once cast him aside. While Killer Bee could respond to the villagers with a cheerful disposition, he held the Wooden Man in even higher esteem, as he was a true companion. He was determined to protect the Wooden Man with all his might. In a fleeting moment, as Killer Bee lost his ability to react under the relentless assault of Hyuga Hizashi's 8 trigrams 64 palms, the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, executed a precise leaf dragon god technique, sending Killer Bee soaring through the air. Teacher Chun and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked up at Killer Bee, who was spiraling down amidst a whirlwind. They readied themselves for another onslaught. The 8 trigrams 64 palms continued. The 2nd palm, the 4th palm, the 8th palm, the 16th palm, the 32nd palm, culminating in the 64th palm. With keen eyes, Hyuga Hizashi seized the moment, delivering another flawless sequence of the 8 trigrams 64 palms upon Killer Bee. The enhancement of the Byakugan allowed the Hyuga clan to strike with precision, regardless of the chaos surrounding them, showcasing the greatest advantage of their bloodline limit. The Hyuga clan did not rely solely on explosive power for their attacks. They excelled in sustained assaults that diminished their enemy's mobility while amplifying their injuries. This highlights the limitations of physical techniques, whether through ninjutsu or pure martial arts. One must rely on physical strikes. The unconventional use of a long-range whirlwind attack by Teacher Chin blurred the lines between taijutsu and ninjutsu. Killer Bee rise to the occasion. As the Eight Tails, Gyuki, witnessed Killer Bee being repeatedly struck and sent flying, he instantly began to encourage him through their mental link as a tailed beast and Jinchuriki. Although Gyuki was notorious for his irascibility and had fought alongside similarly tempestuous Cloud Village ninjas for many years, he could not deny that he had been profoundly touched by Killer Bee's spirit. The sheer resilience of Killer Bee astounded Gyuki. Despite the villagers' daily insults and the throwing of rotten eggs, Gyuki, in a fit of rage, would have obliterated those villagers without hesitation. Yet, Killer Bee managed to respond with a smile, even bursting into song, captivating everyone around him. Suddenly, before Gyuki could finish his encouragement, Tsunade landed a powerful punch upon his form. Gyuki let out a pained howl. Despite being one of the mightiest of the nine-tailed beasts, he found himself unable to mount a significant defense against Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, known for her fearsome strength. Each of her punches carried the might to shatter mountains, and with every strike, the intensity only escalated. Gyuki felt the pressure mounting, his form beginning to crack as he instinctively started to retract and defend. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui relentlessly slashed with his shimmering short blades, dealing considerable damage to the blue feline beast, the Two Tails, who was already at a disadvantage due to its lack of defensive capabilities. As the Two Tails could not reach Shursui, it let out a furious roar and began to unleash a barrage of explosive shuriken, detonating them around itself. Despite the onslaught of blue, mouse-shaped tracking bombs, and even a sustained fireball aimed directly at Shursui's clone, none proved effective. Noticing the Two Tails in peril, Killer Bee forcefully awakened. Utilizing the power of Gyuki to break free from the control of Hinata Hayashi's 8 trigrams 64 palms, he then directed Gyuki to spin upwards rapidly. In an instant, Gyuki transformed into a whirling sphere, propelling Hayashi and the diminutive elder, Master Chun, into the sky. The two were forced to sprint in the opposite direction to avoid being swept away by the spinning force of Gyuki. Tsunade, looking on with a serious expression, realized that Hayashi would be safe for the moment, and decided to turn her attention to the Two Tails. Just then, Gyuki plummeted back to the ground with a resounding crash, creating a massive crater upon impact. "Move quickly," Killer Bee shouted, his 8 tails shimmering with a sinister red chakra as he dashed towards Uchiha Shursui, his tails striking out towards him with fervor. Simultaneously, a significantly smaller 8 tails beast approached the imposing blue feline. It rescued the nearly fully transformed Jinchuriki, who was on the brink of complete tailed beast transformation. The now restored human form of the Jinchuriki was carried away by the diminutive 8 tails, swiftly soaring several kilometers into the distance, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Karabi found himself devoid of any chance to escape. Lin Yuan and Shireen gazed in astonishment at the approaching figure of the Jinchuriki, who walked toward them with an air of caution. Upon noticing the two, a flicker of menace crossed the Jinchuriki's eyes, prompting all three to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 100-01000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 550100000. Killing points: 43. Items: Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Art, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus of the Dual Petals, Shadow Clone, Great Wind of Monster Power Shadow Dance, Level 3, Rain 2000 Books, Stealth Throw Technique, Level 2, Basic 3 Body Technique, Level 3. Chapter 078. Confrontation with Jinchuriki. Observing the wary expression of the Jinchuriki before him, Lin Yuan instinctively cast a concerned glance at Shireen beside him. However, recalling his current prowess, he relaxed slightly. After all, he had genuinely ascended to the rank of Jonin, placing him at least on par with the Jinchuriki. Despite the vast chakra reservoir bestowed by the tailed beast within him, the Jinchuriki was presently in a weakened state. It had been quite some time since their last encounter at the estate, and Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of nostalgia. He never anticipated this opportunity for confrontation would arise. Regrettably, he had yet to master the 8 Gates technique. Otherwise, even in an unarmed state, he might have had a chance to subdue a tailed beast. "Lin Yuan, should we intervene?" Shireen inquired softly, her gaze betraying no hint of underestimating the peril posed by the young Jinchuriki. After all, he was a formidable host of the tailed beast, having recently subdued the renowned leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi. Even today, he had transformed into the blue feline and, alongside the eight tails Jinchuriki, wreaked havoc, compelling Tsunade and her allies to exert considerable effort to gain the upper hand. Yet, despite these challenges, the Jinchuriki had managed to escape successfully. If they were to confront him, the two Chunin would likely prove inadequate. Shurine's pet, Buren, instinctively sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the Jinchuriki, curling up in her arms. Let him pass. It's best we avoid unnecessary risks. Lin Yuan pondered briefly before expressing his hesitations. What if the Jinchuriki possesses hidden trump cards? It would be unwise to provoke any trouble. It would be far more prudent to await Tsunade and the others to handle the situation. With that, he and Shurine stepped aside, preparing to watch the Jinchuriki depart. The Jinchuriki's gaze turned icy as he quickly deduced that Lin Yuan and Shurine were undoubtedly companions of Tsunade and her team. Contemplating her current state of injury and weakness, she feared that she would not fare well. Not wishing to provoke further trouble, she was nonetheless taken aback when Lin Yuan and his companion voluntarily yielded their positions. A seed of doubt began to germinate within her mind. Subsequently, she commenced a meticulous assessment through her wooden avatar. However, she was unable to sense any formidable chakra fluctuations emanating from either individual. Judging by their ages, she concluded that they were at most mid-level shinobi, or perhaps exceptional jonin, or even skilled Jinchuriki adept in sealing techniques. This prompted a shift in her intentions. She resolved to test the waters. The situation felt precarious, necessitating caution. Konoha, step aside. I shall handle this woman, she instructed. Lin Yuan, sensing an anomaly, realized that their retreat had been too effortless. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, it was only the weak who were compelled to withdraw. This realization led Yumu to suspect that they lacked the will to resist, potentially igniting unwarranted ambitions within her. To dispel these dubious notions, it was imperative to engage in combat. There was no doubt that a confrontation was required to instill in Yumu the understanding that she and Konoha were not mere soft targets. Only then might Yumu refrain from pushing her advantage further. As Yumu observed Konoha retreating to the side, she refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to bide her time before launching an offensive against Lin Yuan. She expelled a torrent of blue chakra from her mouth, which transformed into multiple tracking fireballs, some even resembling mice darting about. The swarm of fireballs hurtled toward Lin Yuan. Even a jonin might struggle to evade them using body flicker technique, given their homing capabilities. Upon striking Lin Yuan's position, the fireballs collided and erupted in a series of explosions, creating a considerable cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only a fragment of wood remained. A substitution technique? Quite adeptly executed, Yumu mused, her gaze darting about, worry not entering her mind. After all, no ordinary Konoha Chunin could vanquish someone endowed with a vast reserve of tailed beast chakra, not even an exceptional jonin. The possibility, however minuscule, lingered. If her opponent were a young jonin rivaling the brilliant white-haired Kakashi, she could always retreat if necessary. There remained a considerable chasm between genius and Jinchuriki. As Lin Yuan stealthily approached, cloaked in invisibility, his subtle movements did not disrupt his concealment. Yet, upon closing in within a certain range, Yumu's acute senses as a tailed beast Jinchuriki detected a slight anomaly, prompting her to direct her gaze towards the source with a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. Without uttering a word, she unleashed her fireball technique, directing the controllable floating explosives toward the suspicious location. With the eight tails Jinchuriki, her fellow village ninja killer bee, currently under duress, time was of the essence. It was imperative that she conclude this encounter swiftly. Should she fail to dispatch Lin Yuan rapidly, she would not hesitate to turn her attention toward the other female ninja, Konoha. Then, an attempt was made to rescue Kurabi by employing the tactic of exchanging hostages. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to seek her own escape. The shadow dance, a powerful whirlwind technique, was unleashed. Lin Yuan observed that the wooden man had utilized this floating bomb technique and immediately launched his attack. With his current elite ninja physique, he swiftly appeared before the wooden man, almost as if breaking through the veil of invisibility in an instant. Coupled with the enhancements of this level 3 ninjutsu, which amplified his power and speed, his long legs struck directly at the wooden man. However, the wooden man reacted swiftly, extending his arms to block the kick. The expression on the wooden man's face shifted slightly as he quickly retreated, retrieving the floating fire mouse tail bomb through the chakra thread connecting it to his fingers. Lin Yuan took notice and dashed to the side, evading the explosions of the floating bombs, before launching another physical attack against the wooden man. With his current mastery of physical techniques, enhanced by the bloodline limit of the corpse bone pulse, each move he executed was formidable. The wooden man was compelled to retreat step by step. After all, while the tailed beasts provided a substantial amount of tailed beast chakra to the Jinchuriki, the enhancement of power was nearly negligible. However, Lin Yuan found it challenging to inflict real harm on the wooden man, as the tailed beast chakra and the protective cloak it provided offered high defense to the Jinchuriki. He was, after all, a seasoned elite ninja, seemingly one of the rare physical type elite ninjas. The number of talented ninjas in Konoha was astonishing, and the wooden man couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Although she too was an elite ninja, her identity as a Jinchuriki meant that the tailed beast's chakra would gradually enhance her physical capabilities. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if a Jinchuriki were injured by their own tailed beast chakra. In contrast, those who became elite ninjas at a young age through conventional means were indeed the prodigies of their respective ninja villages, much like Kakashi Hatake, the son of the famed White Fang of Konoha. The wooden man couldn't help but think, even in my weakened state, I must not be underestimated. Summoning, Spirit Bug. After retreating, Lin Yuan directly employed the summoning technique to call forth his contract spirit, the Spirit Bug. Given the limited chakra, there was no time to waste. The bug appeared before him, flapping its wings, and after surveying the surroundings with a questioning gaze, it turned to regard the wooden man, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Such a curious summoning beast, the wooden man thought, becoming secretly vigilant. Bug, grant me a protective shield and blind her. Let us swiftly defeat her, Lin Yuan uttered softly, initiating the assault. In the next moment, the wooden man felt darkness envelop her vision, followed by a tremendous force that sent her flying. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 16. Rank, Jonin, 100-01000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 1501000. Killing points, 43 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Technique. Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Flower, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Rain 2000 Books, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3-Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 79, Divided Paths. Lin Yuan gazed at the unconscious Yuki, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The moment from his initial strike to the final defeat of Yuki transpired in the blink of an eye. Although Yuki had evidently underestimated the situation and refrained from fully unleashing his tailed beast form, it was clear that his combat prowess had significantly escalated since his promotion to Jonin. The combination of techniques he executed was remarkably fluid. As he contemplated binding Yuki with rope, a small blue cat, with claws bared, appeared before him. It was a manifestation of the chakra leaked by the two tails. An astonishing sight indeed. Such a transformation could not merely arise from a shift in attributes. It seemed to signify a chakra metamorphosis that occurred on the path from Jonin to Kage. It was reminiscent of the chakra left behind by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, which allowed him to intervene at a critical moment when Naruto was about to break the seal of the Nine Tails. Lin Yuan shook his head and silently retreated. Tailed beasts possessed the capability to forcibly break through the seals of their Jinchuriki, leading to countless fatalities among them. Even those hailed as perfect Jinchuriki merely garnered a modicum of goodwill from their beasts, avoiding actions that might result in the demise of their vessels. Thus, the unconscious Yuki effectively represented a volatile bomb, capable of unleashing the two tails at any moment. Therefore, he was not to be disturbed. As for the technique to perfectly seal a tailed beast, it was predominantly a trait of the Uzumaki clan. Observing Lin Yuan's lack of hostile intent, the diminutive blue cat, embodying the two tails, stood guard beside Yuki, occasionally baring its teeth at Lin Yuan in a fierce display. However, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, merely wishing to await the arrival of a professional to resolve the matter without harm. If necessary, he could employ the Shikatsumiyaku to contend with the two tails for a time. But given the current circumstances, he recognized that his strength had surged explosively since his promotion to Jonin. Even without activating his bloodline limit, He was no longer weaker than his strongest state as a chunin. Before long, Tsunade arrived, her demeanor reflecting urgency. Upon noticing the absence of the blue two tails, her anxiety eased somewhat. After delivering several heavy blows to the 8 tails, Gyuki, she hastened to Lin Yuan's side. However, she lost some time due to getting lost, resulting in her tardiness of a few minutes. Upon seeing that Shizune and Lin Yuan were unharmed, Tsunade's beautiful visage immediately broke into a smile. However, her expression swiftly transformed as she found herself confronting a miniature version of the two-tailed beast, Matatabi. Matatabi swallowed hard, hesitating momentarily before retreating back into the body of the Jinchuriki, Waimori. Tsunade, undeterred, acted with urgency, employing a series of sealing techniques on the unconscious Waimori. After completing her task, she wiped the sweat from her brow and addressed Shizune and Lin Yuan, cautioning them about the perilous nature of tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. She advised them to maintain a safe distance should they encounter one. If they wish to engage, they must possess at least the strength of an elite jonin. The distinction between elite jonin and elite chunin is not one of rank, but rather a title. In most instances, a jonin must successfully complete 10 high-level missions to advance to elite jonin status, often involving fierce battles with peers of the same rank. Thus, those who achieve elite jonin status are widely recognized as formidable among jonin. However, this classification serves the interests of the ninja villages and does not imply that the strength of a jonin is inferior to that of an elite jonin. A more accurate classification among ninja clans is that of bloodline jonin versus ordinary jonin, wherein bloodline jonin are statistically more powerful than their ordinary counterparts, explaining the formidable reputation of renowned ninja clans. Before long, Shirzue and his companions arrived, carrying the nearly unconscious Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Once tossed to the ground, Killer Bee struggled, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Waimori. Upon noticing Waimori's continued breathing, he visibly relaxed. He then promptly divulged the situation concerning Orochimaru when questioned by the group. Indeed, Orochimaru had concentrated a significant force from the Hidden Cloud Village, personally led by the 4th Raikage, A. The fallen legacy of the Snake Clan, Orochimaru, was set to clash with the son of the previous Raikage, the 4th Raikage, A. The outcome of such a confrontation remained uncertain. After securing their prize, the group swiftly made their way to the 2nd Battlefield's operational base, where a considerable number of ninjas had already gathered. The 2nd and 3rd teams from Konoha had assembled there as well, and the situation on the Hidden Cloud side was likely similar, as news of the capture of the 2-tailed and 8-tailed Jinchuriki had not yet spread. Thus, they still had time to eliminate more foes from the Hidden Cloud. However, support for Orochimaru was equally pressing. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade resolved to split her forces. She, along with Uchiha Shirzue and Hyuga Hizashi, hastened to provide assistance to Orochimaru, bringing along the 2 securely bound and sealed Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, Shizune, Lin Yuan, and the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, remained behind with several expendable jonin, awaiting updates from the front lines. With the successful subjugation of 2 Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud, victory in this conflict seemed assured for Konoha. Tsunade cast a satisfied glance at Shizune and Lin Yuan, praising their commendable efforts. Even though the 2 tails Jinchuriki, controlled by the wooden figure, was in a significantly weakened state, the combined efforts of the 2 individuals in subduing him was commendable. However, time was of the essence, and Tsunade chose not to linger on the matter, hastily departing with Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Shirzue towards the east to support Orochimaru. It was truly regrettable. Watching Tsunade and her companions leave, the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, could not suppress his sense of disappointment. Not being able to accompany Tsunade to assist Orochimaru was undeniably disheartening. Nonetheless, Uchiha Shirzue and Hinata Hizashi possessed greater strength, making them more suitable reinforcements for Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Shizune and Lin Yuan also required protection, leaving Teacher Chun as the most appropriate individual to remain behind. Reflecting on the original purpose of their arrival, his gaze instinctively shifted towards Lin Yuan, who smiled and gestured affirmatively. Without further ado, Lin Yuan decided to forego any pretense. Since they could not reach the 3rd battlefield, the 2nd battlefield presented the only opportunity to harvest a substantial number of kill points. Upon realizing this, Teacher Chin understood that Lin Yuan was setting a goal for his physical training and did not intend to impede him excessively. After all, For a physical ninjutsu practitioner, to rise to prominence was inherently more challenging than for other types of ninjas, especially considering that transcending the rank of Jonin represented a significant milestone. Teacher Chun could hardly fathom that Lin Yuan could achieve such a breakthrough so swiftly. The two seized an opportunity to discreetly leave the camp and swiftly made their way towards the hidden cloud. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1000-10,000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku chakra: 310,000 kills, 43 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, diamond lock. Palm sage technique, summoning technique, spirit bug, lotus blossom, shadow clone, monster strength shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3. Rain 2000 books, stealth throwing technique, level 2. Basic body flicker technique, level 3, chapter 80. Rise of kill points. The hidden cloud camp had gathered 2 contingents of cloud ninjas from previous skirmishes. Upon learning that reinforcements from Konoha had arrived, and that they had turned the tide of battle at the battlefield where the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was engaged, the cloud ninjas began to feel a sense of unease. Fortunately, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, remained a stabilizing force on the battlefield. Despite having faced off against Uchiha Shursui multiple times, he had not truly found himself at a disadvantage. In fact, in the early stages, a single-tailed beast bomb sent the Konoha camp into disarray. However, with Uchiha Shursui's threat of "for every one you kill, I will take 10," and the genuine capability of his Jinjutsu, Killer Bee ultimately had no choice but to agree to a one-on-one duel with Shursui. As a result, the battlefield had reached a stalemate for several days, with over 500 cloud ninjas stationed there. The watchful vigilance of both visible and hidden sentinels scrutinized the movements outside. Even the elite cloud hidden's shadowy watchers were monitoring the news from the Konoha camp. Should any significant actions arise from the Konoha camp, the camouflaged lurking shadows would seize every opportunity to signal with critical special flares. In the brutal and predatory world of ninjas, unless one were unfortunate enough to encounter high-level ninjas wielding overwhelming power, ordinary ninjas could still manage a semblance of balance, preventing an all-too-easy demise. Lin Yuan maintained his invisible, throwing stance, cautiously edging closer to the cloud-hidden camp. If discovered from the outset, the efficiency of this harvest would undoubtedly diminish. However, if detected during the process, it mattered little. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could escape at any moment. Although his chakra had not yet significantly replenished, he could still unleash the Flying Thunder God once. Gripping a kunai with one hand, he observed beside a cloud-hidden Chunin sentinel, noting that the distant visible watchers conducted headcounts every 30 minutes. With the dark sentinel remaining unresponsive, he swiftly eliminated the cloud-hidden Chunin. The fate of ninjas is one of slaughter. As long as the ninja world endures, so too will the relentless killing. Even if the ninja world were to perish, new ones would inevitably rise. Thus the cycle of bloodshed continues. Your demise is a decree of the ninja world, and I am merely a pawn coerced by its demands. Having deftly shifted the blame, Lin Yuan commenced his relentless assault. The external sentinels, both visible and hidden, along with the internal defenses of the cloud-hidden camp, were rather unremarkable. After all, no one anticipated that amidst the absence of warning signals from the outer sentinels, an enemy assassin had infiltrated their ranks. Cloud-hidden ninjas fell in nearly ceaseless succession, and Lin Yuan continuously received notifications of his escalating kill points. With his current strength at the Jonin level, even without utilizing the bone blood limit, he could eliminate a cloud-hidden Chunin in less than half a minute. As a martial arts-focused Jonin, he could wreak havoc swiftly, independent of elemental ninjutsu. In his past life, had killing a person yielded 1,000 coins, no doubt countless ambitious souls would have been eradicated. Lin Yuan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Before long, he had killed over 100 cloud-hidden Chunins in a little over an hour. At this point, even the slowest or most hesitant cloud-hidden ninjas began to realize that an enemy ninja had infiltrated their camp. In an instant, more than 10 cloud-hidden Jonins gathered swiftly, soaring to various tents to intimidate the hidden enemy. Simultaneously, they commanded all cloud-hidden Chunins to assemble rapidly for a thorough search within their line of sight. The atmosphere in the cloud-hidden camp grew tense and lethal. The speed of the slaughter reminded him of Konoha's White Fawn. The cloud-hidden Jonins stood guard at all corners of the camp, and one voiced their unease, prompting a collective glance from the others. A name carries weight, and a shadow follows. Whether summoned or forged through blood, the legacy remains. Konoha White Fang belongs to the latter category. Countless ninjas have perished at his hands, viewing the ninjas of his village as mere weeds. Even the elite of his village felt no sense of security in the presence of Konoha White Fang. Fortunately, he ultimately met his demise within the confines of Konoha, reportedly by his own hand. Despite the Yunin encampment sprawling over more than a square kilometer, under the watchful eyes of over 10 Yunin elite ninjas, even the slightest disturbance is difficult to conceal from their keen senses. These elite ninjas quickly noticed a shift in the eastern part of the camp, and their expressions changed in unison. It seemed that the lurking enemy elite ninja had realized his cover was blown and was now intent on taking as many down with him as possible, charging forward like a whirlwind. More than a dozen Yunin Chunin fell victim in an instant. Witnessing this, the Yunin elite ninjas instinctively surrounded the assailant. After witnessing the death of more than 10 of their Chunin, the enemy was now completely encircled with no escape. They simultaneously demanded, "Konoha ninja, who are you to seek your own demise in such a manner?" Lin Yuan paid them no mind. He glanced at his already impressive tally of kills and prepared to continue his relentless pursuit. At that moment, the group of over 10 Yunin elite ninjas launched an attack on Lin Yuan. 5 of them ignited their bodies in a dazzling display of lightning chakra mode, menacingly declaring, "Since you refuse to speak, we shall unmask you. And perhaps, we shall take your head as well." Following a sensory probe from the shadow ninjas, they believed they could extract vital information from him. With a swift activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Yuan's form vanished, leaving the Yunin elite ninjas with bewildered expressions. The 5 ninjas who had activated their lightning chakra mode nearly plunged underground in pursuit, astonished that the enemy ninja had not even made a sound. What was more terrifying was the sudden disappearance technique, reminiscent of space-time ninjutsu. After the death of the second Hokage, how could such a master of space-time ninjutsu still exist? Why would such a formidable figure come to slaughter Yunin ninjas? For a moment, the Yunin elite ninjas fell into a collective silence. In the western part of the Yunin camp, Lin Yuan reappeared, wielding kunai and resuming his merciless slaughter. He swept from the south to the north and then back again, dispatching dozens more Yunin Chunin without a hint of remorse. The Yunin elite ninjas, disregarding their own safety, charged towards Lin Yuan from the eastern side of the camp. Satisfied with his work, Lin Yuan decided to conclude his efforts. After activating the Flying Thunder God, he departed the Yunin encampment. He soon located the patiently waiting, diminutive elder, Teacher Chun. Although it had been agreed that Lin Yuan would signal with fireworks for assistance, the situation had not escalated to that level. In fact, there was not a single trace of blood on Lin Yuan's clothing. Only the kunai had turned nearly crimson. This sight greatly alarmed the elder. Lin Yuan glanced at the blood-stained kunai, cleaned it by the river, and after drying it, returned to the camp. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 16. Rank, Jonin, 100-01000. Affiliation, Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 100-10000. Kill points, 255 items. Death immunity medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Palm Sage technique, Summoning technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Flower, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Rain Dew 1000 Leaves, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3-Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 081. The Hokage cannot be defeated as Lin Yuan was reaping considerable rewards. Tragic news emerged from the first battlefield of Konoha and Kumogakure. Orochimaru was gravely injured by the fourth Raikage, wielding lightning release, landing a devastating blow. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, along with the support of Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Hizashi, the fourth Raikage and thousands of vigilant cloud shinobi might have overwhelmed Orochimaru, potentially leading to his demise. The silver lining, however, was that with Tsunade revealing the cards of 2 Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, Konoha had effectively secured victory in this conflict. They merely awaited the exorbitant price Kumogakure would have to pay for instigating this war. Given the volatile temperament of Kumogakure, the village's higher-ups ultimately decided to prioritize the return of the Jinchuriki, as retaining them would prove futile. If the Uzumaki clan still existed, perhaps there would have been a possibility to relocate tailed beasts from other villages. However, following the demise of Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha lost its connection to the Uzumaki clan. Once The Uzumaki clan resided on a small island between the Fire Nation and the Water Country, coveted for their unparalleled sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts. Unfortunately, they fell victim to a coordinated assault by the bloodline clans of Kirigakure, leading to their eventual extinction. Kushina Uzumaki was among the few remaining exiled members of her clan who sought refuge in Konoha, yet she tragically perished during the Nine Tails attack on the village. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also mastered sealing techniques, but met his end alongside Kushina, a tale best left untold. Without the safeguarding of sealing arts, the Jinchuriki could only release the tailed beasts, which would provide little benefit to Konoha while likely inciting Kumogakure's wrath. Furthermore, the act of seizing tailed beasts was highly sensitive. The other three great shinobi villages would not stand idly by as Konoha attempted such a brazen theft. Moreover, Konoha was no longer in the illustrious era dominated by the first and second Hokage. Thus, after much deliberation among Konoha's leadership, the decision to return the Jinchuriki became unavoidable. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo stood silently in the corridor, gazing at the Hokage Rock, where the sculptures of the four Hokage loomed large. Danzo felt an unsettling discomfort as he beheld the stern visage of Hiruzen carved into the stone, while Hiruzen remained fixated, as if embodying the very spirit of the Hidden Leaf Village. After a prolonged silence, Danzo finally broke the tension with a somber remark. The selection for the next Hokage of Konohagakure should soon be determined. War is an inevitability that we cannot escape. One day, the burden must be passed on to the younger generation, allowing us, the old guard, to rest easy. Orochimaru, both a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and one of the legendary Sannin of our village, has served as a commander in several wars, risking his life for the sake of Konohagakure. He is indeed capable of bearing such a heavy responsibility. The Hokage must not falter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with a sizable Hokage hat that nearly obscured his figure, turned slightly upon hearing Shimura Danzo's words. With a pipe in his mouth, he gazed in the direction away from Danzo, murmuring, "Neither the first Hokage, the second Hokage Tobirama, nor I, the third Hokage, or even the fourth Hokage Minato, have ever truly been defeated before assuming the title of Hokage." Danzo raised an eyebrow, looking at Hiruzen. Although Hiruzen had no notable accomplishments to boast of prior to becoming Hokage, his legacy as a mentor to the legendary Sannin has nevertheless elevated his status in the ninja world. Upon reflection, it seems that Hiruzen has indeed never faced defeat. Even during the attack of the Nine Tails, orchestrated by unseen puppeteers, no direct attempts were made to thwart Hiruzen. Perhaps the masterminds feared him. However, Orochimaru has tasted defeat. If this war does not see him vanquished by the fourth Raikage, I would feel secure in trusting Konohagakure to his care. A hint of regret flickered in Hiruzen's eyes as he continued. One who has known defeat is unworthy of becoming the Hokage of Konohagakure. We are the strongest shinobi village in the world, and our Hokage must be the mightiest among them. Should Orochimaru become Hokage, how will outsiders perceive the strength of our village in light of his prior defeat to the fourth Raikage? What will the feudal lords think of our standing? Danzo fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Hiruzen's words. He hesitated before speaking. Do not be too disheartened, Hiruzen. It is indeed a pity regarding Orochimaru. If no suitable candidates arise, I, Shimura Danzo, would be willing to shed blood and sacrifice for Konohagakure as the fifth Hokage. I have remained at the root and have never faced defeat, ensuring the prestige of our village remains untarnished. However, let us entrust the next Hokage to the youth, preferably one possessing the strength of a Kage. The youth embody the future of Konohagakure. Hiruzen cast a discerning glance at Danzo, sensing his old comrade's ambition. With gentle refusal, he remarked that Danzo, at this moment, was merely an elite Jonin. The leap from Jonin to Kage is significantly more arduous than from Chunin to Jonin. Danzo had lingered at that threshold for many years without a breakthrough. Had he achieved it sooner, perhaps Konohagakure's predicament would not be so dire. Hiruzen then stepped into the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo stood in the corridor, the cold wind brushing against him as he pondered the recent verbal onslaught delivered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. A subtle chill began to manifest in his gaze. Indeed, in the eyes of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared youthful, competent, and emblematic of Konoha's future, while Danzo himself seemed merely a relic, devoid of strength and representing the unsavory underbelly of Konoha's dealings. The more Danzo contemplated, the more his ire swelled. It felt as though the horizon expanded before him. If only he could eliminate Hiruzen, no one would impede his ascent to Hokage. Yet, ultimately, Danzo managed to temper his fury, opting instead to relay today's events to Orochimaru. Although Hiruzen's remarks had likely extinguished any prospect of Orochimaru becoming the next Hokage, the latter's formidable strength remained invaluable to the village. While Hiruzen sought perfection, Danzo yearned for talent. In a fleeting moment, he departed hastily, intending to compile the situation into a report for Orochimaru. Meanwhile, news arrived that Tsunade, Hyuga Hizashi, and Uchiha Shisui had successfully aided Orochimaru. The Cloud Ninjas had fled under the cover of night, while Lin Yuan, under the leadership of the Konoha ninjas, rushed towards the eastern battlefield, where chaos reigned. Upon witnessing the devastation of the conflict, he could not help but be taken aback. This battleground was undoubtedly the most ferocious, with thousands of ninjas clashing, and even elite shinobi risking their lives. Only those who had transcended the level of a shadow or possessed formidable life-preserving techniques could navigate such peril. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1010100000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra 10100100100. Killing points: 255 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Adamant Sealing. Palm Sage Technique. Summoning Technique: Spirit Bug. Lotus Flower Technique. Shadow Clone. Great Wind Dance of Mighty Strength. Level 3. Rainfall Thousand Leaves. Stealth Throwing Technique. Level 2. Basic Body Technique. Level 3. Chapter 082. Healing and returning to the village. In the main tent of the Konoha headquarters, Orochimaru sat in silence. After Tsunade's initial treatment, he had barely managed to restore his body, which had been savagely cut by Raijin's heated blades. Although he had lost a significant amount of blood and appeared somewhat pallid, his survival was a testament to his mastery of certain forbidden techniques related to life. Even though he had not fully comprehended them, they had granted him some measure of enhancement. With Tsunade arriving just in time, he had narrowly escaped death. Curiously, Lin Yuan stepped into the main tent, observing the serene figure of Orochimaru with closed eyes. His curiosity piqued. He spoke with intrigue. Lord Orochimaru, did you send the camp ninja to find me for a specific purpose? Please feel free to assign me any tasks you require. Lin Yuan, the last time I encountered you was 2 months ago at the border between Konoha and Iwagakure. Orochimaru, noticing Lin Yuan's curious demeanor, smiled as he spoke. He was originally a practitioner of snake manipulation from a declining ninja clan. To revive his former profession, he initially took on the role of a herbalist, gathering various herbs to concoct antidotes for snake venom, which garnered him a commendable reputation in the marketplace. Eventually, he caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which propelled him to great heights. Therefore, he did not underestimate Lin Yuan for not being of ninja lineage. It was thanks to Lord Orochimaru's intervention that we were able to eliminate that Iwagakure Nin who had launched a night raid. Otherwise, our entire camp team would have perished at the hands of that formidable adversary, leaving us to wait for another life to contribute to the village. Lin Yuan felt a genuine sense of gratitude. Although he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, his condition was not optimal, and he could not be certain of entirely evading the relentless pursuit of that Nin. Thus, Orochimaru's assistance had undoubtedly saved his life, a debt of gratitude he had long sought to express. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru exhaled softly, observing Lin Yuan's sincere expression. Nodding, he replied with a smile. You are patrolling the border to protect the village, and I have been dispatched by the village to assist you. There is no need for concern. Tsunade informed me that you have mastered the rare medical ninjutsu, the healing palm technique. I would like you to treat me and evaluate the effectiveness. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and her presence to support me is already a significant boon. It would be ungracious to trouble her further. Lin Yuan quickly grasped the purpose of Orochimaru's visit. Realizing that Orochimaru had yet to resort to the technique of impure world reincarnation to utilize the body of a beautiful kunoichi. After all, suitable vessels are hard to come by. It seemed that Orochimaru had been forced to switch bodies after his original was destroyed. He bore no fear of Orochimaru's potential darkening intentions towards him. Should the time come, he would unleash his full power to obliterate Orochimaru, perhaps sparing him at that juncture. However, if such a moment arose, their bond would likely be irrevocably severed. Employing the healing palm technique, Lin Yuan directed his energy towards the scarred back of the prone Orochimaru. The lightning plow technique, a swift and penetrating strike from the upper left to the lower right, left onlookers in awe. Some ninjutsu are renowned yet yield mediocre results, while others remain obscure but display remarkable efficacy. The lightning plow, a secret technique of Kimogakure, concentrates lightning chakra throughout the body, allowing the user to charge rapidly towards the enemy, with their arms' cutting properties modified to sever the opponent's neck. Its lethality is formidable. It appeared that Orochimaru had managed to evade a fatal blow, yet he had sustained an even more grievous wound. Under Lin Yuan's skillful application, a significant amount of chakra transformed into the healing effects of the healing palm technique. Treating Orochimaru's injuries, it must be said that Tsunade has done exceptionally well. The area requiring attention was not extensive, and with merely 1,000 chakra, she successfully addressed the remaining wounds. Orochimaru, feeling the effects, was quite satisfied. Although he still fell short of Tsunade's prowess, among medical ninjas beneath her, he ranked within the top 5. Truly remarkable. It seems you possess a natural talent for the healing arts, which explains why Tsunade regards you as her successor. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin, 1010100000. Faction: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiaka chakra, 9100101000. Kill points: 255 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, diamond lock, palm sage art. Summoning technique: spirit bug, lotus blossom, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3. Rain dew 1,000 leaves, hidden throwing technique, level 2. Basic body technique, level 3. Having treated Orochimaru, Lin Yuan noticed that the day was growing late. The ninjas in the main camp were busy packing their belongings, preparing to return to the village. Their expressions radiated genuine joy, a reflection of their triumph in defending the village. Despite the numerous losses suffered during the war, the enemy would not retreat without being vanquished. Securing victory was the best possible outcome for Konoha. As for pursuing the enemy into the land of lightning, that was a pursuit of little consequence. By the time the main force returned to the village, a week had passed. Lin Yuan lounged in his courtyard, basking in the sun, granting himself a few days of well-deserved respite. Having ascended to the rank of Jonin, he stood on equal footing with Kakashi, and he planned the next steps towards the rank of Hokage with patience, not rushing the process. On the day following the main force's return, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a post-war commendation ceremony beneath the Hokage rock in the village's heart. He recognized the 4 principal contributors to the victory, including Orochimaru and Tsunade, both renowned as Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas, whose accumulated merits were immense. Thus, Sarutobi refrained from mentioning rewards, instead praising their consistently outstanding performances. Uchiha Shursui was promoted to deputy head of the Umbu, a moment of great elation for the Uchiha clan, marking the first time a member had attained authority within a Konoha department beyond the guard. The expressions of Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Tsubaki Koharu, 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha, reflected surprise. As for Hyuga Hizashi, being the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, one of the 2 prominent clans of the village, he was granted a parcel of land as a reward from Sarutobi. The latter part of the commendation ceremony was dedicated to mourning the fallen ninjas. All the ninjas presented flowers at the newly established, expansive Ninja Union Cemetery. The atmosphere turned somber, and the sky fittingly wept with a gentle rain. Thus, the ceremony concluded. As the crowd gradually dispersed, they returned to their residences. Lin Yuan changed into his home attire, but had scarcely rested when a dark-clad ninja, holding a black umbrella, knocked on his door. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately. This is the command of the 3rd Hokage. After preparing, Lin Yuan followed the Umbu to the Hokage building. Upon entering the building and arriving at the Hokage's office, the Umbu departed, leaving him to knock and enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage's hat, lifted his gaze and revealed a warm smile. Chapter 083, The Third's Acknowledgement. Lin Yuan, I sincerely thank you for your contributions to Konoha during this period. Here lies your reward from the village, a special Jonin certificate. From this day forth, you shall hold the title of Special Jonin within our village. Sarutobi handed Lin Yuan the certificate and a scroll, his gaze notably gentle. Make sure to rest well upon your return. You are the pillars of our village, and time is of the essence for your growth. As the 3rd Hokage, I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Lin Yuan replied as he departed from the Hokage's office. Already understanding that Sarutobi was personally acknowledging ninjas who had contributed during the recent Konoha and Cloud War. Such actions, capable of garnering votes from the ninja community, were certainly something the astute Sarutobi would take into his own hands. Yet, he wondered what jutsu lay within the scroll, feeling an aversion to opening it. Holding the scroll, Lin Yuan gazed at the torrential rain outside the Hokage building and the vanishing Umbu, falling into a contemplative silence. He then activated his exceptional speed as a taijutsu jonin and swiftly made his way to Ichiraku Ramen before the rain could catch him. Since he had already ventured out, he thought it prudent to enjoy a few steaming bowls of pork bone ramen before returning, as his residence was quite near the ramen shop, thus not wasting much time. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1020100000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 1020010200. Killing points: 255. Items: life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu, flying thunder god, diamond lock, palm sage technique. Summoning technique: spirit insect, lotus blossom, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3, rain dew 1000 books, concealment throwing technique, level 2. Basic body technique, level 3. Lin Yuan noticed that Ayam's eyes squinted into crescent shapes upon recognizing him as Kakashi's friend. Consequently, she regarded Lin Yuan as a friend beyond mere acquaintance, a sentiment that Lin Yuan welcomed. After all, the complementary ingredients that accompanied his ramen were considerably abundant, giving him a sense of gain. However, tricking Kakashi into joining him again would not be an easy feat, as Kakashi was indeed quite busy. Lin Yuan routinely ordered a bowl of pork rib ramen. Due to his frequent visits, he had become a regular patron of the Ichiraku Ramen shop. The skilled chef, with a warm smile, consistently prepared generous portions of pork rib ramen for him, though this generosity was reserved for occasions when he did not bring along the white-haired youth his daughter harbored a secret affection for. This could be perceived as a subtle form of favoritism, a notion Lin Yuan found perplexing. Even the most reticent ninjas would typically hold the elite ninjas in high regard. Yet the artisan at Ichiraku seemed to exhibit an unusual aversion. Could it be that this master chef was indeed the concealed powerhouse from the Warring States period of the ninja world, as many speculated? After all, Ichiraku Ramen occupied the premier position in the village, far surpassing even the establishment run by the Akimichi clan. Lin Yuan Sr., Kakashi, and SHBU were eager to gather information. Kakashi was likely preoccupied, as SHBU pointed out, given that the elite ninjas in the village were notoriously busy, especially prodigies like Kakashi. In light of the recent upheaval in the ninja world, particularly in the Land of Clouds, it was certain he had been dispatched on a covert mission. Observing SHBU's cautious demeanor, Lin Yuan deduced that she had not seen Kakashi at Ichiraku for quite some time. However, this was quite understandable. After all, within the confines of Konoha, there were numerous dining establishments, and if Kakashi wished to elude the public eye, he had no need to frequent the Ichiraku Ramen shop located in the outskirts. Nonetheless, SHBU, fret not. With Kakashi's prowess, he would undoubtedly remain safe. Once I encounter him, I shall certainly inform him that a girl named SHBU is waiting for him at the ramen shop. Why are you so flustered, SHBU? Oh, very well. I shall refrain from mentioning it. Lin Yuan intended to offer her some comforting words, but he was taken aback when SHBU shyly waved her hands and shook her head. This elicited a sigh from him. The young ninjas of today seemed to relish the sweetness of unrequited love. If only they understood the pangs of regret that awaited them should they find themselves in a situation like his own, a sudden traversal to another time. Given the chance to start anew, he would surely declare his feelings publicly on the very first day of his affection. The ramen, slippery, elastic, and refreshingly delightful, was adorned with an abundance of succulent pork ribs, achieving a perfect harmony of flavors with the chef's secret, richly flavored broth. It was a dish one could savor endlessly. In the appreciative gaze of the master chef, Lin Yuan boldly ordered 10 more bowls. Having ascended to the rank of elite ninja, his appetite had significantly increased. Under conditions of low consumption, he could easily satiate himself in one sitting and remain unfazed by hunger for an entire week. After indulging to a satisfying 7/10 full, he finally rose to settle the bill, reluctantly parting with 7,000 ryo. By the way, SHBU, I have delightful news to share with you. But promise me you won't disclose it to anyone. I have been appointed as a special elite ninja in the village. During the recent conflict with the Land of Clouds, I bravely charged forth and engaged 3 of their middle-ranking ninjas in a fierce struggle, ultimately vanquishing them all in a single, decisive sweep. Lin Yuan spoke with a hint of pride, for such an opportunity for promotion was rare and certainly not something one should keep to oneself. He noticed a flicker of surprise in SHBU's eyes, followed by an appreciative thumbs up. Although this special jonin was not as accomplished as Kakashi, he was nonetheless impressive. The thought of Kakashi crossed Lin Yuan's mind, and his joy diminished slightly. He could not help but grit his teeth, realizing that he must continue to strive for advancement. Fortunately, Kakashi was destined to remain a jonin for the foreseeable future. With diligent effort, Lin Yuan believed he still held the prospect of reaching the level of a Hokage. Kakashi would undoubtedly be occupied with missions to uphold the reputation of the copy ninja. After all, it was before the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War that Obito gifted Kakashi with the Sharingan. To achieve the renown of having copied 1,000 jutsu, Kakashi would need to accumulate significant battle achievements. However, the Sharingan presented a duality for Kakashi. On one hand, it restricted his chakra, yet on the other, it endowed him with formidable powers, enabling him to participate as Naruto's teacher and a beloved character in subsequent narratives. After departing from Ichiraku Ramen, Lin Yuan returned directly to his residence. Following a soothing soak in the hot springs, he contemplated his visit to the Akimichi clan the next day. He felt he had successfully completed the trial set by the father of Akimichi Suisun. After all, he had now attained the rank of Special Jonin, surpassing the original goal of merely becoming an elite chunin. While he regarded Suisun, his comrade from the border, as a trustworthy friend rather than an object of affection, he was still irked by the thought that Suisun might incur the displeasure of the Akimichi clan due to their friendship. The shinobi clans were indeed a detritus of the history of the shinobi world, exhibiting a severe disdain for civilian ninjas. Though he identified as a civilian ninja, Lin Yuan refused to be bullied by these clans. With a cold snort, he retreated, growing increasingly vexed at the thought. Chapter 084. The 3 sisters of Akimichi. The following day, within the confines of the village, Lin Yuan approached the gate of the Akimichi clan, a striking figure making his way forward. His curiosity piqued as he observed the lack of guards at the clan's entrance. It was markedly different from his expectations. Upon entering, he found the Akimichi grounds to be quite pristine, adorned with lush forests and even a serene azure lake. By the lakeside, several members of the Akimichi clan were grilling meat, the origin of which was unclear, but it appeared golden and crisp. Nearby, a few jars of condiments were displayed, likely containing familiar flavors such as honey and pepper salt. Delicious indeed. Akimichi Suisun held a thin piece of grilled meat, coated with a layer of honey and a secret sauce that lent a crispy exterior. She savored her meal with delight, her eyes nearly squinting into heart shapes. Noticing her companion's gaze, she turned to see Lin Yuan and immediately broke into a radiant smile, illuminating her face with warmth. Swiftly beckoning to Lin Yuan, an invitation was extended for him to join a modest lakeside barbecue gathering. Several members of the Akiyama clan, intrigued, regarded Lin Yuan with curiosity, astonished that an outsider had ventured into their clan's territory. Although the Akiyama clan appeared unguarded on the surface, it was likely that skilled protectors were discreetly stationed to safeguard their domain. Greetings, Water Lily. I am Lin Yuan. He introduced himself, hesitating momentarily before approaching. At least, from his current perspective, the Akiyama territory was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Initially, he had intended to fight his way in, leveraging his strength to persuade the Akiyama clan to release his comrade, Water Lily. After all, among her peers, she was likely not his match. As for the older generation of ninjas, it seemed improbable they would resort to aggression against him. To his surprise, there were no guards at the entrance, and his comrade, Water Lily, was contentedly enjoying the barbecue. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt uncertain about how to proceed, ultimately settling down to play the role of an inconspicuous observer. Are you the one pursuing Sister Water Lily, the cause of her confinement? Inquired Akiyama Jasmine, a friend of Water Lily. Initially, her tone bore a hint of discontent, but upon scrutinizing Lin Yuan's appearance, her demeanor softened. She refrained from further commentary and even graciously offered him a piece of delectable-looking grilled meat. This left Water Lily, who had been prepared to intervene, momentarily stunned, leading her to awkwardly turn away. Jasmine, you are quite beautiful. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude. In truth, Neither Water Lily nor Jasmine resembled the rotund character from the comics. After all, as female ninjas in the shinobi world, they had an appreciation for beauty. While indulging in culinary delights was certainly a part of life, it was evident that the Akiyama clan's secret techniques were not rigorously practiced. It was worth mentioning that during their time at the border, Water Lily had confided in him that she was not inherently plump. Rather, her need to engage in battle had compelled her to convert substantial nutritional intake into chakra fat for enhanced chakra storage. Presently, Water Lily appeared to weigh around 120 pounds. The last member of the Akiyama clan, a blonde individual named Akiyama Tulip, said nothing more, merely offering an introduction before returning to the barbecue, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. This reminded Lin Yuan of their initial meeting when Water Lily had been rather reserved, hidden away while enjoying snacks. However, her valor during battles against a Wagakure had reassured Lin Yuan that teaming up with her would yield positive outcomes. How curious. Why didn't the clan's expert stop you? Jasmine inquired, her expression tinged with confusion, though she appeared unwilling to dwell on the matter. Instead, she redirected her attention to grilling meat with delight. Lin Yuan, reflecting on her words, pondered that his recent displays of potential, particularly as a medical ninja, had garnered preliminary acknowledgement from the Akiyama clan. Thus, the objective of his visit was accomplished sooner than anticipated, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Suddenly, Akiyama Jasmine spoke up. Lin Yuan, you have come today to seek out Sister Narcissus. Have you brought any gifts? I observe that the male ninjas in the village pursue the female ninjas with thoughtful presence. Upon hearing this, Qiu Dao Eugene raised her head slightly. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Yuan. For a moment, she even forgot to eat the roasted meat in her hand. Meanwhile, Qiu Dao Shui Xian appeared momentarily stunned, but as she regained her composure, a mixture of nervousness and shyness flickered in her eyes as she regarded Lin Yuan with a hint of anticipation. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jainin, 1020100000. Faction: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 1020010200. Kill points: 255 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu. Flying thunder god, diamond lock. Palm sage technique, summoning technique, spirit bug, lotus flower, shadow clone, monster strength shadow dance. Grand whirlwind, level 3. Rain 2000 books, invisibility throwing technique, level 2. Basic 3 body technique, level 3. I have come in haste this time merely to inquire about Shui Xian's well-being. As for gifts, I have not yet prepared them. In a few days, once I have assembled 3 gifts, I shall present them to you as a token of our meeting, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Learning that Shui Xian was unharmed brought him joy as a former comrade. He readily agreed to the notion of gifts, yet he found the task of selecting them rather daunting, comparable to Naruto's struggle in choosing a gift for Hinata during their wedding. Even Irika would ponder for quite a while before deciding on a present, which is no simple feat. Do not trouble Lin Yuan any further, Qiu Dao Shui Xian interjected, signaling her 2 clan friends to continue grilling the meat. Seizing the opportunity, she cautiously addressed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, my father has said that if you come, he wishes to meet you. I understand that you do not harbor such feelings for me, so I hope you can forgive his impetuousness. Not at all. Since this matter arose due to me, you can rest assured that it will be handled, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. After finishing the roasted meat with the group, he followed Shui Xian to a spacious estate within the Qiu Dao clan's territory. Noticing that Shui Xian did not intend to enter, he found himself with no choice but to step inside alone, vacillating between hesitance and resolve. Upon encountering Qiu Dao Shui and I again, Lin Yuan felt no trace of the discomfort he had experienced during their previous meeting at the Yao Ramen shop. After all, he had now attained the rank of Jainin. In a real confrontation, Qiu Dao Shui and I might not even be his match. With his current titles as the head of the medical department and a newly acquired special Jainin certification from the village, it was clear that any attempts by Qiu Dao Shui and I to create difficulty for him were, at this point, futile. After a brief pause, Qiu Dao Shui and I turned to him and remarked, as we agreed, if you become an elite Nin within a year, I will permit you to be friends with Shui Xian. Yet here we are, only 2 months in. Have you truly ascended to the ranks of elite Chunin? Merely becoming the head of the medical department does not fulfill the expectations I initially set. I have already achieved the status of special Jonin. Lin Yuan produced the special Jonin certificate he had prepared in advance, presenting it to Akidu Mizuki with a nonchalant demeanor. Akidu Mizuki was momentarily taken aback, receiving the certificate and scrutinizing it for a time. Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated his face. This special Jonin certificate is authentic. When do you intend to marry my daughter? Lin Yuan's expression stiffened, his eyes widening in shock, caught off guard. Chapter 085. A change of attitude. Lin Yuan, let us drink. Akidu Mizuki promptly unveiled the exquisite wine preserved by the Akidu clan. He enthusiastically introduced, these fine wines were specifically sealed during the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. Yet they pale in comparison to those preserved since the Warring States period. Alas, those wines can only be opened on special occasions. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt somewhat reluctant to refuse. After all, this wine from the Third Shinobi World War had been uncorked, and could he possibly depart without a single sip? He considered that he could manage at least 3 cups. Consequently, he raised his glass to toast with the father of his comrade, Mizuki. The atmosphere of this gathering was far more congenial than their initial encounter. During this time, I have come to realize that the desires of the children take precedence over all else. As parents, we must also heed our children's feelings, especially when it comes to selecting a partner. Akidu Mizuki lifted his glass once more, clinking it with Lin Yuan's before downing it in one gulp. He then displayed the empty bottom of his cup, causing Lin Yuan to feel a twinge of unease. Indeed, although parents are the closest individuals to their children, it is essential to empathize and respect their perspectives. One must possess noble intentions while also fully comprehending the reality of the situation to ensure that matters concerning lifelong happiness are handled without fail. Lin Yuan, too, downed his drink in one go. At worst, he would wake up tomorrow as a good man again. The scene before him felt akin to an epiphany, and he relaxed slightly. Well said, Lin Yuan. I have acted unjustly in this matter. I shall penalize myself with 3 cups. I will drink, and you are free to do as you wish. Upon hearing this, Akidu Mizuki seemed invigorated, pouring himself 3 more cups and downing them in quick succession while also replenishing Lin Yuan's glass. Lin Yuan shook his head but felt obliged to continue drinking. The quality of the wine was indeed commendable. 1 cup followed another, and as the 3rd round of drinks commenced, both men found themselves pleasantly tipsy. Akidu Mizuki, now slightly inebriated, gazed at Lin Yuan, who was also somewhat intoxicated, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He had successfully gotten this lad drunk. Akidu Mizuki inquired, Lin Yuan, do you genuinely have feelings for my daughter, Mizuki? What flaws does she possess? Flaws of Mizuki? Lin Yuan feigned slight inebriation, swaying a bit as he set down his cup. The flaw of Narcissus lies in her overly favorable perception of me. I am merely a common ninja. Yet I have earned her trust, even on several occasions at the border. Had we not joined forces, I might not have easily returned to the village. Lin Yuan feigned drunkenness at the table, relaxing into slumber. At this juncture, the matter should be considered resolved. Despite Akidu Sweeney's warm demeanor since attaining the rank of Special Jonin, I have always sensed an underlying peculiarity. It was only upon realizing that Akidu Sweeney seemed intent on inebriating me to extract my true feelings that I, in turn, expressed my stance. I have always regarded Narcissus as a good friend, yet as a mere common ninja, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards her. The narrative halts here. Although the now slim Narcissus appears quite charming, enhanced by the chakra of a ninja, the bond of comradeship is profound. How could one entertain improper thoughts about a fellow warrior? My primary purpose in visiting today was to address the repercussions Narcissus faced from the Akidu clan for befriending me. With the issue now resolved, it is a happy ending for all. After Akidu Sweeney instructed a maid to escort Lin Yuan to the guest room, she met with her daughter, Narcissus, hesitating before speaking. Lin Yuan has now become the head of the medical department and has attained the status of a special jonin in the village, seemingly catching the eye of the esteemed Konoha princess, Tsunade, which might qualify him as a potential suitor for our Akidu clan. Yet, as you mentioned, Narcissus, he does not harbor such intentions towards you. He indeed does not, but I find him quite intriguing, Akidu Narcissus remarked with a smile, reminiscing about the moments they fought side by side at the border, instilling a sense of security within her. He is someone she can trust completely, which is why she would not easily relinquish him, even if it requires greater effort on her part. After all, she had made a pact with him. If he could become an elite chunin within a year, she would agree to their relationship. Now, he has achieved the status of special jonin in just over 3 months. While this is somewhat astonishing, as an elder, I shall honor our agreement. However, Narcissus, as the cherished gem of the Akidu clan, it is somewhat inappropriate for you to pursue a common ninja relentlessly, if you can advance to Jonin within 5 years. Akidu Sweeney, realizing he might have overstepped, quickly amended, saying, I mean, Narcissus, if you can become a special Jonin in the village within 5 years, I will permit you to pursue him. 5 years to achieve the rank of special Jonin? Akidu Narcissus calculated in her heart, feeling a semblance of confidence. For the children of ninja clans, the greatest hurdle is undoubtedly attaining the rank of Jonin. Countless individuals are perpetually stuck at this stage. It is often the case that from 10 Chunin, only one becomes an elite Chunin, and from 10 elite Chunin, only one can ascend to the Jonin level. This reality is independent of possessing a bloodline limit. The difficulty remains relatively constant. The challenge of becoming a special Jonin is relatively less daunting. One merely needs to contribute to the village or possess exceptional talents. The requirements regarding strength are, in fact, not particularly stringent. As evening descended, Lin Yuan awakened. Initially, he had no intention of sleeping, but the effects of several bottles of fine wine had rendered him quite inebriated. Thus, he surrendered to slumber. Upon waking, he felt remarkably refreshed. After bidding farewell to Chiu Dao Shui Xian, who was practicing taijutsu techniques outside, he departed from the Chiu Dao clan's territory. On his way home, he couldn't help but muse aloud about Shui Xian's impeccable spinning kick and the somewhat gallant demeanor it conveyed. Fortunately, the recent events had concluded satisfactorily. Indeed, promotion brings forth universal support, while resignation leads to a lack of freedom. Joining the medical department was a most prudent step. Everything appeared to be markedly improving. In life, achieving correct decisions during the most pivotal moments can lead to results that at least meet acceptable standards. Lin Yuan hurried back to his residence, as he now needed to strategize further. In light of the impending defection of Orochimaru and the suicide of Shui, it would be ideal to effect change. If change were unattainable, he must accumulate greater strength to safeguard himself amid the chaos. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1020100000. Faction: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 102-001-0200. Kill points: 255 items. Life-saving talisman X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Technique. Summoning Technique: Spirit Bug, Lotus Flower, Shadow Clone, Monster Power Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Rain Dew 1000 Leaves, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Chapter 086. New technique concepts. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. Lin Yuan seized an opportunity to visit the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, only to unexpectedly find him instructing Might Guy in taijutsu. Currently, Guy's prowess in taijutsu could be deemed quite commendable within the Chunin ranks. However, receiving guidance from a Jonin proficient in taijutsu left him exceedingly exhilarated. He diligently completed the assignments set forth by Teacher Chun with meticulous effort. In contrast to Kakashi, who had already ascended to Jonin status, Guy's path of cultivation was undeniably more protracted. Within the comics, he was not acquainted with Teacher Chun. Guy was truly commendable, executing over 1,000 push-ups daily and performing more than 500 inverted runs around the ninja village. Moreover, should he falter mid-training, he would commence anew. Teacher Chun was thoroughly impressed. The intensity of such training was astonishing, rendering his assigned leg training to be perceived as mere relaxation by Guy. Not once did he hesitate to request an increase in training tasks. Teacher Chun, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately conceded to a doubled workload. Guy was indeed a diligent ninja. Through relentless effort, he continuously strives to bridge the gap between himself and the prodigious ninja Kakashi. This reflects an indomitable fighting spirit, which Lin Yuan highly praises. Although he is also a diligent practitioner of taijutsu, often training additionally, his efforts pale in comparison to the rigorous daily regimen of Might Guy. Otherwise, prior to the opening of the reward pool, he would not merely be at the Chunin level. One would expect him to attain at least the rank of an elite Chunin. However, within the harsh hierarchy of the ninja world, beneath the so-called legend of the eyes, Chunin, elite Chunin, and even Jonin remain mere fodder. Only those who attain the status of Kage can afford a respite. Lin Yuan did not linger long. After becoming somewhat familiar with Might Guy, he took his leave. Following his departure, the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, smiled and began to introduce Lin Yuan to Might Guy. describing him as a ninja who persistently advances on the path of taijutsu. In that moment, Might Guy felt invigorated and silently committed the name Lin Yuan to memory. Generally, he might not remember an ordinary ninja, as evidenced by his inability to recall Kisame, whom he had encountered thrice in the manga. After all, his future looms as the proud azure beast of Konoha, and he only retains memories of those exceptional ninjas, such as his perennial rival Kakashi and other taijutsu masters. It appears that acquiring the 8 gates of might will require patience. Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head. The simplest approach would be to wait for the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, to obtain the 8 gates from Guy through his teachings of the Konoha Dragon God technique and their profound master-disciple bond. Yet, at present, Might Guy has merely become a registered disciple of Teacher Chun and has yet to undergo formal apprenticeship. It is uncertain how long it will take for him to become a jonin and receive the teachings of the Konoha Dragon God technique from Teacher Chun. After all, as Teacher Chun explains, the Konoha Dragon God is a taijutsu masterwork that must be thoroughly mastered in terms of chakra before it can be practiced. Alternatively, he could simply reveal his jonin strength and learn the Konoha Dragon God technique directly from Teacher Chun. After contemplating this for a while, Lin Yuan ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, a 16-year-old jonin with such exceptional talent would easily attract the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if Teacher Chun could keep a secret, there remains the risk of an indiscretion after a few drinks. Moreover, the Konoha Dragon God technique is not particularly suited to him at the moment, as his current combat system revolves around the swift lethality of the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, after much deliberation, he concluded that it would be more prudent to develop a unique taijutsu masterwork of his own. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1030100000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 1030010300. Kill points: 255 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock, Palm Sage Art. Summoning technique: Spirit Bug, Surface Lotus, Shadow Clone, Mighty Power Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Rain 2000 Books, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3 Body Technique, Level 3. In the courtyard, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, calming his mind, contemplating the construction of a unique martial art of one's own. One should not seek immediate perfection. It suffices to achieve a foundational level, with aspirations to gradually enhance it over time. Currently, the references include Kakashi's Raikiri, Master Chin's Konoha Dragon God, Lightning Release Chakra Mode, the 3rd Raikage's Hell Stab, the 4th Raikage's Lightning Plow Hot Knife, Shirsue's Body Technique, and Might Guy's Evening Elephant, among others. Essentially, the first step involves gathering chakra, while the second entails concentrating it into a weapon that covers a certain area. The third step is to wield this weapon in combat, or to unleash it for an external assault. Lin Yuan began to mobilize the chi within his body. Having ascended to a high-level ninja in physical techniques, he had thoroughly mastered the mysterious fluctuations of chi. He started by slowly allowing the chi to spiral in his palm, akin to the technique of Rasengan. However, to further develop this, one must make choices. First, he would gather 100 points of chakra, sufficient for executing a formidable wind release technique. The next consideration was the shape. Should it be spherical or spiked? Should it coalesce on the hand or the foot? Yet, the most awkward aspect was that non-attribute chi could not inflict any elemental damage upon the enemy. Techniques like the Konoha Dragon God, which harness chi to create a tornado for attack, are indeed ingenious but challenging to conceive. Alternatively, he might temporarily set aside the power of this technique to enhance its practicality, perhaps envisioning it in the realm of flight techniques. Lin Yuan instinctively recalled the signature clay bird created by Deidara in the manga, an excellent flying mount. The heavens and earth possess righteousness, diverse forms abound. Below are rivers and mountains, above are sun and stars, and for humanity, it is the vast and righteous spirit, pervasive enough to fill the heavens. Lin Yuan pondered through the night, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled these lines from a song of his past life, the Song of Righteousness by Wen Tianxiang, which inspired him subtly. Perhaps there is no rush to develop techniques. As he continues to strengthen the chakra's chi, a martial art suited to him may naturally emerge. However, this is not something achievable in a short time, reminding him that haste makes waste. Lin Yuan observed the chakra in his hand, which had dissipated in its usual calmness, and nodded inwardly. Non-attribute chakra, while not particularly aggressive, could lead to mishaps if one were careless with attribute chakra. This indirectly suggested that non-attribute chakra might be more adept at evolving in directions other than direct offense, warranting further exploration. In due time, results would undoubtedly manifest. As night passed, dawn soon broke. After stretching languidly, Lin Yuan ventured to the street to purchase 2 rice balls for breakfast, before striding towards the medical department to report for duty. Though the holiday was delightful, an extended absence from his post made him feel somewhat rusty. Unlike the cacophonous slogans of his past life, where capitalists neglected the work environment, he now found himself as a cog in the medical department under the leadership of the golden-haired Tsunade. There remains a fervent spirit of striving. The master of leisure is dedicated to his work. Lin Yuan has commenced his busy day. Chapter 087, Gifts and Scrolls. In the afternoon, Lin Yuan exited the medical department and beheld the radiant smile of Chodao Shuexian standing ahead. He promptly made his way towards her. For today, he had arranged to collect the final gift from Shuexian. The previous 2 gifts, procured from the Uchiha high-end store, had already been entrusted to her for delivery. According to Shuexian, her 2 close friends were exceedingly pleased. The final gift was intended for Shuexian herself, and the glimmer of anticipation in her bright eyes was unmistakable. This marked the first occasion Lin Yuan had bestowed a gift upon her, adding an air of mystery to the moment. The pair then proceeded towards their destination. Lin Yuan, what flavor of snacks would you like next? I have an abundance and can easily share, he inquired. Chodao Shuexian gazed at Lin Yuan with a warm smile. Since departing the borders, she had transformed from a resolute warrior into a gentle female ninja, especially unreserved in expressing her fondness for Lin Yuan. In that moment, even Lin Yuan, with the memories of 2 lifetimes, felt his heart flutter. After all, he was but a common ninja. And to encounter a female ninja who genuinely cherished him in this harsh world of the shinobi was quite remarkable. One need only recall that Naruto ultimately chose Hinata Hyuga, who had quietly loved him, over Sakura Haruno, who had long harbored feelings for Sasuke. That spicy and crunchy squid strips from a few days ago were delightful. Lin Yuan remarked with a smile. Untangling a love triangle is, in essence, rather straightforward. For instance, in the case of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, Naruto holds affection for Sakura, who in turn loves Sasuke. Should Sasuke reciprocate Sakura's feelings, she would never develop feelings for Naruto. Conversely, if Sasuke does not love Sakura, she may then entertain feelings for Naruto. Thus, Sakura's will is dominated by Sasuke, leaving her devoid of the freedom to love. Consequently, Naruto's affection for Sakura can be accurately described as an attraction to the Sakura who is governed by Sasuke. This is certainly not a course of action for a rational person. In contrast, the Hyuga clan excels. Hinata effortlessly captured Naruto's heart. Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. Soon, he and Shuexian arrived at their destination, the village's ninja tool shop. This establishment monopolizes the supply of ninja tools in Konoha, boasting both competitive quality and pricing. The striking ninja tool girl depicted in the manga is rumored to be the daughter of the shop's owner. The shop's prominence is evident, having secured a place among the ranks of notable ninja clans. Welcome, the shopkeeper greeted, casting a glance at the newcomers, her eyes momentarily widening in surprise at the sight of such a handsome pair. She promptly resolved to raise the prices of the merchandise by 20% for this occasion. However, that was not feasible. With a hint of regret, the shopkeeper accepted the order presented by Lin Yuan. A few days ago, Lin Yuan placed an order for a unique ninja tool here. Since the payment for the order was made in advance, there was, of course, no opportunity for a price increase. The tool has been exquisitely crafted, boasting a beautiful design. The customer even sent a shadow clone to personally assist in its creation. According to the blacksmith, the customer possesses remarkable forging skills. I shall now retire to the back room to retrieve the tool for you. The proprietress of the ninja tool shop, possessing a rather agile physique, swiftly entered the back room and returned just as quickly, placing an elegantly crafted box corresponding to the order number before Lin Yuan and Shuexian. Lin Yuan did not open the box directly. Instead, he handed it to Shuexian with a smile, suggesting that she should wait until they returned home to unveil its contents. Shuexian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but seeing Lin Yuan's air of mystery, she complied with enthusiasm. Upon returning home, Shuexian eagerly opened the box to reveal 2 intertwined crystal bracelets, exhibiting a blend of pink, purple, and yellow hues. When worn, they imparted a unique, gentle warmth. This was a result of Lin Yuan's endeavor to harness chakra during the crafting process. A meticulous examination of the crystal bracelet revealed that its radiance did not radiate outward but was instead subdued, as if something restrained the internal energy from escaping. This, too, was a manifestation of chakra. Shui Xian found herself captivated by the bracelet and suddenly noticed that its intricate pattern was adorned with motifs of daffodils. While Shui Xian was exceedingly pleased, Lin Yuan returned to his residence and was reminded of the ninjutsu scroll that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him some time ago. After a thorough search, he finally located the scroll and opened it for inspection. To his astonishment, he discovered that it contained a jutsu for creating shadow clones of shurikens. He had to admit that it was a relatively decent technique. Lin Yuan dedicated the night to mastering it, eager to observe its effects. The shuriken shadow clone technique allows one to throw a shuriken and, upon expending 10,000 chakra points, replicate 1,000 physical shurikens to launch an attack. However, it seemed rather lackluster. The chakra consumption was exorbitantly high. Even if 1,000 shurikens could be replicated, they remained mere shurikens, failing to achieve any transformative effect, clearly falling short when compared to the explosive tags. Lin Yuan pondered deeply and concluded that the ninjutsu offered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was indeed subpar. Even though he was officially a special jonin and Sarutobi had recognized his chakra levels as exceeding those of ordinary ninjas, the jutsu he provided seemed more symbolic than practical. It appeared to be the most inferior grade of ninjutsu. Upon discovering the possibility of combining ninjutsu, Lin Yuan reconsidered his earlier judgment of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Combine it. And combine it fiercely, he declared. The technique Rainfall of 1,000 shurikens allows one to throw a shuriken and expend a significant amount of chakra to summon a corresponding number of physical shurikens and their illusions from a great height to launch a diving attack. This technique melds the characteristics of high-altitude projectiles with the shuriken shadow clone technique. Moreover, the Rain Do 1,000 Hands is a jutsu drawn from the prize pool of ninja techniques. The amalgamation of this new ninjutsu has similarly endowed me with an exceptionally high level of proficiency. Lin Yuan silently analyzed the situation, sensing that this endeavor was not without its merits. The sheer doubling in quantity promises substantial returns, even if the additional set consists of mere shadow shurikens. However, the bewilderment of enemy ninjas upon realizing their attacks were futile only amplifies the lethality of this technique, the Rain Do 1,000 shurikens. Yet, this combined jutsu does not surpass the rank of Diamond Lock. It appears that the limitation lies within the shurikens. After all, summoning 5 chakra chains through the Diamond Lock would render any number of shurikens ineffective against its defenses. In comparison of chakra expenditure, it is evident that the Diamond Lock offers greater value. Nonetheless, with my high proficiency, I can utilize the Rain Do 1,000 shurikens at the cost of 1,000 chakra points, merely needing to replicate 1,000 physical and shadow shurikens, thus making it a more economical option. After simulating various battle scenarios in his mind, Lin Yuan gained a deeper understanding of this jutsu, now only awaiting the opportunity to put it into practice. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 10401000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 104001. 0400. Kill points: 255 items. Death Immunity Medal X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rain Do 1,000 shurikens. Palm Sage Arts, Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug, Petal Lotus, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3. Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic 3-Body Technique, Level 3. Chapter 088. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan during this period. The Uchiha clan was in high spirits. Under the command of the third Hokage, Uchiha Shisui was promoted to Deputy Minister of the Umbu, breaking a long-standing precedent since the second Hokage Tobarama that had prevented the Uchiha clan from engaging with other departments in Konoha. Notably, this elevation came directly from the third Hokage himself, leaving other ninja clans in the village with nothing but envy. More significantly, following the first decisive battle against the Cloud Village, Uchiha Shisui's promotion undoubtedly signifies his substantial contributions to this conflict. Whispers began circulating throughout the streets, suggesting that Uchiha Shisui might be the most talented ninja in Konoha's history, with a potential talent level on par with the first, second, third, and fourth Hokages. leading many to speculate about his chances of ascending to the position of the fifth Hokage. Most ninjas within the village, who were aware of Uchiha Shirsue's prowess, found it difficult to dispute this notion. However, there were many within other clans who harbored quiet discontent, asserting that the Hokage position should not solely rely on strength. Rather, contributions to Konoha were of paramount importance. Orochimaru, having defended Konoha diligently for decades and participated in countless battles, had an unassailable record of merit and strength, making him the most suitable candidate for the fifth Hokage. In the underground base of Konoha's roots, Shimura Danzo sat across from Orochimaru, both enjoying a cup of tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown old, his eyesight failing him. It is indeed perplexing to consider entrusting the future of Konoha to Uchiha Shirsue. Has one forgotten that the true mastermind behind the Kyuubi's assault on the village hailed from the Uchiha clan? Such thoughts chill the hearts of those like us. Orochimaru, we must not yield any further. The fifth Hokage of Konoha. Only you and I are the most suitable candidates. Yet, you are younger than I, more fitting for the role of Hokage. My mentor's words ring true. A Hokage cannot afford to falter. I have fought valiantly for Konoha, fulfilling my mission, yet I have neglected my training. Were Jiraiya to face the fourth Raikage, he might not have sustained injuries. Danzo, like Jiraiya and Tsunade, I harbor no ambition for the position of Hokage. I would gladly support you in your bid for the role of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled softly, lifting his teacup. The reflection of his serpentine eyes danced in the tea as he downed its contents. Upon hearing Orochimaru's earlier words, Shimura Danzo felt a twinge of disappointment. What luck does Sarutobi Hiruzen possess to have trained the legendary Sannin, who each contribute selflessly to Konoha without seeking the title of Hokage? However, upon hearing Orochimaru's subsequent remarks, Danzo's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Orochimaru, you cannot deceive me. If you truly wish to support my ascent to the fifth Hokage, I shall risk my reputation to secure this position for the future of Konoha. At that point, our fates will be intertwined, and I shall cover all your research expenses. It was a proposition laden with temptation. Orochimaru poured himself another cup of tea and toasted with the ambitious Danzo. In the ensuing days, Konoha was besieged by scandals regarding the Uchiha clan, accusations of coercing civilian kunoichi into dubious establishments, extending usurious loans to ordinary ninjas, mercilessly acquiring village lands, and assaulting innocent elderly ninjas. While many of these claims bore truth, some were mere fabrications. The Uchiha clan promptly addressed the rumors, swiftly clarifying the falsehoods and reporting the slander to the Hokage Tower. Simultaneously, the swift Uchiha Shirsue returned to the battlefield, soon achieving remarkable feats in combat. He faced the fourth Raikage, and the two were evenly matched, with neither achieving victory. Sarutobi Hiruzen welcomed Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, while Kakashi served them freshly brewed tea. Hiruzen then remarked, Fugaku, the village has been anything but tranquil lately. Scandals regarding the Uchiha clan are rampant. Is this truly the Konoha under my leadership? To which Fugaku replied, Honorable Third, our Uchiha clan has always shown the utmost respect during your tenure. Regrettably, we are not immune to the slanders of petty individuals. I have initiated an investigation among my clansmen. Should any claims hold truth, I will not condone them internally. Conversely, if they are entirely unfounded, I hope for your understanding. Addressing Lord Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku expressed a sense of helplessness. The forces capable of swaying public opinion within the village were few and far between. Besides the affluent Uchiha clan, there was only the root organization lurking in the shadows of Konoha. The connections of the latter with Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other high-ranking officials of Konoha were somewhat tenuous. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's grounds, Fugaku was informed by a clan leader, the investigation into the fate of the exploding release hunter has yielded results. The Jonin from Hanatani was initially reluctant to speak, but after we offered him a substantial bribe, he revealed that he had fainted during the incident. However, there was another who knew what transpired at the time, the troublesome Lin Yuan, who has often caused us strife. Lin Yuan may appear to be a mere border ninja, yet he has swiftly cultivated a relationship with Tsunade and has garnered the approval of Shirsue, while also maintaining a decent rapport with Hikusui. A ninja of his caliber must possess extraordinary qualities. He should have been a boon for our Uchiha clan, yet he was foolishly cast aside by those three imbeciles. Fugaku's expression was tinged with dissatisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Let the investigation into the exploding release hunter conclude here. Inform the Iwagakure that the hunter is deceased. I suspect Noki will not let this matter rest easily. Clan leader. Provoking Noki could lead to a war with Iwagakure. The pressure on Shursui would intensify, a concerned Uchiha clan member remarked. After all, Uchiha Shursui had always fought at the forefront for the honor of the Uchiha. Dealing with Kumogakure was already a formidable task, and the prospect of facing Iwagakure as well could stretch their clan's proud warrior thin, potentially leading to encirclement. Isn't there also Orochimaru? The only one capable of contending with Shursui for the position of the 5th Hokage is Orochimaru. However, he is reportedly gravely injured from his encounter with the 4th Raikage. One can only hope he recognizes the vast disparity in strength between himself and Shursui. It would be prudent for him to remain in Iwagakure for the time being. The potential of Shursui, bolstered by the Uchiha clan, held tremendous promise for ascending to the position of 5th Hokage of Konoha, thereby rewriting the long-standing history of the Uchiha clan's exclusion. A cold glint flickered in Fugaka's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Yondai residence, Lin Yuan glanced at his attribute panel, diligently continuing his training. Compared to the shadow-level prowess of Orochimaru and Shursui, there remained much for him to enhance. His current strength as a jonin still felt somewhat lacking. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 11101000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 111001 1100. Kill points: 255 items. 1 life-saving metal ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rain Dew 1000 Shuriken, Palm Sage Art, Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3. Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2. Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Chapter 089. The Essence of Righteousness. A month later, within the courtyard, Lin Yuan sat in serene meditation, enveloped in a soft white glow. After a shift in his thought process, he momentarily ceased his pursuit of sheer power and turned his focus towards auxiliary functions, such as immunity to negative effects, control, and illusions. Ultimately, through relentless research, he achieved preliminary results. By gathering a thin layer of white light that flowed naturally around him, he developed a certain resistance to negativity, control, and illusions. What remained was the ongoing refinement of this technique, inspired by the first line of the Song of Righteousness. Heaven and earth possess righteousness, flowing in myriad forms. This conveyed that the strength of a taijutsu-type jonin fundamentally relies on chi, primarily utilizing it for defense and countering enemy attacks rather than for preemptive strikes. Instead, this technique served to protect oneself. Essence of Righteousness consumes 100 chakra points to create a comprehensive protective effect around oneself. The efficacy of this protection varies based on the situation. The second technique. Below is the river and mountain, above is the sun and stars, saw Lin Yuan continually refining his thoughts. The chi around him began to shift. Part of it descended into his body, enhancing his slight offensive and defensive capabilities, while another part ascended to his eyes and ears, attempting to amplify sensitivity. The former leaned towards telescopic vision, while the latter resembled a rudimentary wired telephone. He even crafted a horn for these functionalities. After achieving these 3 capabilities, he embarked on further enhancements. To an external observer, Lin Yuan now bore a mask of white light upon his visage, complemented by an ethereal suit of armor. Sun, moon, stars, and rivers consumes 1,000 chakra points to form a non-attribute chakra-based soft armor mode, equipped with telescopic hearing capabilities. Presently, I possess 2 layers of defense, the foundational essence of righteousness within, and the advanced sun, moon, stars, and rivers outside. Next, I shall delve into my latest comprehension from the 3rd line of the Song of Righteousness. To humanity, it is vast and profound, filling the boundless void. A flicker of solemnity crossed Lin Yuan's eyes as chakra began to surge toward this technique. In the preceding moment, he bore only an illusory mask of white light and armor, yet now, the chakra solidified into an entire suit of armor, adorned with unique streamlined patterns. If one were to describe it, the path of the armor resembles a sci-fi aesthetic from a previous life. The Howren Songming armor. It consumes 10,000 chakra points to form an attribute-less chakra armor that envelopes the entire body. The effects are commendable. Is there no hint in the prize pool for combinations? It seems something is still lacking. Lin Yuan was not disheartened, however. After all, it only took a month to develop a prototype of this exclusive body technique. There remains considerable room for enhancement. He began to gradually retract the unused chakra from this specialized technique back into his body. Wasting it would require time and effort to recover. Retrieving it, at least, would allow for some replenishment. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Level: Jonin 141010000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 8500141100. Kill points: 255 items. Life-saving token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Diamond Lock. Rain Dew 1000 Shuriken. Howren Summoning Armor. Palm Immortal Technique. Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug. Lotus Blossom. Sun Moon Star River. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous Flow Shape. Stealth Throw Technique. Level 2. Basic 3 Body Technique. Level 3. In the final moment of retracting chakra, Lin Yuan noticed some commotion in the distance. It appeared that a multitude of ninjas were swiftly mobilizing. He instinctively guessed their identities. Cautiously approaching the window, he confirmed that they were indeed Umbu ninjas. Only the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, could traverse the village in such numbers at the dead of night. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Was this commotion indicative of Orochimaru's defection? Or perhaps his status was too low to ascertain relevant information promptly. There was little he could do to interfere. Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Yuan created a shadow clone to remain behind, while his main body hastily ventured outside. Even in the face of unexpected events, he could swiftly return using the Flying Thunder God technique. He remained calm. The incident of Orochimaru's defection was shrouded in mysteries within the manga. For instance, both Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi were taken aback upon learning of Orochimaru's betrayal. Although Orochimaru fled due to the exposure of his human experimentation, he harbored a deep resentment toward Hiruzen afterward, sparking curiosity among ninjas regarding the underlying reasons. On a moonless night, in the forest, the layout of Konoha is structured in a fan-like shape of 120 degrees. The center is the Hokage Rock, surrounded by dense forest. Therefore, if Orochimaru were to defect, he would immediately enter the forest to the north. Lin Yuan activated the stealth throw technique, daringly trailing behind a skilled Umbu Nin as he entered the northern forest. In his search, he soon spotted a familiar figure, somewhat rigid and stationary, Kakashi. It seemed that, much like in the manga, Orochimaru had not truly engaged against Kakashi's obstruction. He merely severed the mask of darkness in twain. Kakashi was drenched in perspiration, utterly unprepared for his own vulnerability before Orochimaru, a renowned shadow-level adversary. Despite possessing authentic Jonin prowess, he was defeated in a single exchange. His mission, bestowed by the third Hokage to impede Orochimaru, had proven to be an exercise in futility. After indicating the direction in which Orochimaru had fled to the Anbu operatives, Kakashi promptly recalibrated his focus, determined to pursue the rogue shinobi once more. Yet, he suddenly sensed a faint observation surrounding him and activated his Sharingan. The Sharingan, indeed a troublesome tool. Lin Yuan, aware of Kakashi's gaze, swiftly vacated the scene, maneuvering to follow the Anbu unit. Noticing that the squad began to disperse in search, he contemplated how to successfully locate Orochimaru. According to the manga's progression, Orochimaru had subsequently traversed to the northern land of Sound, where he established a stronghold and founded the Sound Village. Continuing his clandestine research, he only briefly ventured to the Hidden Cloud Village to confront the former Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Before Orochimaru's departure in the manga, it seemed Kakashi had once again encountered him, but the details had grown hazy with time. Lin Yuan secretly calculated his next move, deciding to return and team up with Kakashi to search for Orochimaru. Fortunately, after a brief search, he successfully located Kakashi. He leaped down from the tree, observing Kakashi's wary demeanor, and dispelled his invisibility technique. Do not be alarmed. It is I. There has been considerable activity in the village this evening. What transpired? Lin Yuan. What brings you here? Kakashi inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he recounted the situation. After all, Lin Yuan was suspected to be a medical ninja endorsed by Tsunade, having proven himself on several missions. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Kakashi regretted divulging such information, for the current mission was exceedingly perilous, and he hesitated to involve Lin Yuan. Orochimaru would defect? He has executed countless high-level missions for the village. What reason would he have to betray us? I would sooner believe the village had betrayed Orochimaru. Lin Yuan feigned astonishment. Chapter 090. Pursuing Orochimaru ninjas cannot rely solely on their own eyes, yet your reasoning holds merit. Thus, it is imperative to investigate the truth thoroughly. Let us seek out Orochimaru together. Kakashi, too, was perplexed. That very Orochimaru had been a pillar of the village until this night. How could he suddenly defect? Observing the disbelief in Lin Yuan's eyes, Kakashi extended an invitation. The two were in accord and immediately set forth to trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. Engaging in conversation along the way, I find it hard to believe that Lord Orochimaru would betray Konoha. According to Kakashi, you have just encountered Lord Orochimaru. Yet, even in your moment of helplessness, he refrained from striking against you. Lin Yuan pointed out the inconsistencies in this incident. If Orochimaru had truly succumbed to darkness and betrayed us, there would have been no reason for him to spare Kakashi Hatake. This is akin to Itachi's departure from Konoha, during which he annihilated the Uchiha clan without hesitation. The explanation within the manga suggests that Itachi lost faith in the Uchiha's capacity for peace, believing that as long as they existed, Konoha would never find tranquility. Hence, Itachi's situation reflects a genuine descent into darkness, whereas Orochimaru's circumstances remain enigmatic. If Orochimaru truly dared to kill me, the third Hokage would undoubtedly dispatch the Umbu to pursue him with utmost determination. Recently, rumors have circulated in the village that Orochimaru eliminated the renowned Iwnin Jonin, Bakudan Shu, potentially inciting Iwa's vengeance against our Konoha ninjas. Coupled with the revelation of Orochimaru's illicit human experimentation, it seems plausible that he harbored trepidations that led him to contemplate defection. Kakashi, however, appeared unfazed by Lin Yuan's concerns. After a brief moment of contemplation, he proposed a possible explanation. Orochimaru refrained from lethal actions due to the formidable presence of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What harm would it be to eliminate a ninja from a rival village? Would Orochimaru dare to invade Iwa to commit murder? Lin Yuan found this reasoning perplexing. Would the enemy cease to consider Orochimaru a foe simply because he spared Bakudan Shu? Clearly, it was Orochimaru's actions in slaying Bakudan Shu that instilled fear in Iwa, preventing them from declaring war on Konoha. Otherwise, tensions between Kyumo and Konoha would still be rife, and Iwa would have a significant advantage in a confrontation. After the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the Third Hokage established a peace treaty with Iwa. Unless Iwa actively sought to breach this accord, the assassination of a prominent Iwa Jonin by Konoha would undoubtedly provoke a diplomatic incident. Kakashi, resigned, explained that he sensed Lin Yuan's inexplicable fondness for Orochimaru. Yet, regardless of sentiment, Orochimaru had already defected. A traitor to Konoha would inevitably take with him the village's secrets, and no village would easily forgive such a betrayal. At the very least, they would demand the traitor's head. Lin Yuan struggled to articulate his thoughts. If Iwa could kill our border ninjas without consequence, yet our actions against Bakudan Shu bore repercussions, it presented an undeniable contradiction. For a moment, both fell silent as they sought Orochimaru's hiding place. At this juncture, Orochimaru was either long gone or still residing in the underground base he established, or perhaps he was with Danzo. After a thorough search, they located Orochimaru's underground facility. This is it. Exercise caution, Kakashi whispered, brandishing a kunai as he discreetly cautioned Lin Yuan. With swift determination, Lin Yuan charged forward. Observing this, he hastily followed suit. The underground base appeared devoid of guards, likely having been dismissed. However, neither of them let their guard down, for Orochimaru was a formidable figure of the shinobi world. One individual could exert more influence than 10 Jonin. Should Orochimaru be truly provoked, even the mightiest of Jonin would surely fall before his terrifying strength. At the lowest level of the base, Orochimaru gazed at several containers with a peculiar expression. Suddenly, he turned to assess the approaching Kakashi Hatake and Lin Yuan. His surprise evident. Lin Yuan, what brings you here? If it is out of gratitude for my earlier assistance, it is unnecessary. I have made the decision to defect from Konoha. You should thank the village for its support. While I am in a good mood, I suggest you both leave. I shall not pursue you. It seemed that Orochimaru had once saved Lin Yuan's life. Kakashi, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, understood at once. No wonder Lin Yuan had been defending him along the way. Nevertheless, Kakashi spoke up, Orochimaru, the village has treated you well. If there are issues, you may stay and discuss them with the third Hokage. Defection is no trivial matter. If you insist on leaving, I shall be compelled to intervene. What a laughable notion. Foolish Kakashi, Orochimaru retorted, his slit eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure. The next moment, Kakashi lunged at him. After a brief exchange of blows, Orochimaru delivered a swift kick, sending Kakashi crashing against the wall. Regaining his composure, Kakashi regarded Orochimaru with grave seriousness. Do you intend to obstruct me as well, Lin Yuan? Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Lin Yuan. He understood that Lin Yuan was merely a chunin. Despite the recognition he received from Tsunade due to his medical ninjutsu, it did not significantly enhance his combat prowess. Thus, he harbored no real intention of engaging. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 14101000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bone manipulation. Chakra: 8600141000. Kill points: 255 items. Golden Life Token X1 Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Adamant Ceiling. Rain of Shuriken, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Flower, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Shadow Clone, Beastly Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow. Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Orochimaru-sama, you have invested immense effort into Konoha, a legacy that cannot be erased. If those with great accomplishments do not cherish Konoha, will those with lesser achievements do so? I, Lin Yuan, implore you to remain. I believe all the villagers of Konoha would support you, Lin Yuan boldly declared. He has always felt that Orochimaru's defection from Konoha was rather abrupt. The so-called human experiments involving Mokuton were known to Sarutobi Hiruzen from the very beginning. In fact, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who initially spearheaded the effort to create a Mokuton ninja for the benefit of the village. Orochimaru had little interest in the creation of Mokuton ninjas. Later, when Sarutobi Hiruzen lost hope and decided to halt the experiments, Shimura Danzo insisted that Orochimaru continue. This had little to do with Orochimaru himself. As I have stated before, Orochimaru merely possessed research talents. At his core, he remained a subordinate to the higher-ups of Konoha. All the villagers were willing to support me. Lin Yuan, do you realize what you are saying? Before I change my mind, I urge you to leave this place immediately. Orochimaru sighed, waving his hand to signal Lin Yuan to depart swiftly. At that moment, Kakashi rushed in with a kunai. Orochimaru instinctively drew his long sword, sending Kakashi flying once more. He then turned his gaze outward, where numerous Umbu ninjas had located the base, swiftly entering to encircle Orochimaru. Cold, piercing eyes fixed on him. One Umbu stated, "The third Hokage has issued a command. Orochimaru, if you surrender tonight, he may choose to overlook your past transgressions due to the bond we once shared as mentor and student. However, should you choose to resist, there will be no turning back once you leave the village." Chapter 091, The Iburi Clan. You shall not proceed any further. Orochimaru remained impassive, conjuring a snake that bit into the overhead passage. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the Umbu ninjas, Orochimaru leaped into the passage above and gestured downward. A multitude of phosphorescent snakes cascaded from the ceiling, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, sporting humanoid heads, hissing and flicking their forked tongues. Their serpentine bodies were bone-like, segmented, and quite eerie. Pursue. The Umbu ninjas aimed to follow, but first, they had to deal with the phosphorescent snakes. One by one, they drew their kunai, employing their adept taijutsu to engage. Kakashi and Lin Yuan, seeing this, joined the fray. Before long, they managed to subdue the bizarre phosphorescent snakes. During the skirmish, Lin Yuan seized an opportunity to strike, only to lose interest upon realizing there were no rewards for slaying them. He merely awaited Kakashi's lead to track down Orochimaru once more, for Kakashi possessed a Sharingan and an exceptionally keen intuition. Poison. An Umbu ninja sensed danger. In the next moment, Lin Yuan and Kakashi fled from Orochimaru's base, disregarding the Umbu ninjas behind them. After assessing their surroundings, Kakashi resumed the pursuit towards Orochimaru's likely location. With Lin Yuan trailing leisurely behind, the two raced forward, only to be intercepted midway by root ninjas. Upon encountering these root ninjas, Kakashi could not restrain himself from adopting a posture indicative of an impending attack. Observing this, Lin Yuan also drew out his kunai. Lord Danzo had issued a directive. The circumstances surrounding the legendary Sannin Orochimaru's defection remained shrouded in mystery. For the time being, the root ninjas would take control here, and no other ninjas were permitted to enter. These root ninjas moved with remarkable proficiency, each one a well-trained elite nin, displaying no concern for Kakashi's intent to strike. It is well known that the root ninjas of Konoha possess formidable strength, rivaling that of the Umbu from various villages. A multitude of root ninjas obstructed their path. Without taking action, it was evident that passage would be impossible. Lin Yuan, however, remained unfazed, awaiting Kakashi's decision. Instead of aimlessly searching alone, accompanying Kakashi seemed a more fruitful endeavor. He was acutely aware that Orochimaru's defection bore significant narrative momentum, likely rooted in the actions of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Given his current circumstances, altering this trajectory would be exceedingly challenging. Lin Yuan, let us depart. There is no need to engage these root ninjas in conflict, Kakashi stated, gradually retreating and shifting direction to continue their search. Lin Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the root ninjas before following Kakashi's lead. Soon, the two found themselves in a dense thicket, distinctly different from the surrounding woodlands. Lin Yuan sensed the unusual aura permeating the area but chose to remain silent. The pair advanced swiftly through the thicket until, unexpectedly, a mist began to materialize ahead. Though subtle under the cover of night, this sudden fog coalesced into several young men, advancing toward them with formidable strikes, reminiscent of elite taijutsu practitioners. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, engaged one of them in hand-to-hand combat for several exchanges. When their confrontation ceased, it became evident that the remaining figures of fog lay sprawled on the ground, while Lin Yuan stood calmly, as if nothing had transpired. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: J-Nin, 1410100. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 8500141100. Killing points: 255 items. Death Immunity Talisman X1 Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique, Diamond Lock. Thousand Hands of Rain and Dew, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus of the Sun and Moon, Galaxy, Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. The leader of the mist figures narrowed his eyes, incredulity washing over him as he surveyed the fallen kin. His gaze shifted to the composed Lin Yuan, who appeared entirely unfazed by the unfolding events, prompting an instinctive crisis of faith. Meanwhile, Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, silently acknowledged the undeniable prowess of genuine taijutsu ninjas. Even though Lin Yuan is merely a particularly skilled jonin specializing in taijutsu, the swiftness with which he vanquished these enigmatic ninjas suggests that his prowess may rival that of Might Guy. Well done, Lin Yuan. Kakashi, too, unleashed his full power, his left Sharingan spinning rapidly. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he dispatched the final figure cloaked in smoke. The two then commenced an inquiry into the origins of these smoke beings. It was revealed that they hailed from the Iblis clan, a lineage innately endowed with the ability to transform into smoke. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, they had lingered in this vicinity for an extended period. Subsequently, the members of the Iblis clan inquired about Kakashi and Lin Yuan's backgrounds. Upon learning that both were from the Umbu of Konoha, the Iblis clan members ceased their inquiries, as it appeared there were no leads concerning Orochimaru. Kakashi's expression bore a hint of hesitation, yet Lin Yuan remained unconvinced. Recalling that a clan called Iblis did indeed exist in the manga, due to the instability of their smoke-based Kekkei Genkai, the Iblis clan had collaborated with Orochimaru, hoping he could resolve their issues. With Orochimaru's assistance, their abilities stabilized and their lifespans extended, fostering a sense of gratitude towards him. Regrettably, shortly after Orochimaru's defection, the entire Iblis clan perished, save for a young girl named Yukimi, who fell victim to Orochimaru's bloodsucking. While the reasons behind Orochimaru's actions eluded understanding, waiting here seemed prudent. However, it was uncertain whether they would encounter Orochimaru. Kakashi wished to continue exploring the surrounding area, and upon seeing Lin Yuan's decision to remain and wait, he refrained from further persuasion. He handed Lin Yuan a signal flare, indicating that he should use it at the first sign of trouble before swiftly departing. As Kakashi's companion left, the leader of the Iblis clan, Utai, approached Lin Yuan, who had remained behind after easily dispatching several of his kin. It seemed he sought to mend some of the ill feelings caused by their earlier unprovoked attack, especially considering that both Lin Yuan and Kakashi hailed from the esteemed village of Konoha, which shared ties with Orochimaru. Your Iblis clan possesses an extraordinary ability to transform into smoke, a legacy of your Kekkei Genkai. I can only surmise that your clan has produced formidable ninjas throughout history. Lin Yuan remarked casually. Utai responded with a hint of embarrassment, due to the numerous shinobi wars. Our Iblis clan has lost many of our training techniques during our constant migrations, forcing us to take refuge in this wind-sheltered cave within the dense forest. Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging the plight of countless weakened clans that had suffered during the wars. Even a clan as strong as the Uzumaki had succumbed to the onslaught of rival factions, dwindling to mere remnants. Chapter 092. Protecting Yukimi. Your Iblis clan is capable of mastering taijutsu. In the heat of battle, it is advisable to refrain from utilizing the bloodline limit. Should the necessity arise, one might transform into smoke and seek refuge in confined spaces or residential buildings. Alternatively, one could prepare a small box in which to conceal oneself during a hasty retreat. As proficiency in the bloodline limit increases over time, the apprehension of wind will naturally dissipate. Lin Yuan, with his amicable disposition, offered thoughtful suggestions. After a leisurely exchange, the leader of the Iburi clan, Wu Tai, appeared to experience a moment of clarity. However, as time inexorably passed, a flicker of regret crossed Wu Tai's eyes. He swiftly produced a kunai and aimed it at Lin Yuan. The latter deftly evaded the strike, prompting Wu Tai to coldly remark, "You have been stalling for time, harboring ulterior motives for remaining here. Since your intentions are dubious, do not be surprised if the Iburi clan unites against you. Everyone attack. Eliminate this outsider." In an instant, a myriad of smoke coalesced into the figures of the Iburi clan members, charging towards Lin Yuan. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan could not help but feel speechless. The Iburi clan was quick to resort to violence. It seemed their prolonged confinement in the cavern had rendered them irritable. If confronted by a different type of high-ranking ninja, the situation could have been far more challenging. After all, the absence of wind in this location allowed the Iburi clan members to utilize their bloodline limits without reservation. Lin Yuan adeptly dodged their assaults, countering with powerful kicks that sent the Iburi members flying. As they transformed into smoke, he unleashed the mighty shadow dance, Great Whirlwind, conjuring gusts of wind that dispersed the smoke. The Iburi clan members, now severely injured, looked on in terror at Lin Yuan, realizing that this foreign ninja was indeed their nemesis. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1410100000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Bloodline Limit. Chakra: 8200141000. Killing points: 255 items. Life-saving token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Adamant Ceiling. Rain of Shuriken. Vast Azure Armor. Palm Sage Technique. Summoning Technique. Spirit Insect. Lotus Blossom. Sun and Moon Galaxy. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous Flowing Form. Stealth Throw Technique. Level 2. Basic Body Technique. Level 3. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound resonated from the ground behind him. Lin Yuan, without glancing back, swiftly maneuvered away. Upon turning his head, he beheld a colossal python fixated upon him, with Orochimaru standing atop its head. Both were taken aback at the sight of one another, and Orochimaru, perplexed, inquired, "Lin Yuan, what brings you here?" "Lord Orochimaru, I am eager to understand why you have suddenly decided to depart from Konoha. That is the answer I seek." Lin Yuan gazed unwaveringly at Orochimaru, undaunted by his presence. After all, he had the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, allowing for a swift escape. If a mere inquiry could unveil the mystery, it would indeed be a remarkable gain. However, upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Orochimaru exhibited no discernible reaction. He merely descended from the serpent and, with a casual wave of his hand, unleashed a multitude of small snakes that lunged towards the members of the Iburi clan. In no time, they had dispatched all the clan members with ruthless efficiency. The clan leader, Yuta, looked on in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, his anger boiling over as he thrust his blade at Orochimaru, only to be ensnared by two massive serpents. Although the Iburi clan possessed formidable bloodline limits, they lacked the fervor to grow stronger. Orochimaru, wielding his long sword, ruthlessly pierced through Yuta, wiping his hands clean afterward before fixing his gaze on Lin Yuan. My subordinates never accept ninjas devoid of talent. Should you dare to follow me further, do not blame me for disposing of you effortlessly. As for the answer to your question, if you aspire to become a powerful ninja in the future, you may seek it at your leisure. With a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, Orochimaru glanced towards the cave entrance, spotting Kakashi, a root ninja, and a young girl approaching. A faint smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he nonchalantly ventured deeper into the cavern. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan hesitated momentarily, recalling Orochimaru's prior threat about eliminating him should he pursue further. Given Orochimaru's notorious nature, he understood the gravity of the warning. Yuta, what has transpired? The young girl, Yukimi, gasped in horror upon seeing the lifeless bodies of her kin strewn across the ground. She had merely taken her brother, Tenzu, for a brief outing, only to return and find her clan annihilated, their demise at the hands of the very Orochimaru they revered. The chilling sight rendered Yukimi speechless, her fear overwhelming. Chase after Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Kakashi darted into the depths of the cave, his movements swift and precise, befitting his reputation as a prodigious ninja. Meanwhile, the vigilant root ninja, Yamato, positioned himself protectively beside Yukimi, offering her a few comforting words before turning to Lin Yuan with a hint of uncertainty. You must be Lin Yuan, the friend Kakashi spoke of. I implore you to safeguard Yukimi and ensure her safety. Kakashi and I must pursue Orochimaru. Kakashi, wait for me. Yamato, younger than Kakashi, barely finished speaking when he noticed Lin Yuan charging into the depths of the cave, leaving him momentarily stunned. Reluctantly, he followed suit, taking Yukimi along. As they neared the cave's end, the unmistakable sound of crackling electricity filled the air. They beheld Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, launching a swift assault on Orochimaru. Noticing that the others had arrived, Orochimaru extended his hand, and in an instant, a swarm of colossal snakes surged toward the four, ready to strike. Only Kakashi, at the first moment, directly confronted the colossal serpent with his Raikiri, treating the obstruction as if it were non-existent. He unleashed the Raikiri, obliterating the golden scales of the serpent, and surged forward to stand before Orochimaru. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened as he sidestepped while executing the advanced ninjutsu, multi-snake hand. His arms sprouted multiple serpents, each adorned with sharp fangs, lunging swiftly towards Kakashi. Kakashi's Raikiri made contact with Orochimaru, who transformed into mud, revealing it to be a mere earth clone. With his Sharingan activated, Kakashi was compelled to deftly wield his kunai to fend off the serpents while simultaneously searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Suddenly, Kakashi's pupils contracted as he spotted Orochimaru materializing behind Yamato and the young girl, Yukimi, extending his hand towards her. Clearly, after eliminating the Aburi clan, Orochimaru harbored murderous intent towards this last surviving child. Utilizing wood release, Yamato swiftly cast the technique, erecting layers of wooden walls to shield Yukimi, effectively separating her from Orochimaru. This momentarily halted Orochimaru's advance. However, he was already aware of Yamato, the sole survivor of the wood release experiments that Danzo had secretly rescued. From above, a massive serpent lunged downwards, aiming straight for Yukimi. Amidst the astonished and furious gazes of Kakashi and Yamato, Lin Yuan darted forward, striking the serpent aside and rescuing Yukimi. Chapter 093. Confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a troublesome bunch, Orochimaru remarked as he moved to the cave's apex, where a narrow passage awaited. After casually sealing the entrance with a ninjutsu, he stealthily departed. At that moment, a multitude of Umbu ninjas pursued him. Upon learning from Kakashi that Orochimaru had escaped, they prepared to report back to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following discussions regarding Yukimi's safety, Yamato volunteered to take responsibility for her, as she trusted him the most. The night passed silently. The next day, news of Orochimaru's defection spread rapidly, leaving many villagers in shock. It was hard to fathom how one of the legendary Sannin, who had once wreaked havoc for Konoha and suffered severe injuries in the process, could betray the village. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru's betrayal was the catalyst for his defection. With rumors of inhumane experiments surfacing, villagers were left trembling with fear, realizing the extent of Orochimaru's ruthless and malevolent nature. They were left to ponder the dreadful possibility that had he not defected, they could have been his next victims. In a swift turn of events, the uproar began to settle. Lin Yuan reclined in the courtyard, basking in the sun, reflecting on his earlier attempts to dissuade Orochimaru, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could the villagers of Konoha ever trust Orochimaru? Even the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as Naruto Uzumaki, endured an incredibly unfortunate childhood at the hands of the villagers. It is evident that the information between the villagers of Konoha and the upper echelons of the village is profoundly fragmented. This illustrates a facet of the merciless survival of the fittest within the ninja world. The weak must be rendered utterly powerless to ensure the omnipotence of the strong. Within this theme, no alternative to strength and weakness exists. The incident involving Hatake Tsukumo has long since revealed this truth. His accomplishments are indisputable, his reputation formidable across all ninja villages. Yet, following a single failed mission, he found himself ensnared in a web of slanderous gossip. Even with the higher-ups of Konoha covertly manipulating public opinion to tarnish Hatake Tsukumo's name, the ignorance of the villagers remains undeniable. Lin Yuan pondered quietly. Thus, Orochimaru's unhesitant defection from the village is, in fact, a sagacious decision. After all, being a shadow-level powerhouse does not imply that one cannot survive outside the village. This distinction underscores the difference between Orochimaru and Hatake Tsukumo. The latter could only resort to suicide, while the former could depart without hesitation, quietly amassing strength until the opportune moment to confront the hidden manipulator, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a battle to the death. Although the true motives behind Orochimaru's betrayal remain shrouded in mystery, it is unequivocal that they are intrinsically linked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the manga, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor is decidedly sinister. Whether it was during Kakashi's quest for wood-release experimental materials when Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared unexpectedly, handing over the confidential documents, or when Uzumaki Naruto was swayed by Mizuki, resulting in the preparation of a false sealing book for Naruto to take. It is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen's intelligence operations are unparalleled within Konoha. In this light, it is not difficult to speculate how much of the blame resting upon Shimura Danzo truly belongs to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feigning slumber. If one were to choose between the malevolence of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the latter would undoubtedly take precedence. Orochimaru had at least accomplished over 100 S-rank missions for Konoha, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's most notorious achievement was his involvement alongside the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in the battle against the formidable Kin and Jin, which ultimately led to Tobirama's demise. From that point onward, the Sarutobi clan flourished unimpeded, truly seizing control over Konoha. Lin Yuan, the Hokage wishes to see you. Two Umbu appeared in the courtyard, addressing Lin Yuan, who basked in the sunlight, with an air of unmistakable authority. Lin Yuan slightly opened his eyes, feeling no surprise, for he knew that following Orochimaru's defection the previous night, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would undoubtedly receive some intelligence. Moreover, as a former border ninja, saved by Orochimaru's intervention, his association with the defector would naturally arouse suspicion. It was only logical for Sarutobi Hiruzen to seek him out. After all, he was merely a chunin or perhaps just a recently promoted special jonin. He should not be in any grave predicament. Lin Yuan followed the two somewhat wary Umbu ninjas into the Hokage building, ultimately arriving at the Hokage's office alone. Upon knocking and entering, Lin Yuan beheld the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with a red and white striped Hokage hat. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1430100. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 143001. 4300. Kill points: 255 items. Death exemption token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, adamant ceiling. Thousand Hands of Rain. Vast Azure Armor. Palm Sage Technique. Summoning Technique. Spirit Insect. Lotus Blossom. Sun and Moon Galaxy. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous Flow Shape. Invisibility and Throw Technique. Level 2. Basic Body Flicker Technique. Level 3. I have encountered the Hokage, Lin Yuan stated without hesitation. Lin Yuan, you must explain why you were involved in Orochimaru's defection last night. The third Hokage's gaze bore down upon Lin Yuan, filled with stern scrutiny, devoid of the usual feigned gentleness. After all, Lin Yuan was merely a chunin, at best a medical chunin, and the honorary title of Special Jonin was granted solely due to Tsunade's influence. In truth, A mere chunin could not possibly hold the strategic value that Kakashi possessed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan sensed the ominous atmosphere. As a cunning leader of the ninja clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not extend a friendly visage to every ninja in Konoha. In the manga, such gestures were reserved for the principal characters. Even Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage, only gained Hiruzen's recognition after enduring a tragic childhood. The inclusion of the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone, within the faux sealing scroll could have been intended to directly harm Naruto, given his abundant chakra, which rendered him vulnerable in terms of mental stability. The technique could overwhelm him with the traumatic memories of his clone's deaths, an unfortunate coincidence that would be hard to replicate. Hokage-sama, could you kindly enlighten me as to why Lord Orochimaru defected? Did the village commit any transgressions against him? Sensing the precariousness of his position, Lin Yuan resolved to take the initiative. In the worst-case scenario, he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Konoha and join the ranks of the rogue ninjas, awaiting a favorable moment to mount a counteroffensive. Thus, it seemed prudent to probe for information now. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that a mere chunin would question him. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office turned tense, the temperature dropping rapidly. Forgive Lin Yuan's impudent inquiry, Hokage-sama. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi, tasked with safeguarding the safety of Sarutobi Hiruzen, was taken aback by Lin Yuan's audacity. He emerged from concealment, kneeling before Sarutobi and pleading earnestly. For a moment, Sarutobi fell silent. Observing Kakashi, the talented jonin of Konoha, interceding on Lin Yuan's behalf, he decided, out of respect for Kakashi, to spare Lin Yuan. A mere chunin, this time. Lin Yuan, the reason behind Orochimaru's defection is something both I and the village are eager to understand. As for your speculation regarding whether the village wronged Orochimaru, I can assure you, in the name of the third Hokage, that such a possibility does not exist. You may leave. Sarutobi waved his hand, clearly losing interest in further discourse with Lin Yuan. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly urged Lin Yuan to depart. With lingering confusion, Lin Yuan complied and made his way back. En route, he entered a ramen shop, savoring a bowl of pork bone ramen. During this time, SHBU noticed Lin Yuan's despondency and wished to inquire, but he brushed her off with indifference. After finishing his meal, Lin Yuan returned to his residence, only to find several Umbu ninjas awaiting him in the courtyard. Instantly, he felt a surge of vigilance as he awaited their explanation. The Hokage has issued an order to relieve you of your duties in the medical department, prohibiting you from leaving the village for a duration of 3 months. Should you have any grievances, you may appeal to our Umbu, the ninjas stated, casting a glance at Lin Yuan, the one who dared to provoke the third Hokage, before swiftly leaping onto the adjacent rooftops and disappearing. Sarutobi's swift retribution left Lin Yuan quite displeased. Yet, as a ninja of Konoha, even as a special jonin, he could not defy the Hokage's orders, unless one chose the path of defection like Orochimaru. How intriguing. It seems I have genuinely angered Sarutobi, he mused. Analyzing from the most painful perspective, it appeared that the village, or rather, Sarutobi, had indeed wronged Orochimaru, although this was not surprising. After all, soon after, a messenger from the Cloud Village came to Konoha to negotiate, seizing the opportunity to abduct the young Hinata, only to be killed by Hyuga Hisashi. Konoha was also prepared to sacrifice Hisashi to quell the anger from the Cloud Village. Had it not been for Hyuga Hisashi's brother, Hayashi, stepping up to take his brother's place, Hisashi might have truly perished. This illustrated the ruthless nature of Konoha under Sarutobi's leadership. Lin Yuan remained quietly vigilant. Having discerned that Konoha had indeed committed an offense against Orochimaru, the specifics of the matter became relatively insignificant. The pressing concern was that he had now drawn Sarutobi's attention, and the future appeared fraught with uncertainty. Meanwhile, at the roots of Konoha, Shimura Danzo wore a displeased expression. He had never anticipated that, during a brief slumber, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru would be compelled to defect by Sarutobi. It was worth noting that Orochimaru was a significant ally for him within Konoha. Not to mention that Orochimaru deliberately destroyed many of his research bases before his departure, making it impossible for the root to take over. Orochimaru, oh Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's support for the Uchiha clan's growth was indeed akin to nurturing a tiger to guard the house. However, without your formidable combat prowess, Konoha stands no chance of thwarting this calamity. how it weighs heavily on Danzo's mind. Lord Danzo, before Orochimaru's exit, expressed a desire for you to accept a ninja named Lin Yuan from the village into the Umbu. This is the information we have compiled regarding this Lin Yuan. After the root ninja reported to Danzo, he swiftly presented the intelligence. A 16-year-old special jonin. Danzo's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim with dissatisfaction. To think he specializes in taijutsu. A taijutsu ninja offered to us for free? Such a talent is not wanted in the root. Connected to Tsunade. It appears that this special jonin is vastly overrated. Originally a border ninja, he later mastered medical ninjutsu and joined Tsunade's medical unit. Though medical ninjutsu is rare, his lack of distinction in other areas makes him ill-suited for our route. Decline his application. Danzo remarked that the darkness within him was insufficient, thus rejecting his application to join the route. He urged Lin Yuan to work hard and continue enhancing his abilities. The root ninja, with utmost politeness, concluded his message and departed swiftly, leaving Lin Yuan in a state of bewilderment. When had he even applied to join the route? To be rejected by Danzo was unexpected. The reasoning regarding the inadequacy of his inner darkness echoed Danzo's previous words when he declined Might Guy. Truly, he found himself at a loss for words. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 16. Rank: Jonin 1450100. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 145001, 4500. Killing points: 255. Items: Death Exemption Token X1 Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rain Dew 1000 Shuriken, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Righteous Flow Shape, Stealth Throw Technique, Level 2, Basic Body Technique, Level 3, Medical Unit. Blonde Tsunade stretched lazily, pondering the absence of Lin Yuan, who seemed to have vanished for several days. Had his leave of absence not yet concluded? As a medical ninja, how could he afford such laxity? Working an extra day might mean saving another ninja in the village. That is the reason for perseverance. Tsunade-sama, it seems Lin Yuan has been suspended, Shizune hesitantly spoke. Due to the implications surrounding the third Hokage and Lin Yuan's suspected involvement in the night of Orochimaru's defection, Shizune had refrained from bringing this to Tsunade's attention. After all, as fellow legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's defection from the village is undoubtedly a matter that would not bring joy to Lady Tsunade. I cannot recall a moment when I ordered his suspension. Tsunade's expression reflected disbelief. Shortly thereafter, it seemed she realized something, and her countenance turned icy. Her gaze filled with inquiry. It was the command of the third Hokage, who was suspected to be entangled in Orochimaru's betrayal, Shizune cautiously remarked. Once she finished speaking, she glanced at Tsunade's current expression. Upon seeing Tsunade's lack of emotion, Shizune inwardly lamented. Her Lady Tsunade was at her angriest when her face was devoid of expression. However, on the other hand, this involved the third Hokage, and she wished to avoid a conflict between Tsunade and the third. After a moment of silence, Tsunade parted her red lips and uttered, "What a bore this village has become. Shizune, go immediately to the third Hokage and submit a request. We shall embark on a journey beyond the village, to witness the world and learn as Jiraiya does." "Ah, Lady Tsunade," Shizune exclaimed, her heart racing at the prospect of spending time alone with her mentor. Without hesitation, she agreed. Following the approval of her application to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to leave the village for exploration, Tsunade set off with Shizune, embarking on a lengthy journey through the ninja world. In the Hokage's office, after the Umbu reported that Tsunade had left the village with Shizune, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat smoking his pipe, lost in thought for a long while. Chapter 095, New Feature. Ninjutsu Synthesis. Time flies, and the years pass like water. In the blink of an eye, it was now the 53rd year of Konoha. Sharingan. Draw probability 0-1 Blade of Wind. Draw probability 49 others. Draw probability 95 current lottery consumption. 1. New year reset. The rewards from this level were quite promising. Yet the level rewards were dismal. I shall only draw 3 or 4 times. Lin Yuan contemplated quietly. Many events transpired last year. Shortly after being targeted by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to his involvement in Orochimaru's defection, his residence was intermittently monitored by Umbu personnel. It was not until 3 months later that these Umbu agents seemingly received new orders to cease their surveillance. During that time, He learned that Tsunade had departed from the village, taking Shizune on a journey. With Tsunade's absence, the status of the entire medical department within Konoha diminished significantly, leading him to avoid the medical department entirely. Throughout the previous year, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud engaged in minor skirmishes. However, as the news of Orochimaru's betrayal spread, it seemed that the Hidden Cloud had developed new intentions toward Konoha. The frequency of their strong shinobi appearing on the battlefield increased considerably. Yet, the most pressing concern for Konoha was the Hidden Stone. Despite Konoha's claims that Orochimaru had forcibly killed the explosive release user after his defection, and that the blame should rest with the rogue ninja, Inoki of the Hidden Stone was evidently not easily deceived. With the trend of Konoha and the Hidden Cloud's conflict appearing to tilt in favor of the latter, Inoki seemed to be stirring with ambition. Congratulations to you. The technique known as Naraka's illusion consumes 10 points of chakra, allowing the opponent to behold a terrifying vision they dread deeply. It is a trivial illusion, seemingly of little consequence. Lin Yuan recalls its depiction in the manga, where Kakashi employed it to frighten Sakura during their first attempt to seize the bell from Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura was shown a grotesque image of Sasuke, riddled with shurikens and kunai, bleeding profusely at the foot of a tree, which ultimately caused her to faint. It is merely a feeble illusion capable of scaring a low-ranking shinobi, rendering it rather ineffective. He hastily washed his hands. The probabilities for the following techniques are as such: Sharingan, 0. 2 chance, Windblade, 98 chance, others, 90 chance current lottery consumption for kill points. 2. New Year Reset. Congratulations, you have drawn Magical Tree Binding Kill. This technique consumes 1,000 points of chakra to manipulate trees to sprout from beneath the enemy, ensnaring them. Subsequently, the user emerges from the trees to launch an attack. The probabilities for the techniques are as follows: Sharingan, 0. 4 chance, Windblade, 196 chance, others, 80 chance current lottery consumption for kill points. 4. New Year Reset. This illusion seems reminiscent of a technique used by Kurenai against Itachi Uchiha in the manga. Its effectiveness is rather poor. Not only does it fail to inflict any damage, but Kurenai nearly fell victim to her own illusion. Had she not bitten her lip to break free, the outcome could have been dire. After 2 consecutive disappointments, Lin Yuan lost interest in the lottery pool, but resolved to continue nonetheless. After washing his hands once more, he decisively drew again and heard a chime. Congratulations. You have drawn Hell's Stab. This technique consumes 1,000 points of chakra to concentrate a substantial amount of lightning on 4 fingers, then rapidly thrusts to pierce the enemy. The power of this technique significantly increases as the number of fingers decreases. It is renowned as the signature move of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and is honored as the mightiest spear. Although it bears similarities to lightning release chakra mode and appears to be a mere advanced ninjutsu, when wielded at full power, it can rival that of a Kage. However, it demands a higher threshold of physical constitution and lightning resistance than chakra alone. Lin Yuan swiftly discerned the merits and drawbacks of this technique. Essentially, it is about concentrating more chakra into the fingers, which poses a greater risk than Kakashi's Raikiri. It is adequate and fortunate that the techniques in the lottery pool possess full mastery. Otherwise, enhancing the proficiency of this technique would be quite arduous. Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. Thus, even if he draws a lower-tier ninjutsu from the pool, it would not be in vain, as the full mastery imbues it with the ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. A ninjutsu at full mastery can accommodate more chakra, naturally enhancing its effectiveness. Bloodwheel I, probability of drawing 0. 8 Blade of Wind, probability of drawing 3. 92 others, probability of drawing 6. 0 current lottery cost and slaughter points. 8. New Year Reset, 1 last draw, regardless of whether the Bloodwheel I is obtained. This year's draws have concluded. Heavenly Spirits. Earthly Spirits. Lin Yuan swiftly made a draw, then gazed at the lottery interface, his expression turning to one of disbelief. Congratulations, you have drawn the Blade of Wind. Blade of Wind consumes 10,000 chakra points. It gathers rapidly spinning wind in the palm and forms a sharp blade of chakra released from the fingertips to cleave towards the enemy. Bloodwheel I, probability of drawing 1. 6 Dark Walking Technique, probability of drawing 78. For others, probability of drawing 2. 0 current lottery cost and slaughter points. 16. New Year Reset. This technique is from the manga, where where the sand-hidden Jonin Maki kills the special Jonin of Konoha, Moonlight Gale. Jonin slaying special Jonin. One can only say there are no highlights. Lin Yuan could not help but glance at the grand reward of the blood wheel eye in this lottery pool. After much internal conflict, he ultimately relinquished the thought of continuing to gamble. If it were to be drawn, it should have happened in the earlier tries. There was no point in gambling further. One must be cautious with the lottery draws. Once the slaughter points were exhausted, he would have to venture out to commit more slaughters. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 17. Level: Jonin, 2,910,000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Corpse bone bloodline limit: Chakra, 2,929,000 slaughter points, 240 items. Death exemption metal X1 ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Diamond lock, Rain Dew 1000 shuriken, Vast azure armor, Palm immortal technique, Blade of wind, Hell stab, Summoning technique, Spirit bug, Lotus blossom, Sun and moon galaxy. Magical tree binding kill, Shadow clone, Great wind dance of might, level 3. Righteous energy flow, Stealth throw technique, level 2. Nariku's vision technique. Basic 3-body technique, level 3. A multitude of ninjutsu has been detected. The 5-in-1 ninjutsu function has been activated. Consuming 5 fully mastered ninjutsu will yield a higher level ninjutsu. To Lin Yuan's surprise, this function exists within the lottery pool. Currently, only level ninjutsu and level ninjutsu can be synthesized. However, the summoning technique and the sun and moon galaxy must be retained in level ninjutsu. The least valuable among the level ninjutsu is merely the Blade of Wind. Utilizing this 5-in-1 ninjutsu function is no easy feat. After a tentative attempt, Lin Yuan discovered that synthesizing ninjutsu also requires additional consumption of slaughter points, which left him both amused and exasperated. It seemed reasonable for 5-level ninjutsu to consume 10 slaughter points. But 5-level ninjutsu consuming 100 slaughter points, wouldn't 5 levels up require 1,000? The requirement to only use fully mastered ninjutsu for synthesis inherently limits the possibility of grinding high-level ninjutsu from the ninja village. The simplest method, without a doubt, is to synthesize using only the ninjutsu from the lottery pool. This necessitates a considerable amount of slaughter points. Lin Yuan quietly clicked his tongue. He aspired to be an exemplary ninja, yet the reward pool did not permit it. Within the predatory realm of ninjas, he found himself constrained. All he could do was devise a means to send his village's ninjas to their demise. Chapter 096. Mastering the Spiraling Sphere. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe as he attended to village affairs in the Hokage office within the Hokage building. The situation on the front lines between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud was currently manageable. However, the looming threat from the Rock Village posed a significant challenge. With Orochimaru's defection and Tsunade's departure, Konoha found itself lacking in high-level combatants once again. Although Uchiha Shursui of the Uchiha clan was wreaking havoc on the front lines, one Shursui could not substitute for two. Sending others from the Rock Village was also a source of unease. Lord Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are prepared to dispatch their members to battle, reported an Umbu ninja, conveying the response from the leaders of the 3 major ninja clans. This uplifting news brought a flicker of relief to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the very least, the major clans of the village still held him in high regard. With the unity of the clans, Konoha's strength remained formidable. This was the most crucial factor that allowed Konoha to maintain its position as the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages. Good. Let us send any available ninjas from the village to the battlefield in the Rock Village. At least those above the Chunin rank. Prepare a list for me, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Once the corresponding list was brought by the Umbu subordinates, he was ready to commence assigning ranks. After filtering out some promising young ninjas, he turned his attention to the remaining ordinary ninjas. Chun Baojun, a Jainin proficient in taijutsu, had been instructing Might Guy for a time. He would remain. Should he successfully train another Might Due, it would be a blessing for Konoha. Lin Yuan, a special Jainin in taijutsu, was spared this time out of respect for Tsunade. After a brief hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen marked his name as well. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama, had deep roots within the village. Her sudden departure posed considerable challenges. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that the path to becoming an exemplary Hokage would inevitably lead to the departure of several elders, yet he had not anticipated Tsunade would be among them. With a pensive expression, he marked off the ninjas to be dispatched on the list and hesitantly handed it to the Umbu ninja, signaling him to make the arrangements. He then gazed out the window at Hokage Rock, lost in thought. In a few years, Minato's child would be growing up, named Uzumaki Naruto. Minato was indeed a good child, and Naruto would surely grow to be a fine young man as well. In his residence, Lin Yuan had no immediate plans to continue drawing from the lottery or synthesizing advanced ninjutsu. After all, higher-level techniques might not necessarily suit him. For instance, synthesizing the red secret technique, 100 puppetry, of the scorpion of the red sand, even with full proficiency, might not align with his capabilities. He must first rush to procure 100 puppets, and during battle, he must deploy them as well. It is indeed a considerable hassle. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until the ninjutsu becomes abundant before attempting to synthesize those that are of little use. Yet, the temptation to gamble is strong. Lin Yuan felt a slight flush of embarrassment, pondering whether he had been infected by Tsunade's propensity for recklessness. The stakes of such a gamble could be steep. And acquiring effective mid to low-level ninjutsu is no simple feat ultimately. With unwavering resolve, he succeeded in dispelling the unwholesome thought of relying on luck for prosperity. In this unforgiving world of ninjas, success cannot be attained solely through chance. Even if he were to combine several high-level ninjutsu, would that truly enable him to confront the resurrected Obito? Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 17 level. Jonin: 2910100. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra: 291-002-9100. Kill points: 240 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rain of 1,000 Shuriken, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Blade of Wind, Hell Spear, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Magical Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision Technique. Basic Body Technique, Level 3. It is time to fully master the Rasengan, Lin Yuan mused quietly. As his mastery of ninjutsu grew, the acquisition of new techniques became increasingly effortless. Last year, in addition to refining the righteous three forms, he endeavored to harness wind through his chakra, compressing it into a spherical shape to achieve a similar effect to the Rasengan. However, to truly shape the Rasengan, one must practice its execution. Activating the Flying Thunder God, Lin Yuan's form instantaneously vanished from his residence, reappearing in a dense forest outside of Konoha. This location was significant. It was where he had deliberately left a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal during Orochimaru's defection last year, enabling him to traverse back to the village when necessary. He swiftly made his way to the riverbank. After employing the Shadow Clone technique to create a clone, the two collaborated to attempt the Rasengan. A rapidly spinning sphere of chakra coalesced, crashing into the river and causing a tremendous explosion of water. Consuming only 10 points of chakra, the resulting impact was commendable. The Rasengan is easy to learn yet difficult to master. Should one wish to infuse it with greater chakra, the complexity would increase exponentially. Lin Yuan recalled the moment in the manga when the Ninetales attacked the village, and Minato, executing a remarkable Rasengan, struck Obito. Yet, the blow barely affected Obito, even with his new body merging with the cells of White Zetsu. However, the potency of the Rasengan is undeniably not as formidable as one might assume. Therefore, he harbored little expectation for this particular ninjutsu, viewing it merely as an opportunity for learning. Upon dispelling his shadow clones, Lin Yuan endeavored to condense the Rasengan solely through his own strength. After all, during combat, there may not always be sufficient time to summon shadow clones to assist in the formation of the technique. He meticulously sensed the flow of chakra, attempting to gather the Rasengan in the palm of his hand while continuously infusing it with more chakra as he progressed. The chakra he amassed in his hand swiftly reached 1,000 points, subsequently climbing towards 10,000. However, he began to perceive a sense of strain, for his total chakra reservoir was merely around 30,000 points. Utilizing 1/3 of that to execute a single ninjutsu was no trivial feat. 7,000 points, 8,000 points, 9,000 points, 9,900 points. An alarming fluctuation in chakra caught Lin Yuan's attention. The Rasengan, now composed of 10,000 points of chakra, suddenly began to tremble, the vibrations intensifying rapidly. In a moment of panic, he prepared to discard the unstable Rasengan. Noticing a barrier in the direction of the village, he decided to test its potency. He promptly hurled the Rasengan towards the village before swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his residence. There was scarcely time to sit down and enjoy a cup of tea when a resounding explosion echoed from the distance. Members of the Uchiha clan, tasked with patrolling, swiftly darted towards the source of the noise, only to witness a massive breach in the formidable walls encircling Konoha, seemingly created by some explosive force. Within the village, the tale of this sudden calamity spread rapidly. Chapter 97. Learning Sage Mode, Konoha Year 53. Aside from a Wagakure finally succumbing to impatience and declaring war on Konoha, the village remained relatively tranquil. It is worth noting that there exists a considerable buffer period between the Third and Fourth Shinobi World Wars. During this interval, minor skirmishes may occur, yet a large-scale conflict that engulfs the entire shinobi world is unlikely to erupt. Lin Yuan took advantage of this peaceful era to diligently enhance his mastery of ninjutsu, achieving proficiency in techniques such as the three virtues of righteousness, Rasengan, and the Byakuren Blossom, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The Byakuren Blossom, however, is a particularly unique taijutsu, involving the activation of the first gate of the 8 gates. Yet, deducing the entirety of the 8 gates from this alone proved improbable. Gazing at his attributes panel, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of regret after scrutinizing it for a prolonged period. To ascend to the level of a Hokage, he would require several more years of arduous training. The most expedient way to accumulate experience undoubtedly lies in seeking guidance from a genuine Kage-level ninja. However, such individuals in the village are few and far between, and approaching them might expose the fact that he has already attained the status of a Nin. Moreover, he felt somewhat lacking in combat prowess at the Kage level. The combat strength at that tier essentially entails possessing chakra on par with that of a tailed beast, thus enabling one to rival a Kage without the necessity of a true breakthrough into that realm. In the realm of the comic, the simplest means to acquire tailed beast-level chakra lies in self-transformation. Furthermore, it seems that possessing Sage Mode may also suffice. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with revelation. How could he have nearly forgotten about Sage Mode? Without hesitation, he invoked the summoning technique, calling forth the spirit insect. Within the narrative, the sacred grounds of formidable summoning beast clans often conceal the secrets of Sage Mode. For instance, the 3 most renowned clans, snakes, toads, and slugs, each possess their unique Sage Mode. The Spirit Insect clan, with which he has formed a pact, is suspected to be a hidden summoning beast lineage, not inferior to the aforementioned clans, and may very well harbor the legacy of Sage Mode. As a Nin of considerable rank, he believed he had now earned the right to learn Sage Mode. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 17. Rank: Nin, 2910100000. Faction: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsu Kekkai, Chakra: 291002. 9100. Kill points: 240 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rainfall 1000 Shuriken, Spiral Sphere, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Blade of Wind, Hell Stab, Spirit Insect Summoning, Lotus Blossom, Sun Moon Star River, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone, Beastly Strength Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form. Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraku Vision Technique, Basic 3 Body Technique, Level 3. Lin Yuan addressed the Spirit Insect, which flitted its wings, displaying curiosity. Insect, can you guide me to the sacred ground of the Spirit Insect clan? I wish to learn the legendary Sage Mode. Without delay, Lin Yuan articulated his intent. If memory served him correctly, the insect had previously mentioned that the Spirit Insect clan was not inferior to the snake, toad, and slug clans. By this reasoning, it was highly probable that the Spirit Insect clan possessed Sage Mode as well. Typically, once a summoning contract is established, a cooperative relationship ensues. Learning Sage Mode should pose no significant challenge. In the comic, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had all endeavored to master Sage Mode, yet ultimately, only Jiraiya succeeded. However, after Kabuto inherited Orochimaru's legacy, he successfully acquired the Sage Mode of the Snake Clan. To the sacred ground? Very well. In an instant, the Spirit Insect vanished, followed by a surge of potent summoning energy enveloping Lin Yuan, transporting him away. This was the power of reverse summoning, initiated by the summoning beast to draw the contract holder into the realm where it resided. Such a process was essential. If the contract holder were to travel solely by foot, it might take months of unwavering direction to arrive at the destination. The sound of a distant waterfall echoed softly. Enveloped in mist, surrounded by exotic flora. Occasionally, spirit insects, the size of basins, leisurely flitted past Lin Yuan. Curiously, Lin Yuan observed the new guest before him. Guided by the spirit bug, he traversed past the cascading waterfalls and deep pools, swiftly arriving at the precipice. Atop the cliff, verdant trees shielded the sunlight. And a towering figure, reminiscent of a 5-story building, materialized before Lin Yuan. With a pure white dragon's head, piercing golden eyes, a proud neck, and azure-white wings. It exuded an aura of formidable prowess. In the past, the ninjas referred to me as the Gale Dragon. Young one, you may address me thus as well. The Gale Dragon proclaimed, crouching beside the towering tree. Despite its imposing height, it turned its gaze towards the spirit bug and Lin Yuan. Young man, this marks your inaugural visit to our spirit bug clan as a contractor. In light of our cooperative bond, we shall not refuse any reasonable requests you may have. Even though Lin Yuan was a contractor of the spirit bug clan, he could not command the spirits to their demise. Thus, the clan leader, the Gale Dragon, made this point clear from the outset. Lin Yuan understood this implicitly. In contrast to the cutthroat world of ninjas, where trust was scarce among the various factions, the relationship between a contractor and their summoned beast was inherently more intimate, even through the lens of mutual benefit. The solidity of this latter relationship surpassed that of the former. Even the ferocious Serpent clan, upon forming a pact with Orochimaru, would serve him loyally. Of course, such loyalty was predicated upon strength. Had Lin Yuan merely been a chunin, the clan leader would not have engaged with him so amicably. He had intentionally awaited the attainment of Jonin status before entering the Spirit Bug clan's realm, hoping to make a favorable first impression. In a matter of mere seconds, he articulated his request to the Gale Dragon. Senjutsu, the energy of nature? The Gale Dragon appeared well-versed in Senjutsu, showing no sign of trepidation. Its golden eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. The absorption of natural energy demands an exceptionally high physical constitution. Should there be even a slight loss of control during the process, it could lead to petrification as a consequence. Moreover, until one can perfectly harness Senjutsu, its usage may also result in petrification. If not promptly addressed, such repercussions could become permanent. You are already aware of these precautions, I presume. Gale Dragon, I am indeed aware of these considerations. Therefore, I intend to proceed gradually, learning this mystical power step by step until I achieve mastery. Lin Yuan was acutely cognizant of the challenges and potential side effects associated with mastering Senjutsu, and he was prepared for the possibility of failure. Should he ultimately be unable to master Senjutsu, he would then have to explore the capture of Earth Vein energy and tailed beast power. However, compared to the abundant natural energy available throughout the world, the latter option seemed less promising. This matter is distinctly linked to the celestial realm. Quite remarkable. Follow me if you will. Perhaps one day you may be able to summon me forth. A flicker of amusement danced in the eyes of the Frostwind Dragon. Chapter 098. The might of the Sage Mode. The Frostwind Dragon possesses strength equivalent to that of a Hokage. Summoning it is no trivial task. In comparison to the near Hokage level abilities of both Gamabunta and Manda, the chakra required to summon either would cause considerable discomfort to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both of whom are Hokage level shinobi. A more direct comparison can be drawn with the Sage of Wetbone Forest. Even the formidable Tsunade struggled to fully summon its true form. Its powerful 1/10 clone was sufficient to hold its own against Manda. Thus, it is evident that even Kage-level bloodline ninjas may not succeed in summoning it. The transition from Jonin to Kage represents a significant barrier. Even in the later stages of the manga, the total number of shinobi capable of reaching Kage-level strength in the entire ninja world does not exceed 50, with many being former powerful shinobi resurrected through the reanimation jutsu. Lin Yuan mentally prepared himself for a prolonged endeavor while accompanying the Frostwind Dragon to the sacred ground of the Insect Clan, located atop a cliff at the Divine Pool. One could sense the vibrant energy flowing through the colorful waters of the pool, and occasionally, a visible droplet would break free from the Divine Pool, cascading down the cliff. In that moment, the entire waterfall radiated with brilliance, and the world of the Insect Clan seemed infused with a touch of ethereal energy. This is the treasured legacy of our Insect Clan, a precious artifact left by our sage. The Frostwind Dragon briefly introduced the origins of the Divine Pool. Lin Yuan was not particularly surprised when the Frostwind Dragon mentioned their clan's sage, as it is customary for any formidable clan in the summoning realm to have a sage presiding over them. However, the strength of these clan sages typically begins at Kage level and is far from ordinary. They are capable of freely manipulating natural energy, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of Kage strength. Whether in Wetbone Forest, Mayaboka Mountain, or the Dragon Cave, each is overseen by a sage. In the future, when Lin Yuan's strength has grown, summoning the Frostwind Dragon may indeed become feasible. Yet, to summon the sage of the Insect Clan, one would likely need to achieve at least the level of the Six Paths Lin Yuan also since the awkwardness faced by these clans in the summoning realm. Without encountering a particularly formidable contractor, returning to the ninja world for a bit of fun would be impossible. Even if one were to meet a powerful contractor, there is no guarantee that they would prioritize summoning a spirit beast as their main method of combat. It can be said that their position is quite precarious. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 17. Rank: Jonin 2910100. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 291002. 9100. Killing points: 240 items. 1 death immunity medal ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rain Dew 1000 Shuriken, Spiral Sphere, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Wind Blade, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Bloom, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraku Vision Technique, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Upon sitting beside the Divine Pool, one can harness the immensely powerful natural energy contained within its waters, which also has the effect of gathering stray natural energy. One should sit quietly and attune themselves to it, for there is bound to be a reward. Should one leave empty-handed, there is no need for despair. Utilizing a drop of the Divine Pool's water will yield even better results, though the repercussions of petrification will be more severe. After the Wind Dragon conveyed various precautions to Lin Yuan, it awaited his preparation to absorb the natural energy. Observing Lin Yuan settle by the pool, it fixed its gaze intently upon him as he gradually closed his eyes. It hoped that this contract holder would successfully grasp the natural energy. For achieving a breakthrough to a higher realm necessitated mastery of this energy. If successful, the Spirit Bug clan would occasionally return to the ninja world. The golden eyes of the Wind Dragon reflected a sense of ancient wisdom. The clan's immortal ancestors had traveled far to establish this sacred ground. Although the environment was splendid and devoid of natural enemies, the distance to the bustling ninja world felt insurmountable. It had been centuries since the Spirit Bug clan had emerged, and there was uncertainty if they would ever return in their lifetime. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged beside the Divine Pool, carefully adjusting his state before cautiously beginning to sense the natural energy surrounding him. Initially, he felt nothing. However, at a certain point, an invigorating sensation enveloped his nerve cells, akin to sipping an icy orange juice on a sweltering summer day. In that instant, he felt a distinct change. All discomfort dissipated, and he became invigorated, as if the late hour was urging him to continue his vigil. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt himself lift off the ground, as if he had lost his center of gravity, and the surroundings began to sway inexplicably. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself suspended in midair, with a canyon hundreds of meters below and a waterfall cascading fiercely. Atop the precipice, the Wind Dragon watched him with golden eyes. Noticing Lin Yuan's awakening, the Wind Dragon visibly exhaled in relief, using its control over the wind to bring him back to the edge of the Divine Pool. It then immediately observed signs of petrification beginning to manifest in Lin Yuan's body. Ultimately, misfortune struck. Fortunately, the Dragon of the Cold Wind noticed it just in time, enabling the swift removal of the petrification. Your affinity for natural energy is commendable. However, you absorbed an excessive amount at once, leading to signs of petrification in your body. It is essential to master the absorption of natural energy. It is better to absorb less proficiently than to overindulge. The Dragon of the Cold Wind expressed considerable satisfaction with Lin Yuan's talent. The higher one's affinity for natural energy, the quicker one can attain the so-called sage mode. The corresponding risk of losing control, while significant, is not overly concerning. With ample time and ever-increasing strength, the risks can be mitigated early on. Lin Yuan nodded and attempted once more, this time setting a mental timer for merely 10 seconds before halting. In his hand, He manifested a spiral sphere entirely composed of natural energy, which he then hurled into the air. He turned to the dragon of the cold wind, who, with keen interest, summoned the power of the wind to form a circular shield in midair. Upon impact, the spiral sphere released a soft sound and dissipated, leaving the shield unscathed. The potency of natural energy is indeed formidable. Just a second's worth of absorption can rival 1,000 chakra points. However, there are drawbacks. Exceeding the body's limits poses a risk of petrification. Lin Yuan also felt the immense power of Sage Mode. With its recovery rate akin to 1,000 chakra points per second, an astonishing feat after all, a Jonin's chakra ceiling is just shy of 100,000 points. And even that is comparable to the chakra of ordinary Kage-level shinobi without bloodline limits. Such a vast reservoir of chakra can be replenished in just over a minute. What more can be said? In the days to come, I shall continue my training here. Lin Yuan resolved to seize the moment. After all, having utilized reverse summoning technique once, his options to return to Konoha were limited to either walking back or employing the flying thunder god technique. The former seemed rather arduous, while the latter consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Chapter 099. Wanted summoning technique allows a contractor to call forth a summoning beast to a location beyond the summoning realm, whereas reverse summoning technique enables the summoning beast to bring the contractor into the summoning realm. The former requires a payment of chakra. Once the chakra is exhausted, the summoning realm automatically returns the beast. The latter, however, is unconstrained. The contractor can remain in the summoning realm for as long as desired, as the shinobi world does not automatically return them. With a sense of urgency, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity between training sessions to delve into the intricacies of both summoning and reverse summoning techniques. Upon realizing that he had only two options, returning by foot or using the flying thunder god technique, he resigned himself to reality and focused intently on his training. Natural energy, in essence, represents the utilization of indigenous energy, while chakra is a force introduced by the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki clan. In a certain sense, the potential for harnessing natural energy appears to be more promising. However, if we consider a different perspective, the former pertains to planetary energy, while the latter relates to interstellar energy, which indeed holds greater promise. Thus, when faced with temptation, it is the youth who make choices, while adults accept all that comes their way. Lin Yuan sat by the sacred pool, deeply contemplating natural energy. 5 tangible chakra chains, materialized from his chakra, gracefully spiraled in the air, as if wielded by an arm. Within them lay the intricacies of sealing techniques. The Vortex clan, endowed with immense chakra, has also demonstrated remarkable talent in developing various astonishing sealing arts. He possessed a proficient mastery of the diamond lock, enabling him to comprehend its mysteries. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 17. Rank: Elite Jonin, 3100100000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Corpse Bone Bloodline Limit: Chakra 2100031000. Kill points: 240 items. 1 life-saving metal ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Diamond Lock: Rainfall 1000 Shuriken. Spiral Sphere. Vast Azure Armor. Palm Sage Techniques. Blade of Wind. Hell Spear. Summoning Technique. Spirit Insects. Lotus Flower. Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment: Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous Flow Form. Stealth Throwing Technique. Level 2. Nariku Vision Technique. Basic 3-Body Technique. Level 3. During his contemplation of natural energy, the experience points for his level increased noticeably. Lin Yuan soon realized that natural energy might indeed be connected to the secrets of activating shadow-level chakra, as he had conjectured. To activate shadow-level chakra, one undoubtedly requires a greater refinement of their own chakra. Mere compression is futile. It requires the same grasp of crucial elements as the advancement from Chunin to Jonin. Mastery of nature transformation is essential. Once one achieves the requisite qualifications for chakra activation, accomplishing it will become almost instinctive. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan sought counsel from the Wind Dragon. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, the latter gazed skyward with golden eyes, lost in contemplative thought for a moment before speaking. To activate the energy within your body, one must continually engage in introspection. After all, the matters of ninjas are beyond our understanding as summoning beings. For us, time and talent suffice for the elevation of our realm. Different fields are like mountains apart. Realizing that the Wind Dragon did not comprehend the ways of ninjas, Lin Yuan abandoned his line of questioning. However, with a shift in thought, he grew curious about the evolution of the spirit insect clan. Observing the imposing figure of the wind dragon, he wondered if it would be possible to evolve his insects as well, as his bond with them was considerably closer. After several summoning sessions, their cooperation had been exceptionally harmonious. If the wind dragon of spirit were to emerge, the opponent might not necessarily heed his demands to engage in battle, much like how Jiraiya found himself exasperated by Fukasaku, the toad sage, and the giant snake, Manda, inquired of Orochimaru for sacrifices. Our clan of spirit bugs can evolve upon reaching maturity, which, when equated to the realm of ninjas, is approximately 2 centuries. However, if one were to harness refined natural energy, the pace of this evolution could be significantly accelerated. The wind dragon has lived a considerable span, easily discerning Lin Yuan's intentions, and evidently supports the notion of enhancing the strength of their clan. This is a reasonable stance, unless one happens to be a leader of a clan who has ascended improperly. Otherwise, there is no need to fear the empowerment of legitimate clan members. Yet, it is apparent that the threshold for accelerating the evolution of spirit bugs is exceedingly high. The act of absorbing and utilizing natural energy carries the risk of petrification, let alone the refinement of such energy. It seems reliance on strength is still paramount. However, if not strength, then what else could one depend upon? Lin Yuan silently shook his head. Were he already at the 6 paths level, unifying the ninja world would pose little challenge. Yet, as merely a nin, even facing the leaders of various villages would be daunting. Orochimaru possesses the strength of a Hokage and a wealth of accomplishments. He was not easily coerced into defection by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consequently, when Orochimaru sought revenge, he had to endure humiliation and exile for over a decade, waiting for Sarutobi to age before making his move. This illustrates that below the Kage level, one lacks even the qualification to participate. Day after day, Lin Yuan diligently contemplated natural energy. With a divine pond nearby capable of gathering such energy, the difficulty of his contemplation was greatly diminished. As for the application of natural energy, it could only be attempted repeatedly. Fortunately, his current chakra control was exceptionally strong, making the utilization of natural energy less challenging than anticipated. Yet, the refinement of natural energy remained beyond his reach. He was not in a hurry regarding this matter. In Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, upon receiving intelligence from the battlefield at Iwagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grave expression. With Kakashi and the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans present, the casualties were surprisingly high. That Tsuchikage, Inoki, was indeed formidable. If only he could revert to his youth by 20 years and personally head to the battlefield, he would ensure Inoki's defeat. The Umbu ninjas awaited the orders of the 3rd Hokage with utmost respect. Although the situation at Kumogakure was currently stable due to Shirsue's support, they could not afford to overlook Kumogakure's counterattacks. Thus, Hiruzen's could not depart. Iwagakure was unable to spare personnel for reinforcement, so he resolved to send some medical ninjas to reduce casualties. After making up his mind, Sarutobi instructed the Umbu to present a list of medical ninjas from the village. Pausing momentarily at Lin Yuan's name, he circled it, signaling the Umbu to make arrangements immediately. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and muttered, "Were it not for this young man, Tsunade would likely not have left Konoha so readily. It is truly vexing." Unable to locate Lin Yuan within the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily taken aback when the Umbu ninja reported back once more. How could it be that they could not find him? Was it possible that he had stealthily followed Orochimaru in his defection? Such a notion was utterly perplexing. How could a Chunin leave the village unnoticed? Skeptical of this outcome, Sarutobi dispatched another contingent of Umbu ninjas to search, yet they still returned empty-handed, leaving him with a profound sense of doubt. He recalled the incident from several months prior, when the village walls of Konoha had been bombarded, and a suspicion arose within him that this Chunin, Lin Yuan, had seized the opportunity to abscond from the village at that time. "Sir Hokage, shall we issue a bounty for his capture?" one of the Umbu ninjas proposed. Sarutobi, donning the Hokage hat and with a pipe clenched between his teeth, nodded in agreement. In a distant land, within the sacred grounds of the Spirit Bug clan, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become a renegade from Konoha. He was wholly absorbed in his understanding of natural energy. Until one day he was startled by a notification of the prize pool refresh, realizing that an entire year had passed in the blink of an eye. In the 54th year of Konoha, he had aged another year, and his progress over the past year had been primarily reflected in his mastery of natural energy. His proficiency in wielding this energy had reached near perfection, allowing him to sense and actively dispel petrification in an instant. The manipulation of natural energy had become second nature to him. However, the endeavor of refining this energy remained an uncharted territory fraught with significant risks of losing control. Lin Yuan recognized the gravity of this challenge. Dabbling in it and fully immersing himself would yield vastly different levels of risk. The former might allow him to be awakened by the Gale Dragon, while the latter could leave him in a state of complete petrification without hope of revival. Thus, out of prudence, he resolved to postpone this undertaking until he attained the level of a shadow. The Gale Dragon regarded Lin Yuan with golden eyes, a flicker of satisfaction passing through its depths. To achieve such adeptness in the manipulation of natural energy in less than a year was a remarkable testament to his talent. In the eyes of the Spirit Bug clan, a year might merely be likened to a brief slumber, yet within that time, Lin Yuan had become proficient in natural energy. A feat that truly exemplified the unique potential of humanity, which the Spirit Bug clan could only envy. Are you preparing to depart? The Gale Dragon sensed Lin Yuan's intentions. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation, it bore no desire to impede his journey. Go forth and make your mark in the ninja world. Our Spirit Bug clan shall remain a trustworthy support for you. Should you find yourself in dire straits, you may always return. Recovery by the divine pool will be swift. Thank you for your guidance this past year, esteemed Gale Dragon. I shall return soon, ready to fight alongside you once more. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, affectionately ruffling the head of the nearby Spirit Bug. With resolve, he leapt from the cliff's edge, soaring over the chasm below. In the golden gaze of the Rinfeng Dragon, filled with a hint of solace, the formidable Hao Ransong Ming armor and Sage Mode were activated. Instantly, numerous golden patterns emerged upon the white luminescent armor. After swiftly sensing the locations of all the Flying Thunder God marks he had left behind, he directly initiated the Flying Thunder God technique. Vanishing from the mountain gorge in an instant, it was indeed a space-time ninjutsu. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Rinfeng Dragon's golden eyes, before it gracefully settled beside the divine pool. For this ancient being, it was merely a brief interlude, having encountered a rather commendable contractee. The lifespan of the summoning clans far surpasses that of humans. With its millennium-long existence, it could easily outlast 10 human warriors. Before succumbing to slumber, the Rinfeng Dragon cast a glance at the nearby sprightly Spirit Bug, whose demeanor was notably cheerful. With a silent shake of its head, the Rinfeng Dragon acknowledged that while the sprightly Spirit Bug was indeed an admirable junior, this contractee's prowess was already quite remarkable. There was no need for it to fight alongside the Spirit Bug. Moreover, advancing the Spirit Bug to the stage of a Spirit Dragon was no trivial endeavor. Thus, the Rinfeng Dragon drifted into a deep slumber. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18 level. Jonin: 5100100000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 100, 051000. Killing points: 240 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Sage Mode: Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Rain Dew 1000 shurikens. Rasengan: Hao Ransong Ming armor. Palm Sage technique. Wind Blade: Hell Stab, Summoning technique. Spirit Bug: Lotus Blossom, Sun Moon Starry River, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Cyclone. Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throw Technique. Level 2, Naraku Vision Technique, Basic Body Technique. Level 3, due to insufficient chakra, the Flying Thunder God technique was prematurely halted. Lin Yuan gazed at his attributes panel, which displayed a mere 1,000 points of chakra left, leaving him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Scanning his surroundings, he discovered he was situated on a modest island. Although his chakra reserves were dwindling, his physical prowess remained unaffected. He promptly explored the uninhabited isle and ascended to the highest cliff, where he began to replenish his chakra while awaiting the passage of any fishing boats. In the absence of a fishing vessel, he could activate the Flying Thunder God once more after restoring his chakra. Sage Mode: Harnessing natural energy that can substitute for chakra. Exceeding one's physical capacity for absorption may lead to petrification. The use of Sage Mode imposes a burden on the body, necessitating a period of rest and recuperation after each application, akin to a cooldown for a powerful technique, and therefore should only be employed at critical moments. Upon reviewing the description of Sage Mode on his attributes panel, Lin Yuan felt a sense of understanding, regardless of the circumstances. Having attained the Sage Mode, I am now capable of confronting those who have fully transformed into tailed beasts. My combat prowess has nearly reached the threshold of a Hokage. As I languidly awaited, several merchant ships emerged in the distance, sailing from south to north. Without hesitation, I rose and cast a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god mark over the cliff. Shortly thereafter, I appeared at the base of the cliff, retrieved the kunai, and swiftly made my way towards the merchant vessels. I traversed through the woods and along the coastline, dashing across the vast sea towards the ships. The merchants aboard the vessels cast wary glances, and I leapt onto the ship. In a matter of moments, I dispatched the ship's guards and proceeded to interrogate the merchant, clearly well-versed in the ways of trade. The merchant bowed deeply upon hearing my inquiries. Esteemed ninja lord, this maritime region belongs to the land of water among the 5 great nations. I am but a humble trader of the land of water, engaging in modest commerce. Should you not find it distasteful, I would be willing to offer you an annual remuneration of 500,000 Rio to serve as our caravan's protector, with additional rewards for each engagement. 500,000 Rio is akin to a substantial S-rank mission. Indeed, the status of ninjas in the land of water is quite elevated. I was slightly taken aback. It is evident that ninjas hold a respectable position across the 5 great nations. While this may not be apparent within the concentrated ninja villages, an average chunin can attain significant standing in external affairs. A jonin, in particular, would be revered as a local noble, with no one daring to provoke them. However, ninja villages bear the responsibility of eliminating adversarial ninjas within their respective nations. Thus, most ninjas are cautious not to overstep their bounds. Otherwise, a visit from the village's ninjas could spell doom. It is akin to the distinction between rogue practitioners and established sects. It is commonplace for the young to emerge from the old. Take me to the nearest city in the land of water. As for the caravan protection, the fee must be increased, I stated with a nonchalant demeanor, dismissing the merchant's presence. I found a comfortable spot to recline. Soon after, the merchant emerged from the cabin with food and drink to entertain me, lamenting the loss of the luxurious chair I now occupied. Chapter 101, The Outsider Ninja Lord. The nearest city is called Ocean City. The Lord of Ocean City is a jonin under the banner of the land of water's daimyo, and none dare to challenge him. He commands 8 renowned chunin of formidable strength, capable of overpowering ordinary chunin in one-on-one combat. The hidden ninjas residing in Ocean City are beyond measure. I wonder how confident you are, esteemed ninja lord, so that I may gauge the situation, the merchant said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Conducting trade in the land of water is not as glamorous as it appears on the surface. Without the backing of ninjas, even the grandest caravans may falter. He is merely a dish served by others. Worry not, ordinary nin are no match for me. Even when faced with other nin, I possess a certain confidence in achieving victory. Rest assured. Lin Yuan cast a casual glance at the merchant, offering a light-hearted encouragement. The merchant, upon hearing this, was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that this individual was indeed a nin. A nin, nonetheless. Though perhaps not on par with the 8 nin under the command of the Lord of the Sea, he certainly belonged to the same echelon. The merchant felt as though fortune had smiled upon him that day. What began as an ordinary maritime trade voyage had unexpectedly linked him with the nin. He promptly rushed to inform all the crew members. From this day forth, the caravan has acquired a formidable patron. The crew members gazed at Lin Yuan with a sense of awe. To this, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. He inquired about the surrounding maritime regions, such as the presence of any ninja clans. Unfortunately, those who could be considered ninja clans had, at the very least, inherited bloodline jutsu, and seldom would they disclose their abilities to the outside world. Thus, the merchant knew little of any ninja clans. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment at this. It was a rare opportunity to visit the land of water, and he hoped for some form of gain. He pondered whether the Kagaya clan, associated with the Shikatsumiyaku, had been eradicated by the Mist Village during this period. The legacy of the Kagaya clan might harbor the secrets to the advancement of the Shikatsumiyaku. In this world of ocular legends, the Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan, and the Byakugan into the Tenseigan. Perhaps the Shikatsumiyaku could also undergo some form of evolution under certain conditions. Otherwise, it would become increasingly ineffective in later stages. Lin Yuan subtly shook his head. The attack range of the Shikatsumiyaku's Kekkei Genkai is not particularly extensive. Even in the manga, Kimamaro's desperate ultimate move could not reach airborne targets. Compounded by the fact that it was purely a physical attack, it becomes increasingly impractical as the story progresses. He utilized it solely to enhance his physical prowess, which somewhat augmented the potential of the Shikatsumiyaku, albeit not significantly. It was indeed a pity. Should he find the legacy of the Kagaya clan on this journey, it would be splendid. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Janin, 5100100000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai Chakra, 110005, 1000. Killing points: 240 items. Life-saving talisman X1 ninjutsu, Sage mode. Flying Thunder God technique, adamant ceiling, rain of shuriken, spiraling sphere, vast azure armor, palm sage art, blade of wind, hell piercing, summoning technique, spirit insect, lotus flower. Sun and moon galaxy, enchantment, tree binding kill, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance whirlwind, level 3, righteous flowing form, invisibility throwing technique, level 2, Naraka's vision technique. Basic body replacement technique, level 3. Ninja Master, we have arrived at the City of the Sea. I happen to have an enemy here. This adversary, relying on a lower-ranking ninja as a backing, frequently extorts protection fees from our caravan. It is indeed a source of profound distress for the common man. I hope the esteemed individual will lend a hand. I am willing to offer a reward of 500,000 taels afterward, Merchant Tao Zizhou said cautiously. Simply bring them to me, and I shall eliminate them directly, Lin Yuan remarked, dismissing Tao Zizhou's timidity. Having assumed the role of a devotee, he would not go back on his word. Furthermore, the ninja realm has always adhered to the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. There exists little camaraderie among the ninjas of different factions, let alone the scattered non-village ninjas. Those who collect protection fees are undoubtedly part of the underworld. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Tao Zizhou's expression brightened with hope. He respectfully replied, "Rest assured, my lord. The enemies will surely rush to collect protection fees upon hearing of our trading party's return to the city." Outside, a burly man clad in a black scarf, flanked by 3 subordinates, hurriedly approached. He brazenly pushed through the crowd within the trading party and approached with an air of authority. "You must pay the monthly protection fee of 50,000 taels. My small trading party must undertake 2 journeys each month to gather such an amount," Tao Zizhou murmured, recalling the oppression he had endured in the past, casting a hopeful glance at Lin Yuan. "What? Is it difficult for you to pay a mere protection fee? It is the rule of the Sea City. Do you think it is easy to survive here without my elder brother's protection? Your shabby trading party would have been devoured by those criminal elements long ago, if not for him. If you dare to refuse today, my brother, a ninja of esteemed status, has ample means to deal with you," the black-scarfed man sneered, surveying his surroundings. He callously threw aside a small crew member guarding the cargo and kicked the box, instructing his subordinates, "Smash it. Destroy it. Your actions are utterly excessive. Not only do you contribute nothing to the development of Sea City, but you also forcibly collect protection fees, even resorting to the destruction of private property if we refuse. Do you harbor no respect for Sea City in your hearts?" Lin Yuan spoke calmly. "Never did I expect the security in the land of water to be so deplorable. This Sea City is, after all, a major city within the land of water, yet it appears to be overrun by thugs and ruffians. And who do you think you are?" The black-scarfed man chuckled, approaching Lin Yuan with a glare. "Foreigner, I advise you to refrain from seeking trouble. In Sea City, ninjas are akin to deities. If you are not a ninja, you should obediently lie low. Speak another word, and without my brother's intervention, I could easily take your life. The sharks in these waters are hungry, and you are no ninja. Why not remain humble instead of acting so brazenly? Just because you have a ninja brother does not make you half a ninja yourself," Lin Yuan mused. The black-scarfed man's demeanor towards Tao Zizhou, the cash cow, was one of both intimidation and coercion. Treating oneself as an outsider is quite disheartening. It is sufficient to be aware of the situation. If you have any leverage, feel free to present it. The burly man in a black scarf furrowed his brow at Lin Yuan's seemingly fearless demeanor. This City of the Sea remains a bustling locale, where a single brick could crush many a ninja's family. If the other party happens to have a ninja elder brother, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Tao Zizhou, you must contemplate this carefully. If you aspire to navigate this City of the Sea for the long haul, do not be easily swayed by the sweet words of outsiders." The burly man cast a cold glare at Tao Zizhou. "After all, we are but common folk at the bottom of society. We ought to support one another and not court disaster. Observing Lin Yuan's reluctance to take action and hearing the threats from the burly man, Tao Zhizhou's expression wavered. With a sigh, he approached to procure the silver, intending to pay the protection fee. 50,000 taels, correct? I shall pay. What a fine display of mutual support. Can someone as despicable as you truly consider yourself a commoner? Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. Having gained some insight, Chapter 102, The Late Blow. The protection fee for this month is 500,000 taels. Not a single coin less. Tao Zhizhou, if you cannot come up with the amount, you may offer this trading caravan as collateral. Moreover, if you, an outsider, possess any real capability, why not simply cover the 500,000 taels for Tao Zhizhou? Let me witness your prowess. Seeing Tao Zhizhou finally conceding and accepting reality, the burly man intended to press his advantage further. Planning to impose a heavy punishment on Tao Zhizhou while casting a fierce glance at Lin Yuan, unreservedly threatening him. 500,000 taels. Selling my caravan would not yield that much. What shall I do? Tao Zhizhou was taken aback. Even selling everything would not suffice. Witnessing the burly man's cruel demands, he became flustered, pleading for mercy. I implore you, show some leniency. Spare me. Spare you? It is too late for that. Where were you when all this was happening? If you cannot produce the 500,000 taels, then you shall use the caravan to settle your debts. We are leaving. The burly man disdainfully glanced at the pleading Tao Zhizhou and prepared to dismiss him and his three subordinates. Just then, he heard a mocking voice from behind. Want to leave? Did I permit you to depart? The burly man swiftly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lin Yuan. Not only is he forcibly collecting protection fees, but this fee has now morphed into a debt owed to you. What virtuous deeds have you performed to warrant such a claim? Lin Yuan regarded the burly man and his subordinates with a calm, yet penetrating gaze. Surprised to witness such shamelessness in the water country. Matters of our city of the sea are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. You dare to provoke us time and time again. Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? Then repay the debt you owe us. 500,000 taels. Not a single coin less. The burly man in a black scarf, accompanied by three henchmen, advanced to encircle Lin Yuan, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. When have I ever owed you 500,000 taels? Lin Yuan's anger flared. This group of ruffians from Hayashi City had audaciously set their sights on him. The burly man produced a coin and placed it directly in Lin Yuan's palm, followed by a sinister laugh. Now you owe us 500,000 taels. Is one coin worth 500,000 taels? Lin Yuan tossed the coin back. Consider it the remaining interest. It is only just to repay debts. If you cannot pay, then your life will serve as collateral. The burly man sneered, reaching out to seize Lin Yuan. He was eager to discover what courage this provocateur possessed. Did he truly have a formidable ninja backing him? The burly man found it hard to believe. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Elite Ninja, 51001000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 120005, 1000. Killing points, 240 items. Life-saving talisman X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, Flying Thunder God, Diamond Lock. Thousand Hands of Rain, Spiral Sphere, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Technique, Blade of Wind, Hell Spike, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Celestial River, Illusionary Tree Bind, Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance Tornado, Level 3, Righteous Flow, Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Netherworld Insight, Basic Body Technique, Level 3, Interesting. Upon witnessing the burly man launch an attack, Lin Yuan wasted no time and delivered a swift kick. Before the burly man could react, Lin Yuan's foot struck his abdomen, causing him to stagger back 10 steps and collapse to the ground, clutching his midsection in agony, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Lin Yuan. My brother is a ninja. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The burly man felt his ribs crack from the blow. He was accustomed to training, often engaging multiple vendors or merchants single-handedly without issue. Yet now, he had been incapacitated in one swift move by this enigmatic youth, leading to a sinking feeling in his heart. Your brother is a ninja? Then let him come, Lin Yuan replied, his gaze shifting to the burly man's trembling subordinates. The three henchmen quaked in fear, clearly quicker to react than their leader. Having just witnessed the mysterious youth's extraordinary speed that was beyond that of an ordinary person, only a ninja could achieve such a feat. You three, return at once and summon your brother. Tell him that if he does not come, he will bear the consequences, Lin Yuan stated coolly. Immediately, The subordinates of the three burly men in black headscarves hastily departed, presumably to relay a message to their leader. Observing this, Lin Yuan instructed Tao Zhizhu to tidy up the scene before returning to his seat, all while under Tao Zhizhu's awestruck gaze. Meanwhile, the burly man lay on the ground, too fearful to rise, waiting for his brother to arrive and avenge him. Before long, a figure rushed in at an astonishing speed, resembling a blur. And it was a middle-aged man adorned with a black headscarf. The man first glanced at the fallen burly figure before turning his gaze towards Lin Yuan. With a respectful gesture, he spoke, "This incompetent fool has caused you embarrassment. It seems this is your first visit to the City of the Sea. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to you. It is said that enemies should be resolved rather than created. Since you are also here to seek your fortune in the City of the Sea, having an additional friend opens more avenues. I hope you will grant me this favor." Lin Yuan regarded the man coolly and replied, "What favor might you be referring to? What if I choose not to grant it?" The middle-aged man, unlike his brash brother, exhibited a certain subtlety, yet his words still bore an air of arrogance. It was rather amusing. In the world of ninjas, the survival of the fittest prevailed, and the strongest among them were undoubtedly the Kage. In ordinary places, even a mere genin could be considered a local leader, while a chunin commanded considerable respect. The middle-aged man asserted that by granting him favor, Lin Yuan could navigate the City of the Sea with ease. Else he would be drinking the bitter cup of consequences for refusing a toast. Such bravado. Does the City of the Sea belong to you? Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of the man, who seemed even more boastful than his brother. An uninformed outsider might mistakenly regard him as a jonin, given his arrogance. Refusing a toast is merely courting death, the middle-aged man declared with a fierce glare, beginning to form hand seals. After a moment of meticulous preparation, he pronounced, "Ninja technique, shadow clone jutsu." Two shadowy duplicates of the middle-aged man rushed towards Lin Yuan from either side. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan raised his foot and, with two resounding thuds, sent the two clones tumbling back. One of the shadowy figures dissipated into smoke, while the other, the real man, gaped in disbelief at Lin Yuan. How is this possible? He defeated me without even employing any jutsu. It struck him that he, a seasoned genin, was bested by this foreigner with such ease. Could it be that this individual hailed from the legendary ninja village? The leader of the Black Scarf gang had been effortlessly vanquished. Witnessing this scene, the crew members of the merchant ship gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. The middle-aged man in the black scarf is the clandestine leader of the Black Scarf gang in the City by the Sea. Long since a seasoned ninja, he now finds himself effortlessly defeated by his own acolyte. Could it be that his acolyte possesses greater strength? As he rises, ready to shout, the burly man in black scarf collapses back to the ground. How is this possible? You have vanquished my shadow technique without employing any ninjutsu. I curse my inability to master the substitution technique in time. Otherwise, I would not be in this predicament. The middle-aged man in the black scarf coughs up blood, his eyes filled with regret as he casts a wary glance at Lin Yuan. In his haste, he disregards his brother's cries and prepares to flee. Shadow technique? Substitution technique? Lin Yuan's expression grows peculiar as the terms ring a bell. Is it possible that the middle-aged man speaks of the basic shadow techniques used by apprentice ninjas? How lamentable that a rogue ninja outside the village would revere such rudimentary skills, having only managed to learn one of them. Likely due to the lack of guidance from a higher-ranking ninja. In an instant, Lin Yuan appears before the fleeing middle-aged man. Under the latter's fearful gaze, Lin Yuan delivers a swift kick, sending him back. I can offer you two choices, Lin Yuan states. First, join the Peach Merchant Association immediately. Should you prove yourself worthy, I shall instruct you in two ninja secret techniques, likely the substitution technique and the transformation technique. Second, endure one of my attacks. If you survive, I shall spare you. Lin Yuan regards the middle-aged man, awaiting his response. Brother, make a choice. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late. Do not let a moment's anger dictate your fate. The burly man implores as he notices his brother's hesitation. He is swiftly met with a harsh kick, yelping in pain, his gaze filled with grievance. This is all your fault. The middle-aged man, equally furious, retorts, if it were not for your foolish quest for vengeance, I would not have walked into this trap. He glares at his younger brother, coldly declaring, this is all due to your reckless behavior, which has made you difficult to discipline. You dare to provoke a person of stature. Were it not for their presence, I would teach you a severe lesson. Turning to Lin Yuan, he takes a deep breath and says, esteemed sir, from this day forth, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I implore you to spare my foolish younger brother's insignificant life for the sake of my elderly mother. Brother, the burly man's eyes brim with tears, astonished that his elder brother is willing to become a mere servant to save him. Truly, what a noble brother he is. Let this Navi young man join the Peach Merchant Association as well. Pay him according to the standard wages for ordinary crew members, Lin Yuan replies coolly, considering the retention of these two individuals as an expansion of the Peach Merchant Association's ranks. Should these two individuals dare to harbor ulterior motives, subsequent actions of elimination will ensue. However, should they exhibit commendable behavior along the journey, imparting two fundamental ninjutsu techniques would be inconsequential. After all, the world of ninjas operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Although I have ascended to the rank of Jonin, I still require assistance. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin, 51001000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 1210051000. Kill points, 240 items. Death Exemption Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God, Adamantine Ceiling. Rain of Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique, Blade of Wind, Hell Spike, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Flower, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Enchantment, Tree Bind Killing. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Aura, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. In subsequent inquiries concerning the Black Scarf Brothers, Lin Yuan garnered a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the City of the Sea. Apart from the City Lord, a Jonin, and his 8 subordinate Chunin, there exist several idle Chunin and Genin. The former maintains ties with the legendary Mist Village of the Water Country, boasting formidable combat prowess among their ranks. Conversely, the latter group primarily possesses the occasional opportunity to learn chakra refining techniques and similar secret arts such as the clone technique, resulting in significantly diminished actual combat effectiveness. When combined, they would be easily outmatched by the former. Nonetheless, even the weakest ninja possesses chakra, which markedly enhances their offensive and defensive capabilities. A mere throng of ordinary men, even in dozens, would not stand a chance against a seasoned ninja, thereby establishing the formidable reputation of ninjas within the City of the Sea. These genin typically form gangs, exerting their influence while desperately siphoning resources from the city's denizens, offering a fraction of their ill-gotten gains as tribute to their superiors. After Obito orchestrated the Nine Tails attack on the village, he spent most of his time causing turmoil in the Mist Village. This was due to the fact that Rin, the girl Obito harbored feelings for during the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, became a host for the Three Tails, indirectly leading to her demise. Although Obito later realized that Uchiha Madara was manipulating the Mist Village at that time in an attempt to forcibly awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, the currently darkened Obito remains inclined to silently harbor his hatred in the mist. Lin Yuan holds no particular thoughts regarding Obito. The most outrageous act attributed to him is undoubtedly the Nine Tails assault on the village. However, it is implausible that Obito could attain the level of controlling the Nine Tails to battle Minato within a mere year. He must have relied on Uchiha Madara's ocular prowess. In terms of the hierarchy of hatred, Obito should first direct his animosity towards the mist before targeting Minato and Kakashi. Thus, the sequence of his attack on Konoha raises questions. It is highly probable that Uchiha Madara subtly employed Genjutsu on Obito. The potency of Uchiha Madara's illusions is undeniable. Otherwise, Obito would not have resorted to such drastic measures for the sake of Rin, leading to the tragic demise of the innocent Kushina Uzumaki. As for the remark in the manga about recognizing me earlier, it is merely a hollow assertion akin to claiming that one must leap from a building to prove their love. Such statements lack any credibility and serve merely as a means of deflection. Lin Yuan, for the time being, harbored no intention of seeking out Obito. After all, Obito's dark transformation rendered him tenfold stronger, effectively equating to Lin Yuan's own significant weakening. Furthermore, with the presence of Kurizetsu, the leader of intelligence in the ninja world, even the peak-level Pain would find it challenging to contend with the two of them. Not to mention, Lin Yuan was merely a Nin at present. He quietly contemplated his plans, intending to return to Konoha immediately after discovering the legacy of the Kagaya clan, without lingering any longer. Chapter 104. The First Door of Combined Ninjutsu. My lord, The merchant convoy is ready to set off, reported Tao Ji as he hurried over after organizing his belongings. Meanwhile, the Black Scarf brothers, accompanied by a group of newly recruited mercenaries, stood at a respectful distance, awaiting Lin Yuan's command. After Lin Yuan instructed Tao Ji to reconfirm the relevant supplies, he finally authorized the convoy's departure. At this moment, merchant Tao Ji appeared exceedingly exhilarated. For with a powerful ninja like Lin Yuan overseeing the operation, the convoy faced virtually no risk. The fully loaded merchant ships swiftly set sail, departing from the docks of the city of Sea and heading southeast. The destination for this trading expedition was chosen by Lin Yuan, who had specifically requested a map of the land of water from Tao Ji. Due to the foggy nature of his memories, Lin Yuan spent considerable time analyzing the possible locations of the Mist Village, the remainder being a matter of verification. Though he was reluctant to engage with Obito, it was highly likely that the Kagaya clan's ancestral land lay within the Mist Village. Thus, he had no choice but to venture there. At worst, he could remain hidden within the village afterward, as Obito was unlikely to return to Konoha. The merchant ships sailed steadily southeast, and Lin Yuan observed Tao Ji trading along the route. Under the protection of the Black Scarf brothers and their cadre of mercenaries, Tao Ji felt considerably more assured. Each transaction involved substantial procurements, free from the fear of being targeted. After all, even the most unremarkable of the Black Scarf brothers was a ninja. A mere display of prowess would deter any malevolent forces from pursuing Tao Ji's convoy, ensuring a journey marked by tranquility. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Elite Ninja, 52001000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 520005. 2000. Killing points: 240 items. 1 life-saving metal ninjutsu. Sage mode: Flying Thunder God, Adamantine Ceiling. Rainfall 1000 shurikens. Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Blade of Wind, Hell Piercing, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Flower, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Nariku's Gaze, Basic 3-Body Technique, Level 3. It is time to draw from the lottery pool. This time, I shall venture to the hidden Mist Village. Preparations are essential. Should I inadvertently encounter Obito, my only recourse would be to rely on the Flying Thunder God to evade him. It is imperative to maintain my chakra in optimal condition. Lin Yuan pondered quietly. He then opened the lottery pool to commence his drawing. If I can procure some killing points from the hidden Mist Village, perhaps I might indulge in a few more draws this time. The consumption of killing points has become rather burdensome as I delve deeper into the lottery. Lightning Release. Kirin, Probability of Drawing. 0-1 Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique. Probability of Drawing. 49 Others. Probability of Drawing. 95 Current Lottery Consumption of Killing Points. 1. New Year Reset. Sasuke's Lightning Release. Kirin is quite challenging to master. Despite its prowess as an ultimate lightning technique, characterized by its wide attack range, formidable power, rapid speed, and minimal chakra consumption, it necessitates a thunderstorm to manifest. Additionally, one must possess the Sharingan to effectively guide the flow of lightning, while creating a thunderstorm can be facilitated by executing several high-powered fire techniques. Acquiring the Sharingan is purely a matter of luck. Lin Yuan held little interest in this advanced technique. After all, though the lottery pool had once presented the Sharingan, he ultimately did not draw it. Had he succeeded, he might have explored its potential. However, drawing the Sharingan is fraught with complications. The evolution to the Manjiki Sharingan demands intense emotional turmoil, often rooted in tragic experiences, embodying the essence of severing bonds. It is indeed a dilemma. Remaining at the base level is preferable. Advancing invariably leads to the loss of a cherished one. Yet, it is uncertain which precedes the other. All Uchiha who awaken the Manjiki endure profound suffering. Lin Yuan shook his head, lowering his gaze to the Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. This jutsu had left Kakashi astonished in the manga. He then prepared to draw once more. Congratulations. You have drawn Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Lightning Release. Kirin, draw probability 0. 2. Inner Lotus, draw probability 0. 98 Others, draw probability 0. 9 Current lottery consumption of killing points. 2. New Year Reset. Lin Yuan made a bold move. The new elite ninjutsu in the prize pool is the Inner Lotus, which can be considered an advanced form of the Lotus technique. Its power is quite formidable. After mastering the nature transformations of chakra, Lin Yuan developed his unique taijutsu, showing little enthusiasm for learning new techniques. Much like the short elder teacher Chun, who, after becoming a jonin, primarily utilized the Konoha dragon god technique. A single skill sufficing for all his needs. Gazing at the prize pool list, Lin Yuan decisively made another draw. Congratulations. You have drawn the inner lotus. Could it be that fate has intertwined my path with elite ninjutsu today? Lin Yuan was somewhat incredulous to discover that he had drawn elite ninjutsu once more. Earlier, he had a 5 chance of drawing the water release, great waterfall technique, and now he had fortuitously drawn the inner lotus with a 10 probability. Indeed, a stroke of great fortune. This piqued his interest. Lightning release, Kirin, draw probability 0. 4 earth release, yellow spring swamp, draw probability 1. 96 others, draw probability 0. 8 current lottery consumption of killing points. 4 new year reset, the earth release, yellow spring swamp, is rather mediocre. It holds no effect against flying adversaries. In the manga, following Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha during the battle of the 3 legendary ninjas, Jiraiya used this technique to momentarily ensnare the 1,000 snakes, yet it bore little lethality. Lin Yuan promptly drew again, primarily due to his surplus of killing points. Congratulations. You have drawn Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Lightning Release, Kirin, draw probability 0. 8 5 element ceiling, draw probability 3. 92 others, draw probability 0. 6 current lottery consumption of killing points. 8 new year reset. It seems that with one more draw of elite ninjutsu, he could attempt to utilize the 5-in-1 ninjutsu function. However, synthesizing 5 elite ninjutsu into one would require an additional 100 killing points, a considerable expenditure. It appears that retaining these killing points is becoming increasingly challenging. Lin Yuan silently clicked his tongue, realizing that even fortune has its drawbacks. Thus, he decisively continued with another draw. Congratulations. You have drawn 5 elements ceiling. Lightning release. Kirin, draw probability 1. 6 darkness walking technique, draw probability 7. 84 others, draw probability 0. 2 current lottery consumption of killing points. 16 new year reset. To his astonishment, it was the darkness walking technique. How splendid. With no desire to continue drawing, he decided to attempt a synthesis. Lin Yuan recognized that he had come this far and could only select the most ordinary 5 elite ninjutsu to synthesize naturally. Water release, great waterfall technique, inner lotus. Earth release, yellow spring swamp, 5 element ceiling, wind blade. Congratulations. You have synthesized the corpse demon technique. Chapter 105. The solution of the Reaper Sealing Technique. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, astonished that the synthesis result would yield such a ninjutsu. However, one cannot deny that this technique showcased impressive prowess in the manga. Originally, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could have battled the Nine Tails for 300 rounds, but after employing this technique, he was rendered powerless. He had successfully forced Obito to sever his connection with the Nine Tails and expelled it from the village. Yet, in a bid to retain the Nine Tails within Konoha, and driven by Jiraiya's belief that he could be the prophesied child destined to confront calamity and save the world, Minato resolutely activated the Reaper Sealing technique, sacrificing himself in the process. The Reaper Sealing technique consumes one's own soul to summon the Shinigami to take the enemy's soul. In the manga, the Shinigami and its malevolent deity were portrayed rather poorly, exhibiting power akin to that of Susanoo at best. The advantage lay in its independence from chakra. Relying solely on the sacrifice of one's soul, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. This ninjutsu seemed less valuable than the red secret technique of the scorpion of the red sand, which at least had practical applications. The former was difficult to envision in any scenario except for a desperate, mutually destructive fight. Speaking of which, during Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin, Hiruzen Sarutobi had directly sealed the souls of the 1st and 2nd Hokage using the Reaper Sealing technique. Had it not been for Orochimaru's later return to the fray, the 1st and 2nd Hokage would have been unable to participate in the reanimation due to their souls being sealed. This demonstrates the extraordinary prowess of Hiruzen Sarutobi. With only 125 kill points remaining, Lin Yuan felt the pressure mounting. Should another synthesis occur, it might very well deplete his resources entirely. He had initially intended to conserve these kill points for the official commencement of the narrative, but given the current circumstances, he would soon exhaust them. To prepare for the future, he had to devise a means to acquire additional kill points. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin, 52001000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 520005. 2000. Kill points: 125 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode: Flying Thunder God. Reaper Sealing Technique: Adamantine Sealing, Rain of Thousand Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Hell Spike, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Petal Lotus, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment: Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka's Vision, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Taoji, in his confusion, had made offerings, yet he subsequently employed a multitude of gang members from the City of the Sea. Now, with so many outsiders aboard, it was uncertain whether this merchant fleet belonged to Lord Taoji or to these intruders. The crew members on the ship whispered among themselves, casting fearful glances toward the cabin. In contrast to the ordinary merchant, Peach Ji, the gang members are undoubtedly more repugnant. As for the presence of ninjas within the gang, they remain unaware. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that Peach Ji held such esteem among the crew, successfully uniting them into a cohesive team. Were it not for the gang's intermittent attempts to seize opportunities, there might have been a genuine potential for growth. However, compared to itinerant trading, the gang operates entirely as a risk-free venture. The latter can naturally allocate more time and energy to pursue their targets. For ordinary merchants, development remains an arduous endeavor. Brother, once we reach our destination, that individual may well depart immediately. We shall deal with Peach Ji directly and seize the ninja techniques he has left behind. I shall strive to ensure you also become a ninja, whispered the middle-aged man in the black scarf, his words painting an enticing vision that left the nearby burly man in the black scarf yearning. Yet, the middle-aged man sighed, for it is essential to possess innate talent to become a ninja, and his brother seemingly lacked such aptitude. The merchant ship sailed onward, gradually approaching its destination. Lin Yuan turned to the standing Peach Ji and inquired, "You have preliminarily grasped the chakra refining technique I taught you. The remaining 3 secret arts of the ninja are exceedingly rare, and I cannot elaborate further. Ultimately, the extent of your mastery will depend on your own talent. As for the other matters, I will resolve them before my departure, so you need not worry." "Thank you, esteemed benefactor," Peach Ji replied earnestly, feeling a surge of loyalty akin to a warrior's devotion to a worthy leader. This formidable ninja, bearing the visage of a handsome figure, had generously imparted the invaluable entry-level technique of chakra refining, granting him an opportunity to transcend the societal strata of the ninja realm. Furthermore, he had exceedingly amicably shared 3 precious ninja techniques with him. This fortuitous encounter must be recorded in the family lineage to be passed down through generations. Lin Yuan observed the grateful gaze of merchant Peach Ji and nodded before drawing his kunai and stepping out onto the deck, commencing a relentless slaughter. In a short time, all the thugs of the Black Scarf gang lay dead, leaving only some fearful brothers of the Black Scarf and the surrounding ordinary merchant crew. The Black Scarf brothers, witnessing the lifeless bodies of their comrades on the deck, looked upon the striking young man before them with extreme terror and knelt down. Spare us, my lord. You promised to teach us the ninja techniques upon reaching our destination. We no longer wish for that. We only hope for our lives to be spared. In our next lives, we shall serve you as beasts of burden. We swear we will repay you in our next lives." The Black Scarf brothers pleaded for mercy from Lin Yuan, fully aware of the perilous predicament they found themselves in. The individual before them was no ordinary ninja. "Silence. You were the ones who conspired. After I depart, the plan to eliminate Momonosuke for the sake of acquiring secret techniques will commence. Is this indeed the case?" Lin Yuan's gaze was icy as he scrutinized the audacious duo of the Black Scarves before him. Were it not for his recent elevation to Jonin, which had significantly enhanced his physique, allowing him to effortlessly overhear such whispers, he would have been utterly oblivious to their brazen intentions. Their audacity incited a profound anger within him. "Please spare us. We meant no offense. Our subordinates were simply misguided, attempting to convince us otherwise. We harbor no ill will towards Lord Momonosuke." The faces of the Black Scarves turned pale with terror. They never fathomed that their private schemes could be overheard by such a formidable ninja. In a desperate bid for survival, The duo repeatedly bowed their heads in submission, hoping to escape the clutches of this fearsome figure. Lin Yuan brandished his kunai, swiftly dispatching the black scarves without hesitation. Observing their lifeless forms, he signaled to the crew of the merchant ship to clear the deck. Subsequently, amidst the awed gazes of the crew, he returned to the cabin to resume his conversation with Momonosuke. Though the black scarves possessed some combat skills, they were merely of the genin level. Conversely, while Momonosuke lacked martial prowess, he commanded a merchant fleet, suggesting a greater potential. This esteemed patron's overwhelming strength had effortlessly eliminated the gang members. The crew, shaken, whispered among themselves, speculating on the incredible might of their patron. How could such a formidable figure stoop to engage with the likes of you? With their patron's presence, they believed the merchant fleet's reputation would one day resonate throughout the land of water. In that case, we shall be promoted and rewarded, perhaps even wed to nobility. Some crew members exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 106. The Isle of Hidden Mist. The merchant ship docked at the harbor as dusk approached. Amidst the despondent expressions of the crew, Momonosuke informed them of their patron's temporary departure. In stark contrast to the crew's disappointment, Momonosuke felt an overwhelming surge of motivation. If he diligently practiced the ninja techniques left by Lord Lin, he could aspire to transcend from a commoner to a ninja, thereby elevating his status in life. The mountain paths were steep and the waves vast. The village of Hidden Mist was known to harbor the greatest number of ninjas within the land of water. However, few truly knew the location of the legendary village. One could only infer that it must be established on a substantial island, as only such a landmass could sustain a group of powerful ninjas engaged in their activities for decades. Based on the distribution of cities on the map of the land of water, Lin Yuan resolved to explore the uncharted southeastern region. Yet, as he journeyed onward, he found himself unable to pinpoint the potential location of the village of Hidden Mist, which left him feeling a tad weary. He passed by numerous small and medium-sized islands without a second thought. Only islands with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers could barely capture a fragment of his attention. Yet, thus far, he had encountered nothing. Were it not for the distance he still perceived, he might even question his own presence outside the shinobi world. In recent times, his experience level had been accumulating at an astonishing rate. Could it be that merely traversing the landscape could enhance his ninja proficiency? Perhaps there was some truth to this notion. Remaining stationary, how could one ever hope to invigorate their chakra without sufficient strength? Venturing forth would merely equate to being a mere offering. Once he had attained adequate power, it was imperative to explore the shinobi realm, for only then could he hope to take that crucial step. Even in his previous life in the three-dimensional world, there existed the adage that one should read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Lin Yuan had come to understand this. Why did the legendary Sannin manage to ascend to the level of Kage? Their collective experience of over 90 high-ranking missions perhaps hinted at the answer. In the course of executing these high-level tasks, the legendary Sannin must have traversed a vast expanse of the shinobi world. When a jonin embarks on a journey, the prospect of reaching Kage status becomes tangible. A chunin venturing out carries a significant chance of encountering a jonin. A genin, meanwhile, faces a substantial likelihood of crossing paths with a jonin as well. This phenomenon could be summarized as the rise of one Kage amidst the withering of countless shinobi. Lin Yuan was in high spirits and thus quickened his pace. As a taijutsu jonin, he possessed particular advantages in navigation, notably his remarkable speed. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-01000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra 550-006-0000. Kill points: 125 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, flying thunder god. Corpse bone restriction, diamond lock, rainfall shuriken, Rasengan, vast azure armor, palm sage technique. Hell piercing, summoning technique. Spirit insect, lotus blossom, sun and moon galaxy. Enchantment, tree binding kill. Shadow clone, mighty shadow dance tornado. Level 3, righteous flow shape, invisibility throw technique. Level 2, Naraku vision technique, basic body flicker technique. Level 3, what a thick fog. Lin Yuan gazed at the vast expanse of white mist that loomed above the distant sea. A shiver ran through him. It seemed that the island housing the village of mist had been perpetually shrouded in fog, as mentioned in the manga. Lost in his leisurely search across the ocean, he had momentarily overlooked this detail. Moreover, The Village of Mist possessed a widely recognized technique known as the mist technique, capable of generating copious amounts of mist, typically employed as an initial maneuver by mist ninjas. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan ventured into the fog. Ordinary mist would undoubtedly fail to obscure his Jonin-level vision. Should the mist be infused with chakra, it would signify that he had indeed located his target destination, an ideal circumstance. Amidst the enveloping white fog, Lin Yuan calmed his mind and attuned himself to the ebb and flow of the mist. As he commenced his journey through the mist, moving at a leisurely pace in a seemingly windless area, he gradually approached a remarkable sight. Before him lay an island, with a diameter exceeding 80 or 90 kilometers, majestically perched upon the sea's surface. Towering mountains reached skyward, and dense forests cast dancing shadows. Upon witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, he halted abruptly, and as he became acutely aware of the immense island, he activated his cloaking technique. Although the concealment was rather mediocre and could easily be detected, any semblance of effectiveness was preferable, especially given the minimal expenditure of 20 chakra points. It appeared he had discovered his target, yet he needed further confirmation. Lin Yuan navigated the waters surrounding the island, and upon sensing the presence of lurking ninjas, his vigilance heightened. After a winding path, he soon encountered a colossal dock, where scattered cargo ships were anchored. He swiftly boarded one of these vessels and peered through the cabin towards the dock, noting the numerous ninjas stationed there. His certainty deepened. This was likely the Hidden Mist Village. Which other faction in the Land of Water could command such authority, especially when these ninjas bore the village's forehead protectors? Having traveled great distances to arrive at the Hidden Mist Village, Lin Yuan felt an unexpected calm. This island was likely home to a darker incarnation of Obito, who, despite having seemingly harnessed Madara's power during the Nine Tails assault on the village, possessed formidable strength in his own right. At this juncture, Obito had already attained the Manjiki Sharingan and an exceptionally potent physique. The phantasmal capabilities of his ocular technique, Kami, combined with his current prowess, at least that of a high-ranking Jonin, if not an elite, meant he could contend with shadow-level shinobi. As Lin Yuan assessed Obito's formidable capabilities, he recognized the gravity of the situation, particularly given Obito's descent into darkness. The vendetta against Rin would undoubtedly lead him to seek vengeance upon the Hidden Mist. Lin Yuan, merely a spectator in this turbulent narrative, needed to avoid attracting the attention of this malevolent version of Obito until he accomplished his own objectives. Swiftly, Lin Yuan infiltrated the island. Those below the rank of Nin would certainly be oblivious to his presence. However, he would need to exercise caution in the event of encountering Nin. Fortunately, the structure of the ninja village was generally consistent. The outermost layer was enveloped in specialized barriers, which at the very least possessed the capability to detect intruders. Standing at the periphery of the Hidden Mist Village's barrier, Lin Yuan gazed at the fortress constructed of azure bricks within. He pondered how he might stealthily gain entry. In the distance, a pitcher plant extended its tendril, and the upper part of the plant quietly split open, revealing an indifferent figure within. The figure's left side was white, and its right side was also white, adorned with an expression of inquiry. This individual was none other than Black Zetsu. In contrast to White Zetsu, who could be considered mere equipment or cannon fodder, Black Zetsu was the true puppeteer behind the scenes in the ninja world. It was the dark liquid expelled from Kaguya Tsutsuki's sleeve prior to her being sealed away a millennium ago. Black Zetsu regarded Lin Yuan from a distance, its gaze filled with profound curiosity. After a millennium of lurking in the shadows, subtly instigating discord within the ninja world, he has never been one to strike first. However, the sudden appearance of this ninja on the Hidden Mist Island raises questions. It appears he possesses the strength of a Jonin, a position not easily attained within the ninja realm. Heiju pondered whether he should notify Obito. Chapter 107. Infiltration, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill. Upon discovering a solitary middle-ranking ninja from the Hidden Mist, Lin Yuan immediately executed a mesmerizing technique. Thick branches rose from the ground, ensnaring the Hidden Mist ninja. He promptly began to interrogate him, insisting that he disclose all he knew about his village, if there were even the slightest hint of concealment. He demanded to know how much the Hidden Mist Village had compensated him to warrant such secrecy. He urged the ninja to recall the blood mist policy he had endured. The entranced Hidden Mist ninja, immobilized by the illusion, was startled by the eerie voice that echoed around him, despite the absence of anyone nearby. However, Upon hearing the words blood mist policy, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The third Mizukage's blood mist policy encouraged lethal competition among fellow ninjas to identify the strongest. A deadly game indeed. This policy had fostered deep-seated animosities within the village's ninja clans. Which clan could guarantee that none would emerge as the weakest link? When a clan's weakest member was slain, the question of vengeance inevitably arose. The clans were embroiled in turmoil, while the ordinary civilian ninjas suffered even harsher fates. It must be said, Uchiha Madara, assuming the mantle of the third Mizukage, wreaked havoc within the hidden mist with reckless abandon. Even with numerous ninja clans and warriors, the village could not withstand the incessant internal strife. In such conflicts, a reduction of half the ninja population was considered fortunate. The emergence of a new star among them could spell disaster, as exemplified by the infamous Zabuza, who eliminated all his fellow candidates except for himself. The hidden mist ninja's expression shifted, ultimately bowing his head in submission. He agreed to divulge all intelligence to this mysterious ninja, recognizing that as an ordinary middle-ranking ninja, his knowledge was limited and would bear little consequence if shared. Faced with this enigmatic figure, he possessed no means of resistance, nor the courage to take his own life. Surrender was his only option. "Tell me which clans remain in your village," Lin Yuan inquired without hesitation. Soon, he gleaned valuable information from the hidden mist ninja. It was clear that during the reign of the third Mizukage, the clan that suffered the most was the Hozuki clan. Interestingly, the second Mizukage hailed from this clan. However, the third Mizukage was unexpectedly infiltrated by Uchiha Madara. Consequently, despite the formidable strength of the various bloodline ninja clans in the hidden mist, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Compelled to accept the blood mist policy. Years later, Obito would be expelled by the retaliating hidden mist ninjas, unable to inherit Madara's legacy. Yet, at this juncture, the remaining forces within the hidden mist were still taken aback by the revelation that their fourth Mizukage, Yakura, was under the control of a Genjutsu. Until the moment when the only individual who discovered the flaw, Terumi Mei, united the people of the hidden mist after advancing to the rank of Jonin. She managed to drive Obito away. By calculating the timeline during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Terumi Mei would be around 30 years of age, while Naruto was merely 17 at that time. Thus, it can be inferred that Terumi Mei should now be over 16 years old, though it remains uncertain whether she has attained the rank of Jonin. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-01000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra. 550-006-0000. Killing points: 125 items. Death exemption metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, Flying Thunder God technique. Corpse bone ceiling, adamantine ceiling, Rain of Thousand Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure armor, Palm Sage art, Hell stab, Summoning technique, Spirit bug, Lotus flower, Sun and Moon galaxy. Illusionary tree binding kill, Shadow clone technique, Great power shadow dance whirlwind, level 3, Righteous flow form, Invisibility throwing technique, level 2, Naraka vision technique, Basic body technique, level 3. Kaguya, shrouded in darkness, silently observed this enigmatic ninja as he utilized a genjutsu to manipulate a departing mist ninja to extract information and subsequently render him unconscious. A yawn escaped her lips. He did not appear to be a typical mist ninja. From which village, then, did this genjutsu user originate? Genjutsu practitioners are indeed a rare breed. It would be prudent to observe his intentions first. This mundane shinobi world. When shall I be able to resurrect the great Kaguya Tsutsuki? Out of consideration for your earnestness, I shall spare you this time. However, you must refrain from disclosing my whereabouts, for as a ninja, you should be well aware of the consequences of revealing intelligence. At that time, I may remain unharmed. But you certainly will not. Upon acquiring information about the existing ninja clans from the hidden mist, Lin Yuan was well aware of the situation, yet chose not to eliminate the mist ninja. Instead, he amicably advised him to keep his mouth shut. The mist ninja nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lin Yuan, with an impassive demeanor, inspected the ninja's tool pouch, pocketing shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God seal while retrieving 2 kunai before swiftly departing. The surviving mist ninja, astonished at having actually survived, lingered momentarily to ensure it was not an illusion. Once convinced, he abandoned his mission and returned to his village. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, watching from a distance, found himself perplexed. This mysterious ninja had simply walked away, exhibiting an odd demeanor. Observing Lin Yuan's nonchalant theft of 2 kunai, he furrowed his brow deeply. It was rare to encounter something so peculiar. Black Zetsu felt compelled to uncover the truth. Perhaps behind this lay a secretive force that could influence his plans. Lin Yuan paused, waiting. He must wait for the mist-hidden ninja to return to his residence before activating the Flying Thunder God technique to directly breach the barrier and enter the mist. The Flying Thunder God is a spatial-time ninjutsu, which, in a sense, disregards the barriers. However, he remains unaware that he is already being monitored by Kage's Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu's probing and concealment abilities are remarkably formidable, and he currently cannot detect them. Time is of the essence. Departing, Lin Yuan's figure abruptly vanished, appearing as though he had simply disappeared into thin air. The Black Zetsu, who had been tracking him, was momentarily taken aback. After waiting for an extended period, he finally materialized at the spot where Lin Yuan had vanished, meticulously searching and sensing the surroundings. Black Zetsu's gaze deepened. This mysterious ninja should not have noticed my presence. Yet, why did he suddenly vanish? There were only vague signs of spatial time fluctuations. But how could spatial time ninjutsu manifest here so unexpectedly? Let me ponder which ninjutsu could achieve such a feat throughout the extensive millennium I have experienced. I have nearly become acquainted with the resting places of all fallen powerful figures in the ninja world and have heard of every ninjutsu that exists. It is the Flying Thunder God. Black Zetsu recalled Lin Yuan's subtle motion of retrieving a kunai from the mist ninja's tool pouch, and his expression grew grave. One Namikaze Minato has already perished, yet there is still someone who masters the Flying Thunder God, a rare genjutsu-type jonin. The critical factor is that this person managed to infiltrate the mist village right beneath his very eyes. This is tantamount to courting death. Black Zetsu swiftly burrowed underground. Handling spatial time ninjutsu is rather complex. It appears necessary to summon Obito. Chapter 108. The mightiest spear within the confines of the cloud-hidden village. Lin Yuan's figure suddenly materialized, immediately entering a state of stealth and throwing. At the same time, the tool-like mist ninja was caught off guard and rendered unconscious by him. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings. This was a dilapidated small house. If all went as anticipated, this small house belonged to the mist ninja in the mist. He had a sense of the Flying Thunder God mark and merely required the mist ninja to linger in the outskirts of the mist village for an extended duration to ascertain that he had returned home. Naturally, there was a risk of failure. Thus, he promptly transitioned into a state of stealth and throwing to minimize the likelihood of exposure. According to the earlier statements of this mist ninja, many ninja clans had relocated to areas outside the village. After all, this super large island, with a diameter of approximately 80 to 90 kilometers, had Mist Village occupying merely 1/9 of it. The remaining territory was ample for various ninja clans to develop and establish. Moreover, the blood mist policy of Mist Village was excessively cruel, rendering these clans quite unfavorable towards it. However, the good news is that these clans' ancestral lands still reside within the village. Such territories cannot be removed or gifted away. Lin Yuan swiftly approached the inner ring of the Mist Village. Although not every ninja village could achieve a 6-ring distribution, the closer one gets to the village's center, the more potent the forces inevitably become. After a careful search, Lin Yuan discovered several potential locations that might have once belonged to the abandoned clan of the Mist-hidden village. However, he was unable to ascertain which of these sites was the ancestral home of the Kagaya clan that he sought. Thus, he resolved to explore each one in turn. Out of an abundance of caution, he left a shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God seal at the perimeter of the first clan site before venturing deeper into the desolate grounds. After a thorough search, he shook his head in disappointment. The abandonment of this clan was anticipated, yet he found no secret chambers, none at all. It was likely a minor ninja clan. Consequently, he did not linger and promptly proceeded to the next designated location. During his continuous search, the technique of stealthy throwing proved to be quite effective. At least until he attracted the attention of a mist-hidden elite ninja, he should remain undisturbed by other ninjas. However, as time passed, the likelihood of being discovered inevitably increased, thus he needed to expedite his quest. Soon, Lin Yuan stumbled upon a ninja clan site that appeared to be relatively well guarded. Although it was evidently an abandoned territory, devoid of the bustling activity of former ninjas, mist-hidden ninjas were still stationed there. It was reasonable to surmise that the clan possessing this site held a considerable position within the mist-hidden village. After some exploration, Lin Yuan deduced that this was likely the domain of the Hozuki clan, especially since a portrait of the second Mizukage hung within one of the structures. He needed to locate a secret chamber. These formidable clans were known for concealing their treasures within such hidden spaces, as only a secret chamber could securely harbor valuables without the risk of being plundered by outsiders. Despite a meticulous search, Lin Yuan could not uncover the secret chamber of the Hozuki clan's former territory, though he was fairly certain of its existence. The Hozuki clan had concealed it exceptionally well. He decided to return later, leaving behind another shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God seal before hastening to his next target. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-01000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 540-006-0000. Killing points: 125. Items: Death Avoidance Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Bone Rebirth, Adamantine Ceiling. Rainfall 1000 Shurikens, Spiraling Sphere, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique. Hell Spike, Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment: Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Righteous Flow Form, Stealthy Throwing Technique. Level 2. Naraka Vision Technique, Basic Body Technique. Level 3. On the outskirts of Mist-Hidden Island, all members of the Kagaya clan gathered together. There were a full 50 to 60 of them, including several who appeared to be jonin. Among them, the 6-year-old Kimimaro was also brought forth, due to Junmaru being the most gifted prodigy of the Kagaya clan. His extraordinary talent instilled a sense of fear among his kin. As a result, Junmaru was long confined within the depths of a dungeon, released only during times of necessity to serve as a lethal weapon. However, at this moment, Junmaru appeared somewhat elated. He resolved to perform exceptionally well this time and heed his clan's directives, hoping this would spare him from further imprisonment in the dungeon. The clan leader of the Kagaya family noticed Junmaru's cheerful demeanor, and a flicker of apprehension crossed his gaze. Junmaru's abilities were not merely formidable. At such a tender age, he had already surpassed the strength of this jonin, possessing the potential to slay even those of his rank. To call him anything less than a monster would be a gross understatement, were it not for Junmaru's habitual compliance and seemingly harmless demeanor. The clan leader might have felt compelled to eliminate him, a prospect he was keen to avoid. The Kagaya clan revered combat. They were certainly not a clan that advocated for yielding power to others. The remaining bloodline clans of the Hidden Mist had already resolved to ally with the Kagaya clan, intent on launching a counteroffensive against the Hidden Mist, striving to reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. The blood mist policy left by the third Mizukage could not continue under the grasp of the detestable Yagura. The Kagaya clan would emerge as the foremost ninja clan in the Hidden Mist following the overthrow of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. This plan was to be executed in 2 prongs, with their forces responsible for a flanking attack. Junmaru, the Kagaya clan leader, instructed, "You will engage in a frontal assault on the Hidden Mist. Upon encountering any Hidden Mist ninja, eliminate them. Be sure to protect yourself and avoid injury." The clan leader's expression softened, displaying an air of concern for the young boy. "Understood," Junmaru replied, his spirits high as he accepted the task. "There's no time to waste. You must depart at once," the clan leader urged swiftly. Watching Junmaru obediently sprint towards the Hidden Mist, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then commanded all Kagaya clan ninjas to advance towards the Hidden Mist, awaiting the moment of chaos to strike from the side and reclaim their honor. At this juncture, Lin Yuan finally located the abandoned ancestral grounds of the Kagaya clan that had once existed in the Hidden Mist. After a meticulous search, he discovered the clan's former secret chamber. Inside, he found a rather unremarkable stone tablet, its grayish-white surface inscribed with words, "Should a remarkable individual arise in later generations, they ought to inherit the position of clan leader and bow before this Kagaya stone tablet to honor our ancestors." The content of the tablet seemed to hint at something profound. Lin Yuan, puzzled by its implications, decided to take the tablet with him. After some effort with his kunai, he discovered that both the tablet and its base were constructed of exceptionally hard material. The base was roughly the size of a grinding stone, with even greater weight buried beneath the ground. Unable to dismantle the tablet or extract it along with its base, he found himself momentarily vexed. preparing to unleash the mightiest spear, the Hell Spear Stab, forcefully shattering the stone tablet. Chapter 109, Spoils of War. Immortal Mode, Howrend Sungming Armor, Monster Strength Shadow Dance Whirlwind. Righteous Chi Flow Form. Finally, the ninjutsu of the ninja world, Hell Spear Stab. Lin Yuan utilized the power of his bone and blood lineage limit on his right foot to form a bone drill. He began to stack his abilities relentlessly. It was only at the moment of complete accumulation that he unleashed what could be considered his most formidable single-target attack. With a thunderous boom, it struck the stone tablet directly, causing it to erupt in a spectacular explosion. The entire territory of the Kagaya clan was engulfed in chaos, creating a massive crater of 100 meters. The sound reverberated throughout the hidden mist, shaking every structure for a fleeting moment. Fortunately, the stone tablet was an inanimate object, allowing him to perform such a feat. However, this commotion was likely to attract the attention of the entire hidden mist. He needed to depart swiftly. Lin Yuan quickly retrieved a gray artifact from the shattered stone tablet. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning directly to the territory of the Ghost Lantern clan. After stowing away his shuriken, Lin Yuan contemplated that the hidden mist ninjas would likely not pursue him. He began to examine the spoils of this encounter, only to discover a peculiar gray stick, leaving him somewhat bewildered. This item had been concealed within the stone tablet. Had he not stacked his abilities significantly, shattering the stone tablet would have been nearly impossible, indicating the remarkable protection surrounding the gray stick. Lin Yuan surmised that the material of the stone tablet was likely derived from the bones of the historical shadow-level powerhouses of the Kagaya clan. Layer upon layer of defense rendered the stone tablet extraordinarily resilient. Even a peak shadow-level expert would find it challenging to shatter the tablet. It was only after stacking his abilities that he unleashed a force comparable to the third Raikage's Hell Spear Stab, delivering a powerful blow that ultimately succeeded in breaking the stone tablet. The gray stick, could it be the bone of Kagayaheim? The most potent single-target skill of the Six Paths, the killing of gray bones. Lin Yuan quietly speculated that only an item like the killing of gray bones could remain unscathed even after the stone tablet was destroyed. The strength of this artifact was indeed formidable. Even if the gray stick was not the killing of gray bones, it was undoubtedly a treasure of the Six Paths caliber, cherished by the Kagaya clan through the generations. In truth, the historical shadow-level powerhouses of the Kagaya clan had intended to inform their outstanding descendants of the powerful treasure hidden within the stone tablet through a form of reverence. They hoped to guide them in their understanding using the bone and blood lineage limit. Little did they know that Lin Yuan, a veritable anomaly, would arrive and shatter the stone tablet, absconding with the treasure. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra. 300-0600000. Killing points: 125 items. Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Sealing Technique, Diamond Lock, Rainfall 1000 Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Mastery of Sage Arts, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment: Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Neru's Vision Technique, Basic Body Flicker Technique, Level 3. The consumption of chakra from this attack was unexpectedly immense. Lin Yuan gazed at his panel, inhaling sharply. He had activated Sage Mode in advance to mitigate subsequent consumption, absorbing an equivalent of 60,000 chakra worth of natural energy. Any further absorption risked petrification. Coupled with his original 50,000 chakra, he had accumulated over 110,000 chakra reserves. However, after the battle, he was left with merely 3,000, which was indeed arduous. Yet this was inevitable. Without investing chakra equivalent to that of an attack-level ninjutsu, how could he possibly unleash the power of Hell Stab at the level of a superior ninjutsu? This was achievable solely because Lin Yuan had drawn it from the reward pool, with Hell Stab at full proficiency. Otherwise, he might not have been able to shatter the stone tablet. In the Mizukage building of the Hidden Mist Village, the child-faced Three Tails Jinchuriki and Fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was listening to reports from the Umbu. In the adjacent room, Obito, with his three-tomo Sharingan, expressionless, toyed with a shuriken in hand. Before him, the shadow of Kagaya's Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. With a serious demeanor, Black Zetsu remarked, The ancestral land of the Kagaya clan has been utterly destroyed. It is certain that a shadow-level powerhouse has stealthily infiltrated. I recall there was a treasure there. Black Zetsu was born when Kagaya was on the verge of being completely sealed. Although his initial power was modest, his lifespan was limitless. He had witnessed the 1,000-year evolution of the ninja world and had noted that the Kagaya clan possessed a precious stone tablet. He had attempted various means to acquire it, only to be thwarted and ultimately discovered. Consequently, the Kagaya clan's successive shadow-level powerhouses devised a large pedestal to secure the stone tablet in their ancestral land, continuously reinforcing it. Black Zetsu estimated that only a pinnacle shadow-level strength would have a chance of shattering the stone tablet. Uchiha Madara certainly possessed such strength, but to Black Zetsu, Madara was merely a tool for reviving Kagaya. It was inconceivable that he would relinquish the precious treasure. Indeed, had it not been for the intent to eliminate the second Hokage, Tobirama, Black Zetsu would have been reluctant to part with even the Six Paths tools. However, trouble had now arisen. The treasures within the stone tablet had been taken by others. If there is such a valuable treasure, why did you not inform me sooner? Obito expressed his dissatisfaction. Despite being saved by Uchiha Madara in the past, before his demise, Obito still found himself ensnared in darkness, perceiving Black Zetsu merely as a useful tool for gathering intelligence. When it came to emotional ties, he felt far more connected to White Zetsu, who had once fused with him, as the latter had genuinely aided him. To extract the coveted treasure, one must shatter the stone tablet. Even with Kamuyui's voiding ability, there existed no openings within the tablet to manifest a physical presence. Black Zetsu felt compelled to clarify his dissatisfaction with Obito, this disobedient tool. Yet he had to rely on him to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Thus he had no choice but to endure. At that moment, he sensed temporal fluctuations, likely caused by the infiltrating ninja from the hidden mist. Did you not mention that mysterious ninja is a jonin? Obito queried, perplexed, as he toyed with a shuriken in his hand, responding impatiently to Black Zetsu. Flying Thunder God, a shadow-level power. Are you implying that this individual is the deceased Minato-sensei? You truly possess a sense of humor, Black Zetsu. Is there a method for the dead to return? Black Zetsu shook his head, stating, a complete soul is the prerequisite for resurrection. If Minato had perished normally, his soul would have ascended to the Pure Land, allowing for a potential revival. However, having utilized the Reaper Death Seal, his soul is now under the control of the Shinigami, and thus, revival is improbable unless we ultimately achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi, enabling everyone to be revived in the dream realm as souls. A shadow of melancholy flickered in Obito's gaze. To resurrect Rin, her soul was indispensable. Yet, without reaching Jonin level and without enhancements, preserving a soul was exceedingly difficult, and Rin's essence may have already dissipated. However, according to Black Zetsu, higher-tier techniques could reconstitute and resurrect a lost soul, namely the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, casting such a technique necessitated immense investment. Chapter 110. A sudden interception. Lin Yuan promptly stowed away his gray staff upon hearing the clamor of battle from the periphery of the hidden mist village. He prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God to venture to the outskirts, but furrowed his brow as he noticed that the shuriken, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, which he had left in the hidden mist ninja's tool pouch, had inexplicably appeared at the core of the village, near the suspected Mizukage building. This is bad. The shuriken I left behind has been discovered. If that hidden mist ninja had willingly provided information, then Obito would undoubtedly be aware. Conversely, if the ninja had not offered information and was merely found, their strength would be formidable. In the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. Lin Yuan resolved to withdraw, retrieving another shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God seal to leave at the territory of the Kirigakure clan, just in case. He swiftly employed the invisibility technique to depart, and, during his escape, utilized a transformation jutsu to assume a generic appearance, blending into the group of hidden mist ninjas heading to the village entrance for support. At the village entrance, a child resembling a younger Kimimaro was ruthlessly wreaking havoc. Numerous hidden mist ninjas charged forth to attack, only to be effortlessly evaded by Kimimaro, who subsequently dispatched them with the bone spikes that erupted from his body. Such reckless behavior might incur the dreaded bloodline disease. Lin Yuan, observing from the sidelines, could only shake his head in disbelief. At that moment, distant shouts and cries of battle echoed from the direction of the village, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had Kimimaro allied with the Kagaya clan to assault the hidden mist? Before long, The young Kimimaro swiftly approached Lin Yuan. The atmosphere grew tense as Kimimaro, wielding two bloodied, sharp bones, gazed at Lin Yuan with an instinctive sense of familiarity, which quickly shifted to seriousness. His eyes reflected a deep perplexity as he inquired, "Why did you merely stand there instead of attacking me? Are you not a ninja of the hidden mist?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan instinctively touched the hidden mist forehead protector he had picked up along the way and nodded earnestly. "I am not a ninja of the hidden mist." Kimimaro, trusting his words without hesitation, darted past Lin Yuan toward the chaotic scene ahead, where flames were already engulfing the area. He was eager to join the fray. Lin Yuan watched him go, feeling somewhat bemused. He had not anticipated encountering the young Kimimaro. However, he decided not to intervene. According to the storyline, Kimimaro would survive and eventually ally with Orochimaru. As Lin Yuan approached the village entrance, he suddenly halted, noticing Orochimaru walking toward him. Orochimaru, ever perceptive, met Lin Yuan's gaze, nodding slightly before continuing on to follow the intriguing child, murmuring to himself, "Transformation technique. Is he not a ninja of the hidden mist?" Meanwhile, within the Water Shadow building, the Umbu rushed to report to Mizukage Yagura, "Mizukage, there is trouble. The Kagaya clan has dispatched numerous ninjas to attack the village. We are currently resisting their onslaught." In a neighboring room, Obito, controlling the fourth Mizukage Yagura, was taken aback by the news. Under the formidable manipulation of the former Uchiha Madara, the major bloodline clans of the Hidden Mist had been decimated, leaving only a handful of survivors from the once proud Hozuki clan, which had even produced the second Mizukage. What hope did the Kagaya clan possess? Yet, perhaps these ninjas had some hidden strength, especially since Black Zetsu had recently mentioned that a top-tier powerhouse had taken away treasures belonging to the Kagaya clan. Could this individual be an ally of theirs? Obito pondered this before adopting a more serious demeanor. However, it wasn't long before the Umbu brought new intelligence. "Mizukage, all members of the Kagaya clan have been eliminated. The whereabouts of that powerful individual are unknown." Moments later, more reports from the Hidden Mist Umbu arrived. As Obito was about to manipulate the arrow to rush over, he paused upon hearing the words. He silently directed the arrow back to the Water Shadow's office, signaling the Umbu of the mist to descend. He then cast a questioning glance at Kurizetsu, who was equally perplexed. Could it be that the Kagaya clan had come to embrace death? Did they not recognize that mysterious ninja? Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 500-060000. Killing points: 125 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode: Flying Thunder God. Corpse Sealing Technique: Diamond Lock, Rain 2000 Shurikens, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Hell Spike, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Surface Lotus, Sun Moon Star River. Illusionary Tree Bind Kill, Shadow Clone, Super Strength Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision Technique, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Outside the Hidden Mist Village, Junmaru sat atop a tree, his expression one of profound despondency. They are all gone. His kin have perished. Despite his earnest efforts to cooperate with his clan's actions, he emerged unscathed from the battle, while his comrades met their demise. He bore no resentment towards them for having kept him imprisoned. He merely longed for the rare opportunity to fight alongside them. Yet, this was the outcome. Junmaru observed the mist ninjas gathering the bodies of his clan members below the hillside. Disheartened, he leaped down from the tree and wandered alone through the forest until he reached the lakeside. Gazing into the water at his own reflection, he remained silent for a moment before turning his head. Suddenly, he noticed a remarkably beautiful flower blooming by the lake. He approached it, pondering why it had chosen to flourish here, where no one could behold its beauty. With bone spikes in hand, he contemplated destroying the flower, a symbolic act of self-destruction. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been following him, intended to speak, but a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears from behind. The lotus blooms unsullied from the mud, washed by clear waters without becoming demonic. As long as one remains virtuous, they can remain untainted by their surroundings. Lin Yuan, observing Junmaru from a distance, swiftly approached and smiled as he spoke. These lines were derived from Zhou Dunyi's On the Love of Lotus from the Song Dynasty. Initially, he had planned to leave the Hidden Mist, but reconsidered that staying close to Orochimaru might be safer, especially since the mist had already detected his shuriken. Furthermore, He felt compelled to intervene on behalf of Junmaru, who misused the Shikatsumiyaku, particularly since the latter had refrained from attacking him at the village entrance. "It's you," the young Junmaru said, retracting his bone spikes as he looked at Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, what are you doing here?" Orochimaru's gaze shifted from frigid to astonished. He had never anticipated that the audacious ninja, who had the audacity to follow him while employing transformation techniques, was none other than Lin Yuan, that border ninja. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in conflict during this endeavor. Thus, amidst his astonishment, he allowed Lin Yuan to accompany him. However, at a critical moment, Lin Yuan inadvertently thwarted a splendid opportunity to recruit a potential ally. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan's familiar voice, Orochimaru's expression became distinctly pained. "Lord Orochimaru." Lin Yuan casually dispelled his disguise, greeting him with a cheerful demeanor. Had Orochimaru not succumbed to darkness, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly feel secure. Conversely, if Orochimaru had indeed embraced his darker nature, Lin Yuan possessed the Flying Thunder God technique to facilitate his escape, rendering the situation relatively inconsequential. Thus, upon encountering Orochimaru once more, he felt unexpectedly at ease, even in the perilous surroundings of the hidden Mist Island. In the distance, a shadow resembling a child drew ever closer. Chapter 111. Orochimaru and Yashiro. You truly embody an unexpected ninja. Orochimaru was compelled to abandon his aspirations of subduing Kimimaro. After all, the optimal moment to capture him had already slipped away. He had intended to express that simply surviving does not inherently imbue life with meaning. Yet survival might lead one to discover significance. However, he had not foreseen Lin Yuan's sudden appearance, which rendered the situation even less engaging for Orochimaru. Orochimaru's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as he coldly turned to observe the approaching childlike figure. A subtle trace of confusion flitted across his features. How could the fourth Mizukage, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yashiro, be making his way here? Without hesitation, Orochimaru performed a series of hand seals. Summoning a massive serpent that engulfed Lin Yuan, Kimimaro, and himself before swiftly burrowing underground. To the unknowing observer, this serpent might have been mistaken for a mere earthworm. Kimimaro cast a curious glance at Lin Yuan. He recognized Lin Yuan as the amiable ninja he had encountered at the village entrance. Now unmasked, Lin Yuan seemed even more approachable. Moreover, his utterance of the profound phrase "the lotus blooms unsullied from the mud, and one is cleansed yet remains untainted" stirred a sense of exhilaration within Kimimaro, even as he struggled to grasp its full meaning. This ninja, who had evoked a sense of kinship, appeared to hold high expectations for him. The fourth Mizukage, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yashiro, was indeed a formidable presence and not easily dismissed. "I shall transport you to a location far removed from the hidden Mist Island. There, we shall part ways," Orochimaru remarked hastily, noting Lin Yuan's inquisitive gaze. It was a rare opportunity to visit the hidden mist, having traversed a considerable distance. He had hoped to claim a trophy, only to have his plans intercepted by Lin Yuan. Had it been another unfamiliar ninja, Orochimaru would have long since eliminated them. Yet, faced with Lin Yuan, the border ninja, he found himself reluctant to act. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Lin Yuan had once been an admirer of his. It seems Orochimaru had not fully embraced his darker self after all. He merely felt liberated from the confines of Konoha. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he would come to realize that his liberation from constraints was merely a figment of his imagination. When he beheld the efforts of the three Sannin towards the village of Konoha, only to witness it being used as sustenance for the flourishing Sarutobi clan under the hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would be driven by an overwhelming desire to eliminate Hiruzen, his former mentor who had ultimately betrayed the village. Lin Yuan contemplated this silently, only to soon notice that Orochimaru seemed to sense something, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, as if someone were striking a gong forcefully in his ear, intermittently disrupting his train of thought on research. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, so strange that he hesitated to inquire further. Suddenly, the ground ahead trembled violently. Behind the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, a tail as thick as a water barrel erupted, piercing into the earth and creating chaos beneath. The ground could hardly withstand such devastation, and that very tail swiftly and accurately pierced the head of the serpent that had been swiftly traversing underground. In an instant, Orochimaru and Lin Yuan were violently thrust upwards. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-01000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 600, 06000 kill points. 125 items. Death exemption token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, flying thunder god technique. Corpse sealing technique, diamond lock, thousand hands of rain, Rasengan, vast azure armor, mastering sage arts. Hell piercing, summoning technique, spirit bug, lotus flower, sun and moon galaxy. Enchantment, tree binding kill, shadow clone technique, mighty shadow dance whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow form, stealth throwing technique, level 2, Neru's gaze technique. Basic body flicker technique, level 3, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, with his doll-like face and the three-tailed Jinchuriki, floated above, casting a condescending gaze downward. His green hair billowed in the evening breeze, while his purple eyes regarded the scene with indifference, a jagged, unfinished scar running vertically beneath his left eye. In his hand, he wielded a staff-like weapon adorned with a hooked end and green flowers. It appeared that other ninja were also observing the situation. Orochimaru's expression grew serious, as he recognized that every encounter with Lin Yuan seemed to bring trouble. Reflecting on their first meeting, where Lin Yuan had been embroiled in a night raid by an Iwagakure Jonin, Orochimaru found himself somewhat impressed. As he coldly surveyed his surroundings, he began to contemplate how to deal with the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. However, Yagura was a Kage, not an easy opponent to confront. The most effective way to eliminate a Kage would be to surround him with 2 or 3 others, yet that was no simple task. At this moment, Yagura was likely under the control of Obito. Thus, it appears that Obito has indeed arrived. If Obito is present, then both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu must also be here. This battle seems arduous, yet with Orochimaru's cooperation, it is unlikely that Obito can secure victory. Lin Yuan mused quietly, for at this juncture, Orochimaru's injuries have surely healed. Orochimaru had previously reached a stalemate with Inoki before being defeated by the fourth Raikage wielding the lightning release. The two events may indeed be causally linked, but this does not imply Orochimaru's inferiority to the fourth Raikage. Furthermore, in the manga, Obito had extended an invitation to Orochimaru to join Akatsuki, a testament to his formidable strength. Yagura unleashed his partial-tailed beast transformation, enveloping himself in a swift cloak of black and crimson, composed of solidified tailed beast chakra, and charged toward Orochimaru. Observing this, Orochimaru formed hand seals and summoned the triple Rashomon to shield himself. Under Obito's control, Yagura deftly circumvented the triple Rashomon, preparing to launch an assault on the others. In response, Orochimaru expelled a torrent of brown serpents from his mouth, a veritable cloud that obscured the sky. Simultaneously, the legendary Kusanagi sword materialized in Orochimaru's grasp. Yagura plunged into the swarm of serpents, brandishing his claws and tail, wrapped in tailed beast chakra, sweeping through the multitude. At that moment, Orochimaru, undeterred, charged forward with the Kusanagi sword. After a flurry of exchanges, Orochimaru skillfully thrust the sword into Yagura's chest. In retaliation, Yagura struck Orochimaru with his palm, causing coral to sprout from the latter's body. With a flicker of his gaze, Orochimaru shed his former shell, emerging anew from within, evading Yagura's coral grasp, while swinging the Kusanagi sword to behead him. Yagura evaded swiftly, yet a slender wound marked his form, though it rapidly healed under the protection of the tailed beast chakra. Yagura, you seem to be in a dire state, Orochimaru observed, sensing something amiss. Tentatively, he spoke. Yagura responded with a cold chuckle, drawing forth a mirror of water with a swift motion. From this mirror, another Orochimaru emerged, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, advancing with lethal intent. This was a water release, water mirror technique, capable of replicating an enemy in perfect likeness and utilizing identical jutsu. Orochimaru frowned, dispatching the doppelganger with pure martial prowess after several exchanges. However, Yagura had already prepared a new technique, now fully transformed into a colossal, 30-meter-tall three-tails Isabu. Yagura arched his body, enveloping himself in a massive, blade-like shell on his back. He spun rapidly, resembling a wheel, tearing through the air with thunderous roars, charging fiercely toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, you must persevere. Lin Yuan and Kimimaro shouted from another direction, rallying support for Orochimaru. Chapter 112. The urgency of Orochimaru at this moment. One must not be complacent. It seems adversaries may still lurk in the shadows, perhaps secretly observing our every move. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled into a subtle arc as he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. With determination, he unleashed the formidable defensive technique, the triple Rashomon. The three massive gates rose from the ground, and the rapidly spinning three tails slammed into them like a wheeled force. The gates immediately cracked open, revealing two layers. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent, which devoured both him and the distant Lin Yuan, allowing them to escape swiftly into the distance. Meanwhile, the three tails obliterated the third layer of the Rashomon. With inertia, it surged forward for a short distance before adjusting its course to pursue them. It seemed that Orochimaru had indeed detected our presence. He was, after all, one of the legendary Sannin. Masked in the shadows, Obito observed the unfolding battle with one eye, the crimson glow of his Sharingan flickering ominously. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's retreat, he immediately followed suit alongside Black Zetsu, whose expression bore a hint of confusion. Among Orochimaru's companions, one bore an oddly familiar aura, reminiscent of that enigmatic ninja. Yet, sensing the chakra reserves, it was evident that the disparity was vast, at least tenfold. Furthermore, if one were to assess the potential threat, it was that child who posed a greater danger. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 6050600000. Kill points: 125 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode: Flying Thunder God, Corpsebone Rebirth. Diamond lock: Thousand Hands of Rain, Rasengan. Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique. Hell Spike, Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug, Lotus of the Moon and Sun. Galaxy of the Sun and Moon, Enchantment. Tree Bind Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Righteous Flow Form, Stealth Throw Technique. Level 2. Naraka's Vision Technique. Basic Body Replacement Technique, Level 3. The serpent slithered rapidly, burrowing underground. Orochimaru murmured to himself, contemplating the unusual state of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, as if ensnared in an illusion. Yet, it was perplexing. Who could ensnare a Jinchuriki within a Jinjutsu? Given Yagura's prowess, he was nearly a perfect Jinchuriki. If not an illusion, then what could it be? My lord Orochimaru, he pondered, as Yagura charged forward while other adversaries concealed themselves behind him. Did this imply that the hidden enemies were stronger than Yagura? Lin Yuan reflected, urging caution. After all, Obito's Kimui ability was notoriously troublesome. While he had faith in Orochimaru's combat prowess before the narrative commenced, any additional advantage would undeniably be beneficial. In the entire shinobi world, foes stronger than Yagura were exceedingly rare. Orochimaru continued to contemplate the implications. However, it is exceedingly challenging to deduce the identity of the hidden adversary based solely on this information. Moreover, as of now, Obito has been traversing the world under the guise of Uchiha Madara, who has lived for over a century. As for Obito himself, he perished at the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, with his remains returned to the hidden Leaf Village for burial. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the rear, where a figure with a doll-like face was rapidly pursuing him. Orochimaru moved swiftly through the underground, while the doll-faced individual soared through the skies, undoubtedly traveling at a greater speed. Orochimaru furrowed his brow deeply. The Hidden Mist had just experienced an assault from the Kagaya clan, and Yagura, instead of remaining to defend the village, was chasing after them. Did he consider them the masterminds behind the chaos? It was a predicament that might just mire them deeper into the quagmire. Orochimaru-sama, is that the Mizukage Yagura pursuing us? Lin Yuan remarked, feigning regret. Yet, his mind was incessantly pondering how to steer the conversation towards the rebirth of the Samsara technique. If there existed a jutsu that could ensure Orochimaru's eternal righteousness, it would undoubtedly be the rebirth of the Samsara. No one could resist the allure of perfect resurrection. What is the 8 gates of Duenjia? The young Kimimaro inquired with curiosity. Even though he had been indifferent during Orochimaru's battle with the enemy, he now found himself intrigued by Lin Yuan's words. This prompted a slight twitch at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, as he inwardly mocked the gullibility of youth. Had he spoken before Lin Yuan, Kimimaro's interest would surely have been directed towards him. The 8 gates of Duenjia is a technique that unlocks the potential of taijutsu ninjas, elevating their prowess to unimaginable heights. According to ancient texts, a taijutsu ninja who opens the 8th gate would possess what could be deemed invincible capabilities, capable of delivering a single, Lethal blow even to elite ninjas or those stronger. Lin Yuan explained. Lin Yuan, why do you not mention that the price of opening the 8th gate is death? He continued. A brilliance ignited by mortality, no matter how resplendent, is ultimately a lament of one's own demise. The preceding 7 gates also bear significant repercussions. Exceeding one's physical limits can lead to catastrophic consequences. Orochimaru interjected, expressing his profound knowledge of the 8 gates. If the 7th gate resulted in obliteration, then what value did the 8th gate hold, no matter how invincible? The essence of life should not be reliant on the thrill of mortality. Young Kimimaro gazed curiously at Orochimaru, seemingly recognizing the vast reservoir of ninja knowledge within him, before turning his expectant eyes back to Lin Yuan, unsure of what he was anticipating. Orochimaru-sama, you are mistaken. Lin Yuan calmly shook his head. Oh. Orochimaru noticed Kimimaro's inquisitive gaze and, with a flicker of insight, contemplated the potential to win over this young subordinate. One must demonstrate superior performance to prove oneself stronger than Lin Yuan. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's somewhat frivolous remarks echoed. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed his eyes. In a certain sense, right and wrong are intertwined with one's pride. Even Orochimaru does not wish to lose face. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak so brazenly. In this vast shinobi world, the weak are reckless in their unreasonable claims, while the weak asserting reason are merely provoking the strong with impunity. Considering our past as leaf ninjas, I shall spare you this time, Orochimaru stated indifferently, his murderous intent retracting as he turned away. He stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, a shadow-level powerhouse, while Lin Yuan was merely a chunin. Regardless of what Lin Yuan might say next, he had no interest in potentially tedious arguments. In ancient manuscripts, there existed a mysterious technique known as the rebirth of the heavenly life, capable of resurrecting the deceased. Thus, should one master this technique alongside the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death, it could be employed repeatedly at will. Lin Yuan spoke nonchalantly, asserting that with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, even a shadow-level powerhouse would be inconsequential. Furthermore, possessing a life-saving token, even the peak forms of Hashirama and Madara would pose no threat upon resurrection. The prospect of altering the storyline was indeed a delightful one. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused, his gaze caught by Orochimaru, who had turned back, his eyes burning with intensity, as if urging him to elaborate. Orochimaru fell into contemplation, pondering the immense power of such a technique. Surely it must come with numerous limitations. A sudden cry of anguish escaped Orochimaru as he was struck by the powerful tale of the Three Tails Aisabu. Chapter 113, The Eight-Headed Technique. Just as Orochimaru was considering whether the reincarnation in the rebirth of the heavenly life technique was related to the legendary sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, he was abruptly interrupted by Aisabu, who had fully transformed into its tailed beast form. In an instant, Orochimaru found himself airborne, facing off against the green-headed, purple-eyed Aisabu once more. After swiftly forming hand seals, Orochimaru unleashed an incompletely developed, yet formidable ninjutsu, the eight-headed technique. He transformed into a terrifying creature, standing several meters tall. Entirely white, with 8 elongated serpentine necks and 8 fearsome serpent heads, charging directly at Aisabu. Upon closer inspection, the eight-headed technique appeared to be a powerful transformation that integrated both offense and defense. However, it bore no resemblance to mere transformation techniques. It was more akin to the complete form of Susanoo and the true Thousand Hands of Sage techniques. Although its power may not rival the latter two, it undoubtedly stepped into the same realm. Could this perhaps be the path beyond the shadow level? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. If one were to inquire about the strongest among the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, one might hesitate between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. However, if the question pertained to who possessed the greatest talent among them, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. Before his defection, he had garnered the utmost esteem of Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing in the shadow of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Having journeyed far along the path of shadows, Orochimaru embodies the essence of a master, exuding an air of calm confidence. Yet, upon witnessing Itachi Uchiha brandish the Tensigen, poised to seal him away permanently, Orochimaru's expression shifts to one of mild astonishment. Transforming into the formidable Yamada no Orochi, he fiercely suppresses the fully tailed beast, Yagura. However, due to the immense defensive capabilities of the 3 tails beneath Yagura, Inflicting damage proves exceedingly challenging. The struggle to determine a victor becomes increasingly arduous as Yagura intermittently employs water release techniques, summoning reflections of Orochi's fearsome heads to launch attacks. Alas, the rigorous demands of replicating such high-level jutsu render him incapable of manifesting the entirety of Yamata. Orochimaru, ensconced within the cavernous maw of one of Yamata's menacing heads, contemplates a more advanced strategy when, unexpectedly, a swirling vortex materializes beside him. A masked figure dashes forth, delivering a swift kick that sends Orochimaru hurtling through the air, only to be caught mid-fall by another of Yamata's heads. Lifting his gaze, he beholds this enigmatic individual, whose single crimson eye reveals their Uchiha lineage. Orochimaru, welcome to the hidden mist. The figure, Tobi, gestures nonchalantly, evading Orochimaru's inquiry as he gradually fades from view. Before long, Tobi reappears at Orochimaru's side, wielding a chain, each hand gripping one end as he advances to ensnare Orochimaru. A rare display of space-time ninjutsu, Orochimaru muses, licking his lips, opting not to confront it directly. Instead, he melds into Yamata's form, as the gaping maw of the beast lunges at Tobi. In a swift maneuver, Tobi enters a phantasmal state, evading the bite and expertly wrapping the black chain around Yamata's head, tightening it with a swift twist. Silence envelopes the scene as the head snaps, crashing to the ground in a colossal thud. Orochimaru reappears within the mouth of another Yamata head, observing the unfolding chaos with keen interest. The ability to traverse through time and space, coupled with an ethereal form that deflects most physical assaults, reveals Tobi as a member of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru finds himself at a disadvantage. Watching this unfold, Lin Yuan instinctively glances at his own attribute panel, though his chakra has yet to regain its full potency. Should he truly engage in battle? It seems that with the defensive capabilities of the corpse bone pulse, survival should pose no issue. Simultaneously, there remains ample time to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and make an escape, provided one is mindful of chakra consumption. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Faction: Konoha. Bloodline: Corpse Bone Pulse. Bloodline limit: Chakra 650060000. Kill points: 125 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode. Flying Thunder God. Corpse sealing technique. Diamond lock. Rain Dew 1000 shuriken. Rasengan. Vast azure armor. Palm sage technique. Hell piercing. Summoning technique. Spirit bug. Lotus flower technique. Sun Moon Galaxy technique. Enchantment. Tree binding kill. Shadow clone technique. Mighty shadow dance whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous flow form. Stealth throw technique. Level 2. Nariku's vision technique. Basic body technique. Level 3. Suddenly, Black Zetsu appeared behind Lin Yuan and the young Kinshiki, his gaze filled with skepticism, harboring faint doubts about Lin Yuan's identity as the mysterious ninja. Nevertheless, he still chose to engage the two. Black Zetsu's strength paled in comparison to that of Kagaya Tsutsuki's true offspring, Yuki and Yuki village. However, he was reputed to be unrepelled by the earth, capable of traversing underground with ease. Furthermore, he possessed a vast reserve of chakra, alongside yin-yang release and wood release techniques, marking him as no mere weakling. Boasting power surpassing elite Jonin, yet falling short of the Six Paths level, he refrained from revealing his full strength to avoid arousing Obito's suspicion. In the manga, Zetsu successfully ambushed Madara, not merely relying on trust. At that moment, both Lin Yuan and young Kinshiki reacted simultaneously, each delivering a kick towards Black Zetsu. With a resounding thud, Black Zetsu was sent hurtling back several dozen meters. Unfazed, he charged once more, only to be met with another decisive kick from Lin Yuan and Kinshiki, sending him flying again. At this juncture, Obito, who had been observing from a distance, could no longer bear to watch and redirected his focus to controlling the arrow against Orochimaru, while Orochimaru, also attentive to the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that should he be captured, it would pose considerable difficulties. Fortunately, although Lin Yuan was a Chunin, Kinshiki's strength undoubtedly rivaled that of elite Jonin, potentially even matching that of a Hokage. U2. Black Zetsu, despite his habitual retreat into the shadows, was incensed after being bested in hand-to-hand combat on 2 occasions. He immediately began to weave seals, and in an instant, an abundance of plants erupted from the ground before him, intertwining toward Lin Yuan and Kinshiki. Do not utilize an excess of bones. A single one suffices. It is far better for your health. Bones tainted with blood should not be reintegrated into the body. Dispose of them as much as possible to avoid contamination, Lin Yuan advised the young Kinshiki with gentle guidance. He then charged forward with a kunai in hand, swiftly severing numerous branches in his path. However, Black Zetsu's strategy primarily relied on consumption. The speed at which new branches sprout is astonishing. Young Junmaru, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, he indeed summoned only a single bone knife. Relying on his innate combat instincts, he swiftly shattered the plant branches conjured by Kurizetsu. The efficiency of their weeding efforts was remarkably high, compelling Kurizetsu to begin a tactical retreat, increasing the distance between them. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as a figure descended onto the ground, none other than the somewhat disheveled Orochimaru. Chapter 114. A strategic advantage with a swift motion. Orochimaru erupted from the pit, confronting Kurizetsu. He raised his arm towards Kurizetsu, unleashing a torrent of venomous serpents that surged forth, aiming to strike. Observing the multitude of snakes advancing toward him, Kurizetsu deemed it unwise to engage directly and resolved to burrow underground. However, at that instant, a massive purple serpent erupted from the earth, its gaping maw poised to engulf Kurizetsu. In a split second, Kurizetsu's pupils constricted as he desperately veered to the side, yet still suffered the loss of half his body to the myriad of snakes. The remaining half fled, vanishing from sight. It became evident that Orochimaru had employed a summoning technique while in the pit. After narrowly escaping with half his form, Kurizetsu grasped the situation. Orochimaru had clearly anticipated his immediate retreat underground, thus executing his strategy to summon a creature from below. The length of the summoned beast, coupled with Orochimaru's profound understanding of summoning techniques, allowed the serpent's head to materialize directly beneath him at the opportune moment. It seemed that Orochimaru had invested considerable time analyzing his abilities during their previous encounter with Obito, preparing for a chance to disengage from battle and eliminate him. Lord Orochimaru, your tactic of feigning weakness is truly remarkable. You managed to drive away that peculiar entity with a single move, Lin Yuan remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he witnessed Orochimaru's formidable display. In that moment, he observed Orochimaru's expression darken, disregarding Lin Yuan as he boldly stepped upon the mass of serpents, launching another assault toward Obito. It dawned on him that Orochimaru's dramatic descent was no mere act. Yet, despite such a significant disadvantage, Orochimaru had managed to turn the tide to his favor, instilling a deep respect for his strategic acumen. In the distance, suspended in midair, Obito crossed his arms, observing as Kurizetsu was routed by Orochimaru. He couldn't help but shake his head. How disappointing. The clone created by Lord Madara was so easily vanquished by Orochimaru, offering no assistance to my plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi. If only Zetsu were here, he could alleviate my boredom. Once Obito's injuries had healed, he naturally dissolved his fusion with White Zetsu, simultaneously acquiescing to White Zetsu's request for a brief reprieve. After all, he shared a profound bond with the unique vortex of White Zetsu, and there was no reason to deny such a reasonable request. During the fusion period, I found myself enduring Afyu's incessant chatter daily, which became somewhat overwhelming. However, as time passed, I began to feel a peculiar longing for it. Coupled with the monotony of Kurizetsu, there was little to entertain. Below, Kurizetsu emerged partially from the ground, having already restored the half of his body that was recently lost, showcasing an astonishing vitality. Looking upwards, Obito remarked, Orochimaru is exceedingly seasoned and not easily dealt with. I nearly fell victim to his schemes. Remain vigilant. If you lack confidence, retreat and regroup. Do not underestimate my prowess based on your limited stature. Obito gazed down at Kurizetsu, then lifted his gaze to see Orochimaru, who was traversing the terrain atop a purple serpent. With chains in hand, he commanded the fully tailed beast, Yagura, to launch an assault. With Yagura and the three tails, Isabu, leading the charge, even his mere presence exerted immense psychological pressure on Orochimaru. This was also the reason he had managed to revert Orochimaru from the state of the eight-headed serpent. After all, on his side were two individuals of significant strength. I never expected that the Mizukage, Yagura, would fall victim to your illusion, Orochimaru mused. his gaze fixed on Obito as he speculated about the true identity concealed beneath the latter's spiral mask. With Yagura relentlessly attacking and the masked man adeptly manipulating space-time ninjutsu, it appeared that their adversary belonged to the Uchiha clan, possibly possessing the Sharingan. Moreover, the accomplice who had just fled exhibited remarkable speed and proficiency in wood release. A fervent curiosity surged within Orochimaru, compelling him to uncover the secrets behind his opponents. Lord Mizuki Yagura and I share merely a cooperative relationship. There's no need for your futile words, Orochimaru, Obito replied nonchalantly. In that instant, Yagura and Isabu spun swiftly, transforming into a wheel that charged toward Orochimaru, with Obito closely following, seizing the opportunity to deliver a potentially fatal blow. Utilizing his phasing ability, he could almost entirely disregard the opponent's attacks, ensuring his survival. Orochimaru, standing atop the head of a myriad of serpents, commanded them to unleash a highly corrosive solution, which struck the oncoming Isabu directly. The three tails, assaulted by the acidic liquid, emitted smoke and wobbled. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru maneuvered the myriad serpents to evade Isabu's charge and lunged toward the masked Obito. He hurled several shurikens toward Obito, performing hand seals to activate the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Within moments, the few shurikens multiplied into a torrent resembling a black flood, hurtling towards the masked figure. Beneath the mask, Obito's three-tomo Sharingan whirled into action, entering a phasing state while simultaneously directing Yagura and Isabu to attack Orochimaru. With a glint in his eye, Orochimaru instructed the myriad serpents to unleash another blast of corrosive solution at the masked Obito before rapidly darting in the opposite direction, now wielding the divine blade, Kusanagi. Swiftly approaching the target, Ichang unleashed the technique of the water mirror. Simultaneously, the enraged Sanbai Jinchuriki began to gather the tailed beast ball below. If Orochimaru could be delayed for a moment, he would soon face the onslaught of the tailed beast ball. From the water mirror emerged a replica of Orochimaru, brandishing the Kusanagi sword as it advanced toward him. Yet, Orochimaru, with an expression of indifference, swung the Kusanagi sword, cleaving the replica in two. Ichang, you have truly fallen into illusion, causing you to chaotically employ your techniques. Since it is a replication of ninjutsu, do not expect to conjure a true person or divine weapon. Ichang coldly regarded Orochimaru, extending his hands to once again initiate the coral palm. Any body part struck by this technique would rapidly sprout coral, significantly impacting a physical combat ninja. Previously, when Orochimaru was hit by this move, he had directly utilized the snake substitution to evade its effects. With a swift motion, Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, severing Ichang's approaching arm, and then slashed through Ichang's clothing. He extended his left hand, blue flames igniting at the tips of his 5 fingers, directly pressing them against Ichang's abdomen. In that instant, Ichang's connection with Sanbai was weakened. The sealing technique disrupted the flow of chakra within Ichang, rendering it difficult for him to easily harness the power of the tailed beast. The process of gathering the tailed beast ball was interrupted, and with a resounding poof, Ichang vanished. In the distance, Lin Yuan and the young Kimimaro observed the battle. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's anticipated defeat of the 4th Mizukage and the Sanbai Jinchuriki Ichang, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that there was no need for them to intervene, Orochimaru would handle it effortlessly. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 6600600000. Killing points: 125 items. Death Exemption Medal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God, Corpse Sealing. Diamond Lock, Thousand Hands of Rain, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy, Magical Binding Tree Kill. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flowing Form, Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision Technique. Basic Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 115. Obito's Dark Transformation. Obito slowly materialized, glancing at the now defeated 4th Mizukage Ichang in the distance, murmuring to himself. Using Shadow Shuriken Jutsu and Summoning Beasts to prolong my intangible state, I have entered a phase that cannot be easily undone. During this intangible state, I also control Ichang at his weakest. In this brief moment, Orochimaru has effortlessly dispatched Ichang and reinforced the ceiling of the tailed beast. Indeed, Orochimaru stands as one of the legendary three shinobi, rivaling even the esteemed Minato. Yet, one cannot help but ponder, why, amidst such a plethora of formidable ninjas in Konoha, did Rin find herself ensnared in peril, ultimately succumbing to the despair of being implanted with the three tails by the hidden mist? Despite the presence of so many powerful ninjas, why were they unable to avert such tragedy? Rin was merely a medical ninja, and with so many adept warriors in Konoha, could they not safeguard even a healer? I had entrusted Rin to Kakashi, to Minato, to the village itself, yet I was crushed by a boulder. How is it possible that Rin met such a disgraceful fate? A flicker of intensity crossed Obito's eyes, a shadow of profound anguish surfacing within him, as despair threatened to engulf his heart. He was on the verge of succumbing to darkness. After Orochimaru vanquished the fourth Mizukage, he prepared to seal the latter within a scroll as a trophy, only to be startled by the sudden emergence of the masked figure, Obito, whose gaze radiated a tremendous bloodlust. In that moment, Orochimaru's demeanor turned grave. It appeared that you had endured deep suffering to harbor such wrath. In the next instant, Obito wielded chains in a fierce assault. Recognizing that this masked individual sought to engage in physical combat, Orochimaru matched his intensity. It must be noted that those standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world often possess formidable physical prowess, perhaps weary from the path of ninjutsu. They find solace in the mastery of taijutsu and genjutsu. After exchanging several blows, the ground became riddled with craters, and trees began to sprout. Orochimaru's hands coiled with venomous snakes as he launched an attack towards Obito. However, the masked figure entered a phasing state, evading the strike. Encountered with sharp branches sprouting from his body, aiming to pierce Orochimaru. Witnessing the wood release technique once more, Orochimaru was engulfed by deep-seated questions. Who could this individual be, possessing both the Sharingan and the wood release? The wood release was a unique jutsu of the first Hokage, Hashirama. The village had sought to transplant Hashirama's cells to cultivate more wood release users, yet only Yamato emerged from that endeavor. How then had this individual mastered it? Orochimaru leapt to perch atop the head of the great serpent, fixating his gaze on the masked figure, and began to weave hand signs. He unleashed a multitude of small brown snakes from his mouth, aiming to entrap Obito within their writhing mass. Aware that vanquishing an enigmatic wielder of time-space ninjutsu and would release from the Uchiha clan was a daunting task, he resorted to summoning countless small snakes to buy himself some time. After all, the caverns of the Takigakure were teeming with serpents. Fire release, exploding wind dance. Obito's three-tomo Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope, utilizing the ocular technique Kimui to warp the surrounding space and conjure a tempest while simultaneously exhaling a colossal fire serpent. The fire technique that has now been formed not only boasts a larger attack range than the great fire extinguishing technique, but also possesses an astonishingly rapid attack speed. In an instant, the flames incinerated a multitude of small brown snakes, engulfing both Orochimaru and the myriad snakes. Orochimaru shielded himself with his hand to withstand the heat wave, while the myriad snakes, with remarkable agility, swiftly turned to flee. Just then, a wall of flames erupted from the ground, encircling the area completely. It was, indeed, the Fire Formation, a prestigious jutsu treasured by the Uchiha clan, renowned for its extraordinary power. The hardness of the Fire Formation is such that even tailed beasts cannot breach it in a short span, as depicted in the manga. Orochimaru furrowed his brow as he watched the summoned snakes succumb to the flames of the barrier. It seemed that this enigmatic Uchiha warrior was about to unleash his full strength. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Faction: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 6700600000. Killing points: 125 items. Death Exemption Metal X1 Jutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Sealing Technique, Adamant Sealing, Rain of Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Hell Spike, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Flower, Sun Moon Star River. Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraku Sight Technique, Basic Body Flicker Technique, Level 3. The masked man, Obito, was adorned with sharp, hardened wooden spikes, resembling a porcupine. This was wood release, cutting technique, with the wooden spikes covering his entire body. The user could manipulate the form of the branches through hand seals, causing them to explode within the enemy's body. The power of this technique is undoubtedly lethal to a jonin and is particularly effective against conventional taijutsu. Orochimaru, each time you summon me. It is to confront such formidable foes. This arduous task is typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary summoning beasts. Once the battle concludes, we must not fall short of 100 living sacrifices. The myriad snakes, exhaling venom, coiled their purple bodies, their gaze wary of the masked ninja bristling with wooden spikes ahead. As long as they could defeat the enemy, the sacrifices would pose no issue. Orochimaru welcomed the requests of the myriad snakes. After all, in this merciless world of shinobi, sacrifices could be easily procured. There was no need to limit themselves to Konoha's populace. In this brutal realm, the weak are destined to serve the strong, and even as sacrifices, they ought to be grateful for the bounty bestowed by the powerful, for the latter had introduced them to the upper echelons of the shinobi world. As the masked figure, covered in wooden spikes, charged forth with astonishing speed, the myriad snakes raised their necks high, preparing to unleash a potent, corrosive solution. This can be considered one of its few remote skills. Regardless of who the enemy may be, targeting him accurately is undoubtedly the right approach. Obito deftly sidesteps the venomous spray of the great serpent and leaps onto its head, engaging in a fierce melee with Orochimaru at an astonishing speed. Soon enough, Orochimaru finds himself retreating under the relentless assault, while simultaneously needing to evade the sharp wooden spikes that intermittently sprout from Obito's form, making even the act of defense perilous. As Obito lands a decisive kick on Orochimaru, he swiftly begins to weave hand signs for a jutsu, would release Hell's Chaos. Before long, several thorn-laden trees emerge from the head of the great serpent, poised to ensnare and constrict Orochimaru. A faint smirk of disdain crosses Orochimaru's face as he suddenly dispels the summoning technique and plummets downward with remarkable speed. Obito, masked and vigilant, gazes below, surprised to see Orochimaru voluntarily releasing the summoning. Instinctively, he pursues like a gliding hawk. In Orochimaru's grasp appears the legendary Sword of Kusanagi, coldly fixed on the approaching Obito. The despicable Uchiha clan. This is not good. Orochimaru is on the verge of defeat. Lin Yuan internally frets. In the manga, Orochimaru had acquired numerous life-saving techniques, yet his offensive prowess remains rather mediocre. Having already exceeded expectations by defeating the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the likelihood of him overcoming Obito seems slim. Lin Yuan resolves to assist Orochimaru alongside young Kimimaro. However, the figure of Black Zetsu materializes before them, evidently intending to impede their progress. Chapter 116. The death of Mizukage Yagura. Lin Yuan dashes towards Black Zetsu, who begins to weave hand signs. A multitude of familiar plants burgeon from the ground, obstructing Lin Yuan's path. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan hurls a kunai at Black Zetsu, which he easily catches. Just as Black Zetsu prepares to taunt, Lin Yuan vanishes from sight, reappearing beside him to deliver a powerful punch to his head. Black Zetsu emits a pained cry. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, Lin Yuan delivers a kick that sends Black Zetsu flying. As Black Zetsu begins to comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique, he is met with another heavy blow. This time from a jubilant young Kimimaro, who mimics Lin Yuan's technique and sends Black Zetsu hurtling away. Well done. Let us hasten to save Orochimaru. Lin Yuan manages to commend Kimimaro before sprinting towards the fire barrier. Kimimaro, elated by the praise, swiftly follows suit, while Black Zetsu, having endured 2 kicks, struggles to rise. His gaze simmering with anger as he watches Lin Yuan and the child race towards Obito, slowly retreating into the ground to provide support. In midair, Orochimaru wields the Kusanagi sword, battling with the masked figure, who is now adorned with wooden spikes, clearly at a disadvantage. In a desperate situation, Orochimaru thrusts the Kusanagi swiftly toward the heart of the masked man. However, Obito merely smirks, phasing his body to disregard the lethal strike. Simultaneously, 2 ethereal hands penetrated the body of Orochimaru. In an instant, the hands solidified and forcefully tore apart, splitting Orochimaru's form in 2. From the desiccated half that was flung away, a new Orochimaru gradually emerged, revealing the secret technique of snake shedding, seemingly an improved version of the substitution technique. Orochimaru turned his head, noticing Lin Yuan and his companion rushing toward the fiery barrier. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted from Lin Yuan to the young Kimimaro, whose formidable bloodline and exceptional talent in close combat were renowned as the most gifted in the history of the Kagaya clan. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, he possessed the capability to slay a jonin. If he were to join the fray, their chances of victory might significantly increase. Without hesitation, Orochimaru invoked the summoning technique once more, conjuring a multitude of serpents. As the purple serpents appeared, they were immediately struck down by Tobi, who was covered in wooden spikes. Letting out a furious roar, seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru approached the edge of the barrier and swung the Kusanagi sword forcefully against it. The barrier trembled under his relentless strikes until it finally shattered. He addressed Lin Yuan, instructing him to bring the child along. With the power of his bloodline and innate combat prowess, there was hope for them to join forces and defeat the masked man, unveiling his true identity. Having spoken, Orochimaru turned back to engage in the chaotic battle between the serpents and the masked figure. Observing the barrier beginning to heal, Lin Yuan promptly led the young Kimimaro inside. Just then, Black Zetsu arrived swiftly, emerging from the ground and seamlessly entering the barrier. In no time, both parties inside the barrier were assembled. Among them lay the unconscious fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened upon spotting the figure on the ground, and he hurriedly ran over with the young Kimimaro in tow. With Kimimaro watching curiously, Lin Yuan thrust a kunai toward Yagura's head. At that moment, Yagura abruptly opened his eyes, visions of the three tails Isabu flooding his mind. He instinctively raised his hands to block the kunai, his palms enveloped in nearly tangible tailed beast chakra. Yet, Lin Yuan's kunai pierced through this layer of protection, penetrating Yagura's hands and ultimately driving through his skull. In that instant, the three tails Isabu emitted a roar of defiance, temporarily seizing control of Yagura's body but still failing to prevent the attack. It was a moment of shared demise for the Jinchuriki. Upon revival, the notifications appeared: kill points, 10, kill points, 100. Lin Yuan pondered why the kill points amounted to only 101 rather than 200. Could it be that either the three tails Isabu or Yagura was not of the Kage level? Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of confusion, but soon deduced that the issue lay with Yagura, who might merely possess Jonin-level strength. It made sense. If Yagura truly held Kage-level power, combined with the three tails Isabu's prowess, their downfall would not have been so easily orchestrated. It is estimated that Yagura was merely an elite Jonin, which ultimately led to his tragic fate of being controlled by Obito despite holding the title of Mizukage. Such a lamentable circumstance. Black Zetsu was the first to notice that someone had stealthily eliminated the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Initially, he remained vigilant of Lin Yuan and that remarkably powerful child who were heading to assist Orochimaru. But he never anticipated that the two would head straight for the unconscious Yagura. Even so, Black Zetsu initially paid little mind to it, believing that once Obito defeated Orochimaru, Yagura would still be firmly within their grasp. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yuan and Kimimaro swiftly ended Yagura's life. For Black Zetsu and Obito, the ability to control Yagura, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist, promised immense benefits. With Yagura now dead, exerting control over him to command the ninja of the Mist Village would no longer be so straightforward. As for the original plan to collect the tailed beasts, there was no rush. Although the relationship between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts is one of mutual fate, if one suffers, so does the other. The tailed beasts are immortal. Even if they perish, they will eventually resurrect in a different location over time. In midair, Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, engaging in a fierce clash with Obito, who had inflicted numerous wounds upon him, leaving his body riddled with holes. He was ultimately struck down to the ground by Obito. In contrast, Obito's injuries were considerably lighter, consisting of merely a few gashes from the Kusanagi. After regaining some strength, Orochimaru noticed that Lin Yuan and Kimimaro appeared to have killed the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, causing a faint smile to grace his features. He swiftly moved to intercept the masked Obito. Having emerged from his darkened state, Obito observed the still, lively Orochimaru before him, realizing just how formidable a foe he truly was. Indeed, the reputation of Orochimaru was not without merit. Obito then shifted his gaze to Lin Yuan and Kimimaro. Surprised that Orochimaru's companions had the audacity to eliminate Yagura, the Mizukage of the Mist, seemingly unafraid of retaliation from the village. Beneath his mask, Obito's expression was one of displeasure. He then vanished from sight, reappearing before Lin Yuan, his hands sprouting sharp wooden spikes as he launched a punch. Lin Yuan deftly evaded the attack and unleashed a powerful strike, the mystical palm technique, delivering a fierce kick towards Obito. The latter managed to block it with his hand. Feeling the force behind the kick and momentarily astonished, he staggered back a few steps, realizing that his opponent was indeed a taijutsu jonin. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Elite Jonin 600-010000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra 6500600000. Killing points: 235 items. Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Bone Ceiling, Diamond Lock, Rain Dew 1000 Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Technique, Hell Piercer, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment: Tree Bind Murder, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Stealth Throw Technique, Level 2, Naraku Vision Technique. Basic Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 117. Konoha, may this lad has surpassed the rank of Elite Jonin. Quite unexpected indeed. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. After engaging with this masked individual, he had assessed the latter's physical prowess. A typical physical jonin might struggle against this masked figure. He speculated that this masked individual possessed a melee-oriented bloodline limit, not to mention the formidable wood release and the comprehensive support of the insertion technique. Orochimaru relied on the Kusanagi sword and his own survival capabilities to maintain a continuous struggle against him. Presently, Lin Yuan's ability to push back Obito at close range indicated that Lin Yuan was at least an elite jonin in physical arts, if not stronger. Watch out. Junmaru advanced, swinging his bone sword to attack the masked Obito. With innate combat talent, he managed to force Obito back once more. The latter narrowed his eyes, and his form suddenly dissipated, appearing behind Junmaru. As he turned to solidify and prepare for an assault, Lin Yuan swiftly cut in from the side, delivering a powerful kick that sent Obito flying. Well done. Keep this safe. Lin Yuan cautiously handed Junmaru a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, then positioned himself in front of Junmaru. Although the three of them had not yet found themselves at a disadvantage, the masked Obito had yet to unleash his most fearsome Kimui spacetime technique. The only one capable of countering Obito's Kimui was undoubtedly Lin Yuan, who possessed the Flying Thunder God. After being sent flying for several dozen meters, Obito halted, his expression dark beneath the mask. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru's two companions would display such remarkable synergy, proving to be quite troublesome. At that moment, Obito resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. The shadow of Kage's Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, stating, "That child appears to be a peculiar member of the Kage clan, possessing strength beyond that of an elite jonin. That young man seems to be the mysterious ninja who infiltrated the Mist Village, albeit without further evidence. If that is the case, then it falls to you." With that, the masked Obito charged directly towards Lin Yuan after vanishing. He directly activated the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's unique ocular technique, Kimui, drawing both himself and Lin Yuan into its depths. This represents the most formidable attack wielded by Toby, the masked man. By employing the power of Kimui, he ensnares his foes within an inescapable dimension, utilizing his nearly invincible intangibility to exhaust them. The surrounding inferno formation disintegrates, as it is evident that Toby has no intention of maintaining this ninjutsu any longer. Following the collapse of the fiery barrier, silhouettes of mist ninjas emerge from all directions. The intense battle has undoubtedly drawn the attention of the mist, particularly with the sighting of Saitsu Yagura departing the village. Faced with the overwhelming encirclement of mist ninjas, Orochimaru swiftly converged with Kimimaro, feeling the situation becoming increasingly precarious. He summoned a giant snake to engulf the two of them, retreating underground. Black Zetsu, too, decisively burrowed beneath the surface, though neither side intended to vacate the area, as they still needed to assist the two individuals stationed at 11. After delving underground, Black Zetsu had a sudden thought and quickly re-emerged, extending his hands to seize the corpse of Yagura nearby. This audacious act incited the ire of the Mist's higher-ups, who vociferously reprimanded him and employed water-based ninjutsu to impede his actions. A strikingly beautiful mist kunoichi named Terumi Mei charged forward, yet Black Zetsu's agility proved formidable. With a hint of mockery in his gaze, he slowly vanished into the earth before her very eyes, leaving the mist ninjas in a state of bewilderment. What manner of creature dares to abscond with Lord Yagura? Terumi Mei, however, was momentarily disoriented, her lovely visage unable to conceal her sense of despair, as she could only watch helplessly as the enigmatic half-black, half-white entity abducted the water shadow. She sensed an ominous truth. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was likely deceased, his head having been pierced through. At that moment, the esteemed elder, Genkai, approached, supported by several mist ninjas. In the mist village, the positions of Water Shadow and Elder held equal authority. The Water Shadow represented martial prowess, while the Elder governed the village's internal affairs. Genkai, now in his 80s, had endured 3 great ninja wars. The young Owagura, as the host of the 3 Tails, had been capable of executing the technique shell turning into mist in his fully tailed beast form, yet had fallen victim to malevolent forces. Upon hearing Terumi Mei's assertion that Yagura was likely dead, Genkai's gaze turned somber. The individual who had just battled with this half-black, half-white monstrosity must have been Orochimaru, the infamous rogue ninja from Konoha. We must relay this information to Konoha, urging them to send operatives to capture Orochimaru and uncover the truth behind Yagura's demise. Alas, the mist cannot endure a single day without a water shadow. Terumi Mei, from this moment forth, you will be the 5th Mizukage of the mist. Strive diligently, and everyone shall support you. Terumi Mei was taken aback, astonished that she had suddenly ascended to the role of the 5th Mizukage. How could this possibly be? There remains a considerable distance between myself and the rank of Jonin. Elder, my strength is insufficient to assume the role of Mizukage, Yanshi remarked with a smile. Your talent is remarkably outstanding, and you have long desired to abolish the cruel policy of the blood mist that presently plagues Kirigakure. Go ahead and take action, with me. An old man, overseeing matters, you shall have ample opportunity to grow. Yes. Upon hearing Elder Yenshi's support for her intention to dismantle the policies instituted by the 3rd Mizukage and perpetuated by the 4th, Kirigakure's Mei was immensely encouraged and resolved not to hesitate any longer. In the realm of Kemui, numerous floating cubes, varying in size from several meters to dozens of meters, drifted. It was evident that Obito had no intention of developing the Kemui space after acquiring this extraordinary space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps it was due to the limitations of possessing only one Sharingan that he could not modify the Kemui space. Otherwise, transforming it into a mobile abode would make capturing individuals a trivial task, potentially altering the very fabric of the ninja world. Observing Lin Yuan, who feigned composure, Obito recalled Black Zetsu's suspicion that he was the mysterious ninja who had infiltrated Kirigakure. He spoke up. It appears you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The kunai you just gave to that child must have been marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. As far as I know, Minato had not imparted this technique to his 3 disciples before the conclusion of the 3rd Shinobi World War. Where did you learn it? Despite occasionally pondering the notion that if each member of their trio had acquired the Flying Thunder God, many tragedies might have been averted, Obito understood that the technique required a significant aptitude for space-time manipulation. Once, Minato had contemplated teaching the Flying Thunder God, but ultimately, he was only able to impart a weakened variant to Tobi, Kakashi, and Rin, which could only be activated collectively. Lin Yuan was taken aback. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God had been exposed. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin, 600-01000. Affiliation, Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 650060000. Kill points, 235 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse bone jutsu, Diamond lock, Rain of 1,000 shuriken, Rasengan, Celestial armor, Mastery of sage arts, Hell spear, Summoning technique, Spirit bug, Lotus blossom, Sun and Moon galaxy. Enchantment, Tree bind killing, Shadow clone, Mighty shadow dance, Great whirlwind, level 3, Righteous flow form, Invisibility throw technique, level 2, Nariku's gaze. Basic body technique, level 3, chapter 118. Unmasking Obito's identity. Lin Yuan reflected on all his actions upon arriving in Kirigakure, struggling to deduce when his use of the Flying Thunder God had been revealed. Is it truly absurd to rely solely on the kunai just now? He couldn't help but feel a chill at Obito's keen observational prowess. Is this the terror of the kaleidoscope? It could see through the flying thunder god technique embedded within the kunai. For a moment, Lin Yuan fell silent. In the world of ninjas, where the weak are devoured by the strong, there has never been an invincible ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze skillfully mastered the flying thunder god and even developed a second stage. Yet, his wife and child were targeted. Uchiha Obito had neither wife nor child, and his brother had perished. Nevertheless, he could never surpass the enigmatic strength of Hashirama Senju. Ultimately, he was betrayed and met a swift demise at the hands of the will incarnate created by Yin-Yang release, the liquid third child, Kagaya's servant, Black Zetsu. Coupled with the tragic fates of the Akatsuki members, it is evident that even powerful ninjas in the ninja world can meet untimely ends. Once exposed, there will always be methods to counter them. Thus, Lin Yuan had no choice but to remain vigilant. Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, the masked Obito promptly drew his kunai and charged towards Lin Yuan, swinging the weapon to test Lin Yuan's strength. In response, Lin Yuan also brandished his kunai, displaying no inclination to retreat. The kunai clashed repeatedly, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce exchange, surprisingly showing a semblance of parity in their skills, with Lin Yuan even holding a slight advantage. Obito's expression grew serious as he switched between the three-tomo Sharingan and the kaleidoscope Sharingan, ultimately settling on the latter to withstand Lin Yuan's formidable taijutsu. Lin Yuan maintained confidence in his physical prowess. Although Obito was at the level of a Kage, and he was merely a Nin, the disparity in chakra activation between a Kage and the nature transformation of a Nin remained manageable. Otherwise, Nin would struggle to intervene in battles involving Kage-level warriors. From the perspective of bloodline limits, Obito possessed a body crafted from the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which provided him with vitality and enhancements in physical techniques, each with its unique advantages compared to the corpse bone pulse. In terms of ninjutsu, Obito's would release and the technique of grafting significantly bolstered his offensive and defensive capabilities, while his shadow dance leaned towards strength and speed, effectively neutralizing each other. However, the vast array of jutsu at his disposal was something Obito could never replicate. The abundance of jutsu came with full proficiency, granting him exceptional chakra control. If chakra were akin to soldiers, he commanded it as if it were electronic warfare, executing combat directives almost instantaneously. Even with the kaleidoscope, Obito struggled to keep pace. Truly, as a disciple of Minato Namikaze, Lin Yuan had mastered the rarest form of chakra manipulation known as chi, devoid of elemental attributes. Obito's keen gaze reflected his realization that after this exchange, he was convinced Lin Yuan must be a secret disciple of Minato, for how else could one possess such formidable taijutsu, rivaling his own level despite being merely a Nin? On the fateful night of the Nine-Tails assault on the village, he rushed to engage in close combat with Minato Namikaze, only to find himself at a slight disadvantage, with his chakra reserves dwindling. Otherwise, he could have unleashed some ninjutsu. Lin Yuan paid no heed to Obito. Given the current circumstances, unless he resorted to sage mode, his remaining chakra would scarcely suffice for even the most basic jutsu. However, engaging in a full-blown confrontation with Obito seemed rather pointless, as Obito was merely a pawn, while Kagaya Otsutsuki was the true architect behind the tumultuous events in the ninja world over the millennia. Yet, resolving the issue of Kagaya would prove to be a formidable challenge. Kagaya wielded the power of Yin-Yang release, allowing her to traverse the earth at will and granting her an immortal lifespan. Unless, as depicted in the manga, one were to first resurrect Kagaya and then utilize the Six Paths technique to seal her away once more, all while having Naruto cast Obito into the seal during the process. Dealing with Kagaya's might would be no simple task. After all, a millennium was ample time for her to reach her peak power, which would only be marginally inferior to that of the Six Paths level abilities of the Feathered Cloak and the Feathered Village. At the very least, she would be at the pinnacle of shadow level strength, coupled with mastery over Yin-Yang techniques and an extensive knowledge of the secrets of the ninja world and its myriad jutsu. Moreover, she was exceptionally adept at enduring humiliation and striking back. Essentially, she had no discernible weaknesses. It was precisely due to her singular focus on resurrecting the goddess Kagaya that she sought to create the infinite Tsukuyomi and the divine tree, leading to the legendary tale of her eyes and the efforts of Black Zetsu to save his mother. In the manga, Only two individuals managed to penetrate Obito's defenses: Hashirama, who confronted the Obito with sealed Sharingan, and Black Zetsu, who faced the fully powered Obito. Since Black Zetsu aimed to rescue Kaguya, it would be prudent to complicate his endeavors, preventing him from idling too much and concocting schemes against Konoha. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan decisively produced a shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Utilizing this shuriken, he executed a brief teleportation. Obito, being acutely sensitive to temporal fluctuations, immediately recognized that Lin Yuan had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. "You are Obito, aren't you?" Lin Yuan remarked coolly, observing the incredulity flickering in Obito's remaining right eye, as if he could hardly fathom that someone had unveiled his identity. Before his demise, Minato-sensei spoke of you. He did not believe you would attack Konoha, merely suspecting you were under some illusionary control. However, it seems to me that you are quite free. The excuse of a villain masking his misdeeds is merely a fade. Minato-sensei must have regarded you too favorably, still offering excuses even in the face of your great evil. I know not who this Obito you speak of is, but your words sound rather intriguing. The masked Obito fixed his gaze upon Lin Yuan, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Had he truly been under the influence of an illusion at that time? Suddenly, his Sharingan activated with full force, attempting to hypnotize and control Lin Yuan through Genjutsu to quell his inner turmoil. Did Minato-sensei recognize him then? Why did he not expose him on the spot? Why feign ignorance? He sought to convince himself that Namake's Minato had utterly disregarded him and Rin as disciples. Otherwise, he would never have dared to ambush Lady Kushina Uzumaki in advance. It was precisely because he believed Minato would fail to recognize him as the greatest of sins that he chose to launch a preemptive strike against Kushina, thus committing an almost irreparable mistake. He chuckled to himself. Flying Thunder God. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. In the flow of chakra, he could discern Obito's location. After all, the vastness of the world is intertwined with the natural essence of chakra, which is omnipresent. The sensation of presence is markedly different when one is aware of another's chakra. Though he was confident in his ability to emulate Shigekuni's strong will to resist Genjutsu interference, he opted for caution by closing his eyes. Simultaneously, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With his mastery of the technique, he could breach the barriers of Kemui's space. He had just conducted a preliminary test with the Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, he would have had to confront the situation head-on with his Kekkei Genkai, Bone Pulse. There was no escape. The masked Obito was taken aback as Lin Yuan's figure vanished before him, prompting him to swiftly exit Kemui's dimension. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-01000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Bone Pulse Kekkei Genkai Chakra: 500-06000. Killing points: 235 items. Death Immunity Token X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode. Flying Thunder God. Corpse Sealing Technique. Adamantine Sealing. Rainfall 1000 Shuriken. Spiraling Sphere. Vast Azure Armor. Palm Sage Technique. Hell Spike. Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug. Lotus Blossom. Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment. Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance Typhoon. Level 3. Righteous Flow Form. Invisibility Throw Technique. Level 2. Netherworld Sight Technique. Basic 3 Body Technique. Level 3. Chapter 119. Who is plotting against me? This kunai seems somewhat unusual. Orochimaru fixated on the kunai, securely guarded in Kimimara's embrace, feeling a curiosity to inspect it. However, the latter's puzzled gaze and the restless bone spikes in his grasp deterred him from acting. He commanded the summoning beast to remain nearby while awaiting Lin Yuan's return. After all, Lin Yuan's mention of the rebirth of heaven technique piqued his interest greatly. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's sudden ascension to Jonin status was indeed perplexing, as advancing to Jonin is a formidable challenge. A Jonin-level ninja can serve as a critical asset for a village or a faction, possessing considerable recruitment value, unlike their lower-ranked counterparts. The merciless hierarchy of the ninja world naturally gives rise to a disdain chain, originating primarily from the clans of various ninja villages. For instance, the contempt chain within Konoha is rooted in the Uchiha clan's descendants, who may struggle to awaken the Sharingan, or, even if they do, face a significant chance of remaining at the Nin level. On one hand, there exists a condescending attitude towards ninjas from non-Uchiha clans, resulting in a plethora of discord. The schism, artificially instigated by the Uchiha clan, has led to a situation where, despite being fellow ninjas, both elite Chunin and lowly Genin apprentices find themselves scorned by members of the Uchiha clan. Only the Jounin and, to some extent, the Umbu and Root ninjas manage to evade this disdain. It is said that the Uchiha clan's actions have become unbearable for other ninja clans. In a bid to avoid being unjustly targeted, these clans propose the creation of a special rank known as Special Jounin, thereby attempting to extricate themselves from the hierarchy of contempt. Consequently, the number of Special Jounin across various clans has remained consistently high. Orochimaru calculated the passage of time in silence. If Lin Yuan were to be delayed for too long by that Uchiha's masked man using space-time ninjutsu, it could very well mean his demise. Although it would allow me to recruit this young prodigy from the Kagaya clan as a subordinate, the loss of potential allies is indeed regrettable. I shall wait for another 10 minutes. After that, I will depart immediately. If he is not returned by then, it is likely that he has fallen victim to a cruel enemy. If you seek power and vengeance, you may follow me. I assure you, I will not let you down. My name is Orochimaru. He cast a gentle smile towards the youthful Kimimaro. Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan's figure abruptly materialized within the great snake. For a moment, disbelief flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he swiftly commanded the summoned snake to flee into the distance. If all went as anticipated, Lin Yuan's emergence would signify the masked man's arrival as well. And that masked man retained a deadly ability to forcibly transport others into a special space. Orochimaru felt a twinge of fear and had no intention of taking further risks. His priority was to leave the area at once. I did not misjudge. The kunai indeed bears the Flying Thunder God seal. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Do you know Minato? Orochimaru inquired as he guided the great snake, casting a glance back at Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, the masked man, Toby, suddenly materialized from the void, intending to trace Lin Yuan using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he was met with a multitude of mist ninjas below. In an instant, a barrage of water-released jutsu was unleashed. Had Toby not entered his intangibility at the earliest moment, he would have been severely injured by the overwhelming force of the mist ninjas. Without looking back, Toby pursued Lin Yuan, while a sizable contingent of mist ninjas, led by the new 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, swiftly mobilized a 100-man squad to chase the masked man. The figure of Kurizetsu began to emerge slowly from the distance, compelled to follow suit upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Elite Shinobi 600-01000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra 500-06000. Kill points: 235 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode: Flying Thunder God technique. Corpse bone ceiling, adamantine ceiling, rain of 1,000 shuriken, spiraling sphere, vast azure armor, palm sage art, hell spike, summoning technique, spirit insect, lotus blossom, sun and moon galaxy. Enchantment: tree binding killing, shadow clone technique, mighty shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow shape, stealth throwing technique, level 2, Naraku vision technique. Basic body flicker technique, level 3. The vast ocean surface was enveloped in a brilliant white mist. A colossal serpent glided swiftly across the water like a canoe propelled by an engine, pursued relentlessly by the masked figure, Toby. In the rear, a team of 100 led by Kahaku may race through the waves at a considerable speed, albeit still slower than the serpent and the masked man. Kahaku may found herself at a disadvantage, knowing that following the Mist Ninja team would impede her speed, while venturing alone would likely lead to her demise. Both Orochimaru and Toby were formidable adversaries. The serpent was indeed a remarkable creature. Its slick, damp skin enabled it to glide across the surface with unparalleled speed, attributed to a lower coefficient of friction against the water. Orochimaru cast a glance back at the relentless Toby and unhesitatingly channeled chakra to accelerate the serpent's movement across the water. Toby's technique, Kimui, instilled a sense of caution in Orochimaru, prompting him to consider further research upon his return. Presently, however, he had no desire to engage with Toby. What are your plans upon returning? Would you consider joining my shinobi laboratory for research? Orochimaru proposed directly. In this expansive shinobi world, power does not emerge from nothing. By grasping the source of power and mastering its utilization, one can inevitably wield it effectively. The establishment of my shinobi laboratory aims to unveil the mysteries surrounding all forms of power, allowing even ordinary ninjas to harness the laboratory's findings to acquire transformative strength, rather than being subjugated by the elite clans. Orochimaru, I intend to return to Konoha, bringing this child with me. Lin Yuan expressed his disinterest in Orochimaru's invitation. After all, in the subsequent narrative of the manga, Orochimaru's inventions were rather mediocre, primarily limited to cursed seals and the Edo Tensei technique. The former originated from J-Go and could absorb a certain amount of natural energy, yet Lin Yuan possessed a superior version of Sage Mode. The latter technique, Edo Tensei, was typically reserved for antagonists, requiring the collection of powerful individual cells, a task impossible without the guidance of Black Zetsu. In the manga, it was only under the guidance of Kurizetsu that Do was able to locate a multitude of formidable beings, including the corpse of Uchiha Madara. Returning to Konoha, he remarked, "According to my intelligence, you have become a rogue ninja of Konoha, much like myself. The path back to Konoha shall not be an easy one." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Lin Yuan seemed unaware of his status as a rogue ninja. Curiosity piqued, he inquired further, "According to my informants within Konoha, you departed during the explosion incident last year. 3 months after this event, the village classified you as a rogue ninja." Lin Yuan was momentarily bewildered. He had unwittingly become a rogue ninja of Konoha. His journey had merely involved mastering a Sage Mode and making a brief visit to the Hidden Mist. Who could possibly be behind this treachery? Anger surged within him. Could it be Sarutobi Hiruzen? Suddenly, Orochimaru's head was severed in a swift motion, and the masked man, Tobi, stood before them. The sea began to churn violently, waves crashing ferociously. This masked figure possessed superior space-time ninjutsu, capable of tracking temporal fluctuations. Lin Yuan supplied Orochimaru with vital intelligence before drawing his kunai, ready to continue the battle. In this brutal world of ninjas, those with a strong survival instinct often adopted a tenacious fighting style, persisting until the inevitable demise of their adversaries. To swiftly vanquish such ninjas, illusions were typically employed. Speaking of illusions, the masked man wielded the Sharingan. Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi sword, yet it was undeniable that he found himself at a disadvantage against Tobi. After all, Tobi's intangibility required relentless assault for a full 5 minutes to counteract. Orochimaru was primarily adept at self-preservation and taijutsu, and while his sword could easily overwhelm lower-tier ninjas, facing an equal opponent often devolved into a battle of attrition, one he was ill-equipped to win against Tobi. In the manga, Orochimaru's triumph over the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure was significantly aided by Kimimaro, who, after their skirmish, even spat out 3 liters of blood, illustrating the immense pressure he had endured. Observing Orochimaru charge at Tobi with the Kusanagi sword, Lin Yuan watched as Orochimaru was swiftly kicked back. Subsequently, Orochimaru summoned multiple serpents to assault Tobi. After a flurry of sparks, Tobi, manipulating his wooden spikes, seamlessly phased through the blade of the Kusanagi, ensnaring Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru was pierced through by the wooden spikes, which began to grow at an alarming rate. "Awaken, Orochimaru. You are but a stray dog, a fugitive. I am the great ninja destined to unify the entire ninja world," Tobi proclaimed, his crimson Sharingan fixed upon Orochimaru with a mocking tone. Upon hearing Tobi's taunts, a chilling coldness enveloped Orochimaru's gaze. The dignity of the legendary 3 shinobi seemed utterly inconsequential before the masked figure, Tobi. In his youth, he tirelessly devoted himself to his village, only to be forced into exile in his later years, a torment that loomed over him like a shadow. More crucial, however, was power. In this world of ninjas, where the strong prey upon the weak, strength could alter the very fabric of reality. Yet, when Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Tobi's crimson Sharingan, he recalled Tobi's ability to traverse dimensions and his terrifying phasing technique. In that moment, even Orochimaru could only remain silent. Suddenly, Lin Yuan appeared beside Orochimaru, utilizing the flying thunder god technique. He thrust a kunai into Tobi, then swiftly kicked him away, successfully rescuing Orochimaru. The kunai drew a trickle of blood, and the wounded Tobi expressed a flicker of surprise. Having not anticipated that Lin Yuan would provide the kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal to Orochimaru in advance to execute this small combo. However, it proved futile. Toby activated his phasing, rendering him impervious to all attacks, and under the formidable regenerative capabilities of his wood release, the wound healed rapidly, disappearing in no time. Toby regarded Lin Yuan before him, hesitating momentarily. After all, Lin Yuan was aware of his true identity. If he were to raise an alarm, it could allow Orochimaru to disseminate crucial information, jeopardizing the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, the completion of the infinite Tsukuyomi was essential to liberate this tragic world. Even if it meant exposing his identity, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice. Having already severed ties by eliminating his teacher, Minato, he, as one presumed dead, had no path of retreat. Toby quickly resolved himself. Uchiha Madara chose him because he was a ninja capable of monumental deeds, devoid of any softness. Rin was merely the catalyst for his discontent with the ninja world. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he bore the weight of their suffering and glory. Generations of Uchiha ancestors had labored towards the infinite Tsukuyomi, the genuine salvation of the entire ninja realm. What reason did he have to forsake this cause? In his childhood, Toby aspired to become the Hokage of Konoha, to rise as the future leader of the village as a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he found himself overshadowed. With Kakashi being a prodigy, while Toby lagged behind, Kakashi ascended to the rank of J-nin, earning Minato's approval and proving himself capable of independent action. The envy and jealousy Toby felt towards Kakashi were ineffable. Perhaps, in Toby's heart, Kakashi embodied the very image he yearned to become, a genius of the village. Adored by the goddess Rin, and favored by the entire community. Thus, when Toby witnessed the scene in the manga of Kakashi using Raikiri to kill Rin, he appeared to crumble. Yet, throughout it all, he never directed any malice towards Kakashi. Even though Toby plotted to kill Minato and orchestrate the Nine Tails attack on the village, he harbored no intent to harm Kakashi until the very end. Lin Yuan reflected on Toby's portrayal in the manga. It seems that this individual embodies a ninja devoid of any principles. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, many ninjas are compelled to regard their lives as mere trifles. Obito stands as a quintessential example of one who, having unexpectedly acquired formidable powers, wreaks havoc indiscriminately. While Kakashi may be considered Obito's so-called white moonlight, the act of Obito killing Kushina Uzumaki is quite another matter entirely. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 600-010000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bloodline. Limit: Chakra 500-060000. Kill points: 235. Items: Death Immunity Medal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode: Flying Thunder God. Impure World Reincarnation, Adamantine Ceiling, Rain of Thousand Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Arts, Hell Spike, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment: Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Cyclone. Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Stealth Throwing Technique. Level 2, Naraku Vision Technique, Basic Body Technique. Level 3. For the sake of a certain little pepper, Lin Yuan activated Sage Mode without hesitation. Given the current circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for Orochimaru to retreat with his companions. Therefore, it was imperative to instill fear in Obito. Thus, he entered Sage Mode to restore his chakra and prepare for battle. The worst-case scenario would merely involve him using Impure World Reincarnation in a one-for-one exchange with Obito, leading to Obito's demise, from which he could resurrect using his Death Immunity Medal. An immense surge of natural energy flowed into Lin Yuan's body, prompting him to naturally employ his self-created ninjutsu, Righteous Flow Form, Sun and Moon Galaxy, and Vast Azure Armor. In rapid succession, he transformed the nature of his chakra to create 3 layers of defense. The outermost layer, a white battle armor, boasted a sleek, sci-fi aesthetic. Its aerodynamic design minimized air resistance during flight while continuously gathering chakra, or natural energy, to form a self-repairing energy protective layer with mobility and hovering capabilities. All other enhancements were focused on defense, significantly mitigating incoming damage. I can activate Sage Mode for 60 seconds without side effects, absorbing a total amount of natural energy comparable to 60,000 chakra points. Lin Yuan, racing against time, soared directly towards the masked figure of Obito. His flight was executed with remarkable finesse. During his training in Sage Mode at the sacred grounds of the Spirit Insect Clan, the Emerald Fairyland, He would occasionally refine his self-created techniques to unwind a bit. The essence of chakra, being formless in nature, could easily be driven by natural energy. Now was the moment to test the fruits of his labor. Lin Yuan approached Obito at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Obito instinctively phased out, his gaze filled with astonishment and uncertainty. What kind of ninjutsu is this, capable of summoning a suit of armor? I have never encountered anything like it. Orochimaru swiftly recovered from his injuries. His curiosity piqued as he observed the armored Lin Yuan confronting the masked man in midair. The development of ninjutsu is not uncommon. However, perfecting a refined and practical technique, particularly in advanced form, is indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, the ninjutsu devised by a ninja typically aligns with their specific strengths. One wonders what effects this armor-based ninjutsu might yield. If it proves effective, he is inclined to learn it himself. In all, young Kimaru gazed at the sleek white armor hovering above, unable to suppress a swallow. Such ninjutsu exists in the ninja world. His desire to master it grew stronger. For a moment, the bone spikes in his hands lost their allure. Chapter 121. Accomplished and retired in the air, Lin Yuan faced the phantasmal Obito. There were indeed methods to counter Obito's intangibility, primarily through a counter-offensive approach, but this was contingent upon a one-on-one scenario, allowing ample time to react. As the confrontation persisted, the masked Obito initiated the attack. He first distanced himself before charging at Lin Yuan with chains in hand, reminiscent of a wild stallion galloping recklessly. As the masked Obito closed in, Lin Yuan assumed an offensive posture. At the very moment Obito's intangibility passed through him, Lin Yuan swiftly thrust his hand backward, propelling Obito away with a powerful impact. Turning around, Lin Yuan wore a contemplative expression. Since it was challenging to discern the timing of his opponent's strikes, he resolved to gauge Obito's timing instead. This strategy mirrored that of Minato Namake's when he faced Obito. Each time Obito successfully dodged Minato's attacks by becoming intangible, he would revert to corporeality just before launching a counterattack, a fleeting opportunity that Minato's extraordinary reflexes could seize. Minato's remarkable maneuvers had left the overconfident Obito in a state of disarray, compelling him to acknowledge that the tragedies of their squad were not due to Minato's shortcomings. The blame lay squarely within the confines of the ninja world. Enough with the boasting, you scoundrel, Obito grunted, feeling the sting of Lin Yuan's impact. Strangely, he perceived echoes of his past battle with Minato within Lin Yuan's actions, as if he were witnessing a mirror reflecting his former defeat. To have his intangibility countered in the same manner as by his master was an indelible humiliation. He was destined to unify the entire ninja realm. How could he falter first against Minato and now against this newcomer? This technique is ineffective against me, is it? Lin Yuan calmly faced the enraged Obito, once again engaging in a contest of fists and feet. This time, clad in armor that provided comprehensive protection, he mitigated the damage received. His life-saving capabilities have evidently and significantly improved. The combat process serves as a testing ground for the efficacy of his ninjutsu. Based on current results, the outcome is remarkably favorable. Lin Yuan effortlessly deflected the attacks from the masked man, Obito, and with a single kick, sent him flying several dozen meters away, floating serenely in the air. Damn it, I must remain composed. The opponent is likely a secret disciple of Master Minato. Surely, Master Minato must have divulged all my information to him before his demise, leaving me somewhat at a disadvantage. Once Obito recalibrated his mindset, he entered a phasing state and slowly drifted towards Lin Yuan, brandishing a kunai aimed at him. He only needed to exit the phasing state a mere second before piercing Lin Yuan's head with the kunai. The only method of counteracting this would involve placing his weapon within the critical area of Obito's phasing shadow, preventing him from emerging from that state. Thus, the contest would boil down to the reaction speeds of both parties. Regardless, he held absolute initiative. You must maintain your weapon's aim at my phasing shadow's critical area, while I can either continuously evade or abandon evasion until the very last second before the attack to dodge. Obito remarked with a cold smirk. Furthermore, he possessed a body crafted by Madara, infused with the first Hokage's would-release cells. The strength of his physique was undoubtedly on par with any close combat bloodline, and his vitality surpassed them all. Even if it meant trading injuries, it would not be a loss. 10 seconds remaining, Lin Yuan stated calmly. He swiftly appeared beside Orochimaru and young Kimimaro, preparing to hastily evacuate them from the vicinity. Obito, however, instantly recognized this intent. It was evident that prior to this, the opponent was in a state of chakra deficiency. If he were to use the Flying Thunder God technique now, with his chakra replenished, he could escape with Orochimaru and the child to an undetermined distance. In a split second, Obito chose to exit his phasing state, wielding his kunai as he charged towards Lin Yuan and the others, akin to a specter descending from the heavens. After all, should the opponent utilize the Flying Thunder God to flee too far, by the time Obito arrived, they might have already set up an ambush, making it exceedingly difficult to regain the upper hand. Thus, he had to impede the opponent's movements at all costs. Obito's actions were undeniably swift. However, Lin Yuan's response was even swifter. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God mark previously left on Obito's back, he chose to materialize before the mark. Appearing almost instantaneously before the masked man, he executed the Hell Stab technique, extending a finger to pierce the mask on Obito's face. Simultaneously, the formidable armor effectively shielded him from the barrage of sharp wooden spikes emanating from Obito's body. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he sent Obito sprawling. Boom! The masked man's mask shattered, and he clutched his face, his crimson Sharingan warily scrutinizing Lin Yuan. Had it not been for the Sharingan's keen insight at the critical moment, he would have surely fallen victim to that ambush. Obito's gaze brimmed with fury. The Flying Thunder God mark, you placed it on the back of my clothing. The masked man, Obito, could not suppress his frustration and carelessly discarded his coat into the Kimui space, yet hesitated to pursue further. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin, 600-010000. Affiliation, Konoha, bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, chakra, 509-006-0000. Killing points, 235 items, 1 life-saving metal ninjutsu. Sage mode, Flying Thunder God, corpse bone sealing. Diamond lock, rain and dew 1000 shuriken, Rasengan, vast azure armor, mastery of sage techniques, hell spike, summoning technique, spirit bug, lotus flower, sun and moon galaxy. Enchantment, tree binding kill, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow form, invisibility throwing technique, level 2, Nariku's vision technique. Basic 3 body technique, level 3, what a pity. Perhaps another time. Lin Yuan did not respond to Obito. He had indeed taken the opportunity to place the Flying Thunder God mark on the back of Obito's garment. After all, in the manga, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had successfully disrupted Obito's control over the Nine Tails using this technique in conjunction with a sealing contract. It was only natural that Obito would react swiftly. With Sage Mode nearing its conclusion, Lin Yuan decided against lingering any longer. He retracted his presence and, accompanied by Orochimaru and Kimimaro, initiated the Flying Thunder God technique. Despite his unparalleled mastery of the technique, utilizing the mark on Obito's clothing to traverse into the Kimui space for an attack would be a formidable challenge. After all, Obito possessed exceptional survival capabilities due to his would-release bloodline. Furthermore, having learned from past encounters, he would likely not be easily caught off guard again. Obito was destined to become a common adversary in the ninja world. It would be prudent to leave such matters to Naruto and Sasuke. After all, I am not a selfless hero, and there is no necessity for me to preemptively resolve this dilemma for the ninja realm. Above the Sea City, Lin Yuan and his companions suddenly appeared. Due to Lin Yuan's additional burden of 2 companions, the distance covered by the Flying Thunder God technique had significantly shortened. An unavoidable circumstance. Orochimaru regarded Lin Yuan with intrigue, unable to resist licking his lips. The mysterious self-created ninjutsu, the legendary Sage Mode, and the illustrious Flying Thunder God technique known throughout the ninja world. This young man's skill set surpassed even his own. Orochimaru slowly spoke, Lin Yuan. Your chakra seems to be depleting rapidly. Lin Yuan began to form hand seals, executing the corpse bone sealing technique. Initially unnoticed by Orochimaru, he soon changed his expression, awkwardly summoning a serpent. I owe you one, Lin Yuan. Let us depart for now. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the airspace of Sea City? The Lord of Sea City, accompanied by 8 of his middle-ranking shinobi, surrounded the trio from below. Orochimaru, with a flick of his tongue, summoned several large snakes. Effortlessly subduing several individuals, Lin Yuan adhered to his own directive of capturing live targets. After feigning an inquiry about the direction of the Land of Fire, he swiftly dealt with the ninjas, accruing 18 points of slaughter. The trio then hastily retreated. Chapter 122. The First Encounter with Naruto, Konoha. Beneath a cerulean sky adorned with white clouds, Lin Yuan's milk shop successfully commenced operations. Boxes of fresh milk filled the shelves. Under the command of Orochimaru, the future ace spy, Kabuto, appeared somewhat anxious as he observed Lin Yuan. In a tone of reverence, he inquired, "My lord Lin Yuan, do you have any further instructions for me? I will ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction." Lin Yuan regarded the 10-year-old Kabuto before gesturing for him to take 2 boxes of milk back. Young ninjas require ample nutrition daily to cultivate robust physiques and resilient spirits. Though their treatment may not compare to that of the Uchiha clan, we cannot afford to lag at the starting line. Come back in 10 days for more milk. Lin Yuan called after Kabuto as he departed with the milk, settling back into a leisurely posture. Despite having been coerced into becoming a rogue ninja by Sarutobi Hiruzen due to a moment of carelessness, Lin Yuan acknowledged that he should not have let his guard down so easily, knowing of Sarutobi's seasoned reputation. Fortunately, with Orochimaru's assistance in crafting a false identity, he managed to return to Konoha and quietly establish a milk shop, enjoying the tranquility of village life. How long remains until the official storyline begins? The Nine Tails attack on the village heralds Naruto's birth. Naruto enters the Ninja Academy at 6 years old, marking the year 57 of Konoha. The official plot commences when Naruto graduates as a genin at 12, which is the year 63 of Konoha. During Naruto's studies, the Uchiha clan meets its demise, occurring 57 years post-establishment. Presently, it is the year 54 of Konoha. Reclining in a rocking chair, Lin Yuan basked in the sunlight while calculating the various narrative milestones. To this point, he had likely made slight alterations to the storyline, though not to an extent that would significantly disrupt its course. The narrative possesses an inherent momentum. As days passed, Lin Yuan noted the absence of Umbu at his doorstep, fostering a modicum of trust in Orochimaru's capabilities. Should the matter of forging identification have been easily uncovered, he would have had no choice but to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to flee Konoha and confront Orochimaru. Nevertheless, each night, he ventured to the secret base outside the village provided by Orochimaru to instruct Kimimaro in the proper utilization of the Shikatsumiyaku. "Boss, how much is this milk?" a golden-haired boy asked, cautiously entering the shop with a basket. His eyes widened in delight upon discovering that the newly opened milk shop offered only fresh milk. With his pale blue eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, who was soaking up the sun, he continued, "A can of milk is priced at 100 ryo. Starting at midnight, the first can is half price. The second can is at 80% off, and the third can returns to the original price. Additionally, we are currently hosting a grand opening lottery. As long as you purchase 2 cans of milk today, you can enter a lottery to win a limited edition canned beef noodle. The minimum purchase is 1 can, while the maximum is 10. Each can is normally priced at 500 taels, and the pricing is naturally aligned with the market rate. However, Lin Yuan has offered a promotion and has placed the lottery box, which he had prepared in advance, directly in the line of sight of the customers. The golden-haired boy, naturally intrigued, took out his frog-themed wallet, placed 2 cans of fresh milk into a basket filled with mushrooms, and then carefully counted out 130 taels in cash. With hopeful eyes, he handed the money to Lin Yuan. After accepting the payment, Lin Yuan gestured for the golden-haired boy to draw from the lottery. Upon glancing at the ticket drawn from the box, he spoke, "I am the owner of this newly opened dairy shop. You may call me Uncle Lin Yuan. Let us see what the ticket says, as it corresponds to a specific prize. Ah, your luck seems quite good. You have won a total of 10 cans of canned beef noodles. Be sure to savor them when you return home, and do come again tomorrow." "Thank you, Uncle Lin Yuan. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." The golden-haired boy, gazing at the overflowing basket Lin Yuan had handed him, introduced himself, then cautiously glanced at Lin Yuan. He noticed that Lin Yuan did not react like many of the villagers who, upon hearing his name and seeing his appearance, would hastily label him as a terrifying monster. He felt a sense of relief and a growing fondness towards Lin Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto was already over 3 years old. Lin Yuan, of course, recognized him. After all, one does not read comics in vain. Surely, no one could read a comic and then traverse into that world without recognizing the childhood appearance of the protagonist. Speaking of which, Naruto's identity was never a secret among the shinobi of Konoha, but it was a different story for the villagers. It could be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others intentionally spread rumors to create a rift between Naruto and the villagers, only to later lend a helping hand and thereby gain Naruto's goodwill. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 65001000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 600,006. 5000. Kill points: 253. Items: Golden Life Token X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Binding Technique, Diamond Lock, Rainfall 1000 Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision Technique. Basic Body Replacement Technique, Level 3. Suddenly, 3 serious-looking ANBU appeared at the entrance of Lin Yuan's dairy shop. Without uttering a word, they stepped inside. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and stood up to welcome them, awaiting an explanation of their purpose. Then, a thought struck him. He hurriedly took 3 boxes of milk from the shelf, preparing to offer a bribe. After the 3 members of the UMBU inspected the quality of the milk and accepted it, one of them remarked, "This child holds a unique position in the village. You would do well to ensure that we do not see your inferior milk in his hands again. Considering this is your first offense, we will merely record it and let you off this time." Lin Yuan, despite his investment in procuring this milk from Orochimaru's forces, found himself at a loss. The quality was undoubtedly among the best in the entire ninja world, second only to the milk produced by the mutated giant bulls. To have it labeled as inferior by the UMBU was utterly absurd. The intent behind this was all too clear. However, the treatment of Jinchuriki across the ninja villages was quite similar. On one hand, villagers would hurl insults at the Jinchuriki, incessantly spreading rumors and slandering them. Due to the Jinchuriki's inherent innocence, the more they were slandered, the more they sought to prove themselves. This method was aimed at bolstering the resolve of the Jinchuriki and mitigating the potential for emotional outbursts in the future. On the other hand, the higher-ups would intervene to soothe tensions, representing the village's connection with the Jinchuriki. In fact, the more vicious the villagers were towards the Jinchuriki, the more it highlighted the kindness of the village's leaders. This approach was not only low risk, but also highly beneficial. 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was on his way home, carrying 2 baskets. At that moment, he once again heard the familiar cacophony of insults from the villagers. He lowered his head, his gaze fixated on the ground. As he returned home amidst a barrage of derogatory remarks. "Look, it's that orphan child, the village's disaster. How disgusting. He looks as treacherous and sinister as a demon fox. Make sure your children don't play with him. Who knows what he might do? Keep your distance from this calamity. It is said that if not for him, the 4th Hokage would never have died." Chapter 123. Naruto's New Friend in the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi examined the information in his hands. This report came from the Land of Water, alleging that the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha had assassinated the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and demanded that Konoha dispatch ninjas to apprehend Orochimaru. Sarutobi felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, when he had pressured Orochimaru 2 years prior, he had not pushed too hard. Otherwise, Orochimaru's wrath might have turned him into the unfortunate Yagura. "Hokage-sama, here is the weekly summary report on the key targets that require our attention," an UMBU member announced as they entered the Hokage's office and knelt on one knee, presenting a specialized document to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They then stood to the side, awaiting further instructions. Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the first page of the document, which detailed Naruto Uzumaki. He began to read it carefully, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Just a few days earlier, he had dispatched UMBU to protect Naruto, who had gone without food and spent the day hungry in the mountains. Out of concern, he had ventured out at night and had an unexpected encounter with Naruto. However, it soon became evident that the other party was indeed a child of the Watergate. Faced with financial constraints that rendered dining in the village impossible, he ingeniously devised a means of sustenance through mushroom foraging and fish barbecuing. Remarkably, he even offered to share half of a fish with him, which brought a sense of warmth to his elderly heart. Encouraging Naruto, he remarked, "In the vast expanse of the world, human existence is as inconsequential as the stars. Thus, the troubles that burden our hearts are even more trivial. You must persevere." Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the sincerity of his efforts. He understood that only through such painful yet heartfelt cultivation could Naruto truly excel. A ninja would never succumb to starvation. It is through the proactive pursuit of survival that one becomes stronger and better equipped to navigate the ruthless world of shinobi. He pondered that when his grandson eventually entered this world, his approach would undoubtedly be more cursory. He would not invest such care. Instead, he would simply appoint a few peers as companions, hire a specialized jonin as a tutor, and pass down the Sarutobi family legacy. His sole wish was for his grandson's safety. As Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the intelligence reports, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He addressed the Umbu ninja. Have you conducted a thorough investigation into the identity of this new milk shop owner? Any individual attempting to approach our primary target could potentially be a spy dispatched by rival ninja villages with ulterior motives. Lord Hokage, the Umbu has already investigated the relevant intelligence and confirmed that all of his village entry documents are legitimate. Should we dispatch someone to seal his milk shop or expel him from the village? The Umbu ninja hastily inquired. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression revealed a moment of hesitation. Since you have confirmed there are no issues, let us treat him as an ordinary merchant. Although he held the esteemed position of Hokage, he could not disregard the judgment of his Umbu subordinates. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the burden of managing every detail personally. Yet, out of respect for Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he resolved to pay a visit himself. In the evening, Lin Yuan prepared to close the shop as he admired the sunset's fading light when an elderly gentleman entered. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was not wearing the Hokage's hat, his slender, rectangular face was unmistakable, with his hands clasped behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the arrangement of the milk shop. It was evident that the space was immaculate, the shelves meticulously arranged, and the overall investment far exceeded that of any other milk shop in the village, certainly not the venture of an ordinary customer. Owner, how is the foot traffic in this location? If you encounter any operational difficulties, you may seek assistance from the village. The higher-ups in Konoha are quite eager to help. He inquired. After observing for a considerable time, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lin Yuan. Being new to this place, I am somewhat at a loss. The foot traffic is indeed lacking. There are not many buyers. I am contemplating a promotional event for a while to cultivate some young repeat customers. It is merely a fear of provoking those formidable individuals who wear masks. Operating a small business, Lin Yuan spoke as he handed a box of milk to Sarutobi Hizashi. This month, I fear we may not sell it all. Since it has not yet surpassed its 1-month shelf life, I shall gift you a box. You may come again next month, and I will certainly offer you half price. How could I ever accept such a favor without merit? Sarutobi Hizashi politely declined. But after a moment's contemplation, he took the box of milk and departed. It seemed that the proprietor of this dairy shop was indeed a trustworthy merchant. To encourage his continued investment in Konoha, perhaps some preferential policies could be extended. Sarutobi Hizashi's visit was likely related to the recent interactions between myself and Naruto. He was rather suspicious. Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head. After waiting a while longer, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the secret base outside the village. There, Kimimaro had been diligently working to comprehend his chakra under Lin Yuan's guidance. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, Kimimaro's expression brightened with joy, demonstrating significant progress. All that was needed was perseverance. After addressing some of Kimimaro's inquiries, Lin Yuan encouraged him with a smile. While unleashing the power of the Shikatsumiyaku can grant immense strength, it ultimately leads to the bloodline illness. I am pleased that you are striving to cultivate your abilities without relying solely on the Shikatsumiyaku. The remaining task was merely to enhance his level as his rank increased. The side effects would naturally diminish. During Kimimaro's training, Lin Yuan also silently examined the gray rod, a material seemingly derived from Kagaya's bones. Its hardness was beyond imagination. Even the formidable leaders of the Kagaya clan throughout history regarded it as the greatest opportunity in their lineage, a catalyst for the evolution of the Shikatsumiyaku. However, discerning the precise application of the gray rod proved to be a challenging endeavor. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 6600100000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra 650006 6000. Kill points: 253 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode: Flying Thunder God, corpse sealing technique. Diamond lock: Thousand Hands of Rain. Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor. Mastering Sage Arts. Hell Stab, summoning technique. Spirit Bug, blooming lotus, sun and moon galaxy, enchantment, tree bind kill, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow, invisibility throwing technique, level 2, Naraka sight technique, basic body technique, level 3. As the days passed, Lin Yuan noticed that even with the enticing offer of half-price milk each day, he could not persuade Naruto to visit daily. Naruto might be financially constrained, or perhaps he felt a sense of shame, as he only appeared every few days. Lin Yuan knew he could not intervene in this matter. Occasionally, after completing his mushroom gathering and fish grilling tasks, Naruto would often bring some to Lin Yuan, the kind uncle at the milk shop. Lin Yuan recognized this as Naruto's heartfelt gesture and extended a special invitation for Naruto to enjoy a bowl of beef noodles. Uncle Lin, I've made a new friend. Her name is Yuta, and she taught me how to whistle, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, recounting his first encounter with Yuta to Lin Yuan. He scratched his head in excitement. In Chapter 124, The Return of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lin Yuan felt a surge of enthusiasm and, at Naruto's invitation, ascended the mountain. Soon, they met the somewhat shy little girl named Yuta. In the manga, Yuta belonged to a clan capable of manipulating the weather, though their abilities were unfortunately exploited for profit. Due to her association with Naruto, Yuta quickly caught the attention of ANBU ninjas, who suspected her of harboring ill intentions from other ninja villages. Although the young Naruto ultimately succeeded in rescuing Yuta, she later succumbed to the severe side effects of her weather-manipulating abilities. She was later resurrected by Orochimaru during his experiments with the impure world reincarnation. Recalling the plot of the manga, Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of regret and wished to save Yuta. The most striking feature of the petite Yuta was undoubtedly her large, dark eye sockets housing vibrant green irises, complemented by a small nose and a mouth nearly as wide as the distance between her eyes, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Her messy brown hair was unkempt, merely covered by a cotton cap. Lin Yuan regarded the shy and anxious Yuta with a gentle smile. He had long since transcended the superficiality of judging people by their appearance. Much like before he entered the prize draw, even with his strikingly handsome features, he remained just an average ninja struggling at the border and had even faced exclusion from the camp due to his beauty, save for the companionship of Suisun, who was willing to form a team with him. With a flourish of her hands, Yuta conjured a gust of wind that swept across the grassy field, its force undeniably strong. Simultaneously, she whistled, her melodious notes resonating through the air. Anticipating a response, Yuta looked expectantly at Lin Yuan. Since Naruto was her friend and Lin Yuan was also a friend of Naruto, it seemed reasonable to conclude that Lin Yuan could be considered her friend as well, right? With a gentle attempt, Lin Yuan whistled, and the harmonious sound transformed into musical notes that filled the space around them. Witnessing his success brought a smile to his face. Given his mastery over the nature of chakra and his profound understanding of its flow and application, success was a foregone conclusion. As he observed Yuta, who was clapping her hands in delight, a sense of pride swelled within him. I caught some fish. Naruto, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and rolled-up pants, joyfully ran over from the riverbank, proudly holding up 3 fish. He gestured to the 2 and quickly set up a barbecue grill, adding twigs to it before igniting it with a lighter. The flames flickered to life. Naruto, 3 fish are hardly enough. Catch a few more, Lin Yuan remarked casually. Naruto felt a sense of agreement and swiftly dashed back towards the river to catch fish once more. The young ninja was brimming with vitality. In the comic, even the seemingly ordinary Sakura was said to have had a secret cave in the mountains during her childhood, which served as her base. It was in that cave that she unexpectedly encountered Ino, who had come rushing in, and they quickly became like sisters. However, one day, Sakura confessed her love for Sasuke to Ino, causing Ino to gradually distance herself from Sakura. Unbeknownst to them, night fell, and the stars adorned the sky, twinkling occasionally and illuminating the campfire below. Lin Yuan and Tai, seated beside the fire, gazed up at the night sky after finishing their roasted fish and milk, feeling quite satisfied. At that moment, an elderly man appeared silently, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He sniffed the air and slowly approached the group, feigning a benevolent demeanor. Sarutobi was in a foul mood. According to the original plan for cultivating the Jinchuriki, Naruto would not meet many people before entering the Ninja Academy, enduring the torment of scarce resources while learning that all the hardships he faced were to pave the way for a brighter future, ultimately becoming a pillar of the village like his father, Minato. Yet, in a moment of inattention, He learned from the Umbu that some outsiders were secretly approaching Naruto. Bonds. Bonds indeed. Sarutobi had no choice but to personally intervene once more. If Naruto's bonds were with these troublemakers rather than with the village's upper echelons. Then, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village's formidable weapon and an essential bargaining chip for maintaining balance with the other four great ninja villages. It raised the question of whom he would ultimately fight for and who he would protect with that terrifying fox power. This potential danger was intolerable for Konoha. The old man. Naruto once again recognized Sarutobi. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled who the other was and felt a surge of surprise. He remembered the night when he was desperately hungry, foraging for mushrooms and fishing in the river, when he stumbled upon an old man by the campfire in the mountains. The old man had encouraged him, saying that the world was vast and humanity was insignificant, rendering their worries trivial. That old man was now before him. Naruto hurriedly invited Sarutobi. You are that person. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned astonished. What? You don't recognize me? Sarutobi sat down, observing Lin Yuan's surprised demeanor, and chuckled. You are that gentleman. Thanks to you, those masked individuals in the village came to apologize to me, and they didn't even claim my milk was of inferior quality. I am truly grateful. You must be a distinguished figure in the village. Lin Yuan pretended to be excited, though in reality, he remained quite unperturbed. After all, he would not feel grateful to someone simply for tossing his hat into a tree and retrieving it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Konoha, after all, is the most peaceful among the 5 great ninja villages in this shinobi world. Even without my intervention to address the higher-ups of Konoha, it is likely that the street patrols would swiftly recognize their errors and offer their apologies. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Naruto's astonished expression, which brought him a sense of inner satisfaction. Ah, so you know Uncle Lin Yuan, Naruto remarked, scratching his head in surprise at this unexpected connection. Your name is Lin Yuan? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, his mind recalling some unsettling memories, scrutinizing Lin Yuan with a discerning gaze. Lin Yuan, for his part, felt a silent exasperation. Despite having learned the art of disguise from Orochimaru, using a concoction of various plant extracts to masquerade as a middle-aged man, he had not changed his name, believing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be so trivial as to concern himself with the names of villagers. However, he now sensed a hint of impending trouble. What seems to be the matter, old man? Lin Yuan inquired, looking questioningly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin 6650100000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 665006. 6500. Kill points, 253. Items. Death Exemption Token X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Bone Rebirth, Diamond Lock, Thousand Hands of Rain, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Art, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment, Tree Bind Kill, Shadow Clone, Great Wind Dance of Mighty Power, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form. Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Nariku's Gaze. Basic Body Technique, Level 3, Chapter 125. Saving Utai. This reminded me of a rather inconsequential ninja, hardly worth mentioning. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly restored his charitable demeanor. The incident of Orochimaru's defection had left a significant impact on him. Although he managed to suppress public opinion within the village, some ninjas still harbored suspicions against him, particularly that Chunin named Lin Yuan, who had the audacity to question him in the Hokage's office and later dared to defect and follow Orochimaru. Hiruzen did not dwell on it. After all, that Chunin, Lin Yuan, was presumed to have defected and thus would not be present here. His gaze shifted toward another individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fell upon Utai, who appeared somewhat anxious, noting that he was clearly not a ninja from this village. However, he chose not to comment further, merely nodding at Utai, who returned the gesture with a radiant smile. After a casual conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his leave under the pretext of an excuse. Once he descended the mountain, his benevolent facade faded, and he promptly summoned the ever-ready Umbu, stating his intent. After Naruto departed, I shall apprehend the young imp, named Yuta, for a thorough interrogation. I desire not to see him seek out Naruto again. The proprietor of the milk shop should also be investigated further. Indeed, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninja responded respectfully. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin 67001000. Affiliation, Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 670006. 7000. Killing points. 253. Items. Death exemption token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, flying thunder god. Corpse sealing technique, adamantine sealing. Rainfall 1000 shurikens. Rasengan, vast cobalt armor. Palm sage art. Hell piercing, summoning technique. Spirit insect, lotus blossom, sun and moon galaxy. Enchantment, tree binding murder, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance. Great whirlwind, level 3. Righteous flow form, stealth throwing technique, level 2. Naraka vision technique, basic 3 body technique, level 3. As the night deepened, Lin Yuan bid farewell to Naruto and Yuta, observing them cautiously retreat into the mountains. He too prepared to return home. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on Yuta's silhouette, his heart wavering slightly. Tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen was expected to arrive, and it foreboded ill tidings. In the manga, Sarutobi dispatched Anbu to capture Yuta, leading to her demise. Upon her resurrection through Edo Tensei, Yuta's first action was to seek out Naruto, whistling and asking if he remembered her. After all, possessing the formidable bloodline capable of controlling the weather, her loss would be most regrettable. Lin Yuan utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu, instructing his clone to escort Naruto home, while his true self activated the stealth throwing technique, proceeding to safeguard Yuta. Under the inky darkness of night, only the faint glow of the moon illuminated the path ahead. The stones upon the stream reflected the moonlight into the eyes of passers-by. With such scant illumination, a ninja could traverse the steep mountain trails with ease. It would be splendid if Yuta, this young apprentice of merely 3 or 4 years, could meet Naruto daily. Yuta's eyes sparkled with hope, recalling the earnest expression of Uncle Lin Yuan. She remembered their clan, scattered throughout the ninja world, surviving by the trade of weather manipulation. Craving a thunderstorm? I can summon one for you. Yet, such abilities come at a cost. The earlier the awakening of a powerful gift, the heavier the burden it bears. The indulgence of youth often drains future potential, resulting in clan members rarely surpassing the age of 20. Swish, swish, swish. 3 masked Anbu from Konoha blocked Yuta's path, resembling hounds on the hunt. At the slightest hint of disobedience from Yuta, they would pounce, ready to rend her apart. Yuta, acutely aware of the imminent danger, instinctively stepped back, only to stumble over a stone in the stream, falling into the water. The mist danced around her. Do not engage in futile resistance. Come with us. 3 members of the Anbu gazed down from their elevated position at the wretched little creature. They were poised to seize him, but as their hands drew nearer, the child, overwhelmed by fear, could not help but tilt his head back and weep. The crystal-clear sound of his cries caused the 3 Anbu to exchange glances, a moment of hesitation creeping in. Nevertheless, their mission was to apprehend the child, and without further deliberation, they grasped him firmly, ready to depart. Suddenly, Lin Yuan obstructed their path. Observing the unconscious child, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated that these 3 Anbu had already positioned themselves strategically, waiting for the child to unwittingly walk into their grasp. He could not allow them to take the child without a fight. For the sake of victory in the 4th Great Ninja War, he deemed it essential to nurture a few talented youths. Who are you? The 3 Konoha Anbu inquired. Sensing the ominous shift as the mysterious figure appeared before them, they realized the gravity of the situation. This individual had not materialized without reason, and he was certainly intent on rescuing the child. Yet, the child was tied to a direct order from the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they could not possibly relinquish him. Thus, they contemplated taking action against Lin Yuan, slowly encircling him. With a dismissive chuckle, Lin Yuan extended his right hand, visible lightning crackling at his fingertips. He was preparing to unleash the Cloud Village's renowned technique, Hell Stab. The Anbu were taken aback by this display. In the next instant, Lin Yuan's palm pierced through the body of one Anbu. He swiftly withdrew and struck another, a sense of urgency overcoming the attackers. Beware. It is a lightning release technique, a jonin from the Cloud Village. They realized, vowing silently to relay this crucial intelligence back to the 3rd Hokage. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lin Yuan thrust his hand through the final Anbu's body, intentionally deviating by a mere centimeter as he lifted the unconscious child into his arms. After sprinting several kilometers into the depths of the forest, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned with the child to their secret base. Beneath the moonlight, the bodies of the three fallen Umbu lay lifeless on the ground. Yet, one of them, against all odds and perhaps due to the mysterious individual's momentary oversight, managed to struggle back to life. Gazing at his deceased comrades, this Umbu took a deep breath and hastened towards the Hokage's office. He must convey the alarming news. A Jonin from the Cloud Village had infiltrated Konoha, utilizing lightning release techniques to ambush them and abscond with the child. Describe the details of that lightning release technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed urgently after receiving the Umbu's report. He hurried back from the Sarutobi clan grounds, his expression grave and concerned as he inquired about the injured Umbu's account. After listening intently to the description provided by the severely wounded ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. The lightning release ninjutsu bears a striking resemblance to the hell stab of the third Raikage from the bygone era of the ninja world. If it truly is the hell stab, the signature secret technique of the third Raikage, then the identity of this hidden Cloud Village Jonin must be quite extraordinary. However, what is even more critical is that this individual was willing to kill a member of the Umbu, provoking the Hokage himself, in order to abduct that child. It appears that the child is indeed a spy from the Cloud Village, with the ulterior motive of approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. How despicable! A covert search must be initiated to locate this individual. In the secret base, Lin Yuan inquired about certain matters with Yutai and learned that she was the only one on the Konoha side and was willing to temporarily reside in the secret base. He then introduced Yutai to Kimimaro, as both were under his tutelage for the time being. As for the matter of graduating to the level of a Kage, that was a concern for the future. Yutai was feeling somewhat disheartened about her capture by three Umbu members, haunted by the experience. Lin Yuan offered her friendly consolation, casually suggesting that she could practice physical techniques here. As long as she maintained her health, she would not fall ill, including from the blood disease. To achieve true health, one must begin with physical training. The most suitable introductory technique for newcomers is the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Lin Yuan, having prohibited Yutai from using her bloodline abilities, handed her the scroll for the Leaf Great Whirlwind. He then settled into a lounge chair in the open area of the base, continuing his research on the ash rods, attempting to perceive their secrets through the sensory abilities of the Shikatsumiyaku. Days passed, with Lin Yuan managing a milk shop by day and secretly researching the ash rods by night, while also instructing Kimimaro and Yutai in their physical techniques. It must be said that both displayed commendable talent for physical training, quickly mastering the Leaf Great Whirlwind. The subsequent task was for them to diligently practice until they reached full proficiency, a challenging endeavor that would require hard work and perseverance. Lin Yuan, however, remained unhurried, already contemplating the next physical technique to teach them. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 700-010000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra 700-007-0000. Killing points: 255 items. Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Bone Ceiling, Diamond Lock, Rain of 10,000 Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Arts, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Flower, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Illusion, Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Shape, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Nariku's Vision Technique, Basic Body Flicker Technique, Level 3. It has been many days since I last saw Yutai. Could something have happened to her? She is my first friend, Naruto said, his expression tinged with melancholy. At just over 3 years of age, Naruto currently has only 2.5 friends, the full ones being Yutai and Lin Yuan, while Sarutobi Hisashi counts as only half due to his infrequent appearances before Naruto. Presently, Naruto feels that Yutai has vanished without a trace. Uncertain, yet he reassures himself. It cannot be anything serious. After all, this is Konoha, where safety is relatively assured. Lin Yuan smiled, withholding from Naruto the information regarding Yutai's recent encounter with the Umbu. This was due to the constant surveillance by Umbu shinobi around Naruto for protective reasons. Revealing such information would yield no benefit. Nonetheless, Yutai within the secret base remains informed about Naruto's situation. Upon discovering that the 3 shinobi from that night were Umbu, she quietly trained in the base, day by day. Konoha welcomed an envoy from Kumogakure, reportedly in response to a request for peace negotiations. They had sent a delegation to discuss matters with Hokage Sarutobi Hisashi, who was elated by this development. On that day, he invited the envoys to the Hokage building to commence formal discussions. It seemed that the specter of war was drawing to a close. With Shursui present, Konoha undoubtedly held the advantage. Why was it that Konoha initiated the peace talks? Could it be that the people of Kumogakure are so barbaric that they would never propose reconciliation? Lin Yuan found little interest in such matters. Yet, if Konoha and Kumogakure began negotiations, it likely meant that Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, was nearing death. Ironically, it was Kumogakure's attempt to abduct Hinata that led to their immediate capture and demise. Yet this somehow transformed into Konoha demanding Hyuga clan leader Hayashi to sacrifice himself as an apology to Kumogakure. This resulted in Hayashi's firm refusal and Niji's father willingly stepping forth to die in his place. What kind of conspiracy lurked within Konoha that resulted in such humiliation before Sarutobi Hisashi's demise? It resembled an epic riddle. Lin Yuan silently shook his head and took a sip from a can of milk. Soon, news spread that the Kumogakure envoy had audaciously made unreasonable demands, causing the initial negotiations to collapse. That night, the leader of the Kumogakure delegation, a formidable Nin, stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory. He swiftly subdued and abducted the young Hinata. Subsequently, he made his way toward the entrance of Konoha, intending to leave without regard for the other Kumogakure ninjas. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in astonishment. At this moment, atop the eaves of Konoha, numerous Nins stood, both near and far. Their silhouettes against the evening breeze were impossible to ignore, including the current clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi. The mere fact that the leader of the Kumogakure delegation could infiltrate the Hyuga clan and successfully extract Hinata was truly remarkable. How could the assailant confidently extract Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga clan's territory without alerting the formidable members of the clan? Even if he succeeded in abducting Hinata, what assurance did he possess of escaping from Konoha? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood atop the Hokage building, gazing towards the village entrance, his expression tinged with perplexity. The Cloud Envoy had audaciously attempted to steal a child from the Hyuga clan. What were the intentions of the wreckage from the Cloud? Was he deliberately sending this Cloud Jonin to meet his demise? Umbu, heed my command, surround the village perimeter. No one is permitted to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded. His brow furrowed. He needed to ascertain one crucial matter, whether the Cloud had conspired with the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan oversaw the security forces, responsible for patrolling and safeguarding the village, and held the significant duty of guarding the village gates. If the Uchiha clan cooperated, the Cloud Jonin would indeed have a chance to flee the village, perhaps even receiving intelligence about the Hyuga clan's territory from the Uchiha, prompting their decisive action. The determination of this matter relied on whether the Cloud Jonin could escape the village that night, and if the Uchiha's vigilance was merely a fade. Hyuga Hayashi stood on the eaves, arriving later yet swiftly intercepting the assailant. With a cold demeanor, he surged forward, delivering a punch to the thief's chest that resonated with the sound of shattering bones. The assailant barely had time to utter a word before receiving another devastating blow. Hayashi's furious strike obliterated the thief's skull, painting the scene in a gruesome spectacle. Kneeling to examine the assailant's face, Hayashi, in a fit of rage, remarked with a sardonic smile, "What audacity! How dare these rabble intrude upon the Hyuga clan?" Upon recognizing the true identity of the thief beneath the mask as a Cloud Envoy, he was taken aback. Just earlier, they had been discussing peace, and yet, in the dead of night, they had come to betray the Hyuga clan. These Cloud ninjas must be deranged, he mused. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the report from the Umbu ninja. Hokage-sama, the head of the Hyuga clan has slain the Cloud Envoy. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's security operations tonight have been normal, with no suspicious activities detected. Chapter 127. Information from Kabuto. Good morning, Uncle Lin. Naruto greeted as he entered the milk shop, purchasing a bottle of milk. This early morning, Naruto exuded an exuberant vitality, his golden hair dancing in the wind, and his blue eyes sparkling with life. His knitted top bore a spiral emblem. Although not particularly eye-catching, it captured Uncle Lin's attention. If this emblem represented the Uzumaki clan, then this garment might have belonged to Kushina. Good morning, Naruto. It's truly a splendid day, Uncle Lin replied, somewhat drowsily, having stayed up late due to the recent incident in the village. He could not help but acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority far surpassed that of Minato Namikaze. The cloud-hidden envoy daringly infiltrated Konoha to capture the Hyuga clan's heiress. This audacious act surely stemmed from the formidable prowess of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reflecting on the night of the Nine-Tails assault on the village, Kushina had intended to use her sealing technique to subdue the beast and then take her own life, embracing death alongside the Nine-Tails. The bond between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast is one of shared existence. Even if the beast perishes, its revival would be a matter of many years. Thus, this approach would allow for the village's crisis to be averted with the sacrifice of Kushina alone. However, this plan was thwarted by Minato's refusal. In his desire to retain the vital power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for Konoha, Minato resolved to transform their child, Naruto, into the new vessel for the Nine-Tails. When Kushina resisted the notion of sacrificing their child for the village's sake, Minato poignantly reminded her of the anguish she felt when the land of whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan were annihilated. This effectively silenced Kushina, resulting in both of their fates being sealed. Minato's actions, driven by his unwavering faith in Konoha, are not uncommon in the merciless world of ninjas, where the sanctity of the village's interests is deemed inviolable. This belief is a creed upheld by many ninjas throughout their lives and lies at the heart of the will of fire. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has long presided over the village, cannot be said to lack this conviction. After all, when Orochimaru executed his plan to bring Konoha to ruin, Hiruzen found himself with no retreat unless he renounced a belief he had held for so long, forsaking the title of Hokage he had cherished for years, which would have cast his entire clan into disgrace. Since you have suffered, why should I endure the same? The principle of not imposing upon others what one does not wish for oneself is well understood. In this ruthless world of ninjas, it is not about mutual suffering resulting in a lose-lose scenario. Lin Yuan hummed a tune reminiscent of blue and white porcelain and then ventured to a nearby bun shop to purchase 10 servings of buns and a jar of intensely spicy sauce to share with Naruto. Not long after, he spotted Kabuto rushing towards him and decided to buy another 10 servings of buns. "Thank you, Lord Lin Yuan," Kabuto said, glancing at Naruto before settling down with a smile to savor the buns. It must be noted that the bun shop in this village is quite exceptional, with a thin skin, generous filling, and a delightful juiciness that enhances the rich and tender meat. After Naruto took his leave, Kabuto turned to Lin Yuan to divulge some intelligence. "Lord Lin Yuan, it is reported that the leading cloud-hidden ninja from the envoy who arrived last night has allegedly perished, and this incident is connected to the Hyuga clan. The leading cloud-hidden ninja is dead? This is significant information indeed. Is there more to the story?" Lin Yuan feigned curiosity as he inquired of Kabuto. It is worth mentioning that after Orochimaru's failed recruitment of Kimimaro, he swiftly turned to recruit Kabuto, whom he had long coveted, shortly after returning to the Land of Fire. Under Lin Yuan's suggestion, he also managed to acquire the esteemed headmaster and the orphanage Kabuto held in high regard. During the Third Great Ninja War, the young Kabuto had once demonstrated his exceptional medical ninjutsu by treating Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who had not yet defected at that time, took a keen interest in him. Shortly thereafter, Kabuto returned to the orphanage, only to be forcibly taken away by Danzo and Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the retired orphanage head, known as the Wandering Miko, who was once a top elite of Root, was compelled to re-enter the fray. According to the original storyline of the manga, Kabuto would continue to hone his skills under the guise of a Root spy, ultimately turning the tables on the orphanage head when he was sent to eliminate him. In a moment of psychological collapse upon discovering the identity of the latter and witnessing his inability to recall their past, he sought refuge with the fortuitously appearing Orochimaru. Now, however, his fate has been altered by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, the leader of the Cloud Village's envoy, is actually the head of the Cloud Ninja clan, a figure of considerable stature, second only to the village's shadow. The demise of such a person in Konoha certainly heralds significant repercussions. Kabuto analyzed this with great caution. Adjusting his glasses, an item gifted to him by the orphanage head, his only present thus far. He felt profound gratitude towards Lin Yuan for suggesting that Orochimaru retrieve the orphanage head and the entire orphanage from Root. Over time, he had come to understand the brutal nature of Root as Konoha's instrument of power, both internally and externally. It was revealed that a high-ranking advisor from the Cloud had perished. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a sense of schadenfreude. having initially believed that only a regular J-nin had fallen, only to discover it was a high-ranking advisor. This was akin to Konoha's Mito Gate and the esteemed Kamachi being eliminated. Konoha would undoubtedly seek an explanation from the Cloud. However, the actions of this Cloud high-ranking official were indeed outrageous. He had audaciously ventured into the Hyuga clan's territory to abduct Hinata, clearly overestimating his own strength as if he were a figure of the shadow level. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: J-nin, 7200100000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, corpse bone pulse. Chakra: 720007. 2000. Killing points: 255. Items: Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu, Sage mode. Flying Thunder God, corpse sealing technique, adamantine sealing, rain and dew thousand shuriken, Rasengan, vast azure armor, palm sage technique, hell spike, summoning technique, spirit bugs, lotus blossom. Sun Moon Star River, magical tree binding kill, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance great whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow shape, hidden throwing technique, level 2, Naraku vision technique. Basic body technique, level 3. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, convened a meeting with numerous J-nin and clan elders from various ninja clans. Danzo Shimura, along with advisors Mito Gate and Kamachi, were conspicuously present. As they gazed upon the corpse of the Cloud ninja leader sprawled on the ground, their expressions varied. After investigation, it was confirmed that this deceased Cloud ninja leader was indeed genuine, with fatal wounds inflicted by the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. Everything seemed to be devoid of doubt. However, after empathizing with one another, Mito Minyan and T-Rune Koharu began to suspect whether the head of the Cloud village had fallen under an illusion. The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found no signs of such enchantment. After meticulous examination, Yuhi Kurenai reported her conclusions to the Hokage. Naturally, the assembly had no objections, for Yuhi Kurenai's father, Yui Shinku, was a renowned master of Jinjutsu, albeit he perished on the night of the Ninetales attack. His daughter, Kurenai, had also emerged as a remarkably gifted Jinjutsu ninja, surpassing her predecessor. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully and inquired how this matter should be resolved. He expressed a desire to hear the opinions of all present. Chapter 128. Removing the sunglasses upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the elite shinobi and clan elders began to speculate on the Hokage's inner thoughts, fearing that any contrary suggestion could draw his ire. They were also apprehensive that their own ideas might lack brilliance, inadvertently highlighting another's wisdom. Being a mere supporting character rather than a leading figure was a source of embarrassment. Shimura Danzo slowly spoke up, asserting that the Cloud Village's head, under the guise of peace negotiations, aimed to seize Konoha's precious bloodline limit, the Byakugan, thus insulting the prestige of the Hyuga clan and the honor of the shinobi world in Konoha. He contended that it was imperative for Konoha to deliver a resounding blow to the arrogance of the Cloud Village, to show the Raikage a glimpse of their power, ensuring that Cloud shinobi would think twice before underestimating Konoha in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen, donning the red and white Hokage hat, cast a silent glance at Danzo. While Danzo spoke lightly, he had not ventured to confront the Cloud Village on the battlefield. It was indeed infuriating. If only he were 20 years younger. Leading 100,000 shinobi, he would personally march to subdue the Cloud Village. Alas, Konoha now faced the challenge of contending with not just the Cloud Village, but also the Stone and Mist villages, who were equally aggressive. Danzo's call for action went unheeded by the Hokage, whose silence suggested a reluctance for conflict. It was unwise to rush to conclusions. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was astute and calculating. He preferred to hear the perspectives of others first. The clan elders exhibited no signs of emotion, maintaining a composed demeanor, observing one another in silence. Seeing no one willing to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. The head of the Cloud Village had stealthily abducted the heiress of the Hyuga clan under the cover of night, only to meet his demise. This incident would undoubtedly be portrayed as a diplomatic mishap by the Cloud Village, which would never admit to actions that tarnished their reputation. They would likely shift all blame onto Konoha. Internally, this was a serious matter. On a grand scale, it concerned the dignity of Konoha. As the true victims, Konoha could not possibly offer apologies to the Cloud Village. On a smaller scale, it could disrupt the unity among clans, if they did not retaliate. Today it would be the Hyuga clan, tomorrow the Uchiha or the Inuzuka. The legacy of the first Hokage, Tobirama, echoed in his final words. The will of Konoha embodies the spirit of fire. Konoha does not seek trouble, yet it harbors no fear of conflict. Shimura Danzo surveyed the room. Rising to his feet with forceful hands planted upon the table, he proclaimed loudly, "Only those who dare to form seals can attain peace. Truth resides solely within the realm of advanced ninjutsu. Light requires the guardianship of darkness." Tsunade glanced at Danzo, responding, "Danzo, your roots have never graced the battlefield. Refrain from swaying Hizashi's thoughts here. The Cloud Village's envoy came to Konoha to negotiate peace, yet their leader has perished. We must first send a ninja to explain last night's events to the fourth Raikage and gauge his response." Mito Gates Flame nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tsunade's astute observation. Although this ninja leader made grand demands at yesterday's banquet, it appeared merely a ploy for exorbitant gains, rather than a prelude to his demise. There may be more to this matter. If the Cloud Village consents, we could summon Kaiba to investigate. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's lips twitched. Are we to have Yamanaka Kaiba delve into the memories of this deceased Cloud Ninja? The reason various ninja villages relentlessly pursue rogue ninjas is precisely due to the secrets that linger within their memories. The knowledge contained within the mind of a fallen elite ninja could lead to catastrophic breaches of confidentiality, especially for one of such stature as the Cloud Village's leader. This matter must be handled with utmost care, Sarutobi Hizashi asserted. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin, 7200100000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 7200072000. Kill points, 255 items. 1 life-saving token ninjutsu. Sage mode, Flying Thunder God, Corpse Sealing Technique. Diamond Lock, Rain of Thousand Shuriken, Rasengan, Vast Azure Armor, Palm Sage Arts. Hell Piercing, Summoning Technique. Spirit Insect, Lotus Blossom, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance Vortex. Level 3, Righteous Flow Formation, Stealth Throwing Technique. Level 2, Naraka Vision, Basic Body Flicker Technique. Level 3. According to intelligence, the Cloud Ninja leader had seemingly made a special visit to the Uchiha clan beforehand. Yakushi Kabuto provided Lin Yuan with crucial information. One must concede that Kabuto's talent for espionage is remarkable, and his ninja prowess surpasses even that. Orochimaru, heir to the decayed snake ninja lineage, possesses a scroll of contract for the Taki Cave that can be activated with mere hand seals. Ultimately, it was Kabuto who mastered the sage mode of the Taki Cave. While this development may complicate Orochimaru's narrative, it also highlights Kabuto's extraordinary aptitude on the path of a ninja. In the later stages, he even survived after merging 8 bloodlines, only to be subdued by the Izanami of the impure world Itachi. He had visited the Uchiha clan, which presents a point of suspicion. The leader of the Cloud Village ninjas did not seek to usurp the Uchiha Sharingan, but instead aimed to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Was it perhaps that he deemed the Hyuga clan's status and strength to be far inferior to that of the Uchiha, believing that even if their Byakugan was taken, they would be unable to resist? Lin Yuan speculated quietly. Undoubtedly, today the upper echelons of Konoha were deliberating strategies in response to the death of the Cloud Village leader. Whether the unfortunate Hinata Hizashi would meet the same fate as in the original manga storyline remained uncertain. Lin Yuan dispatched a shadow clone to manage the shop, while he himself utilized a transformation technique to visit the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun. He harbored some reservations about visiting these former acquaintances, as he had now become a rogue ninja of Konoha, stepping onto the opposite path of the Will of Fire, and had formed a team with the nefarious rogue ninja Orochimaru and the antagonist Kabuto from the Fourth Great Ninja War. There was certainly a possibility of being reported upon recognition. The diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, donned sunglasses and wore a taijutsu uniform as he stood in the open space before his house, guiding the now grown-up Might Guy in his taijutsu training. Teacher Chun gazed with satisfaction at Might Guy, whose muscular physique had developed significantly and who never cut corners in his training. In the bygone days, the only individual who made him feel such talent in the path of taijutsu, aside from one particular person, was the one before him, Might Guy. Alas, until now, he had not managed to secure the 8 gates for that young friend. The ninja world is vast, and that young friend, as a taijutsu ninja, must be struggling out there. Teacher Chin felt a twinge of melancholy as he thought of Lin Yuan. What a remarkable taijutsu ninja he was. How could he suddenly be declared a defector by the village? Even the Umbu had come to investigate his relationship with Lin Yuan, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, Mike Guy froze, astonished to see another teacher Chun, also wearing sunglasses, enter the yard. This bizarre scene left him bewildered. Teacher Chun, long time no see. Lin Yuan greeted as he removed his sunglasses. In the room, Lin Yuan and the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, sat down. He did not dispel the transformation technique. So two individuals who looked strikingly alike faced each other. He felt no embarrassment, leaving only Teacher Chun to feel awkward. However, the awkwardness did not last long. As Teacher Chin's expression shifted to one of shock, his eyes widening beneath the sunglasses as he gazed at Lin Yuan in disbelief. How much time had passed? Lin Yuan had actually become AJ Nin, enveloped in chakra. If I am not mistaken, you have completely mastered chakra, and your physical condition has surpassed that of AJ Nin. It seems you have undergone rigorous training over the past year to achieve such remarkable progress. Undeniably, you are among the fastest I have seen to break through to J Nin in Taijutsu. Truly astonishing for a ninja. Perhaps you have the potential to reach the pinnacle of the Taijutsu path. Teacher Chun, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's tacit acknowledgement, could not help but express his admiration. At barely 20 years of age, Lin Yuan had already transcended to the realm of the CH Nin, signifying remarkable potential. It is well understood that the earlier one ascends to the status of AJ Nin, the greater the likelihood of achieving the esteemed rank of Hokage in the future. Attaining the threshold of this pinnacle before the age of 30 is crucial for any possibility of further breakthroughs at that level. Otherwise, such advancements become exceedingly arduous. Even those who augment themselves to reach the level of Hokage, like Scorpion or Kakazu, embark on a path that diverges into the realm of mutations. The ultimate destination of physical prowess culminates at the Hokage level, whether it be the standard or the pinnacle. Both are considered the zenith of that journey. As for the Six Paths level, it transcends the conventional ninja trajectory, demanding the mastery of ocular power or natural energy to its utmost limits. Alternatively, one might require the essence of a divine tree fruit or the implantation of the 10 tails within oneself, contingent upon the individual's capacity to endure such transformations. However, apart from natural energy, the other three avenues derive their strength from the divine tree, rather than from native powers. As Lin Yuan reminisced about the manga's narrative, he approached the future paths of Hokage and even the Six Paths with considerable caution. His regard for Hashirama's mastery of natural energy grew ever stronger, as Hashirama's rapid ascension in power left even Madara in awe. Yet, the drawbacks of the natural energy path become evident at the Six Paths level, where the might of the extraterrestrial divine tree could rival that of the pinnacle of the Six Paths. Achieving the peak of the Six Paths through natural energy is no simple feat, whereas the former merely requires the fusion with the 10 tails. Lin Yuan engaged in discourse with the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, regarding the transition from Nin to Hokage. After all, the future holds promises of poetry and distant horizons, and presently, it must also embody such aspirations. A successful ascension to Hokage would directly place one among the elite 50 of the ninja world. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even with the inclusion of Edo Tensei, it was nearly impossible to find 50 Hokage-level warriors in the ninja realm, unless Kaguya had not deployed her full contingent of corpses. Consequently, the top 50 should be a feasible estimation. The Akatsuki organization comprises merely 10 members at the Hokage level, many of whom only possess combat prowess equivalent to that rank. Were there 10 Minato Namikazes, it is indeed perplexing how the Akatsuki would prevail. Lin Yuan privately scoffed at the notion that those with only Hokage-level combat capabilities would indeed fall short of true Hokage status. The former could attain a perfect score of 100, yet their abilities would be limited to that mark. The latter, however, could achieve the same score only because the assessment itself was capped at 100. It is imperative to attain genuine Hokage status. Lin Yuan continued his dialogue with the elder, pondering the hurdles involved in the transition from Nin to Hokage. Teacher Chin's expression grew contemplative, as he realized that many of Lin Yuan's insights had not crossed his own mind. For instance, the activation of chakra, signified by the ability to manifest one's chakra in a personalized form. Were it not for Lin Yuan's exceptional insights, a typical Nin might dismiss such notions as fanciful. The transformation of chakra's nature is already a formidable challenge. For it to be activated is an entirely extraordinary concept. Nevertheless, Teacher Chun was well versed in such matters, recalling the fateful night of the Nine Tails assault on the village. The dissipating chakra of the Nine Tails exudes an aura of intensely distorted malevolence, reminiscent of the furious roars of the small fox itself. This may signify its awakening. Lin Yuan admired Teacher Chen's ability to associate such power with the Nine Tails, perhaps indicating a pathway to the realm of shadows through the activation of chakra. Initially, this activation could be attributed to the inspiration drawn from the chakra of the nine great-tailed beasts. For instance, the progenitor of chakra is the divine tree, and the 10 tails represents the beastly incarnation of this tree. Upon its division, it gave rise to the nine-tailed beasts. Furthermore, chakra scattered across the world following Kaguya Tsutsuki's consumption of the divine tree's fruit, leading to the birth of her two children and the formation of the original ninja world. Kaguya, in her quest to reclaim her chakra, transformed into the 10 tails and battled her two offspring, resulting in her sealing on the moon. The two children, under the impression that the 10 tails had emerged as a consequence of Kaguya's actions, sought vengeance and ultimately sealed the beast away. In the end, they were left in ignorance regarding Kaguya's fate, a mystery known only to the entity Black Zetsu. But let us set that aside for now. In summary, after an enlightening exchange with the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun, Lin Yuan experienced a significant increase in his level of expertise. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Elite Jonin, 7,510,000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku chakra, 7,207,500 kill points. 255 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode. Flying Thunder God technique. Corpse Demon sealing technique. Adamantine sealing. Rainfall 1000 shuriken. Rasengan. Vast azure armor. Palm Sage technique. Hell Spike. Summoning technique. Spirit Bug. Lotus Blossom. Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchantment. Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone technique. Mighty Shadow Dance. Great Whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous Flow Shape. Stealth Throwing technique. Level 2. Naraka Vision technique. Basic Body technique. Level 3. If only I had met young Lin sooner, perhaps I too could have glimpsed the grandeur at the end of the path of physical arts. Teacher Chin lamented sincerely. In contrast, his own gains were considerably greater. The intricacies of chakra activation and the interrelation between vital energy and natural energy were not knowledge accessible to mere elite jonin, even within the ninja clans. Such information would be deemed highly confidential, strictly guarded from outsiders. In Teacher Chen's eyes, Lin Yuan's understanding of these matters likely stemmed from substantial adventures following his departure from Konoha, evoking a quiet envy within him. Teacher Chun retrieved a scroll from within and presented it to Lin Yuan. This is a scroll I have painstakingly crafted over the past year. I had intended to personally guide you in mastering the Konoha Dragon God technique once you reach the rank of Jonin. However, it seems I would be merely showing off my skills before a master. Take it, study it, and if it resonates with you, learn it. Otherwise, consider it a mere reference. In the future, I hope you can find a successor for me. Teacher Chin, there is no need for such humility. The Konoha Dragon God is a renowned technique in the realm of physical arts. I am confident I shall master it in due time. Lin Yuan replied as he accepted the scroll and stowed it away. He inquired, filled with perplexity, why there was a need to seek out a successor. Did Kai not wish to learn? Teacher Chin shook his head, stating that while Kai possessed unwavering determination, time was of the essence. Mastery over chakra was somewhat contingent upon innate talent. It appeared that Kai, alas, would not be able to transcend to the level of a Jonin in the near future. Nor could he master my technique, the Konoha Dragon God, swiftly. Moreover, one ought not to place all eggs in a single basket. Hence, it was prudent to seek out multiple options. This approach could be likened to casting a wide net, which would inevitably yield rewards. It became evident that Might Guy's inability to initially grasp chakra had instilled a sense of trepidation in Teacher Chun. After all, in the manga, when Teacher Chin first encountered Rock Lee, he was in a living state, but during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he met Lee again in a reanimated form. This suggested that Chun likely perished not long after their first encounter. Otherwise, the possibility of accepting Lee as a disciple would have been greatly enhanced. Lin Yuan empathized with this sentiment and acquiesced to Teacher Chin's request. Chapter 130. The Raikage response amidst Might Guy's questioning gaze. Lin Yuan swiftly departed, maintaining the guise of the diminutive elder, Teacher Chun. Although it became apparent that Teacher Chun had yet to acquire the Eight Gates technique, the journey was not without its rewards. The Konoha Dragon God was undeniably a formidable ninjutsu, particularly suited for both Kimimaro and Naruto's training. It was his expectation that by the time the narrative truly unfolded, both individuals would adeptly master chakra. With further diligence, they might even attain shadow-level combat prowess without over-relying on their bloodline abilities. He hoped that all would survive until the year 68 of Konoha, by which time the conflicts involving the Kagaya clan would have ceased. Upon discreetly dispelling his transformation technique, Lin Yuan returned to the milk shop, while simultaneously dissolving the shadow clone he had stationed there. Following the dissolution of the shadow clone, a certain amount of memories surfaced in his mind, primarily concerning customers who had visited to purchase milk. After effortlessly perusing this segment of recollections, Lin Yuan retrieved a lounge chair from the shop. Currently, it was known that Konoha had proposed peace talks, to which the Cloud Village had consented, dispatching a diplomatic envoy led by a Cloud Ninja commander. Upon reaching Konoha, this commander personally visited the Uchiha clan and, under cover of night, abducted Hinata from the Hyuga clan's territory, only to meet his demise at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. If there was indeed a puppet master behind these events, who could that be? This clandestine figure must have been capable of manipulating the intentions of the Cloud Ninja commander. Lin Yuan contemplated this matter, convinced that the Uchiha clan harbored significant suspicion. It was the Uchiha clan that stood to gain the most from the failure of these peace negotiations. Currently, Shursui was Konoha's undisputed strongest ninja, exhibiting remarkable prowess during confrontations with the Cloud Village. He held the upper hand against both the Raikage and the two Jinchuriki he faced. As long as Shursui remained with the Uchiha clan, they would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefits from this conflict. In this harsh world of ninjas, where only the strongest survive, shadow-level warriors often occupied the apex of the food chain, embodying the very essence of its truth. Not to mention, Uchiha Shursui had ample room for further growth. Lin Yuan too had begun to discern some subtle clues. Although Uchiha Shursui exerted himself tirelessly to inherit the will of fire and alleviate the burdens of war upon the village, this did not prevent the Uchiha clan from seizing the opportunity to expand their influence. Their fortunes rose in tandem with his, as the tide lifts all boats. Even in an ordinary world, those with merit can overshadow their superiors. As long as one possesses troops and prestige, a general may don the imperial robes and establish a new authority. Even if the general harbors no such ambitions, he must remain vigilant against the emperor's potential preemptive strike. This is particularly true in a realm where individual strength is paramount, exemplified by the overt power of Konoha's strongest, Uchiha Shursui, and the Uchiha clan as the foremost ninja clan. Coupled with the military might of Konoha's ninja army and the mounting prestige gained through ongoing conflicts, it is conceivable that the Uchiha clan could eventually compel the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to abdicate. It is no wonder that the upper echelons of Konoha, led by Hiruzen, would be the first to seek peace with the hidden cloud. Lin Yuan, too, began to comprehend the gravity of the pressure exerted by Uchiha Shursui, which far surpassed that of Namikaze Minato. Should Uchiha Shursui ascend to power, the entire Uchiha clan would rise to prominence, their sheer numbers sufficient to occupy the majority of critical positions within Konoha. At that juncture, both the Sarutobi clan behind Hiruzen and the other factions within Konoha would likely find themselves compelled to retreat into obscurity. This would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance of power. So, how did the Uchiha clan manage to orchestrate the demise of the leader of the Hidden Cloud at the Hyuga clan's territory? If they could achieve such a feat, why not simply send the leader of the Hidden Cloud to launch a surprise attack on Hiruzen? That would indeed be a more definitive solution. Lin Yuan found himself pondering this perplexity and, consequently, sought out Kabuto, tasking him with quietly gathering intelligence within the village. Kabuto was quite pleased with the initial assignment bestowed upon him by Lin Yuan. After all, he had been advised by Lord Orochimaru to treat his operatives with the same respect accorded to Orochimaru himself. He appeared youthful and vibrant. If he could earn Lin Yuan's favor, perhaps he could retire early and return to the orphanage to assist the director. Kabuto mused internally, for, regardless of the circumstances, the amiable and handsome Lin Yuan was decidedly more welcoming than the pallid Lord Orochimaru. Meanwhile, far away, Orochimaru sneezed, sensing an ominous premonition of potential betrayal brewing beneath the surface. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18 rank. Elite Ninja 7500100000. Affiliation Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Chakra 750007. 5000. Killing points 255 items. Life-preserving metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode. Flying Thunder God. Corpse Bone Rebirth. Diamond Lock. Rain of Shuriken. Spiraling Sphere. Vast Azure Armor. Sage Art. Hell Stab. Summoning Technique. Spirit Bug. Lotus Blossom. Sun and Moon Galaxy. Enchanted Tree Binding Kill. Shadow Clone. Mighty Shadow Dance Cyclone. Level 3. Righteous Flow. Invisibility Throwing Technique. Level 2. Nariku's Vision. Basic Body Technique. Level 3. In the following period, the higher-ups of Konoha and the Hidden Cloud attempted to communicate. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate through the streets of Konoha, suggesting that a truce was on the horizon. However, the assassination of the envoy from the Hidden Cloud by Hinata Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, has likely doomed these peace negotiations. The Third Shinobi World War has concluded, yet Konoha has been compelled to engage in a 3-year-long local conflict with the Hidden Cloud. Just as we seemed poised to embrace peace, the actions of that clan leader shattered our hopes. Over these 3 years, countless ninjas from our village have perished. Had it not been for Uchiha Shursui, the pressure on our village would have been even more overwhelming. Yet, the clan leader of the Hyuga acted out of self-interest, disregarding diplomatic emissaries amidst the conflict. The Hyuga clan holds equal status in the village with the Uchiha clan, yet their contributions on the battlefield for Konoha have been negligible. Instead, they wield their influence within the village like parasites. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan ought to prove their worth on the battlefield through their accomplishments in battle. Otherwise, they should face the judgment of the Hokage. My neighbor's uncle's niece's aunt's grandson, as a chunin, has valiantly fought for Konoha, shedding blood on the battlefield. Just as we were on the verge of peace negotiations and reparations with the Hidden Cloud, the Hyuga clan leader's betrayal struck from behind. The Hyuga clan surely stands as a traitor embedded within Konoha by the Hidden Cloud. The Hyuga clan is undoubtedly the disgrace of the ninja clans. We must rise against them, casting out the malevolent Hyuga from our village. The despicable clan leader must publicly apologize to the citizens of Konoha and beseech the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, to take action against the Hyuga clan. We must vanquish this loathsome clan of Byakugan. With a resounding crash, the table splintered under a mighty blow. Hinata Hayashi's expression darkened with indignation, taken aback by the sudden emergence of slander and deliberate defamation targeting the Hyuga clan throughout Konoha. Who could be orchestrating such covert maneuvers against us? Is it Uchiha Fugaku or Shimura Danzo? The Hokage's office loomed ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen received a response from the fourth Raikage. A life for a life, or perhaps a decisive battle between Konoha and Kumogakure. Chapter 131. The Surprise of Yakushi Kabuto. The news of the fourth Raikage reply is already well known. It is indisputable that the leader of the shinobi from Kumogakure met his demise in Konoha. However, the Raikage's demand for a life in exchange is undoubtedly inappropriate. As for a life-and-death battle between the two great shinobi villages, it would only benefit other villages. Wearing the Hokage's hat and puffing on a pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze upon the assembly. According to the intelligence gathered by my root, the leader of Kumogakure has always held himself in high regard, and his relationship with the Raikage has historically been poor. His presence in Kumogakure serves only as a constraint for the Raikage. The death of the Kumogakure leader in Konoha is likely the handiwork of this Raikage. His demand for a life in exchange is a cunning calculation. Shimura Danzo sneered, then coughed a few times, directing his gaze towards several individuals. This leader of Kumogakure once followed the third Raikage, advocating that the best defense is a good offense, demonstrating a more aggressive stance than the fourth Raikage. His death is advantageous for us, yet he has numerous fervent supporters in Kumogakure. If not handled properly, the fourth Raikage may feel compelled to launch an attack on us out of caution. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him from beneath his hat. While he mentioned the mutual constraints between the Kumogakure leader and the fourth Raikage, he did not acknowledge that this leader was a fervent warhawk. Tsunade Shizu nodded in agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's assessment. If the fourth Raikage is inclined towards a ceasefire with Konoha, the Kumogakure leader's death could be seen as a minor issue. Should the two great shinobi villages reach a truce, it would allow for recuperation, and the situation with Iwagakure would also be alleviated. However, the condition of a life for a life is untenable. Perhaps we could negotiate with the Raikage for some form of compensation. After all, the Kumobikure leader holds a position that supersedes our advisory roles, and proposing monetary compensation might be perceived as an affront. In that case, even if the fourth Raikage wishes to extend goodwill, he would find it challenging to manage the outrage of the Kumobikure shinobi. Mito Kageyama spoke slowly. Although he and Tsunade Shizune are retired high-ranking advisors of Konoha, they could only offer reasonable advice to Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha's perspective, lacking the authority to make decisions. The attendance at this meeting was sparse, comprising only senior clan elders and the current clan heads of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, Fugaku and Hizashi, respectively. Following the events of the previous meeting, rumors had spread throughout the streets, causing a headache for Konoha's upper echelons. Consequently, the number of participants for this meeting was significantly reduced, and strict instructions were issued to keep the discussions confidential to avoid further complications. After the four high-ranking officials of Konoha had spoken, the meeting continued. All eyes present turned towards the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Since assuming leadership, this venerable figure has consistently exhibited a demeanor that is both amiable and approachable, reminiscent of the late Uchiha Kagami. Regrettably, Uchiha Kagami vanished shortly after the demise of the second Hokage, Tobirama, leaving behind his child, Uchiha Shursui, who is now renowned as the god of Shunshin. If the Cloud Village seeks war, then let it be so. The Uchiha clan, alongside its illustrious scion Uchiha Shursui, stands ready to fight for Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, being a seasoned leader, merely expressed the clan's willingness to battle for Konoha, without commenting on whether to acquiesce to the fourth Raikage's demand for a life regarding Hinata Hizashi. Nevertheless, upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, the assembly could not help but cast envious glances, lamenting the absence of a Shursui among their ranks over the years. Once Uchiha Fugaku concluded his statement, the focus shifted to Hinata Hayashi, the head of the Hinata clan, who was also embroiled in the current predicament. The attendees, primarily elder members of various shinobi clans, harbored unspoken disdain towards the Cloud Village leader, who, under the guise of diplomacy, had audaciously infiltrated the Hinata clan's territory to abduct a child. Children represent the hopes of the shinobi clans, as well as the inheritors and bearers of their bloodline limits. The act of kidnapping a child, whether aimed at extinguishing the hopes of the shinobi or stealing their legacy, was utterly intolerable and had transgressed a forbidden line. Hokage-sama, I, Hinata Hizashi, take full responsibility for my actions. I am willing to exchange my life to secure peace between Konoha and the Cloud Village. I implore you to grant me leave to return to my clan for my final preparations. To the astonishment of all, upon rising, Hinata Hizashi offered no resistance, simply stating his willingness to sacrifice himself for the sake of peace between the two villages. Surely, the head of the Hinata clan cannot stoop so low, they murmured, recalling the audacity of the Cloud Village shinobi who had invaded their territory under cover of night, alarming numerous J-nin who witnessed the incident firsthand. The seasoned elders of the shinobi clans regarded Hinata Hizashi with incredulity. My decision is resolute. There is no need for further persuasion, Hinata Hizashi declared. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, Jonin 7600100000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 760007. 6000. Kill points, 255 items. Death Immunity Medal X1 Ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God. Corpse Bone Rebirth, Adamantine Ceiling. Rainfall 1000 Shuriken, Spiraling Sphere, Vast Celestial Armor, Palm Sage Art, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Insect, Lotus Bloom, Sun and Moon Star River. Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Righteous Flow Shape, Invisibility Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraku Vision Technique, Basic Body Flicker Technique, Level 3. In the afternoon, during the closing hours, within the milk shop, Lin Yuan savored his drink while listening to Yakushi Kabuto recount the intelligence gathered post-school. Recently, the news of the Cloud Village leader's demise had stirred considerable commotion in Konoha, echoing through the streets. Even the local children were aware of the impulsive actions of Hinata Hizashi, the current clan leader, who had reportedly slain the Cloud leader, obstructing the path to peace between Konoha and the Cloud Village, an egregious act. Lord Lin Yuan, Kabuto informed. I have discerned that the stance from the wreckage of the cloud is unequivocal, a life for a life. Following this, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, discreetly sought out Hisashi, presumably to compel a concession. Earlier that day, a meeting was convened at the Hokage building, yet no information had been leaked. Kabuto swiftly transmitted the intelligence he had compiled to Lin Yuan, whose prowess in intelligence gathering was commendable. He had even uncovered the private meeting of Hiruzen with Hisashi. Despite Orochimaru entrusting Konoha's intelligence network to Kabuto, it was undeniable that the latter's personal capabilities were exceptional. No wonder he had emerged as a pivotal figure during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Indeed, this intelligence is quite valuable. Kabuto, should you acquire further insights, do not hesitate to inform me. You may also reach out whenever you require assistance, Lin Yuan remarked with satisfaction, contemplating the implications of the intelligence. It suggested that the narrative depicted in the comics, wherein Hisashi perished in place of Hisashi, was likely orchestrated by Hiruzen. Should Hiruzen wish for Hisashi's demise, the Hinata clan would undoubtedly resist. However, if it were Hisashi, his doppelganger, who fell, the clan would most likely acquiesce. After all, the existence of caged birds denotes a willingness to sacrifice for the main family, making such a substitution almost a tradition. Thank you, Lord Lin Yuan, Kabuto responded, elated. Had he finally earned the preliminary recognition of this esteemed figure? No, it was insufficient. He must unearth more significant revelations to truly satisfy Lin Yuan. Chapter 132. The funeral of Hisashi. Thus, it is highly probable that the death of the Cloud Leader was instigated by the Uchiha clan, with Sarutobi Hiruzen compelling the Hinata clan to bear the responsibility. Ultimately, the result was an agreement between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to use Hyuga Hisashi as a scapegoat. Lin Yuan thought to himself that the most innocent party in this affair was undoubtedly Hyuga Hisashi, who had been entirely uninvolved, yet would bear the blame in the end. This exemplified the cruel reality of the shinobi world, where the strong prey upon the weak. Swiftly disseminate the information regarding the Hyuga clan's intention to substitute Hyuga Hisashi for Hyuga Hayashi in order to appease the hidden Cloud Village, Lin Yuan instructed Yakushi Kabuto. Changing the course of events was undoubtedly the simplest approach. Although the Uchiha clan was under suspicion and Sarutobi Hiruzen was rather troublesome, extracting their secrets would not be easy. Therefore, the focus must be on the Hyuga clan to see if they would muster the courage to resist, at least to the extent of refusing to surrender their own. Lin Yuan had calculated this step, which left Yakushi Kabuto astonished. This esteemed Lin Yuan could deduce the Hyuga clan's plan to use Hisashi as a substitute for Hayashi in a life-for-life exchange from such scant information. He was likely a formidable shinobi whose intellect rivaled that of Orochimaru. I shall make arrangements immediately, Yakushi Kabuto responded, his gaze betraying a hint of admiration. After hastily finishing his milk, he departed in a hurry. It was evident to Lin Yuan that Kabuto was merely a student at the Ninja Academy, while those at the academy remained oblivious to his true identity as the head of Orochimaru's intelligence network. In a few years, Kabuto might emulate his manga counterpart, continuously withdrawing from the Chunin exams, ultimately participating in the final exam alongside Naruto, and even facing the three-sound ninja who would shatter his fake glasses. However, by that time, Yakushi Kabuto would have attained elite Jonin status, comparable to Kakashi's prowess. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 18. Rank: Jonin 7600100000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, chakra. 7600076000. Killing points: 255 items. Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, flying thunder god technique. Corpse bone rebirth, diamond lock. Rainfall 1000 shuriken, Rasengan, vast azure armor, palm sage art, hell piercing, summoning technique, spirit insect, surface lotus, sun and moon galaxy. Enchantment: tree binding kill, shadow clone, mighty shadow dance whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow form. Invisibility throwing technique, level 2, Nara's vision technique. Basic body replacement technique, level 3. In the evening, at the Hyuga clan's residence, the funeral for Hyuga Hisashi was underway. The clan members wept silently, while the young Hyuga Niji mourned deeply, his face stricken with sorrow. The young Hyuga Hinata observed this scene with a heavy heart, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. She was acutely aware that all of this was instigated by her own actions. Ultimately, she was unable to alter the course of events. Lin Yuan activated his invisibility technique, perched on a distant eave, observing the scene unfold. This was not unexpected, as the Hyuga clan was indeed a formidable shinobi family. They had evidently resolved to firmly place the blame on Hyuga Hisashi for the unfortunate incident involving the assassination of the Raikage. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his negotiations with the Raikage with great satisfaction, achieving a successful resolution. Such a profound shift in narrative could not simply be altered by a few careless remarks. In simpler terms, the influence to change the plot was insufficient. The young Hinata, overwhelmed with sorrow, fled from the funeral. She found herself at a loss, grappling with her emotions. It was heart-wrenching to lose her beloved uncle Hisashi, who had always treated her with kindness. Her cousin Niji was also in tears, and she felt his pain deeply, her heart heavy with grief. Not long after Hinata dashed away from the clan's grounds, Hyuga Hisashi activated his Byakugan in search of her, letting out a resigned sigh, before following closely behind. In the manga, Hinata was supposed to encounter Naruto after her escape. Whether this was mere coincidence or fate remained uncertain. If it were not a coincidence, it would imply that the young Naruto was wandering the village each night or had just returned from the mountains. Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership was indeed flawed and self-serving. It would have been wiser to appoint Tsunade as Hokage earlier, allowing Orochimaru and Jiraiya to reclaim their positions. This way, Hiruzen could have taken command on the front lines, and Konoha would have swiftly regained its peak fighting strength. Lin Yuan silently followed, his gaze scanning the distance. He was not only protecting Hinata, but also keen to ascertain whether Naruto was indeed still out and about at such a late hour. After all, since becoming the proprietor of the milk shop, Naruto's status had considerably improved compared to the manga. It was entirely plausible that he had subtly altered the course of events. One could only ponder the awkwardness that would ensue if Hinata encountered no one during her nighttime escape. Suddenly, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and turned around, deftly intercepting a rapid and unexpected punch. He staggered back a few steps, momentarily taken aback, as he recognized the familiar figure before him. Was it not Hyuga Hisashi? It was surprising that he had followed Hinata outside. However, given Hisashi's protective instincts for the young Hinata, it would have been far more astonishing had he not. "Who are you?" Hisashi inquired cautiously, scrutinizing the ninja before him. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he detected a significant amount of chakra emanating from this individual, at least at the level of AJ Nin. Noting that the stranger did not immediately attack the young Hinata, along with the fact that they were in Konoha, Hisashi refrained from taking drastic measures. "Hyuga clan head," Lin Yuan replied, surprised to have been spotted. "Allow me to demonstrate my identity with a technique." He gazed steadily at Hisashi. Suddenly, a shuriken was grasped and casually thrown 5 meters away. Following this, the Flying Thunder God technique was employed to instantaneously traverse the distance. After retrieving the shuriken and placing it in the ninja tool pouch, one could not help but glance at the astonished Hinata Hisashi. The Flying Thunder God technique is a skill possessed solely by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Its dissemination outside their lineage is inconceivable. "What is your true identity?" Hinata Hisashi's expression bore a hint of disbelief. Below, a 3-year-old boy with golden hair appeared beside the young Hinata, engaging her in conversation. Shortly thereafter, Naruto escorted Hinata to the grand residence of the Hyuga clan. With a puzzled expression, he remarked, "You have such a large home. Why are you crying?" "I have no one at home, yet I, Naruto, never weep." He was surely the child of Minato, for this golden hair seemed strikingly familiar, and his visage bore a strong resemblance. Moreover, Umbu ninjas were stealthily providing protection. Hinata Hisashi observed as Naruto returned his daughter, and he had already subdued his movements. Directing his gaze towards Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan said nothing, watching Naruto depart, and he too waved farewell to Hinata Hisashi. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke. "Uchiha clan leader Fugaku has likely activated the Manjiki Sharingan to control that cloud ninja. I hope the Hyuga clan proceeds with caution." A flicker of shadow crossed Hinata Hisashi's eyes. Chapter 133, The Prestige of the Uchiha Clan. Hinata Hisashi almost had his gaze fixed upon him. Fortunately, Lin Yuan successfully concealed his identity through the Flying Thunder God technique. Observing Naruto return home, Lin Yuan deemed this unexpected encounter concluded, promptly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the secret base. Though he did not explicitly acknowledge it, with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, Hinata Hayashi effortlessly deduced a possible connection between him and the two Hokage, Tobirama and Minato, and he held this belief with some conviction. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique, in a sense, signifies the recognition of either the second Hokage, Tobirama, or the fourth Hokage, Minato. Without the endorsement or instruction from one of them, even the mightiest of ninjas would find it nearly impossible to master the astonishingly effective Flying Thunder God technique. This was the reason Hinata Hayashi was so readily convinced. Lord Lin Yuan. Junmaro rose from his seated position, his gaze filled with deep respect for Lin Yuan. Standing upright, his white hair aligned neatly by his ears, with red eyeshadow gracing his eyelids and 2 red dots adorning his brow, he donned a white training outfit. After extensive training, Junmaro had gained a newfound understanding of close combat, and through occasional sparring with Lin Yuan, he had experienced practical enhancement. He was profoundly aware of Lin Yuan's formidable taijutsu prowess. In purely physical confrontations, he consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Lord Lin Yuan, he said with great joy, currently adorned with a white cotton hat, his brown hair neatly framing his ears. On some cherubic faces, a newfound resolve emerged. Clad in white training attire, under Lin Yuan's guidance, her mastery over the bloodline limit had significantly improved. No longer did her emotions dictate the activation of her abilities. She could now opt for a more controlled release. Simultaneously, her physical prowess had also developed remarkably, sufficient to contend with the average chunin. Observing the vibrant energy radiating from the two, Lin Yuan continued his customary instruction in their physical training. As a fully adept elite jonin, he was more than capable of guiding them until they surpassed his level. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan devoted himself to further contemplation of the gray stick. His understanding of it deepened with each moment of reflection. The materials constituting the gray stick, aside from bone, appeared to possess a formidable power rivaling that of natural energy. He surmised that this power might indeed be the bloodline net. The query lingered. How could he harness the power of the bloodline net for his own purposes? Should he entrust it to Orochimaru for research? Lin Yuan pondered. Within the entire narrative, only Kaguya Otsutsuki was definitively known to wield the bloodline net, having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, which took a millennium to produce. Others, such as Hagoromo and Madara, could only manifest a fraction of its capabilities due to their inheritance of Kaguya's power. Ultimately, the essence of the bloodline net's power stemmed from the divine tree itself. If no fruitful results emerged from his own research, he would consider handing it over to Orochimaru as a last resort. Although the depth of the bloodline net's power was profound, he believed that with sufficient effort, Orochimaru might yield some insights. However, compared to the prospect of secretly profiting from his own discoveries, relinquishing the gray stick would undoubtedly result in some loss. As days turned into weeks, the biting chill of December arrived, bringing snowflakes that fell thickly. Lin Yuan, nestled by a warm hearth in the shop, extended an invitation to Yakushi Kabuto and Naruto to join him for a hearty bowl of beef noodles, creating a lively atmosphere. It must be said that after the cessation of hostilities between Konoha and Kumogakure, the streets are now filled with laughter and joy. Many ninjas who once fought on the battlefield have returned to their village, including the instantaneous deity, Uchiha Shursui, and the skilled technician, Kakashi. The truce between Konoha and Kumogakure has triggered a chain reaction, leading to Iwagakure's Inoki also agreeing to a ceasefire with Konoha. The initially boisterous demands from Kirigakure for Konoha to capture Orochimaru have notably quieted down. In the manga, the funeral of Hiruzen occurred in winter, whereas in reality, it took place a full 6 months earlier, indicating that altering the storyline poses little difficulty. However, it remains uncertain whether the revised narrative will prove superior or inferior to the original. Lin Yuan quietly contemplated this matter, recognizing that the timeline for peace talks between Konoha and Kumogakure in reality is undoubtedly much earlier than depicted in the manga, which consequently led to Hiruzen's premature demise. Lin Yuan firmly believes that his influence over the unfolding events is significant, yet the future remains challenging to predict. Nonetheless, the primary narrative thrust surrounding Kaguya's resurrection will likely remain unchanged. The remaining challenges involve facing the high probability of the resurrection of Uchiha Madara and the eventual summoning of powerful ninja from the realm of the dead through Edo Tensei. This could be resolved through the cooperation of the ninja world. If all else fails, they might consider eliminating a Jinchuriki from another village to delay the resurrection of tailed beasts. As long as the 10 tails cannot be formed, Kaguya must bide her time. In this generation of the Uchiha clan, 3 prodigies have emerged. First, there is the instantaneous deity, Shursui, who can confront the 4th Raikage, head-on on the battlefield of Konoha and Kumogakure. Then there is the fire god, Haku, whose formidable fire-style ninjutsu has left the Wagakure ninjas in despair. Now, another prodigy named Itachi has surfaced, graduating from the Ninja Academy at the age of 6. Within just a year of graduation, he has attained the status of an elite nin and successfully joined the Umbu. The Uchiha clan is truly deserving of its title as Konoha's foremost ninja clan, unlike the Hyuga clan, which is merely known for their consumption without contribution. I heard from my uncle's niece's aunt's grandson that the truce with Kumogakure was primarily due to the immense pressure exerted by the instantaneous deity, Shursui, on the 4th Raikage, leading him to conclude that as long as Shursui remained in Konoha, Kumogakure had no hope of defeating Konoha, prompting his agreement to peace negotiations. There was a moment of chaos instigated by the Hyuga clan, but fortunately, it concluded without incident. Villagers on the streets are abuzz with discussions, their words imbued with admiration for the Uchiha clan and disdain for the Hyuga clan, illustrating the elevated status of the Uchiha within the village. The once equally esteemed Hyuga clan now seems unworthy to be compared alongside them. This provokes a sense of reflection in Lin Yuan. Let us not speak in haste. The peace talks were the result of the brilliant decision-making of the 3rd Hokage. Despite the strength of the Uchiha clan, it is notable that none have risen to the position of Hokage. Were it not for the Senju clan's immense contributions and sacrifices during the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, the Uchiha would not have had the opportunity to rise to prominence in such a manner, akin to monkeys claiming kingship in the absence of tigers. Lin Yuan's gaze wandered curiously, yet he saw no one. Chapter 134. The Lottery of the 55th Year of Konoha. It turned out to be a member of the Sarutobi clan. No wonder he couldn't help but refute the villagers' praises of the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan's influence was growing ever more formidable. The Sarutobi clan found themselves in a difficult position, even with the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, backing them. Nevertheless, when it came to bloodline abilities, the Sarutobi were ultimately no match for the Uchiha. Moreover, the Uchiha currently boasted the openly recognized strongest fighter, Shursui, the god of Shunshin. As Lin Yuan observed this individual entering the Sarutobi clan's territory, a sense of understanding washed over him. The forthcoming situation in Konoha was undoubtedly clear. Either the Uchiha clan would ascend directly to power, seizing the highest authority in Konoha, or Hiruzen Sarutobi would intervene decisively, leading to the Uchiha's eventual annihilation, much like a scene from a manga. Under my influence, the Uchiha gained an additional ally, Shirakaze. However, in the manga, the Uchiha's downfall stemmed from Shursui's unwavering belief that the village would grant peace to the Uchiha, leading him to refrain from elevating the clan to power. Therefore, the addition of Shirakaze should not pose significant issues. Lin Yuan comprehended Shursui's perspective. He simply believed that the Uchiha lacked the capacity to bring peace to the village. Thus, Shursui chose to trust in the village's judgment, confident that it would bestow tranquility upon the Uchiha. He also retained a backup in the form of Itachi, believing that Itachi could compel the village to tread carefully. However, after Itachi's reckless actions, the Uchiha clan descended into a bloodbath, with numerous Sharingan extracted, leading to their extinction. Like other declining clans, they were left with only a few remnants. It seemed to be their fate. In the blink of an eye, the new year arrived, marking the 55th year of Konoha. Lin Yuan prepared to draw from the lottery. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Rank: Jonin, 91001000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyaku, Chakra, 9100091000. Kill points: 255 items. Death immunity token X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode, Flying Thunder God technique. Corpse bone sealing technique, Diamond lock, Rain and Dew 1000 shuriken, Rasengan, Vast azure armor, Palm sage arts, Hell spike, summoning technique, Spirit insect, Lotus bloom, Sun and Moon galaxy. Illusionary tree binding kill, Shadow clone technique, Mighty shadow dance great whirlwind, level 3, Righteous flow form, Stealth throw technique, level 2, Nariku's gaze, basic body technique, level 3. Lin Yuan glanced at the prize pool and was astonished to find that the coveted Sharingan had appeared once more among the rewards. In light of the impending doom facing the Uchiha, reminiscent of the manga, the reappearance of the Sharingan in the prize pool sparked a sense of fate. Should he fail to draw the Sharingan this time? This signifies that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was entirely self-inflicted. He was prepared to draw. Sharingan, probability of drawing 0. 1 harem technique. Probability of drawing 49 others. Probability of drawing 95 current lottery cost and kill points. 1. New Year reset. Congratulations. You have drawn the 4 purple flames formation. A precious barrier technique. In the comics, Orochimaru's Sound Ninja utilized this ninjutsu in unison to thwart other ninja clans from Konoha from rescuing Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, it was evident that their hopes were unfounded, as none of the other ninja clans from Konoha came to his aid. Thus, the practical efficacy of this ninjutsu remains uncertain. Lin Yuan shook his head inwardly, decisively halting his endeavor to wash his hands before returning to his chamber, preparing for the next draw. Sharingan, probability of drawing 0. 2 harem technique. Probability of drawing 98 others. Probability of drawing 90 current lottery cost and kill points. 2. New Year reset. Congratulations. You have drawn the magic flute and the enchanted sound lock. This appears to be a skill of the Sound Ninja 4. Yet Lin Yuan could not recall the practical effects of this ninjutsu. Nevertheless, the connection to the Sound Ninja 4 implies a certain level of capability. After all, their most notable achievement was their joint effort in taking on 2 elite jonin from Konoha, with only one of them left panting and exhausted. The Sound Ninja 4 subsequently exaggerated the prowess of these 2 elite jonin, elevating them to the status of jonin. 6-tier ninjutsu, excluding 3 that are quite useful. He had drawn 2 mediocre ones, conveniently accumulating 5 for synthesis. The synthesis of 5-tier ninjutsu requires the expenditure of 10 kill points, yet statistically, it did not seem a loss. Lin Yuan gazed at the ninjutsu list on his panel, promptly clicking into the synthesis interface, dragging in the 5-tier ninjutsu to commence synthesis. Petal Lotus, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill, Shadow Clone, for Purple Flames Formation, Magic Flute, Enchanted Sound Lock. Congratulations. You have synthesized the Paper Jutsu of the Gods. Paper Jutsu of the Gods consumes a certain amount of chakra to perfectly disguise paper as something else. This is a ninjutsu used by Konan of the Akatsuki in the comics. Konan's most renowned feat was undoubtedly detonating 600 billion explosive tags against Toby, resulting in a continuous explosion lasting over 5 minutes. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. Wait a moment. This technique seems to require the bloodline limit of Konan to utilize. I do not possess Konan's bloodline limit and entirely lack the ability to produce paper, so I fear I cannot wield this ninjutsu. Lin Yuan felt somewhat speechless, having anticipated learning about Konan's 600 billion explosive tags, only to discover he was missing a bloodline limit. Sharingan, probability of drawing 0. 4 harem technique. Probability of drawing 196 others. Probability of drawing 80 current lottery cost and kill points. 4. New Year reset. Congratulations. You have drawn the harem technique. Ahem. Lin Yuan noticed that spring might have arrived, instinctively coughing a few times before preparing to select the next ninjutsu. Currently, he possessed 2 mediocre tier ninjutsu. Drawing 3 more would allow for the synthesis of another advanced ninjutsu. However, the amalgamation of advanced ninjutsu requires an additional expenditure of 100 slaying points, which considerably elevates the cost. Sharingan, probability of acquisition 0. 8 reverse harem jutsu, probability of acquisition 3. 92 others, probability of acquisition 6. 0 current slaying point expenditure for the lottery. 8. New Year reset. Congratulations. You have acquired reverse harem jutsu. Harem jutsu consumes 10,000 chakra points. It transforms a multitude of beautiful women based on the foundation of shadow clone technique, yielding remarkable results. Reverse harem jutsu consumes 10,000 chakra points. It transforms a multitude of handsome men based on the foundation of shadow clone technique, also yielding remarkable results. These 2 unique ninjutsu created by Naruto are both rated as advanced in the prize pool. Is there some profound mystery behind this? Indeed. It also encompasses the chakra-intensive shadow clone technique. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. After all, the ordinary transformation technique merely consumes 10 chakra points, while Naruto's harem jutsu and reverse harem jutsu initiate with a staggering 10,000 chakra points. It first summons the shadow clones, then employs those clones, brimming with chakra, for transformation. High investment naturally begets high returns, akin to the stark contrast between a 100,000 pixel camera and a 1,000,000 pixel camera. The photographs produced are worlds apart. It's no wonder even Kaguya could be influenced. Sharingan, probability of acquisition 1. 6 water release, 5 feeding whales, probability of acquisition 78. For others, probability of acquisition 2. 0 current slaying point expenditure for the lottery, 16. New Year reset. This is the technique of the character Kisame Hoshigaki from the manga, renowned as a human-tailed beast. His immense chakra, combined with formidable water release ninjutsu, easily captured the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, who possesses lava release. Lin Yuan prepared to draw 2 more advanced ninjutsu for another synthesis. Thus, he did not hesitate long and decisively drew again. To his surprise, he struck the jackpot. Congratulations! You have acquired Sharingan. Chapter 135. Obito's scheme. Is this the Sharingan? Indeed, it is a vivid crimson. Lin Yuan gazed at his reflection, marveling at the activated crimson, one-tomo Sharingan in his eyes. It was genuine, far surpassing any false contact lenses. Although currently in the one-tomo state, it is indeed his acquired Kekkai Genkai from the prize pool, and its potential ceiling is undoubtedly promising. The remaining task is merely to fulfill the requisite evolution conditions, which would naturally allow it to evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. After familiarizing himself briefly, Lin Yuan deactivated the Sharingan and meticulously examined his panel. Noticing that among the advanced ninjutsu he possessed, there were 3 or 4 with relatively low yields suitable for synthesis. He contemplated drawing again from the prize pool. He decided to exchange 32 slaying points for an advanced ninjutsu to serve as material for synthesizing advanced ninjutsu. Although it felt somewhat unwise, it was still bearable, especially given that he had just drawn a Sharingan Kekkai Genkai. Paper ninjutsu, probability of drawing 32, water release. 5 feast whale, probability of drawing 968. Others, probability of drawing 0. Current consumption of slaughter points for the lottery, 32, reset for the new year. Congratulations. You have drawn water release, 5 feast whale. I had hoped to obtain Conan's paper jutsu. If that were the case, I could soar through the skies and dive into the depths of the seas, achieving the impossible. I could even craft a paper spaceship to carry passengers to the moon for a leisurely visit. Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of regret. Conan's paper jutsu undoubtedly harbors immense potential, excelling in attack, defense, support, and stealth, rivaling even the might of a Hokage. Its only shortcomings might lie in medical and time-space capabilities. However, when paired with the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Paper ninjutsu, probability of drawing 64, water release, 5 feast whale, probability of drawing 936, others, probability of drawing 0. Current consumption of slaughter points for the lottery, 64, reset for the new year. Sigh, I cannot endure another draw with these 64 slaughter points. It is time to commence synthesis. It is more cost-effective. Lin Yuan silently averted his gaze. Goddess paper technique, 1,000 hands of dew, spiraling sphere, harem technique, water release. 5 feast whale. Congratulations, you have synthesized Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei consumes a vast amount of chakra to repel all surrounding objects centered around oneself. Shinra Tensei, an immensely powerful ninjutsu of pain, is an accompanying ocular technique of the Rinnegan. It surpasses the Hyuga clan's secret technique, the 8 trigrams palms, in ferocity. There is no need to create a vortex to block attacks. It directly utilizes repulsion to disperse them, showcasing its formidable prowess. This synthesis has proven profitable. Lin Yuan's expression brightened. As his chakra increased, he realized that only the mightiest techniques could unleash unparalleled power in a single burst, much like an engine. Although he expended a substantial amount of slaughter points, the rewards were significant, especially with the harem technique, which additionally granted the effects of the advanced ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, perfectly overshadowing the original shadow clone. His next task remains to elevate his rank. Only upon attaining Kage level can he take a respite. After all, the progression from Kage to Sage of 6 Paths is the most arduous. Subsequently, there would be no need for further strife. In the realm of manga, those who achieve the pinnacle of Kage level power are exceedingly rare, numbering no more than 10. Lin Yuan mused. The harem technique. After completing the hand seals, 10 figures clad in white appeared beside him. With his mastery at its peak, he naturally modified the outward appearance of these 10 shadow clones. Observing them brought him satisfaction. Whether for reconnaissance or creating chaos, they proved highly effective. He then signaled one to launch an attack against him. After a skirmish, he gleaned a rough understanding of the combat prowess of the shadow clones. If dispatched to battle, each would possess the strength of an above-average Genin. After all, shadow clones share chakra and consciousness, but lack the enhancement of bloodline limits. The chakra limit has indeed doubled. It appears that the chakra enhancement brought about by the bloodline limit is a relationship of mutual accumulation. Lin Yuan cast a swift glance at his attribute panel before continuing his training with an unruffled demeanor. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Level: Elite Jonin, 9100100000. Faction: Konoha Bloodline. Shikatsu-miyako Bloodline Limit, Secondary Bloodline. Sharingan Bloodline Limit, Chakra: 9092-018-2000. Kill points: 82. Items: Life-saving token X1 ninjutsu, Sage Mode. Shinra Tensei, Flying Thunder God Technique, Corpse Sealing Technique, Diamond Lock, Vast Azure Armor, Mastering Sage Arts, Reverse Harem Jutsu, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Sun Moon Galaxy. Great Force Shadow Dance, Level 3, Righteous Flow Shape, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision, Basic Body Replacement Technique, Level 3. On that fateful day in the waters of the Land of Water, after Masked Man Obito abandoned the pursuit of Orochimaru and Lin Yuan, he and Kagaya Black sought to return to the Hidden Mist Village to search for further opportunities. However, they were confronted by an elder named Yuan Shi from the Hidden Mist. Following several encounters with Yuan Shi, Obito grew increasingly wary of the latter's sealing techniques. After the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan, a significant portion of sealing techniques had disseminated to the Hidden Mist Village. Obito had meticulously studied these techniques, and Yuan Shi possessed considerable mastery as well. Relying on the protection of the Hidden Mist ninjas, Yuan Shi aimed to seize the opportunity to use his sealing arts to perish together with Obito, to fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Obito could not afford to take such risks. He pondered why Madara had not eliminated this Yuan Shi in the past. Obito felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. While he believed that with desperate measures, he could potentially exhaust Yuan Shi, the time required was difficult to regulate. And he himself faced the risk of falling into a trap. It was not a worthwhile endeavor. Moreover, the Hidden Mist had already realized that the previous Mizukage, Yagura, was under someone else's control. Should they sense that things were amiss, they would likely seek assistance from the other ninja villages. The other villages, upon learning of someone daring enough to control a Mizukage, would undoubtedly react with great concern. This would render their situation even more dire. Without question, they had lost the opportunity to continue manipulating the Hidden Mist from the shadows, and this series of setbacks stemmed from their ill-fated attempt to confront Orochimaru last year. Obito felt a twinge of regret. Subsequently, he decided to abandon the Hidden Mist and contact the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain. As long as it was in Madara's name, cooperation with Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, could be facilitated. Kagaya Black did not respond to Obito's remarks. From his perspective, Obito had squandered the past few years. Were it not for the future resurrection of Uchiha Madara, which required Obito's efforts, Kagaya Black would have long since ceased to accompany this fortunate soul who awakened the Kemui Sharingan. Before proceeding to the Land of Rain to seek out Pain of the Akatsuki, Obito needed to enhance his capabilities further to ensure success. Listening to Kurizetsu's words, Obito did not linger excessively in the Hidden Mist and promptly resolved to journey to the Land of Rain to meet the so-called leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. However, Pain had indeed slain the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, which made Obito somewhat apprehensive. He wished to enhance his abilities first. Casting his gaze towards Konoha. Chapter 136. The Heart of Shisui in the Hokage Building. Hiruzen Sarutobi, donning the Hokage hat, summoned Shisui. Upon seeing the resolute visage of Shisui, a faint smile graced Hiruzen's face. The two stood in the corridor, conversing while gazing at the picturesque scenery of Hokage Rock, occasionally directing their eyes towards the bustling prosperity within the village. Hiruzen sighed softly, addressing Shisui. You have inherited the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage and your father, Uchiha Kagami. You transcend the narrow-mindedness of clan loyalty. viewing the entire village as your lifelong ideal to strive for. The village thrives because of you. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Shirsue's dream throughout his life has been to safeguard the peace of the village. He is willing to wield his weapon against foes, standing firm in the face of formidable enemies, and imprinting the will of fire deeply within his heart, constantly reminding himself of this duty. Shirsue did not conceal his intentions. While he could fight fiercely on the battlefield, he found the idea of returning to the village only to engage in schemes and intrigues exhausting. This was a scenario he, his father, and even the first Hokage would not wish to witness. In the past, the first Hokage had to confront Uchiha Madara once more for the safety of the village, ultimately leading to Madara's demise. This was not only to eliminate the threat to the village, but also because he believed the village represented the assurance of peace. In you, I seem to see the echoes of Minato. You both are steadfast guardians who would risk your lives to protect the village's peace. Hiruzen gazed at Shirsue, a hint of satisfaction illuminating his aged features. Minato, the fourth Hokage, sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails, his contributions rivaling those of all previous Hokages. As a member of the village, Shirsue has always aspired to emulate Minato's noble character in his endeavors. Upon hearing Hiruzen mention the late fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Shirsue's expression became one of admiration, his eyes flashing with determination. Alas, I am growing old. Opportunities always belong to the youth. I hope to see the younger generation willingly shoulder greater responsibilities and aspire to make our village flourish through their efforts. Shirsue, you are the most promising ninja I have encountered, truly embodying the will of fire. I recall that in his youth, Minato had many areas where he could not compare to you. Hiruzen observed Shirsue with a warm smile. Hokage-sama, Shirsue is merely an ordinary member of Konoha. There are countless ninjas in the village, like Shirsue, who are willing to strive for the village's betterment. Uchiha Shirsue, in the midst of his musings, unconsciously recalled the individual from yesteryears who had genuinely earned his esteem, yet abruptly turned rogue, Lin Yuan. He also thought of Orochimaru, who had suddenly betrayed the village and departed without a trace. A faint chuckle escaped his lips. Perhaps, someday in the future, the village may require a new Hokage. It is my fervent hope that the chosen one will be you, Shirsue, and that you shall not disappoint the aspirations of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze drifted towards the distant horizon, yet the implications of his words left Uchiha Shirsue utterly astonished. The notion that the village needed a new Hokage, and that it might be Shirsue himself, was tantamount to Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly hinting at Shirsue's potential ascension as the fifth Hokage. Hokage-sama, regardless of the circumstances, Shirsue is resolutely prepared to fight for Konoha until his very last breath. A tumult of emotions surged within Uchiha Shirsue's heart. The clan often lamented that Konoha treated the Uchiha with undue harshness, not only forbidding their involvement in the Umbu, but also vigilantly guarding the position of Hokage against their influence. Should he succeed in becoming the Hokage of Konoha, such rumors would be dispelled effortlessly, thus fulfilling the aspirations of his youth, to become Hokage and bring glory to the village. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 19. Rank, Jonin, 91501000. Affiliation, Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, Bloodline Limit, Bloodline Limit. Sharingan Chakra, 1830018. 3000. Kill points, 82. Items, Golden Life Card, X1 Ninjutsu, Sage Mode. Universal Pull, Flying Thunder God, Corpse Sealing Technique, Diamond Lock, Vast Azure Armor, Mastery of Senjutsu, Reverse Harem Jutsu, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Sun and Moon Galaxy. Mighty Shadow Dance Cyclone, Level 3, Righteous Flow Form, Invisibility Throw Technique, Level 2, Narikomi no Jutsu. Basic Body Flicker Technique, Level 3, the day of the Uchiha clan's demise must be approaching swiftly. Naruto is already over 4 years old, and it is anticipated that he will soon attend the Ninja Academy in 2 years. Under my influence, the Uchiha clan's downfall will undoubtedly occur far sooner than depicted in the manga. The very essence of the Uchiha clan's extinction stems from their relentless pursuit of strength and ambition, compelling them to take that crucial step, which will inevitably place them at odds with the village leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Presently, the Uchiha clan's strength surpasses that portrayed in the manga, thus intensifying the pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consequently, an irreconcilable conflict with Hiruzen and his clan will arise sooner than expected. Lin Yuan contemplated. the Uchiha clan could certainly choose to halt their ambitions. However, the village's resources are finite. Should the Uchiha fail to secure the position of Hokage and usurp the authority of the Sarutobi clan, they would inevitably encroach upon the interests of other ninja clans or the common populace. While the latter may lack individual strength, their numbers are considerable. Should they ally with the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha would find themselves in a precarious position. It is highly probable that the Uchiha clan may find themselves in a situation where they are universally scorned by the denizens of Konoha. Should the Uchiha refrain from seizing the power of Hokage or pursuing greater gains, discontent among their ranks will inevitably fester. This internal strife would compel the Uchiha to launch an assault on the Hokage position. After all, in any shinobi clan, there will invariably be individuals of limited talent yet insatiable greed, eager to drag their kin into the mire. If the Uchiha clan ultimately meets its demise, it would be prudent to eradicate all remaining Sharingan, lest they fall into the hands of Danzo or Obito, who might exploit them for their own nefarious purposes. Conversely, should the Uchiha ascend to power, the prospect of Uchiha Shursui becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha could indeed prove intriguing. Lin Yuan harbored no intention of significantly intervening in the unfolding narrative, for in truth, none of the potential outcomes appeared particularly dire from his perspective. As dusk descended, a fiery sun lingered upon the mountaintops. Observing the absence of patrons, Lin Yuan promptly shuttered his establishment and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his secret base. After patiently instructing Junmaru and the Empress, he learned from Junmaru that Orochimaru had arrived at the base that afternoon. The arrival of Orochimaru piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity, prompting him to seek out the enigmatic figure. On his way, he suddenly noticed a small snake, approximately 1 meter in length, slithering across the ground ahead, seemingly guiding his path. Amused, he found it fitting, given the reputation of the snake-handling clan. Chapter 137. The transaction with Orochimaru. Lin Yuan made his way to the experimental area of the secret base, where he found Orochimaru seated at the center, sipping tea. With long black hair cascading past his shoulders and a pale complexion, he appeared to be waiting expectantly, a teacup held delicately in his right hand. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's arrival, Orochimaru subtly adjusted the ring on his finger, and upon seeing Lin Yuan's lack of reaction, he could not contain his excitement. "I encountered 2 formidable ninjas in the Land of Rain," he announced. The Land of Rain? Such a remote and obscure place could harbor powerful ninjas? Lin Yuan instinctively thought of Conan and Pain. Could it be that the Akatsuki, during this phase of recruitment, had found Orochimaru? Indeed, in the manga, Orochimaru had once been associated with the Akatsuki. However, after Itachi joined, Orochimaru attempted to strike against him but was thoroughly defeated. He only escaped thanks to Kabuto's assistance, leading to his departure from the organization. The timeline aligns with the past few years. The Land of Rain was once home to Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the shinobi world. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. It was said that the legendary Battle of the Sannin was fought in unison against Hanzo. Lin Yuan's casual remark about the existence of powerful ninjas in such a desolate corner left Orochimaru feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hanzo was notorious for his adept use of poison, capable of swiftly dispatching even mid-level ninjas, and he could summon the salamander to soar through the skies, making him a formidable adversary. It is no wonder he was revered as a demigod in the ninja world. At that time, the Land of Rain was also recognized as one of the 6 great countries. Thus, it all made sense. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Could it be that those 2 formidable ninjas are somehow connected to the demigod, the mountain pepperfish Hans? Lin Yuan observed the awkward demeanor of Orochimaru and promptly shifted the conversation, secretly speculating that Orochimaru must have encountered Pain. After all, if the Akatsuki organization were to recruit Orochimaru, it would most likely be Pain sent for the task rather than Conan. Ascending Pain would undoubtedly be a more assured choice. Among those 2 powerful figures, one is named Pain, and they have invited me to join the Akatsuki organization that lies behind them. The crux of the matter is that Pain possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Should we be able to acquire the Rinnegan, it would significantly enhance our strength. Orochimaru gazed at Lin Yuan with intense fervor as he spoke, for the allure of the Rinnegan was immensely tempting to him. After all, it is said to be the eye of the sage of 6 paths. Moreover, the Rinnegan is essential for the techniques that Lin Yuan had described. The Rinnegan, the eye of the sage of 6 paths, how could it manifest in another? Could Pain truly be a descendant of the sage? Lin Yuan pretended to be utterly astonished, though he was not particularly surprised by Orochimaru's covetous thoughts regarding Pain's Rinnegan. Regrettably, despite Orochimaru's considerable strength, he still fell short of being able to suppress other Kage-level ninjas. Otherwise, within the manga, he would not have abandoned his ambitions for the Rinnegan after being defeated by Itachi, subsequently turning his focus to the Sharingan. Furthermore, with the Uchiha clan having been entirely eradicated, he was left with no choice but to set his sights on Sasuke. As for the descendants of the sage, so much time has passed, even they cannot fully inherit the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. If a suitable opportunity were to arise, there might still be a glimmer of hope for acquiring the Sharingan. Orochimaru was evidently enamored with the Rinnegan, the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that he knew, how could he possibly let it slip away? Perhaps there was a chance to unveil the secrets of the Sage through the Rinnegan. A fitting opportunity. Lin Yuan scoffed, recalling how, throughout the manga, Orochimaru never found a suitable chance until Nagato's demise. Moreover, there were two conditions necessary for attempting to seize the Rinnegan. First, one must contend with Nagato, the true essence behind pain. Merely focusing on pain would yield no results. Second, one must confront Kaguya and the reanimated Obito, with Kaguya being the true mastermind while the reanimated Obito possessed power close to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Are you suggesting that I should also join the Akatsuki, Orochimaru? Lin Yuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Unlike the manga, where Yakushi Kabuto had to rely solely on himself before growing alongside Kimimaro, it seemed that Orochimaru had begun to formulate his own plans in reality. If they could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with Orochimaru's desperate offensive, perhaps they could indeed increase their odds of success. However, Nagato was still Nagato. And currently, he was the younger version of himself, accompanied by Konan, who had an arsenal of explosive tags amounting to 600 billion. Once we succeed, I shall share the results of my experiments with you. Furthermore, I will devise a way to help you obtain the 8 gates that you have long coveted before that time. Together, we shall seize the Rinnegan. One can strive to unravel the mysteries of the Sage of Six Paths. Even in the event of failure, there remains a certainty of survival, awaiting the next opportune moment. Orochimaru laid out his conditions directly, presenting the 8 gates of bypass as a considerable temptation before the mission commenced. He evidently considered the possibility of failure, suggesting that if the mission were to falter, one could simply await another opportunity. However, should success be achieved, the results would be shared, constituting exceedingly generous terms. The 8 gates of bypass might have been appealing had it been presented earlier. Lin Yuan expressed some regret, noting that he was not swayed by Orochimaru's conditions, as he currently possessed the Rinne rebirth, which enabled him to confront tailed beasts directly and even suppress them. In a bold move, he produced the Konoha Dragon God Scroll, handing it to Orochimaru, much to the latter's astonishment. This technique was of a high caliber. Orochimaru's curiosity piqued as he opened the Konoha Dragon God Scroll, and he was taken aback. Any technique of such a level was undoubtedly formidable. If Lin Yuan had already acquired a high-level physical technique awaiting mastery, his interest in the 8 gates of bypass would naturally diminish significantly. It appeared that the mere offer of the 8 gates of bypass was insufficient to captivate Lin Yuan. Observing the Konoha Dragon God Scroll, Orochimaru contemplated his own lack of offensive techniques, which ignited a desire to learn. After a moment of reflection, he spoke, suggesting they set aside the collaboration for the Eye of Rebirth for the time being, as this high-level physical technique would be immensely beneficial to him. He proposed exchanging it for another high-level ninjutsu, either the 8-headed serpent technique or the 8 gates of bypass. Lin Yuan, not hesitating for long, agreed that Orochimaru could obtain a copy of the technique. He intended to pass this skill on to Kimimaro and Yuta as well. When it came to choosing between the 8-headed serpent technique and the 8 gates of bypass, he decided on the former. With Teacher Chun as a safeguard for acquiring the 8 gates of bypass, the 8-headed serpent technique could only be obtained through Orochimaru, making it essential for reference. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Rank: Jonin, 9175100000. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku Bloodline Limit, Dojutsu, Sharingan Bloodline Limit, Chakra, 18350018. 3500 Killing Points, 82 Items. Death Exemption Medal X1 Ninjutsu, Sage Mode. Rinne Rebirth, Flying Thunder God, Corpse Sealing Technique, Diamond Lock, Majestic Heavenly Armor, mastery of sage arts, reverse harem technique, hell spike, summoning technique, spirit insects, sun moon star river, mighty shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3, righteous energy flow, invisibility throwing technique, level 2, Naraku vision technique, basic body flicker technique, level 3, chapter 138, stagnation and Itachi after spending half a day. After Orochimaru meticulously copied and exchanged the scrolls, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his serpentine eyes. He rose to prepare for his departure from the clandestine base. Orochimaru cast a glance at Lin Yuan, reflecting on the tumultuous and treacherous nature of the ninja world, where trustworthy allies were a rarity. He harbored the hope that one day he might fight alongside Lin Yuan, having genuinely acknowledged him following their transaction. Initially, Orochimaru viewed Lin Yuan merely as an enthusiastic border ninja fighting for his village. However, after witnessing Lin Yuan's prowess in taijutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, and Sage Mode during last year's confrontation in the Land of Water against the enigmatic masked man, his perception was irrevocably transformed. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was compelled to regard Lin Yuan as an equal. In the predatory realm of ninjas, formidable hunters could collaborate, provided there was a foundation for cooperation. Subsequent alliances could easily follow. Orochimaru was indifferent to the strength of his peers. If cooperation was unattainable, a powerful adversary could be more of a hindrance than a boon. Conversely, should collaboration be feasible, Orochimaru would approach it with utmost sincerity. After all, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, choosing to fight alone was a flawed proposition. Lin Yuan felt a sense of incredulity, unable to envision how the Flying Thunder God and the summoning snakes could coordinate. Would it entail using the Flying Thunder God to appear behind an enemy, only to deploy the snakes as airborne infantry? Such a tactic seemed overly convoluted. He anticipated that once he ascended to the level of a Hokage, his combat prowess would not only reach the pinnacle of that tier, but also surpass most Hokage-level ninjas. Ordinary skirmishes would be swiftly resolved, and only battles involving Hokage-level opponents would necessitate joint efforts. He envisioned allowing Orochimaru to exhaust the enemy before seizing the opportunity to reap the rewards himself. With Orochimaru's seemingly immortal combat capabilities, he could deplete a significant amount of the enemy's chakra. By that time, the enemy's preferred ninjutsu would likely have been revealed, allowing Lin Yuan to make a surprising entrance with the Flying Thunder God, executing a comprehensive harvest. Observing Lin Yuan's lack of enthusiasm, Orochimaru's eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. Opportunities to fight alongside a Hokage-level ninja were scarce, and even Jonin fell short when faced with such formidable opponents. In this ruthless ninja world, instances of Hokage-level ninjas slaying Jonin were not uncommon, whereas the reverse was nearly inconceivable. The events of the Third Great Ninja War, where Iwagakure's 10,000 shinobi exhausted the Third Raikage, illustrated the overwhelming strength of Hokage-level ninjas. Orochimaru-sama, I have a nagging feeling that the Uchiha clan in our village may be up to something. Lin Yuan spoke up as he noticed Orochimaru preparing to leave the base, suddenly recalling an important thought. In the manga, Orochimaru was compelled to keep an eye on Sasuke, which was also related to the fact that the Uchiha clan had been annihilated at that time. If Orochimaru were to seize the opportunity while the Uchiha clan has yet to face complete annihilation to acquire a Sharingan, it could be considered a significant advantage from the outset. With the Sharingan in his possession, Orochimaru would undoubtedly wield greater influence during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Supporting his ambitions, particularly concerning the Uchiha clan, becomes imperative. The presence of the prodigious Uchiha Shursui could indeed pose minor challenges for my esteemed teacher, Sarutobi, yet ultimately, I believe harmony would prevail. After all, the will of fire is upheld by many inheritors within Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled to himself in a self-deprecating manner and chose not to elaborate further, continuing his path outward. It appeared he held little interest in this intelligence or the affairs of the village for the time being. Lin Yuan, observing Orochimaru's apparent disinterest, refrained from further persuasion. Throughout the Uchiha clan's tragic demise depicted in the manga, Orochimaru's presence was conspicuously absent. Given Orochimaru's vast network of intelligence, it seems implausible that he was unaware of the Uchiha clan's intentions for a coup. His lack of interest is the only reasonable explanation. Ironically, it is precisely due to his disinterest in wood release and the Sharingan that Orochimaru successfully developed the highly demanding reanimation jutsu. However, after his unwitting reincarnation as a woman, He found himself ignited with curiosity regarding those new bodily vessels, a matter we will set aside for now. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Rank: Jonin, 9175100000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumi Aku, Kekkei Genkai. Bloodstain: Sharingan, Kekkei Genkai. Chakra: 18350018. 3500. Killing points: 82. Items: Life-saving metal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode. Almighty push, flying thunder god, corpse sealing technique, adamantine sealing, vast azure armor, mastery of sage arts, reverse harem technique, hell stab, summoning technique, spirit bug, sun moon galaxy. Mighty shadow dance, great whirlwind, level 3, righteous flow form, invisibility throw technique, level 2, Neru's gaze technique, basic body replacement technique, level 3, within the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Shursui was fully immersed in practicing his swordsmanship. The short blade he wielded was a treasured gift from his father, whom he regarded as his most cherished weapon, around which he sought to develop a unique ninjutsu known as Sword Leap Flame. This technique was somewhat unparalleled within the village. Once his sword practice concluded, Uchiha Shursui was greeted with enthusiastic applause. Standing at the edge of the clearing was the 8-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Shursui sheathed the short blade, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached Itachi. "Itachi, I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Shursui," Uchiha Itachi said, a hint of excitement and shyness in his voice. Despite his typically aloof demeanor around his younger brother, Sasuke, he exhibited the same fervor towards Shursui as Sasuke did towards him, largely due to Shursui's exceptional kindness. Due to the prowess of Uchiha Shursui, he stands as the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan and indeed the entire village. Although he is not the Hokage, his strength subtly surpasses that of the Hokage. Whispers abound suggesting that Shursui may indeed become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. This notion inspires a profound reverence within Uchiha Itachi, who has been touched by the will of fire. "I hear you are preparing to join the Umbu," Uchiha Shursui remarked with a gentle smile as he regarded Itachi. He fought for the village and hoped that someone from his clan would inherit this commitment. Itachi, being a fellow prodigy, was the most suitable choice. Thus, he chose to be Itachi's guide, bestowing upon him unwavering trust. Itachi had never let him down, a fact that brought Shursui genuine joy. "Indeed, Shursui, I am ready to join the Umbu, for it is led by you. I believe it is a path towards enlightenment." Itachi responded earnestly to Shursui's words. "What do you think of my choice? The Umbu is indeed an excellent place for honing a ninja's skills. If it is you, Itachi, there will be no issues." Shursui encouraged with a smile. "Shursui, clan leader Fugaku is looking for you," a clan member hurriedly announced. "Understood. I shall go now." "Itachi, do your best," Shursui said, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair before swiftly departing with the clan member. Chapter 139. Black Market Bounty. "Do not exert yourself too much," Uchiha Fugaku said, his expression one of encouragement as he regarded Shursui. His eyes reflected both warmth and pride as he instructed the servants to present the exquisite delicacies collected from various regions of the ninja world to honor the young champion of the Uchiha clan. "Shursui, your father was equally diligent in his time," Fugaku recalled. "I once urged Uncle Kagami to take care of his health, suggesting that the younger generation could handle the tasks. Yet he refused, asserting that if every ninja rested, how could the village's missions be fulfilled? How could its development be assured?" At that time, Fugaku had struggled to comprehend. Even if Uncle Kagami remained in the village like the 3rd Hokage, could his contributions truly outweigh those of a ninja frequently engaged in missions? A flicker of amusement crossed Fugaku's gaze as he leaned closer to Shursui and whispered, "It was only later that I began to understand. This village thrives because certain high-ranking ninjas enjoy peace, allowing dedicated ninjas like Uncle Kagami to bear the burdens of progress." Shursui took to heart the clan leader's teachings, nodding in acknowledgement of Fugaku's insights. However, he understood that the implications of Fugaku's words were not suitable for the village. If a coup were to transpire, Konoha would inevitably descend into chaos, and foreign nations would seize the opportunity to invade. War would thus become inescapable, and those who cherished the village, like themselves, could only endeavor to prevent it. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Shursui as he departed, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Shursui was just as stubborn as his father. It was lamentable that after the fall of the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama, Uncle Kagami disregarded my counsel and frequently ventured outside the village to undertake missions, ultimately meeting a fate of disappearance. I, Uchiha, could only watch helplessly as Sarutobi and others ascended to prominent positions within the village. Yet, in this vast shinobi world, such coincidences are rare. With Uncle Kagami's formidable strength, it would be implausible for him to vanish without reason. While Shirsue's abilities far surpassed those of Shiro, his Navet rendered any hopes of leading the Uchiha to resurgence utterly futile. Furthermore, Shirsue seemed intent on leading my child Itachi down the perilous path of the will of fire. Fighting for the village is commendable, but does the Uchiha clan truly have a rightful place within it? As Uchiha Fugaku reminisced about the past, a chill crept over him, and he muttered to himself, hoping that a powerful figure from the black market would fulfill my bounty and eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Rank: Jonin 9200100000. Affiliation: Konoha bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku blood limit. Sharingan chakra 184,000 killing points. 82 items. Death exemption medal X1 ninjutsu. Sage mode. Shinra Tensei Hirashin Shikigami sealing technique. Adamantine sealing. Howrend Songming armor. Mastery of sage techniques. Reverse harem technique. Hell piercing. Summoning technique. Spirit bug. Sun Moon galaxy. Mighty shadow dance. Great whirlwind. Level 3. Righteous energy form. Stealth throwing technique. Level 2. Nariku's vision. Basic body flicker technique. Level 3. In a secret base, Lin Yuan sat in his chamber, deep in thought about how to successfully merge my 3 self-created body techniques into a singular ninjutsu. It would be splendid if the interface could provide some guidance. Righteous energy form, Sun Moon galaxy, and Howrend Songming armor ostensibly share a common origin, all derived from the comprehension of the righteous energy song, and they could potentially coalesce into a set of battle armor. The combination should, in theory, be quite straightforward. However, the interface has yet to offer any prompts. What essential element is lacking? The interface should be able to consolidate eligible techniques into one ninjutsu, allowing for simultaneous and rapid execution with just a thought. This would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. Yet, when conditions are insufficient, the interface neither suggests combinations nor indicates what is missing, revealing a lack of intelligence. Nevertheless, having a guiding hand is better than none. Lin Yuan could only rely on his own gradual understanding, though inspiration was proving elusive. In the vastness of heaven and earth, there exists a righteous force that grants form and growth to all things. In the realm of Kuin, it manifests as mountains and rivers. In the realm of Qian, as the sun, moon, and celestial bodies, often referred to as the power of profound thoughts. It pervades the vastness of time and space. In times of peace, it continuously converges to foster a harmonious national fortune. Conversely, during turbulent periods, it gives rise to exceptional individuals whose radiant deeds are immortalized in the annals of history. Lin Yuan silently pondered the meaning of the righteous song and suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if it contained a force capable of stirring the soul, a force of will. The collective aspirations of the people amalgamate into an indomitable strength that can move mountains and fill seas. The tales of the foolish old man moving mountains and the mythical bird filling the sea resonate with this notion. The elder sage, confronted by the imposing mountains, and the unfortunate maiden, facing the ravenous sea, nurtured an unwavering belief within their hearts, vowing to undertake tangible actions to overcome the so-called hardships and obstacles. Even the gods of the mountains and seas would feel trepidation upon witnessing such relentless endeavors and would retreat in fear. Lin Yuan vaguely understood what was lacking in his self-created martial arts techniques, an overarching vision and a comprehensive framework for his martial arts. Teacher Qin's creation of the wood leaf dragon god stemmed from a core pursuit of soaring through the skies, like a dragon. What, then, should be the core pursuit corresponding to the technique I aspire to create? Uncertain, yet it must possess formidable power. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, powerful ninjas often prey upon the lives of the weaker ones. While I do not relish the idea of feasting upon the lives of the weaker ninjas, I must first extricate myself from the fate of being a coveted target for the stronger ones. This marks my first desire since awakening my past memories. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of inspiration flooded Lin Yuan's mind. Scenes from his past unfurled before him. The despair and steadfastness of his early days as a low-ranking ninja. The unnoticed yet resilient perseverance of a middle-ranking ninja, and the joy and aspirations accompanying his breakthrough to the upper echelons. Ultimately, it crystallized in the present moment. Unnamed ninjutsu. Immunity to negative states when willpower converges. Detected combinable ninjutsu, automatically proceeding with the combination. Purification armor. 2 consumes a significant amount of chakra to activate purification armor mode, granting an enhancement across all attributes and amplifying perceptual effects. Additionally, it imbues one's energy with purifying power, dealing double damage to malevolent forces and conferring immunity to all abnormal states while the purification armor is active. Indeed, the absence of prior combination prompts indicated that I had not genuinely completed this self-created martial art. Now, I have achieved the ultimate form of this technique. Truly formidable. Immunity to all abnormal states surely includes immunity to illusions. This represents a level 2 immunity effect, likely allowing me to disregard illusions of any tier, even those at the 6 paths level, although there must be a reaction time. Lin Yuan felt immense satisfaction. As long as he was not instantly controlled, there would be room for maneuver. Chapter 140, Refusal. 10 boxes of milk, 930 liang. Thank you for your patronage. After receiving the payment, Lin Yuan watched the departing customer with a smile gracing his face. Indeed, harmony reigns supreme in an environment of poor public safety. In such times, everyone would find themselves engulfed in trepidation. Not to mention production, even consumption would become a matter of concern. It is evident that following the conclusion of several large-scale wars, the overall environment of Konoha has significantly improved, embodying a vibrant and flourishing appearance. As a ninja of the same generation as Kakashi, at 19 years of age, I should be regarded as a senior member of the village. Alas, I have been ensnared by Sarutobi Hiruzen into a rogue ninja identity. I hope the Uchiha clan can lend their strength to expedite the acquisition of the 5th Hokage position. With the camaraderie shared between Shursui and myself, I should be able to smoothly resolve my status as a rogue ninja. Lin Yuan's expression bore a hint of helplessness. Although my strength has markedly improved, and I possess the confidence to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, there is no urgency in the short term. Naruto and Sasuke, at 4 years old, Yakushi Kabuto at 11, and Itachi Uchiha at 8, all share the same year of birth as established in the manga. Nagato and Konan should be around 22 years of age. Analyzing their abilities, Nagato and Konan have likely surpassed the level of shadows by now. Truly impressive, yet I am not far behind. Itachi's current prowess should lie between Elite J-Nin and J-Nin. Yakushi Kabuto's strength is estimated to be on par with Itachi's. Presently, Naruto and Sasuke remain at the level of novice ninjas. However, all of them have a promising future ahead. After a thorough calculation, Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. After striving diligently for so long, he was finally nearing the threshold of shadow-level experience. The development of the second-tier ninjutsu, purification armor, has greatly enhanced his abilities, propelling his experience level upward with remarkable speed. He was on the brink of achieving completeness. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Level: J-Nin, 99001000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, blood limit. Sharingan chakra, 1980019, 8000. Killing points, 82 items. Death immunity metal X1 ninjutsu. Purification armor, 2. Sage mode, Shinra Tensei, flying thunder god, corpse sealing technique, diamond lock, palm sage technique, reverse harem jutsu, hell stab, summoning technique, spirit bug. Mighty shadow dance, grand whirlwind, level 3, stealth throwing technique. Level 2, Naruto's Insight Technique, Basic Body Replacement Technique, Level 3, at the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and turned to Kakashi Hatake beside him, stating, with the war concluded, Konoha welcomes a long-awaited peace. I must visit the capital to meet with the daimyo and request funds and resources to aid the village's recovery. Kakashi, will you accompany me? Yes, Hokage-sama. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. Kakashi replied promptly upon hearing the Hokage's directive. As the second phase of the Konoha Hidden War commenced, the Wagakure brazenly engaged Konoha in battle, with the leaders of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans heading to the front lines. In the crucible of blood and fire, he successfully withstood the pressure from the rock-hidden village and became proficient in the manipulation of the Sharingan, thereby earning considerable renown. Now, with the war concluded, he has returned to his position as the captain of the Umbu. After Itachi of the Uchiha clan joined the Umbu, I assigned him to your command. How has your interaction been during this period? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled something and casually remarked. Having heard from Kakashi that Itachi had been getting along quite well with the other members of the team, nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi expressed his relief at witnessing more promising ninjas emerging from the village, which brings great solace to me as the Hokage. However, care must be taken to prevent them from straying onto the wrong path. Once lost, it becomes exceedingly difficult to bring them back. Understood, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied with resolute determination. At 19, he had matured significantly and had advanced from a stable J-nin level of combat prowess to that of an elite J-nin. His next step would be to attain the rank of Hokage. Although the title of Hokage is often regarded as one of the most significant milestones on the path of a ninja, it has thwarted countless individuals. Even among the 5 great ninja villages, the number of those who have achieved the rank of Hokage is exceedingly limited, with the exception of the village leaders and the Jinchuriki, who are nearly extinct. Yet Kakashi believed he had the potential to strive for that rank. The following day, the team prepared for departure. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently glanced at the village before setting off with Kakashi towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Sitting in the carriage with a pipe in his mouth, Hiruzen reflected on the presence of Danzo and the Uchiha clan in the village, reassuring himself that no trouble would arise. However, the issue with the sun's descent had left the various ninja clans harboring grievances against him. Yet, how could one quell the anger from the cloud-hidden village without sacrificing the sun? It was a predicament born of necessity. At the root base, Danzo contemplated deeply before summoning Yamato. Once known by the codename Taka, Yamato was now 14 years old and had acquired a name imbued with greater significance. Danzo gazed at the boy he had once rescued, feeling a moment of sentimentality before swiftly regaining his composure. I need you to undertake a mission. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is en route to the capital of the Land of Fire. I am concerned that unforeseen events may transpire, and thus, I require you to protect him. This mission must be completed without failure. You understand the importance of the Hokage to the village. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yamato replied, though he hesitated, his expression betraying a hint of concern. After all, he was currently a crucial combat asset for Root. If he were to support the Hokage, would Root not be left undermanned? Do not worry about the village. With me here, even the Uchiha clan, no matter how malevolent, cannot stir up significant trouble. Danzo stated impassively. After watching Yamato depart swiftly, he recalled the words relayed by Orochimaru, his expression shifting subtly with a tinge of regret. He had initially believed that Lin Yuan, whom he was tasked with overseeing during Orochimaru's last defection, was merely a ninja of limited potential. As a result of this inquiry, Orochimaru revealed to me that Lin Yuan possesses the prowess of an elite J-nin in taijutsu. An elite J-nin, indeed. Even Yamato pales in comparison. It is truly disheartening that he has fled so easily. At the entrance of the milk shop, a middle-aged man with a bandaged head surveyed the interior for a moment before stepping inside. The sight of Lin Yuan, who noticed the man's entrance, momentarily stunned him. The individual before him, wrapped in bandages with a grim expression, was none other than Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root organization in the manga. What brings Danzo here? Lin Yuan, do you wish to rid yourself of the label of a rogue ninja? Only I can assist you in Konoha. Danzo scrutinized Lin Yuan, realizing that he appeared dignified, even surpassing Hatake Kakashi, resembling those elite J-nin who possess such remarkable strength at a young age. He proposed, I will recruit you into the Root organization under my name, to eliminate the suspicion of your rogue status. Even Sarutobi cannot object. Subsequently, I shall bestow upon you the honor of being part of Root, granting you the freedom to operate within the village. All I require is that, at the appropriate time, you fight for me, for Root. I have no interest, Lin Yuan replied decisively, dismissing Danzo's offer. Do you doubt my capability? In Konoha, my standing is second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In certain matters, even Sarutobi must show me respect, for I safeguard Konoha from the shadows. The ninjas under my command are the most formidable fighters in the village. Danzo, sensing Lin Yuan's unwavering rejection, felt his expression grow cold, his gaze flickering slightly as he revealed his true identity, awaiting Lin Yuan's reconsideration. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Lord Danzo, from Lord Orochimaru, who spoke highly of you, stating that you are not merely the Hokage, but surpass the Hokage. Given the camaraderie between you and Lord Orochimaru, I assumed that eliminating my rogue status would be a trivial matter for you. If it proves to be troublesome, I would not wish to burden you, Lord Danzo. After all, Lord Orochimaru has become a notorious rogue ninja, and bearing the ordinary title of a rogue ninja does not concern me. Lin Yuan subtly declined Danzo's proposal. His trust in Danzo was minimal, particularly considering that in the manga, Danzo toiled for many years to attain the position of Hokage, only to hold it for a mere few days, an epitome of grand claims with little substance. In this ruthless world of shinobi, such a result clearly indicates the failure of Danzo's ninja career. To have been Hokage for just a few days, only to be ousted, rendered him a laughingstock within the ninja realm. Furthermore, Danzo's penchant for meddling and instigating trouble was well known. Even the director of Orochimaru's orphanage had retired. Yet Danzo had been summoned back into service. After Orochimaru's defection, Lin Yuan inexplicably received a notification from Root stating that his darkness was insufficient, resulting in his rejection. This only emphasized that associating with Danzo meant little compensation and excessive complications. Even upon a cursory glance, one could discern an entirely bleak future ahead. You should act accordingly. Danzo, however, remained silent. After casting a cold glance at Lin Yuan, he departed from the scene without a word. Shortly after returning to Root, Danzo promptly commanded his subordinates to circulate rumors within the village regarding the rogue ninja Lin Yuan's alleged presence in the vicinity. This maneuver sparked considerable attention among the villagers. Although Danzo refrained from revealing Lin Yuan's precise false identity, he nonetheless indirectly created significant trouble for him. Fortunately, at that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already vacated the village. Otherwise, it would have been highly probable that connections would have been drawn. Upon learning of Danzo's ploy through Kabuto, Lin Yuan could only express his exasperation. How infuriating! As the proprietor of a dairy shop, I find myself repeatedly subjected to persecution within Konoha. It is truly vexing for a ninja. Lin Yuan couldn't help but voice his frustrations. However, it was fortunate that Danzo, in deference to Orochimaru, chose not to expose his false identity, albeit still laying the groundwork for future peril. After all, even though Hiruzen had left Konoha openly, en route to the capital of the Land of Fire, it was highly likely that he would encounter no misfortunes and return unscathed. When Hiruzen eventually re-enters the village, he may indeed harbor suspicions regarding this incident. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Rank: Jonin, 99301000. Affiliation: Konoha, bloodline. Shikatsumiyaku, bloodline limit. Sharingan chakra, 1986001986000. Kill points: 82 items. Death-free metal X1 ninjutsu. Purification armor, 2. Sage mode. Shinra Tensei, Flying Thunder God, Corpse Sealing Technique, Adamantine Sealing, Palm Sage Technique, Reverse Harem Technique, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Monster Strength Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3. Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision Technique, Basic Body Technique, Level 3. Uncle Lin Yuan. The golden-haired Naruto nimbly approached the dairy shop. Despite the mere passage of slightly over 6 months since their last meeting, one could not help but acknowledge Naruto's remarkable ninja aptitude. With the support of nutritious food, his physical and mental development has progressed at an impressive rate, evidently stronger by at least 20% compared to his state during the same period in the manga. This enhancement is striking, akin to the difference between a score of 96 and one of 80. Naruto, indeed, exudes vitality every day, destined to become an extraordinarily powerful ninja. Upon seeing Naruto, Lin Yuan immediately handed over 2 boxes of milk and canned beef noodles that he had prepared in advance. Over the past 6 months, he had arranged for Kabuto to procure the fish caught and mushrooms gathered by Naruto. Although the quantity was modest, it was sufficient to improve Naruto's circumstances, enabling him to purchase milk and beef noodles in bulk from Lin Yuan. I shall undoubtedly become the formidable ninja that Uncle Lin Yuan spoke of, and I aspire to become the Hokage who safeguards the tranquility of the village. Upon hearing Uncle Lin's encouragement, Naruto's eyes brimmed with confidence as he spoke. In their previous conversations, he learned that Uncle Lin Yuan had once harbored dreams of being a powerful ninja in his youth. However, during a fateful battle against several enemy ninja from rival villages, he sustained severe injuries that thwarted his aspirations, rendering him unable to fulfill his once-cherished dream. Thus, Naruto resolved to realize Uncle Lin's dreams in his stead, a truly youthful vow. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. As Naruto matured, he would undoubtedly encounter more children from the various ninja clans of Konoha, absorbing the will of fire and fostering a greater willingness to patronize the Ichiraku ramen shop. In time, the significance of his own milk shop would diminish. Hence, he felt compelled to subtly impart to Naruto the need to strive for strength in the future. After all, with Kagaya's resurrection looming ahead, only those of the Sage Six Paths caliber would truly be able to partake in the sealing of Kagaya. Should he fail to attain such strength by then, he would inevitably rely on Naruto and Sasuke to accomplish this monumental task, leaving a contingency plan in place. Lin Yuan had no intention of altering Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage. After all, in the manga, it was precisely this ambition that propelled Naruto to triumph over various formidable foes. Take Pain, for example. Had Naruto not managed to sway Pain into using the rebirth jutsu to revive the deceased, the ensuing narrative would have diverged drastically. Indeed, the copy ninja Kakashi met his demise during the confrontation with Pain, only to rejoin the story post-revival and excel thereafter. What jutsu should he teach Naruto? This dilemma weighed heavily on his mind, yet there was no urgency. Decisions could wait until after the Uchiha clan matters were resolved. Following the resolution of the Uchiha situation, Naruto would embark on 6 formative years at the Ninja Academy, his final opportunity for training before the onset of the main storyline. Before departing, he would impart an appropriate jutsu to Naruto. Lin Yuan reflected on Naruto's signature technique of the shadow clone jutsu, feeling a sense of exasperation. However, he could not deny its efficacy as a means to gauge an opponent's abilities. By continuously deploying shadow clones, Naruto could remain in a position of safety. He had no desire to undermine Naruto's strategy. After all, a ninja's prowess is significantly derived from the unpredictability of their techniques. In this merciless world of ninjas, the first to reveal the secrets of their jutsu would invariably find themselves at a disadvantage. As the carriage of Sarutobi Hiruzen journeyed towards the capital of the Land of Fire, Yamato caught up with the group. Upon learning that Yamato was a root ninja under Danzo, dispatched to ensure the safety of the Hokage, the group quickly welcomed him into their ranks. The expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage hat, was somewhat warmed by Danzo's presence. Although this old comrade had been unreliable for 9 out of the last 10 years, at least there was one day during that time when he proved dependable. Thus, unless Danzo committed a fundamentally egregious error, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to turn a blind eye. The group arrived smoothly in the capital of the Land of Fire, where the townsfolk gazed with profound respect at the procession. The lavishly adorned carriage was escorted by a formidable contingent of ninjas. One could only wonder what esteemed individual occupied the carriage. The journey continued without impediment, navigating through multiple checkpoints until they reached the palace of the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen disembarked, accompanied by Kakashi Hatake and Yamato, to meet the daimyo. Upon learning of the third Hokage's arrival, the daimyo hurried to extend a warm welcome. Over the years, through tireless efforts, several large-scale conflicts had been successfully quelled. The citizens of the Land of Fire no longer faced the threat of displacement due to turmoil in the ninja world. Simultaneously, the village of Konoha required the daimyo's support in terms of resources and funds to facilitate their recovery and prosperity. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the daimyo, recognizing the strategic partnership between the ninja village and the nation. The Hokage served as the leader of the ninja village, while the daimyo was the head of the nation. The former provided military support, while the latter offered resource assistance. Without such support, even the presence of numerous elite ninjas would not suffice to counterbalance a ninja village. This arrangement was entirely reasonable. Konoha's prosperity was indeed the wellspring of the Land of Fire's strength. The necessary provisions and funds were prepared, and the daimyo smiled warmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was an old acquaintance. The latter had previously sent his second son, Asuma, to study with the daimyo for a time. As long as Hiruzen remained the Hokage, the daimyo's position would remain secure. Thus, he readily agreed to provide the necessary support. "You may return now," he said. "At the appropriate time, I will dispatch personnel to deliver the supplies, and we will require your ninjas to assist in their escort." After fulfilling his mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen graciously accepted the daimyo's invitation to a banquet. Following a brief stay with Kakashi, Yamato, and the remaining Umbu ninjas, the group prepared to journey back to Konoha. The caravan progressed with great vigor, soon reaching the halfway point of their journey. Just as Kakashi and Yamato began to relax, A figure adorned with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the land of water, his eyes gleaming with a faint green light, emerged before them, obstructing the path. Clad in a voluminous robe, this suspicious individual bore a striking resemblance to Kakuzu. "Who are you?" Kakashi inquired, his right hand instinctively reaching for his ninja tools. Kakuzu's hands were positioned before him as he calmly scrutinized the group, his gaze lingering on Kakashi and Yamato for a few moments before scrutinizing the carriage. "I am Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from the black market. I once clashed with your first Hokage, Hashirama. Alas, those memories are best left unspoken. I recognize that you are the escort for the third Hokage of Konoha. I wish to engage in a business transaction with the third Hokage. I wonder if he would grant me this courtesy." As I, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, lay resting in the carriage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, opened his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped out of the carriage, directing his gaze toward the rogue ninja Kakuzu before him. Given his status as a traitor from Takigakure, it was evident that Kakuzu had betrayed his village. Moreover, his alleged attempt to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama, suggested that he must possess at least the strength of a jonin to boast so audaciously. Kakashi and Yamato, upon witnessing the Hokage's emergence from the carriage, instinctively became wary of Kakuzu. Truly, the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, a profound figure in the ninja world, exuded an extraordinary presence. Kakuzu, upon spotting the third Hokage among the group, displayed a fleeting glimmer of surprise in his eyes before proclaiming loudly, "This matter pertains to a traitor from your Konoha. It is crucial intelligence, undoubtedly worth 500 million ryo. I wonder if you, third Hokage, would be interested." The rogue ninja from Takigakure suddenly obstructed our path, and it is likely he harbors ill intentions, Kakashi cautiously remarked. A ninja who betrays their own village must either have defected willingly or have been forced to do so. Furthermore, to evade the pursuit of the Umbu, such a ninja must possess considerable strength. Often, rogue ninjas seek work in the black market, accepting any assassination mission, which explains why they are generally met with disdain. Kakuzu undoubtedly belongs to this category. Harboring ill intentions? Not necessarily, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his expression unperturbed as he assessed the rogue ninja Kakuzu before him. "Since you are here, Kakuzu, it seems there is indeed a problem within Konoha. However, if you are referring to Orochimaru as the traitor, there is no need for further discussion. Orochimaru is now classified as a rogue ninja of our village and can no longer be considered a traitor. If the traitor you speak of is someone else," Hiruzen continued, casting a sidelong glance at Yamato, "then merely Kakuzu's word is insufficient to pose a threat to my team unless there is collusion among the ninjas. In that case, Yamato would be a prime suspect. However, if Yamato is indeed suspected, the traitor would undoubtedly be Danzo. It appears he might have taken advantage of my absence from the village to enlist the help of the black market ninja Kakuzu to ambush us, in collusion with Yamato." Yet, upon observing Yamato's normal reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze returned to the black market ninja Kakuzu. After all, the best opportunity for a surprise attack would have been the moment Kakuzu first appeared. Since Yamato did not act at that time, he was not likely to be guilty. Moreover, Hiruzen harbored doubts regarding Danzo's true intent to assassinate him. After all, Danzo merely inherited the second Hokage Tobirama's will of fire, and despite his cold demeanor, he was not inherently malevolent. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 19. Rank: Elite Ninja, 9999100. Affiliation: Konoha, Bloodline, Shikatsumiyakudo Jitsu, Sharingan Chakra, 199999819, 9998, Kill Points, 82 items. Death Immunity Metal X1 Ninjutsu. Purification Armor, 2. Sage Mode, Universal Pull, Flying Thunder God, Corpse Sealing Technique, Adamantine Sealing, Mastery of Sage Arts, Reverse Harem Jutsu, Hell Stab, Summoning Technique, Spirit Bug, Mighty Shadow Dance, Great Whirlwind, Level 3, Stealth Throwing Technique, Level 2, Naraka Vision, Basic Shadow Clone Technique, Level 3. Is there any intelligence from the village lately? Lin Yuan inquired languidly of Yakushi Kabuto. With his level experience nearing a bottleneck, he was just 2 steps away from breaking through to the shadow level. He remained composed, understanding that overcoming this bottleneck relied more on insight. Perhaps a moment of enlightenment could fully activate his chakra. Thus, he could only await his opportunity. Lord Lin Yuan, our intelligence personnel have discovered that many members of the Uchiha clan harbor significant discontent towards Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen Yakushi Kabuto reported. Chapter 144. The conclusion. Time flows like a swift current, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed. The Fourth Shinobi World War erupted, with the Allied shinobi forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, rushing to the final battlefield after relentless slaughter. On a distant hill, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, expressionless as he gazed down below, a flicker of weariness crossing his eyes. Although he had been inexplicably resurrected in a state of impure reincarnation, there was little in this shinobi world that could capture his attention, unless Hashirama were also to be revived in the same manner. Black Zetsu, noticing Lin Yuan's prolonged absence, could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The plan had commenced, and this was the greatest opportunity to resurrect his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Despite the numerous challenges ahead, he mustered the resolve to press on, having wagered nearly all his chips on this endeavor. It could be said that this battle allowed for only victory, not defeat. With Madara in his impure state, and 3,000 of the strongest shadow-level warriors in the history of the shinobi world present, it was unlikely that the boy would dare to show his face here. Over the long course of time, as the hidden hand behind the shinobi world, Black Zetsu had come to comprehend nearly all the secrets of shinobi history, amassing a vast collection of treasures. To secure victory in this battle, he had exhumed the remains of every suspected shadow-level warrior throughout history, even those from ancient times whose ashes lay entombed in various shrines, guarded by monks. He had unearthed them all to use as leverage for winning this final confrontation, despite the impropriety of disturbing the peace of the deceased through impure reincarnation. Such concerns were of no consequence to Black Zetsu. Cough, cough. The pharmacist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the influence of Kurojitsu, he found himself somewhat out of control. Kurojitsu manipulated him to resurrect countless deceased, nearly exhausting the energy bestowed upon him by his sage mode. Even this was far from sufficient. Had it not been for Kurojitsu's provision of the sage secret treasure, the chakra source, to support the completion of this technique, it is likely that even a complete draining of his essence would have failed to accomplish this unprecedented feat that demanded an immense amount of chakra, resurrecting all shadow-level warriors that had ever graced the ninja world. The sage secret treasure, the chakra source, detonated immediately upon the technique's completion. Lord Lin Yuan, Lord Orochimaru. It is my fault for momentarily straying and falling into Kurojitsu's grasp. However, with so many reincarnated ninjas, surely you have a way to resolve this. For I believe in you. You are, in my heart, the unparalleled legends of the ninja world, the pharmacist thought quietly. Kurojitsu, however, held no interest in Do's thoughts, continuing to control his body while hiding thousands of meters underground. In this position, no one could find him, let alone compel him to undo the reanimation jutsu. Boom! A towering wave of flames surged forth, merely a standard fire release technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu, unleashed by Madara Uchiha. Even with the infinite chakra of his reincarnated state, it could not mask Madara's profound mastery of ninjutsu. If Hashirama Senju is the god of the ninja world, then Madara Uchiha is undoubtedly its demon, a formidable antagonist in the last century of ninja history. Merely hearing his name could instill fear in over 80% of ninja, compelling even other shadow-level warriors to approach his presence with solemnity. Madara leaped from the cliff, utilizing his supreme taijutsu to carve a path through the allied ninja forces. Nin and even Nin were no match for his single strike. A flurry of ninjutsu and hidden weapon attacks rained down upon him, all evaded with remarkable speed. The battlefield erupted in thunderous explosions, while the allied ninja forces could only watch helplessly as Madara swept through their ranks before returning to the cliff. Suddenly, the ninjas of the allied forces erupted in cheers, for a figure with golden hair had arrived. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki appeared, draped in the broad mantle of the 8th Hokage. His golden locks billowed in the wind, his face adorned with the crimson whiskers of the Nine Tails. His blue eyes locked onto Madara standing atop the cliff, feeling the pressure of their gaze. Is he truly the second of the 3 puppet masters behind the scenes of the ninja world, as Uncle Lin Yuan said? Such an overwhelming presence. Yet I shall not falter, for I, Naruto Uzumaki, am the 8th Hokage of Konoha. Naruto, aware of the formidable strength of the enemy, refrained from underestimating the situation. Kakashi Hatake, draped in the cloak of the 7th Hokage, arrived at the battlefield with a slight delay. His gaze was immediately drawn to the cliff, where the awe-inspiring figure of Uchiha Madara, once deemed the strongest in the shinobi world, stood. He calmly cautioned Naruto, who stood beside him. Since the reforms instituted by the 6th Hokage, Lin, Konoha had embraced the unique ability to appoint multiple Hokages simultaneously. Lin directly appointed Kakashi and Naruto as the 7th and 8th Hokage, respectively, while retaining Tsunade's status as the 5th Hokage, effectively granting Konoha the presence of 4 Hokages at that moment. Kakashi-sensei, allow me to take the lead, Naruto declared, his eyes fixed on Madara atop the cliff. Swiftly forming hand seals, he unleashed his signature ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, summoning thousands of shadow clones. In an instant, the ground trembled as these myriad clones sprang into action. To the astonishment of the allied shinobi, towering blue tornadoes, each reaching hundreds of meters in height, erupted from the earth, hurtling toward the cliff in a spectacle that seemed to blot out the sun. This was the signature jutsu of the 8th Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki, Wind Release, Konoha Dragon God. Legends spoke of this powerful technique being inspired by a taijutsu master named Shun Baojun from Konoha, prompting exclamations of awe from the onlooking ninjas. Konoha truly boasted a plethora of strong warriors, earning its reputation as the foremost shinobi village in the world, with strength reportedly surpassing that of the other 4 great villages combined, leaving many from rival villages quietly astonished. Yet, the adversary was none other than Uchiha Madara, causing some ninjas to feel a twinge of anxiety. With a thunderous roar, Madara gazed at Naruto, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes as he observed the onslaught of towering blue tornadoes composed of chakra. In an instant, he leaped into the sky, ascending thousands of meters. As he watched the cliff crumble beneath the oncoming tornadoes, he couldn't help but express his admiration. When did such a powerful ninja emerge in the shinobi world? The sheer volume of chakra appeared to surpass even that of tailed beasts. And this was merely the opening move. Susanoo, Madara swiftly channeled his chakra, conjuring a skeletal figure towering hundreds of meters high behind him. The skeletal frame was soon adorned with samurai armor, manifesting into the complete form of Susanoo, its size dwarfing the surrounding peaks. Wings sprouted from its back, and dual katanas materialized in its hands, soaring through the heavens and casting shadows over the ground, causing the allied ninjas to panic. In response, Naruto enveloped himself in radiant golden light, summoning 9 golden tails that swirled behind him. With the astonished gazes of the allied ninjas upon him, he leaped into the air. Activating Sage Mode, gathering chakra in his hands, he formed an enormous Rasengan and charged toward the colossal Susanoo floating above. In an instant, the two forces collided, unleashing a chakra disturbance that transcended the imaginations of the ninjas, resonating throughout the shinobi world and capturing the attention of powerful warriors everywhere. In a certain place, Lin Yuan was engaged in conversation with Teacher Chun, who had been brought back to life through the reanimation jutsu. Upon learning that Lin Yuan had become the 6th Hokage of Konoha and had initiated reforms within the village, Teacher Chun expressed his astonishment and a tinge of regret for not having fought harder to extend his life. This regret stemmed from the fact that some of his cells had been stolen by Kaguya, resulting in the current predicament of his being resurrected. The vile individual who disturbed my rest must be dealt with, and I must implore you, Lin Yuan, to confront him. By the way, during my years of absence, have you successfully found suitable successors for the Dragon God of Konoha? Indeed, I have discovered several hundred candidates for the Dragon God of Konoha. It can be said that nearly all of the taijutsu masters in the village now possess this technique. Privately, they refer to you as the pioneer of taijutsu. Lin Yuan replied with a smile upon hearing Teacher Chin's inquiry. The technique of the Dragon God of Konoha has indeed spread widely. Notable practitioners such as Orochimaru, Kabuto, Kimimaro, and Naruto, among others, have all been taught this technique, provided they can master the manipulation of chakra nature transformation. Even after I assumed the role of Hokage, any taijutsu master in Konoha capable of manipulating chakra nature had the opportunity to learn this technique. It can be said that the allure of the Dragon God has significantly increased the number of taijutsu masters in Konoha. Teacher Chin felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing Lin Yuan's account, realizing that he had inadvertently become a leader in the path of taijutsu, which left him somewhat apprehensive. From afar, the air was filled with a faint yet potent chakra fluctuation. Teacher Chun gazed into the distance and remarked, "Such formidable chakra fluctuations. Alas, as a being resurrected through the reanimation jutsu, I can only offer my spiritual support. You must persevere and defeat these ambitious foes. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Teacher Qin broke free from the control of the reanimation jutsu and waved farewell to Lin Yuan, his spirit ascending to the Pure Land. He understood that Lin Yuan, as a formidable force in the ninja world, bore significant responsibilities in the impending great battle and could not afford to linger. As the final battle of the ninja world commenced, Lin Yuan watched Teacher Qin depart and prepared to take action. As the recognized deity of taijutsu and the sixth Hokage of Konoha, he was tasked with eliminating the 3,000 reanimated shadow-level warriors and hastening to the final battlefield to support Naruto, a daunting challenge indeed. Bloodline Upgrade Voucher, upon use. It elevates a designated bloodline level by 1. Designated Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, to Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. 2 tiers of bloodline limits, culminating in a 2,000-fold increase in chakra capacity. Truly, this is the realm of ocular legends. Upon achieving the bloodline integration realm, the corpse bone bloodline was dissolved. However, the Manjiki Sharingan remains intact, for it embodies the essence of ocular power, bloodline integration, natural energy, and ocular prowess. 3 pathways leading to the 6 paths level. Now, I have mastered them all, though I have yet to reach the pinnacle in terms of experience. Lin Yuan glanced at his attribute panel, feeling a sense of contentment. The first to reach the 6 paths level was undeniably the path of natural energy, encompassing both natural purification and sage mode, which fall under the category of 6 paths level ninjutsu. The second individual to achieve the 6 paths level is Bloodstain Weaver. Consequently, all bloodline limits, save for the Sharingan, have dissolved, transforming into the Bloodstain Weaver's power, which encompasses the fusion of all elemental and yin-yang properties. However, due to the brief duration of this transformation, there has yet to be time to develop related ninjutsu, leaving only the Bloodstain Weaver and the co-killing Ashen Bones techniques at their disposal. The third to attain the 6 paths level is the current reincarnated Sharingan. Lin Yuan faintly sensed an enhancement in the power of Susanoo, but there was no time for further exploration. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 30. Lifespan: Immortal level: 6 paths: 1000000 1000000. Affiliation: Konoha Bloodline. Reincarnated Sharingan. Bloodstain Weaver. Chakra: 20000000200. Kill points: 666. Items: Death Immunity Medallion X1. Ninjutsu. Dharma Aspect: Natural Purification. Sage Art. Sage Emperor Mode. Buddhist Art. Buddha Realm and Palm. 6 paths. Bloodstain Weaver. Reincarnation. Co-killing Ashen Bones. Summoning. Holy Dragon of Spirits. Vajra Thunder God Seal. 3. Divine Susanoo. 3. Hell Shinra Tensei. 3. Hidden Dragon Shadow Dance. 3. Basic Free Body Technique. Level: among the over 3,000 shadow-level powerhouses in the history of the ninja world. Upon being resurrected through impure world reincarnation, various ninja villages swiftly detected that these shadow-level figures were first inclined to return to their villages. This sudden movement instilled a sense of foreboding in each village. After all, during the 3 great ninja wars, many ninja clans had vanished over time, and those clans behind these shadow-level powerhouses might have long ceased to exist, with their ancestral lands perhaps already lost. The consequences of these shadow-level figures returning to their villages could be imagined, especially for the Hidden Mist village. Simultaneously, many shadow-level powerhouses encountered one another and immediately engaged in fierce battles. After all, the era in which they fell may have been much earlier, a time when ninja villages did not even exist. The strength of these ancient shadow-level powerhouses was often more formidable, with many reaching the pinnacle of shadow-level power. However, none had achieved the 6 paths level, as that step is exceedingly arduous, truly belonging to the realm of the sages, who are the ancestors of the ninja world. Is this the Konoha established by my son Hashirama? Senju Buddha gazed at the magnificent Konoha village before him, unable to suppress the excitement within. He hurriedly made way for the elders behind him, including the founder of the Senju clan, the legendary ninja of the early ninja world, Senju Daibantian. In those times, any ninja who heard this name would tremble with genuine reverence, for he was the 3rd strongest ninja in the world, second only to the 2 6 path sages. Even after the fall of the 6 path sage, Senju Daibantian dominated the ninja world for an era, and it is said he was not far from achieving the true sage realm. What an impressive sight! Senju Bantian reflected as he surveyed the grand architecture of Konoha village, its towering buildings, skyscrapers, and amusement parks, all forming a modernized Konoha. Within a mere millennium, the visage of the ninja world has undergone a remarkable transformation. In the distance, a formidable contingent of the Uchiha clan approached, led by the founder of the Uchiha lineage, Uchiha Shiva. In addition to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Shiva possessed the unparalleled technique of destruction release, making him an exceptionally powerful figure. He was renowned as a legendary ninja, second only to the Sage of the Thousand Hands in the ninja world. As Shiva gazed upon the resurrected Sage of the Thousand Hands, a fierce battle intent flickered in his eyes. "Today marks your demise, great sage," he declared. Throughout Uchiha history, more than 50 individuals had surpassed the level of a shadow ninja, a staggering feat indeed. Now, resurrected by the reanimation jutsu, they surged forth under Uchiha Shiva's command, their overwhelming presence scattering the thick clouds above. The very earth trembled beneath their feet as the shadow-level warriors of the Uchiha clan charged towards the Senju clan. However, the great sage, accompanied by over 40 shadow-level warriors of the Senju clan, simultaneously pressed their hands to the ground. In an instant, a myriad of trees erupted from the earth, resembling towering waves surging towards the Uchiha forces. The 40-plus shadow-level warriors of the Senju clan ascended upon the rapidly growing trees, swiftly closing the gap to engage in fierce combat. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, Lin Yuan stood atop the clouds, observing the chaotic clash of over 300 shadow-level warriors below. He couldn't help but shake his head. These resurrected shadow-level ninjas had scarcely returned before they began to fight for territory, displaying a rather unpromising demeanor. He began forming hand seals, determined to conclude the battle swiftly. Invoking the technique, Buddhist law, palm of the Buddha's realm. In an instant, an immense hand emerged from the depths of the sea, grasping the mist island, which spanned 100 kilometers in diameter. The colossal hand tightened its grip, resulting in a cascade of blood mist as more than 300 resurrected warriors from the hidden mist fell once again. This exemplified the terrifying power of a 6-paths-level jutsu, consuming a tenth of Lin Yuan's chakra, approximately 20 million points. Kill count, 35, 200. Lin Yuan mused, recalling how Hashirama had the backing of the Buddhist sect, making it unsurprising that Uchiha Madara could not keep pace. He cast his gaze in a particular direction, reflecting on the old monk's words. The branch of the Buddhist sect within the ninja world was but a minuscule part of the entire organization. Yet it had significantly suppressed the Uchiha clan, revealing the immense strength of the sect. With the Buddhist sect in play, I wonder if there are any sort of mortals. Lin Yuan speculated instinctively, then utilized the flying thunder god technique to rapidly make his way to the next battlefield. As he descended, new shadow-level warriors, including several from the Kagaya clan, hurried to the hidden mist village. Upon witnessing the golden, colossal hand shatter the mist island and feeling the intense chakra fluctuations, they exchanged glances, swallowing hard. An open-ended conclusion unfolded, as the protagonist's power had become overwhelmingly dominant. Confronting Kagaya Tsutsuki posed no issue. Bolstered by an immortal lifespan and a guaranteed escape from death, the stage was set for the next chapter.